The man frequented internet cafes, making a living by doing odd jobs and playing private servers of the game Legend of Mir in internet cafes. But he unexpectedly transmigrated to a world where a game had come to life. And this game was none other than the legendary game he had played in his previous life. All able-bodied humans on Earth are forced to enter the game for at least 8 hours every day. Initially, people only regarded it as a mandatory game for everyone, and it did not cause a great sensation. However, as people entered the game, some began to fight monsters and level up. As these people's levels continued to rise, people eventually discovered that their physical bodies in reality were also being continuously enhanced. It can even materialize in-game items and equipment and unleash in-game skills. This event caused a huge uproar in society because it was humanity's first step toward the extraordinary. Legend of Mir thus became a truly nationwide game. The original owner was murdered by his girlfriend and brother because he obtained the third ultimate skill book in the entire server. It took Lin Feng a long time to calm down. He raised his hands and kept groping around his neck and body. I just transmigrated here and got killed. So who am I now? Lin Feng paused for a moment. Xiaoming, what time is it? It's 7:49 a.m. now, and you're 11 minutes away from being late. Should I help you ask for leave? Xiaoming is Lin Feng's smart assistant. Help me ask for leave, and also tell me the specific date and time today. Lin Feng lay back down on the bed, his body sticky from sweating and his hair matted together. It is now 7:50 a.m. on June 30th, 2238 in the galactic calendar. That means tomorrow is the day when the Legend of Mir 2 will arrive. Lin Feng prepared to deal with some things first. Xiaoming, open the game trading platform. For sale, level 197 Archmage account in Angelic Realm. Asking price 50,000 blue star coins, negotiable. This is a game that Lin Feng has been playing since college, and it remains very popular to this day. If Lin Feng hadn't known that the Legend of Mir would arrive after midnight, he would never have considered selling the account. After Lin Feng entered this information, he leaned back on the sofa and waited for the buyer to inquire. Not long after, someone sent a message. Would you sell it for 30,000? Lin Feng immediately retorted, not a penny less. I put a lot of effort into leveling up this account. There was no further reply. Lin Feng was somewhat annoyed. He shouldn't have set the price so rigidly. You have a new message. Please check it. Lin Feng looked at the message that Xiaoming was showing him. Brother, what's the lowest price you'd sell this account for? Lin Feng was still thinking when the other party sent another message. I can only offer 45,000 at most. Anything more than that is out of the question. Okay, 45,000 it is. Lin Feng quickly agreed. Although he could definitely sell the account for 50,000 blue star coins if he wasn't in a hurry, he didn't want to wait any longer. All his attention is now focused on the upcoming launch of the Legend of Mir 2. At exactly midnight, the alarm Lin Feng had set in advance went off. A sound that resonated throughout the entire planet simultaneously echoed in everyone's minds. Children of the Milky Way, to help you grow, with my will, the legendary tale of passion descends. Before Lin Feng's closed eyes, an ancient-looking door suddenly appeared, which was the login screen of the game Legend of Mir. Lin Feng was all too familiar with this scene. He couldn't wait to begin. The gates slowly opened, and 3 figures appeared before Lin Feng. A monk dressed in an ancient robe was tossing and catching a ball of fire in his hand. A Taoist priest dressed in a handsome silver tailcoat stands with his arms outstretched and his head tilted back at a 45-degree angle, gazing at the sky. There was also a warrior wearing dark green heavy armor and carrying a broadsword on his back. Lin Feng had already decided to choose the Taoist priest, which was the best choice for a lone wolf player, bar none. Although Taoist's output is not as flexible and diverse or as explosive as mages, their physique is not as durable and capable of dealing damage as warriors. However, Taoists possess skills such as healing, poisoning, summoning, and invisibility, which can greatly enhance the survivability of solo players. However, before Lin Feng could even make a selection, a notification sounded in his ear. Ding. VIP player detected. VIP rewards issued. Supreme VIP privileges unlocked. Unlock portable shop and portable warehouse. Increase drop rate by 500% and increase the drop rate of top-tier items by 100%. Gain universal poisoning skills, dual class privileges, permanent +9 luck, and double attack power. An exclusive VIP map is unlocked, and you can claim 3 triple experience scrolls daily. Is this the VIP level in a private server? What's the point of playing a Taoist then? But why isn't there auto loot and the VIP title? Lin Feng immediately abandoned his plan to choose a Taoist priest. Since he already possessed the art of poison application, there was no need to consider a Taoist priest anymore. In a legend, Taoists are so skilled at treasure hunting that at least half of their success stems from their poison techniques. Red poison increases damage, while green poison causes continuous damage and prevents monsters from regenerating health. Even the most powerful boss can be slowly poisoned to death if you apply double poison. Now that we have this skill, there's no need to choose a Taoist anymore. Without hesitation, Lin Feng chose the mage over the warrior. After the mage disappeared, he then chose the warrior. ID Morningstar. Enter the game. Enter the game. As my body consciousness continued to sink, after a moment of disorientation, Lin Feng opened his eyes. He stretched out his arm, clenched his fist, and then stomped his foot. The body has sensation, the touch is very realistic, and there are no problems controlling it, as if the real person has directly entered the game world. Lin Feng took out a cloth robe and a wooden sword from his backpack and looked at the huge ginkgo tree in the distance. This was the beginner village, Ginkgo Village. Looking at everything before him, Lin Feng, unable to contain himself any longer, suddenly roared, "Legend! I'm here!" This loud shout startled the people nearby who were close to Lin Feng, causing them to quicken their pace and move away from him. Lin Feng, carrying the wooden sword in his hand, hurriedly slashed at a deer not far away. The attacked deer suddenly swayed to the side, seemingly very unwilling, and lowered its head, trying to retaliate with its antlers. Lin Feng swung his sword again, instantly depleting the deer's health bar, and it collapsed to the ground. Then, he poked and prodded the deer with his wooden sword. Gained experience points plus 15. Meat found. The next moment, the deer on the ground disappeared. In the early stages of the game, chickens and deer do not drop items directly. You can only obtain materials from them by observing Lin Feng's actions. Lin Feng continued searching for his next target. He killed chickens and deer as he walked towards the edge of the village. By the time he reached the village entrance, he had already reached level 3. Just as Lin Feng was about to leave the village, Xiao Min, who was standing at the village entrance, asked, "Warrior, are you leaving the village?" "Yes, I'm leaving the village." Lin Feng vaguely remembered that Xiao Min had a beginner's quest. "Warrior, you must be careful. The monsters outside are very powerful. You're still too weak. Why don't you get stronger before you go out?" Xiaomin advised. "How can I become stronger?" Because too much time had passed, and this beginner quest had been closed long ago. Lin Feng couldn't remember how he triggered the mission when he played it on the computer before, so he could only answer based on his intuition. "Warrior, you can improve yourself by fighting chickens and deer in the village. You can also collect their meat and go to the butcher, who will help you." As Xiaomin spoke, she handed Lin Feng a scroll. As soon as Lin Feng took the scroll, it transformed into a beam of light and became a map, appearing in the upper right corner. Lin Feng opened the map in the upper right corner. After zooming in, he could clearly see Bishon City, the border village, and Ginkgo Village where he was currently located. After zooming out the map to the current area, you can see a white dot in the center of the map, which is where Lin Feng is located. Lin Feng glanced at the chicken and venison in his backpack and headed in the direction Xiao Min pointed to find a butcher. "Young man, are you here to sell meat?" the butcher asked as Lin Feng approached. "I came from Xiaomin. She said you could help me." Lin Feng didn't specify whether he came to him to sell his body. "Xiaomin introduced you? You look a bit weak." The butcher looked Lin Feng up and down. "Then, if you can find me a piece of chicken and 5 pieces of venison, I can provide you with a weapon as assistance." "Uncle, is this all right?" Lin Feng asked, taking meat out of his backpack. "Sure, this is your reward. Acquire an ebony sword. Ebony sword requires level 1, attack, 4 to 8, magic, 0 to 1, durability, 9/9. The best weapon for newbies in the early stages. Equip it quickly." Lin Feng opened his equipment slots and found that he had changed from 1 to 2. One of his equipment slots contained a wooden sword and cloth armor, while the other held an ebony sword. "This is really lucky. I can now wear 2 sets of equipment." Lin Feng looked at the attribute panel. Attack, 7 to 15. This was his own attribute, plus the total value after adding the wooden sword and ebony sword. In this way, Lin Feng, who can equip 2 sets of equipment, will have attributes that far surpass those of other players. He sold all the flesh on his body to the butcher, received nearly 5,000 gold coins, and then went to the pharmacy next door. Lin Feng bought a set of small red rings, 2 sets of small blue rings, and then went to a jewelry store to buy 3 antique bronze rings to wear. There was no bookstore in the beginner village. Lin Feng walked towards the village entrance again. After seeing that Xiao Min was surrounded by the crowd, he did not go over there, but walked straight out of the village entrance. After leaving the village, Lin Feng began hunting deer and collecting their meat near the village entrance. It took him quite a bit of effort to accumulate over 3,000 gold coins. Whether he could reach Bishon City quickly depended on these gold coins. He first returned to the village and bought 20 random scrolls in one go. These random scrolls would become Lin Feng's secret weapon for quickly reaching Bishon City. He used the random scrolls along the way as he headed towards Bishon City. Along the way, when they encounter scarecrows and rake cats, Lin Feng will also pick up his wooden sword and rush up to kill them. Thanks to the combined attributes from his dual professions, Lin Feng discovered that the scarecrow and the rake cat had difficulty attacking him. Each of his attacks can reduce the opponent's health by dozens of points, and he can usually kill them with just one hit. Lin Feng's experience points increased very quickly, but looking at the triple experience scroll in his backpack, he did not choose to use it now. Leveling up is very easy in the early stages, and you can claim 3 triple experience scrolls every day, so there's no need to rush. Lin Feng planned to arrive in Bishon City, learn the first skill of each profession, and then go to the new leveling location to use it. He wants to create a level gap with other players as early as possible in the game. The random scrolls were quickly used up, but his luck wasn't too good. Each random teleportation landed him far from Bishon City. Finally, with no other option, Lin Feng could only fight while walking and had to stop running from time to time to walk slowly and wait for his health to recover. In the game, continuous running consumes health points. By the time Lin Feng could see the gates of Bishon City in the distance, he had already reached level 7. Moreover, both of his equipment slots were already fully equipped. The 500% drop rate and 100% top-tier drop rate provided by VIP status were truly terrifying. Currently, Lin Feng is equipped with 2 ebony swords, one ordinary and the other top grade. One of his 4 iron bracelets is also top grade. In addition, he was wearing 2 exquisite bronze rings, 2 ordinary traditional necklaces, and an exquisite cloth robe. Chapter 4. Leveling Up in the Skull Cave. Lin Feng's plan was simple. Before learning the lightning spell at level 17, he would prioritize stacking attack power across his entire build. With his high carrying capacity and the combined attributes of his 2 sets of equipment, his monster-killing efficiency far surpassed that of ordinary players. Once you reach level 17, learn the lightning spell, and equip yourself with mage gear, you'll appear as a true mage. At that moment, server-wide announcements rang out. Player Little Shrimp has been the first to complete skill learning and has gained +1 free attribute point. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. The other party was probably just lucky. The random scroll had teleported them directly to Bishon City. He immediately headed to the Bishon safe zone, and after talking to the bookstore owner, he indeed saw all the skill books for various professions displayed on the shelves. However, he knew very well that, apart from basic skills, skill books for level 10 and above were sold in limited quantities and would not be replenished once sold out. Lin Feng rummaged through his backpack and found that he only had a little over 10,000 gold coins. He had to find a way to save money as soon as possible. A month later, game abilities will be able to materialize in reality, and the price of skill books will skyrocket. In the first 6 months, a lightning spell skill can sell for tens of thousands of yuan. A year later, the level 35 skill Summon Divine Beast even sold for tens of millions of yuan. As maps were later opened and drop rates increased, the value of these skill books gradually decreased, but they remained quite valuable. 5 years later, a cataclysmic event occurred, the currency system collapsed, and real-world transactions slowly shifted towards in-game gold coins, in-game currency, and items. But there was no use thinking about it now. Lin Feng first bought the fireball spell and basic sword techniques. Then he bought some medium-sized red potions at the pharmacy and 2 bundles of random scrolls, preparing to head to the Orc Tomb, which players call the Skull Cave. He tore open the random scroll and found the location was too far off, so he immediately used several more scrolls and finally landed near the target. The map didn't mark the entrance to the Skull Cave, but relying on his memories from his previous life, Lin Feng still found the location accurately. Stepping into the cave, everything went black, and all I could hear was the cracking of bones, the screams of bats, and the rustling of maggots crawling around. Legend has it that there's a day and night cycle in the cave, and there are no candles inside, with visibility less than 2 meters. Lin Feng remained calm, taking out a candle from his backpack and activating it. The orange light illuminated a radius of about 10 meters. The first level of the Skull Cave wasn't dangerous. With his current defense and attack capabilities, as long as he was cautious, he could easily navigate it. Moreover, there were no other players in the cave at this moment, so he didn't need to use a random teleportation scroll to fly around randomly. He could simply start clearing monsters from the entrance. Lin Feng gripped his ebony sword and slowly moved forward, hugging the wall. At the edge of the candlelight, a skeleton warrior stood silently in the darkness, carrying a bone hammer. He raised his hand and swung his sword, a fist-sized fireball flying from the tip of the ebony blade and striking the skeleton warrior with a thud. Startled, the skeleton warrior swung its hammer and approached him, its pace slow. Lin Feng could have retreated while using fireballs to wear it down without taking damage, but he didn't do that. Instead, he stood still and continued bombarding it. As the skeleton warrior drew near, he put away the fireball and charged forward with his sword. He took small, quick steps, dodging the hammer while his ebony sword slashed repeatedly, quickly reducing the skeleton warrior to a pile of broken bones. He gained 85 experience points. The experience was quite good, and a small pile of gold coins and a faintly shimmering light also fell to the ground. Lin Feng immediately picked them up. There was no auto pickup in the cave, and small items like rings would easily be swallowed by the darkness if dropped on the ground. Fortunately, the game retained the equipment flashing mechanic. Although the light wasn't strong and the intervals were long, it was still conspicuous enough in the cave. Further in, Lin Feng encountered 2 skeleton warriors at once. This time, he didn't even bother using fireballs and simply charged in to fight back. The skeleton warriors could only land 3 hits out of 10, each time only dealing 2 or 3 points of damage, posing no real threat. After defeating the 2 monsters, gold coins, several potions, and a large bracelet dropped on the ground. The bracelet required level 9, had a defense of 1-1, and a durability of 4-9. Lin Feng glanced at it. It was ordinary quality, and casually stuffed it into his backpack. The further they went, the denser the monsters became. Lin Feng decided to charge into the horde, attracting a large group of skeletons, cave maggots, and bats. He led the monsters to a corner, using the terrain to his advantage. This ensures that a maximum of 3 monsters can attack him simultaneously at any given time. With high drop rates and plenty of potions, Lin Feng decided to stop playing it safe and directly tore open a triple experience scroll. Braving the relentless onslaught of monsters, he swung his ebony sword wildly. Just as he slew the first monster, a golden dragon shadow coiled around Lin Feng and surged towards the cave ceiling. Lin Feng had leveled up. Chapter 5. First kill of the skeleton spirit. With the triple experience boost, a single skeleton can give Lin Feng 255 experience points. Leveling from 8 to 9 only requires 1,700 experience points. Killing 6 more skeletons will allow him to continue leveling up. The 500% drop rate was indeed impressive. This wave of monsters dropped over a dozen pieces of equipment, and several bats even dropped return scrolls and piles of gold. Unfortunately, the cave maggots only dropped eggs, and he still hadn't gotten the paralysis ring he was after. Lin Feng was somewhat dissatisfied. Soon, an hour passed, and Lin Feng had already climbed from level 8 to level 15. At this time, his ID was still Morningstar, his class was listed as mage/warrior, his health was 205, his mana was 238, his attack was 10 to 56, and his magic power was 2 to 14. The accuracy, agility, and defense gained from dual classing are considerable, and his luck stat is as high as 9 points, making it difficult for ordinary monsters to pose a threat to him. He selectively equips the gear that drops during leveling up, filling almost all of his main and secondary equipment slots with top-tier items. The main hand Sea Soul weapon comes with 1 to 4 magic points, plus an additional 2, The offhand 8 Desolations weapon also adds 3 magic points, making the warrior's weapon function like a mage's. The light armor, bronze helmet, traditional necklace, iron bracelet, large bracelet, and bullhorn ring also come with additional attributes. Especially the bronze ring in the secondary equipment slot, which directly increased attack by 0 to 7, was clearly a rare and excellent item. Lin Feng also stuffed the 2 sets of mage equipment and other items that he didn't need for the time being into his personal inventory, without rushing to take them to the shop for recycling. They're still in the Skull Cave, and the easiest way is still to hack and slash their way through. Normally, a level 15 mage lacks the strength to wield a warrior's weapon like the 8 Desolations, so Lin Feng can only use the Sea Soul to fight monsters. But once he reaches level 17 and learns the mage's signature skill, Lightning Bolt, the situation will be completely different. At that point, he can equip a full set of mage gear in his secondary equipment slots, or fill them with top-tier warrior gear that increases magic power, further raising his magic cap. Whether leveling up by fighting monsters or engaging in PvP, his damage output will far surpass that of players at the same level. Therefore, the most important thing now is to level up as quickly as possible. Lin Feng tore open another triple experience voucher and continued grinding. He had arrived at the entrance to the second level of the Skull Cave, where there were more monsters and a higher drop rate, making it perfect for exploring. As soon as he stepped into the second level, several skeletons rushed towards him, including skeleton warriors and skeleton generals, with axe-throwing skeletons standing in the distance. Lin Feng steadied himself against the wall, choosing to confront the monsters head-on. Relying on his superior stats and a full inventory of potions, he didn't even consider dodging. His combined agility from his 2 classes was enough to make ordinary skeletons miss 1 or 2 out of 10 attacks. While clearing away the ever-increasing number of skeletons, he consulted the map to adjust his route, heading straight for the 3rd level. Because the 3rd level of the Skeleton Cave housed one of the early game bosses, the Skeleton Spirit. Back when the game first launched, skeleton spirits could even drop Woma-level jewelry, but that feature was quickly removed. Lin Feng didn't know if skeleton spirits could still drop Woma jewelry in this game, but it was worth a try regardless. Even if the boss doesn't drop jewelry, it might still drop level 27 to 35 skill books, which are also very valuable. More importantly, the first kill of a boss in this game comes with an extra reward. The first person on the server to achieve this feat gets a special equipment chest. Lin Feng was determined to get this first kill. Whatever he got from the treasure chest would be good. If he could get a paralysis, protection, invisibility, or teleportation artifact, he would be laughing in his sleep. He fought his way through, but because he didn't dodge monsters and just tank them, his potions were being used up faster than expected, but the number of skeletons was finally decreasing. Soon after, Lin Feng arrived at the entrance to the 3rd level. He took a deep breath and stepped into this unknown area. Upon entering the 3rd level, a sinister atmosphere immediately enveloped him, and the surrounding light was even dimmer than on the 2nd level. Lin Feng did not rush in. He first cleared out the monsters he encountered along the way and cautiously explored forward. Suddenly, a deep roar came from the darkness, and Lin Feng immediately realized that the skeleton spirit was nearby. He gripped the Sea Soul tightly, sped up his monster-clearing speed, and listened carefully to the direction of the sound to find the boss's location. Before long, by the dim light of the candle, Lin Feng finally spotted the skeleton spirit in the open space ahead. It was enormous, its red skeleton covered in an eerie glow, its empty eye sockets gleaming with blood-red light, and each of its 2 large hands gripped a gleaming steel fork. Lin Feng quickly cleared out the surrounding monsters, and after confirming there were no other distractions, he raised his hand and poisoned the skeleton spirit. A cloud of smoke landed on its head, and its originally bright red skeleton instantly turned green, then dark red. This is a universal poisoning technique included with VIP membership. It can be used directly without needing a poison pack. Then, a fist-sized fireball condensed in Lin Feng's hand, trailing a beam of light as it flew straight towards the skeleton spirit. With a bang, the fireball struck precisely, dealing -37 damage. The attacked skeleton spirit immediately flew into a rage, swinging its twin forks and charging towards Lin Feng at incredible speed. Chapter 6: Selling Equipment and Selling Skill Books. Lin Feng had just released his second fireball when the skeleton spirit charged at him, its steel fork gleaming coldly as it thrust forward. He dodged to the side, simultaneously counterattacking with his sea soul weapon. Although the skeleton spirit is a low-level boss with no enhanced attack or defense, its health is astonishingly high, ranging from 3 to 5,000. Fortunately, Lin Feng possesses the advantage of having two classes, and his skills far surpass those of ordinary players. Fireballs and sea spirits rained down in succession, and he gradually gained control of the battle. With a final burst of magical light, the skeleton spirit collapsed to the ground. Gained experience points plus 1,000. A pile of items instantly exploded on the ground, with equipment below level 20, such as Lin Feng and Jianma scattered all over the place, including the mage's Woma jewelry, the Cyber bracelet. To Lin Feng's even greater surprise, there was also a level 19 skill book for summoning skeletons and a level 25 assassination sword technique lying on the ground. This was definitely a huge windfall. Immediately afterward, a system notification sounded. Congratulations to player Morningstar for achieving the first kill of the boss skeleton spirit, gaining +1 free attribute point. As this is the first boss kill in the entire game, an additional special equipment chest will be awarded. A server-wide announcement will be made in 5 seconds. Would you like to hide your ID? Hidden ID. With the special equipment chest in hand, Lin Feng finally smiled. The next second, a server-wide announcement rang out 3 times in a row. The news that a player had achieved the first kill of the skeleton spirit, gaining free attribute points and a special equipment chest, instantly ignited the chat channel. Some were shocked that he could now solo a boss, while others were still struggling to defeat the forest snowman. More people started forming teams, recruiting others, and selling equipment, making the whole game incredibly lively. But these disturbances were irrelevant to Lin Feng, who was still collecting his spoils in the Skull Cave. His second triple experience scroll had been used up. He was currently level 16, less than 3,000 experience points away from level 17. Lin Feng examined Zibea Espacilet. It had a magic level of 0 to 2 and required 22 magic points to wear. It also had hidden attributes of defense and magic evasion, as well as the Woma crushing effect and resistance bonus. He couldn't use it now, but it was clearly a good item. He decided to stay on the 3rd level of the Skull Cave, level up to 17, and then return to town. The monsters were dense there, and in less than 10 minutes, he had replenished the experience he needed to level up. A golden dragon shadow rose from Lin Feng's body. You've leveled up. Current level, 17. Return to town. After reaching level 17, Lin Feng couldn't wait to switch out of the Sea Soul and equip the Ebony Sword, then crush the return scroll. A flash of light, and the shouts and chatter of Bichon's city filled the air. More than 3 hours into the game, the city was already packed with players, and the safe zone was overflowing with people. Lin Feng's appearance immediately drew attention. Some stared in amazement at his light armor, while others speculated whether he was the mysterious mastermind who first killed the skeleton elf. After all, in their view, even the ordinary monsters in the skeleton cave were difficult to deal with, so how could a mage with low health possibly take on the boss alone? Lin Feng almost thought his identity had been exposed, but then he realized there was more than one person wearing light armor in the safe zone, so he ignored it. He directly sent a message in the yellow text of the area. Morningstar, selling large quantities of various top-quality equipment below level 10. Private message me. The line of yellow text was particularly eye-catching, and the safe zone immediately erupted in chaos. Some people asked to be carried, some inquired about prices, and one member of the Outian family even asked Lin Feng to hand over his equipment to the family, claiming that they would protect him from now on. Lin Feng glanced at the other person's tattered equipment and dagger, finding it laughable, and completely ignored him. Just then, a blue private message caught his attention. Little shrimp. Extra +1 for 10,000, +2 for 50,000. Weapons and armor doubled. Morningstar. Okay. Safe zone trade. Soon, a male warrior wearing light armor squeezed in front of Lin Feng and sent a trade request. Lin Feng immediately offered a complete set of 5 pieces of jewelry below level 10, each with an additional 2 points of attack. Little Shrimp didn't hesitate, immediately offering 250,000 gold coins. After confirming the transaction, Lin Feng's gold coins instantly increased by 250,000. Little shrimp, anything else? I want all 3 professions. Morningstar. Yes. Wait a minute, let me count. Little shrimp. Chapter 7. The Flame Ring. Morningstar. There are 33 plus 1 jewelry pieces left for all 3 professions, 11 plus 2 jewelry pieces for plus 1 weapons and helmets, and 1 plus 2 weapon. Little Shrimp was shocked when he saw the list and immediately asked him how many he wanted. Lin Feng proposed exchanging gold coins at a ratio of 1 to 500, but Xiao Xiaomi wanted to trade directly in cash, which Lin Feng resolutely refused. He didn't handle cash. Secrecy was paramount. If they could hold out for just 3 more days, the system would open an anonymous trading platform. By then, everyone can buy and sell items anonymously, and the system will only charge sellers a 5% commission, making it far more secure than private transactions. The small fry didn't waste any time, saying he'd have someone send the money over immediately, and it would be resolved within 5 minutes. Before long, Little Shrimp, along with Wind waiting for the wind and Rabbit running fast, initiated a trade, and their backpacks were almost full. After the trade was completed, Lin Feng's funds, including his original gold coins, instantly surged to 2.46 million. He immediately rushed to the bookstore and started buying up skill books from level 35 down. He bought almost all the skill books for mages and Taoists, but was missing 1 for warriors. He bought 5 of each type of skill book from level 30 to 35, at 20,000 gold coins each. There are 20 books of each level from 20 to 29, priced between 5,000 and 10,000, and 20 books of each level from 10 to 19, with the cheapest price being only 1,005. After buying them, Lin Feng first learned all the skills he could currently learn. A level 17 warrior has no new skills besides the level 7 basic swordsmanship. The offensive swordsmanship can only be learned at level 19. Mages, on the other hand, can learn level 12 resist fire ring, level 13 temptation light, level 16 hellfire, and the crucial level 17 lightning bolt, in addition to fireball. After learning the skills, Lin Feng took off his light armor, changed into ordinary clothes, and quietly slipped into the Bichon warehouse. He opened the special equipment chest in his backpack, and a slot machine immediately appeared in front of him, along with a system notification. Pull the lever to start drawing rewards. Lin Feng didn't hesitate and started immediately. Watching countless special equipment icons spin rapidly, he kept chanting in his mind, teleport, paralysis, protection, invisibility. The next moment, a notification sounded, congratulations on obtaining the flame ring. Lin Feng was silent for a moment, only able to console himself that it was better than nothing. The flame ring was quite useless in Legend, only allowing warriors and Taoists to use the level 1 fireball spell, and usually no one would pay much attention to it. He was about to throw the ring into his storage when he noticed it seemed a little different. It was a flame ring, requiring level 16, with 1 to 2 magic power and 5/5 durability. Most importantly, it had a hidden attribute. Lin Feng immediately put on the ring, and its hidden attributes were revealed. If held by a non-mage, it automatically grants the user a level 1 fireball spell. If held by a mage, all fire-based skills gain an additional level of 1. The second benefit is even more outrageous: a 20% increase in fire damage and a 20% increase in the duration of fire skills. The third benefit is a 10% increase in the ultimate crushing effect and a 10% increase in crushing resistance. This completely transforms the previously lackluster flame ring into a treasure. Lin Feng put it in his secondary equipment slot, where equipment wouldn't lose durability or be seen by other players, making it perfect for upgrading. Hellfire was a fire-based skill, and also the first area of effect attack skill a mage mastered. It might not be very powerful for an average player, but Lin Feng has 2 sets of top-tier magic-boosting equipment, with a built-in luck of 9, ensuring that every attack deals maximum damage. Combined with the fire elemental bonus from the flame ring and the double attack bonus from VIP privileges, Hellfire becomes his most terrifying leveling method in the early game. As long as he could withstand the monsters, his leveling speed would definitely skyrocket. Afterwards, Lin Feng allocated the free attribute points awarded by the system to magic. Special attributes like luck, agility, accuracy, magic evasion, and poison evasion were not allowed to be freely allocated by the system. After preparing, he repaired his equipment and bought over a dozen bundles of random scrolls. He didn't need to buy potions. His warehouse was overflowing with them, and he needed to use them quickly. With everything ready, Lin Feng crushed the random scrolls and headed towards the Bishon mine. This place is not in the same direction as the Orsish Cemetery outside the northwest gate. You need to exit the city through the northeast gate of Bishon and head east to reach the Bishon mining area, which is what players call the Zombie Cave. Those familiar with the map can even cross the mining area and directly reach the southern mining area near Snake Valley. The Zombie Cave was a must-pass for countless players in the early stages of the game to earn money and work, but it was also a nightmare for countless newbies. Deep inside the cave, there lurked a zombie king with gray-black skin, as if cast from pig iron. It dragged thick iron chains with both hands, and the chains scraped against the ground as it walked, making a grating, ear-piercing sound. Lin Feng found the huge cave entrance, 2 or 3 zhang high, among the abandoned pickaxes, baskets, and minecarts on the cliff edge. The entrance was pitch black, and even from outside, one could hear the roars and howls of monsters coming from inside. Lin Feng cleared his mind of distractions, gripped the sea soul in his hand, and stepped into the cave. In a flash, he found himself in the beach mine, the roars of monsters around him suddenly becoming deafening. Not far away, a crawling zombie spotted him, its hands digging into the ground as it dragged itself rapidly toward him. Lin Feng raised his right hand, which was holding the sea soul. The lightning spell crashed down, dealing 110 points of damage. An ordinary zombie only has 160 health points. After being struck by lightning, its body stiffened abruptly, and its crawling motion stopped instantly. Chapter 8. The Corpse King. With the VIP's inherent luck 9 and 2 sets of top-tier magic equipment, Lin Feng's level 0 lightning bolt spell instantly blasted away most of the crawling zombie's health. Less than 0.2 seconds later, just as the zombie had crawled out one step, Lin Feng raised his hand again. The second bolt of lightning struck, and the crawling zombie fell to the ground instantly. Gained experience points plus 160. He knew this zombie would revive, and its health and experience would be halved after revival. So he first used a triple experience scroll, and then struck another zombie. Gained 480 experience points. The triple experience effect was amazing. With Lin Feng's current damage, he could grind monsters in the zombie cave extremely quickly. He picked up the medium mana potion and gold coins, and immediately used the random scroll. The landing spot was surrounded by zombies, but fortunately, there was a corner nearby that could only accommodate 2 zombies at a time. Lin Feng quickly ran over and steadied himself, unleashing a series of lightning spells on the nearby zombies. 2 lightning bolts easily took down 1 zombie, and his experience points jumped back to 480. As the zombies surrounded him from all sides, he decisively switched to Hellfire. Flames shot forward from his feet, freezing the 5 zombies in a line directly in front of him, with over 70 points of damage appearing above their heads. While Hellfire is less effective against single targets than Lightning Bolt, it's virtually foolproof against hordes of monsters, and its combined damage output is terrifying. Lin Feng, relying on his high-stat equipment, experienced extremely short stuns after being hit by zombies, allowing him to continuously advance with Hellfire, clearing out waves and looting equipment and gold from the ground. He then checked the map and continued on to the next map. Along the way, he encountered large groups of monsters, finding nearby corners to block them and then clearing them with Hellfire. Before long, Hellfire upgraded, and its damage increased dramatically again. A wave of flame swept across, dealing nearly 100 points of damage. One of the zombies had its health bar emptied and collapsed instantly. Gained 160 experience points. The triple experience event had ended 2 minutes ago, and a golden dragon shadow surged from Lin Feng's body, allowing him to successfully level up to level 19. With just over an hour left before the 8-hour limit expired, Lin Feng cleared out the zombies around him. Instead of luring more monsters, he took out the offensive sword techniques and teleportation skills he had prepared beforehand from his personal inventory and learned them all. He used lightning spells to clear away zombies and cave maggots along the way as he headed south of the mining area. Besides the Corpse King's palace, the southern part of the Bishon mining area also spawns wild Corpse Kings, though their locations are completely random. Half an hour later, Lin Feng's experience points had increased by nearly 20% at level 19, but the Corpse King still hadn't appeared. At this moment, the server-wide announcement sounded 3 times in a row. players Longbow with sword and smiling have achieved the first kill of the boss giant multi-horned worm and have received the system reward of +1 free attribute point. Lin Feng paused slightly, then slammed his sea soul down hard on the zombie's head. The physical damage had barely been dealt when the continuous magical damage from Hellfire erupted simultaneously. Physical attacks and magic can be used together. Lin Feng immediately tried again, with the exact same result. He then tested physical attacks combined with Fireball, Fire Resist Ring, Lightning Bolt, and Poison, and all of them worked. This had never been done before, perhaps another advantage of dual-class gameplay, the ability to attack while simultaneously casting magic. However, the countdown in the bottom right corner is getting closer and closer, with less than an hour left before being kicked out of the game. You have to wait at least an hour to log back in, and if you log out of the cave, you will be forcibly sent to a random wilderness map outside the cave. If they can't find a zombie king this time, they'll have to start all over again next time. Lin Feng stared at the last unexplored area, quickening his pace as he passed through the horde of zombies, with more and more zombies following behind him. Fortunately, after creating some distance, the zombies that had been blocked by the obstacles gradually stopped and began to wander around. Finally, the unique roar of the zombie king echoed in the distance. Accompanying the roar was the rustling sound of heavy iron chains dragging across the ground. With only 40 minutes left before the 8-hour deadline, Lin Feng used a corner ahead to block the zombies' line of sight, successfully shaking off his pursuers and finally spotting the zombie king. The Corpse King also spotted him, dragging 2 thick iron chains as it charged towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng swung the Sea Soul, and a hazy, poisonous mist sprayed over the Corpse King's head. The Corpse King was first stained green, then turned dark red, and became completely enraged. 2 meters away from Lin Feng, it suddenly swung its left-hand iron chain, accompanied by a whistling sound, and smashed it down hard on Lin Feng's head. Chapter 9. The Corpse King's Massive Explosion. Lin Feng dared not take the blow head-on, taking a half step back to avoid the chains, and unleashed a lightning spell. With a boom, the silver-white lightning instantly struck the Corpse King, dealing -124 damage. The Corpse King possessed extremely high defense and magic resistance, and its health far exceeded that of the PC version. According to Lin Feng's memories from his previous life, the Corpse King in the mining area had at least 8,000 lives, so killing it wouldn't be quick. The lightning spell only made the Corpse King pause slightly before it immediately swung its right-hand iron chain and smashed it fiercely towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng dodged to the side and unleashed another bolt of lightning. The two exchanged blows, and the Corpse King's health bar began to slowly decrease. But as its health dwindled, the Corpse King's attacks grew increasingly fierce, its chains whistling through the air like a whirlwind, the sound of air being torn apart echoing throughout the mine. Lin Feng couldn't dodge in time and was struck squarely by the iron chain, a -33 mark appearing above his head. This was the first time he had been injured since fighting the Corpse King. The Corpse King's damage was significantly higher than the Skeleton Elf's. An ordinary mage would likely have been left with almost no health after taking that hit. Fortunately, Lin Feng was not a fragile mage. He drank a medium-sized potion and, seeing the Corpse King's dwindling health, decided to stop dodging. He charged forward despite the chains, continuously wielding his Sea Soul spell and unleashing a barrage of lightning bolts. In the empty mine, flashes of electricity, chains, and the sounds of hammering mingled together. The bosses in this game have had their health significantly increased. The Skeleton Spirit's health has risen from a few hundred to several thousand, and the Corpse King is approaching 8,000, severely slowing down the kill speed. Lin Feng mentally cursed as he continued to unleash his attacks, fighting the Corpse King to the bitter end. Finally, another bolt of lightning crashed down. The Corpse King, whose health bar was almost invisible, let out a defiant roar, and its massive body collapsed into the mine pit. Gained experience points plus 5,000. Immediately afterward, a massive explosion occurred beside the Corpse King's corpse, covering an area of 8 yards in size. Equipment, potions, and gold coins littered the ground, dazzling the eyes. With less than half an hour remaining in the lower right corner, Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief and immediately began collecting the loot. Congratulations to player Morningstar for achieving the first kill of the boss Corpse King. You have received a system reward of +1 free attribute point. A server-wide announcement will be made in 5 seconds. Do you wish to hide your ID? Hide ID. 5 seconds later, the server-wide announcement sounded 3 times in succession. Player achieves the first kill of the boss Corpse King and has received +1 free attribute point. The outside world was in an uproar once again. Some people couldn't even defeat ordinary zombies, while others were still trapped in the Skull Cave, yet the mysterious player had already achieved consecutive first kills of the boss. Many people speculated that the first kills of the Zombie King, Skeleton Spirit, and Giant Multi-Horned Worm might all be done by the same person. These discussions were irrelevant to Lin Feng. He directly tallied his spoils, ignoring the potions and gold coins. The Corpse King had dropped 3 skill books and 7 pieces of equipment. The 3 skill books were Assassination Sword Technique, Magic Shield, and Fiery Sword Technique. The 7 pieces of equipment are the Magic Robe, Sturdy Gloves, Lantern Necklace, Iron Ring, Azura, Prayer Helmet, and Prayer Ring. With the first kill and a 500x drop rate, the quantity isn't excessive, but the equipment stats are indeed quite good. Lin Feng first allocated his free attribute points to magic, then checked the key equipment. The Magic Robe required level 22, with defense of 3 to 7, magic resistance of 3 to 4, and magic power of 0 to 5, all top-tier attributes with additional enhancements. The Prayer Helmet requires level 18, provides 3 to 4 defense, 1 to 2 magic resistance, and adds 0 to 2 magic, 0 to 1 attack, and 0 to 1 Taoist magic. This helmet has extremely strong stats. The only problem is that it disappears upon death, and its bright green color makes it difficult to evaluate. Lin Feng complained, but his actions betrayed him. He immediately stuffed the Prayer Helmet into his secondary equipment slot. The Prayer Ring, requiring level 15 and offering magic power of 1 to 5, also had decent stats, so he added it to his secondary equipment slot as well. As for the 2 minor high-quality items he replaced, Lin Feng stored them directly in his warehouse and then continued fighting monsters to kill the remaining time. When there was only 1 minute left before he was forced to log off, he decisively took out a return scroll and returned to the safe zone to wait for the countdown to end. As the morning star disappeared, players in the game were gradually sent back to reality. When Lin Feng returned to reality, he felt as if his body was soaking in a warm spring, a warm current enveloping his entire body, with a constant stream of comfortable and slightly tingling sensations. The sensation was like a weak electric current coursing through his body, spreading along his meridians to every part of his limbs. His tense muscles quickly relaxed, and fatigue and soreness vanished. He closed his eyes, carefully sensing the changes brought about by this enhancement. It wasn't just his strength and speed. Even his mental state and perception seemed to have improved. After the enhancement ended, Lin Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. It was very strong, at least far stronger than the improvement he received after returning to reality from level 19 in his previous life. Perhaps this was the extra enhancement he received from the combination of 2 sets of equipment in the game. Chapter 10. Back to reality. No, things shouldn't be that simple. Lin Feng searched through the original memories of this body again and quickly understood the rules of how game power was reflected in reality. The character's level, attributes, skills, and equipment would all enhance the real body to varying degrees. The first enhancement occurs at level 14, followed by enhancements every 7 levels until level 35. Each enhancement provides bonuses based on the character's current level, attributes, skills, and equipment. As a result, the price of top-tier equipment in the game skyrocketed, and brand-name equipment even became a popular investment. The craze only gradually cooled down as more and more players reached level 35. Players who reached level 35 and returned to reality for the first time also gained access to the in-game store, where they could exchange in-game coins, gold, and resources for real-world items. From food and water to potions, random scrolls, return scrolls, survival items, and even safe houses, everything can be redeemed through the in-game store. Starting at level 35, each time a character logs off, their real-world physical body will change according to the game character's status. A game character can die a maximum of 3 times per day. After that, they will be forcibly logged out. More seriously, dying in the game will directly weaken your real-world body. The first death reduces all attributes by 20%, the second by 50%, the third by 90%, and you will also be weakened for 72 hours, during which time you will be unable to log into the game. It was precisely these harsh restrictions that suppressed the once dominant large guilds and gave more and more skilled solo players a chance to rise to prominence. At level 14, as long as you master all the class skills, the enhancement will increase by an additional 10%. Each piece of Woma equipment adds 5%, Zuma adds 10%, and Chiwa adds 20%, with weapons and clothing doubling the effect. Special equipment provides even higher bonuses, offering at least a 10% increase. Lin Feng is currently level 19, though still in the first tier of enhancement at level 14. However, his improvement was at least 5 times that of an average level 14 player. First, he learned all the skills. Second, although his level was over 14, he hadn't reached the level 21 threshold, which was a hidden advantage in itself. Third, he can wear higher level equipment, such as level 15 Sea Soul, level 16 Flame Ring, Prayer Ring, and Prayer Helmet. Fourth, he also has 2 free attribute points from first kill rewards. During the 4 enhancements before level 35, each point of free attribute will bring a 10% increase to the base stats, making it more valuable the earlier you obtain it. Most importantly, the dual class bonus, high drop rate, and high drop rate of rare items for VIP members allow him to possess 2 sets of top-tier equipment. With the added poison spell, 9 points of luck, and double attack, this reality enhancement is what makes it so terrifying. Having summarized all this, Lin Feng immediately got up and went to run a toilet to clear his memory. Then he rushed into the kitchen to boil water and cook noodles. The will of the universe granted him immense power, but it couldn't fill his stomach. With his body enhanced, his metabolism and energy consumption increased dramatically, making ordinary food insufficient. However, the enhancement also had its advantages. He was now virtually immune to all poisons. Ordinary food additives and toxins can be easily broken down by the body, so unless he ingests a large amount of highly toxic substances at once, they're unlikely to harm him. Lin Feng ate 5 packets of instant noodles before his hunger was slightly relieved. He then took out frozen meat from the refrigerator, put it in the freezer to thaw, and then took out 10 eggs to boil. Lin Feng had already begun preparing for his next login. Even without the triple experience scroll, he wasn't sure if he could reach level 21 and trigger the second enhancement after logging off this time. But the stronger the enhancement, the greater the burden on his body's energy. Instant noodles alone are no longer enough to quickly replenish the nutrients he needs. He doesn't want to be this hungry again. Although he doesn't feel unwell right now, his subconscious and his experiences before transmigrating are reminding him that this absolutely cannot continue. Nearly an hour had passed since the eggs were boiled. Lin Feng eagerly climbed back into bed and repeatedly tried to log into the game with his eyes closed. This time, he had other plans. Leveling up wasn't his priority. A few minutes later, his consciousness suddenly blurred. Lin Feng opened his eyes again and found himself back in the Bishon City safe zone. There were significantly fewer players in the city than before he logged off, as most were still busy with real-life matters. He tried to message Xiao Xiaomi privately, but found he was offline. Morningstar. Large quantities of top-tier equipment for all 3 classes are for sale in the safe zone. DM me if interested. Love me don't go. Do you have any mages? What's the price? Middleman. Boss. A normal set below level 10 is 3,000, plus 1 is 5,000 each, plus 2 is 30,000, and levels 10 and above are different. Lin Feng understood after reading this that this middleman was a merchant who was driving the price down very low. He immediately messaged AO Shirtion privately. Level 10 and below, plus 1 is 10,000, plus 2 is 50,000. 8 Desolations, Sea Soul, and Half Moon are 30,000 each, plus 1 is 200,000, and plus 2 8 Desolations is 1 million. Light Armor is 20,000 each, plus 1 Defense is 150,000, plus 1 Main Attribute is 200,000, and 1 Defense and 1 Magic is 500,000. Chapter 11. The Half-Beast Warrior. A male warrior wielding the 8 Desolations sword walked up to Lin Feng, raised his hand, and slashed down. It was AO Shirtion. The price is quite fair. Calculate how much equipment you have and how much it's worth. Lin Feng replied with a wait a moment, then stood still and opened his personal inventory to begin taking stock of the spoils he had accumulated over this period. There were 66 pieces of plus 1 equipment below level 10, 14 pieces of plus 2 equipment, 11 pieces of level 15 ordinary weapons for +1 weapons, and a +2 8 Desolations weapon. There were also 16 pieces of ordinary armor, as well as the 3 top-tier items mentioned earlier, totaling 4.96 million gold coins. Lin Feng rounded it down to 4.9 million. Ao Shirtian was immediately shocked. The top-tier equipment that their group of over 100 had obtained was less than what Lin Feng alone had. Lin Feng replied with only 4 words, "Trade secret." This ability to loot items was his biggest secret. Having survived 2 deaths, he no longer easily trusted anyone. Even though the game emphasized teamwork, he had long ago decided to take the lone wolf route. Even without VIP status, he would still play the Taoist single-player game to the end. Ao Shirtian didn't have enough gold coins and offered a cash transaction at a ratio of 1 to 500 gold, but Lin Feng refused outright. In the end, Ao Shirtian could only buy the +2 8 Desolations weapon first. He told Lin Feng to keep the rest of the equipment and immediately arranged for guild members to buy up a large amount of gold. The transaction was completed. Lin Feng handed over the 8 Desolations equipment in exchange for 1 million gold coins. Soon, members of the Proud World Guild were constantly advertising in the channel, offering to buy gold coins at high prices. Ao Shirtian stared at Lin Feng's equipment and invited him to the Be Shown mine, saying it was full of zombies and might harbor the Zombie King. Upon hearing Zombie King, he suddenly realized that Lin Feng was likely the expert who had taken the first kill of the Zombie King, and quickly asked him what level he was. Lin Feng only revealed that he was level 17, keeping the rest a secret. He told him to collect enough gold coins before contacting him privately, then turned and left the safe zone. He first repaired his equipment, replenished his potions, and most importantly, bought a batch of random scrolls. Now that the zombie cave had been discovered by other players, he had to hurry. Using a random scroll to clear a path, Lin Feng flew all the way to the vicinity of the Woma forest and continued teleporting after entering the forest. As soon as he landed, a giant axe slammed down on him, dealing -23 damage. The one who ambushed him was none other than the Orc Warrior. Without a word, Lin Feng raised the Sea Soul and unleashed a lightning spell, dealing -121 damage instantly. The Orc Warrior shuddered from the shock, dropping his half-raised axe. Lin Feng continued to attack while retreating, unleashing a series of lightning spells. With a muffled thud, the Orc Warrior's axe slipped from his grasp, and he crashed to the ground, instantly scattering equipment, potions, and gold coins across the surface. Lin Feng's first sight fell upon a golden bracelet with surprisingly impressive attributes. Defense 0 to 1 + 1, Magic Defense 2 to 3, Attack 0 to 1, and Magic Power 0 to 4 + 4. This Orc Warrior is amazing. The Orc Warrior in Woma Forest is just a minor boss, more like a walking potion reservoir. For him to drop such a top-tier gold bracelet is pure luck. Besides that, there was also a Taoist helmet with ordinary attributes. After collecting his loot, Lin Feng continued using random scrolls, heading straight for the Woma Temple. He didn't plan to solo the Woma leader for the time being, but the second floor of the Woma Temple had Woma Guardians, who were also boss-level monsters. Compared to the scene on the third floor where monsters were so densely packed they were almost overlapping, the first 2 floors were at least relatively friendly. In fact, Lin Feng's previous self had never been to the Woma Temple. He used to frequent the Skull Cave and Zombie Cave, and later, after meeting Longbow with Sword and Smiling, he would follow them to the Centipede Cave every day. After reaching a higher level, he worked as a laborer for the 2 in the Stone Tomb Maze, leading people to roast pigs, helping in fights, and stealing bosses, never complaining. Even when bosses dropped mage equipment, he would only get the items that the other party didn't want. Only after his death did he realize that his seemingly reserved girlfriend had only ever treated him as a sucker and free laborer. The Woma Temple had been discovered by players long ago, but the monsters inside were far stronger than expected. After a large number of players died, now only players are left to kill bats in a lobby to make money. Bats have low health and experience, but high agility. Their gold drop rate is extremely high. A single big drop can yield 4 or 5 piles of gold, each pile containing at least 2,000, and they also drop return scrolls. For newbies, these monsters, like the scarecrows near the starting village that drop gold and ebony swords, are rare and valuable rewards. The monsters in the Woma Temple have defenses and damage output that are beyond the tolerance of most level 11 or 12 players. Even a few elites who reach level 14 or 15 would find it difficult to contend with them. If Lin Feng didn't possess attributes and equipment far exceeding those of ordinary people, he wouldn't have come here alone to explore at level 19. To enter in a team, you need at least a large number of mages level 17 and above, and Taoists level 18 or 19. As for warriors, those below level 22 without heavy armor simply can't withstand the attacks. Warriors below level 25 are better off going to the Skeleton Cave and Zombie Cave. For those above level 25, the Centipede Cave is actually more rewarding. Chapter 12. The Suppression of Woma. In a sense, Woma Temple is not a place for warriors at all. For leveling up, Taoists would choose to go to Zombie Cave or Centipede Cave if they had a choice. Woma is more suitable for mages to level up solo, provided that the monsters are not too dense. Before Lin Feng even reached the Woma Temple, Ao Shirtian's private message arrived. "Where are you? I've collected enough gold coins." Helpless, Lin Feng could only return to the city first. He used 5 or 6 bundles of random scrolls in a row, and the closest he got to Woma was still in the center of the map where he encountered the orc warrior. After crushing the return scroll, Lin Feng was enveloped in light and landed directly in the safe zone of Bishon City, standing right next to Ao Shirtian. Here, Lin Feng swung the Sea Soul and hurled it at Ao Shirtian, who also retaliated with the 8 Desolations sword before sending a trade request. The transaction was complete. Lin Feng handed over the items and received 3,900,000 gold coins. Ao Shirtian smiled and said, "Pleasant cooperation. You can come to me again if you have any good items in the future. I'll buy them at market price." Okay. Lin Feng didn't say anything more and immediately left using a random scroll. He was incredibly lucky this time, flying directly to the entrance of the Woma forest, almost bumping into the archer guards. After entering the forest, he teleported randomly along the way, finally landing near the Woma Temple. The map doesn't mark every entrance, only showing the general terrain and nearby targets. Lin Feng traveled by memory, constantly overtaking players dressed in cloth and carrying ebony swords or short swords. Clearly, he had underestimated the allure of the Woma Temple. As he passed through the temple gates, the piercing screams of bats, the crawling sounds of maggots, and the shouts of players instantly filled his ears. 4 battles in one direction, bat squad, another warrior needed. This place is booked. Find a spot to fight the bats yourself. Hey bro, want to team up to fight the bats? Split the loot 50/50ths. Someone even let out a scream, clearly unlucky enough to die and be sent back to town. Lin Feng ignored them and headed straight for the entrance to the next level, following the familiar route. Behind him came mocking remarks. "What's with that sea soul armor? A mage with that small frame will be instantly sent back to town. His gear is all top tier. Losing even one piece would be a huge loss for him." Even after being enhanced, Lin Feng could still hear the grumbling of those people from a great distance. But as soon as he stepped into the first floor of the Woma Temple, he was immediately attacked several times in succession. His health points dropped by 1/3 on the spot. If it were an ordinary player going downstairs unprepared, they would probably be dead already. Lin Feng decisively crushed the random scroll, simultaneously drinking a medium-sized red potion and a sun potion during the teleportation. After landing again, he found that the interior of the first floor was actually less dangerous than the entrance. At least the monsters weren't so densely packed that it was impossible to find a place to step. Only then did he see the system notification that had popped up earlier. "You are under the suppression of the Woma attribute. Your attributes have been reduced by 20%. The flame ring has offset 10% of the Woma suppression for you. Your current attributes are now at 90%. No wonder no one dares to venture in easily. Players' attributes are already low, and entering the area will further reduce them by 20%, causing their strength to plummet." Lin Feng clicked his tongue, glanced at a Woma warrior approaching with a large fork, and unleashed a lightning spell. A burst of lightning erupted, and the battle within the Woma Temple officially began. 4 lightning spells struck in quick succession, and the Woma warrior fell to the ground, gaining 360 experience points. Lin Feng quickly discovered that the monsters here not only had different health, but also significantly increased experience points. He targeted the nearby dung beetles, flame Woma, and Woma warriors with lightning, and their experience points jumped to 260, 380, and 350 respectively. The Woma monsters are significantly stronger than the monsters outside in terms of health, defense, attack, and experience. Their drop rate is clearly lowered. Even with Lin Feng's plus 500% drop rate and plus 100% best item drop rate buffs, several monsters combined only dropped gold coins, potions, and one piece of equipment. The Ebony Bracelet requires level 19, has 0 to 1 magic power, and a durability of 4/7. Its attributes are average, but it's one of the earliest magic bracelets a regular mage can obtain. Lin Feng put it in his backpack. The information he wanted was now in his hands. He opened the map to confirm the location and used a random scroll again. Upon landing, he found himself surrounded by monsters, with no suitable terrain nearby for cover. Lin Feng dared not confront them head-on, and could only fight as he went, using lightning magic to maneuver around the monsters. Fortunately, his lightning damage was high enough, and his health and defense were also considerable. As long as he prioritized eliminating the paralyzing dung beetles and avoided being paralyzed and ganged up on, he had nothing to fear. Within the confined space, Lin Feng took small, quick steps, constantly pulling and dodging the attacks of the Woma monsters, and then seizing any openings to use lightning spells on the monsters following him one by one. Chapter 13, Woma Level 2. After spending a few minutes clearing out more than a dozen monsters that had been lured in, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and began collecting the spoils on the ground. One of them was a horse-slaying sword, usable only at level 20, with an attack power of 5 to 18. It also added 3 points of attack, making it an exceptionally good piece, but unfortunately, he couldn't equip it yet. There's also a snake eye ring, providing 0 to 2 magic power, a common accessory for mages. What surprised Lin Feng the most was a medium-sized armor. Its appearance is similar to light armor, but its defense and magic resistance are much higher, and it's also a top-tier item with a 3-point attack bonus. After putting away the equipment, Lin Feng stopped using random scrolls to fly around randomly. The first time he landed near a monster horde was just luck. If he flew into a monster pile again, the consequences would be unpredictable. According to the map, the entrance to the second level wasn't far, so Lin Feng decided to clear his way there. This area produced a good amount of level 20 equipment, exactly what he needed right now. However, the deeper he went, the denser the monsters became, and they kept respawning along the way. He fought his way through, but never encountered the Woma Guardians, the bosses that appear on the first and second floors of the Woma Temple. What should have been a short distance took him nearly 2 hours before he finally saw the railings in front of the entrance to the second floor. Upon reaching this point, Lin Feng abandoned his brute force approach. He carefully chose a route, shaking off the monsters around him, and sprinted towards the entrance at full speed. Ultimately, he managed to break into the second level of the Woma Temple before being surrounded by monsters. With no monsters blocking the entrance, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. But the next second, system notifications popped up one after another. He was suppressed by the Woma attribute, and all his attributes were reduced by 30%. The flame ring offset 10% for him, so now the actual effective attributes were only 80% of the original. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. The suppression on the second floor is already this high. If one were to enter the third floor without Woma equipment or better, wouldn't they be suppressed by 40% or 50%? Lin Feng had never been to the Woma Temple in his previous life. This place had been booked by major guilds for the past 2 or 3 years. It wasn't until the advanced maps appeared that large guilds withdrew their members, leaving only small guilds and individual players with the opportunity to enter. Even though his predecessor had reached level 46, he had never set foot here. Just then, despite the absence of monsters around Lin Feng, a damage number suddenly appeared above his head. Needle-like attacks shot in from afar. Lin Feng looked up and saw a monster he had never seen before, a dark warrior. This creature was originally a member of the Woma cult, but had been resurrected by the Woma cult leader using evil magic, completely losing its humanity and turning into a cruel and ferocious monster. It has relatively low health but extremely fast attack speed. Its back is covered in sharp, poisonous spikes, and it resembles a giant black flea. Dark warriors are highly aggressive. When they detect an approaching enemy or are attacked by fire, they will quickly leap away to avoid it. They usually congregate on the third floor and rarely appear on the second. Lin Feng gripped the sea soul tightly, aimed at the dark warrior in the distance, and unleashed a lightning spell. Blue lightning struck instantly, and with a deafening roar, a damage indicator appeared above the dark warrior's head. Due to the 20% Woma suppression effect, the lightning spell's power was significantly reduced. Fortunately, the dark warrior had low defense and health, and Lin Feng killed it without much effort. Gained experience points plus 320. A faint light shimmered beside the monster's corpse, like a piece of jewelry had fallen. Lin Feng was about to go and pick it up when he couldn't help but gasp. The passage ahead was almost completely filled with monsters. Woma warriors and flame Woma were crammed together, and several dark warriors could be seen peeking through the gaps. Faced with this situation, Lin Feng could only choose a direction in the maze-like passage on the second floor and slowly clear it out. The difficulty of the Woma temple had completely exceeded his expectations. He was no longer in a hurry to find the Woma guardians and dared not use any more random scrolls. He was still more than 30,000 experience points away from level 20, and the time in the lower right corner showed that he had only 4 hours left before he had to log out of the game. I wonder if I'll encounter any Woma guardians in 4 hours. Lin Feng thought to himself, using lightning spells to kill monsters one by one, still clinging to a sliver of hope. If only I had an invisibility ring. He had barely stopped thinking when his feet unconsciously moved closer to the monster horde. The next moment, several dark warriors hidden among the monsters launched a simultaneous attack. A volley of black needles shattered his illusions. Lin Feng snapped back to reality, quickly retreated a few steps, and immediately drank a super healing potion to replenish his health. Then, he wielded the Sea Soul and attacked the pursuing dark warriors first. In the newly cleared, cramped space, Lin Feng constantly maneuvered, dodging attacks from the nearby Woma monsters while also guarding against black needles launched from behind by the dark warriors. After some effort, he managed to eliminate the dark warriors who were ambushing him one by one without taking too much damage himself. Then, braving the combined attacks of Woma warriors, and Flame Woma, he retreated while counterattacking, also trying his best to dodge the disgusting vomit spray from the dung beetles. This round of battle didn't push Lin Feng into a corner, but it made him completely abandon his contempt. In this second level of the Woma, any moment of distraction could be fatal. Chapter 14, Woma Guardians. As time passed, Lin Feng continued to delve deeper into the second level of the Woma Temple, clearing away dung beetles and Woma monsters along the way. A dung beetle fell, an experience notification popped up, and then a golden dragon shadow rose from Lin Feng's body. He had finally reached level 20. Lin Feng immediately changed into the equipment he had prepared in the warehouse. With 2 crescent blades in hand and 2 snake eye rings on his offhand, his magic attribute increased again. His strength had increased, but the Woma Guardian he was most worried about was still nowhere to be seen. 3.5 hours left before logging off. I hope I really don't encounter him. If I get kicked offline today, I'm not coming back tomorrow. Grinding monsters alone was incredibly tedious, so Lin Feng could only keep going while talking to himself to encourage himself. He had chosen this path, and since he had decided to take the lone wolf route, he couldn't complain. The road is winding, but the future is bright. No pain, no gain. He then thought of the in-game store after level 35. At that time, the store icon would appear, allowing users to buy teleportation stones and mysterious veils with in-game currency. The mysterious veil could conceal one's identity and create a second ID. However, all store items were character-bound, meaning they could not be traded or discarded, and forcibly discarding them would only result in their destruction. Lin Feng was mechanically killing time when an unusual roar suddenly came from afar. He stopped in his tracks and immediately pricked up his ears to listen carefully. The voice was full of oppressive power, completely different from ordinary Woma monsters. Woma Guardians? After confirming his target, Lin Feng immediately perked up and sped up his monster-clearing speed in the direction of the sound. A dozen minutes later, he finally spotted the tall figure in the distance. The Woma Guardian was the second in command of the Woma Temple, second only to the Woma leader. It was muscular, wore a nose ring, wielded the flame demon sword in its left hand, proficient in magical attacks, and the black snow blade in its right, proficient in physical attacks, making it the only Woma monster to wield 2 different weapons. Finally found you. Let me dye you a vast grassland first. Lin Feng raised his right hand in a crescent shape, and a hazy, poisonous mist landed on the Woma Guardian's head, instantly turning it green. Immediately afterward, he added another layer of poison, changing the green to dark red. The Woma Guardian, who hadn't noticed him at first, suddenly turned its head, its eyes flashing with a terrifying ferocity. The next second, a bolt of blue lightning tore through the air and struck it hard. The Woma Guardian roared and, along with a dozen or so Woma warriors and Flame Woma, charged towards Lin Feng, wielding two swords. Damn it! You have no sportsmanship, bringing your underlings along? Let's fight one-on-one. Lin Feng was startled and turned to run, using the cleared path he had cleared to engage the monsters in guerrilla warfare. After several skirmishes, the faster Woma Guardians finally broke away from the smaller monsters behind them. Without his underlings interfering, Lin Feng finally turned around and engaged in a true one-on-one fight. He continuously unleashed lightning spells to bombard the Woma Guardian, but never allowed it to get close. Every time the creature was about to approach, he would immediately change course, narrowly avoiding it. He took a few hits during this time, losing a small amount of health, but he was never truly in danger. "You little punk, you can't beat me," Lin Feng said, pulling and casting lightning strikes as he watched the Woma Guardian's health steadily decrease. Suddenly, an unexpected event occurred. A dozen new monsters spawned on the previously empty battlefield. Lin Feng immediately lost his composure and had to temporarily abandon his attack on the Woma Guardian, turning to clear out these troublesome minions first. But the Woma Guardians weren't about to let him go, chasing after him with swords and knives, forcing Lin Feng to fight back frantically. Even more troublesome was that after the poison on the Woma Guardians wore off, he had to find time to reapply it. Otherwise, the way these guys healed was infuriating. Only after finally clearing out the smaller monsters could Lin Feng regain his footing and continue to contend with the Woma Guardians. This time, thankfully, nothing went wrong. As the last bolt of lightning struck, the Woma Guardian let out a mournful cry. Its hands loosened, and its massive body collapsed forward, the flame demon sword and black snow blade clattering to the ground. Gained experience points plus 12,000. Lin Feng took a deep breath and couldn't help but complain, "This thing is buffed way too much. Its health is probably 20 or 30,000. Thinking of the even more terrifying Woma Lord on the third floor, Lin Feng frowned. With this kind of buff, the Woma Lord's health would probably be more than 50,000, possibly even as high as 100,000. Chapter 15. The Generous Woma Guardian. Congratulations to player Morningstar for the first kill of the boss Woma Guardian, receiving a system reward of +1 free attribute point. A server-wide announcement will be made in 5 seconds. Do you wish to hide your ID? Lin Feng chose to hide it without hesitation. Soon, the server-wide announcement sounded 3 times in succession. Player has achieved the first kill of the Woma Guardian, gaining +1 free attribute point. At the entrance to the Woma Temple, the players who were farming bats instantly erupted in chaos. Holy crap, this pro is already inside fighting the boss. That's outrageous. Is he cheating? Some suspected the monsters have been weakened, but no one dared to actually go down and try. The highest level they had was still below 15. Even if the monsters in the Woma Temple were weak, they were still far beyond their capabilities. Rather than throwing your life away, it's better to stay at the door and farm bats for money. The gold coin exchange rate is currently 1 to 500, making the profits higher than many jobs. Ayo, Sure Tion quickly sent a message. Is that you in the announcement? What good stuff did you get? I'll buy both gold coins and cash. Lin Feng neither confirmed nor denied it. After the Woma Guardian died, a massive loot drop occurred within an 8-yard radius, with equipment, skill books, potions, and gold coins scattered all over the ground, dazzling the eyes. He quickly picked up the loot, muttering under his breath, slashing wildly with left and right swords. Does he think he's Gong Sun Ji, capable of yin-yang reversal blade technique? He immediately allocated his newly acquired free attribute points to magic. The rewards from the first kill of the Woma Guardian were indeed substantial. Aside from the gold and potions, he received 2 skill books, a level 35 Summon Divine Beast and Ice Roar, both extremely valuable. Among the 9 pieces of equipment, he also obtained 3 pieces of Woma jewelry: the Dragon Ring, Life Necklace, and Ruby Ring, along with 2 other top-tier level 22 equipment items. The Dragon Ring grants 0 to 5 attack, with a hidden attribute of an additional 0 to 1 attack, and can fully utilize the ring's attack cap, while also enhancing the Woma Crush effect and resistance. The life necklace grants 1 to 6 magic, with bonuses to accuracy and magic shield duration, and also possesses the Woma Crush attribute. The ruby ring has 0 to 4 magic power, additionally increasing defense and firewall damage, and also enhancing the Woma Crushing effect and resistance. Among the remaining equipment, there's a soul armor with +1 Taoist magic, and an Azura set with 0 to 24 attack power and an additional +4 attack power. The rest are just ordinary items. Lin Feng immediately changed into 3 pieces of Woma equipment, and a system notification popped up. You have been suppressed by the Woma attribute. Your attribute has been reduced by 30%. A second message followed. The Woma suppression has been neutralized for you. Your current attribute is now 100% effective. The 3 pieces of Woma jewelry perfectly neutralized the crushing effect of the second level of the Woma temple. However, the crushing resistance from the flame ring did not allow the attribute to continue to increase. It seems the extra resistance doesn't increase damage, at least not according to the system. Lin Feng raised his hand and cast a lightning spell at the distant Woma warrior. 3 lightning spells landed, and the Woma warrior fell before it could even reach him, granting 360 experience points. The damage was indeed significantly higher. Lin Feng didn't rush to conclusions. Instead, he switched back to the +4 magic iron ring and tested it on another Woma warrior. It still killed the warrior with 3 lightning strikes, but the damage was clearly higher. Lin Feng finally understood. The Woma equipment's crushing effect could only be used to offset suppression, not to deal additional damage. For truly effective lightning strikes, the +4 magic iron ring was far more cost-effective. He was still far from level 21, but he wasn't in a hurry. While grinding monsters, he proactively contacted Ao Shirtan. "What are you doing?" Ao Shirtan replied instantly, chatting with a big shot. "If you have something good to share, you'll have to help me out." Although Lin Feng had never admitted his identity, the other party had already concluded that he was definitely not an ordinary player. Ordinary players don't have the ability to casually sell a bunch of top-tier equipment. "I have some equipment to get rid of. Do you need it?" "Yes, of course. I've been waiting for you to say that. Don't call me Big Shot. See you in the safe zone in an hour." Lin Feng glanced at his online time. There were less than 2 hours left, so he continued to stay in the Woma temple to grind monsters. An hour later, inside the be-shown safe zone, Lin Feng rattled off the equipment he was going to sell. 10 ordinary light armor pieces, 3 with a +1 class attribute bonus, and 1 with a +2 Taoist magic bonus. 13 ordinary medium armor pieces, 1 with a +1 defense bonus and 1 Taoist magic bonus. 11 bronze axes, and 21 ordinary level 13 class necklaces. 7 with a +1 attribute bonus, and 2 with a +2 attribute bonus. There are 17 level 15 weapons, including 3 8 Desolations weapons and 1 Crescent Moon weapon with +1 attack, 2 Sea Soul weapons with +1 magic, and 1 Crescent Moon weapon with +2 Taoist magic. "You can give me a quote." Ao Shirtan was silent for a moment before replying. "Boss, let me calculate first." Chapter 16, Red Name goes to Mengzhou. Ao Shirtan first quoted prices for ordinary equipment. Light armor and jewelry 20,000 each, weapons 30,000, and medium armor 80,000, which Lin Feng immediately agreed to. Then, the prices for top-quality equipment were also set. +1 light armor 200,000, +2 Taoist magic armor 500,000, and a medium armor with 1 defense and 1 Taoist magic cost 800,000, for a total of 7.74 million gold coins. Ao Shirtan asked if he had any better equipment, and Lin Feng simply replied that he did, suggesting a trade first. The other party immediately offered 7.74 million gold coins. After several transactions, the 7.74 million gold coins were credited to his account. Lin Feng then took out a skull helmet, a skull ring, a phoenix pearl, and a devil and amber necklace. Although these items were ordinary, their attributes were still highly sought after at the moment. After reading the list, Ao Shirtan couldn't help but admire the boss's generosity. The phoenix pearl was 100,000, the amber and devil necklace 80,000, the skull helmet 1 million, and as for the skull ring, he wasn't sure of the price. He quickly explained that a +2 bronze ring was only 100,000 now, and a bullhorn ring was only 300,000, afraid Lin Feng would think he was undercutting. Lin Feng decided to skip the rings for now and stated the quantities: 8 phoenix pearls, 13 necklaces of 2 types, and 3 skull helmets. Ao Shurtian calculated and gave him 4.84 million, then immediately asked if he had any top-tier items. Lin Feng then listed all the items, plus 1 attack phoenix pearls, plus 1 Taoism phoenix pearls, and the top-tier necklaces and helmets. Ao Shurtian directly quoted 500,000 for each top-grade necklace and 3 million for each of the 2 plus 1 attribute skull helmets. Lin Feng agreed readily, but his mind was full of questions. He had originally estimated that the plus 1 skull helmets would only cost 2 million, but the other party had actually raised it to 3 million, as if afraid he wouldn't be satisfied. The second transaction was completed, and 11 million gold coins were credited to his account. 7.74 million plus 4.84 million plus 11 million. This wave brings the total to 23.58 million. Lin Feng's gold coins officially surpassed 25 million. With only 10 minutes left before logging off, he immediately asked Ao Shurtian to arrange for 2 people to help him become a red name player. Ao Shurtian instantly understood that he was preparing to go to Mengzhou. Lin Feng said he would log off soon and go to Mengzhou to try his luck when he logged back in tomorrow. The other party quickly summoned Gu Feng and reminded Lin Feng that dying as a red name player would result in the loss of at least 1 piece of equipment, and items in the inventory would also drop randomly, so it was best to empty the inventory first. Lin Feng immediately stored all the important equipment in his main and secondary equipment slots into the warehouse, replaced the secondary slots with only a set of ordinary equipment below level 10, and left only potions and random scrolls in his inventory. Not long after, a Taoist priest dressed in simple clothes approached him. It was none other than Gu Feng Yijin. Lin Feng first traded 100,000 gold coins, then confirmed that the other party's inventory was empty. The two walked out of the safe zone and stood on the bridge leading to the east gate. Lin Feng raised his hand and waved, and blue lightning descended from the sky, striking Gu Feng Yijin fiercely. With a loud boom, lightning exploded on the bridge, startling all the nearby players. The first lightning bolt dealt 56 damage, but failed to instantly kill the level 12 Taoist with 68 HP. Without equipment bonuses, Lin Feng's damage decreased significantly, but the level 2 lightning spell combined with double attack was still terrifying enough. The second lightning bolt struck immediately, dealing 52 damage, and Gu Feng collapsed on the spot before disappearing back to the safe zone. The surrounding players immediately erupted in excitement. Some were startled by the thunder, while others instantly recognized it as a mage's lightning spell. Over 50 health points were instantly dealt, making everyone envious. Some marveled at the power of level 17 skills, while others complained that their passive skills didn't increase damage at all. Ao Shurtian was equally astonished, asking how the lightning spell could be so powerful. Lin Feng simply told him that this was the mage's main attack skill. A short while later, Gu Feng re-emerged from the safe zone. Lin Feng unleashed 2 more lightning bolts, dealing 51 and 50 points of damage respectively, sending him back. After successfully killing him twice, Lin Feng finally appeared with a bright red name. The 2 archer guards in the safe zone, noticing the red name, unceremoniously raised their bows and fired arrows. 2 bowstring twanged, and Lin Feng instantly lost 200 health points, his health bar dropping by 2/3. He didn't even have time to use a potion. Before the guard could attack again, he crushed the return scroll. A flash of white light, and Lin Feng vanished. The guard, having lost his target, could only lower his drawn bow. Lin Feng, using the return scroll, instantly appeared in the Red Name village of Mengzhou province. The Red Name village was deserted. Clearly, the other Red Name players had already left. Only 2 NPCs remained: the astrologer and the black market merchant, Tao. Tao sold healing potions, magic potions, random scrolls, and dungeon scrolls, but at more than 3 times the price of elsewhere. Lin Feng spoke with both of them separately. The astrologer kept mentioning Marfa, the Lord, Tianxing, and the Divine Dragon, as if hinting at something. Lin Feng had some guesses in his mind, but he knew he couldn't accept any missions yet. Tao Shi, needless to say, knew nothing and was only focused on pushing overpriced potions and scrolls on him. In the early days of the online game, vendors in the Red Name Village used to offer delivery missions with a reward of 2,000 gold coins. Although the reward wasn't much, there was a loophole, and it was quickly patched. Chapter 17. Lin Feng's Family Affairs. After receiving the quest, players must go to the Woma Forest, find the NPC in the small wooden house in the center of the forest, and hand over the letter to him to receive 2,000 gold coins. Some players quickly discovered that by trading with another player before handing over the item, and having only one of them click to confirm, and then going back to the NPC to hand over the letter, the quest item would not disappear when receiving the 2,000 gold coins. It seemed that by repeating the process, gold coins could be infinitely farmed. However, such a loophole obviously didn't exist in the game. Just like the so-called gold coin gold bar bug in his previous life, gold coins here could be carried infinitely, so there was no need to bundle them with gold bars or gold bricks. Lin Feng changed his equipment and, without waiting for the last 2 minutes of the forced logout time, directly chose to log off. Back in reality, he first went to the bathroom to relieve himself, then went into the kitchen to retrieve some hard-boiled eggs, quickly filling his stomach. He couldn't log back in today. The game forced players to be online for at least 8 hours a day. If that wasn't enough time, they couldn't log off. Furthermore, after logging off, they had to wait at least an hour before logging back in. This rule would remain in effect until the game had been running for 5 years. Under normal circumstances, each person can be online for a maximum of 16 hours per day, unless there are unexpected missions or special storylines in the game. Lin Feng also knew that once the secret of the game enhancing the real body spread, game resources would skyrocket in value, and chaos that would last for years would erupt. The game only introduced a player protection mechanism after the first player reached level 35 and learned all the skills. Once the protection mechanism is activated, when players are online, their real-world bodies are protected by the rules and disappear directly from the real world. When they log off, they also gain 3 seconds of invincibility. It is this set of rules that has gradually suppressed the chaos in reality and ensured the safety of players. However, this protection is not entirely free. It is free before the first real-world enhancement, and then, up to level 35, players must pay 10,000 gold coins per day. Starting at level 35, the cost becomes 1 million gold coins per month, with an additional 1 million gold coins added for every 5 levels gained. Upon learning this, Lin Feng's first thought was, is this game collecting protection money or selling monthly cards? But that's a matter for later. After finishing his egg, he prepared to go out for a stroll and take care of his most pressing matter. After selling his Angelic Realm account, his original 45,000 yuan was deducted by the trading platform for a 10% handling fee, leaving him with only 40,500 yuan. His original plan was rather crude, limited by time and money, and only provided him with the most basic security. But now, thanks to his VIP status, his progress in the game has far exceeded his initial expectations. Based on his progress of 70% experience at level 20 before logging off, he would face the second reality enhancement after logging off at 8 a.m. tomorrow. He needed to prepare high-energy food as soon as possible, preferably something he could eat anytime, not just a few eggs. It was just past 5:30 p.m., not yet rush hour. Lin Feng planned to find someone to have dinner with. Perhaps they could help. Xiao Ming, contact Old Thief. Okay, calling Old Thief. The projector quickly lit up, and a skinny man with messy hair and bloodshot eyes appeared on the screen. He looked to be in his 30s or 40s and was rubbing his red eyes. Hey, crazy. Why are you calling me at this hour? Come out for dinner. I need your help with something. Lin Feng said directly. That's rare. You actually need my help. The Old Thief was clearly taken aback. Lin Feng looked at him and said directly, Old Thief, I just sold my Angelic Realm account. Huh? You sold your account? The Old Thief was genuinely shocked this time. You should get rid of it too. I'll be waiting for you on Huangxing Road. Lin Feng didn't explain much. Although the Blue Star Federation is now managed by an AI, it doesn't mean it's completely unmonitored. Some things are better left unsaid over the communication channel. All right, we'll talk when we meet. Old Thief didn't press further. Old Thief's real name is Song Luaza. He was Lin Feng's classmate from elementary to high school and one of his few friends. Because of his mature appearance and the homonym of his name, he'd been called Old Thief since high school. The Old Thief's family runs a fast-moving consumer goods wholesale business, which happens to be the kind of connection Lin Feng needs right now. In the 6th year of his previous life, when the real-world catastrophe broke out, The old thief and 4 other friends were traveling out of town. They were staying in a guest house in a village, outside the town's safe zone, when a tyrant, several lickers, and countless zombies spawned nearby. No one survived in that village. Lin Feng didn't contact his other friends, nor did he intend to tell the old thief too much less reveal any information about himself in the game. As for family and relatives, Lin Feng had nothing to worry about. He had never met his father. His mother had raised him alone from childhood. His family had completely lost contact with him years ago. The hardships faced by a single mother, without higher education or social security, in supporting a child's education are unimaginable. Lin Feng had only been in high school when his mother's health completely collapsed. To pay for her medical treatment, he endured countless scornful looks and even considered dropping out of school to earn money. His mother threatened suicide to force him to continue his studies. During his senior year of high school, before she passed away, his mother sold their house, paid off their debts, and gave all the remaining money to Lin Feng. She repeatedly told him only one thing: he must get into university and never come back. Lin Feng did not disappoint her. He was admitted to Jiangnan University and had his mother's ashes scattered in the city. At 6:30 p.m., in front of a barbecue stall at the Huangxing Road Night Market, Lin Feng and Lao Zhe sat down across a small folding table. A case of beer sat on the edge of the table. Lao Zhe slammed open a bottle and handed it to Lin Feng, then took one for himself. Crazy, I've noticed you're acting a little different today. Chapter 18, High Energy Food. You know that legendary game, right? Lin Feng took the beer, holding it but not drinking it immediately. How can I not know? It's a damn force game. The old thief clinked bottles with him and casually asked, "What level are you now?" Lin Feng took a swig of beer, knowing the old thief was playing a Taoist, and asked, "And you?" Level 13 Taoist. This game has an absurd number of players. The map is huge, and there are no quests or guides. I don't even know what to do. The old thief started complaining about the game. Lin Feng suddenly hooked his arm around his neck and lowered his voice. "Go back and log in immediately. Go to the skull cave to level up. Before you are forced to log off, try to reach the highest level possible and replace all the equipment you can with the best." The old thief was stunned, then lowered his voice. "Madman, do you know something? I can't be completely sure yet. But think about it. This game can be entered without any equipment, and it's mandatory. The realism is incomparable to ordinary games." The old thief's expression hardened. "Can you tell me? Should we go somewhere else? Let's talk at my house later. Let's eat first." The two only drank 2 bottles of beer in the end, but packed up a bunch of barbecue. The old thief dragged Lin Feng straight to his place. As soon as they put the barbecue on the coffee table, the old thief couldn't wait to ask, "Can you tell me now?" Lin Feng looked at him and calmly said, "This game can strengthen the body." After saying that, he took a bottle of beer from the beer crate, flicked the cap off with his thumb, and it flew off. The old thief's eyes widened. Lin Feng grabbed his hand again, shoved the bottle into it, and then opened his own bottle in the same motion, lightly clinking it against the old thief's. Lin Feng leaned back on the sofa, downed most of a bottle of beer, and let out a comfortable burp. "What you just said, was it true?" The old thief stared at the bottle, his words slurred. "Just like you see, I don't know what will happen next, but the enhancement of my body is real. This can't be hidden any longer. By tomorrow morning at the latest, many people will probably notice the anomaly." Lin Feng told the old thief in advance, just so his childhood friend could prepare. The old thief tried to imitate him, taking a big gulp of wine, but choked and coughed, tears welling up in his eyes. After calming down, he wiped away his tears and asked, "What do you need me to do?" Lin Feng handed him a tissue and finally revealed his purpose. "I need a lot of high-energy food, preferably something that can be eaten directly, or something like instant noodles that can be easily prepared and eaten." High-energy instant food? The enhancement requires a lot of energy, and I will be extremely hungry afterward, so I must replenish my food immediately. Based on his predecessor's experience during the first enhancement, Lin Feng briefly explained the situation. The old thief quickly calmed down. "That's easy. I can get military-grade chocolate, compressed biscuits, and energy bars. When do you need them?" "The sooner the better, preferably tonight. Who knows if this kind of thing will happen every time I log off in the future." Lin Feng didn't reveal any more. After finishing their barbecue, the two went downstairs, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for the old thief's warehouse in the city. The warehouse was filled with supplies. and the old thief helped Lin Feng stuff the trunk full of high-energy fast food. The old thief didn't mention money, and Lin Feng didn't try to force anything on him. The news about the game enhancing the body was far more valuable than the food. Before leaving, Lin Feng solemnly reminded him again, "Be sure to keep your game ID confidential. It's best not to let anyone link your game identity with your real-life identity." Whether the old thief listened or not, he didn't intend to interfere. At least until he had sufficient self-protection capabilities, Lin Feng would never reveal his ID. And his in-game Morningstar account was even more crucial to keep secret. Before reaching level 35, he wouldn't reveal his identity to anyone. Obtaining the mysterious veil and activating his second ID was also to further conceal his Morningstar identity. Back in his apartment complex, Lin Feng paid the security guard to help him carry the entire truckload of food home. He sniffed himself. The smell of barbecue, alcohol, and sweat mingled together. He first cleaned up the trash on the coffee table, then went to the bathroom to take a shower. It was only 10 p.m. when they came out, and there were still 2 hours before they could re-enter the game. Lin Feng lay down on the sofa and said, "Xiao Ming, search for any news about Legend of Mir." "Okay, we have found 287 news articles and 87,319 related posts mentioning Legend of Mir. We are currently listing the most popular content for you. Legend of Mir, a game that revolutionizes the genre. Legend of Mir is a rip-off. Forced offline, can't log off. Legend of Mir Newbie Guide." Lin Feng's gaze paused. He hadn't expected someone to have already posted about it. He clicked on one of the reports. The title was very eye-catching. "The Legend of Mir can actually improve real-world physical fitness." In the comment section, most people were mocking it. Is this just attention-seeking? Playing a game can improve physical fitness? Anyone who believes this nonsense is an idiot. But some people firmly refuted it. "It's true. My cousin can now pry open iron fences with his bare hands after playing the game." Immediately afterward, someone claiming to be the cousin left a comment below. "Haha, I'm that cousin, and I'm also looking for a girlfriend." Looking at these varied comments, Lin Feng knew that some things were bound to spread eventually. Chapter 19. The Secret Passage of Shabak. "It's 11:30 p.m. now," Xiao Ming suddenly reminded him. Lin Feng, engrossed in playing on the sofa, looked up and saw that it was indeed 11:30 p.m. He got up and rummaged through the high-energy food he'd brought back that evening, found a few cans that needed heating, and picked out a can of beef before heading into the kitchen. These were prepared for him by the old thief. They could be eaten directly, but they tasted better after being heated. Of course, one should try something different when the opportunity arises. A few minutes later, the canned food was heated up. Lin Feng couldn't wait to open it, but he gasped as soon as he took a bite because it was too hot. Hot, but the taste is really good. Military supplies are really substantial. There's almost no broth, just big chunks of beef. He quickly devoured a full 500 grams of beef. After dealing with the trash and personal matters, and seeing that it was almost midnight, Lin Feng immediately went back to his bedroom, took off his clothes, and crawled into bed. He closed his eyes and quietly waited for the game interface to light up. As a new day dawned, the start screen reappeared before him. Lin Feng's consciousness flickered, and when he opened his eyes again, he was back in the red-named village of Mengzhong province on the Marfa continent. He didn't rush to change his equipment. Instead, he took out 2 bundles of random scrolls from his inventory and started teleporting. He was still a red-named player, and the map was huge. Walking would be too time-consuming. But if he were wearing top-tier gear and randomly teleported to the Greats or Guardians, it would be suicide. Red-named players drop at least 1 piece of equipment upon death, and Lin Feng couldn't bear to waste that. He decided to use a random teleport to the vicinity of his target first, and then change his clothes once he was safe. Unfortunately, his luck wasn't good. He used 4 bundles of random teleport scrolls in a row, but failed to teleport into Mengzhong City or the Centipede Cave. It wasn't until the 6th bundle that he was finally teleported to the entrance of the Shabak clothing store. Lin Feng looked at his level 20 and, with a thought, decided to check out the back of the clothing store first. He searched for a secret passage leading to the Xiangshi tomb. He circled the back of the clothing store twice, but found no entrance. Just as he was about to give up and continue searching randomly, he looked down and noticed a brick on the lower right corner of the west side of the back wall that was a slightly different color and protruded a little. Such details are almost impossible to notice without careful observation. Having come this far, Lin Feng strode over and kicked the protruding brick. He heard the sound of a mechanism turning beneath his feet and immediately took 2 steps back. The previously unremarkable ground slowly cracked open, revealing a square opening of about 1 square meter, inside which was a staircase leading downwards. He knew he had found the right place. With no other players nearby, Lin Feng immediately entered the secret passage via the stairs. Just as he reached the bottom, the sound of a mechanism clicking above him filled the air. The entrance had clearly closed automatically. Ignoring the noise behind him, Lin Feng continued downwards by candlelight, observing his surroundings to locate the mechanism leading back to the surface. The roars of zombies echoed continuously from below the stairs. He found the handle to return to the ground, but didn't touch it, continuing his descent. He quickly climbed the 10 or so steps, where 2 torches were stuck in the wall at the bottom. Strangely, there were no zombies within the area illuminated by the torches. The closest zombies were all huddled outside the torchlight, seemingly instinctively afraid of the torches, their grayish-white eyes fixed on Lin Feng. This distance was right within casting range, so Lin Feng didn't hold back. He quickly changed his equipment and swung his crescent-shaped sword. A lightning spell struck the zombie horde, the blue lightning illuminating the entire secret passage and reflecting on the zombies' grayish-white eyes. Gained experience points plus 160. Wow, 1 lightning spell can kill zombies. Lin Feng was immediately excited and opened his attribute panel. ID, Morningstar class, Mage, Warrior, level 20, health 301, mana 358, magic power 5 to 53, defense 8 to 22, luck 9. With 53 points of magic power, a level 2 lightning bolt spell, plus double attack and luck 9, he can unleash maximum damage every time. According to calculations, this attack should have dealt 234 damage. The Woma equipment and the flame ring also provided a significant advantage. Dealing 212 damage wasn't surprising. Lin Feng even felt it was a bit low. Looking at his 301 health and 8 to 22 defense, he decided to stop dodging and rely on his attributes to fight head-on. With the triple experience scroll activated, Lin Feng charged into the monster horde, hugging the wall, and unleashed a torrent of hellfire. A series of high-damage attacks popped up, and the huddled zombies fell in rows amidst their howls. Experience notifications began to flood the screen. Because he was backed by a wall, only a maximum of 5 zombies could attack Lin Feng at the same time. And under his continuous bombardment of hellfire, the zombie horde was constantly being cleared from 2 or 3 directions, making it impossible for them to surround and kill him. Chapter 20. Level 22. This level of danger was practically non-existent for Lin Feng. He bombarded the zombies with hellfire while constantly repositioning himself to fill the gaps left by their deaths. The zombies' attacks only dealt -3, -6, -1 damage. With his 300 health points, it was practically nothing. The only thing Lin Feng regretted was that the VIP system didn't have an auto-loot function. Gold coins, potions, and equipment were scattered everywhere, but he didn't have time to specifically pick them up. Stopping to loot would waste time grinding monsters, so he could only move around and pick up whatever he could find, taking whatever he could. He drank the potions immediately to keep his health and mana at a constant level. He didn't even glance at ordinary equipment, and only picked out valuable skill books, since what he needed most right now was experience. Just as the experience bar was rapidly rising, a powerful force suddenly surged through his body, and a dazzling golden dragon shadow shot into the sky from Lin Feng's body. You've leveled up. Current level 21. He was originally 40,000 experience points short of leveling up, but the triple experience scrolls effect was so powerful that he reached level 21 in less than 10 minutes. Before the first triple experience scroll had even expired, Lin Feng's level broke through again. Congratulations to Player Morningstar for reaching level 22 first, receiving the system reward of +1 free attribute point. A server-wide announcement will be made in 5 seconds. Hide your ID. Hide ID. The next second, the server-wide announcement sounded 3 times in succession. Player, name redacted, has reached level 22 first, receiving the system reward of +1 free attribute point. Immediately afterwards, 3 more announcements spread throughout the game. Due to a player reaching level 22, the system will open a level leaderboard at midnight tomorrow. players on the leaderboard will receive system rewards. Whether they were seasoned players in the leveling maps or ordinary players just leaving the starting area, everyone was stunned by these 6 announcements. What's going on? Level 22? He's cheating. Report him. I'm only level 14. How come he's level 22? That's not fair. Level 14, and he dares to call himself that? I'm level 14 too. Let's fight one-on-one. Some people were shouting to report him. Some were busy watching the show, but quite a few people had their eyes on the upcoming level leaderboard and immediately shut up and buried themselves in grinding monsters. Lin Feng, however, was overjoyed. It turned out that there were system rewards for leveling up early. His predecessor had clearly missed this opportunity, or perhaps wasn't even online at the time. He casually added his newly acquired free attribute points to Magic, glanced at the remaining time of the triple experience scroll, and then took out a Blazing Flame skill book to learn it immediately. The next moment, he deactivated Hellfire and replaced it with Blazing Flame. A huge circular ball of flame crashed down from the top of the zombie cave, engulfing all the zombies within its range. Damage numbers flashed across the screen, and the zombies struck by the flames instantly lost all their health, letting out shrill screams as they collapsed one after another onto the hard, yellow earth of the secret passage. The pace of leveling up couldn't stop. It had to be as fast as possible. Lin Feng had decided that once this triple experience event ended, he would move on to another location to continue grinding. Whether it was the Centipede Cave or the Pig Cave, it didn't matter. The zombies couldn't withstand his damage anymore, and staying here would be a waste. Moreover, his red name status had long since disappeared, and he no longer hesitated to move. He advanced along the densest area of zombies, with exploding flames constantly falling, his steps never faltering, casually picking up gold coins and items from the ground. He drank potions directly, glanced at the attributes and names of equipment and skill books, and immediately tossed worthless items out of his inventory, making sure they didn't take up any space. When his level 22 experience points had increased by about 10%, Lin Feng's first triple experience scroll for the day finally expired. After going around in circles, he returned to the vicinity of the stairs behind the Shabak clothing store. He was too lazy to deal with the newly spawned zombies one by one, and simply threw a few explosive flames to kill all the zombies that had gathered together. Finding only potion and gold coins on the ground, he didn't stop and ran straight to the stairwell exit. Standing before the mechanism, Lin Feng gently pulled the handle. The mechanism clicked, and the opening above slowly opened, revealing the sky. Lin Feng immediately climbed up, and as soon as he left the opening, the ground closed again. The restored ground blended perfectly with the surrounding environment, and no one could tell that a secret passage was hidden beneath it. Lin Feng took out a random scroll and used it. This time, he was lucky. As soon as he finished using the second bundle of random scrolls, he was directly teleported into the Mengzhong safe zone. The familiar crowds, the shouts of vendors, the chatter, and the cursing all around him made him feel as if he had returned to the days when he and his friends were exploring new lands and farming gold. He observed for a while and noticed that there were significantly fewer players in Mengzhong than in Bishon, and most of them weren't very high level or well equipped. Lin Feng was initially puzzled, but after listening to the discussions around him, he understood why. Early game players with red names, indicating they had high-level accounts, came to Mengzhong and found that there were many monsters. Sheep gave more experience than deer, were easier to kill, and dropped higher quality meat. Add to that the armored beetles, wolves, multi-legged worms, and even the giant multi-legged boss, which, while harder to defeat than the forest yeti and orcs, can still be handled in a team, naturally leading to faster leveling. However, once everyone's level increased, they discovered that the monsters in the maps they could find in Mengzhong were completely beyond their capabilities. They could only continue to struggle with wolves and multi-legged worms in the wild, and their acquisition of equipment and gold coins reached a complete bottleneck. Chapter 21. The Bookstore Owner's Mission. Whether it was the Stone Tomb near Tu City, Death Valley, or Uzuma Temple, the unexplored maps were teeming with monsters, far beyond the capabilities of a group of players with levels 10 to 15 and the highest equipment level being only 15. Their initial advantage lasted less than 2 days before the players reached a stalemate. A group crossed the right side pass of Mengzhong and headed towards Snake Valley. Another group was still struggling in the wilderness of Mengzhong. But these things had little to do with Lin Feng. His goal remained clear: to explore the Centipede Cave. After changing into medium armor and the Sea Soul, he was still in the top tier in the Mengzhong safe zone, but compared to yesterday, he was no longer as conspicuous. The surrounding players, however, were still discussing that mysterious expert who leveled up so quickly and always encountered bosses. Some said he was cheating, others said he was a reincarnated being. Soon, the topic shifted to the World Alliance organizing an expedition into Death Valley at midnight the next day. Some wanted to take the plunge, while others were too scared to move by the giant centipede. A warrior holding a latte from the 8 Desolations interrupted, saying he was going to Snake Valley. He said the snakes and wolves there gave higher experience, and there was a village on the map, making it convenient for leveling up or returning to be shown. Everyone immediately surrounded him, asking for directions and envying the 8 Desolations weapon he possessed. Latte Coffee thoroughly enjoyed the flattery, proudly stating that the 8 Desolations weapon was dropped by a giant multi-horned beetle. He also mentioned that the area outside Snake Valley was teeming with snakes, and that the zombie cave could yield skill books and a level 20 horse-slaying saber, though one would need to wear light armor to withstand the damage. Lin Feng had no interest in listening any further and went straight to the vendor stall in the lower right corner of the safe zone, buying a large number of random scrolls. He suddenly remembered that the small courtyard outside Mengzhong seemed to sell skill books as well. Although the chances of finding a bargain were slim, he should still take a look since he was passing by. Half an hour later, Lin Feng arrived outside the courtyard. The gate was wide open, and he walked along the path to a house, knocking 3 times on the doorframe. A calm male voice came from inside the room. "Come in." The door creaked open. In the center of the room sat a refined old man, with a low table in front of him and a book without a title in his hands. Behind him and on both sides were bookshelves, and the next room was also filled with books, making it a well-stocked study. The old man put down his book, glanced at Lin Feng, and said with a faint smile, "A young man as polite as you is a rare sight these days." Lin Feng bowed first, then respectfully replied, "I noticed this place was unusual, so I took the liberty of coming. I hope you will forgive me if I have disturbed your enjoyment." The old man became interested and asked him what was unusual about it. Lin Feng said that monsters roam the Marfa continent, making it dangerous at every turn, yet no monster dares to approach this courtyard with its gates wide open. Furthermore, the old man possesses a refined and righteous air, clearly unlike any ordinary person. The old man laughed heartily upon hearing this, nodding approvingly. "You've observed quite carefully, lad." Then, he looked at Lin Feng and said, "I see you are also a descendant of the 3 dragon guards, and your methods suit my taste. I have a task for you. If you can complete it, I will give you some unique rewards. Do you dare to accept?" Just as he finished speaking, a system notification sounded. The mysterious bookstore owner had issued a hidden task to Lin Feng. The mission was to find the centipede's venom sac, the worm's stomach, and the jumping bee's wings, with a 24-hour deadline, but the reward was listed as none. Lin Feng accepted the mission almost without hesitation. He had never heard of the Mengzhong bookstore owner issuing missions before, but seeing the mission materials, he knew the destination was the centipede cave. The old man before him then revealed his identity as the bookstore owner. Seeing Lin Feng accept the task, the bookstore owner said, "Since you've chosen to follow in the footsteps of the 3 dragon guards, then accept the test." He then picked up his book again and began to read, clearly not intending to say another word. Lin Feng, seeing this, had no choice but to leave. Just as he reached the door, a loud bang came from behind him, and the 2 doors slammed shut. Lin Feng, who had originally intended to close the door for the owner, froze on the spot. He scratched the back of his head, took out a random scroll, and headed towards Death Canyon. However, perhaps due to some mysterious force, the random scroll kept sending him near Zuma and Shabak. After using 3 scrolls, he was only getting further and further away from Death Canyon. Left with no other choice, Lin Feng had to change tactics and use his level 19 mage's signature skill, instant movement. After spending considerable time, he finally teleported to a stone forest near Death Canyon, close to the top of the dungeon. Armored beetles and multi-horned beetles appeared in the stone forest, but Lin Feng ignored them, focusing instead on quickly navigating the rocks based on the dungeon entrance. After much effort, he finally found the path outside the stone forest and followed it upwards, arriving at his destination. Chapter 22 Dungeon, First Floor East. Lin Feng stood at the top of Death Canyon, the wind whipping up yellow sand and whipping his magic robe covered in runes. His gaze swept past the sandstorm and landed on the enormous opening in the center of the rock wall. The cave was pitch black and deep, like the gaping maw of a demon waiting to devour its inhabitants. A trace of recollection flashed across Lin Feng's eyes as he said in a low voice, "We've already wasted too much time." Without pausing, he stepped directly into the cave entrance. A flash of light and shadow, and he was already inside the Centipede Cave, the first floor of the dungeon on the map. The moment it appeared, the dense swarm of monsters around it stirred. The centipede at the front twisted its segmented body and brandished its sharp mandibles as it lunged at Lin Feng. Black maggots curled into a ball, crashing towards him like a rolling giant wheel. Jumping bees rose and fell in midair, their stingers flashing coldly as they repeatedly stabbed at him. The worms that couldn't squeeze in from the back could only wriggle restlessly, emitting low hisses. In the blink of an eye, a string of damage numbers jumped up above Lin Feng's head. -9, -12, -11, -13. These monsters were even more difficult to deal with than zombies, and Lin Feng's health points dropped significantly, exceeding 300. However, he remained calm, first drinking a bottle of healing potion, and then crushing a random scroll. A flash of light, and instead of clearing the monsters at the entrance, he teleported directly deep into the map. He did this to avoid revealing his whereabouts too early. Lin Feng came to the Centipede Cave not only to complete the bookstore owner's mission, but also for two other purposes, to level up and to be the first to kill the boss there. The Centipede Cave map is vast and complex, with intersecting routes. There are two types of bosses here. One is the tentacle dragon god in the Coffin of Death, and the other is the evil pincer bug that can appear in various locations. The touch dragon god is shaped like a giant centipede. It usually lies underground and only emerges when someone gets close, using a wide-range poison attack to cover the surrounding area. Its poison not only deals high damage, but also inflicts strong poisoning and paralysis effects. It has an extremely long attack range and a tricky position, allowing at most two people to attack it at close range. What's even more troublesome is that the dragon god has extremely high magical defense and is almost immune to spell damage, making it a force that players dare not easily provoke. The evil pincer bug is much easier to deal with. It is several times larger than the ordinary pincer bug, with higher health, defense, and attack, but speed and agility are limited due to its enormous size. In addition, its rigid aggro mechanism means that as long as players coordinate their movements, even a small, solo team can slowly wear it down. Therefore, it is actually the boss that players in the Centipede Cave love to encounter the most. The light from the random scroll faded, and Lin Feng landed in the upper right corner of the map, surrounded by an impenetrable horde of monsters. The moment he landed, he raised his hand and unleashed a burst of flames. The fire wave exploded outwards from him, engulfing all the monsters around him. -211, -214, -199. Numerous damage numbers appeared one after another, their power no less than when fighting zombies. Because the monsters in the Centipede Cave are generally afraid of fire, fire-based skills dealt significantly more damage. As the first burst of flames landed, Lin Feng activated a triple experience scroll. Flames continued to fall, and monsters around him collapsed in droves amidst groans and howls. Gained 720 experience points. Gained 540 experience points. Gained 780 experience points. Tips and tips flooded the screen, and the ground was quickly covered with equipment, potions, and gold coins, with layers of light shining brightly. While using explosive flame to clear out monsters, Lin Feng scanned the loot on the ground. Whenever he found a lantern necklace, a white tiger tooth necklace, or a high-demand item with good stats, he would immediately pick it up. He ignored the gold coins and used the potions on the spot to replenish his combat energy. What truly caught his attention were the two rare magic evasion necklaces. Both the lantern necklace and the white tiger tooth necklace have a chance to increase magic evasion significantly and may also have a luck attribute, and the Centipede Cave is the place where they are most likely to drop. Back in the days of PC games, Lin Feng wielded the Judgment Staff with +7 luck, paired with a white tiger tooth necklace that granted 60% magic evasion and +2 luck. During Guild Wars, he once single-handedly chased down 4 or 5 enemy mages, leaving them helpless. It wasn't until Ice Roar became widespread that his ferocity gradually disappeared. At this moment, Lin Feng was killing monsters while checking the attributes of the newly picked up equipment and casually storing the equipment he wasn't using yet into his warehouse. Chapter 23: Upgrading and Changing Equipment. When his backpack was almost full of junk gear, a regular lantern necklace, and a white tiger tooth necklace, Lin Feng simply found a corner and threw it all on the ground. After you finish throwing them all away, keep refreshing. When your backpack is full, throw them away again, and repeat this process. The monsters in his location were so dense that the VIP drop rate bonus was fully utilized, with equipment, potions, and gold coins scattered all over the ground, making it impossible to pick them all up. Often, he would barely take a step before his backpack would be filled with all sorts of things falling out, forcing him to constantly stop and clean it up. But Lin Feng's skills never stopped. For him, leveling up quickly was the top priority. In just 10 minutes, the map was so blocked by the falling debris that it was impossible to walk, and the surrounding monsters were also cleared out. Lin Feng didn't linger. He crushed the random scroll and moved to another location to continue grinding monsters. You have leveled up. Your current level is 23. You have leveled up. Your current level is 24. Lin Feng leveled up twice in half an hour, reaching level 24. After learning Firewall, his monster-killing efficiency skyrocketed once again. Each time he lands randomly, he first spreads a wall of fire under his feet and then extends the flames outwards as he moves, with himself as the center. A large number of monsters were alarmed and rushed into the sea of fire one after another in pursuit of his figure. The wall of fire was covered with densely packed damage numbers. The monster howled and rolled in agony as it burned, eventually collapsing and turning to ash. Lin Feng remained expressionless, while the notification sounds kept ringing in his ears. That wasn't the sound of experience points being credited. It was the sound of items being dropped after a monster dies. After grinding for a while, Lin Feng became almost numb. The only thing that satisfied him was the hundreds of top-tier equipment pieces at level 20 and above piled up in his warehouse. Several of them also have a luck value of +2 or higher. You have leveled up. Your current level is 25. You have leveled up. Your current level is 26. With today's triple experience scrolls exhausted, Lin Feng instantly reached level 26, only half the experience needed to reach level 27. At the same time, his equipment underwent a major upgrade. Morningstar, a mage and warrior, level 26 with 440 health, 527 mana, 25 accuracy, and 30 agility. Attack increased from 15 to 31, magic from 9 to 66, defense from 11 to 27, magic resistance from 9 to 17, magic evasion from 30%, poison evasion from 20%, and luck was even stacked up to 9 points. Both the main and offhand weapons were replaced with enhanced crescent moon blades, with the main hand having magic levels 1 to 6 and the offhand having magic levels 1 to 5. The two magic robes provide high defense, magic resistance, and magic bonuses respectively, while the Taoist helmet and prayer helmet also supplement the attributes. The main necklace is the enhanced magnifying glass, while the secondary necklace is the life necklace, which not only increases magic and accuracy, but also increases the duration of the magic shield by 20%. As for bracelets, the ebony bracelet, the large bracelet, the Siebel bracelet, and the sturdy gloves all come with additional magical properties. The rings are crucial. The prayer ring, the reinforced gold ring, the ruby ring, and the flame ring are all in place. The ruby ring, in particular, directly increases the damage of Firewall by 10%. The flame ring increases the level of all fire skills of a mage by 1, increases fire damage by 20%, and increases the duration of fire skills by 20%. Lin Feng has already accomplished 2 of the 3 goals he set out for today at Centipede Cave. The upgrade is now just a side effect. The first part of the bookstore owner's mission has already been completed. As for subsequent tasks, he doesn't plan to take them on immediately. Next, it's time to find the evil pincers. At this point, Lin Feng was no longer on the first floor of the dungeon. Previously, he had been using random scrolls to fly maps and set fires, and once he flew directly to the Iron Lantern house. Passing through this small map, the other end connects directly to the entrance of the western first floor of the dungeon. Knowing that there were evil pincers on the western level of the dungeon, Lin Feng stopped using random dungeons and went straight through the map. He glanced at the time before he logged off. There were still 3.5 hours left. Lin Feng estimated that this would be enough time to find and kill the evil pincer worm. After confirming his current location, he used the random scroll again. After several teleportations, Lin Feng flew to a dead corner in the lower left corner of the map. He planned to start from here and clean up the entire western level of the dungeon. Now that the target has changed to the evil pincer bug, Lin Feng abandoned the most efficient firewall and started using explosive flames to clear a path again. Chapter 24, Evil Pincer Worm. Compared to firewall, which deals more sustained damage, explosive flame has the advantage of being released faster. Lin Feng advanced along the route marked on the map, clearing away any monsters that charged at him with explosive flames, while occasionally stopping to carefully observe the surroundings. 2 hours later, he had explored nearly half of the western first floor of the dungeon, fighting his way out of the largest area in the upper left of the map and continuing to advance to the right. They hadn't gone far when a completely different kind of neighing suddenly came from ahead. That was the sound of a pincer worm, but sharper and more powerful than that of an ordinary pincer worm, carrying the oppressive feeling unique to boss monsters. "I've finally found you." Lin Feng's spirits lifted, the fatigue on his face vanished instantly, and he rushed toward the source of the sound. However, the monsters along the way were dense, so he had to keep stopping to lay down walls of fire and then clear the way with explosive flames. After some time, the target finally came into view. It was a giant pincer beetle, 2 or 3 times the size of an ordinary pincer beetle. Its silvery gray carapace gleamed with an eerie light, and its 2 giant pincers were as sharp as blades, even generating a strong wind when they were swung. Lin Feng dared not underestimate his opponent. He first set up a wall of fire around him, and then struck the evil pincer worm with a lightning spell to test its strength. With a loud bang, the blue lightning struck its target squarely, yet only caused it to tremble slightly. -176. The evil pincers were immediately enraged and charged forward, braving the wall of fire, the flames continuing to scorch their bodies. -122. -119. -123. Lin Feng moved continuously, stepping on the wall of fire to dodge the giant pincer's attacks, while simultaneously unleashing lightning spells one after another. Amidst the sea of fire, lightning flashed, and figures of men and pincers crisscrossed. The roars and collisions of the evil pincers exploded continuously, making the battle exceptionally fierce. Just when Lin Feng thought the situation had stabilized, the evil pincers suddenly raised their pincers and slammed them hard into the ground. A powerful shockwave suddenly spread out, and Lin Feng, who was originally preparing to dodge to the side, was blasted several meters away. -46. Lin Feng steadied himself and noticed that he had lost a significant amount of health, but thankfully it was still within his tolerance. He immediately drank some wound medicine to restore his health, and his expression became even more cautious. Just then, monsters started spawning again around them, and the firewall they had initially set up was gradually going out after the battle had gone on for so long. While controlling the distance between himself and the evil pincers, Lin Feng replenished the firewalls, constantly fighting amidst the sea of fire. This was a strategy he had planned long ago. The firewall not only inflicts continuous damage, but also disrupts the movements of the evil pincer bug. Each time it attacks through the flames, the trajectory of its giant pincers subtly changes. This slight change is enough to make it easier for Lin Feng to dodge. Even if he is occasionally grazed, he can quickly create distance, recover his strength, and continue to attack. The evil pincers charged forward once again, braving the wall of fire. -122. Its body suddenly froze, then broke in two, and filthy liquid immediately flowed onto the ground. This boss, whose health was comparable to that of a Womaguardian, was finally completely wiped out, gained 10,000 experience points. The battle, which lasted for nearly 10 minutes, has now come to an end. Congratulations to player Morningstar for achieving the first kill of the boss evil pincer bug. You have received a system reward of +1 free attribute point. The system will announce this to the entire server in 5 seconds. Would you like to hide your ID? Hide ID. Regional announcement. The player who first kills the boss evil pincer bug has received a system reward of +1 free attribute point. The announcement rang out again, and the players throughout the game immediately erupted in chaos. Some people asked what kind of map the monster was from. Some suspected that it wasn't even the same game they were playing, and others were convinced that the other party was cheating and were threatening to report them. Many more people were shocked by the level difference. One person was only level 16, yet he was already level 22, and some even suspected that his current level was probably much higher than 22. In the Valley of Venomous Snakes, a warrior who was slaying snakes was furious and couldn't help but curse that the constant spamming was deliberately trying to mess with people's mentality. However, his irritability is understandable. The snakes in Snake Valley have extremely unfriendly attack methods, always darting up to bite the player's vitals. Although the game's pain threshold is low, nobody likes having their precious parts targeted by snakes. On the other side, Lin Feng had already looked at the items scattered all over the ground by the evil pincers. As the boss fell, the 8-yard square ground was covered with equipment, potions, and gold coins, shimmering in the flames, making it impossible to see exactly what they were. Lin Feng circled around the corpse of the evil pincer worm, constantly moving through the wall of fire to collect its remains. You have obtained potent solar water. You have earned 1446 gold coins. You have obtained potent solar water. Excluding potions and gold coins, the evil pincer beetle dropped a total of 1 skill book for pieces of Walmart equipment and 6 non-branded equipment, making it a truly massive loot drop. The skill book is for the Crescent Moonblade. The 6 non-branded equipment items are Taoist Helmet, Demon Slayer, Heavy Armor, Mail, Demon Slayer Ring, Frostbite, and Soul Breaker. Apart from the Taoist Helmet and the Demon Slaying item, everything else was top quality. Heavy Armor Mail. Level required, 22. Defense, 4 to 7. Magic Control, 2 to 3. Attack, 0 to 1, +1. Magic, 0 to 4, +4. Taoist Arts, 0 to 1, +1. Durability, 18/25. Chapter 25 Pincer Bug Weapon Master. Looking at the heavy armor in front of him, Lin Feng was still a little dissatisfied and couldn't help but mutter, if only the Taoist techniques were replaced with magic, the attack power would be passable. The Demon Slaying Ring requires level 25, with magic defense 0 to 4, attack 1 to 3, +1, magic 1 to 5, +3, Taoist Arts 1 to 2, and durability 3/5. Frostbite also requires level 25, with an additional 2 to attack, 10 to 15, an additional 1 to Taoist magic, 0 to 1, and a durability of 18/20. There's also a level 24 bamboo flute with Taoist magic reaching 1 to 6, plus an extra 3, and a durability of 6/7. Such a bizarre bamboo flute. My Taoist magic increases by 6. Lin Feng sighed helplessly. If only this were a magnifying glass. The 4 pieces of Walmart equipment are a magic wand, a purgatory, a silver snake, and a ghost necklace. Lin Feng hadn't even looked at the stats before he started complaining. Is this evil pincer beetle a weapon master? How come it dropped so many weapons? The wand requires level 26, has an attack power of 5 to 9, a magic power of 2 to 6 with an additional 1, and hidden attributes of 0 to 1 magic power and 20% magic hit rate. In addition, it also comes with 10% Woma crushing effect and 10% Woma crushing resistance, with a durability of 13/15, which is surprisingly a top-tier item. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction and then looked at Purgatory. Purgatory's attack is 0 to 25, its hidden attribute is accuracy +1, and the trigger probability of attack sword technique is increased by 10%. It also comes with the same crushing effect from Woma and 10% resistance, with a durability of 27 to 28. Lin Feng then realized that Purgatory did not actually reduce attack speed. The Silver Serpent requires level 26, with an attack of 7 to 14, Taoist skills of 1 to 3, accuracy of +1, and a hidden attribute of Taoist skills of +0 to 1. The Soul Fire Talisman's damage is increased by 5%. The Ghost Necklace requires level 24, has an attack of 0 to 5, a hidden attribute of +1 attack speed, and increases assassination sword technique damage by 5%. Both items also have the Woma overwhelming bonus. The attributes of several pieces of Woma equipment were quite good, So Lin Feng immediately changed into the usable equipment and added all the free attribute points he had just obtained in magic. With this addition, his magic power limit soared to a terrifying 70 points. Subsequently, Lin Feng contacted Xiao Xiaomi and Ao Shirtian, both of whom were his major clients. I have a batch of top-tier equipment around level 20 here. Do you want it? He sent the same message to both of them. Little Shrimp quickly replied, Yes, I'll take as many as you want. Price is negotiable. Lin Feng told him that there were now over 100 top-tier items, close to 206 or 700 ordinary items, asking him if he could handle it all. The Little Shrimp was immediately shocked and proposed a 1:400 cash transaction. Lin Feng refused outright, saying he wouldn't accept cash, only gold coins. Moreover, such a large quantity of goods is clearly too much for a small fry to handle alone. Lin Feng gave him 10 hours to raise the money, and they agreed to trade in the Mengzhong safe zone at 4 p.m. that afternoon, at which time there might be even more equipment. Little Shrimp immediately agreed and began arranging for people to collect gold coins. On the other side, Ao Shirtian, seeing that Lin Feng hadn't replied to his message yet, became anxious and sent him several private messages, saying that he was willing to accept any amount of equipment. Lin Feng explained that he was just discussing a deal with another friend. There were too many goods for one person to handle, so he found multiple buyers. Ao Shirtian also wanted to buy the gold coins at a ratio of 1:400 with cash, but Lin Feng still refused, giving them only 10 hours to raise the gold coins. I heard there are nearly 200 top-quality items and 6 or 700 ordinary ones. Even if Ao Shirtian has 70 million gold coins, he can only helplessly admit that he can't afford them all. I want half, but you must leave me half, Ao Shirtian immediately declared. Lin Feng agreed to give the two time to raise the money, with the transaction scheduled for 4 p.m. in the Mengzhong safe zone. Ao Shirtian said it was no problem and he would personally go there that afternoon. After the deal was finalized, Lin Feng's previous attempts to find buyers were all extinguished. He didn't plan to continue advertising for buyers, since the trading platform would open in 2 days and there would be no shortage of buyers for level 20 equipment. Suddenly, people started shouting for gold in all the leveling maps. Forces such as Aoshi, Three Heroes, and Fence Gang have all offered a 1:500 exchange rate to buy up large quantities of gold coins. Lin Feng didn't return to the city. Instead, he used random scrolls to fly around. When he reached areas with dense monster populations, he would stop to lay down firewalls or use explosive flames to clear monsters and level up, until he flew to the entrance of the gloomy stone path. The map was not large, with 2 levels, but it could not be traversed normally. One could only cross it using random scrolls. Lin Feng used a random scroll to quickly reach the lower level of the gloomy stone path, ran into a cave entrance, and in a flash, he entered a dark area. This method of travel is much faster than following the map step by step. The dark zone also has evil pincers, but Lin Feng doesn't think he'll encounter them easily again. Without much thought, he started laying down a wall of fire from the entrance and continued burning monsters to level up. After all, he currently only has a little over 100, less than 200 level 20 top-tier equipment items in his warehouse. The next 10 hours were not only a time for Xiaoxiami and Aishishin to raise money, but also a time for Lin Feng to continue farming equipment and expanding his supply. Chapter 26, Second Enhancement. A dozen minutes before logging off, a golden dragon shadow suddenly rose from Lin Feng's body, and a system notification sounded. You have leveled up. Current level 27. He glanced at his personal inventory, which now contained over 100 more ordinary level 20 equipment pieces, as well as a few top-tier pieces. Lin Feng grinned, changed into usable equipment, crushed the return scroll, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. After returning to town, he didn't just wait to log off. Instead, he quickly repaired his equipment. He had completed the first part of the bookstore owner's quest, but he didn't plan to take on the second part for the time being. The first step involves entering the Centipede Cave to grind monsters. The drop rate for quest items is ridiculously low. Even with a 500% drop rate, it took more than an hour to get them. The later tasks will only get harder, so I should level up first, at least to be prepared for unexpected situations. Who knows if the second stage will have a time limit, require special equipment, or even specify a particular boss to kill. High-reward quests and games often come with various conditions, making them quite difficult. Many people accept these quests, but are unable to complete them due to unforeseen circumstances, ultimately missing out on the rewards. This is precisely why advanced skill books are so scarce. In 7 whole years, only 3 ultimate skill books have appeared in the game. Lin Feng's previous incarnation was sent back to before the arrival of the legendary game because he obtained the ultimate mage skill, Meteor Shower. After repairing his equipment, Lin Feng used a random scroll to teleport directly to the wilderness of Mengzhong province. He put on all the best equipment he could wear and quietly waited for his logout time to arrive. As the morning star disappeared in the game, players in the safe zone vanished one by one. Lin Feng's vision went black, and he returned to reality. A familiar feeling of enhancement surged up instantly, as if I were soaking in a warm spring, the warm power enveloping my whole body and washing over every inch of my skin. A sensation of pleasure and tingling sensations came at the same time, like a subtle electric current coursing through the body, stimulating the nerves wave after wave. Lin Feng closed his eyes and carefully felt the changes in his body. He could sense that a warm current, stronger than the first time, was flowing through his limbs and bones, sweeping away fatigue and soreness, and even every cell seemed to be cheering. Strength, speed, mental power, and even his perception of his surroundings are all improving. He needs to understand the extent of this enhancement so that he can accurately assess his strength when encountering danger in the future. The enhancement process ended quickly. Lin Feng opened his eyes, a slow smile spreading across his lips. This time, he was truly strong, far exceeding expectations. Before he could think it through, his bladder, which felt like it was about to explode, and his stomach, which was rumbling like thunder, both protested at the same time. Lin Feng suddenly jumped out of bed, without even putting on his shoes, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed into the bathroom. The sluice gates were opened, and the water was released, all in one smooth motion. Call! He let out a long breath and shuddered. After washing his hands, Lin Feng grabbed energy bars, chocolate, and a drink, tore open the packaging, and stuffed them into his mouth. Afterward, he took 2 cans of food to the kitchen to heat them up. Only after he had eaten and drunk his fill did he lie contentedly on the sofa and begin to organize the results of the second round of reinforcement. He remembered the rules very clearly. The first enhancement corresponds to levels 14 to 20, but the level cannot reach 21. Otherwise, the first enhancement will be skipped, and the second enhancement will begin directly. The closer your level is to the threshold for the next enhancement, the greater the benefits you will receive, and your equipment and skills can further amplify the enhancement effect. The second enhancement begins at level 21, covering the enhancement range from level 15 to 21, and is also affected by equipment and skills. Theoretically, the highest level is 27, which is also the level he reaches when he logs off. According to this rule, Lin Feng should have been able to estimate the degree of enhancement. Even if there were errors, they shouldn't be too far off. For the average player, the initial enhancement at level 14 results in a base increase of 1, with skills and a full set of ordinary equipment. The increase is approximately 1.5, and enhancements starting at level 20 yield a gain of between 2 and 3. Lin Feng's first enhancement directly reached level 8 to 9. The second enhancement gives a base value of 2 for a level 21 average player, which can reach 3 with maxed out equipment and skills. A level 27 average player can theoretically reach a maximum of 7. Based on the first enhancement ratio, Lin Feng's second enhancement result should be between 20 and 21 points at most. But the enhancement just now clearly exceeded that number. Lin Feng estimated that his score had exceeded 35 points and was even close to 37 points. This is not just a small difference. It's completely beyond the normal range. It's important to understand that the 4 enhancements before level 35 are the most crucial foundation for all players. Most average players only have around 30 enhancement points by level 35. 35 points is the dividing line. Reaching 40 points makes you a master, and 45 points is extremely rare. Even that legendary warrior hailed as the Federation's god of war only reached 45 points. Lin Feng frowned and began to recall the various theories and calculation methods that his predecessor had seen on the forum. His first enhancement and this one are clearly different from the normal situation. Could it be that Lin Feng, who had been lying down, suddenly sat up straight on the sofa? Chapter 27: Searching for the Evil Pincer Worm. Lin Feng tallied up his loot from this offline session. The Sibir bracelet, the dragon ring, the life necklace, the ruby ring, the magic wand, and the purgatory set. A total of 6 pieces of Woma equipment. These items all have the same hidden attribute. Woma crushing effect plus 10%. Woma crushing resistance plus 10%. He quickly realized that his improvement after this enhancement far exceeded his expectations, and the reason was definitely not just because he had changed to top-tier equipment. The 6 pieces of Woma equipment each provide a 10% boost, totaling 60%. Adding the 3 new free attribute points, the boost is even greater than the first enhancement. The more Lin Feng thought about it, the more certain he became that he had figured out the true function of the hidden attributes of the Woma equipment. Beep, beep, beep. It's 8:55 now. Xiaoming is reminding you to get ready to log into the game. Turn off the alarm. Lin Feng rubbed his face and got up to go to the bathroom. Although he hadn't been offline for more than an hour and memory usage was low, he still had to clean up before he had to play for another 8 hours straight. Today he has no plans to go anywhere else. He has only one goal: to conquer the Centipede Cave and collect all the Woma equipment. He also had to control his experience points a bit. Even if he frantically laid down firewalls in the Centipede Cave and burned monsters everywhere with random scrolls, he wouldn't reach level 28 in 8 hours. Since the goal is to find the evil pincer beetle, you must have enough random scrolls. There are many maps in the Centipede Cave, and in some places, 2 or 3 evil pincer beetles will spawn at the same time. Without enough scrolls, you simply won't be able to get around them. Lin Feng changed his equipment, used a return scroll to go back to Mengzhong, bought a bunch of random scrolls from a vendor, and immediately headed to the Centipede Cave. He's increasingly craving the teleportation ring. The map is too big, and running around is torture, especially since he gets randomly teleported to the wilderness after logging off. No wonder other players are leveling up so slowly. He had already marked the key coordinates in his memo, intending to use them after obtaining the teleportation ring. Unfortunately, his first treasure chest yielded a fire ring, which, while powerful, wasn't particularly useful for him at his current level. After entering the Centipede Cave, Lin Feng flew randomly until he got close to the Iron Lantern House, where he began to burn a path through the cave with firewalls. He only kept the equipment that dropped along the way that had a good level and attributes, and abandoned the rest. Passing through the Iron Lantern House and arriving at the western level of the dungeon, he continued flying across the map. Each time he landed, he would first set off a few fires around him, then stop and listen carefully for the chirping of the evil pincers. Time quickly came to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Over the course of 7 hours, Lin Feng found a total of 5 evil pincer bugs, and after killing them, he obtained 11 pieces of Woma equipment, including a magic wand and the rest of jewelry. The Taoist acquired 4 pieces of equipment, while the remaining 7 belonged to the mage and warrior. His experience also increased to level 27 with 60% completion. How are the preparations going? Lin Feng asked Ao Shirtian and Xiao Xiaomi in private messages. Ao Shirtian quickly replied, "We've been waiting for you to speak. 150 million gold coins are ready." Little Shrimp was somewhat helpless. Really? Cash transactions aren't possible? I just received 120 million gold coins. Lin Feng said, "Private chat is too troublesome. Let's talk at the inn." On the second floor of the Tuqing Inn, in the top-tier private room, Lin Feng, Xiao Xiaomi, and Ao Shirtian sat together, each accompanied by a female player. Upon seeing the other person, Ao Shirtian spoke first. "Xiao Mo, so it's you." Little Shrimp laughed too. "Brother Chung, I didn't expect you to come too." Yeah, and Sinian greeted each other, while Lin Feng cut straight to the point. "It's good that you know each other. I'll post the equipment, you can name your own prices, and if it's reasonable, we'll make a deal without hurting anyone's feelings." These 4 individuals are all extraordinary. Ao Shirkin's real name is Qi Chung, the eldest young master of the Qi family. Xinyan Shiyu's real name is Rong Siyu, from the Rong family. Xiao Xiaomi's real name is Mo Fan, the 3rd young master of the Mo family. Yaya is Yang Yu, the youngest daughter of the Yang family head, and also Mo Fan's girlfriend. Their families are both ranked among the top 12 families in the Federation. Lin Feng chose to make a deal with these 2, not only because they would both be among the top 100 in the Federation's combat power rankings in the future, but also because they had good reputations and were not the kind of people who would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. There's a lot of stuff today, so let's save time, Lin Feng said. You're all warriors leading Taoists, so I'll give each of you a set of level 22 class gear first. After you've looked at it, we can discuss how to divide it. Neither of them had any objections. Lin Feng reported the equipment attributes: a top-quality horse-slaying sword with an attack of 5 to 17, heavy armor with +1 attack, a blue jade necklace with an attack of 2 to 4, a pair of death gloves with an attack of 1 to 4, a pair of skull rings with an attack of 0 to 4, and a skull helmet with an attack of 0 to 1. The two sets of equipment are basically the same, the only difference being the clothing. One piece adds 1 attack, and the other adds 1 defense. A.O. Shirtian immediately quoted a price. One unit is 18 million, and the other is 20 million. Shout, M.O. You choose first. The little shrimp didn't hold back. Then I'll take the 1 attack, 1 defense setup, 20 million, right? The transaction request arrived immediately, and Lin Feng selected to agree. The next moment, 20 million gold coins arrived in his account. Chapter 28, A Bountiful Harvest of Gold Coins. A.O. Shirtian has sent you a trade request. Lin Feng immediately agreed, and 18 million gold coins were deposited into his account. Two sets of top-tier warrior outfits sold for 38 million gold coins. This windfall put Lin Feng in a great mood, and he decided to reveal some valuable little secrets to the two of them in the future. Next, he began to display two sets of female Taoist equipment: a reinforced demon-slaying suit, a Taoist helmet, a soul battle suit, a bamboo flute, a Taoist bracelet, and a morality ring. This is the best combination that can be put together at the moment. Of course, Lin Feng has a backup plan. The Woma equipment cannot be sold for the time being. After the little shrimp appraised the items, he estimated the weapon at 3 million, the helmet at 2.5 million, the clothes at 3 million, the necklace at 4 million, the bracelet at 2 million, and the ring at 5 million, for a total of 20 million. A.O. Shirtian also looked at Lin Feng, indicating that it was difficult to price the Taoist equipment at the moment, but they could continue to discuss it if it was not suitable. Lin Feng was quite straightforward. This is the price. He felt the price was already too high, which made him even more certain that the two of them had obviously discovered something. A.O. Shirtian immediately summoned Xin Yin Shiryu to make a deal. Lin Feng handed over the equipment and received 20 million gold coins. The other set was sold to Yiye, who also received 20 million. The two sets of female Taoist equipment were quickly exchanged for another 40 million gold coins. Lin Feng didn't stop and continued. Next, we'll start with equipment from levels 15 to 20. A.O. Shirtian and Xiao Xiaomi had no objections. These were exactly the items they urgently needed to replenish. Lin Feng announced his inventory: 17 Phoenix Pearls with +1 attack power, 10 with +1 Taoist magic power, and 4 with +2 Taoist magic power. There are 24 +1 necklaces and 7 +2 necklaces for level 17 warriors and mages, a considerable quantity, and priority will be given to supplying them. Xiaoxiami suggested that the sets should be matched according to profession, with a level limit between 15 and 20, since they also had limited gold coins. A.O. Shirtian chimed in, and casually asked Lin Feng if he was willing to accept cash transactions. Lin Feng replied casually, "I have no use for cash. Let me see how to make a payment first." He pretended to be well off, but in reality, he was more short of money than anyone else. Fortunately, the inn's private rooms had built-in storage, ensuring the security of transactions. Before long, Lin Feng had prepared the first batch of warrior equipment. There are 17 level 20 attack-boosting sabers, 10 ordinary skull helmets, and only 6 medium armor pieces with an attack-boosting bonus, enough for 3 men and 3 women. The necklace has 3 +2 attack and 11 +1 attack. The sturdy gloves have 4 +1 attack and 6 +1 defense. The rings consist of 11 ordinary skull rings and 6 black crystal rings that grant an additional +1 attack power, 0 to 3. A.O. Shirtian ordered 2 sets of clothes, 1 for men and 1 for women, necklaces that all had +2 attack, gloves that had 1 attack and 1 defense, and a skull ring, for 8 million per set. Xiaoxiami also ordered 2 sets, but the 2 necklaces weren't enough, so he changed them to 1 necklace with 1 more, making the 2 sets a total of 15 million. Lin Feng agreed, and the 2 parties quickly completed the transaction. Ao Shirtian paid 16 million. Xiao Xiaomi paid 15 million, and each took 2 sets of warrior equipment. Next up was the top-tier Taoist. Lin Feng took out 11 demon-slaying swords with +1 Taoist magic, a magic helmet with +1 Taoist magic, and 7 pieces of medium-sized armor with +1 Taoist magic, 3 for men and 4 for women. The Phoenix Pearl has 4+2 and 10+1 Taoist magic. The Taoist bracelet has 1+2 and 9+1, and the Pearl ring has 7+2 and 14+1. Ao Shirtian still wants 2 sets, 1 for men and 1 for women, not the ordinary skull helmets. Each set is worth 8 million. He's willing to add an extra 1 million for the unique Taoist technique and the second-hand bracelet. The little shrimp panicked and hurriedly asked Ao Shirtian to leave him some good stuff. He could give up the bracelet, but he had to give up the pearl ring. Ao Shirtian, however, said that his team had more Taoists, and they were indeed more lacking in top-quality Taoist equipment. Lin Feng was secretly pleased, but he tried to smooth things over by saying, with the second-hand bracelets and rings, there'll be 8 in total. You can each have half, and the price will be 8 million per set. How about that? Since Lin Feng had spoken, the two naturally had no objections. In the end, Ao Shirtian took the second-grade bracelet, but took 1 less second-grade ring. The two parties traded again, each paying 16 million gold coins in exchange for 2 sets of Taoist equipment. Finally, Lin Feng displayed his mage equipment. For +2 crescent moon swords, 12+1 crescent moon swords, for +2 magic helmets, and 5+1 magic helmets. There are only 2 pieces of medium armor with +2 bonus, both for men, while there are 6 pieces with +1 bonus, available for both men and women. The necklaces include 3+2 amber necklaces, 8+1 amber necklaces, and 2 platinum necklaces with magic 0 to 4 and 3 with magic 0 to 3. Ebony bracelets, +2 for 6, +1 for 8. Snake eye rings, +2 for 8, +1 for 16. This time, Xiao Xiaomi spoke first. I'll go first. Ao Shirtian was silent for a few seconds, waiting for him to state his terms. After hesitating for a long time, Xiao Xiaomi finally said that he wanted half of the best equipment, and as for the price, he would let Lin Feng decide. Lin Feng was speechless after hearing this, and could only turn his gaze to Ao Shirtian. After a moment's thought, Ao Shirtian said, let's divide it into 2 sets. We have enough weapons, helmets, and rings, so there's no need to argue. Each person receives 1 additional piece of clothing, plus 1 additional piece of women's clothing. Each person also receives 3 additional bracelets, plus 1 more additional bracelet. Regarding the necklaces, he wants 2+2 amber necklaces. As for the platinum necklace, they already have one with 0 to 4 magic, so they don't need it anymore. Chapter 29, 3 Small Goals. Ao Shirtian took a fancy to 2 sets of equipment and asked for 28 million, which Lin Feng immediately agreed to. Little Shrimp also chose 2 necklaces, 1 amber and 1 platinum, both costing 28 million. After the transaction was completed, the two each invested nearly 90 million gold coins. Ao Shirtian was left with only 60 million, and Xiao Xiaomi was left with only 30 million. Afterwards, they replenished their respective teams' equipment with a batch of level 15 to 20 common equipment. Lin Feng was worried about the ordinary goods taking up space in the warehouse, so he simply offered a 20% discount. These two were big customers, and their quotes were always higher than his expectations. Upon hearing about the discount, the two immediately asked the gold collector outside to send over another batch of gold coins, which they then exchanged for equipment. Although Lin Feng didn't clear out his entire inventory during this massive clearance sale, he sold more than a third of it, especially the high-priced, top-tier equipment, most of which was gone. The gold coins in his hand have officially surpassed 3 small goals, reaching a total of 300 million. Based on the current price of 1 to 450, it is worth close to 700,000, which is enough to support him for about 20 years. But Lin Feng had no intention of selling them. Once the system opened the trading platform, these gold coins would still be of great use. With less than half an hour left before logging off, Lin Feng wasn't in a hurry to leave. He invited everyone to sit down and chat. Qimingxing cut to the chase. You should all have noticed that this game is different from the ones before, right? Ao Shirtian nodded. Speak frankly, everyone knows what's going on. Seeing that everyone acquiesced, Lin Feng stopped beating around the bush. I'd like to remind everyone that in reality, enhancements should occur every 7 levels. Ao Shirtian and Xiao Xiaomi exchanged a glance. They had long guessed that the mysterious person in the announcement might be Lin Feng, but hearing him reveal it himself still felt different. Lin Feng continued, enhancement isn't just about level. Equipment and skills also affect the results. Ye and Cindy and Xiu, who hadn't paid much attention at first, suddenly turned their attention to him. Ao, Shirtian, and Xiao Xiaomi weren't particularly shocked. They had clearly guessed it beforehand, and might even have already verified it. Xiaoxiami said, I did have my doubts before. Lin Feng smiled and said, then let me tell you something you might not know. Level 14 is the first enhancement. If you don't log off at this point and continue to level up, the enhancement effect will increase with the level. This kind of improvement is more significant than simply changing equipment or skills. Moreover, the higher the level, the better equipment you can wear. As everyone seemed to be deep in thought, Lin Feng added, but I don't recommend that you level up to the threshold where you can trigger the enhancement again. Ye couldn't help but ask why. No one knows whether the 2 enhancements will stack or only count as one. And no one knows whether the body can withstand continuous enhancements. The little shrimp then explained, each enhancement consumes a lot of energy and you'll feel extremely hungry. Ao, Shirtian said in a deep voice, simply replenishing energy is easy to solve. Customized medical energy chambers and energy liquids can be arranged. The problem is that there might be other issues. Missing you, as Rain added. Yes, I'm afraid there are unknown risks involved. The couple clearly had the same idea. Ye hesitated before speaking. Morningstar, do you want it? Before she could finish speaking, Xiao interrupted her. Yeah, stop talking. Missing you is like Rain quickly smoothed things over, saying, don't mind her, she meant no harm. Lin Feng calmly replied, it's nothing, I just don't feel comfortable revealing my identity. Ye then realized what she meant and panicked a little. I didn't mean that, I'm sorry. She was clearly well protected in her daily life. She was intelligent, but not perceptive enough. Even with a fixed profile picture, Lin Feng could sense her helplessness. It's really okay. I know you didn't mean any harm. It's just a personal habit. Afterwards, Raymond Lamb revealed some more secrets about the Skull Cave and the Zombie Cave. When he looked at the bottom right corner, there was only 1 minute left. I'm almost done with my online time for today. One last reminder, upgrade now. Ao, Shirtian also said, my time is almost up too. In fact, everyone's online time was almost up. Before logging off, Xiaoxiami left a message with a smile. See you tomorrow, top contributor. Suddenly, everything went black, and Lin Feng, in a daze, found himself back in bed. The intense urge to urinate left him no time to react. He turned over and rushed into the bathroom. A few minutes later, he came out and casually grabbed an energy bar and put it in his mouth. As soon as he entered the living room, Xiao Ming reminded him, at 9:03, the old thief left you a message. Release them. Old thief, let's have dinner together tonight. I also invited Rat and Fatty. Contact the old thief. Connecting to video call. Several seconds passed, but no one answered. Xiao Ming asked, the old thief might be busy. Should we continue calling? No need. It's probably still in the game and hasn't come out yet. Lin Feng glanced at the time. It was only 5:05 p.m. The old thief had left a message at 9 a.m. He wasn't in a hurry to eat, and the enhancement session ended in the morning. He had already eaten an energy bar and wasn't that hungry. Not long after, at 5:20 p.m., the old thief's video call request popped up. Connected. In the video, a gaunt figure with messy, unkempt hair and an energy bar stuffed in his mouth appears. Fengzi, I'll go pick up Haozi. Let's meet up at Fatty's shop. Lin Feng was speechless when he saw the old thief's appearance. Chapter 30, A Small Gathering of Friends. All right, get yourself ready first. It's okay if it's a little late. With an energy bar stuffed in his mouth, the old thief said smugly, I'm level 17 now, and I've already completed the upgrade. I feel incredibly powerful. He even rolled up his sleeves to show off his biceps. His originally skinny arms had indeed gained some muscle after the workout. Lin Feng looked disgusted. With your little arms, don't embarrass yourself. But it's not bad that you caught up with the mainstream players so quickly. He urged again, go wash up quickly. You're covered in grease and mud. Can you even stand looking at yourself? The old thief, however, didn't care at all. Having just experienced his first enhancement, he was extremely excited. What's there to be afraid of in a video call, bro? I'll definitely wash it off in a bit. Lin Feng found it increasingly strange. Although the old thief was dark-skinned and looked old, he had never been so unrefined. The old thief suddenly remembered Lin Feng's words from yesterday and immediately shouted, "Xiao Ming, take a screenshot." Screenshot taken. Lin Feng's expression changed, and he decisively ended the video call. Not long after, the old thief kept requesting to call again, and even sent more than a dozen messages begging for mercy. "Brother Feng, please delete the screenshot. Godfather, please forgive me, I was wrong." Lin Feng was amused and finally replied, "You know what to do tonight, right? Brother, I'll arrange it. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. What did you call me? Godfather. If you delete the picture, everything will be fine." At 6:30 p.m., Lin Feng had just gotten out of his car at the entrance of Hanyang Restaurant in Keifu District, Hushi, when he saw the old thief waiting expectantly. After the enhancement, the old thief changed a lot. His messy hair was combed into a slick-back style, his skin became much whiter, and he looked several years younger. Lin Feng was secretly amazed that the enhancement effect even had the effect of whitening and softening skin. The old thief, dressed in black trousers and a white shirt, looked like an insurance salesman. As soon as he saw Lin Feng, he sidled up to him with a fawning expression. "Godfather, everything's arranged inside." "That screenshot." Lin Feng pretended to be clueless. "Where's Housie? Didn't you say you were going to pick him up?" "They're all inside." Lin Feng was about to leave when the old thief quickly grabbed him. If Rat and Fatty saw the screenshot, he'd be dead tonight. Lin Feng then relented. "Xiao Ming, delete the ugly screenshot of that old thief from an hour ago." "Okay, deleted." The old thief finally breathed a sigh of relief, straightened his clothes, and led Lin Feng to the private room on the second floor. Standing by the window of the private room was a tall, handsome young man with striking eyebrows and bright eyes. He was Li Haozi, nicknamed Mouse. Hearing the noise, the mouse simply raised its forearm and waved, saying hi. He then turned back to the window and stared downstairs. Lin Feng and the old thief went over to take a look and immediately understood. In the backyard of the restaurant, there were outdoor tables and chairs, as well as a small stage. On the stage, a fat man was holding a guitar and singing passionately to a group of girls at a table. Who has Fatty taken a fancy to this time? The old thief saw right through him. The fat man on stage was named Howen, the young owner of Hanyang Restaurant, and also a member of their group of four. He was all talk and no action, but in reality, he had the desire to steal, but not the courage. Lin Feng, Lao Zhe, Hao Zi, and Fatty grew up together, and their parents had a good relationship. Later, Lin Feng and Hao Zi's families fell on hard times, and thanks to Lao Zhe's family, who provided them with jobs, they were able to continue their studies. It wasn't until after graduating from university that Lin Feng, Lao Zhe, and Fatty came to Jiangnan, and Hao Zi also came here after graduating from Kyoto University, that the four brothers reunited. Lin Feng stared at the girls at the table downstairs and said directly, the one in the blue t-shirt. The old thief and the rat both looked at him in surprise. Lin Feng laughed and said, "Just wait and see. Fatty will definitely get the number in a bit." Sure enough, it didn't take long for the fat guy to get the girl in blue's contact information. He put down his guitar and waved to his brothers upstairs before leaving. Upon entering the private room, the fat man gave Lin Feng a bear hug, looked him up and down, and exclaimed in amazement, "Fengzi, you really are just like the old thief said. You've changed so much." Lin Feng pointed at the old thief and laughed. "He's changed even more. He's become much fairer and looks several years younger. You've also lost weight." The mouse also spoke up. "You've all changed a lot, but to me you haven't changed much, except that your strength and endurance have increased a bit." The fat man suddenly said seriously, "I haven't thanked Lin Feng yet." "What?" Lin Feng was completely baffled when he heard this. Chapter 31, The Entry of Major Giants. The fat man suddenly mentioned that his father had injured his back 2 years ago, something several people knew about. When the restaurant first opened, the fat man's father thought the aquarium at the entrance was not placed properly and insisted on moving it himself, which resulted in him straining his back. "I haven't been able to recover properly over the past few years. Whenever I exert myself even slightly, my lower back hurts like it's being pricked with needles." But after the old thief said that Legend of Mir could improve health, the The Fat family played it from last night until this morning and leveled up to level 14. What shocked the Fat man the most was that his father's back, which had been injured for several years, was no longer in pain. Just as they finished speaking, there was a knock on the door of the private room, and the waiter began to serve the dishes, causing everyone to temporarily stop talking. After the waiter left, Lin Feng immediately denied it, saying that it had nothing to do with him and that he didn't know the game had this effect. Moreover, this kind of thing can't be kept secret at all. Sooner or later, everyone will find out. The Fat man picked up his glass and said seriously, "No matter what, this glass of wine is to thank Lin Feng." The others also raised their glasses, shouting Fengzi cheers. The glasses clinked together, and the group quickly moved on to other topics, joking about the Fat man asking for the girl's number in the yard. The Fat man hurriedly explained that he just wanted to make friends, and it wasn't what they were saying about a sea king raising fish. The more the crowd egged him on, the more anxious he became, shouting that if they continued to talk nonsense, he would really fight them. Seeing his face turn red with anxiety, the others laughed even harder, but Lin Feng added a serious comment from the side. "If you really like someone, go for it boldly, and don't leave any regrets later." The others also offered their support, telling the Fat man not to be afraid, that they would all stand by him. The meal lasted from 7 p.m. until 10:30 p.m. Although the group hadn't drunk much, they still followed the rule of not drinking and driving, and each took a taxi away from the door. When Lin Feng returned home, he unusually filled the tub with hot water and took a quiet bath. This small gathering tonight finally helped him calm down a lot, easing his long-suppressed emotions. Lin Feng used to harbor a deep-seated resentment. He could control it, but he knew that this suppression was not a long-term solution. Seeing these former companions and listening to their jokes and banter dispelled much of the somber mood. Lin Feng even suspected that the old thief might have sensed something, which was why he had specially arranged this gathering today. However, he wasn't going to think about it too much. The most important thing right now was to reach level 35 as soon as possible. At that time, he will be able to use the veil of mystery to approach the old thief and his gang under another identity, completely concealing his connection with the Morning Star. Lin Feng did this not because he wanted to hide anything bad, but because he was all too aware of the consequences that would come if his identity as Kaiming were exposed. If it really comes to that, it won't just be him who suffers. The old thief and his family, and even those relatives with whom he has long lost contact, could all be implicated. The federal legal system is sound, and the AI is fair enough, but the world is never short of things hidden in the shadows. Human nature cannot withstand testing, and Lin Feng was even less willing to gamble with the safety of those around him. He didn't get up until the water in the bathtub gradually cooled down. He dried himself off, sat on the sofa, and asked Xiaoming to search for information about the legend of Mir online. The report published by that unknown self-media outlet, that Legend of Mir, can actually improve real-world physical abilities, has gone viral. It topped various search and popularity charts, with millions of comments and replies. Posts and news related to Legend of Mir have almost dominated the entire internet. 9 out of the top 10 trending topics are directly tagged with Legend of Mir, and the remaining one, when clicked, is also related to this game. As if overnight, the whole world was enveloped in the legend of passion and legend. Apart from this game, no other topic can easily stir people's emotions. Lin Feng looked out the window. The city was still brightly lit, with crowds of people and cars flowing endlessly under the neon lights. But everyone's attention seemed to be drawn to the same place, Legend of Mir. Immediately afterwards, headlines from major media outlets exploded one after another, bombarding everyone. Xiaoling Group took the lead in announcing that it would invest 1 trillion yuan to officially enter the world of Legend of Mir. The news caused a huge stir in the business and gaming industries. Xiaoling Group is a top giant in traditional manufacturing, with industries such as automobiles and motorcycles spread across the country, and its financial strength is extremely strong. Now, they've turned their attention to the virtual world and even poured $1 trillion into it. This amount of money is even enough to build a modern, large-scale industrial park in reality. No one knows what Xiaoling Group is trying to do in the game, whether it's to build a business empire or has already seen deeper benefits. Subsequently, Dongbin Group also issued an announcement that it would recruit 1,000 professional gamers to fully enter the Legend of Mir 2 market. Dongbin Group has strong capabilities in the field of electronic technology, with top-notch technology and talent in computer hardware and software development. Their recruitment of 1,000 professional players at once was clearly not a simple trial, but rather a move to gain an early advantage in the game. It's easy to imagine that most of these 1,000 players are highly skilled players selected from other games, with considerable experience and expertise. Following this, Fengqi Group announced a partnership with Eternal Guild, a top guild from Angelic Realm, to jointly enter the world of Legend of Mir. Fengqi Group possesses substantial financial and logistical resources, while Yonghan Guild boasts a large number of loyal members and mature guild management experience. When the two join forces, it's like two sharp blades combined. Their power is far beyond what ordinary forces can match. Especially in the fiercely competitive world of Legend of Mir, the future battle for Shabak is bound to unleash a massive storm. The last piece of news made everyone realize that the real wave of capital investment had only just begun. Tianlong Group announced the official establishment of a subsidiary specializing in the game Legend of Mir, and is recruiting professional gamers from across society with high salaries. Chapter 32, finally obtaining the Invisibility Ring. Tianlong Group is a large enterprise spanning finance, real estate, entertainment, and other fields. The fact that they have now established a special branch for the game Legend of Mir shows how much they value this game. They also offered high salaries to professional gamers across society, instantly attracting countless game enthusiasts who wouldn't be tempted to earn money through gaming and pursue their dreams. It's already started? It seems much faster than I remember. Lin Feng stood by the window, looking at the bustling city outside, his mind filled with doubt. In the previous life, although many companies announced their entry into the gaming industry, such a large-scale and concentrated entry was unprecedented. Moreover, the timing has been significantly earlier. In the previous life, the first high-profile group to enter the game did so on the 5th day after its launch. But now, on only the 2nd day, at least 20 large groups have already entered the fray. More than 100 companies are preparing to invest heavily in the Legend of Mir 2 market, like a pack of beasts smelling blood, rushing to grab this new piece of the pie. Lin Feng guessed that the commotion this time was so big might be related to him. Before he obtained Meteor Shower in his previous life, he was just an ordinary player. But in this life, the changes he made based on his memories of his previous life seemed to have already affected the original trajectory of the game. He felt a sense of accomplishment, but also a touch of worry. The sooner the game became popular, the faster and more intense the competition would come. Beep, beep, beep. The time is now 11:50 p.m. Xiao Ming's reminder sounded, and Lin Feng immediately snapped out his thoughts. He took 2 energy bars from under the coffee table, ate them quickly, went to the bathroom, and then returned to his room to lie on the bed, quietly waiting for the game's start. The ancient stone gate reappeared, and Lin Feng entered without hesitation. A dazzling white light rushed towards him, and in the blink of an eye, he was standing in the Mengzhong safe zone. Congratulations to player Morningstar for reaching the top of the level leaderboard, and for receiving the unique title of #1 in the world, a special equipment chest, and 1 free attribute point. The system will issue a region-wide announcement in 5 seconds. Do you want to hide your ID? Hide. The next second, 3 server-wide announcements rang out in succession. The player had topped the level leaderboard, receiving the title of #1 in the world, a special equipment chest, and 1 point of free attribute. After several announcements, players from all over the country have become somewhat numb to this mysterious person. That bastard is online again. Never mind him. Do you guys want to sign up to become professional gamers? I heard that Jialing Group is offering 30,000 yuan a month. Why bother signing up? The gold coin ratio is now 1 to 400. Whether you farm gold on your own or in a team, you can definitely earn more in a month than you would working a regular job. That's right, working in a mine might not even earn you as little as they do. Suddenly someone exclaimed, "Holy crap, look at the leaderboard. Level 27 already? Wasn't it only level 22 yesterday?" This cheater isn't even pretending anymore. The second place player is only level 19, while everyone from 5th place onwards is level 18. This gap is outrageous. Lin Feng ignored the discussions and quickly left the safe zone, going to the inn alone to book a private room. He checked the new title first. #1 Under Heaven, a unique title, usable at level 1. Increases attack, magic, Taoist arts, defense, and magic resistance by 5, and luck by 1 point. Awesome. All attributes are increased by 5, and it also has luck. Lin Feng put on the title with satisfaction, and several golden characters immediately appeared above his head, with even a dragon shadow hovering around. Number 1, Under Heaven. His face immediately fell. What the hell is this? If I go out wearing this, the whole world will know who I am. How am I supposed to hide my identity? The title is indeed ridiculously powerful, but what he least wants right now is to be targeted. Fortunately, after opening the attribute panel, he found the option to hide the title. With a simple click, the extremely flashy special effect above his head finally disappeared, but the attributes were still retained. Next up is the special equipment chest. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, can you give me a divine artifact? The Supreme Lord Laozi has issued a decree. Come in disguise to obey my command. The boundless heavenly venerable displays his divine powers, only requesting resurrection and teleportation. Lin Feng clasped his hands together and muttered incoherently for a long time before finally opening the special equipment treasure chest on the table. Golden light instantly filled the entire private room. The special effects were amazing. If a Hearthstone player saw this, they would probably shout, Golden Legend. As the light faded, a silver ring set with an eye-shaped gemstone quietly appeared on the table. Holy crap! Laozi is really awesome. He made me invisible just like that. Lin Feng recognized it immediately. This was the universally acknowledged pioneering artifact, the invisibility ring. Its unique design was already etched into his mind. Chapter 33 Ranking List. The invisibility ring requires level 12. When equipped, it automatically grants invisibility. Some monsters can detect or break the invisibility effect. While in stealth mode, damage taken is reduced by 10%, and the ultimate crushing effect and crushing resistance are each increased by 10%, with a duration of May 5th. 10% damage reduction while invisible. That's too strong. This ring has no conventional attributes, but its effect is extremely unique. After Lin Feng put it on, his figure immediately became ethereal, as if shrouded in a layer of smoke, and he no longer appeared real. He added the newly acquired free attribute points to his magic power, glanced at the invisibility ring one last time, and reluctantly took it off and stored it in his warehouse. Lin Feng knew he was going to the Centipede Cave to level up later, so this item wouldn't be of much use for now. He then opened the level leaderboard. He remains at the top, number 1 in the world, level 27. Second place goes to the Phantom Mage at level 19, and from 3rd to 10th, all are level 18 players. The system notified Lin Feng that he could claim 10 bottles of War God oil daily as the number 1 player in the world. Lin Feng claimed them immediately, and his mood instantly improved. They actually gave me War God oil. I won't have to worry about repairing my equipment anymore. The second place winner gets 5 bottles a day. The third place winner gets 3 bottles, and the 4th through 10th place winners each get 1 bottle a day. The leaderboard is updated at midnight every day. If you stay on a leaderboard for 7 consecutive days, starting from 10th place, you'll receive an extra 100,000 experience points and 1 million gold coins for each rank you climb. The top 3 will also receive bonus blessing oil, 10 bottles for first place, 5 bottles for second, and 3 bottles for third. If you remain on the leaderboard for 30 consecutive days, starting from 10th place, you'll receive an additional Woma jewelry/equipment chest for each rank you climb. The top 3 rewards are upgraded to Woma equipment chests, which contain weapons and jewelry. After looking at all the rewards, Lin Feng wasn't interested. Aside from the daily War God oil, which was somewhat useful, the 7-day and 30-day leaderboard rewards held no appeal for him. Since no one knows the value of a full set of Luck 9 gear yet, blessing oil is naturally worthless. As for Woma equipment, Lin Feng has almost collected half a set of warrior and mage gear, and he'll probably be able to equip it all today. Waiting 30 days on the leaderboard to get the Woma treasure chest? By then, he should at least be wearing the Zumas set. The only uncertainty is whether by Min and Chiyu Canyon will open ahead of schedule. In my previous life's memories, by Min didn't open until a year after the server launched, and by the time players actually entered Chiyu Canyon to explore, the game would have been running for almost 2 years. But this time it's different. A large number of corporations have entered the game, and many things are changing, which will inevitably cause a chain reaction. However, these are not things Lin Feng should be considering right now. He had arrived at the entrance to the Centipede Cave. Braving the howling wind, he stepped into the gaping maw of the abyss without hesitation. His vision went dark for a moment, then brightened again. He was already in the eastern part of the first floor of the dungeon. Monsters roared all around him, but Lin Feng, wearing an invisibility ring, was not attacked. He surveyed the densely packed monsters around him, who seemed oblivious to him, and felt extremely pleased, taking out random scrolls and using them repeatedly. His goal today was clear. Head straight to the Dark Zone to level up and use up all the triple experience scrolls. If he encounters an evil pincer bug along the way and it drops a few pieces of the Woma equipment he's missing, that would be perfect. Without any monsters to interfere, Lin Feng traveled at an astonishing speed. He passed through the east side of the first floor of the dungeon, the Iron Lantern House, the west side of the first floor of the dungeon, and the gloomy stone path, and randomly arrived at the lower level of the gloomy stone path. After passing through the cave entrance, we successfully arrived at our destination, the Dark Zone. Within the vast, empty map, the howls of monsters echoed everywhere. Lin Feng quickly switched to high-damage mage gear and stored the invisibility ring in his personal inventory. The moment the ring was removed, the surrounding monsters instantly erupted into chaos, like cold water poured into boiling oil. The monsters that had been wandering quietly all rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng reacted extremely quickly, first using a triple experience scroll, then spreading outwards one wall of fire under his feet. Soon, his vision was filled with burning flames. The monsters charged into the wall of fire, only to be immediately scorched by the flames, writhing and howling in agony before collapsing in droves. But the monsters behind them kept replenishing their ranks, surging headlong into the inferno. As the monsters died in large numbers, the ground was quickly covered with glittering equipment, potions, and gold coins. Gained 720 experience points. Gained 840 experience points. Gained 780 experience points. Experience tips appeared in rows, and the experience bar, which originally required millions of experience points, began to grow at a visible rate. Leaving Lin Feng aside for the moment, the safe zone in Mengzhong province was bustling with activity. Not long ago, a message spread throughout the city. The World Society was about to organize a team to go to Centipede Cave to explore the wilderness. As soon as the news broke, players started discussing it excitedly, with everyone filled with anticipation and curiosity about the operation. With the arrival of Tianxia Junlin, the 9th-ranked player on the leaderboard and leader of the Tianxia Guild, this pioneering campaign has officially begun. He sent out 2 messages to the world in succession. The World Alliance is starting the Death Canyon raid. All personnel, check your equipment and potions, and then randomly assemble at the dungeon entrance. We'll begin promptly at 2 p.m. If the raid is successful, I'll award 10 million in cash based on your contribution. Brothers who want to join the raid, switch to peaceful attack mode. Team up with brothers whose names have the world prefix and follow orders. Let's conquer the dungeon, fight the boss, and farm gear together today. The 2 messages were like boulders thrown into a lake, instantly causing a huge uproar. Countless players began checking their equipment and potions, rushing towards the dungeon entrance. Chapter 30, For the Reign of the Emperor. Many players who were initially hesitant immediately stopped hesitating and signed up to join the Tianxia Guild's pioneering team after seeing that Tianxia Junlin was offering 10 million in cash as a reward. Tianxia Junlin, whose real name is Long Ao, is extremely famous in the Tianlong group. He is the chairman's most beloved youngest son, and has possessed wealth and resources that are difficult for others to match since childhood. Everyone knows that he is famous for his extravagant spending. Whether in real life or in games, he never hesitates to spend money, which is why he is always in the spotlight. But Long Ao was not just a spendthrift playboy. He founded the World Society not only because of money, but also because of strict discipline and strong cohesion. The Tianlong Group's establishment of a branch in Legend of Mir is essentially aimed at formalizing and corporatizing the Tianxiaoyi, which was originally founded on the game. This demonstrates both the group's high regard for the game and its long-standing intention to leverage Legend to expand its business significantly. The World Society was highly efficient and completed preparations in no time. The team leaders distributed the supplies and led their members from different directions to Death Valley. Those casual players who were spurred on by the multi-million-dollar prize also began to actively contact players whose names had the prefix Tianxia, meaning all under heaven, hoping to get on board. However, the World Society doesn't accept just anyone. Those with low levels or poor equipment are mostly rejected outright. Many of them were originally just trying to take advantage of the chaos and reap the rewards from the World Association. After being rejected, they immediately started cursing and swearing in the safe zone, and the scene quickly descended into chaos. Just then, Tianxia Junlin personally appeared in the safe zone and spoke directly through the regional channel. The World Society's operation this time is to carve out a place for themselves in the game, not to do charity. What we need are partners with strength and conviction, not people who come here just to collect rewards. These words were blunt, but the complainers were not convinced. Then, the ruler of the world offered them another path. Friends who are not strong enough for the time being can come and do logistics and be responsible for transporting medicine to the front line. I promise that during this event, the World Society will purchase medium and high doses of wound medicine at double the price of the entrance to Death Valley. The previously noisy safe zone immediately fell silent. The low-level players who had been rejected quickly changed their attitudes and expressed their willingness to join the logistics team and help the World Alliance transport medicine. Long Ao's move was a win-win situation. He weeded out the weaklings, kept the capable combatants, and turned the underleveled players into supply troops. The strength of the fighting force was not hampered, and the supply of medicine at the front line was also guaranteed. Soon, the World Alliance once again advanced towards Death Valley in an orderly manner. At 2 p.m., at the dungeon entrance at the summit of Death Valley, all combat personnel of the World Society were in position. A fierce wind howled as Tianxia Junlin stood at the front of the crowd, beginning the final pre-battle mobilization. Elites of the World Society, we are about to face an extremely difficult challenge. The dungeon is an extremely difficult map. At our normal level, we should be leveling up in the Skull Cave and Zombie Cave to gradually increase our strength. But in the vast province of Mengzhong, there isn't a single place suitable for players between levels 15 and 20 to level up. So here we are. For all the players in Mengzhong province, we will explore the dungeons and turn the perilous into the smooth road. Good. President Tianxia is right. Turn the perilous into a smooth road. Fuck her. What's there to be afraid of? Before the members of the World Society could even get excited, the onlookers were already in an uproar, with shouts rising in waves. The ruler of the world had no choice but to end his speech prematurely, raising his hand and shouting, "Then let's fight together. I came, I saw, I conquered. I came, I saw, I conquered." A unified roar surged up the canyon, and the exploration of Centipede Cave officially began at this moment. The soldiers were the first to enter the cave. They lined up in several rows, forming several teams, and marched forward side by side against the dark and gloomy cave entrance. The frontline warriors had just disappeared into the darkness when an equally large group of Taoist priests followed, closely behind, and entered the cave. The mages were the last to enter. Although their numbers were small, they were all elites who had mastered lightning spells, making them the most crucial firepower for this raid. But not long after, bad news kept coming from inside the cave. Tianxia Junlin kept his lips tightly pressed together, remaining silent throughout. He had arranged for intelligence agents to report the battle situation inside the cave immediately after their deaths via private chat. At the same time, he kept mobilizing the members who had died and returned to the city through the regional channel, telling them to replenish their potions and rush back to the battlefield immediately. The battle inside the dungeon was extremely fierce. Players, averaging levels 15 to 17, surged towards the monsters in waves. However, the dungeon monsters were far more tenacious than imagined, showing almost no sign of retreat. Every monster killed often meant that a player would pay the price with their own death. As the messages kept coming back, even the ruler of the world wavered. With such enormous losses, could this land reclamation really succeed? But he quickly suppressed the thought. No matter the outcome, no matter the cost, he could not back down. This battle won't truly harm the World Alliance. Instead, it's a valuable training opportunity. Only through fierce battles can players accumulate experience and truly grow stronger. When the guild system is released in the game, that will be the moment when the World Guild truly rises to prominence. Therefore, the world ruler decided to use this pioneering campaign as a whetstone, allowing all members to improve their strength through actual combat. Just as the players of the World Alliance were still fighting a desperate battle in the dungeon, a server-wide announcement suddenly appeared. Chapter 35 Monster Rampage. Announcement to the entire district. Due to a large number of players dying in the Death Canyon dungeon in a short period of time, a unique hidden event, Monster Rampage, was triggered. Within the Death Valley area, monster defense is reduced by 100%, damage is increased by 50%, attack speed is increased by 20%, experience is increased by 100%, drop rate is increased by 50%, and respawn frequency is increased by 50%, lasting for 2 hours. The announcement was repeated 3 times in a row, and the entire Death Valley instantly erupted in chaos, transforming into a veritable slaughterhouse. The already ferocious monster went completely berserk, its attack speed and damage skyrocketing. The players of the World Alliance, who were already surrounded, were suddenly plunged into an even greater crisis, and casualties rapidly increased. Tianxia Jumlin's heart pounded, and he immediately issued orders in the regional channel and private chat channel. All personnel retreat. This land reclamation operation is now over. All personnel retreat. This land reclamation operation is now over. The situation was beyond saving, and he had no choice but to make a decisive decision. Continuing to hold on would not only result in the deaths of a few more people, but could also lead to the entire team being completely devoured by the monster. The opening of the Centipede Cave will inevitably result in heavy losses for the World Alliance, but by stopping the bleeding now, at least some people and equipment can be saved. The ruler of the world saw it clearly. This unique hidden event in the entire region, seemingly offering generous rewards, was actually a trap. The monsters were even fiercer and respawned faster. Staying inside would only lead to a deeper and deeper entrapment. In the game, players can revive after death, but those who have already picked up a lot of equipment can still suffer acceptable losses as long as they can escape successfully. If you continue to gamble for double experience and high drop rates, you will only end up losing everything. With the order to retreat spreading, the World Society's attempt to explore the Centipede Cave officially ended in failure. This map was originally designed for players level 20 and above to level up and fight monsters. Even for a level 22 team wearing full class sets, clearing the map is not easy. Not to mention the players from the World Alliance, who are between levels 15 and 17, they simply couldn't survive against a monster that had been berserk for 2 hours. The other players from Tangxiaoyi and Mengzhong quickly retreated, leaving behind only equipment and potions scattered around the dungeon entrance, some of which were dropped by monsters. Lin Feng, who was in the shadows, also saw the announcement. While others suffered heavy losses and were forced to flee for their lives, Lin Feng almost burst out laughing. This monster rampage was a godsend for him. The experience gained in the entire Centipede Cave has doubled, and the refresh rate has increased by 50%, which is clearly intended to make his level soar again. Gained 960 experience points. Gained 1120 experience points. Gained 1040 experience points. Previously, a single large monster would only give 700 or 800 experience points, but now it's over 1,000. Lin Feng stared at the constantly popping experience notifications and poured even more firewalls into his defenses. After reaching level 29, his experience bar's growth rate had already slowed down. But now, the experience bar is surging forward at a visible speed again. Lin Feng didn't even want to kill the evil pincers for the time being. He just kept running around the map, releasing walls of fire along the way, wishing he could cover the entire dark area with flames. 2 evil pincers followed closely behind him, chasing him as they stepped on walls of fire, but they also lost health continuously in the flames. The 2 monsters spawned very close together. When Lin Feng spotted the first one, the monster rampage announcement appeared, so he immediately abandoned the idea of killing it first and instead dragged it around in the wall of fire. Not long after, he encountered a second evil pincer beetle and decided to burn them both together. Lin Feng's level 2 firewall, enhanced by the flame ring, already possesses the power of a level 3 firewall. Combined with 2 sets of high magic equipment and VIP bonuses, its damage is already considerable. Now that monster defense has been reduced by 100%, it's equivalent to a significant weakening of their defense. Every time the flames strike the evil pincer beetle, it takes away more than 200, almost 300 points of health. Although the two evil pincers were ferocious, they were no match for the continuous damage from the firewall. Within just 6 or 7 minutes, they all fell to the flames. The two monsters dropped 3 skill books, 5 pieces of Wolmer equipment, and a large amount of ordinary equipment, potions, and gold coins for Lin Feng. With so many items lost, Lin Feng had to stop and spend some time picking up all the spoils. By the time the first triple experience scroll expired, his experience points were already very close to level 30. Just as he was burning the evil pincers, Lin Feng suddenly thought of a crucial question. The announcement stated that during the monster rampage, the defense of all monsters in the Centipede Cave will be reduced by 100%. Does that mean that the monsters in the Centipede Cave now likely have 0 defense? If this deduction is correct, then is the Dragon God also at 0 in both defenses now? With that in mind, Lin Feng immediately decided to give it a try. Even if it meant wasting more than an hour of experience boost, it would be totally worth it. After all, with his current leveling speed, no one can compare, so it's not a big deal to grind less experience. The Dragon God is located at the deepest part of the Centipede Cave, a place called the Coffin of Death. The dark zone where Lin Feng was located was not far from the brink of life and death. Passing through the narrow pass would lead to the deepest part of Death Valley, to the Coffin of Death where the Dragon God resided. Lin Feng quickly switched to an invisibility ring, and under its cover, he stopped attacking monsters along the way. He would only strike and kill monsters swiftly when they blocked his path, continuing his journey toward the Coffin of Death. Chapter 36 Battle against the Dragon God. Soon, Lin Feng passed through the entrance between life and death. His vision went dark for a moment, then the light returned, and he was already inside the map. He pulled out a random scroll and flew toward his next destination. Time was of the essence. With the help of the invisibility ring's magical power, he traversed the originally dangerous dark zone, the life or death situation, and the narrow passage in just over 10 minutes. Finally, Lin Feng arrived at the deepest part of the Centipede Cave, at the Coffin of Death. With less than 70 minutes remaining before the 2-hour monster rampage ends, he must find a Dragon God as soon as possible and complete this challenge that almost no one dares to attempt. After using the random scroll once again, Lin Feng landed in an open area in the lower left corner of the coffin. Referring to the map, he knew he was very close to the hiding place of the Dragon God. Before the battle officially began, he needed to clear the battlefield and adjust his potions and status. Lin Feng removed his invisibility ring and, following the map's location, began laying down a wall of fire from beneath his feet, preparing to burn a path to the Dragon God. The moment he lost his invisibility, the surrounding monsters immediately became agitated and rushed towards him in droves. Lin Feng maintained the wall of fire while clearing monsters, feeling inevitably nervous. He was about to face the Dragon God. In the PC version, this monster has 5,500 HP, 0 defense, but a magic resistance of 200 and a fixed attack of 100. Its attack is a fan-shaped area of effect attack that can inflict poison and petrification. Poisoning causes the user to lose 50 HP every 3 seconds, and petrification lasts for 3 seconds and can be refreshed continuously. The Dragon God cannot move, but it can burrow underground. As long as there are no enemies around, it will regenerate health at a rate of 1% per second. What's even more troublesome is that its location is extremely narrow, allowing only 2 people to get close at most. If you make a slight mistake in close combat, you will be severely injured by it. In the PC version, players later discovered that the poison effect could not be overwritten by a new poison, so they came up with a method to have their teammates apply the poison first, and then fight it head-on in close combat. But this is the early stage of the game, and no one knows how much health the Dragon God has, or how high its attack power is. In a previous life, almost no one was willing to come to the death coffin, let alone kill the Dragon God. As Lin Feng continued to advance, the number of monsters in the vicinity became increasingly dense. Just as he got a clear look at the boulder on the edge of the cliff, a gigantic centipede-like figure, obscuring the sky, suddenly emerged from the ground. The Dragon God has appeared. It opened its ferocious maw, and countless sharp, knife-like limbs swung wildly. The sheer oppressive aura it exuded was enough to deter ordinary players. Lin Feng did not approach further, but instead raised his hand and created a wall of fire at its feet. 288. Just as I expected. Upon seeing the damage numbers, Lin Feng clenched his fists. The Dragon God's defense was extremely high, but the fire wall still dealt considerable damage. This was the key to his breakthrough. After being attacked, the Berserk Dragon God retaliated extremely quickly, opening its huge mouth and spewing a large fan-shaped cloud of poisonous mist towards Lin Feng. 60. Lin Feng had no way to dodge and was instantly dyed green from head to toe. He dared not be distracted and immediately swallowed a bottle of wound medicine. Then he poisoned the Dragon God, first applying green poison to it, and then adding a layer of dark red poison. With the red and green poisons applied, Lin Feng began to unleash his strongest single-target skill, Lightning Bolt. Lightning continued to strike, and the Dragon God launched a furious counterattack. Lin Feng stood his ground, refusing to retreat, directly confronting this god-level boss, which clearly enraged it. The Dragon God swung its limbs even faster, and with a roar, wave after wave of poisonous mist crashed down on Lin Feng. 60. You've been petrified. You've been petrified. The 60 points of damage per second from the green poison were beyond what even the most potent healing potions could recover. Fortunately, Lin Feng was prepared. In between doses of the healing potions, he continuously drank potent solar water, forcibly restoring his health to above half. The battle lasted for nearly 10 minutes, and the hundreds of bottles of potent solar water brought from the warehouse were almost all gone. Lin Feng was extremely anxious. If this continued, he would surely be defeated once the medicine ran out. But he didn't stop. While bombarding the Dragon God with lightning spells, he searched for potions from the corpses of monsters burned to death by the fire wall and picked up potent sun water to prolong their lives. As soon as the wall of fire disappeared, he immediately replaced it, and the flames beneath the feet of the Dragon God never went out. The Dragon God petrified him again, but Lin Feng reacted extremely quickly. As soon as the petrification was lifted, he immediately drank a strong dose of sun water and a strong wound medicine, enduring this round of outburst. Time passed slowly, and the Dragon God's health continued to decline, while Lin Feng only had a few bottles of potions left. Finally, a wall of fire damage jumped out from above the head of the Dragon God. With a mournful cry of "Iya!" the enormous Dragon God crashed to the ground. Lin Feng's lightning spell landed on the open ground, and the battle ended. He breathed a sigh of relief and silently estimated that this Dragon God had at least 200,000 life points. Before his eyes, a massive explosion covering a radius of 12 by 12 covered the ground, and Lin Feng felt a surge of joy. With less than half an hour remaining before the monster's rampage ended, he fought for nearly 15 minutes. Gained 200,000 experience points. Immediately afterwards, a system notification sound rang out. Congratulations to player Morningstar for achieving the first kill of the Boss Touch Dragon God and receiving the system reward of +1 free attribute point. This is the first kill of a god-level boss in the game, and I have received an additional system reward, a special equipment chest. The system will issue a server-wide announcement in 5 seconds. Do you wish to hide your ID? Lin Feng spoke without hesitation. Hide ID. Lin Feng was surprised to receive another special equipment chest. The next moment, the announcement was broadcast 3 times throughout the district. Players who are the first to kill the Boss Touch Dragon God will receive +1 free attribute point. This is the first kill of a god-level boss in the game, and an extra special equipment chest will be awarded. Chapter 37, The Dragon God's Generous Reward. Announcement to the entire district. Player achieves first kill of Boss Touch Dragon God, gaining +1 free attribute point. This is the first kill of a god-level boss in the game, with an additional reward of a special equipment chest. The announcement sounded 3 times in a row. This announcement was completely different from the previous ones, and the players, who had become numb to Lin Feng's frequent appearances on television, were instantly in an uproar. This big shot doesn't even care about ordinary bosses? What exactly is a god-level boss? The Dragon God? The name alone is outrageous. How could a human possibly defeat him? The 5 of us couldn't even beat the Corpse King, yet he single-handedly killed a god-level boss? Could this really be a GM? Some were shocked, some were skeptical, and some simply joined in shouting, "Awesome." Some even asserted that the final boss had already been killed after only 3 days of the game's release. The chat channels on all the maps were in complete chaos, and Tianxia Junlin was momentarily distracted, causing his lightning spells to miss and hit his teammates in front of him. Fortunately, he was in peace mode, so no damage was caused. But everyone knew that Lin Feng had once again left all the players far behind. Lin Feng had no time to pay attention to the outside world. He quickly picked up the items dropped by the Dragon God, set up a wall of fire, and immediately used his last triple experience scroll for the day. Although the Dragon God is dead, the deadly poison it left behind still clings to Lin Feng, deducting 60 points of health every second. Lin Feng dare not stop, running back and forth across the various maps of the Centipede Cave, while still poisoned, frantically burning monsters to level up and picking up any potent sun water on the ground as soon as possible. Even after he had used up all his triple experience scrolls, he persevered and grinded for another 2 hours. Finally, a golden dragon shadow shot into the sky from his body. You've leveled up. Current level, 31. Finally level 31. He's been online for 7 hours today, and the previous battle with the Dragon God has kept him on edge. If he hadn't accurately calculated the experience bonus from the monster's rampage, which would have been enough for him to learn the mage's strongest defensive skill, Magic Shield, before logging off, he would never have risked it to this extent. Having reached level 31, Lin Feng had achieved his goal. He immediately switched to ordinary equipment below level 20 and then chose to return to town. He rushed to the inn and booked a private room. After sitting down, he poured himself a cup of tea before taking out his Magic Shield from his personal storage. The skill book transformed into a beam of light and merged directly into his hand. The next second, a pale golden oval light shield appeared, enveloping Lin Feng entirely. This is the mage's strongest defensive skill, the Magic Shield. Players also like to call it the eggshell, and mages who can use the Magic Shield are called eggshell mages. Having a Magic Shield makes a world of difference. It can reduce both physical and magical damage, greatly compensating for a mage's low health and weak defense. Lin Feng reached out and tested it. His palm easily passed through the light shield. Clearly, the Magic Shield was only for protection and would not affect his movements or spellcasting. After experiencing the new skill, he calmed down and checked the loot dropped by the Dragon God. The 2 skill books are Group Healing and Fiery Sword Technique, which are considered mid-tier. There are a total of 14 pieces of equipment, 5 Zuma grade, 7 common items, and 2 special items. There is also a unique item without any attributes, the Horn of the Dragon God. Lin Feng put it directly into the warehouse. He guessed that it was probably a key item for some mission, but no one had ever killed the Dragon God in his previous life, and no one knew its true purpose yet. There's nothing special about the ordinary equipment, except for 2 exceptional items, an ebony bracelet with +2 magic and a Taoist helmet with +1 Taoist magic. What Lin Feng truly valued were the 5 pieces of Zuma equipment. The first item is the Bone Jade Scepter. It requires level 35, has an attack power of 6 to 12, a magic power of 2 to 7, and an additional 1 point of magic power. Its hidden attributes are unknown. This pale yellow bone staff, over 2 meters long and as white as jade, is clearly of top quality. Unfortunately, Lin Feng's level is not high enough to equip it for the time being. The second item, the Dragon Bracelet, requires 28 points of magic, with a magic power of 0 to 3. Its hidden attribute is +5 to ignore magic defense, and an additional 5% increase to the magic defense ignore effect. In addition, it also has the special attributes of +10% Zuma crushing effect and +10% Zuma crushing resistance. The third item, the Knight's Bracelet, requires 39 attack points and has a base attack of 2 to 2. Its hidden attribute adds an extra 0 to 3 attack and grants 5% ignore defense. It also possesses the Zuma crushing effect and resistance bonuses. The fourth Titan Ring requires 24 points of Taoist Magic 2 to 6. Its hidden attributes include a 2 to 2 increase in defense, a 5% increase in Soul Fire Talisman damage, and a 10% increase in both Zuma's crushing effect and resistance. The last item is the most eye-catching, the God of War Armor, usable by male characters. It requires 46 points of attack, 5 to 9 base defense, 3 to 5 magic resistance, an additional 0 to 4 points of attack, and an additional 0 to 2 points of magic. This War God armor is also top tier, granting an extra 4 points to attack and an extra 2 points to magic. Its hidden attributes are defense 3 to 3, magic defense increased by 10%, and Zuma Crush effect plus 10%, Zuma Crush resistance plus 10%. Chapter 38, the super powerful Resurrection Ring. This War God armor is truly formidable. With such a huge stat boost, it's just a pity it doesn't increase attack power. Lin Feng sighed, and then turned his gaze to the remaining 2 pieces of special equipment. The memory bracelet requires level 26 and comes with a little magic. Its hidden attribute is that after collecting a complete set of memory equipment, you can use Heaven and Earth United to summon teammates who have used Allow Heaven and Earth United. The memory necklace also requires level 26, has an attack of 2 to 4, and most importantly, a luck bonus of plus 2. Once the set is complete, it also has the same Heaven and Earth Unity summoning effect. Wow, this memory necklace even has plus 2 luck. That's great. Although Lin Feng didn't need it for the time being, he knew that this item was extremely valuable. To complete a set with plus 9 luck, the weapon's luck could only be increased to plus 7 using Blessing Oil. The last 2 points had to be made up with a necklace that had a luck of plus 2 or higher. Only when your luck reaches 9 can you reliably deal 100% maximum damage. After looking at all of these, only the last and most important special equipment chest remained on the table. Lin Feng had high expectations for this. After all, he now possessed 2 special rings. The Flame Ring greatly increased his fire damage, significantly boosting his leveling speed. The Invisibility Ring was the key to defeating the Dragon God today. Without the Invisibility Ring, he might not even be able to reach the coffin of death safely. The rampaging monsters along the way would be enough to trap him, let alone find the Dragon God before time runs out. He solemnly placed the ancient treasure chest on the table, and a stream of light flashed across the surface of the chest from time to time. Then Lin Feng put his hands together and muttered some incantations. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, can you please give me a teleportation? The Supreme Lord Laozi issues a decree. The teleportation ring is at my command. Guanyin, Jade Emperor, and Queen Mother, please give me the teleportation ring. As the treasure chest was opened, the private room was once again filled with dazzling golden light. Wow, the golden legend. Raymond Lamb even did his own voiceover. When the light faded, only a blue butterfly-shaped ring remained on the table. The Resurrection Ring. Okay, I admit I was greedy, but the Resurrection Ring is still pretty good. He was naturally a little disappointed that he didn't get the teleportation ring he wanted most. But after seeing the attributes of the Resurrection Ring, that disappointment vanished instantly. The Resurrection Ring requires level 16 and adds 0 to 1 to both defense and magic resistance. When equipped, it instantly revives you on the spot when your health reaches 0, restoring all your health. Each resurrection consumes 1 point of durability, with a 60-second cooldown. Even more outrageous is that it also comes with 10% absolute evasion, 10% reduction in damage taken, and 10% increase in ultimate crushing effect and crushing resistance. Is this attribute what I understand it to be? Absolute evasion. Even able to dodge locked-on, guaranteed hit attacks? 10% reduction in damage taken. Doesn't that mean 10% absolute damage reduction? Lin Feng fiddled with the ring, completely abandoning any thought about the teleportation ring. In his past life's memories, the Federation's war god who wielded the heaven-slaying / wore a resurrection ring. No one knew the ring's specific abilities, but combining it with those battle videos, Lin Feng immediately noticed many inconsistencies. The answer is now clear. The second hidden attribute of the resurrection ring is clearly a kind of absolute evasion and absolute defense. He immediately equipped the resurrection ring to his secondary equipment slot, then put on all the high-level equipment he could wear and checked his current status. The mix of various Woma equipment did result in somewhat chaotic attributes, but Lin Feng didn't care. He was doing this to prepare for the third enhancement. At this moment, he is fully equipped with 3 ultimate rings, 1 Zuma ring, 2 Zuma bracelets, 2 Woma bracelets, 2 Woma necklaces, 1 Zuma outfit, and 2 Woma weapons. The remaining clothes and 2 hats were also top-quality items. With a 30% ultimate bonus, a 40% Zuma bonus, and a 60% Woma bonus, Lin Feng has already upgraded himself to the strongest state he can currently achieve. Looking at the magic shield that had just disappeared from his body, he raised it again. There were only a few minutes left in the game, as shown in the bottom right corner. Lin Feng was thinking that he should go find the bookstore owner next time he logged on. Now that he had the magic shield, he could consider accepting the next quest. Soon, the 8-hour game time ended. Like countless other players, Lin Feng was forcibly kicked out of the game. The moment I returned to reality, the third enhancement arrived as scheduled. His body felt as if it were immersed in warm spring water, the warm water enveloping every inch of his skin, gently washing over him. A feeling of comfort and tingling followed, like a weak electric current constantly passing through his body, stimulating his nerve endings. But this enhancement is far more intense than the previous two combined. Thicker and stronger warm currents surged along his meridians, flowing into his limbs and bones. If his body hadn't already undergone 2 rounds of intense strengthening, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it so easily. Wherever the warm current passed, fatigue and aches were swept away, and every cell in the body seemed to cheer. That surging power that filled the whole body was almost intoxicating. Lin Feng suppressed the urge to destroy everything and silently calculated the extent of the improvement brought about by this enhancement. The reinforcement is finally over. But the next second, his bladder felt like a magic bottle sealing a demon king, ready to explode at any moment. His abdomen roared like thunder, frantically accusing him of the torture he was suffering. Without a second thought, Lin Feng leaped out of bed and rushed to the bathroom. As he passed the living room, he also grabbed a handful of energy bars from the coffee table. His intense physical reaction made him forget everything else. He relieved himself with one hand and tore open the energy bar packaging with the other. When Lin Feng came out of the bathroom, he was still chewing on an energy bar and took 2 cans of beef to heat up. He leaned against the kitchen refrigerator, still feeling a lingering fear, thinking that the energy capsule had to be put on the agenda as soon as possible. Chapter 39 Haofeng, Advanced Energy Chamber. Even if we don't need to use it many times for now, today's situation is too dangerous. Lin Feng had never been so panicked. When the third enhancement ended, the intense sense of crisis kept warning him. His body energy was insufficient, and he could collapse at any time. What he's doing now is far ahead of other players. According to the data, the enhancement value has already exceeded 100 points and is estimated to be between 115 and 120 points. This is equivalent to 3 times the power of a top 100 player after 4 enhancements. And the 4th enhancement is even more terrifying, at least doubling the power of the previous one, naturally resulting in a surge in energy consumption. Without the support of the energy capsule, his body would likely be completely drained and collapse on the spot once the 4th enhancement was completed. The basic energy capsule costs 100,000 and can only provide basic life support. The intermediate level costs 500,000, the advanced level costs 2 million, and the customized version is even more expensive and requires waiting time. Lin Feng only has 40,000 yuan in his entire collection. With his needs, the basic model is simply not enough. He needs at least a mid-range model, and ideally, he should go all out and buy a high-end model. He sat down in the living room with 2 cans of beef, eating and calculating. He only needed to pay a 10% deposit for the mid-class cabin, 50,000 yuan. He could borrow the remaining 10,000 yuan from Old Thief or Fatty. The game trading platform will open at midnight tomorrow, and he'll soon have money. But his identity as Morning Star must be kept secret. He needs to reach level 35 to buy the mysterious veil and create a second ID to conceal his identity. However, level 35 means the 4th enhancement, and the energy pod must be prepared in advance to survive this stage. Xiaoming, help me apply for short-term federal sponsorship. According to the welfare benefits, he can apply for a 200,000 yuan limit for a 7-day term with a daily interest rate of 0.05%, or he can choose a long-term plan with a 100,000 yuan limit. Lin Feng said directly, apply for 200,000, 7 days. 5 minutes later, the 200,000 yuan guarantee limit was credited to my account. It can only be used for living expenses and shopping. Violation will not only result in the withdrawal of the limit, but also incurring double the penalty. Lin Feng immediately order a high-end energy capsule and deliver it to our door as soon as possible. Xiaoming quickly replied that he had ordered the Haofeng Advanced Energy Capsule from Jiangnan Fengshan Technology, priced at 2 million yuan, which included 3 sets of energy liquid. He had already paid a deposit of 200,000 yuan and would be installed at 9 p.m. that night. The final payment of 1.8 million must be paid within 7 days of signing for receipt. Lin Feng didn't care about the shortfall of over 2 million. As long as the fatal flaw in the level 35 enhancement was resolved, money wouldn't be an issue. After dealing with the energy chamber, he checked the time and found that there was still more than half an hour until 9 o'clock. Lin Feng finished his canned beef in large bites, then asked Xiaoming to pull up the latest news about the game Legend of Mir. Aside from the sensational headlines, more and more companies, teams, and guilds were announcing their entry into the game. Several messages stood out. Federal Council member Kurtz established a research team to be stationed there. Commissioner Irose led the entire Sapphire family to enter. The Military Council sent personnel to be stationed there, and the Security Council also sent investigators. Lin Feng clicked on the news and realized that these seemingly different messages were actually all pointing to the same thing. At last night's important meeting, Kurtz took the lead in announcing the establishment of a dedicated team to explore the legendary tale, followed by Irose's statement, and the entire Sapphire family joined the discussion. The military is getting involved in the game to support and manage military operations, while the Security Council is sending investigators to maintain order. At all levels of the federal government, the game is now receiving considerable attention. Many things happen ahead of their previous lives, and the development of both the game and reality deviated from their original trajectory. This is for the best. At least it can maintain stability in reality to a greater extent. In the early stages of the previous Federation, the game was not taken seriously, with only the military sending a small number of personnel to test it. When the game rules began to affect reality, order was severely disrupted. The federal government paid a heavy price to barely suppress the situation. However, Lin Feng no longer cared about these things. His progress far surpassed everyone else's, and once the rules were projected into reality, he would definitely have the ability to protect himself. As long as you don't do anything reckless, you're unlikely to encounter any real danger in the future. Xiaoming reminded him that it would be 9 o'clock in 5 minutes. Lin Feng immediately got up, threw the empty can into the trash can, washed up quickly, and went back to lie down on his warm bed. As the light shone before his eyes and the ancient gate appeared, Lin Feng couldn't wait to start the game. As the door creaked open, a blinding white light instantly engulfed him. Chapter 40: The Bookstore Owner's Request 2. Lin Feng appeared in a private room at Mengzhongyan. This kind of private space requires payment and can be rented by the hour or by the day. He quickly changed into the common equipment worn by mainstream players, crushed the return scroll to return to the safe zone, and then left immediately. After replenishing his supply of random scrolls outside the safe zone, he headed straight for the southeast direction on the map, intending to find the bookstore owner to take on the next commission. Without any delay, 10 minutes later, Lin Feng arrived at the courtyard again and stood in front of the tightly closed door. Knock, knock, knock. As if exchanging secret signals, 3 light knocks were made, and soon the bookstore owner's voice came from inside the room. Who is it? Sir, it is I, Morningstar. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the door creaked open to both sides. The bookstore owner was still sitting behind the low couch in the center of the room, with a candle and a cup of tea, holding a book whose title he couldn't make out, looking relaxed. As soon as Lin Feng stepped into the house, the door behind him slammed shut with a bang, startling him so much that he almost thought the old man had some ulterior motive. The bookstore owner put down his book, looked up at him, and said, "You did a good job on the last task. It seems you're ready this time." "Yes, my strength has improved, and I'm ready," Lin Feng replied decisively. "Don't stand, sit down." The bookstore owner gestured for him to sit down, picked up the teapot, and with a flick of his other hand, a teacup appeared out of thin air in his palm. He filled the teacup, pushed it in front of Lin Feng, and then raised his own cup to indicate, "Please, please." Lin Feng smelled the aroma of the tea and felt that it was obviously unusual, so he picked up the cup and took a sip. The next moment, a system notification sounded. "Ding! You have drunk the bookstore owner's mysterious tea, increasing your health by 20 and your mana by 20. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he tilted his head back and gulped down the rest of the tea. But the system did not react at all. Upon seeing this, The bookstore owner burst into laughter. This tea only works the first time you drink it. You're really wasting your breath. Lin Feng was a little embarrassed. He put down his teacup and scratched his head, saying, "I'm sorry to have made you laugh." The reactions of people who drink this tea for the first time are all pretty much the same. The bookstore owner waved his hand. "Consider this cup of tea your reward for completing the last request." Lin Feng then realized that the first commission wasn't entirely without a reward. The reward was simply hidden here. "Thank you, sir. All right, I know you adventurers value your time, so I'll just tell you what to do next." As soon as the bookstore owner finished speaking, a new task immediately appeared before Lin Feng. The bookstore owner's request to please find the eggs of the black maggot, the teeth of the red wild boar, the meat of the black wild boar, and the scales of the chi. Mission deadline, 24 hours. Mission reward, 1 random skill book for level 25 or below. Accept, yes or no. The reward isn't particularly great, and the task isn't very difficult. Most players could easily complete it in half a month. But now is the time to race against time. So Lin Feng accepted without hesitation. "Sir, time is of the essence. I'll go right now." Having completed the mission, he took out a return scroll and prepared to leave, but the system suddenly popped up a notification. Teleportation is unavailable on the current map. The bookstore owner said calmly, "Spatial power cannot be used here." After saying that, he simply waved his hand casually. Before Lin Feng could even react, he had already been transported to the Mengzhong safe zone. With the return scroll still clutched in his hand, Lin Feng kept replaying the scene of the old man waving his hand in his mind. The more he thought about it, the more certain he became that the bookstore owner was definitely an unfathomable super big shot. After putting away the scroll, he ran towards the tall, pyramid-shaped altar in the northwest of the safe zone. The altar had 3 levels, with a wide stone staircase on the west side and an archer guarding each side. Lin Feng stepped onto the stairs, but the 2 guards did not react. He quickly climbed to the top floor, where he found himself in an inconspicuous little house with a narrow doorway that could only accommodate 1 person at a time. Passing through the doorway, the space inside was more than 10 times larger than it appeared from the outside. Not far away, there's a cave entrance leading downwards, with stone steps disappearing into the darkness. This is the Stone Tomb, also known as the Pig Cave by players, a popular leveling map. There was no one on the map at the moment, so Lin Feng immediately changed into his combat gear, activated his magic shield, and entered the Stone Tomb along the stairs. The Stone Tomb has 7 layers in total. The first 2 layers are mainly inhabited by black maggots, red wild boars, black wild boars, and chi, which are exactly the materials he needs for his mission. Starting from the 3rd floor, scorpion snakes will appear, and the 4th floor will have bosses such as white boars and evil scorpion snakes. Below the 5th level lies a stone tomb maze, with entrances leading in all directions, each connecting to a similar labyrinth. Those unaware of its layout will find it difficult to navigate to the 6th and 7th levels. Legend has it that if you can enter the 7th level of the Stone Tomb and defeat the Stone Tomb's guardian, the Stone Tomb Corpse King, you can enter the paradise through the hole it left behind. By the dim light of the torches on the wall, Lin Feng could see that the area below the steps was teeming with wild boars and black maggots. The largest number of wild boars kept grunting, their dense calls almost drowning out all other sounds. Lin Feng, wearing an invisibility ring, didn't alert any monsters. He also didn't intend to waste time on the 1st level, so he crushed a random scroll and flew away. After confirming his location, he continued to fly randomly until he reached a position close to the entrance of the next level. Lin Feng had no intention of fighting monsters on the 1st floor of the Stone Tomb. He wanted to use the dense monsters there to hold off other players and buy himself more time and opportunities to develop. After entering the 2nd level, he flew to a random location again, then took off an invisibility ring and put on a ruby ring. Chapter 41, A Playful Take on the 3 Professions. The moment Lin Feng switched off his invisibility ring, the monsters around him immediately went berserk, with the nearest black maggots and wild boars lunging at him simultaneously. The black maggot curled its body into a giant black tire, and with astonishing speed and power, it crashed into us like an out-of-control truck. The red and black boars also swung their thick spiked clubs, smashing them wildly at the golden magic shield around him, creating a series of loud, clanging sounds. Each impact only takes away a small amount of health, but it causes ripples to spread across the magic shield, as if it will shatter at any moment. -5, -7, -3. Single-digit damage numbers kept appearing above Lin Feng's head, and finally, a small gap appeared as health bar. Just as the monsters were attacking fiercely, a wall of fire suddenly burst into flames beneath Lin Feng's feet. -264, -271, -266, -268. The black maggots that had been frantically ramming against him just moments before suddenly collapsed beside him. Gained 240 experience points. Several wild boars nearby, scorched by the wall of fire, also collapsed to the ground with screams, scattering potions and gold coins all over the ground. Gained 360 experience points. Gained 380 experience points. Lin Feng continued to lay down walls of fire along the route to the third floor. Wherever he went, monsters rushed into the sea of fire in waves, only to fall down in waves. The high magical power brought by the two sets of equipment, the overwhelming effect of advanced and ultimate equipment, plus the powerful bonuses like those of a supreme VIP, make the firewall exceptionally terrifying. Almost no monster that stepped into the firewall's range could withstand the second burn. It's a pity the triple experience scrolls were used up, otherwise experience would have increased even faster. To level up from level 31 to level 35, you need a total of 12 million experience points, which requires killing tens of thousands of monsters. Even with Lin Feng's incredible damage output, and given that the stone tomb was being opened for the first time and had an extremely high monster density, it was impossible for him to level up in a short period of time. He walked deeper into the third level, where walls of fire continued to extend, and the ground was densely covered with equipment, potions, and gold coins. As he moved, items on the ground were constantly collected, and new loot kept appearing as monsters died. The bookstore owner's second request was fulfilled, and the required materials were quickly collected. The task is complete, but you still need to go back to the bookstore to collect your reward from the owner. Lin Feng didn't plan to go back for the time being. It was still early. His goal was to continue downwards and enter the 5th or even the 7th floor. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours passed. Because he didn't use the random scroll to travel any further, it wasn't until the 5th hour that Lin Feng finally arrived at the 5th level of the stone tomb. As he walked through the 4th level, he never saw the white boar or the evil scorpion snake. Although these two types of bosses appear on the 4th floor, their numbers and probability are very low, and they cannot be compared with those on the 5th floor. Therefore, from the very beginning, Lin Feng set his sights on the 5th level. Standing on the entrance steps, he couldn't help but complain. This map is ridiculously big, but there are so many monsters, and burning pigs with firewalls really gives you a lot of experience. Not long ago, his level increased again, and he has now reached level 32. A level 32 mage can learn a special skill called Holy Word. This skill doesn't deal direct damage, but special effects make it highly sought after by mage players and extremely hated by Taoist players. The Holy Word spell can only be used against Taoist summoned beasts and a few monsters with the death attribute. When the spell is cast, 4 pink orbs will appear around the target. The orbs will rise to the top of the head together, collide with each other, and turn into a cloud of pink smoke. With a crisp ring-ring sound, the smoke quickly dissipated. Nothing happens when you fail, but if you succeed, the target will die instantly or disappear completely. Summoned beasts are the most important helpers for Taoists, playing a vital role in both monster hunting and PvP. However, if a Taoist priest painstakingly trains a skeleton or divine beast to level 7, and it is instantly killed by a Holy Word spell, the next one he summons will only be level 3. In terms of attack, defense, health, and attack speed, level 3 summons are vastly different from level 7 summons. Therefore, when mages and Taoists fight, mages often prioritize using Holy Word to kill the opponent's pet, directly rendering the Taoist's strongest support useless. This is why mages and Taoists in the game are often hostile to each other. In this world, the 3 professions of warrior, mage, and Taoist have always maintained a delicate balance, restraining each other and each having its own strengths and weaknesses. Mages excel at ranged magical damage, capable of blasting enemies from a safe distance. Their Holy Word spell, in particular, is the natural enemy of Taoist summons. Warriors possess extremely high health and powerful melee burst damage, Once they get close to a fragile mage, it's often a fatal blow. A truly skilled warrior can precisely control the cooldown of the Blazing Fire skill and unleash 2 Blazing Fire attacks at close range, which is known as double Blazing Fire. This terrifying outburst is something most mages simply cannot withstand, and they are likely to be instantly killed. As for Taoists, although their direct damage output is not as high as that of mages and warriors, they can summon pets to absorb damage and assist in attacks. Combined with Soulfire runes and ranged poison attacks, they can keep the fight dragged on and torture the warrior to death. Chapter 42, The Stone Tomb, a little Easter egg. However, while the holy word is powerful, it is completely useless in the Stone Tomb map. Seeing that there were only 3 hours left on the screen, Lin Feng decided not to continue his advance and instead use the firewall to clear a path. The map of the 5th level of the Stone Tomb is extremely vast, and the routes are intricate and complex. Starting from the entrance, Lin Feng carefully cleared the map in a counterclockwise direction, not wanting to miss any corner that might be hiding white boars and evil scorpion snakes. If you look closely enough, you'll find that the layout of the 5th floor actually contains the capital letters Mir 2 and the Roman numeral 2. This is the original name of Legend of Mir, and it's also a little Easter egg left by the map designer, adding a bit of fun to the tedious grinding. Within this labyrinthine map, an unknown number of white boars and evil scorpions lurk. Both bosses have a chance to drop Woma and Zuma-level equipment, enough to tempt any player. The complex terrain posed no problem for Lin Feng. With his experience and observation skills, 3 hours was enough to thoroughly search the 5th level. He proceeded along the path illuminated by the wall of fire, his feet paved with monster corpses, equipment, potions, and gold coins scattered everywhere. Lin Feng's eyes swept across the surroundings, leaving no blind spot unchecked, while his ears picked up any unusual sounds amidst the cacophony of monster roars. Time passed slowly, and he scanned the lower half of the map from the entrance, but he didn't even see a trace of the white boar or the evil scorpion snake. It seems that these bosses are all hiding in the upper part. Lin Feng wasn't in a hurry. He glanced at the timer. It was 3:03 p.m. There were still 2 hours left, more than enough time. He continued to advance upwards on the map when suddenly, a sharp, unfamiliar roar pierced through the monster's howls, mixed with a rattling sound similar to a rattlesnake. It's an evil scorpion. Lin Feng's spirits lifted, and he immediately followed the sound, clearing away the monsters along the way and quickly approaching his target. Soon, at a secluded corner, he finally saw the enormous, evil scorpion. It exuded an eerie aura, and its scales were not the earthy yellow of ordinary scorpions and snakes, but rather jet black and glossy, gleaming with a cold, sinister light. Lin Feng quickly adjusted his position, spreading walls of fire across the nearby open area. He burned away the smaller monsters that were in his way, while simultaneously setting up the battlefield to inflict continuous damage on the evil scorpion serpent. Once ready, he charged toward his target without hesitation, reaching the evil scorpion's maximum attack range in the blink of an eye. After standing still, Lin Feng gripped his wand tightly and waved it repeatedly. 2 beams of magical light shot out, and 2 plumes of gray poisonous mist landed precisely on the head of the evil scorpion serpent. The first wisp of poisonous mist seeped into its body, instantly turning its jet black skin a dark green. Then, the second wisp of poisonous mist descended, turning it a deep red. With both venomous attacks, the evil scorpion snake instantly flew into a rage. It twisted its long tail, raised its giant pincers with the support of several small claws, and pounced on Lin Feng like a mad beast. Lin Feng had anticipated this, and calmly took a few steps back, maintaining his distance from it. The evil scorpion, however, only wanted to tear the humans before it apart, relentlessly pursuing them in its rage. Just as it approached Lin Feng, a shrill hiss suddenly came from beneath its feet. -240. It stepped into the wall of fire, but the burning pain did not make it back down. Instead, it spurred it to accelerate again. Boom! -255. Facing the menacing, attacking scorpion, Lin Feng stood rooted to the spot, his feet seemingly rooted to the ground, and his magic wand flashed with dazzling lightning. Bolts of lightning struck down, the blue lightning hitting the evil scorpion serpent precisely, crackling as if it were howling in pain. But this boss was exceptionally tenacious, enduring the walls of fire, poisonous fog, and lightning, and gradually closing in on Lin Feng. Although he couldn't see its health bar, Lin Feng knew very well that just by crossing that wall of fire, the evil scorpion serpent had already taken thousands of points of damage, leaving it with a significant amount of health. The next moment, the giant pincers slammed down. -26. The damage is very high. If any ordinary player outside were to be hit by this attack, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even a warrior with the highest defense right now would probably lose more than 100 points of health. However, Lin Feng was not intimidated by this terrifying attack. After the earlier probing, he had figured out the evil scorpion's attack methods. Chapter 43, First Kill of the Evil Scorpion. Having obtained the information he needed, Lin Feng decisively changed tactics, no longer confronting the evil scorpion head-on. He flashed away, quickly creating distance, and nimbly weaved through the wall of fire, using lightning magic to engage in a hit-and-run battle with the evil scorpion snake. This is a combat style that Lin Feng developed after learning the firewall technique. The firewall can both isolate him from the interference of smaller monsters, allowing him to concentrate on dealing with the boss and continuously burn the target, increasing his kill efficiency. As the flames rolled, the evil scorpion snake relentlessly pursued him, while Lin Feng dodged left and right, never giving it a chance to get close. But he didn't just run away. Whenever the evil scorpion missed its target, Lin Feng would suddenly turn around and unleash a precise lightning bolt. Blue lightning ripped through the sea of fire, striking the evil scorpion serpent fiercely. Its health was astonishing, estimated at 30,000, but Lin Feng used this kiting-like fighting style to slowly deplete it. Finally, Lin Feng raised his hand once again, and lightning crashed down. Boom! -263. Gained 12,000 experience points. The severely wounded evil scorpion roared in resentment before finally collapsing amidst the raging wall of fire. Congratulations to player Morningstar for achieving the first kill of the boss evil scorpion serpent. System reward, +1 free attribute point. A server-wide announcement will be made in 5 seconds. Hide your ID. Hide ID. The next second, the district-wide announcement sounded 3 times in a row. The player who kills the boss evil scorpion for the first time receives the system reward, +1 free attribute point. The evil scorpion unleashed a massive 8-yard burst, with equipment, potions, and gold flashing continuously within the wall of fire. One of them is a skill book, and the other is a set of 6 pieces of equipment. The skill book contains the warrior's level 30 skill, Savage Charge. This skill can forcibly push away players of a lower level, causing a brief stun. At level 3, it can even knock apart 2 players in a straight line. Whether chasing, escaping, or bullying lower-level players, Savage Charge is a useful skill for warriors. If combined with other skills and skillful movement, warriors have a real chance to defeat stronger opponents. Of the 6 pieces of equipment, there are 2 regular pieces, 1 set piece, 2 Woma pieces, and 1 Zuma piece. Among the 2 ordinary pieces of equipment, there was also a top-tier weapon with excellent attributes. Broken Soul requires level 20, attack 8 to 14, plus 4 extra points of attack, accuracy +5, plus 3 extra points, durability 10-11. This soul-breaking weapon has a total of 7 extra attribute points, and all of them have been added to practical slots, making it a top-tier weapon. It looks like a machete, but its size is similar to a dagger, with a blade length of only 15 centimeters, making it look rather comically small. The base stats of a Soul Breaker aren't particularly strong, and with its level 20 requirement, it's somewhat lackluster compared to other high-attack weapons. However, the one Lin Feng has is top tier and worth collecting. Perhaps this could become a nice collectible. Lin Feng played with it for a moment, then threw the Broken Soul into the warehouse. Next up is a Memory Helmet. Requires level 26, defense 3 to 3. The hidden attribute is that after collecting a full set of memory equipment, you can use Heaven and Earth United to summon teammates who allow Heaven and Earth United. Okay, the only thing missing from the memory set is the Memory Ring, which is the hardest to get. After checking the attributes, Lin Feng put the ordinary memory helmet into the bottom of the warehouse. Next up is the Warrior's Weapon, Well of the Moon. Requires level 28, attack 7 to 22, attack speed +1, Crescent blade damage increased by 5%, and also increases Woma crushing effect and resistance by 10%. The Well in the Moon blade has a wide blade, and from a distance it looks like a giant kitchen knife, so players jokingly call it kitchen knife, and it also has the nickname Little Dragon Slayer. The last item is the Taoist weapon, the Wuji Staff. Requires 25 Taoist magic, 8 to 16 attack, 3 to 5 Taoist magic, plus 1 attack speed. Increases the duration of Ghost Shield and Holy Armor by 10%, and also grants the Woma Crush effect and resistance. The Wuji Staff is about 2 meters long, with a straight shaft and engraved silver rings at both ends, giving it a gorgeous and exquisite appearance. This stick is excellent in both its attributes and its design, and is especially popular among female Taoist players. Chapter 44, 2 White Boars. Looking at the Wuji Staff in his hand, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Such a straight staff would be hard for even a boy to resist, let alone a female Taoist. He casually swung his staff a few times, the shadow of the staff drawing arcs in the air and creating a slight gust of wind, making him look quite like a swordsman. Lin Feng clicked his tongue. If this thing were given to that brat, not a single rapeseed flower within a few miles would be saved. The last piece of Zoomer equipment was the Bone Jade Scepter, with ordinary attributes. He already had a top-quality one in his inventory that added a little magic, so he didn't pay much attention to it. After collecting his spoils, Lin Feng glanced at the time. There was still an hour and a half left, and he had only explored 2/3 of the map. Keep going, find Xiao Bai. The monsters ahead were densely packed, blocking the road completely. Lin Feng spread out walls of fire along the way, the flames constantly burning, and the monsters fell one after another, managing to clear a path. He pushed forward until he reached the M-shaped entrance at the top. Roar. Amidst the chaotic roars of monsters, a deep yet unique sound suddenly rang out, exceptionally clear. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Found you, my little white rabbit. This humming sound is completely different from that of the red and black wild boars. It is clearly made by the boss, the white wild boar. He immediately focused his mind and advanced in the direction from which the sound came. The wall of fire continued to extend forward, forcing back the monsters along the way and creating space for the battle to begin. Soon, Lin Feng passed through the strange group and spotted the white wild boar at a glance. It was much taller than the monsters around it, and carrying a meteor hammer, it stood out conspicuously among the monsters. I see you, little white. Lin Feng moved forward steadily, the flames continuing to burn, clearing away the monsters blocking his path one by one. But when the white boar entered his attack range, he suddenly noticed a tall figure further away. It turned out to be the second white wild boar. Oh dear, 2 little white ones. This discovery made Lin Feng's heart race, but he didn't rush to act. Instead, he expanded the fire wall, enveloping the entire area in flames as much as possible, while quietly approaching the nearby white boar. The white boar quickly spotted him, its fierce eyes fixed on him, swinging its meteor hammer with great force, ready to charge at any moment. However, it was blocked by other monsters, and their sheer number blocked its path. The white boar furiously swung its hammer, trying to smash a path through, but due to the game rules, it was unable to attack the monsters blocking its way and could only roar in place. Lin Feng was immediately delighted. This was the perfect opportunity to poison him. He raised his wand, a flash of white light appeared, and a cloud of gray poisonous mist landed on the white boar's head and entered its body. Immediately following was another flash of white light, and a second cloud of poisonous mist precisely descended. The white wild boar was first dyed green, and then turned dark red, as if Lin Feng had applied 2 layers of paint to it. It roared furiously and swung its meteor hammer even more fiercely, but it could only stare helplessly at the monster through the air. Lin Feng continued to poison the boar while building the wall of fire forward. This continued until the monsters blocking the white boar's path also noticed him and charged towards him. Just then, the white boar displayed agility far exceeding that of ordinary monsters, managing to squeeze out from a narrow gap and charge straight at Lin Feng with its meteor hammer. Lin Feng did not back down and immediately began to fight it within the wall of fire. The white boar attacked fiercely, while he used the flames to constantly pull it back, and the 2 sides were deadlocked for a time. During the exchange, Lin Feng suddenly realized that his attack range had reached the second white boar in the distance. He made a quick decision, temporarily letting go of the one nearby and turning to lock onto the target in the distance. With a few swipes of the wand, two beams of white light flashed by, and two clouds of poisonous mist landed accurately on the second white boar, one after the other. First it was green, then dark red, and the little white one in the distance was also coated with 2 layers of poison. It let out a painful howl. 23. At the same time, the white boar, which was nearby, seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful blow to Lin Feng. The power of this attack was almost comparable to that of the evil scorpion, causing Lin Feng to frown. Chapter 45 Double Kill, Big Explosion. The sudden attack did not disrupt Lin Feng's rhythm. He withstood the fierce attack of the white boar in front of him, while quickly setting up several walls of fire in the distance. The wall of fire continued to scorch the surrounding monsters, causing the monster horde to stir and clearing a path straight to the peak for another white boar. With the preparations complete, Lin Feng took a deep breath, adjusted his mindset, and continued to deal with the white wild boar in front of him. In just a few seconds, the ferocity and speed of the white boar caught him off guard. Its attacks were like a storm, leaving him no time to dodge. Lin Feng took over 150 points of damage, his health bar instantly dropping by nearly a quarter. He was immediately shocked, realizing he had indeed been a bit too overconfident. The white boar's attack power far exceeded his expectations. He dared not take it head-on any longer, so he immediately created distance and drank a bottle of potent sun water and a potent wow medicine. His health points quickly recovered, but just as he breathed a sigh of relief, the white boar in the distance charged into the battlefield. With both boars arriving at once, the pressure suddenly surged. Lin Feng focused intently, laying down more than 20 walls of fire around him, forming a blazing encirclement that trapped him and the 2 white wild boars inside. This was the battlefield he had planned in advance, with fire walls isolating the small monsters and constantly depleting the health of the 2 bosses. He kept a close eye on the movements of the 2 white wild boars, weaving nimbly between them, never allowing himself to be caught in a pincer attack. He continuously unleashed lightning spells, the dazzling bolts of electricity striking the 2 white boars alternately, while the flames beneath his feet steadily stunned their health. As soon as the firewall showed any signs of going out, Lin Feng immediately re-energized it, without pausing the entire process. Dodging, spreading fire, lightning strikes, pulling, his steps were precise and fluid, each step just avoiding collisions while maintaining a safe distance. At this moment, his attention was highly focused, as if the whole world consisted only of himself and the 2 roaring white boars in front of him. Time passed slowly, and finally, a white wild boar couldn't hold on any longer. It let out a defiant roar and collapsed to the ground. Gained 15,000 experience points. The other one didn't last long either, collapsing in flames and lightning in less than 2 minutes. Congratulations to player Morningstar for achieving the first kill of the boss white boar. You have received a system reward of +1 free attribute point. A server-wide announcement will be made in 5 seconds. Would you like to hide your ID? Lin Feng replied without hesitation, hide ID. Soon, announcements rang out across the entire server. Player has achieved the first kill of the boss white boar and received a system reward of +1 free attribute point. Both white boars dropped loot simultaneously, covering the ground with equipment, potions, and gold coins, their glowing light tempting all around. The outside world was instantly in an uproar. Some were shocked that this guy had killed the boss again, some inquired about the location of the pig cave, and some were so provoked that they cursed loudly. While the world society was still exploring the centipede cave, many people died, but Lin Feng had already ventured into the stone tomb alone and killed 2 white wild boars. But all this commotion had nothing to do with Lin Feng, who was happily searching for his spoils while stepping on the still-burning wall of fire. 2 little white pigs, as expected of water pigs, they actually lost almost 20 bottles of potent sun water. The 2 white boars dropped a total of 4 skill books and 15 pieces of equipment, an astonishingly rich haul. The 4 skill books are Fiery Sword Technique, Hellfire Lightning Binding Spell, and Summon Divine Beast. Of the 15 pieces of equipment, there are 3 Zuma pieces for Woma pieces, 1 special piece of equipment, and 7 ordinary pieces of equipment. When Lin Feng picked up the white tiger tooth necklace, his eyes lit up immediately. White Tiger Tooth Necklace requires 11 Taoist magic, plus 60% magic evasion. 1-to-1 Taoist magic, 0-to-5 attack, and plus 3 luck. This necklace adds an extra 12 attribute points, which is ridiculously powerful. Magic evasion, attack, and luck are all perfectly suited for warrior PvP. What luck today? This thing actually dropped. As for the remaining ordinary equipment, even though there were 2 top quality pieces, Lin Feng only glanced at them and planned to keep them to sell for money. One of the items, the Gale Ring, has a beautiful design. It requires level 16, has an attack power of 0-to-1, and an attack speed of +1. It is also part of the Gale set. Equipping 3 pieces of the Gale set would add a little more attack speed, but unfortunately, it's not very practical for Lin Feng. He examined the ring. A large pearl was set on the crystal clear blue band, and it was indeed very beautiful. Chapter 46: The Dark, Large Stick. In the practical world of Legend of Mir, the Gale set isn't very noticeable. Although it increases attack speed, its base attack is too low, making it ultimately unsuitable for serious play. Of the 4 pieces of Woma equipment, he skipped the life necklace that adds 2 magic, while the remaining ghost gloves, mind bracelet, and heavenly bead necklace each have hidden attributes. The ghost gloves increase attack speed and boost assassination sword damage, while the Taoist 2 pieces of equipment enhance the hit rate of skeletons and Taoist spells, and also come with a Woma crushing effect. The ghost gloves are alright, but these 2 Taoist items are just so, Lin Feng muttered, stuffing them all into the warehouse. Next, it was finally time for the 3 Zuma equipment pieces. The most eye-catching of them all was a judgment staff. This dark, massive club boasts an attack power ranging from 0-to-31, with additional enhancements to attack and strength. Its hidden attribute adds 1 attack speed and increases the damage of the fiery sword technique by 10%. A big, dark stick, thick and hard. It must hurt a lot if it hits you. Lin Feng swung his judgment staff and unleashed a deadly assassination sword technique from a distance. The sharp sword energy instantly struck the newly spawned red boar, causing it to stagger backward and scream in agony. A bright red -177 appeared. Lin Feng was clearly wearing magic-based equipment. He only changed his secondary weapon to the Judgment Sword, yet the damage was already so outrageous. 2 more assassination sword techniques followed, and the red boar fell to the ground, giving him 360 experience points. That's a really powerful stick. The second piece of Zuma equipment is the Demon Robe. It not only increases defense, magic resistance, and magic power, but also has a hidden attribute that further increases magic resistance and raises the strength of magic shields by 10%. Magic shield strength increased by 10%, that's good. Lin Feng immediately changed into the Demon Robe and raised his magic shield again. As for the last Ordinary Knight's bracelet, he temporarily put it into storage along with the Judgment Staff. With only 40 minutes left in the game, Lin Feng put on his long-and-used invisibility ring and sped up his exploration of the 5th level of the Stone Tomb. 10 minutes later, the remaining area was fully explored. Near the entrance to the Stone Tomb array, he discovered another boss, the evil Scorpion Serpent. After a thrilling but ultimately safe battle, the evil Scorpion Snake dropped another Zuma item, 2 Woma items, and several ordinary items. Unfortunately, no skill books dropped this time. The only decent piece of regular equipment was a +2 item, and the Woma equipment wasn't anything special either. What really caught Lin Feng's attention was the Zuma equipment he had never seen before, the Demon Bell. The Demon Bell requires 27 mana. Its attributes are +2 accuracy and 0-7 mana. Its hidden attribute is that it can also increase the success rate of Temptation Light and Holy Word by 10%. Wow, this Demon Bell is pretty awesome, but it's a pity it doesn't have any extra attributes. After collecting his spoils, Lin Feng stepped into the entrance of the Stone Tomb array, only to be blocked by an invisible wall of air. This map is not yet open and cannot be accessed. The map isn't open? If they won't let us in, then forget it. Lin Feng had never encountered this situation before, but he didn't dwell on it too much. There were less than 10 minutes left in the bottom right corner, so he wasn't in a hurry to leave. He first changed his magic-focused mage gear to attack-focused warrior gear. Even with priority given a gear that had the crushing effects of Zuma and Woma, and without any other top-tier items, his attack cap still reached 121 points. There weren't many monsters that had just spawned around. Lin Feng brandished his dark judgment staff, unleashing a barrage of assassination and offensive sword techniques. No monster can withstand 2 hits. Monsters with low health and defense, such as black evil maggots, moths, and hornflies, are often killed instantly by the assassin's sword technique. Soon, only 1 minute remained of his online time. Lin Feng quickly changed into a set of unremarkable ordinary equipment, crushed the return scroll, and returned to the Mengzhong safe zone. Back in reality, his bladder alarm made him rush to the bathroom. After washing his hands, he munched on an energy bar and then took 2 cans of beef to the kitchen to heat them up. It was just past 5 p.m., and there were still 4 hours before Jiangnan Fonsan Technology would arrive to install the energy chamber. Lin Feng, leaning against the refrigerator, thought for a moment and then suddenly turned off the stove. Xiaoming, can you help me find out where there are archery ranges nearby? We have found the nearest one for you, which is Jiangnan Hui Shooting Range, 1.3 kilometers away. Lin Feng asked Xiaoming to open the information. After listening to a few sentences about the impressive resume of Liang Sudong, the founder of the venue, he interrupted the introduction. Okay, book me a professional consultation from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. He booked a slot at the archery range to learn ranged archery. To conceal his connection to the game's Morning Star, while maintaining his warrior persona in reality, he needed to master a ranged attack method. As for modern firearms, they will only become less and less effective as the influence of the game Legend of Mir on reality deepens. Chapter 47: An Encounter at the Shooting Range. When the Legend of Mir 2 reaches its 6th year of operation and Earth is struck by a cataclysmic event, all firearms with a caliber exceeding 0.4 millimeters, a warhead weight exceeding 10 grams, and a kinetic energy exceeding 200 joules will become completely ineffective. Lin Feng's previous role happened to be a mage, and the game didn't lack ranged attack methods. However, magic potions were scarce and expensive in reality, so he was forced to practice close combat for a period of time. He ate a simple meal of instant energy bars and canned beef, washed up, changed into comfortable sportswear, and went straight out the door. The Hui shooting range is only 1.3 kilometers from his home. With Lin Feng's current physical condition, he doesn't need to take a taxi at all. He can run there without even breaking a sweat. As soon as you push open the door of the shooting range, a beautiful woman in overalls immediately greets you, smiling and leaning forward slightly. Hello. Welcome to Hui shooting range. Lin Feng nodded in response. Hello. My name is Lin Feng. I have booked a professional guidance course from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. today. He glanced at her a few times. The woman had a dignified and elegant oval face, long black hair tied into a neat thick ponytail, and a smooth forehead without bangs. Her light makeup accentuated her fair skin, and her eyes always seemed to be smiling. She exuded a sunny and confident aura, making it easy for people to let their guard down. She had clearly already checked the reservation information and proactively said, My name is Liang Lin, and I'm the manager here. Mr. Lin Feng, what kind of shooting would you like to learn? The facility has all kinds of firearms and bows and arrows, and I can help you arrange a suitable instructor. Bows and arrows. Lin Feng thought for a moment, focusing on traditional bows and arrows, but also learning about modern bows like compound bows. He practiced archery not to become a top archer, but because traditional bows have a simple structure, and once he mastered the posture of drawing and shooting, he could make one using simple materials even without professional equipment. A simple bow can be made from a flexible PVP tube and a rope. For Lin Feng, bows and arrows are mostly just tools for luring monsters. For traditional archery, I recommend Coach Zhang Tao. Liang Lin quickly brought up the control panel. If you know any coaches, I can contact them for you. Zhang Tao. Lin Feng was slightly taken aback when he saw the figure on the screen. This Zhang Tao was one of the main culprits who caused his rebirth. He was still considering where to look for Zhang Tao and Lin Weiwei. After all, he only met Lin Weiwei 6 months after the game started, and Zhang Tao appeared even later. Before that, Lin Feng had no idea what kind of life these two people led in real life, or where they worked. Mr. Lin Feng, is there a problem? Liang Lin thought he was dissatisfied and was about to recommend other coaches. Lin Feng quickly regained his composure and calmly said, No need, let's go with him. I trust you. Okay, I'll contact him for you now. Not long after, a burly man walked over and extended his hand to Lin Feng. Hello, Mr. Lin Feng. I am Coach Zhang Tao, who will be in charge of archery instruction next. Zhang Tao wore a loose sports vest, revealing broad shoulders and a thick chest. His exposed, wheat-colored skin showed clearly defined muscle lines, and his rugged face exuded determination. At first glance, he easily gave people the impression of being reliable and responsible. But who would have thought that this warrior-like man would choose the mage class in the game, creating a stark contrast with his real-life image? I'll leave the rest to Coach Zhang. A cold glint flashed in Lin Feng's eyes, but he forcibly suppressed his anger, and his tone remained completely normal. No problem. Let's begin now. This way, please. Zhang Tao didn't notice anything unusual about him. Although he felt that Lin Feng was a bit strange, he didn't think much of it and directly led him into the training area. For the next 2 hours, Lin Feng tried to remain silent and minimize his communication with Zhang Tao. The training atmosphere was completely different from the relaxed and pleasant atmosphere that Zhang Tao had expected. In just 2 hours, Lin Feng had basically mastered the use of various bows and arrows and shooting techniques. Before leaving the shooting range, he bought 2 more bows and several quivers of arrows. Chapter 48, Buying Paralysis on the Trading Platform. Not long after Lin Feng returned home, the doorbell rang. Opening the door, he found staff from Jiangnan Fonsan Technology already there with tools and equipment, ready to install the energy capsule. Lin Feng warmly welcomed them into the house and led them to a corner of the living room. Sufficient space had already been reserved there, specifically for the energy capsule. The staff worked skillfully and quickly assembled the components of the energy cabin one by one and connected the pipes and lines. The whole process was orderly and efficient. While waiting, Lin Feng stood to the side, examining the large object that would soon become a part of his life. Its shape was somewhat peculiar, resembling an enlarged bathtub, with a large transparent cover on top. Upon closer inspection, however, various indicator lights flash around the cabin, and the pipes and wires are densely intertwined, making it significantly more complex than ordinary equipment. The installation went very smoothly. Soon after, the staff completed the setup and explained the usage and precautions to Lin Feng. Lin Feng thanked them and saw them out. Back in the living room, he walked over to the newly installed Haofeng advanced energy container and carefully examined its internal structure. A large container filled with a pale blue solution stood near the feet of the energy capsule. This was completely different from the yellowish-green, ordinary nutrient solution used in the basic and intermediate versions. This is a nutrient solution specifically for the advanced energy capsule. It is of higher purity and can provide more sufficient energy replenishment, with effects far superior to ordinary nutrient solutions. This is also one of the most important differences between the advanced and ordinary energy capsules. With an hour to go before midnight, Lin Feng casually browsed the news online and found that the popularity of Legend of Mir 2 remained high. Major research institutions have also begun to emerge, publishing papers and reports related to games, all focusing on the connection between game equipment and real-world physical enhancement. One of the papers, titled Research on the Further Enhancement of Real-World Physical Enhancement by Equipment in the Game Legend of Mir, specifically discusses whether game equipment can truly enhance the real-world physical body. Another report from the Federal Institute of Science and Technology uses data from 500 cases to attempt to prove a clear link between Legend of Mir and augmented reality. Lin Feng flipped through the pages for a while, and seeing that there was no more news worth paying attention to, he lay down in the energy pot ahead of time and quietly waited for the game to start. Immersed in the energy liquid, Lin Feng didn't know how much time had passed when suddenly his eyes lit up and the ancient door reappeared. After selecting Start, he entered the game once more. System notification. Starting today, the game will launch an online anonymous trading platform to better protect the gaming experience of all players. The anonymous trading platform that Lin Feng had been longing for was finally open. With it, he could finally sell the hundreds of pieces of equipment in his warehouse with peace of mind. He first opened the leaderboard and glanced at it. Lin Feng was still at the top with a level of 32, while the top 10 had all risen to level 21. Lin Feng roughly estimated that most mainstream players should now be at least level 18. With that in mind, he immediately put all the equipment below level 20 in his inventory into the trading platform. He continued to list ordinary equipment at the same prices he used to sell to lower-level players, while setting a reserve price for top-tier equipment and opting for a 3-hour auction. This will intensify the competition for top-tier equipment, making the final price even more anticipated. As soon as the transaction was completed, A series of ding-ding-dang-dang notification sounds rang out in the trading platform's backend, as if countless players had flooded in at the same time. Lin Feng was taken aback at first, but then he understood why. The equipment he had just listed had obviously attracted a lot of players to fight over it. Ordinary equipment sold extremely quickly, almost immediately after being listed. The rarer, more valuable equipment became the focus of the entire auction, with prices constantly fluctuating and soaring upwards. Lin Feng glanced at the backstage area and was immediately surprised. In just a few minutes, all the common equipment below level 20 had been sold out. His gold coin income also skyrocketed, quickly surpassing 50 million. What pleased him even more was that the price of top-tier equipment had caught up with the prices he had previously sold to AO, Shirtian, and Xiao Xiaomi, and the trend was still rising. It seems that the cost of purchasing the energy capsule can be earned back quickly. Lin Feng calculated the 360 million gold coins he carried, the level 20 and above equipment he hadn't yet taken out of the warehouse, and the Woma and Zuma brand equipment that he didn't need. He became more and more confident. However, he wasn't just thinking about selling goods. He was also searching for the equipment he actually needed on the trading platform. There was a news story from my past life. When the trading platform first opened, someone listed a paralysis ring for only 100 million gold coins. Lin Feng quickly found the ring. Paralysis ring requires level 16. Attack power is 0 to 1. Hidden attributes include +1 accuracy and +1 attack speed. There's also a 1/15th chance to paralyze the opponent for 5 seconds upon attack. In addition, it also comes with a 10% increase in ultimate crushing effect, a 10% increase in crushing resistance, and 5 points in durability. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Feng bought it directly. Your paralysis ring has been sold on the trading platform. Inside the Skull Cave, a young warrior wearing light armor and wielding an iron sword was overjoyed upon hearing the notification. Finally, he had money to buy potions and equipment. Holy crap, someone actually bought this crappy ring. He laughed loudly. I wonder which idiot bought it. Haha, I wonder which idiot sold it. Lin Feng played with the paralysis ring he had just acquired and couldn't help but burst into laughter as well. Chapter 49 Lin Feng's attack speed +5. Without any setbacks, Lin Feng successfully obtained the paralysis ring. He then put up the remaining 260 million gold coins in batches, with 250 million coins in total, at a ratio of 1 to 400. A series of notification sounds rang out, and his back-end cash quickly increased by 593,750, approaching 600,000. After dealing with these matters, Lin Feng immediately went to the academy. Upon entering the courtyard, he met the bookstore owner again. The bookstore owner casually pulled a dusty book from the shelf and handed it to him. This is a reward for you. There were no words on the book. Lin Feng took it and stuffed it directly into his backpack, and a system notification sounded. Acquire the skill book Assassination Sword Technique. The bookstore owner then asked, ready to take on the next task? Lin Feng nodded and said, I'm ready. I'm here to take on a mission. Bookstore owner's request 3. Slay the giant multi-horned worm, skeleton spirit, and corpse king to prove your strength. Quest reward, a Woma level equipment. Seeing the mission details, Lin Feng felt a headache coming on. Killing these bosses wasn't difficult. The challenge was that the Skull Cave and Zombie Cave were now teaming with players, and the appearance of a boss would inevitably trigger a chaotic battle. The bookstore owner noticed his predicament and offered, You've already killed the skeleton spirit and the corpse king. You just need to kill one more giant multi-horned worm to complete the mission. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Okay, I'll go right now. After leaving the room, he initially considered directly announcing the purchase of the giant multi-horned beetle's coordinates, but quickly changed his mind. That would be too high profile, and he didn't want to ask Xiaoxiami and Aya Shishin for help. He had better plans. After searching the trading platform, Lin Feng couldn't find what he needed. He had no choice but to temporarily abandon his idea of completing the task quickly, since there was no time limit for the task anyway, and turned ahead towards the stone tomb. After entering the stone tomb, he ignored the monsters on the first floor, put on an invisibility ring, and headed straight for the second floor, where he changed into monster-slaying equipment. As the first wall of fire rose beneath his feet, Lin Feng immediately used a triple experience scroll. Gained 1080 experience points. Gained 1140 experience points. Gained 840 experience points. A barrage of experience points scrolled continuously. The triple experience scrolls effect was truly astonishing. Lin Feng waved his magic wand, causing walls of fire to spread out one after another. Monsters fell in droves in the flames, and experience points surged in like a tidal wave. After consuming 3 triple experience scrolls, Lin Feng's level directly increased to level 33, and he was only half an experience point away from level 34. He had already reached the 5th level of the stone tomb and cleared out a small area. When he came to his senses from the frantic monster hunting, he noticed that the time was already 3:32 a.m. It's still early. Since we're here, why don't we look for Little White and Evil Scorpion Snake? I'm still missing a lot of Zuma equipment. Lin Feng immediately began searching the 5th level of the stone tomb. Based on his experience of cleaning the entire level yesterday, he judged that there should still be 2 white wild boars and 2 evil scorpion snakes here. At 5:14, after an hour and a half of searching, he killed 2 more white boars and 2 more evil scorpion snakes. The 4 bosses dropped a total of 6 skill books, 11 pieces of Woma equipment, 7 pieces of Zuma equipment, nearly 20 pieces of ordinary equipment, and 2 pieces of special equipment. Lin Feng threw all the duplicate and unusable equipment into the warehouse. The 2 special pieces of equipment were the memory helmet and the prayer blade. Prayer blade requires level 20, increases attack by 8 to 20, adds 3 to accuracy, and reduces attack speed by 1. Lin Feng remarked, another piece of equipment for praying, but the stats of this sword are pretty good. The prayer set consists of 7 pieces, a weapon, helmet, necklace, bracelet, and ring. Once someone collects all 7 pieces and equips them, the system will issue a notification. God's prayers angered the heavens and the earth, leaving corpses strewn across the fields. At that time, all the Taoist summoned creatures will rebel and launch indiscriminate attacks on players within their line of sight. There were a few minor gems among the ordinary equipment, but what surprised Lin Feng the most was a long sword named Lin Feng. Lin Feng requires level 19, has an attack power of 6 to 15, an additional 3 points of attack power, and an additional 5 points of attack speed. Attack speed increased by 5? Never seen that before. Let's give it a try. Lin Feng raised his hand and grasped the longsword. The blade gleamed with a cold light, and the hilt was inlaid with a blue gemstone, making it extremely beautiful. He casually twirled his sword, then fixed his gaze on the black boar not far away and rushed over quickly. The longsword flashed out like lightning, the first strike hitting the black boar, which jumped out with a -70. The damage wasn't high, but Lin Feng didn't stop. The next moment, Lin Feng swung rapidly in his hand. -72, -71. The +5 attack speed effect was fully realized, and Lin Feng's sword fell like a storm, each strike hitting the black boar precisely. Chapter 50 Return to Beach. At this moment, Lin Feng's hand speed was astonishing. His long sword left after images in the air as it slashed at the black boar like a meteor. The black boar was repeatedly knocked backward by the storm of attacks. Just as it was about to swing its spiked club in retaliation, Lin Feng forced it back into a stiff state. His attacks never stopped, and the black boar could only passively take the beating without even a chance to fight back. Its health was quickly depleted. With a mournful cry, the black boar collapsed to the ground, and a system notification immediately followed. Gained experience points plus 380. Attack speed increased by 5. This is simply a divine artifact. Paired with the ghost set and the paralysis ring, wouldn't it be invincible in one-on-one combat? Having personally experienced how terrifying this weapon was, Lin Feng carefully stored it in the warehouse and then checked the dropped equipment. Woma equipment actually produced a platinum ring I'd never seen before, and it's incredibly durable, with bonuses to the duration of stealth and group stealth abilities. Unfortunately, it requires 17 points of Taoist skill, and the Taoist skill bonus is not high, so it is not very useful to Lin Feng. He can only put it away for now. Of the 7 Zuma equipment pieces, there was 1 mage set, 2 warrior sets for Taoist sets, as well as the judgment staff and a green necklace. The green necklace requires 39 points of attack, with an attack power of 2 to 5. Surprisingly, its hidden attribute is +1 luck and an additional 5% damage to the fiery sword technique. Lin Feng said with some regret, if I could get a weapon with a luck rating of 7, then with this it would be a luck rating of 8, but it's still a bit lacking. Of the 4 Taoist Zuma outfits, he was most satisfied with the dragon pattern sword and the ghost battle armor, as well as 2 three-eyed bracelets. The dragon pattern sword not only enhances Taoist skills, but also increases the damage of soulfire talismans by 10% and the strength of summoned beasts by 5%, making it a decent Taoist weapon. The ghost armor adds an extra 2 points to Taoist magic, and its defense and magic resistance are not low. It can also enhance ghost shield and holy armor. The ghost suit is really good looking, and its stats are pretty good too. I'll keep it and sell it for money. Lin Feng was in a very good mood looking at this top quality equipment. As for the 2 three-eyed bracelets, he simply threw them into the warehouse. After sorting through his loot, he changed his equipment and activated his rarely used teleportation ability, instantly flying to the wilderness of Mengzhong province. After confirming his location, he used random scrolls to rush to Snake Valley, and each time he landed, he would take the opportunity to check if there were any giant multi-horned beetles nearby. After passing through the pass guarded by archers, he did not linger in Snake Valley, but continued randomly towards Beach City. After several teleportations, Lin Feng arrived at the canyon to the lower left of Snake Valley. He headed west along the road and passed through the pass again, but did not enter the small village of Snake Valley. Only here did he truly step back into the territory of Beach Province. His luck wasn't great. He soon flew to the outside of the moat at the north gate of Beach City. Arriving here also means that his return point and respawn point have changed from Mengzhong 2 City to Beach City. The original plan to return to Mengzhong directly using a return scroll without going into the city to finish the business was completely ruined. Lin Feng glanced at the time. It was already 6:20. We have an hour and a half left. Let's go to the Skull Cave to find the Black Marketeer. Without further hesitation, he continued to randomly head towards the natural cave, finally arriving at the entrance more than 10 minutes later. There were many players in the cave, all of them lighting orange candles. The skeletons had just spawned when they were surrounded and wiped out in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng's appearance also alerted nearby players, and several people kept looking him over, but he ignored them and flew away randomly. Time was of the essence. He had to get to the bridge in the center of the second level of the natural cave as soon as possible. On the other side of the bridge lies a hidden shop where unscrupulous vendors sell potions, scrolls, dice, and wood at exorbitant prices. There's a long-standing rumor that keeping dice in your inventory increases the chance of getting them, but no one has ever been able to confirm it. What Lin Feng really wanted to buy this time was timber. That was the ticket to enter the special map, the Unknown Dark Palace. Enter the dungeon's first floor east from the Centipede Cave entrance. Pass through the connecting passage, and then find a small door guarded by 2 archer guards. After passing through a complex network of tunnels, at the end of a narrow crevice, you will see 2 small houses that resemble mine shafts. There was an old man in a gray robe in the room. Known as the Mysterious Old Man, giving him 2 pieces of wood would teleport you into an unknown dark palace. This map allows a maximum stay of 3 hours at a time, but the rules are extremely strange. The stronger the monsters outside, the weaker they tend to be inside. Players entering for the first time are often intimidated by the scene before them, as there may be dozens or even hundreds of big bosses crowding around them. The Woma cult leader, the White Boar, the evil pincer bug, and the evil serpent may all appear in the Unknown Dark Palace. Chapter 51, The Unknown Dark Palace. However, these monsters are usually quite weak and are referred to by players as fake bosses. Of course, if you're unlucky enough to encounter the real boss hidden among these weak fake bosses, then there's nothing more to say. If you can beat him, you'll get rich. If you can't, you're out of luck. Lin Feng's main purpose in returning to Beechcraft this time was to find this unscrupulous peddler and buy timber. I also bought a few dice, just in case I need them for some quests someday. I still need to go back to be shown, since veteran teleportation and the ability to buy return stones aren't available in the game yet. The portable storage space is large. That's how extravagant it is. Having acquired the goods, Lin Feng felt somewhat relieved. Without lingering, he immediately used instantaneous movement, and a beam of light appeared. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his spot. Lin Feng glanced at the time and found that there were still more than 40 minutes until 8 o'clock. After a moment's thought, he changed direction and sped towards Mengzhong province. Upon returning to Mengzhong, Lin Feng immediately reset his respawn point to the main city of Mengzhong to ensure his safety. Then, he continued his journey without stopping, heading towards Death Valley. After adjusting his general direction using a random scroll, and traveling at breakneck speed, Lin Feng finally arrived at the dungeon entrance before 8 o'clock. He breathed a sigh of relief, waiting to be kicked offline, ending this tense journey. The advantages of the advanced energy capsule were fully demonstrated at this moment. Lin Feng opened the energy capsule, and the nutrient solution that had been enveloping his body quickly reseated. This nutrient solution not only fully nourished his body, but also relieved him of the uncomfortable feeling of his bladder being overloaded and about to burst. Furthermore, he no longer felt any energy deficiency or need for replenishment. However, despite the advanced energy chamber providing ample energy, Lin Feng's long-standing dietary habits still led him to decide to eat some food. After all, food brings more than just energy. It also provides satisfaction and enjoyment. After a quick shower in a bathroom, Lin Feng ate a heated can of beef while simultaneously ordering some of his favorite foods and snacks online through Xiaoming. He also checked out some news about the legend of Mir too. Not much new information, but one news item gave Lin Feng a great idea and a helpful suggestion. Hidden quest discovered in Legend of Mir. The story is about a new player leveling up by hunting chickens and deer and collecting meat. With a full inventory, they unexpectedly receive a hidden quest from Xiaomin. An hour passed quickly, and Lin Feng once again entered the game through the energy pod. After logging in, Lin Feng stepped straight into the dark and terrifying dungeon entrance. After changing his equipment, Lin Feng followed the predetermined map location and, with the help of a random scroll and an invisibility ring, began his journey to the unknown Dark Palace. It took Lin Feng about an hour to finally enter the connecting passage he was looking for. In a winding cave, he found a very hidden, narrow entrance, and finally, deep in this narrow passage, he found a small room that resembled two mine shafts. Lin Feng cautiously entered the room and immediately saw an elderly man in a gray robe standing quietly there. The old man's gaze fell on Lin Feng, filled with a hint of curiosity and doubt. "Young man, how did you find this place?" the old man asked slowly, his voice low and gentle. Lin Feng composed himself and replied, "I heard that you have a way to send people to the unknown Dark Palace, so I came here specifically to pay you a visit." His tone was quite serious and sincere. The old man smiled slightly, seemingly unsurprised by Lin Feng's answer. He paused for a moment, then said, "Going to the unknown Dark Palace is not an easy task. You need the appropriate token." "What is this token you're referring to?" Lin Feng followed the old man's words. "It's a special kind of wood. If you can bring me 2 pieces, I'll send you into the unknown Dark Temple." The old man lowered his head, and as he spoke, a barely perceptible glint flashed in his eyes. "Is this the kind of wood you see?" As Lin Feng spoke, he took out 2 pieces of wood from his backpack, which he had bought from illegal vendors. "This is the kind of wood you're looking for, young man." The old man took the wood and looked at Lin Feng with great surprise. Above the name that hadn't been there before, the words "mysterious old man" appeared. "So, are you ready to enter the unknown Dark Palace now?" "Of course, I'm going to enter the unknown Dark Palace now." "Okay, then I'll take you in." As the mysterious old man spoke, he waved his hand, and a beam of light appeared on Lin Feng's body, instantly making Lin Feng disappear. "You have entered the unknown Dark Palace. You can stay in this map for a maximum of 180 minutes. Once the time is up, you will be forcibly teleported out of this map." Lin Feng stood in the middle of a group of Woma leaders and glanced calmly at the newly appeared system notification. With his squeak, a shield of light, like a transparent eggshell, enveloped Lin Feng from head to toe. After setting up a magic shield, Lin Feng used Hellfire Lightning, a skill he had almost never used before. This was a lightning-based area of effect attack skill that mages could learn at level 30. A dense barrage of lightning bolts radiated outward from Lin Feng's body in a 360-degree pattern. Centered on Lin Feng, within a radius of 4 or 5 meters, a large group of Woma leaders, like wheat swept by a sickle, collapsed in unison with the sound. Gain experience points plus 100. Gain experience points plus 100. Gain experience points plus 100. The experience points in the lower left corner instantly increased by dozens. The rules of the unknown Dark Palace are vastly different from those of the outside world, as if it were an upside-down world. Here, the Woma leader, who was originally regarded as a powerful boss by outsiders, turned out to be an imposter, except for one real one. However, This is not the only twist in the unknown Dark Temple. When you step into this mysterious realm, you will be surprised to find that the monsters that can be easily bullied on the outside map, such as chickens, deer, and scarecrows, are completely different here. For example, that seemingly ordinary chicken transforms into a true fighting chicken in the unknown Dark Palace. Imagine a level 30+ mage casting a lightning spell on this chicken from afar. You initially thought this chicken would be as vulnerable as it is in the outside world, but the reality will surprise you. The chicken pounced on you with unimaginable speed, like lightning. It flapped its wings and fiercely pecked at your magic shield with its sharp beak. Chapter 52: Mysterious Equipment. Under the attack of the Dark Palace chicken, the health points above your head will drop rapidly at an alarming rate, as if by magic, demonstrating to you what it means for your health bar to disappear. With just 2 hits, you'll be lying helplessly on the cold floor of the unknown Dark Temple. Your once shining magic shield will now resemble a transparent eggshell, still standing on your body, but no longer providing any protection. The map of the unknown Dark Palace, shaped like a giant square, lay before Lin Feng, resembling an unfathomable maze. To fully explore this mysterious place and successfully defeat its many bosses within a mere 180 minutes is undoubtedly an extremely challenging task, with time so tight it's almost unbearable. Lin Feng knew the value of time and dared not waste the slightest moment. After raising his magic shield, he quickly began to alternate between using Hellfire Lightning and Explosive Flame, 2 extremely fast area of effect skills. Like a torrent of lightning and flames, it swept away all the monsters within his sight. Among these monsters, there are occasionally powerful beings, such as the Corpse King and the White Boar. However, most of the monsters are fake. Although their health and attack power are slightly higher than the fake Woma leader, they are still far inferior to the real boss. Chirp, chirp! Just as the roars of countless Woma leaders rose and fell, Lin Feng suddenly heard some unusual sounds. These sounds were clear and distinctive, standing out in the noisy environment. Lin Feng was overjoyed. He knew that this was precisely his main objective in entering the unknown Dark Palace. The chirping of the giant multi-horned worm. He stared intently, and, amidst the dense swarm of fake cult leaders, a few fake Corpse Kings, fake White Boars, and fake evil pincers, a giant red beetle suddenly appeared in the distance. Its enormous size and vibrant colors contrasted sharply with the surrounding monsters, making it seem like a bright pearl in this chaos. Compared to the giant multi-horned worms in the wilderness of Mengzhong, the giant multi-horned worms in this unknown Dark Palace have higher health, defense, and attack power. Most incredibly, they are immune to magical attacks. That's right. There are many giant multi-horned beetles in the unknown Dark Palace. Although they are immune to magic attacks, they are very popular among mage players. Once a mage reaches level 29, they can use Temptation Light to lure the giant multi-horned beetles into becoming their allies. Whether leveling up and fighting monsters or engaging in PvP battles, the giant multi-horned worms of the unknown Dark Temple are extremely powerful fighters. But Lin Feng didn't want to turn it into his henchmen. He quickly cleared out the giant multi-horned worm and the fake boss beside him, then swiftly donned the warrior gear he had prepared beforehand. The giant multi-horned beetle, unmoved by the previous burst of flames, became Lin Feng's target. He activated Savage Charge, wielding the Staff of Judgment, and charged towards it with ferocious speed. Minus 286. Lin Feng's Savage Charge this time seemed to be precisely calculated, stopping exactly 1 meter in front of the giant multi-horned beetle. This distance is neither too far for his attack to reach the giant multi-horned worm, nor too close for him to crash directly into the enormous monster. Lin Feng, wielding the Staff of Judgment, suddenly unleashed a sword aura of assassination from a distance. This sword aura, like a silver crescent moon, carried a sharp and fierce momentum, slashing heavily into the giant multi-horned worm. In his secondary equipment slot, Lin Feng equipped the Lin Feng sword, which grants a +5 attack speed bonus, along with a series of attack speed boosting items, such as the Ghost Gloves and Ghost Necklace. This equipment combination made his attack speed twice as fast as other warrior players. Lin Feng's attacks rained down on the giant multi-horned worm like a storm, each strike precise and powerful. minus 267, minus 266. A series of damage numbers kept popping up from the top of the giant multi-horned beetle's head, as if announcing Lin Feng's power to the world. However, before the giant multi-horned beetle could retaliate with its battering ram-like mouth parts, a strange force suddenly enveloped its entire body. The giant multi-horned beetle's body instantly stiffened like a stone, its movements completely frozen in place, unable to move an inch. This is the effect of the paralysis ring. When attacking, there is a 1/15th chance to paralyze the opponent for 5 seconds. With Lin Feng's high attack speed, the paralysis ring's effect was maximized. Even the giant multi-horned beetle, with its high defense and health, barely managed to mount any effective counterattacks throughout the entire battle. The battle ended quickly, with a yay sound, gained 5,000 experience points. The giant, red, multi-legged beetle in front of them flipped over, its 6 legs pointing upwards as it lay on the ground. Beside its body, a light, unlike any other ring, flickered. Lin Feng picked it up and looked at it. Mysterious ring. Durability, 4/5. As expected, I can't see the attributes. Lin Feng was not surprised at all. The exclusive equipment dropped by the unknown Dar Palace was a mysterious item, consisting of 3 parts: a helmet, a belt, and a ring. The mysterious belt was worn in the bracelet slot. The attributes of mysterious equipment are not visible to players before it is worn. Even after it is worn, other players will not be able to see its attributes. The upper and lower limits of the mysterious equipment are both outrageous. The minimum equipment level requirement is 18, and the lower limit of attributes is no attributes at all. On the other hand, the upper limit of the attributes of the mysterious equipment is said to be 0 to 255 in defense, magic resistance, attack, magic, and Taoist magic. A super mysterious ring with plus 96 to all attributes has also appeared in the official server of the online game Legend of Mir 2 on Earth. Lin Feng put the mysterious ring into his backpack, without intending to wear it to check its attributes. This is because the mysterious equipment has a very frustrating aspect. It carries a curse, making it impossible to remove once worn. To remove it, you must use divine water, which can only be dropped by the chicken, deer, and scarecrow of the unknown Dark Temple. The power of these 3 monsters in the unknown Dark Temple even surpasses that of the true Woma leader. Lin Feng, currently at level 34 with 666 HP, a level 1 magic shield, and a defense cap of just over 30, is no match for them. Against the Dark Palace chicken, it's only a matter of a few seconds. Even with the resurrection ring, it's only a few more seconds. The bookstore owner's task has reached another stage. Lin Feng now plans to continue clearing in the same direction, hoping to encounter a true Woma leader. This is one of the reasons why Lin Feng did not stay in Bishon City for long and hurriedly returned to Mengzhou. Chapter 53 Woma Cult Leader. Having switched back to a full set of magical equipment, Lin Feng, with attributes far exceeding those of ordinary players, ample potions and combat skills far more refined than in his previous life, now had complete confidence that he could fight the Woma leader one-on-one. Under Lin Feng's incredibly fast-moving bursts of explosive flames and hellish lightning, countless fake bosses within his field of vision fell to the ground, howling in agony. The fake bosses all have very low health. Although there are many of them, almost all of them can be killed instantly by Lin Feng with a single skill. Time flies like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, half of it has passed. 2 giant multi-horned insects have appeared beside Lin Feng, following him closely like loyal guards. It turned out that when Lin Feng encountered the giant multi-horned beetle again, he didn't kill it decisively as before. Instead, he used the magical skill Light of Temptation. This Light of Temptation was like magic, capable of taming monsters like the giant multi-horned beetle, making them willingly become Lin Feng's henchmen. If Lin Feng is fortunate enough to encounter the true Woma leader during his upcoming exploration, then these 2 giant multi-horned beetles will undoubtedly provide him with some assistance. After all, facing such a powerful enemy, more strength means a greater chance of victory. However, fate always seems to like playing tricks on people. Lin Feng has explored more than half of this vast map, but he still hasn't been able to find any trace of the Woma cult leader. He couldn't help but complain, "This is so addictive. Every time I'm full of anticipation to challenge the boss, I can never find it." Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, his gaze fixed on the group of Woma leaders huddled together in the distance. His frustration intensified, and with a casual flick of his wrist, he unleashed another burst of flame that hurtled towards the monsters like a meteor. The flames instantly exploded, engulfing the group of Woma leaders. Seeing this, Lin Feng was preparing to continue releasing explosive flames to the side to clear out the other monsters. However, at this moment, an unexpected scene unfolded among the Woma leaders who had fallen after being struck by the exploding flames. One of them stubbornly stood up and charged straight at Lin Feng with lightning speed. Holy crap, the real cult leader. With a squeak sound, Lin Feng's reaction speed was top-notch. The moment the Woma leader launched his attack, he quickly cast a new magic shield, protecting himself from head to toe. However, the Woma cult leader was incredibly fast, rushing towards them like lightning. Lin Feng remained calm, observing the Woma cult leader's movements without hastily using his lightning spell to counterattack. A flash of light appeared in Lin Feng's hand, and two hazy, poisonous mists enveloped the Woma leader's head, one green and one red. The poisonous mist released by these two poisoning techniques, like two wisps of nimble green smoke, quickly entered the body of the Woma leader, turning his original color into dark red. The Woma leader, now dyed dark red, looked even more ferocious and terrifying, but Lin Feng was not intimidated. He cleverly erected a wall of fire beneath his feet and around him, creating a raging inferno. Lin Feng nimbly weaved through the wall of fire, engaging in a thrilling chase with the Woma cult leader. The Woma cult leader relentlessly pursued him, while Lin Feng skillfully evaded its attacks. As it moved rapidly, a string of numbers kept floating above the Woma leader's head, representing the damage it had suffered from the firewall. Moreover, the faster it moved, the more densely the damaged numbers floated above its head, as if flames were burning on its head. Meanwhile, the two giant multi-horned beetles following behind Lin Feng and the Woma leader were not idle either. They would seize every opportunity to deliver a fierce ramming attack to the Woma leader, making it impossible for him to defend against. The Woma leader, who could never catch up with Lin Feng, suddenly stopped as if he had realized something. It turned around, its eyes fixed intently on the giant multi-horned beetle that was constantly attacking from behind, a ferocious aura emanating from its eyes. Suddenly, the Woma leader flapped its large wings, creating a whirlwind around it. At the same time, it let out a deafening, terrifying howl that seemed to penetrate one's soul, sending chills down one's spine. With a howl, the Woma lord brought its two sharp claws together. Between its claws, a dazzling bolt of lightning suddenly appeared, flashing with a chilling light. This lightning seemed to be unleashed by the Woma lord's rage, filled with boundless destructive power. Immediately afterwards, the Woma leader mercilessly swung its claws, slamming the ball of lightning fiercely into one of the giant multi-horned worms. The lightning struck its target with astonishing speed. -1. However, unexpectedly, this terrifying lightning, despite its immense power, only caused negligible damage to the giant multi-horned worm. The giant multi-horned beetle, under attack, let out a cry, seemingly mocking the Woma leader's feeble attack. This giant multi-horned beetle showed no sign of retreating. It retaliated fiercely against the Woma cult leader with its enormous, battering ram-like mandibles. The mandibles struck the Woma cult leader's body with a dull thud. -15. -7. Although the attacks from the two giant multi-horned beetles caused negligible damage to the Woma overlord, they clearly enraged it further, its fury seemingly capable of setting the entire world ablaze. However, before the Woma cult leader could unleash even more ferocious lightning to punish this insolent insect, Lin Feng, seeing the Woma cult leader stop, had already brandished his magic wand once more. Boom! -265. A bolt of blue lightning struck the Woma leader with lightning speed. The Woma leader was furious. Its claws moved with lightning speed, each swing bringing with it a terrifying burst of lightning, and it slammed into the giant multi-horned worm in front of it. However, to its great dismay, despite its best efforts, the seemingly tiny insect remained unmoved, as if its attacks had no effect whatsoever. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, in the distance, did not stop attacking the Woma cult leader. He continuously unleashed lightning spells, and streaks of blue lightning rained down on the Woma cult leader. Although these lightning spells did not appear as terrifying as the Woma cult leader's lightning, the damage Lin Feng released to the Woma cult leader far exceeded that caused by the two giant beetles in front of him. Chapter 54 Memory Ring. The Woma leader finally realized that continuing to entangle with the two giant beetles was a waste of time, so it decided to change its strategy and refocus its attention on Lin Feng. It turned and sped towards Lin Feng, its speed like a whirlwind. When the Woma cult leader caught up with Lin Feng immediately unleashed his signature technique, the firewall. A blazing wall of fire instantly appeared in front of Lin Feng, blocking the Woma cult leader's path. Lin Feng nimbly moved through the firewall, skillfully dodging the Woma cult leader's attacks. The situation returned to its original pattern, with the Woma leader, like an enraged beast, flapping his wings and frantically chasing Lin Feng through the wall of fire. Its claws lashed out intermittently, crackling with lightning, each attempt aimed at striking Lin Feng. Lin Feng, however, used the firewall for cover, dodging and weaving, preventing the Woma cult leader from succeeding. Lin Feng ran ahead, while the Woma cult leader chased after him. The giant multi-horned beetle following beside the Woma cult leader would occasionally attack it. Lin Feng led the Woma cult leader in a rapid escape through the wall of fire, which continued to scorch the Woma cult leader. More than 10 minutes later, accompanied by an angry roar of resentment from the Woma leader, gained 100,000 experience points. Behind Lin Feng, the Woma leader, who had been chasing him for so long, finally ran out of health and fell unwillingly into the wall of fire. With the Woma leader's fall, a pile of various equipment, potions, and gold coins, each worth 1212, scattered around him. Congratulations to player Morningstar for achieving the first kill of the boss Woma leader. The game's guild system is now open. Please go to Bishon Palace for details. System rewards. Title Pioneer, 3 server-wide megaphones, plus 1 free attribute point. The system will announce to the entire server in 5 seconds. Players are asked whether they wish to hide their ID. After 5 seconds, the default is no. Hide ID. Announcement for the entire region. Server-wide announcement. The first player to defeat the boss Woma leader has unlocked the game's guild system. Please visit the Bishon Palace for details. System rewards. Title Pioneer, 3 server-wide megaphones, plus 1 free attribute point. I've collected some feedback and revised the entire announcement. Please let me know if I've missed anything. If you have any other suggestions, please leave them in the comments, and I will consider adopting them if I see them. Holy crap! Is the guild about to start? We're doomed. Which guild should I join? This guy must be a reincarnation. Otherwise, why would he be able to defeat all sorts of bosses and get all the rewards? Yes, report to the Time and Space Administration and have him arrested. You two idiots, you'd be better off figuring out which guild to join. There are no guilds now. They just said the guild system has been launched, but they didn't say how to create a guild. Just wait and see. So many big corporations and companies have entered the game, they'll definitely start guilds. I think Eternal is pretty awesome. It's a big corporation and a top guild joining forces. I just don't know what they'll call it. The #1 player in the World Tour is Qianxia Junlin, who is the son of a director of Tianlong Group. Now, he has even opened a branch in the game. Lin Feng ignored the system announcement and was quickly collecting the gifts from the Woma cult leader. No Zuma equipment dropped, but there were 2 skill books, 6 pieces of Woma equipment, a special necklace, and a special ring. Finally, there's the Woma horn, which is guaranteed to drop from the Woma chieftain. The difficulty of the Woma lord is significantly higher than that of the white boar and the evil scorpion, but the latter 2 drop Zuma equipment, while the Woma lord does not. To balance out or highlight the difference between bosses of the cult leader level, these monsters drop special equipment that other regular bosses do not possess. Remove duplicate equipment and useless common equipment. The skill books are Crescent Blade and Ice Roar. Let's skip the Woma equipment and take a look at the special equipment. Skill Necklace. Level required, 16. Hidden attribute. 1. Skill proficiency is tripled when using skills. 2. Skill cooldown reduced by 50%. 3. Ultimate crushing effect plus 10%. Crushing resistance plus 10%. Durability, 6 out of 8. This thing is really good for training skills. I'll just put it in storage and keep it as a collectible. The necklace in Lin Feng's hand looks somewhat like Nez's golden necklace. It doesn't have any regular attributes, but its hidden attributes are still quite useful for players who need to train their skills. Memory Ring. Level required, 26. Taoist Arts, 1 to 3. Hidden attribute. Once you collect a complete set of memory equipment, you can use Unity of Heaven and Earth to summon teammates who have used Allow Unity of Heaven and Earth. Durability, 3-7. Wow, this is a memory ring. Now, I have a complete set of memory rings. Among the 4 pieces of memory equipment, the memory ring is the most unique. Unlike other memory equipment, which can drop from boss-level monsters, the memory ring only drops from the Woma Chieftain, and its drop rate is only January 2000, making it extremely rare. Lin Feng played with the memory ring in his hand. It was quite beautiful. A large purple gemstone with delicate swirling patterns was in the center of the ring, surrounded by 8 tiny white diamonds, symbolizing that wearing the ring would allow one to move freely in all directions. After finally suppressing his excitement, Lin Feng carefully placed the beautiful memory ring into the warehouse for safekeeping. The memory set. That's an amazing strategic level equipment set. Its existence is practically a deadly weapon on the battlefield. Although it has a 60-second internal cooldown, each time it's activated, it can instantly teleport 10 teammates from the same group to the user's side like a teleportation spell. Whether it's fierce guild wars, thrilling siege battles, or facing challenging maps and powerful bosses, the memory set demonstrates its unparalleled value and effectiveness. It's like a key that unlocks the door to victory, bringing endless possibilities and advantages to the team. Finally, there's the system reward. First, allocate your free attribute points to magic. Then look at the others. Pioneer. Level required. 1. Defense, 1 to 2. Demon Control, 1 to 2. Attack, 1 to 2. Magic, 1 to 2. Taoist Arts, 1 to 2. Hidden Attribute. Activation conditions not met. What do you mean? Are there any requirements for the hidden attributes of this thing? Chapter 55. On the eve of level 35. After discovering that it could work simultaneously with the title of number 1 in the world and could be kept hidden, Lin Feng grumbled about the hidden attribute and then forgot about it. District-wide loudspeakers. After use, you can send a message to all players in the region with a maximum limit of 100 characters. It's completely useless. Lin Feng tossed a megaphone into the warehouse and casually commented, Continue. Lin Feng rallied his spirits and continued forward with renewed energy. With over 40 minutes remaining before being teleported out, he wanted to see if he could find other true bosses in the remaining unexplored areas of the map. Lin Feng wasn't in a position to consider monsters like chickens, deer, and scarecrows for the time being. Leaving aside whether he could defeat them, he probably wouldn't have enough time. However, if he encounters monsters like the Corpse King, the White Boar, or the Evil Serpent, Lin Feng can handle them with ease. Lin Feng swiftly erected a magical shield, his wand flashing incessantly. With each movement, bursts of fiery energy and hellish lightning erupted like fireworks, alternating between his body and the densely packed monsters in front of him. These powerful magical attacks severely wounded the monsters, some even instantly killing them. After a fierce battle, Lin Feng finally ran out of time and was successfully teleported out of the unknown Dark Palace. When Lin Feng was teleported back to the mysterious old man, there was now an ordinary bone jade scepter and several other pieces of equipment in his personal inventory. This is a gift from a true boss, the White Boar, in the unknown Dark Palace. Although he didn't see any Dark Temple chickens on this exploration of the unknown Dark Temple, Lin Feng did encounter deer and scarecrows. However, he didn't choose to engage with them, but instead avoided them at a distance. Firstly, time was of the essence, and secondly, Lin Feng discovered that he only had less than 400,000 experience points left to reach level 35. After a brief conversation with the mysterious old man, Lin Feng didn't trigger any other quests. However, he did confirm one thing. He needed to wait 7 days before re-entering the unknown Dark Palace. This undoubtedly gave him ample time to prepare for his next adventure. Having confirmed this crucial information, Lin Feng didn't hesitate for a moment. He quickly took out a return scroll from his backpack and crushed it without hesitation. With a flash of dazzling light, his figure instantly disappeared from the spot and returned to Tu City. Upon returning to Tu City, Lin Feng first went to the shop to replenish some necessary items. especially random teleportation scrolls. These random teleportation items were very useful when exploring different maps or traveling, helping him to quickly traverse complex terrains. With everything prepared, Lin Feng plunged into the stone tomb without hesitation. He skillfully used random scrolls and, under the cover of his invisibility ring, cleverly avoided the monsters in the tomb, making his way towards the 5th level. 4 hours was more than enough for Lin Feng. He was confident that this would be enough time for him to enter the 5th level of the stone tomb and thoroughly clear the entire map, thus satisfying his dual needs of leveling up and finding treasures. Lin Feng didn't waste any time along the way. He swiftly traversed each level of the stone tomb like a whirlwind. Soon, he successfully arrived at the entrance to the 5th level of the stone tomb. Standing at the entrance, Lin Feng took a deep breath and then plunged into the 5th level of the stone tomb without hesitation. Upon entering the 5th floor, he immediately switched off his invisibility ring, waved his wand, and cast a wall of fire. A raging inferno instantly spread across the designated area ahead, forming a powerful pillar of flame. The monsters within the scorching flames howled as they tried to charge at Lin Feng. However, they had barely taken a step before losing all their health points. Their hands, which had been gripping their weapons, loosened, and the thick spiked clubs fell to the ground with a thud. Gained 360 experience points. Gained 380 experience points. Without triple experience, leveling up will be much slower. Glancing at the bottom left corner, at the screen flooded with experience points, Lin Feng, wand in hand, began frantically using firewall like a killing machine, clearing every corner of the 5th level of the stone tomb map. His attacks were precise and ruthless. Each spell cast claimed the lives of a group of monsters. This time, Lin Feng seemed to have better luck than before. He had just started clearing monsters and leveling up from the entrance when he vaguely heard the distinctive grunt of the white boar coming from ahead. The sound was all too familiar to Lin Feng, and he immediately realized there might be a white boar ahead. However, this unexpected discovery didn't disrupt Lin Feng's rhythm. He maintained the efficiency and speed he had initially decided on, continuing his advance at a leisurely pace. Lin Feng took a deep breath to calm himself down. He knew that facing a boss like the white boar, he couldn't afford to be impatient or flustered. Only by remaining calm could he better handle the battle ahead. Lin Feng continued forward, his weapon flashing as he knocked monsters to the ground. With each monster eliminated, he drew closer to his goal of reaching level 35. As Lin Feng advanced through the endless walls of fire, his view gradually opened up. Finally, he spotted the white wild boar around the corner. This white boar was enormous, with a ferocious face and 2 large, sharp tusks protruding from its mouth, sending chills down one's spine. It wielded a meteor hammer and stood majestically among a group of monsters of various colors, each half a head shorter than it, exuding a fierce and domineering aura. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Feng raised his right hand, and his wand seemed to come alive, unleashing 2 dazzling beams of light. These 2 beams of light tore through the void and rushed straight towards the white boar. In an instant, a hazy, poisonous fog, like a strange cloud of poison, suddenly appeared above the white boar's head. The fog first appeared as an eerie green, as if it were the ghostly aura of hell, and then it quickly turned into an eerie dark red, like a demon's curse, which was terrifying to behold. Under the shroud of this poisonous fog, the originally white wild boar was instantly stained dark red, and its ferocious face appeared even more terrifying under the corrosive influence of the poisonous fog. Seeing this, the white boar roared angrily, wildly swinging its thick arms with its meteor hammer, seemingly trying to dispel the poisonous fog, or perhaps trying to attack Lin Feng, the culprit. However, no matter how angry it was, the various monsters surrounding it made it impossible for it to break free. Lin Feng naturally didn't take the white boar's anger seriously. He kept walking and continued to approach the white boar along the wall of fire that had been laid out. Chapter 56, An Unexpected Existence. As he advanced, the various monsters that had been surrounding the white boar also became aware of Lin Feng's presence. They stared wide-eyed at Lin Feng, their eyes revealing fear of the wall of fire before them. However, fear could not stop their attack. Despite their fear, the monsters still launched an attack on Lin Feng despite the wall of fire he had erected. Unfortunately, They seemed insignificant in front of Lin Feng at this moment. Under Lin Feng's powerful magical attacks and the scorching firewall, the already meager health of these ordinary monsters was instantly depleted, like candles flickering in the wind. Before these monsters could take their third step, they collapsed one after another amidst painful howls, leaving behind only scattered pieces of equipment, potions, and gold coins on the ground, as if they were their last traces in this world. Without the obstruction of its underlings, the white boar finally revealed its true strength and majesty as a boss. It faced Lin Feng's wall of fire without fear, as if it were not a threat at all, but a provocation. The white boar let out a fierce howl, so loud it seemed to shake the entire tomb. Then, without hesitation, it stepped into the wall of fire, completely disregarding the scorching flames, and charged fiercely towards Lin Feng, brandishing its enormous meteor hammer. Lin Feng stood amidst the continuous wall of fire, showing no sign of retreat. He calmly faced the white boar's charge, constantly waving his staff and unleashing streaks of blue lightning. With a deafening roar, blue lightning bolts, like a bolt from the blue, struck the charging white boar with deadly accuracy. Each strike caused immense damage, making the boar's body tremble uncontrollably. Under the scorching heat of the firewall and the bombardment of lightning, the white boar's charge gradually slowed down, but it still refused to give up and continued to howl as it charged forward. The white boar finally charged up to Lin Feng. The meteor hammer in its hand struck Lin Feng's magic shield, which resembled a transparent eggshell, with a muffled bang. Ripples appeared on the shield, but it did not break. -17. Lin Feng glanced at his health points and found that they had only decreased by 17 points. The level 2 magic shield was clearly more robust than the previous level 1, and the damage reduction effect was significantly improved. Now that he clearly knew the damage reduction strength of the magic shield that had just been upgraded to level 2, Lin Feng decisively changed his strategy and no longer chose to withstand a white boar's attack head-on. He moved nimbly through the wall of fire, skillfully utilizing the narrow hiding spaces to engage in a thrilling close-quarters battle with the white boar. This close-quarters combat technique is commonly found among warriors. It is a tactic frequently used by warriors in close combat, the essence of which lies in quickly dodging enemy attacks with minimal evasion and footwork and delivering a powerful counterattack in an instant. In duels between skilled fighters and ordinary warriors, the advantage of this combat technique is particularly evident. Skilled fighters, often with relatively lower stats and damage output, can easily defeat ordinary warriors with higher stats and damage output by utilizing their more agile footwork. Some top warriors, in particular, are able to kill their enemies without taking a scratch in one-on-one combat, thanks to their masterful footwork and fierce attacks. Lin Feng's significantly enhanced physical attributes allowed him to improve an extremely rapid pace during this training. He quickly subdued the white boar, gained 15,000 experience points. The massive success of the 99 yuan film has added another pile of spoils for Raymond Lam. There are a lot of items, but they're a bit lacking. There are no skill books, and the only Zuma equipment is a purple conch ring. There are 2 Woma items, and not a single top-tier ordinary equipment. Purple green snail. Requires 24 mana. Magic, 0 to 5. Hidden attributes. 1. Lightning bolt damage plus 10%. Ice roar damage plus 10%. 2. Zuma crushing effect plus 10%. Zuma crushing resistance plus 10%. Durability, 4/5. After dealing with the white boar, Lin Feng continued forward. When he had cleared about half of the 5th level of the stone tomb, he suddenly encountered a golden dragon shadow that soared into the air from his body. You have leveled up. Your current level is 35. Congratulations to player Morningstar for reaching level 35 first and receiving the system reward of +1 free attribute point. The system will announce to the entire server in 5 seconds whether the player wants to hide their ID. After 5 seconds, the default is no. Hide ID. Announcement for the entire region. Regional announcement. The first player to reach level 35 will receive a system reward of +1 free attribute point. Upon hearing this announcement, players across all maps felt a wave of despair and an urge to cry. Holy crap, this is so unfair. I worked so hard to reach level 20. How come I'm already level 35? Someone complained indignantly. You're lucky. I'm only level 17. Even if I multiply my level by 2, I still can't catch up with this sneaky guy, another player lamented. Damn it, what's the point of playing? I spend 16 hours a day online, grinding and leveling up. I'm only level 19. This bastard is already level 35. A warrior whose armor had been breached slammed his 8 Desolations weapon to the ground. Seeing someone approaching, he quickly picked it up again. Gripping it tightly in his hand, he slashed fiercely at a zombie that had just spawned nearby. This is outrageous. Doesn't anyone report him? Someone asked. If I could report it, I would have done so already. This game is clearly problematic, someone replied helplessly. They must have used some kind of technology, otherwise how could anyone level up so quickly? Someone else speculated. However, just as the players were discussing it, Lin Feng's level reached 35. Suddenly, a ball of light emitting a milky white glow appeared before Lin Feng. The light was soft and warm, as if it were a mysterious power from the depths of the universe. In the soft light, a blurry figure could be vaguely seen. This figure seemed to be conveying some kind of message to Lin Feng, inspiring awe in him. Congratulations, player Morningstar. A gentle voice came from the ball of light. You are the first player to reach level 35 among the 2,500 selected early-stage intelligent civilizations in the Virgo supercluster. You will gain the favor of the Milky Way, and your home planet will also benefit from this, with its evolution speed further accelerated. The Virgo supercluster is a supercluster of over 2,500 galaxy clusters and groups, including the local group, which comprises about 50 galaxies, such as the Milky Way, Andromeda Galaxy, and Triangulum Galaxy, and spans approximately 100 million light-years. Chapter 57 Lin Feng's Choice. Before Lin Feng could even process the explosive news he had just heard, after a brief pause, the gentle voice within the orb of light continued. Now, I will grant you a choice of 3 rewards. You may choose one as your reward. The first reward, you can manifest a skill you master in the game and use it in the real world. The second reward, you can manifest any piece of equipment you own in the game and use it in the real world. The third reward, you can manifest any consumable item you own in the game and use it in the real world. Looking at the 3 rewards before him, Lin Feng fell into deep thought. These 3 rewards represented 3 different choices. By manifesting skills in reality, one can immediately gain superpower-like combat abilities or life-saving skills. Similarly, in the real world, the 4 special rings that Lin Feng currently possesses can all provide him with powerful offensive or defensive capabilities. Consumables, on the other hand, may play an unexpected role at crucial moments. Lin Feng began to carefully analyze the pros and cons. The first choice, skills. In fact, Lin Feng was the first one to be eliminated. This doesn't mean Lin Feng isn't interested in skills, but rather that all the skills he mastered in the game can be acquired in real life. Of course, this comes at a price. Specifically, lower-level skills require less cost and consume less energy, while higher-level skills require higher cost, but the energy consumed when casting them is also very high. Currently, the situation is relatively safe, so there doesn't seem to be much need to switch to lower-level skills. However, given Lin Feng's current state, it remains uncertain whether he can use advanced skills, and how many times he can use them. As for the second option, equipment, whether it is ordinary equipment, Woma equipment, or Zuma equipment, they can be directly excluded. Because these items have relatively limited practical use and are not difficult to obtain, the remaining options are essentially only the 4 special rings. Among them, the Resurrection Ring is the most eye-catching. It has a very powerful function. It can revive the wearer on the spot after being killed. This undoubtedly gave Lin Feng a chance to get back on his feet, fight back, or escape. However, the real world and the game world are fundamentally different. In games, players' freedom may be somewhat limited, but in reality, everyone has unlimited freedom. This means that if you're killed in real life, even if you can revive on the spot, without the ability to fight back or other means of survival, you will only face the fate of being killed again. After careful consideration, Lin Feng decisively ruled out this option. Next, his gaze fell upon the Invisibility Ring. This ring, once worn, grants invisibility and reduces damage taken from attacks. However, Lin Feng quickly realized that the reality was completely different from the monsters in the game. In reality, even if you become invisible, it's difficult to escape the tracking of modern technology. Thermal imaging technology can easily detect your presence, not to mention direct fire support. Although real-world weapons are weakened over time, by the time their power is reduced to the point of no longer posing a threat, Lin Feng may have already found a way to transfer the invisibility ring from the game to the real world. The paralysis ring, while its effects will become increasingly important later on, is currently practically useless in reality. Finally, Lin Feng noticed the flame ring. This ring could increase the power of fire magic and allow the wearer to learn the level 1 fireball spell. The level 1 fireball spell has relatively low mana consumption, and its single target power is currently quite considerable in reality. Moreover, as Lin Feng masters advanced fire skills, the power of the flame ring will further increase. Thinking about it this way, the flame ring seems like a really good choice. It can not only give Lin Feng powerful flames, but may also bring other unexpected benefits. However, before making a decision, Lin Feng had one important question in mind that he needed to clarify. He stared intently at the ball of light and asked, regarding the consumables mentioned in the third option, I'd like to know if it refers to an unlimited quantity of one type, or if there are other restrictions. This issue was not insignificant, because Lin Feng noticed that the third option differed significantly from the others in this respect. If the consumable was a single type with no quantity limit, it would undoubtedly bring him great convenience and advantage. The voice from the ball of light seemed somewhat surprised by Lin Feng's keen observation, but quickly regained its composure and gently replied, "You are indeed very clever. Consumables are indeed a type with no quantity limit. Once you select a certain type of consumable, the number of that type of item you possess in the game will be exactly the same as the number you can take out in reality, but only up to what you currently have." Hearing this answer, Lin Feng finally felt a huge weight lifted from his shoulders. He was very satisfied with this rule, because it meant he could collect all sorts of consumables in the game without worrying about not being able to use them in real life. I choose to reward 3 consumables. For the type of consumable, I choose potent solar water. This is the best option Lin Feng can think of right now. In his previous life, as a mage, he was forced to master close combat skills, largely due to the difficulty of obtaining consumable medicines in reality. In reality, various healing potions and magic potions, in terms of their individual value, certainly cannot compare to skills and equipment. However, both of these potions are consumables. With the ongoing catastrophe, daily consumption has become extremely high. Mages and warriors are among the biggest consumers. Warriors need a large amount of healing potions, and mages need a large amount of mana potions. The sun water and potent sun water, which can instantly restore life and save lives, as well as the more difficult to obtain eternal snow frost and healing potions, are no cheaper than low-level equipment in terms of value. Sun water is the most abundant item, and many monsters can drop it, so its value is relatively low. Potent sun water is a type of instant recovery potion that, besides sun water, can be obtained in large quantities by defeating monsters in the game. It can restore both health and mana simultaneously. It is one of the most popular potions in reality. Even more advanced eternal snow frost and healing potions. Their production in the game is already low. In reality, they're highly sought after by various factions. You have received the reward. Unlimited redemption of potent solar water in the real world. Chapter 58, The Transformation Between Virtual and Reality. As soon as Lin Feng chose the reward, the ball of light and figure that had appeared before him vanished instantly, without a trace. Everything around Lin Feng that had been frozen in place came back to life. For example, the flames burning in the fire wall began to flicker again. The roars of various monsters on the map once more filled his ears. Lin Feng picked up a bottle of potent solar water from his backpack. High potency, solar water, real world. Plus 50 horsepower. A opzich mipe. Instant recovery potion. What was originally an ordinary, potent solar water now has the words, real world, added to its end. All items obtained in the game, whether skill books, equipment, or consumables, if they have the words, real world, after them, means that they can be used in the real world. Once a character reaches level 35 in the game, there is a very low chance that equipment and consumables with a suffix, real world, will appear among the items dropped after defeating monsters. Skill books and equipment of Woma level and above require pages dropped by boss level monsters and gold ingots to be brought back to the real world for learning and use. I want to learn skills in the real world. Skills below level 15 require 1 skill book and 10 pages. These can be converted into a skill book with a real-world suffix. For skills below level 25, you need 5 identical skill books plus 30 pages. For skills below level 35, you need 10 identical skill books plus 100 skill pages. This is merely the most basic requirement for learning ordinary skills in the real world. In addition, there are other specific requirements for some special and ultimate skills. Only when players reach level 35 will the bosses drop varying amounts of book pages and gold coins after successfully defeating them, depending on the boss's tier. Regarding consumables and equipment, besides the extremely low probability of directly dropping items with suffixes, real world, players can also use the conversion function in the shop to convert in-game consumables and equipment using in-game currency. Specifically, players need to prepare 100 identical bottles of potion and spend an additional 1 to 10 gold coins to obtain a bottle with a suffix, real world, which can then be used in the real world. As for equipment conversion, the number of gold coins required varies depending on its tier. However, even for the lowest tier of Woma level jewelry and below, converting it to the real world requires at least 1,000 gold coins. A Woma level boss drops between 10 and 50 book pages and 50 to 100 gold coins per kill. A Zuma level boss drops 30 to 80 book pages and 100 to 200 gold coins. These figures were compiled by major guilds in the previous life. What Lin Feng needs to do now is find the other white boar and the 2 evil scorpion snakes on the 5th level of the stone tomb. Even the shop interface that only appears after level 35, where he can buy the mysterious veil and activate a second ID, is something he can do later. Lin Feng, who is level 35, also learned the mage's ice roar and the warrior's fiery sword technique. During the subsequent exploration of the map, in addition to setting up firewalls to clear out the monsters, I would also occasionally use an ice roar or charge up a burst of fire. With the off-white bone jade staff in my hand, I would strike a monster blocking my way with a powerful blow. Previously, Lin Feng couldn't equip the bone jade scepter because he wasn't level 35, but now it has revealed its hidden attributes to him. Bone jade scepter. Required level, 35. Attack, 6 to 12. Magic, 2 to 7, plus 1. Hidden attributes, 1. Ice roar damage plus 10%. Magic shield strength plus 20%. 2. Zuma crushing effect plus 10%. Zuma crushing resistance plus 10%. Durability, 15/18. The additional damage to Ice Roar and the strength of Magic Shield are quite good attributes. Moreover, Lin Feng can equip 2 Bone Jade Scepters at the same time. Soon, Lin Feng felt the power of the Bone Jade Scepter from the evil Scorpion Snake's attack. Within the wall of fire, Lin Feng brandished his staff. Accompanied by the piercing whistling of an ice roar, a storm of ice mixed with various types of snow and ice, its size and range no less than that of an explosive flame, enveloped the entire figure of the evil scorpion serpent. It makes a crackling sound. Minus 315. Minus 311. Minus 317. Over 300 damage values kept appearing above the evil scorpion's head. This level 0 ice roar's damage had actually surpassed that of the original exploding flame and lightning bolt spells. The evil scorpion struggled incessantly under the blows of the ice roar, but Lin Feng did not let up. As the evil scorpion got closer, he immediately followed up with another fiery sword technique, a blazing sword shadow slashing towards the scorpion. With a loud boom, the evil scorpion serpent was not seriously harmed. Minus 187. Just then, the evil scorpion snake reacted, and its 2 thick pincers lunged fiercely at Lin Feng. Minus 7. The magic shield, enhanced by the hidden attributes of the Bone Jade Scepter, emitted a faint glow, and the fierce attack of the evil scorpion only caused the magic shield to sway slightly. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lin Feng unleashed Ice Roar again, engulfing the evil scorpion serpent in the ice storm. As time passed, under the combined assault of ice and fire, the evil scorpion serpent finally collapsed. Lin Feng excitedly stepped forward to check the dropped items. Sure enough, he found pages of a book and gold ingots, as well as several pieces of Woma-level equipment and 1 piece of Zuma equipment. He calculated that with these items, he could transfer some skills and equipment to the real world, further enhancing his strength. Afterward, he packed up his belongings and continued his exploration deeper into the stone tomb. After Lin Feng finished clearing the entire 5th level of the stone tomb, he replaced his 2 pieces of Woma equipment. His main equipment slot now contained a complete set of Zuma-level equipment. The power ring, which he hadn't seen before, was finally obtained. Ring of Power. Attack power required, 46. Attack, 0 to 6. Hidden attributes. 1. Increases the chance of increasing the maximum attack power by 10% and increases the damage of the fiery sword technique by 5%. 2. Zuma crushing effect, plus 10%. Zuma crushing resistance, plus 10%. Durability, 7 out of 8. The chances of getting top-tier attributes are still not high, but this ring has pretty good hidden attributes. Although Lin Feng has a luck 9, he doesn't need a power ring to more easily trigger the attack limit attribute. However, the 5% damage increase to the fiery sword technique is still quite appealing. Now that the boss was defeated, although there was still an hour of game time left, Lin Feng changed his equipment to that of a typical level 20 player. He canceled his magic shield and used a return scroll to return to 2 City. Chapter 59 Mall Items. With practiced ease, Lin Feng quickly booked a private room at the inn. After pouring himself a cup of tea, Lin Feng began to take stock of his current supplies. With a mix of equipment from the 3 classes, Lin Feng can now equip a full set of Zuma gear. He also possesses 4 ultimate special rings and a skill necklace. With Lin Feng's high drop rate, the 3 bosses also contributed to him, far exceeding the drop limits of the major guilds in his previous life in terms of book pages and gold ingot rewards. The book contains a total of 310 pages and 1020 gold ingots. Inside the shop, Lin Feng saw very little. Aside from the mysterious veil he had initially decided to buy, there was only potent sun water and 3 types of teleportation stones. The only function option was item conversion. Mystery Veil. Required level, 35. A mysterious item that allows players to create a second character. Price, 500 gold coins. This Veil of Mystery has no other attributes. Using it allows the player to create another character, and each person can only purchase it once. The 2 characters will have completely different IDs, but no matter which ID you use, as long as you're online, you can receive various messages sent to both IDs simultaneously and reply using the corresponding IDs. Furthermore, in non-combat mode, you can freely switch between the 2 IDs representing different characters to play the game. High efficiency, solar water. Plus 50 horsepower. Instant recovery potion. Price, 1 gold coin. This potent solar water is practically unavailable. Almost no one would buy it because it's impractical for everyday use. Random teleport stone. After use, it will randomly teleport you to the current map. 50/50ths. Price, 10 gold coins. Be shown teleportation stone. After use, you will return to the beach safe zone. 20/20ths. Price, 10 gold coins. Mengzhong teleportation stone. After use, you will return to the Mengzhong safe zone. 20/20ths. Price, 10 gold coins. These 3 types of teleportation stones are only used by select few elites from various guilds. Ordinary players still primarily use scrolls for random teleportation and returning to town. Lin Feng used gold ingots to purchase the mysterious veil, but he didn't use it right away. Instead, he checked the trading platform first. All the top-tier equipment he had previously listed had been auctioned off. After taxes, he received 470 million gold coins. I also did a quick search for various special rings, hoping to find another bargain. I knew it. There can't always be such a great bargain to be found. I was just overthinking it. Lin Feng showed no surprise or unexpectedness at not finding anything. A slight smile played on his lips, revealing a faint self-deprecating expression. It was as if all of this was within his expectations, and he did not feel frustrated or disappointed. Immediately afterward, Lin Feng sold off his 400 million gold coins in batches on the trading platform at a ratio of 1 to 400. His movements were swift and skillful, clearly indicating that he was very familiar with the process. Before long, the trading platform emitted a series of ding-ding-dang-dang notification sounds, signaling that the gold coins had been successfully sold. As time went on, these notification sounds became more and more frequent, like pleasant music, which made Lin Feng feel happy. In less than 10 minutes, all the gold coins had been sold. Lin Feng looked at the withdrawable amount displayed on the trading platform. Adding the original balance of over 590,000, after deducting the transaction fees, the number had increased to over 1.5 million. However, Lin Feng was not satisfied with this. He thought to himself, I need to get another 500,000. So, he turned his attention to the trading platform again and began to think about how to earn more money. Lin Feng first checked his withdrawable balance, and after confirming it was correct, he quickly opened the level leaderboard to carefully observe the levels of other players. When he saw that the other players in the top 10 of the leaderboard had also reached level 22, he immediately had a new idea. For the sake of these top players, Lin Feng made a decisive move and began to selectively list all of his level 22 class-specific armor for all 3 classes, as well as non-branded equipment up to level 25 on the trading platform. He chose to auction all of these items for the longest possible time, 24 hours, to ensure that he could attract the attention of more potential buyers. For ordinary equipment, Lin Feng set the base price at an average of 2 million gold coins, while for top-quality equipment with better attributes, he would add 1 million gold coins to the base price. In this way, he can both guarantee his minimum profit and ensure that the equipment generates greater profits for him, without being taken advantage of by any unexpected means. After finishing all this, Lin Feng left the inn and headed to the academy outside Tu City to find a bookstore owner. He had already killed the giant multi-horned worm in the unknown Dark Temple. Adding to that the skeleton spirit and the corpse king he had killed earlier, the bookstore owner's quest 3 was now complete. Lin Feng walked briskly into the academy and immediately noticed the tightly closed door to the bookstore owner's room. Sir, I've come to hand in my mission. Lin Feng called out with a smile and a loud voice. Squeak! The door in front of them opened in response to Lin Feng's words. The bookstore owner looked up at the sound, a delighted smile spreading across his face. He said, Haha. As expected, heroes emerge from among the young. I knew you would be able to complete the task brilliantly. Lin Feng smiled modestly and walked into the room. Just as he was about to reply, the bookstore owner suddenly stopped talking and began to look him up and down. The bookstore owner squinted, scrutinizing Lin Feng closely, and muttered to himself, Good. I really didn't expect you to have reached level 35. And judging from the divine light emanating from you, you are clearly favored by heaven and earth. Lin Feng was a little confused by the bookstore owner's sudden words, but he still smiled politely. After his reflection, the bookstore owner seemed to remember something. He quickly withdrew his left hand, which had been inside his sleeve, where he had hidden a reward he had prepared beforehand. After a moment's thought, the bookstore owner seemed to have made up his mind. He stood up and slowly left the low table that hadn't moved for ages. He walked steadily into the next room and gently took down a dusty, long box on the top of one of the bookshelves. The bookstore owner carefully held the long box in his hands, as if it were some rare treasure. He gently waved his hand to wipe the dust off the box, then returned to the low table and placed it on it. Lin Feng watched all this with curiosity, wondering what the bookstore owner was up to. The bookstore owner took a deep breath, then smiled and said to Lin Feng, Consider this weapon your reward. With that, he pushed the long box in front of Lin Feng. Chapter 60 Blood Drink, Imitation. Lin Feng opened the long box with anticipation. Inside was a slender, ancient-looking longsword. The blade shimmered with a faint light, and there was a faint flow of sword energy. There was a hole at the front of the blade, and a yellow ribbon was tied to the hole. This is... Lin Feng exclaimed in surprise. The bookstore owner smiled and said, This sword is a replica of the Blood Drinker. It's a weapon with special abilities. Blood Drink, Imitation. Requires 27 mana. Attack, 6 to 16. Magic, 2 to 3. Accuracy, +5. Hidden attributes. 1. Laser cinema damage plus 10%. Assassination sword technique damage plus 10%. 2. Woma crushing effect plus 10%. Woma crushing resistance plus 10%. Durability, 20/20ths. A look of surprise flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He hadn't expected the bookstore owner to offer such a precious weapon as a reward. He carefully picked up the replica of the Blood Drinker, feeling a cool sensation spread through his palm, instantly invigorating him. This imitation Blood Drinker may not be as good as the real one, but it's still a rare and excellent weapon, the bookstore owner said. It is a replica of the Blood Drinker, the weapon used by the god of magic, one of the 3 dragon guards. It has considerable attack power and magic power bonus, as well as extremely high accuracy. It can maintain a certain level of combat power when a mage is low on magic power or is approached at close range. Lin Feng was overjoyed and couldn't wait to equip himself with a replica blood drinker. Although it was just a replica, its design was indistinguishable from the real blood drinker, and it was very beautiful. "Thank you very much, sir," Lin Feng said gratefully. The bookstore owner smiled and waved his hand, seemingly very satisfied with Lin Feng's performance. He slowly said, "You have demonstrated such great strength and extraordinary courage in such a short time. Giving you this weapon is not a waste. This can also be considered as a reward after combining the reward from the original fourth mission." Upon hearing the words, "the fourth mission," Lin Feng was puzzled and pressed for an answer. "The fourth mission?" The bookstore owner nodded and explained, "Originally, according to the plan, you were supposed to kill the evil pincer beetle, the white boar, and the evil scorpion serpent next. However, since you have successfully completed these tasks, I have the authority to combine these two rewards and give them to you at once. Of course, if you're not satisfied with this arrangement, I can also return these two rewards to you separately." Just as the bookstore owner was speaking, a new notification popped up in front of Lin Feng. The bookstore owner's commission for slay the evil pincer bug, evil scorpion snake, and white boar to prove your strength. Task time limit: none. Mission reward: 1 Woma grade weapon. Lin Feng looked at the notification box and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly said, "No need, boss. I really like this weapon. I'm already very satisfied with this reward." He was afraid that if he spoke too late, the bookstore owner would change his mind and take the weapon back. "Since you agree, then this task is complete. But the next task will be much more difficult, but the reward will be very generous." Seeing that Lin Feng had agreed, the bookstore owner offered blood drink, imitation, as the combined reward for the two tasks. He then issued him a new task: the bookstore owner's treasured collection. Please defeat the Woma leader, the Zuma leader, and the Touch Dragon God, and retrieve the tokens: Woma horn, Zuma head, and Touch Dragon God's horn. Task time limit: none. Quest reward: a special skill book. After accepting the new mission and putting away the blood drink, imitation, Lin Feng bid farewell to the bookstore owner. A special skill book. Ha ha ha. Back at the inn, Lin Feng looked at the mission description and burst into laughter. In the game, the skill books that can currently be obtained from bookstores and monsters are all regular skill books. In addition, there are some special skill books. For example, the mage's Meteor Shower, Annihilation Fire, and Frost Palm. For example, the warrior's Heaven Opening Slash, Lion's Roar, and Sun Chasing Sword Technique, etc. These special skill books are extremely rare to obtain, practically non-existent. To acquire them, one typically needs to complete a series of highly challenging tasks, which are not only extremely difficult, but also complex and tedious. In addition, there's an even more improbable possibility: obtaining it from a monster even more powerful than a Zuma-level boss. However, the chance of this is extremely slim, perhaps only 1 in tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. This is why these special skill books have become extremely rare and sought after, deterring many players from acquiring them. Lin Feng, barely managing to suppress his excitement, glanced at the bottom right corner of his field of vision, where it showed that he only had a little over 10 minutes left online. Time was of the essence, and he dared not hesitate any longer, decisively choosing to use the Veil of Mystery. Although in his previous life, his second ID was despised by everyone, unable to enhance his physical body like the main ID, and his skills could not be used in reality, and he even shared online time with the main ID. However, based on his experience with the heroes in the PC game by Min, Lin Feng vaguely felt that this second ID might be related to the heroes, and that obtaining this second ID would be necessary if he wanted to hide his real identity. Otherwise, given the existence of Fengma Valley by Min and Chiwei Canyon in his previous life, and even ultimate skills like Kaitian and Meteor Shower, there was no reason why the heroes wouldn't exist. You're using the Veil of Mystery to create a second character. Confirm. The system notification sounded in my ear. Lin Feng clicked the OK button without hesitation. In an instant, his figure vanished from the private room like lightning. Lin Feng felt a sudden darkness before his eyes, followed by a bright light. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a familiar scene once more. Before him, the figures of warriors, mages, and Taoists were as clearly visible as ever. You are detecting the creation of a second character. VIP privileges activated. The second character can enjoy VIP privileges. Privilege 1. Unlock the portable shop and portable warehouse. Privilege 2. Drop rate plus 100%, permanent luck plus 3. Privilege 3. Daily double EXP scroll 1. The first character simultaneously receives 100% EXP gain. Well, the second character also has VIP privileges. It's just that the benefits are quite significant. Fortunately, having these privileges means playing the alt won't hinder the main character's leveling up too much. Lin Feng had no need to hesitate when choosing between the 3 roles. I directly chose the warrior class. This will later evolve into a Taoist plus warrior combination. After the level 40 update, it can appear in real life, similar to the main character's mage plus warrior combination. ID. Feng Lin. ID confirmed. Do you wish to enter the game? Enter the game. Pushing open the ancient gate once more, Lin Feng felt as if he had traveled through time, returning to the familiar starting village. With the ID Feng Lin, he stood once more in this vibrant and challenging place. Without hesitation, he quickly found Xiaomin and opened the map in the upper right corner. Then, he claimed the VIP exclusive double experience scroll for the day, secretly hoping to level up even faster in the game. However, before he could even go looking for trouble with the chickens or deer, the game time was already over. The game time for the 2 IDs was shared. The instant he exited the game, his body began to undergo a dramatic change. He felt as if he were enveloped by a powerful force, and every cell in his body was trembling wildly. Completely different from before, it was like soaking in warm spring water, letting the water gently wash over your body. A truly soothing and enjoyable experience. Chapter 61, A Complete Transformation. Inside the advanced energy chamber, the originally pale blue nutrient solution was becoming clearer at a speed visible to the naked eye. Beep, beep, beep. A sudden, urgent notification sound broke the silence. Insufficient nutrient solution detected in the energy tank, urgently replenishing. The nutrient solution tank at the end of the energy chamber, which was originally full, suddenly dropped 1 level, as if it had been emptied, following the sound of the warning beep. Moreover, this drop did not stop, but continued as the warning beeped. Lin Feng had no time to pay attention to the incessant notification sounds. He was completely absorbed in the changes happening to his body. He felt as if he were in an environment of extreme, contrasting temperatures. His body felt as if it were plunged into an ice cellar, chilling him to the bone, and as if it were engulfed in a sea of fire, burning unbearably hot. This pain caused him to let out low, muffled groans. Just when he thought he couldn't take it anymore, the changes in his body gradually stopped. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes and found that the fatigue in his body had been swept away, replaced by an unprecedented sense of lightness and strength. Lin Feng quickly left the energy cabin inside. He stretched his muscles and bones, each joint making a crisp sound, as if cheering for the arrival of new strength. Lin Feng was overjoyed. He knew he had undergone a miraculous transformation. He stood up and casually threw a punch, which produced a sharp whistling sound in the air. The power of the punch surprised even himself. Based on his previous experience, Lin Feng secretly estimated the extent of his strength improvement this time. Before creating his second character, he had already replaced all his equipment with Zuma equipment, and he also wore all 4 ultimate special rings without missing a single one. Therefore, the improvement this time is indeed very significant. According to the previous data calculation method, the improvement brought about by Lin Feng's enhancement this time actually exceeds 300 points. After these 4 enhancements, his body was digitized, and its value should have exceeded 500. It's important to understand that in Lin Feng's data model, a healthy, normal 18-year-old adult would have a score of approximately 20. Even for top-tier athletes with exceptionally strong physiques, the score is at most 30. In fact, the scientifically defined human limit, according to his data model, is only around 40. However, Lin Feng's physical abilities are now 17 times that of top athletes, exceeding the theoretical limit by 13 times. This far surpasses the limits that normal people can achieve. What's even more delightful is that, with the perfect completion of the 4th enhancement, the various forces that were previously tightly bound within the body began to flow freely, as if they had been unshackled. This feeling is like a bird that was once imprisoned finally regaining its freedom and soaring into the sky. This is undoubtedly one of the biggest changes that comes with reaching level 35 in the game. Before that, Everyone could clearly feel that their physical abilities have been greatly improved, but this improvement always seemed somewhat stiff and unnatural. It's as if a power has been forcibly instilled in you. Although it's strong, it's difficult to fully control and unleash its potential. However, this power has now perfectly merged with Lin Feng's body, and he can mobilize it at will, using it with ease and fluency. This change not only gives him a strong ability to protect himself in reality, but also makes him more adept at fighting in the future. Beep, 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 that old thief sent a video call request. Connected. The enhancement and testing took a considerable amount of time. Just as Lin Feng finished showering and came out of the bathroom, he heard Xiao Ming's reminder. Fengzi, I feel incredibly strong right now. There will be a second enhancement at level 21. Upon seeing Lin Feng, the old thief couldn't wait to share his new discovery. Yeah, I just finished upgrading too. Lin Feng dried his hair with a towel and said confidently, Holy crap, you're level 21 too. I thought I was the first among us. You didn't buy in-game currency, did you? In-game currency is so expensive now. The old thief was quite surprised. You see, in the past, no matter which game they played, he was always the fastest leveler in their group of 4. Lin Feng, on the other hand, always lagged behind in level. Don't say so much, call Housie and the others. Let's get together and talk in detail. With the creation of Lin Feng's second ID, he plans to start sharing some information with a few friends and prepare for later, when he will join forces with the group and make Feng Lin his public ID. Alright then, shall we go to Fatty's place? Okay, 7 p.m. is fine. Lin Feng glanced at the time. It was 5:48 p.m. Then he said, after hanging up the call, Lin Feng sat on the sofa. He began to ponder how to utilize his limited resources to improve his self-defense capabilities in the real world. This was the problem he would have to face after midnight. After purchasing the mysterious veil, Lin Feng had over 500 gold coins left, which were temporarily useless. The 310 pages of the book, however, could teach him several skills. Upon careful calculation, Lin Feng discovered that 310 pages were more than enough for him to learn all the skills for mages and warriors up to level 25. Skills below level 15 each require 10 pages. For mages and warriors, there are 4 skills in total, requiring 40 pages. Skills at levels 15 to 25 each require 30 pages. There are 8 skills in total, requiring 240 pages. There were still 30 extra pages left in the book, the only problem being that Lin Feng didn't have any skill books up to level 15. Previously, when he went to the shop to buy skill books, he always bought those starting from level 35 and going forward. He didn't buy any extra low-level skill books. Mages are known for having a lot of skills, so when the game launches, he'll need to buy a few basic low-level skill books. For example, basic swordsmanship, fireball, and fire resistance ring. The problem of learning skills was solved. Lin Feng changed his clothes and prepared to leave. His residence was quite far from the fat man's restaurant. He needed to leave early. At 1855, when Lin Feng arrived, Lao Zhe and Housie were already there. The group greeted each other with pleasantries. Crazy, what's going on with you? The old thief said he completed his second enhancement, and we all saw it, but your changes are much greater than his. The fat man, carrying a large dish that wasn't even on the menu, noticed the immense, undeniable change in Lin Feng as soon as he entered. He put the dish down and couldn't help but speak. If you're having trouble deciding between the VIP shop and alternate accounts, you can read on. You can skip this part. It won't affect your reading experience. First, let's talk about the VIP shop. I've set it up as a gold ingot shop because it involves some certain things. I'll post a portion of the content here. First, there are regular sales, which are non-branded equipment. These items will appear in the shops on the current world map. Specifically, after defeating monsters in the Centipede Cave, the player can sell the equipment through their personal shop, and it will then appear in the shops of Mengzhong Province, such as the corresponding shops in Tu City and Shabak. That definitely won't work. It will affect the protagonist's revenue from selling equipment. Let's talk about the recycling of gold ingots. Woma level, 1 gold ingot. Sword and armor doubled. Zuma level, 5 gold ingots. Sword and armor doubled. Crimson Moon tier, 20 gold ingots. Sword and armor doubled. At this price, no one would choose to recycle it, at least not initially. Then, the store supplies. High efficiency solar water, 1 gold ingot. 10,000 years of snow and frost, 5 gold ingots. Healing medicine, 10 gold coins. Woma level common equipment, 10 gold coins, swords, and armor 5 times the amount. Zuma level common equipment. 50 gold coins, swords, and armor are worth 5 times more. Unless absolutely necessary, no one would consider buying it. After all, gold ingots aren't as easy to obtain as they are in private servers. Finally, let's talk about the orc warriors of the Woma Forest. That's why it's not considered the first kill. First, the protagonist's arrival in the Woma Forest occurred after the first mandatory timeout period following the server launch. The Woma Forest is undoubtedly one of the best leveling spots for new players at the start of the server, and with a massive influx of players, some lucky ones are bound to find it. If they find a map easy to navigate and there's no one else around, they'll often call for friends to join them. With more people, it's always possible to encounter a half-orc warrior, just like the giant multi-horned beetle I mentioned earlier. However, this isn't suitable for a lone wolf like the protagonist to gamble on luck. The map is too large. Secondly, some people will definitely say, then why didn't you issue an announcement that the orc warrior was stolen by someone else? Well, let me explain. My original concept was that the giant multi-horned worm was the boss of the multi-horned worms, and there were no higher beings above it. Below the orc warriors are the orcs, so in my design, the orc warriors are elite monsters. Above the orc warriors are the orc leaders. The orc leaders are the bosses. As for Woma and Zuma, let's talk about them together. There are many types of monsters in the Woma area, so I consider the Woma Guardian a mini-boss, or rather, the second-in-command of the Woma. The Woma leader is the boss, and the Guardian is the second-in-command. There are many types of monsters in Zuma, including many top-tier Zuma monsters whose stats are comparable to or even stronger than the bosses. I've designated these top-tier Zuma monsters as elite monsters, as they can drop Zuma equipment. Then, in the large space of the 5th floor corridor of Zuma, there will be a Zuma captain, who corresponds to the Woma Guardian and is the second-in-command of Zuma. The Zuma chief is the boss. I don't know if everyone can accept this explanation. Then, the reason for creating a level 35 alt account, besides the initial purpose of concealing my identity, also relates to the level 40 by remin content. Choosing a warrior instead of a Taoist, which many people think is the right choice, also stems from this reason. Another major reason for choosing a warrior is that my main character is a mage warrior. Choosing a Taoist would mean I couldn't use Taoist skills in real life, which would be tantamount to revealing my identity. Finally, I'd like to apologize. Because I haven't seriously played Legend of Mir for many years, I forgot that monster defense is a constant value in the game, and after reaching Luck 9, the damage dealt to monsters is constant. I also wrote about monster defense having upper and lower limits. After thinking about it, it seems that this doesn't affect reading, and it's quite troublesome to change it, so let's just consider it a unique feature of Earth. The VIP map requires level 40 and can only be accessed after a game update. Finally, someone actually said I sold the equipment too cheaply. I admit I did consider lowering the value of ordinary equipment. This was for the sake of later plot developments. However, I should also explain that we've only written up to the first few days after the server opens. In the early stages of a new game, when no one except the protagonist knows that game equipment can help enhance the real body, beginner equipment sells for hundreds of dollars and top-tier equipment for thousands. 2 or 3 days later, after some news about augmented reality surfaced, level 20 regular weapons started selling for several $1,000s. Were they really cheap? The reason I've been holding on to my brand name equipment is because it didn't fetch a good price at first. The same goes for the Woma Horn. We're all waiting for an opportunity. I sincerely thank everyone for their valuable feedback. It shows that you have read it carefully and that you are helping me to find errors and improve and perfect my work. I'm extremely grateful for everyone's help. Chapter 62, A Lie Made in Kind. Lin Feng cleared his throat slightly, then began to tell his story in a slightly mysterious tone. When I first started playing this game, I encountered a running deer. After some effort, I finally managed to defeat it and obtained a piece of meat with a quality of 25 from it. Hearing this, the old thief couldn't help but interject. Holy crap, level 25 meat. How much did you get for it when you sold it to the butcher? The butcher didn't give me a single penny, but he gave me a hidden quest. Lin Feng paused briefly before speaking. Hidden quests. The old thief's eyes lit up immediately. Hidden quests in this game? Tell me, what amazing rewards do they offer? This is a series of tasks, and the task is not yet completed. The requirement for the final step is to reach level 25 within 7 days. Then come to us. Fatty and I, 2 mages, will help you level up to 25. It'll definitely be no problem. Even the mouse couldn't help but speak up when it heard this. Yes, we 2 mages will help you fight monsters. You'll definitely reach level 25 in 3 days. The fat man nodded in agreement. This task requires you to reach level 25 solo. You cannot team up throughout the entire process. Lin Feng declined, offering an excuse. He waved his hand, signaling everyone to be patient, and then said, "Don't rush. Let me explain slowly. This hidden quest isn't actually the main point. The main point is that by completing this quest, I learned some background information about the game and the benefits of each physical enhancement we undergo." He paused, looked at his other friends, and then continued. "That's why you see such a big change in me now." Having found a reason, Lin Feng felt much more relaxed. He began to share some insider tips and tricks about the game with a few friends, such as how to level up faster and how to gamble for high-priced rare items in the shop. Furthermore, he told them that the skills and top-tier equipment they acquire in the game could help them achieve greater results when undergoing physical enhancements in real life. So are all these changes in you really just due to skills and top-tier equipment? The old thief looked at Lin Feng with suspicion, seemingly not entirely believing his answer. Lin Feng smiled calmly. He knew the old thief's personality. He was always straightforward and would say whatever he thought. However, this time, he couldn't give a definite answer either. "I'm not sure either, but I think it's probably related to these things." Lin Feng scratched his head and said with a hint of helplessness. The others nodded in agreement with Lin Feng's statement. After all, in the game, skills and equipment do play a very important role in improving a character, so it makes sense that these things could enhance the real-world enhancement effect. The group ate and drank while chatting about the various interesting things that had happened to them, creating a very pleasant atmosphere. Before they knew it, it was already 10 o'clock at night. "Oh dear, it's so late," Mouse suddenly exclaimed. "Ha, yes, time really flies." The group agreed when they checked the time. Finally, they said goodbye to each other at the entrance of Hanyang Restaurant and agreed to team up to level up and hunt for treasures after Lin Feng reached level 25 and completed the hidden quest. Lin Feng got into a taxi, leaned back in his seat, and began to recall the scene of meeting Zhang Tao at the Hui shooting range yesterday. The fact that they had met so soon in this life surprised Lin Feng. He couldn't help but wonder if he should use the connection between Zhang Tao and Lin Weiwei to find an opportunity to eliminate their potential troubles in advance. After all, with his current strength, he was quite confident that he could kill them. However, was this really the right thing to do? Lin Feng was conflicted. After all, Zhang Tao and Lin Weiwei were only his enemies from his past life. They hadn't actually clashed in this life. Furthermore, with the Federation now heavily investing in the game, the AI's oversight is more stringent than ever before. It won't be easy for him to eliminate the two of them discreetly in reality. Lin Feng sighed inwardly, deciding to observe for a while longer. After all, things in the game could change in an instant, and no one could predict what the future held. But even if he didn't kill them, he certainly wouldn't let them have an easy time. Don't worry, these two won't be spared. They're just experiencing conflicting emotions due to not having adjusted yet. Having figured things out, Lin Feng got out of the car with a light heart. Instead of rushing home as usual, he strolled leisurely to a small stall not far from the outside of the residential area. Although the stall was inconspicuous, Lin Feng knew that the late-night snacks there were quite delicious. Lin Feng was so engrossed in drinking and chatting with friends that evening that he didn't eat much. Now his stomach was rumbling, reminding him that he needed to replenish his energy. Moreover, after being thoroughly enhanced, his body requires more energy than before. Moreover, his digestive ability has become stronger and faster, which means he can absorb nutrient from food more quickly. Lin Feng stood in front of the stall, carefully selecting various delicacies. He ordered a plate of stir-fried rice noodles, a plate of grilled chicken wings, and some lamb skewers, then asked the stall owner to pack them up. Carrying a large bag of late-night snacks, Lin Feng returned home satisfied. As soon as he entered the house, Lin Feng eagerly sat down on the sofa, drinking beer and eating a late-night snack. He felt that this kind of life was too pleasant. Just as he was enjoying his food, he suddenly remembered something he didn't know about the recent happenings. "Xiaoming, please broadcast the latest news and updates for me." Lin Feng swallowed the rice noodles in his mouth and said, "Okay, here are some recent hot news items. Legend of Mir 2 Reality Enhancement Leaks Part 2, Explosive Hot. Legend of Mir Guild System launched, extremely popular. Who exactly is this mysterious figure in the legend of Mir 2? Hot Dopi. The true identity of the legendary figure revealed. Legend of Mir 2. World Guild's Death Canyon Raid fails explosion. The only hidden event in Legend of Mir. Monster Rampage explosion. The massacre in the Legend of Mir 2 explosion. These are all the latest trending news items, and they're all related to the Legend of Mir. After opening the first article, Lin Feng was surprised to find that the previously unknown media outlet had now become famous thanks to the Legend of Mir. This article details that the threshold for the second enhancement in Legend of Mir is level 21, which is undoubtedly important information for many players. In addition, the article also mentions some tips for quickly leveling up in the early stages of each profession. These tips are quite well written, and most of them are practical. Chapter 63 Skill Conversion Book. This news will definitely be of great help to players who want to level up quickly in the game. Besides this major headline, another hot news item mentioned the opening of the guild system in Legend of Mir and the requirements for creating a guild. This is obviously good news for players who enjoy teamwork and want to build their own power in the game. Surprisingly, the third and fourth news items below are both related to Raymond Lam. Both news items were speculations and analyses about Lin Feng's identity in the game. The various guesses and gossip were dazzling, leaving Lin Feng both amused and exasperated. Finally, there were also reports about the Tianxia Society's land reclamation in the Centipede Cave. Opinions on this land reclamation are mixed. Some praise the Tianxiawi for their courage and willingness to fight, and for their decisive decision to withdraw when faced with unforeseen and unavoidable circumstances. Some have criticized the Tianxiawi for recklessly exploring new areas and disregarding the safety of its members and players in Mengzhou. Some people believe that the world has triggered a hidden event, but they don't know how to persevere. Some even ridicule the world's ruler as an idiot for not knowing how to seize the opportunity. After finishing his late-night snack, Lin Feng cleaned up the food scraps on the coffee table. He then rinsed off the smell in the bathroom. Seeing that it was almost midnight, Lin Feng laid down in the energy pod early, waiting for the game to begin. As the clock struck midnight, Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. When he opened his eyes again, he saw two identical figures standing on his left and right. On the left, there was a mage dressed in a magnificent robe, skillfully tossing a blazing fireball as if it were a toy in his hands. On the right stands a lifelike stone statue, resembling a real warrior. He is clad in heavy armor and carries a broad sword on his back, exuding an aura of fearless courage. Lin Feng directly chose the mage on the left as his character to enter the game. A dazzling light flashed, and he instantly found himself in a private room of the Mengzhou Tuqing Inn. Following his pre-planned steps, Lin Feng quickly opened the game shop interface and purchased one of each of the 3 types of teleportation stones. After carefully checking his equipment and making sure nothing was missing, he decisively used the Bishon teleport stone and left Mengzhou Earth City in the blink of an eye. Another flash of light appeared, and Lin Feng's figure materialized within the safe zone of Bishon City. Without hesitation, he quickly walked towards the north gate and soon found a bookstore outside the safe zone. Lin Feng walked into the bookstore and bought one of each of the basic skill books for warriors and mages, according to his needs. Next, Lin Feng returned to the safe zone and took out other skill books up to level 25 from his personal inventory. He used the conversion function in the shop to convert all these skill books into versions that could be learned in the real world. Lin Feng selected and used each of the converted skill books one by one. Then he took out the Mengzhou teleportation stone, activated it instantly, and was teleported to Mengzhou. Upon arriving in Mengzhou, Lin Feng didn't linger and immediately stepped into the stone tomb again. This time, he decided not to slowly fight his way up from the second level of the stone tomb as before, but instead used a random scroll to fly directly to the 4th level of the stone tomb. Standing at the entrance to the 4th level of the stone tomb, Lin Feng changed his equipment and raised his magic shield. Without the cover of the invisibility ring, the monsters around him began to gather. At this moment, Lin Feng chose to use a triple experience voucher from his backpack. With the voucher activated, he felt his strength instantly increase and confidently began his leveling and treasure hunting journey for the day. Time ticked by, and Lin Feng traversed between the 4th and 5th levels of the stone tomb, constantly battling various monsters. His magic was as fierce as a storm, and the monsters fell one after another before him. Finally, after using up 3 triple experience vouchers, Lin Feng successfully cleared the 4th and 5th levels of the Stone Tomb after a hard-fought battle that lasted a total of 3.5 hours, raising his level to 36 with 30% experience. During this long process, Lin Feng finally encountered a white boar on the 4th level of the Stone Tomb. Although this white boar was powerful, it could not withstand Lin Feng's fierce attacks for long, and was eventually killed by Lin Feng. Besides the white boar he encountered on the 4th floor, Lin Feng also defeated 4 other bosses on the 5th floor. They contributed a total of 4 precious skill books, 3 pieces of Zuma equipment, a special set, and a large amount of other equipment, as well as book pages and gold ingots to Lin Feng. I finally got to see the Taoist necklace from the Zuma equipment set for all 3 classes. Lin Feng glanced at the attributes of the soul necklace in his backpack. Soul necklace. Required Taoist magic, 23. Taoist arts, 1 to 6. Accuracy, +2. Hidden attributes, 1. Poisoning spell duration +10%. Summon beast damage +5%. 2. Zuma crushing effect +10%. Zuma crushing resistance +10%. Durability, for 7. There's also a special piece of equipment, which is a necklace. Prayer necklace. Level required, 15. Taoist skills, 0 to 4. Durability, 4/5. Another piece of prayer gear. After completing all this, Lin Feng did not leave the Stone Tomb immediately. He looked around, pondering his next plan. Since the Stone Tomb was currently only open up to the 5th level, he couldn't even enter the next map, the Stone Tomb Array, let alone the legendary to 7th level. As soon as the World Guild logged in today, they started organizing another raid on the Centipede Cave. With most players now reaching level 20, the difficulty of raiding the Centipede Cave has dropped to an acceptable level. Currently, apart from Lin Feng, no other players or teams have entered the Stone Tomb, let alone the even more difficult Zuma Temple. Lin Feng doesn't need a rush. Taking these factors into consideration, Lin Feng decided to postpone his trip to the Centipede Cave or the Zuma Temple. Given that only the 5th level of the Stone Tomb was currently open, the Zuma Temple was clearly out of the question. He would instead open the Zuma Lord's house for now. Unable to enter the Zuma Cult Master's house, Lin Feng naturally lost the opportunity to kill the Zuma Cult Master. This also meant that the task assigned to him by the bookstore owner had reached a stalemate and could not be continued. Thinking of this, Lin Feng frowned. After careful consideration, he decided to return to the city first and make a long-term plan. Standing in the safe zone, Lin Feng calmed himself down a bit. He opened his personal storage and carefully examined the various skill books stored inside. However, to his disappointment, although he had enough pages, he didn't have 10 identical skill books of level 25 or higher, which made it impossible for him to convert those pages into new real-world skill books. Chapter 64, The Tycoon Warrior Feng Lin. Well, Lin Feng sighed helplessly, feeling somewhat frustrated. However, he didn't give up. Instead, he quickly adjusted his mindset and thought to himself, since that's the case, I'll try a different number. Having made up his mind, Lin Feng silently muttered exit character in his heart. As soon as he thought of it, the game screen switched instantly, and he returned to the character selection interface. Lin Feng's gaze slowly swept across the scene, finally settling on a warrior figure that had turned into a stone statue. He stared at the stone statue, and as his gaze lingered, a dazzling golden light surged from the bottom of the statue, breaking the seal. The golden light rose from bottom to top, gradually bringing the lifeless stone statue to life, as if it had been given life. Meanwhile, the once vibrant mage character seemed to have lost its life force, slowly turning into a stone statue as the warrior activated it, standing there silently. Seeing this, Lin Feng's lips curled up slightly, revealing a confident smile. Enter the game. Following Lin Feng's choice, a young warrior dressed in simple clothes suddenly appeared in Ginkgo Village, the beginner village of Bishon. Lin Feng dared not delay for a moment. He quickly changed into the cloth robe he had prepared beforehand, which had an attack attribute of 0 to 2. Then he tightly gripped the top-grade ebony sword in his hand, which had an attack attribute of 4 to 12. Like an arrow released from a bow, he rushed straight towards the deer that was leisurely grazing outside the village entrance. With a whoosh, the ebony sword in Lin Feng's hand flashed through the air, striking the deer with lightning speed. However, Unexpectedly, the fawn that was originally facing away from Lin Feng and grazing with its head down seemed to have eyes in the back of its head. Just as Lin Feng's ebony sword was about to strike it, it twisted its rear end and nimbly avoided the seemingly sudden sword strike. My temper. Seeing this, Lin Feng cursed inwardly. He was annoyed that his strike had missed, but he was not discouraged. Instead, he quickly adjusted his posture and swung his ebony sword again, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the cunning little deer. However, the deer seemed completely unfazed by Lin Feng's attack. Not only did it show no intention of retaliating, but it also took a few more steps forward at a leisurely pace, as if deliberately provoking Lin Feng. Lin Feng stared wide-eyed at the deer before him, inwardly marveling. It's actually a top-quality deer. It's important to understand that for a level 1 windwalker with only basic accuracy, successfully hitting a high-agility, top-tier deer is by no means an easy task. Sure enough, despite Lin Feng's best efforts, it took him about a minute to finally manage to bring the deer down. It's really disgusting that they didn't accurately target the best deer. He bent down, cursing, and picked up the ebony sword, poking it at the deer's body. In no time, the deer was reduced to a pile of bones. We got the meat. Lin Feng looked at the piece of venison in his backpack. Its quality was as high as 20, which made him very satisfied. He casually closed his backpack, then looked around and realized he had unknowingly followed the deer to the edge of the rice paddies outside the village. In the paddies, some rake cats and scarecrows roamed about, seemingly guarding the rice fields. Lin Feng had no intention of going back to cause trouble for the deer or chickens. He felt these scarecrows seemed easier to deal with. So, without hesitation, he attacked the scarecrow closest to him. With his superior equipment, far exceeding that of other new players entering the game, and the enhanced physical abilities he gained after completing the upgrade, Lin Feng easily defeated the scarecrow. He picked up a gold necklace that the scarecrow had dropped. Then he noticed that 2 other rake cats nearby had obviously spotted him and were approaching him. Undeterred, Lin Feng immediately charged forward and engaged the 2 rake cats in a fierce battle. Because his strength was clearly superior to these monsters, he quickly defeated them. And so, Lin Feng continued fighting other monsters in the rice paddy, constantly improving his level and equipment. In just over an hour, his alt warrior successfully leveled up to level 7. At this moment, all of his equipment had been replaced with various top-tier items, such as the white tiger tooth necklace with abnormal attributes, iron bracelet, skull helmet, and skull ring. These items increased his attack power by several points, making his strength even higher. ID, Feng Lin. Class, Warrior. Level, 7. Health points, 60. Mana points, 35. Accuracy, 9. Agility, 15. Attack, 5 to 36. Magic, 0 to 1. Taoist Arts, 1 to 1. Defense, 2 to 6. Magic Control, 0 to 1. Magic Evasion, 70%. Poison Avoidance, 10%. Luck Value, 6. Does anyone remember? That insane white tiger tooth necklace with plus 60% magic dodge, 0 to 5 attack, and 3 luck. Even a low-level VIP character gets plus 3 luck. That's a total of 6 luck points. In other words, his attack power ceiling is still a little short. Otherwise, Lin Feng could have replaced his skull ring with a more powerful dragon ring. If we only look at attack power, this attribute is already higher than that of many level 20 players. Using the shared warehouse, retrieve the previously stored Bishown teleport stone. Fly directly to Bishown City and buy a basic swordsmanship book at the bookstore. After learning the skill, Lin Feng noticed a new level 0 basic swordsmanship skill had appeared in his previously empty skill bar. He then went to the pharmacy and bought a medium quantity of healing potions. He then randomly flew out into the wilderness. After flying twice, Lin Feng suddenly appeared in the forest outside the north gate like a ghost. The forest had a somewhat eerie atmosphere. The dense trees blocked out the sun, creating a sense of oppression. Orcs and forest yetis roamed freely within it, their menacing faces sending chills down one's spine. Lin Feng stood still, not in a hurry to go to the skull cave. His eyes scanned the surroundings, and he gripped the ebony sword tightly in his hand, as if searching for something. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a forest yeti not far away. This forest yeti was tall and covered in thick fur, waving its huge fists and roaring in all directions. Lin Feng's lips curled into a confident smile. Without hesitation, he raised his ebony sword and charged towards the forest yeti like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, sword shadows flashed, and Lin Feng and the forest yeti were locked in battle. The ebony sword drew sharp arcs in the air, each strike precisely hitting the forest yeti and splattering blood. Gain experience points plus 30. Chapter 65, Re-entering the Skull Cave. Bonus chapter for Brother Yuanling. Thanks to the expert for the certification. To be honest, I'm under a lot of pressure right now. The fall of the forest yeti attracted even more monsters, who were no ordinary creatures. They possessed immense strength. The forest yeti's punches are incredibly powerful. The orc's clubs are no pushovers, and there are also venomous spiders lurking in the shadows and man-eating plants lying in wait underground, ready to ambush their prey at any moment. Lin Feng, this young warrior with his weak health, had to be careful in his fierce battle with the monsters to avoid being hit. In the midst of the fierce battle, Lin Feng did not forget to determine his direction. While fighting the monsters that were close at hand, he also paid attention to his surroundings to avoid being surrounded by monsters. They walked and stopped along the way, killing various monsters, and slowly made their way towards the nearest natural cave. Besides the orcs and forest yetis, this forest is also home to an even more dangerous creature, the man-eating flower. These man-eating flowers lurk underground, their appearance resembling a giant trumpet flower, blending seamlessly into their surroundings and making them extremely difficult to spot. However, once someone gets close, they will suddenly emerge from underground, their bodies taller than a person, their huge mouths full of teeth open like a ferocious beast, and bite down on the person. Lin Feng encountered several such ambushes along the way, and he had to stay vigilant at all times to prevent being suddenly attacked by these man-eating flowers. After a period of effort, Lin Feng finally arrived at the entrance of a natural cave. At this time, his level had successfully increased to level 10. Standing at the cave entrance, Lin Feng didn't rush in immediately. Instead, he calmly stopped and examined his equipment. He knew that in this dangerous cave, good equipment was crucial for survival and combat. Besides, wielding an ebony sword to fight skeletons would be too conspicuous. First, Lin Feng replaced his ebony sword with a new level 10 weapon, a short sword with an attack power of 3 to 14. This short sword not only had higher attack power, but its appearance was also more in line with his current level and warrior identity. Then, without hesitation, he removed the skull ring and replaced it with 2 top-tier dragon rings. These 2 rings not only increased his attack power, but also granted him additional attributes, giving him a greater advantage in battle. After these equipment adjustments, Lin Feng's attack power cap was significantly increased. The original 36 attack power cap has now soared to a new 42. However, Lin Feng's preparations were far from over. He opened the warehouse and took out a large amount of blessing oil. Some of this blessing oil was dropped by bosses, but most of it was acquired through the trading platform. It turned out that after discovering his alt account hadn't inherited the VIP privileges of his main account, Lin Feng decided to purchase a batch of blessing oils so that his alt warrior could also reach its maximum attack potential. He wasn't after money. It was mainly for his own use. Upon logging in today, Lin Feng immediately placed an order for 10 million gold coins, starting to buy blessing oil at 20,000 gold coins per bottle. This price is definitely high right now, so the acquisition went very smoothly. Before switching characters, he had already acquired more than 200 bottles. All of them were stored in his warehouse, which would come in handy now. Luck wasn't looking too good. Lin Feng used over 10 bottles of blessing oil before finally managing to refine his short sword to plus 3 luck. However, for Lin Feng, as long as it improved his strength, the expense was worthwhile. After completing these preparations, Lin Feng could no longer contain his eagerness and stepped into the natural cave. The moment he stepped into the cave, everything went black, and he was momentarily disoriented. When Lin Feng regained his senses, he found himself inside a natural cave. A cacophony of sounds flooded his ears. Shouts from players, roars from monsters, and the crisp clash of weapons against bones. The surrounding environment was pitch black, with only clusters of orange candlelight flickering in the darkness. In these dim lights, he saw many players fiercely battling various skeletons, maggots, and bats. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Feng used the random teleportation stone. With a dazzling flash of light, Lin Feng disappeared from the entrance of the natural cave in the blink of an eye. The first floor has a large number of players who are close together, making the battle scene extremely chaotic. But when Lin Feng arrived at the second floor, the number of players around him had noticeably decreased. Moreover, the number and variety of skeletons on the second floor were far greater than on the first floor. Lin Feng stood still, not rushing into battle with the skeleton, but calmly observing his surroundings. He opened the map, carefully examining it, seemingly searching for some clue or target. After some thought, Lin Feng decided to use random teleportation again. He had a specific destination in mind, a particular location in the lower right corner of the second level of the natural cave. Hidden, there was a secret passage leading to the woman natural cave. I've changed this passage to a hidden map. Both the entrances to the natural cave and the orc tomb have been made hidden. But it won't stay hidden for long, since there are many people there. Woman Natural Cave is a little-known hidden map that connects the third level of the Orcish tomb and the second level of the natural cave. Compared to other maps, this cave has a relatively small number of monsters, and the highest level of the ordinary monsters is only the skeleton warrior. More importantly, there are no powerful bosses here. Lin Feng was so interested in the Woman Natural Cave because he knew that since this hidden map had not yet been discovered by other players, the number of monsters inside must far exceed the two skeleton caves, which currently have many players. This means that without having to challenge the boss, he can enjoy the monster resources in this area all to himself, without having to compete with other players. This not only allows him to avoid potential PvP issues, but also greatly improves his leveling efficiency. Before long, Lin Feng quickly found the upper right corner of the map. However, he didn't disturb the players who were fighting monsters around him, as there weren't many monsters there. He carefully made his way slowly along the cave wall, not missing any detail that might hide a secret. The hidden entrance was so well concealed that it looked exactly like the other walls, making it almost impossible to spot. Lin Feng could only rely on his intuition and keen observation skills to cautiously probe his way forward. And so, Lin Feng explored the cave for quite some time. Chapter 66 Woma Natural Cave. Initially, the other players who had been watching him warily stopped paying attention to Lin Feng's movements after successfully killing the skeleton in front of them. Despite the strange looks from several players, Lin Feng paid no attention. He continued deeper into the cave, his figure gradually disappearing from everyone's sight. Just as Lin Feng continued to grope his way forward along the wall, suddenly, his hand seemed to touch nothing but empty air, abruptly losing its support. Before he could react, he was sucked away by a powerful force and disappeared instantly into the second level of the natural cave. In an instant, everything went black before Lin Feng's eyes, and he felt a momentary sense of weightlessness. However, this feeling came and went quickly, and when he regained his senses, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar map. Not far away, the space was teeming with all sorts of monsters: skeletons, bats, scorpions, and nauseating maggots. These monsters stood, flew, crawled, or wriggled, sending chills down one's spine. This place hasn't been discovered by other players yet. Lin Feng's lips curled slightly as he looked at the map, which displayed the Woman Natural Cave. After observing the surrounding environment, Lin Feng quickly chose his battle location. Like lightning, he sped towards the numerous monsters ahead. However, just as he was about to plunge into the monster horde, he suddenly turned around and, like a ghost, swiftly dashed towards a corner he had already chosen. This corner, located against the wall, was a spot he had carefully chosen. With his back against the wall, he stood firmly, like an impregnable fortress. From this position, he would be hit by a maximum of 3 monsters simultaneously. The instant he stood still, a bat, like a black lightning bolt, swooped down upon him. This bat was clearly the vanguard of the monster horde, moving with incredible speed, like a ghost. Lin Feng was utterly fearless, and he roared, "Ha! -40. With that roar, the short sword in his hand flashed like lightning, slashing fiercely at the bat with astonishing speed. In an instant, a crisp crack was heard, and the bat that had been flying at top speed to attack him was struck by the short sword. Its body suddenly stopped in midair, and then, like a kite with a broken string, it fell straight down from the sky and crashed heavily to the ground with a crisp smack. Gain experience points plus 25. The system notification sounded in Lin Feng's ears, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. However, before he could catch his breath, a skeleton warrior following closely behind the bat charged towards him like a black whirlwind. This skeletal warrior was tall and imposing, holding aloft a huge scythe that gleamed with a cold light, sending chills down one's spine. Seeing this, Lin Feng did not back down. Facing the skeleton general's raised scythe, he swiftly swung his short sword again. This time, his movements were faster and more powerful. The short sword drew a silver arc in the air, striking the skeleton general's white ribs like lightning. With a loud clang, the short-sword skeleton warrior's ribs collided violently, sending sparks flying. However, Lin Feng was clearly faster, and his short sword left a deep gash on the skeleton warrior's ribs first. -38. This blow not only inflicted massive damage on the skeleton warrior in front of it, causing its raised scythe to falter as it was struck and fell backward, but it also directly interrupted its originally menacing attack. However, although Lin Feng successfully interrupted the skeleton warrior's attack, he himself was soon surrounded by other monsters of all shapes and sizes. -5, -6, -4. These low single-digit damage numbers kept appearing above Lin Feng's head. Keep in mind, a level 10 warrior only has 89 health points in total. Under such an attack, his health bar instantly dropped by a small increment. However, Lin Feng did not panic. He had actually anticipated this situation. He quickly took out a medium amount of wound medicine and double experience scrolls that he had prepared beforehand from his backpack and used them without hesitation. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng swung his short sword like a storm at the most threatening skeleton warrior in front of him, a blood-for-blood fighting style. Gained 200 experience points. As the system notification sounded, the skeleton warrior in front of Lin Feng finally succumbed to his fierce attack and was smashed into a pile of broken bones with a crash. As the skeleton warrior shattered, Lin Feng quickly turned to face the skeleton warrior beside him. Lin Feng could clearly see the skeleton warrior in front of him constantly hacking at his skull helmet with his two-handed giant axe, making a duong sound. The way they were acting was as if they wanted to chop off Lin Feng's head and see his brains. This infuriated Lin Feng, who swung his short sword and the blade clashed violently with the skeleton warrior, producing a crisp sound. Although only 3 monsters could attack Lin Feng simultaneously, dozens or even hundreds of different kinds of monsters surrounded him tightly, forming an impenetrable encirclement within his field of vision. In their struggle to attack Lin Feng, the monsters pushed and jostled each other, causing their bones to rub and collide, producing a series of piercing sounds. At the same time, the monsters' screams rose and fell, intertwining to form a noisy and chaotic sea of sound. Lin Feng dared not relax for a moment. He concentrated on wielding the short sword in his hand, each strike containing tremendous power. Lin Feng's attack power is indeed quite impressive, but due to level limitations, his health is not high, and he cannot wear higher-level defensive equipment. This situation put some pressure on his tough, hard-hitting style and blood exchange tactics when facing so many monsters. However, this difficult situation did not last long. Just a few minutes later, Lin Feng's level rose to level 11, and the problem was greatly improved. Light armor. Level required, 11. Defense, 3 to 4, plus 1. Demon control, 1 to 2. Attack, 0 to 3, plus 3. Durability, 8 out of 8. This is a top-quality light armor that Lin Feng prepared for himself, with attributes perfectly suited to the young warrior. Chapter 67, The Defeated Blue Star. After quickly donning light armor, Lin Feng's defenses were significantly enhanced. Combined with the increased health from leveling up, he gradually became more adept at handling the battle. The Woman Natural Cave has no boss and no other players. Lin Feng can recklessly lure a large number of monsters to attack him each time. If he finds a corner where he will only be attacked by a few monsters, he can easily deal with the attacks of various monsters and kill them safely by gradually increasing his level, using equipment with higher attributes and more health. During this process, with the help of constantly practicing and upgrading his skills to higher levels, Lin Feng fought tirelessly for a full 2 hours. However, this is just the beginning, far from the end. The map of the Woman Natural Caves, while not as large or complex as other maps, is still significant. Woman Natural Cave is a great place for low-level players to level up, but unfortunately, it is far away and difficult to get in and out. Lin Feng, this young soldier, clearly lacked the ability to quickly explore and clear the entire map. Moreover, at this moment, Lin Feng had to temporarily stop his exploration because he had to log off. Time was running out, and it was almost 8 o'clock. The forced logout system, after 8 hours of online time, left Lin Feng feeling somewhat helpless and annoyed. After all, it would undoubtedly have a significant negative impact on his plan to level up quickly. Each time he leveled up, the journey to the map alone consumed a considerable amount of his precious time. Fortunately, he has now successfully leveled up to level 16. With better equipment, Lin Feng has higher attack and defense and can now choose to challenge more powerful monster zombies. Although choosing to fight zombies means his survival pressure will increase again, since zombies are significantly more powerful and ferocious than skeletons, the experience gained from killing zombies will also be much greater than that from skeletons. Moreover, he already had an excellent option. The secret passage to the hidden map of Shabak, where Lin Feng could go. Although its location was rather secluded, it was exceptionally easy to enter and exit. This place has not yet been discovered by other players, and Lin Feng plans to use it as a secret base, keeping it a secret until it is discovered by other players. First, Lin Feng plans to raise his level to 25. Once he reaches this goal, he will be able to team up with his friends without any worries, share this secret base, and use it to level up quickly. After quickly eliminating the few monsters in front of him, Lin Feng took out a Mengzhong teleportation stone from the warehouse without hesitation and decisively chose to head to Mengzhong province. Having a teleportation stone is so much more convenient. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Just as he was feeling sentimental, the time quietly reached 8 o'clock. In an instant, Lin Feng felt his body suddenly become light, as if he had lost his weight. Immediately afterwards, a light flashed before his eyes, and when he opened his eyes again, he was already in the Haofeng Advanced Energy Chamber, lying there quietly, staring at the transparent glass dome that covered him. Through the glass cover, he could clearly see the colorful lights from the energy cabin instruments reflected on its surface, creating a dazzling and colorful picture. Lin Feng lay quietly in the energy pod, his eyes slightly closed, as if deep in thought. Time passed, but his body didn't receive any further enhancement. He was trying to comprehend and absorb the skills he had acquired within the game. In reality, using skills was naturally not as simple as in the game. It required a simple guidance process. Enhancements only occur on the first character. This is a rule set by the game. Because of this, aside from the very beginning, very few people in the previous game would choose to purchase the Mystery Veil to unlock a second ID. After all, 500 gold coins is not cheap, and the two characters share online time, which will undoubtedly slow down the development speed of the first character. However, Lin Feng was extremely curious about this. According to his predecessor's memories, a year later, the average level of the first batch of players on Blue Star had reached over 42. Among them, the highest level of the top players had all reached over 45. This was simply an astonishing number. But 7 years later, the top players remained at level 55, as if they were being restricted. What puzzled him even more was that the highest map remained at Crimson Moon, and the skill books only contained a few scattered special and ultimate skills. This situation was highly abnormal. Recalling yesterday, when Lin Feng reached level 35, the ball of light with a phantom image suddenly appeared before him like a ghost and spoke those words. At this moment, an indescribable feeling welled up in Lin Feng's heart, as if some vague ideas were appearing and disappearing in his mind. What exactly did that phantom mean? Lin Feng murmured to himself. He recalled the phantom's words about the chosen early civilization in the Virgo supercluster, the Milky Way's favor towards him, and how his home planet would benefit from it. These thoughts intertwined in his mind, leaving him both excited and confused. Could it be that Earth was actually eliminated in my previous life? Lin Feng suddenly wondered. He couldn't help but recall that in his previous life, Earth remained stuck in the Crimson Moon stage, without any further changes or progress. Perhaps it was precisely because it was eliminated that Earth lost the opportunity for further development. Just as Lin Feng was lost in thought, the energy pod sensed his movement and automatically activated its protective shield. A soft hissing sound as the shield activated interrupted Lin Feng's thoughts. Lin Feng frowned slightly, shook his head, and decided to stop thinking about those troubling issues. He got up and stepped out of the energy pod and asked Xiao Ming to order a large chicken hot pot from a nearby restaurant. After ordering takeout, Lin Feng first went to the bathroom to rinse off the remaining nutrient solution from his body. The warm water washing over him made him feel comfortable and relaxed. After taking a shower, he changed into a clean set of clothes, then went to sit on the sofa in the living room, closed his eyes, and quietly waited for the delivery person to bring the food. Lin Feng quickly finished the chicken hot pot delivered by the deliverman without spending too much time. He then started stretching in the living room, waiting for the game to start. As 9 o'clock approached, Lin Feng stepped into the energy chamber once again, deactivating the energy field's protective shield and waiting to enter the game. Enter the game. Chapter 68, The Little Warrior Who Slays Zombies. As Lin Feng made his choice, the ancient gate in front of him slowly opened in the white light. Lin Feng's body sank, and in a daze, his little warrior with the ID, Feng Lin, reappeared in the noisy Mengzhong safe zone. Lin Feng didn't linger and quickly left the safe zone. He first bought a large quantity of potent wound medicine at a pharmacy before using random teleportation to fly to Shabak City, where his secret base was located. By sheer bad luck, Lin Feng landed randomly at the entrance of the ancestral temple. Without much hope, he tried to enter. This area is not open at the moment. The result was as expected. Lin Feng continued using the random method and began heading toward Shabak City. Soon, he reappeared in Shabak City, behind the clothing store. Who could have imagined how bustling and vibrant the now deserted city of Shabak would become in the future? A kick landed on the slightly different bricks behind the clothing store. Click, click. With a slight clicking sound, the ground beside Lin Feng suddenly cracked open. The entrance to the previously well-hidden secret passage slowly opened. The entrance to the cave was dark and deep, like a gateway to an unknown world. Unlike his relaxed demeanor on the main character, Lin Feng stood before the cave entrance, his heart filled with anticipation and excitement. He eagerly stepped onto the stairs leading to the secret passage, each step tinged with tension and curiosity. As he moved, the light and shadow shifted rapidly around him. In just an instant, he had moved from the bright world at the cave entrance into the dark and damp environment of the secret passage. Lin Feng caught the torchlight on the wall at the staircase. The faint light flickered in the darkness, barely illuminating a small area around him. Within this limited area of light, he could clearly see that at the edge of the light, there were numerous, bustling groups of zombies. These zombies come in all shapes and sizes. Some are mutilated, while others have hideous and terrifying faces. They either stagger around or stand silently, as if waiting for something. As Lin Feng appeared, various noisy, hissing sounds began to fill his ears. These sounds echoed in the closed secret passage, sending chills down his spine. What surprised him even more was that, amidst the noisy screeching, he could vaguely hear the sound of iron chains scraping against the ground in the distance. Holy crap! Is the Corpse King already here at the door? Lin Feng exclaimed involuntarily. His heart raced instantly, and an unprecedented sense of tension surged through him. If the Zombie King really is nearby, then he's in big trouble. After all, with his current health and defense, it would be very difficult for him to fight the Zombie King, who has been strengthened in every way, not to mention the countless zombies around him. Lin Feng stood still, his eyes fixed on the distant horde of zombies, not missing a single detail. He carefully observed the movements in the distance, hoping to find traces of the Zombie King. After a while, Lin Feng still hadn't seen the Corpse King's massive and imposing figure. He breathed a slight sigh of relief, because if the Corpse King were nearby, he might have needed to switch back to his main character to challenge this powerful boss instead of continuing to level up. Now that the Corpse King was no longer by his side, Lin Feng felt he had nothing to fear. He gripped his newly acquired, top-grade 8 Desolations sword tightly, feeling the power emanating from its heavy blade. This weapon filled Lin Feng with a sense of heroism, as if he had already become a powerful warrior. Using the faint light of the torch, Lin Feng charged without hesitation towards the zombies near the wall. His target was a monk zombie wearing a cassock and prayer beads around his neck. This zombie looked more distinctive than the others. With a roar from Lin Feng, accompanied by the vocalizations of an attacking sword technique, The 8 Desolation sword in his hand flashed out with lightning speed, striking the monk's zombie squarely in the chest. This simple yet powerful strike, delivered by Lin Feng, sent the zombie monk's body reeling backward, its outstretched hands, which had been reaching out to grab Lin Feng, drooping limply to the ground. -42. Lin Feng's attack dealt 42 points of damage, which is a considerable number. He then slashed at the monk zombie again, this time with equal force, dealing over 40 points of damage once more. Such damage is not low. With a zombie's 160 health points, it would only take a maximum of 4 such attacks to kill it. However, after Lin Feng unleashed 2 consecutive strikes, he had to temporarily slow down his attack. The reason was simple. Several nearby zombies, having sensed Lin Feng's presence, quickly swarmed around him like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. -11. -9. Faced with this sudden attack, Lin Feng tried his best to dodge, but ultimately he couldn't completely avoid all the zombies' attacks. Under the fierce onslaught of multiple zombies, he was still hit twice. This damage is indeed much higher than that of the skeleton. However, it's not a big problem. Lin Feng thought to himself. Although these 2 attacks caused him to lose 20 health points, resulting in his health bar shrinking slightly, he did not panic. Lin Feng quickly took out a bottle of potent wound medicine from his backpack and used it. As the medicine rapidly spread through his body, Lin Feng's health began to recover quickly. In this confined space, Lin Feng fully utilized the powerful physical abilities he had gained after the enhancement. His movements became exceptionally light and agile, like a ghost, moving freely amidst the numerous zombies surrounding him. Lin Feng skillfully exploited the zombies' lack of agility, constantly shifting and dodging, sometimes sidestepping a zombie's pounce, sometimes dodging another zombie's heavy blow. At the same time, he cleverly guided the zombies to block each other's attacks and footsteps, making it impossible for their attacks to hit him effectively. In this way, Lin Feng moved with ease among the zombie horde, effortlessly reaping their life points. Gained 160 experience points. Gained 160 experience points. While not as fast as the main mage's area of effect attacks that churn out experience points, his current leveling speed far surpasses that of other mainstream players. After all, not everyone can have an entire map to themselves, with a constant stream of monster resources. Time ticked by. Lin Feng's Alt Warriors experience points were also increasing rapidly at a visible rate. Chapter 69, One-on-One Battle Against the Corpse King. Lin Feng's young warrior didn't try to catch too many, only summoning a few, at most 10 or so, ordinary zombies at a time. While leveling up, he also honed his close combat skills by using these ordinary zombies. Through continuous battles, Lin Feng's level as a young warrior steadily increased, and his combat skills became increasingly proficient. But just as he was focused on dealing with a few zombies, an unexpected event occurred. A sudden, large-scale monster spawn left him surrounded by a horde of zombies. Lin Feng was startled and quickly adjusted his tactics, attempting to continue fighting the horde of zombies. Just as he was becoming somewhat flustered, there seemed to be some unusual activity in the area where the Corpse King was located in the distance. In the distance, the Corpse King slowly raised his head and looked in this direction. Then, dragging 2 huge iron chains in his hands, he walked heavily toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng knew he was in trouble. If he got entangled with the Corpse King, it would be dangerous. He made a snap decision, abandoned the group of zombies in front of him, turned around, and ran towards the safe area, praying that he could get rid of the troublesome Corpse King. Fortunately, the terrifying zombie king didn't seem to notice Lin Feng's presence. He was simply patrolling his territory, as usual. However, this unexpected turn of events made Lin Feng wary, and he became even more cautious. To avoid attracting the attention of the Corpse King again, Lin Feng deliberately avoided the area where the Corpse King was located and continued to engage in fierce battles with small groups of zombies. Time flew by as Lin Feng focused intently on the battle, and before he knew it, he had been fighting these zombies for quite some time. Just then, a dazzling light suddenly burst forth from Lin Feng's body, and a golden dragon shadow rose into the air from his body. You have leveled up. Your current level is 19. As the system notification sounded, Lin Feng felt a surge of joy. He took a deep breath, quickly dealt with the zombies in front of him, and then let out a long sigh of relief. His level has finally reached 19. Before this, when Lin Feng reached level 18, He had already replaced his 2 bracelets with top-quality sturdy gloves. These sturdy gloves not only provided a significant defense boost, greatly improving Lin Feng's defensive attributes to 5 to 16, but also added several extra points to his attack. With such powerful defensive equipment, Lin Feng gradually changed his strategy in the fight against the zombies. He no longer simply fought nimbly as before, but began to engage in head-on clashes and sword fights with the zombies. The speed of leveling up accelerated rapidly, like a rocket. After leveling up to 19 and learning the warrior's second skill, the attack and kill sword technique, Lin Feng unhesitatingly replaced his original top-grade 8 Desolations sword with a monstrous Lin Feng sword, which required level 19, had an attack power of 6 to 15, and an attack speed of +5. Although the attack power of this Lin Feng sword was not higher than that of the original top-grade 8 Desolations sword, its attack speed was incredibly fast, like a whirlwind, making Lin Feng's attacks exceptionally fierce. Facing the zombies before him, Lin Feng's swordplay was as swift and fierce as a storm, leaving the zombies with no chance to fight back. In addition to the newly learned offensive sword techniques, every now and then, with a ha, Lin Feng swung his sword. He would unleash a silver-white sword aura. In just 3 seconds, Lin Feng easily knocked the zombie to the ground, leaving only a small bottle of potion as a trophy. After quickly eliminating the remaining zombies, Lin Feng stroked the simply designed Lin Feng longsword in his hand with satisfaction. His fighting spirit grew stronger, as if a flame was burning fiercely within him, making him unable to suppress the urge to engage in a battle immediately. After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng checked the online time in the lower right corner and found that he still had about an hour to continue playing the game. He remained silent for a moment, then resolutely replaced one of the 2 dragon rings he was wearing with a paralysis ring. With everything prepared, Lin Feng slowly made his way towards the area where the Corpse King was located. He carefully cleared away the zombies he encountered along the way, not letting any potential threat slip by, so as to avoid being surrounded in the subsequent battle with the Corpse King and causing an accident. Since Lin Feng already knew the location of the Corpse King like the back of his hand, he found the place near the Corpse King with almost no effort. Standing at a distance, Lin Feng stared intently and saw that the Corpse King was tall and mighty, and its skin had a silvery gray metallic luster, making it look extremely hard. Seeing this, Lin Feng dared not be negligent in the slightest and immediately put on the flame ring. In an instant, a new skill, Fireball, which was originally only available to mages, appeared in his skill bar. Immediately afterward, Lin Feng gripped the Lin Feng sword tightly in his right hand, while his left hand rose slightly, forming a claw shape. With a soft shout, a fireball slightly larger than a fist suddenly appeared in his left hand. This fireball was entirely red-hot, burning fiercely and radiating intense heat. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed, and with a sudden flick of his left hand, like a pair of pincers, he hurled the fireball rapidly towards the Corpse King in the distance. The fireball, like an arrow released from a bow, flew straight towards the Corpse King at astonishing speed. With a loud bang, the fireball slammed into the Corpse King. However, unexpectedly, this seemingly powerful fireball only produced a lone number floating above the Corpse King's head. -3. This number was so insignificant, as if it were merely a light scratch on the Corpse King's hard body. Such damage was practically negligible to the Corpse King. But Lin Feng's actions completely enraged the Corpse King. The Corpse King's eyes widened, its face full of anger. It could not tolerate anyone disrespecting it like this. Such an attack was an immense humiliation to it. A crack appeared in the already loosened horde of zombies, which had been repeatedly disturbed by Lin Feng's leveling up. The crack looked as if it had been forcibly torn open, revealing the space inside. Just then, the Corpse King, dragging its massive iron chain, squeezed out of the gap. Its large strides were exceptionally firm, each step like a war drum striking the ground, producing a dull thud that seemed to make the entire earth tremble. The 2 long iron chains, like 2 giant pythons, snaked and crawled across the ground. As the Corpse King charged, they scraped against the ground, sparking flashes of light and emitting a piercing sound that sent chills down one's spine. Chapter 70, The Enraged Corpse King. Seeing that the Corpse King had been enraged and was charging at him like a mad beast, Lin Feng reacted extremely quickly. He instantly replaced the flame ring with a paralysis ring and then swiftly put it into his personal storage. Immediately afterwards, he gripped his longsword tightly with his right hand, while his left hand protected the spine of the blade, assuming a standard defensive stance. He crouched slightly, his feet firmly planted on the ground, like an unshakable mountain, ready to withstand the Corpse King's charge. Lin Feng's actions seemed to further enrage the Corpse King. Its roars grew louder, its charge speed increased significantly, and even its already large strides now appeared to be even larger and faster. In the blink of an eye, the Corpse King rushed in front of Lin Feng. Its right hand shot up above its head like lightning, pulling up the iron chain that had been dragging on the ground and suspending it high in the air, as if it might smash down on Lin Feng at any moment. Just then, the Corpse King's right hand, which had been raised high above his head, suddenly seemed to be driven by a powerful force and swung down sharply. With this action, the iron chain behind him, which he had been holding up, seemed to come alive and instantly ripped through the sky like a silver-gray lightning bolt. The iron chain streaked through the air, forming a semicircular trajectory, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound and a strong wind, like a falling meteor, crashing straight down towards Lin Feng's head. However, faced with such a ferocious attack, Lin Feng did not choose to take it head-on as before. Instead, he slammed his left foot on the ground and swiftly stepped to the right like lightning. This seemingly light step actually contained immense power and skill, allowing him to successfully evade the deadly chain attack. At the same time, Lin Feng thrust his long sword forward with a seemingly casual movement. This strike, though seemingly casual, was actually full of hidden meaning, as precise and deadly as a venomous snake striking its hole. -37. And this sword strike landed precisely on the Corpse King's knee. This blow was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. It was unclear whether it was because Lin Feng's attack was too powerful or because he had just struck the Corpse King's vital joint. In short, at that very moment, the Corpse King, who was about to swing the iron chain in his left hand to continue chasing Lin Feng, suddenly froze as if he had been frozen in place. Immediately afterward, the Corpse King's body involuntarily tilted towards Lin Feng's left leg, as if it had lost its balance. However, the Corpse King was powerful after all, and it quickly adjusted its body and regained its footing. The series of defeats enraged the Corpse King, causing his emotions to erupt like a volcano. With a deafening roar, the Corpse King's body trembled violently, as if the entire world was shaking. His body suddenly turned, and his left-hand attack, which had been interrupted, seemed to be given new life. With a sharp whistling sound, it swept towards Lin Feng at an astonishing speed like a silver-gray whirlwind. However, the Corpse King's body was simply too enormous. The chain attack, which was supposed to strike Lin Feng's head directly, swept lightly over Lin Feng's head the moment he crouched down and lowered his head, without even touching a single hair. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't let this golden opportunity slip by. His long sword moved like lightning, swiftly and rapidly thrusting and slashing at the Corpse King's knees and thighs. Each strike was incredibly precise, aimed straight for vital points, causing the Corpse King's body to tremble uncontrollably. The two exchanged blows, neither gaining the upper hand for the time being. Lin Feng, relying on her petite frame and agile movements, skillfully dodged the Corpse King's swift and fierce attacks. His figure moved like a ghost, weaving freely through the Corpse King's attacks, causing the Corpse King's chains to always miss. The Corpse King, with his powerful body and abundant life force, fearlessly wielded his two thick iron chains, like a maddened beast, relentlessly smashing them towards Lin Feng. Each swing of the iron chain carried immense force, as if it were about to smash Lin Feng into a meat patty. In an instant, the roars, the whooshing sound of the chains being swung, and the gentle breeze created by Lin Feng wielding his long sword intertwined, forming a chaotic yet exhilarating symphony. Lin Feng's occasional offensive sword techniques added a sharp edge to the symphony, each swing of his sword accompanied by a loud ha. The already noisy secret passage was now completely submerged by the intense sounds of battle, rising and falling deafeningly loud. Not far from them, the various zombies that had been gathered in twos and threes and roaring suddenly fell silent because of the Zombie King's roar during the fierce battle between Lin Feng and the Zombie King. They seemed to be frightened by the terrifying roar, Their originally ferocious faces instantly became somewhat blank, and their previously restless bodies suddenly stiffened and froze in place. Although it all seemed to happen very quickly, in reality, only a little over 10 seconds had passed. However, in this short time, Lin Feng's attacks were as fierce as a storm, giving the Corpse King no chance to breathe. Finally, as Lin Feng once again swung his long sword, unleashing his incredibly powerful offensive sword technique, he struck the Corpse King's thigh heavily. A mysterious force, like an electric current, instantly flowed from Lin Feng's hand to the long sword in his hand, and then through the sword to the Corpse King's body. In that instant, the Corpse King's furious expression seemed to freeze in time, suddenly becoming solid. Its chain, which was halfway through its swing, seemed to be nailed to mid-air by an invisible force, and could no longer be swung. At this moment, the Corpse King completely lost its ability to move. Its body became as hard as a stone statue, and even its eyes, which were originally full of murderous intent, lost their luster and became ashen. It was obvious that the Corpse King had been petrified by the special effect of the paralysis ring in Lin Feng's hand. This sudden change surprised and delighted Lin Feng. He stared wide-eyed at the petrified Corpse King before him, secretly rejoicing. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't let this excellent opportunity slip by. Without hesitation, he stood firm on his feet, and his previously empty left hand quickly gripped the Lin Feng sword in his right hand. He held the hilt tightly with both hands, ready to deliver a fatal blow to the Corpse King. Lin Feng took a deep breath, then swung the Lin Feng sword violently. The blade drew a silver arc in the air, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, and slashed fiercely at the Corpse King's massive body. Whoosh! Chapter 71, The Paralysis Ring shows its power. With the first sword strike, followed by the second and third, Lin Feng's movements grew faster and faster, like lightning, each strike landing accurately on the Corpse King. Whoosh, whoosh, ah. The sound of swords slashing and the shouts of ha, as offensive sword techniques were unleashed, rose and fell, weaving together into a stirring battle symphony. However, just when Lin Feng thought victory was assured, an unexpected event occurred. The petrification period, which was supposed to last for 5 seconds, disappeared in just over 3 seconds. Caught completely off guard, Lin Feng had no time to react. The Corpse King's petrified body suddenly regained its movement, and with a swing of its thick arm, the iron chain that was already swinging in mid-air slammed down on Lin Feng like a ferocious giant python. A loud bang was heard. -34. A blood-red damage number suddenly appeared above Lin Feng's head. The vivid red seemed like a countdown to his death, a shocking sight. At the same time, his health points also plummeted like a burst dam, decreasing by nearly 1/5. The attack, which had been flowing smoothly, suddenly became sluggish. Lin Feng's body seemed to be struck by an invisible force, and he involuntarily took a step back with the blows of the chains. He staggered and almost lost his balance. However, this was only the beginning. Before Lin Feng could recover from the sudden attack, the Corpse King's other hand rose with lightning speed. The thick iron chain in that hand gleamed coldly, clearly preparing to deliver another fatal blow to Lin Feng. Alarm bells rang in Lin Feng's mind, but he didn't panic. Instead, he took a deep breath and quickly adjusted his state. He no longer tried to withstand the impact of the Corpse King's chains, but instead went with the flow. Lin Feng's body, like a leaf in the wind, floated lightly backward in the direction he was struck. His movements were agile and swift, as if he were performing a dance of death. After taking 2 steps back, Lin Feng finally regained his footing. This series of actions not only successfully evaded the Corpse King's pursuit, but also bought Lin Feng precious breathing time. He used this brief respite to quickly adjust his breathing and rhythm, preparing for the even more intense battle to come. Damn it, I was careless. I didn't expect this boss to be resistant to paralysis. Lin Feng cursed under his breath and quickly used a potent wound medicine. The paralysis effect, which originally had only a 1 in 15 chance of triggering, seemed to be greatly weakened on the Corpse King. What should have lasted 5 seconds was now reduced to just over 3 seconds. Nevertheless, this brief paralysis effect still served as a wake-up call for Lin Feng. This small detail made Lin Feng realize that he couldn't rely solely on the equipment descriptions in battle. He needed to be more observant of the enemy's reactions and adjust his tactics accordingly. Only in this way could he survive this life-or-death struggle and ultimately defeat the powerful Corpse King. The battle continued, with both sides exchanging blows and refusing to give way. Just like before, one side attacked while the other skillfully dodged, slowly wearing down each other's stamina and energy. Lin Feng stared intently at the Corpse King, watching the damage numbers constantly floating above its head, and the tension in his heart gradually eased. The petrification effect triggered from time to time allowed Lin Feng to seize the opportunity and launch several fierce attacks on the Corpse King. However, just as the two sides were deadlocked, the Corpse King suddenly let out a deafening roar, and the entire secret passage trembled violently because of the roar. Lin Feng's heart tightened, and he immediately sensed a dramatic change in the Corpse King's aura. Its already powerful strength had become even more ferocious, and the speed at which its chain swung was twice as fast as before. Before Lin Feng could even adjust to this sudden change, he saw a black shadow flash before his eyes, and the Corpse King's chains rushed towards him like a storm. He hurriedly dodged left and right, but was still grazed by the iron chain a few times, and his health dropped a bit more instantly. Holy crap! What on earth is going on? Lin Feng couldn't help but curse under his breath. He quickly used a bottle of potent solar water and a potent healing potion to restore his health, which had dropped by more than half. This sudden turn of events was completely unexpected. Even when he played his main mage character before, he had never encountered such a bizarre situation. Faced with this situation, Lin Feng had no choice but to abandon the idea of continuing the attack and begin to do his best to dodge the Corpse King's suddenly ferocious attacks. Fortunately, it didn't last long, only 30 seconds. The previously ferocious aura of the Corpse King subsided again. Lin Feng even felt that it had become weaker than before. Both its attack speed and defense seemed to have decreased. Lin Feng noticed this change immediately. Since that's the case, let's strike while the iron is hot and kill him. Lin Feng seized this fleeting opportunity, not daring to relax for a moment. He focused all his attention on the Corpse King, his longsword flashing like lightning. Every slash and thrust landed precisely on different parts of the Corpse King's body. Lin Feng's attacks were as fierce as a storm, giving the Corpse King no chance to breathe. As Lin Feng continued his attacks, the Corpse King's body was suddenly covered by a layer of gray substance again, which was the effect of petrification. Whoosh, whoosh, ah. Lin Feng's attack speed increased, and his breathing became rapid, but he did not stop. Instead, he attacked even more fiercely. However, this petrification effect was different from before. It did not end as quickly as it had before, but lasted for a full 5 seconds. Lin Feng was overjoyed. He knew this was a golden opportunity. Just as the petrification effect was about to end, he prepared to finish his attack and quickly dodged the Corpse King's impending counterattack. But just as he was about to take action, something unexpected happened. The Corpse King was petrified once again. What great luck! Lin Feng exclaimed. Faced with such a rare situation, Lin Feng made a decisive decision, immediately abandoning his original evasion plan and instead continuing to launch a rapid and fierce attack on the Corpse King. This time, the petrification effect seemed to last longer. Before Lin Feng could react, just over 3 seconds later, he triggered the petrification effect again. After the Corpse King went berserk, even the paralysis effect was enhanced. Lin Feng was very surprised, but he did not stop his attacks and continued to fiercely attack the Corpse King. Chapter 72, The Demon-Revealing Mirror and the Universe Ring. The repeated paralysis effects allowed Lin Feng and the Corpse King to gain an absolute advantage in the ensuing battle, as if aided by divine intervention. Lin Feng easily dodged every attack from the Corpse King in its weakened state, and every counterattack from Lin Feng accurately struck the Corpse King's vital points. After Lin Feng gradually mastered the Corpse King's attack frequency, the originally difficult battle became exceptionally smooth. Before long, the Corpse King was killed by Lin Feng. As the Corpse King fell, a spectacular explosion unfolded before Lin Feng's eyes. Within a 99-degree radius, various equipment, potions, and gold coins rained down, covering the entire ground. The ground was a dazzling spectacle of shimmering gold. Looking at the scene before him, Lin Feng felt a surge of accomplishment. He knew that this was the result of his hard work and struggle. Lin Feng took a deep breath and slowly walked to the corpse of the Corpse King, carefully examining the items on the ground. he discovered that there were not only various kinds of equipment, but also some potions and a large amount of gold coins. Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction. Although the battle was difficult, he ultimately reaped a rich reward. Lin Feng looked at the Corpse King lying before him, his heart filled with mixed emotions. This battle was indeed not easy, especially the moment the Corpse King went berserk. If he hadn't been alerted beforehand, he might have been instantly killed. Recalling those frenzied and ferocious 30 seconds when the Corpse King went berserk, Lin Feng's nerves were still on edge. At that time, he felt as if he were on the verge of death, and the slightest carelessness would mean his demise. However, Lin Feng was not defeated by fear. He gripped his weapon tightly and continued to attack the Corpse King, eventually persevering. Throughout the battle, Lin Feng not only greatly improved his combat skills, but more importantly, he also honed his courage in the face of powerful opponents. Now, it was finally Lin Feng's time to reap the rewards. He gained not only valuable equipment and gold coins, but also growth and progress. After his initial reflection, Lin Feng quickly began collecting the loot from the ground. The Corpse King had dropped 2 skill books, a piece of Woma equipment, a prayer helmet, and several pieces of common equipment below level 20. The 2 skill books are Mind Revelation and Binding Spell. This Corpse King is no good. Lin Feng was dissatisfied and made a complaint. Mind Revelation is a skill that Taoists can learn at level 26, and its effect is quite interesting. This skill can be used on other players, monsters, and even NPCs without causing any damage to the target. Therefore, it is also known by players as the Demon Revealing Mirror. However, once the skill is successfully cast, a red bar with numbers will appear above the target's head, clearly indicating the target's current health and maximum health. This skill is undoubtedly very useful when players are challenging powerful bosses. It allows players to clearly understand the boss's health status, thus enabling them to better formulate combat strategies. Unfortunately, in the PC version of the game, with the emergence of blood-revealing cheats, this skill has gradually been ignored and abandoned by Taoist players. Similar to Mind Revelation, the Binding Spell is also a skill for the Taoist class, but players need to reach level 28 to learn it. This skill is also unique. Although it has no offensive power, it has a distinctive effect. When a Taoist player casts this skill, 8 blue pillars of light will rise from the ground. Monsters within the area enclosed by these pillars will be immobilized and unable to move. It should be noted that this skill is ineffective against high-level monsters, such as bosses. In a sense, the Binding Spell is like a drawing a circle on the ground spell, trapping monsters within a specific area. Therefore, some players also call it the Universe Ring. The Binding Spell is unique. It's not a conventional attack or defense skill. However, in terms of its effects, it can be considered a special type of control-based defensive skill. This skill is extremely useful for Taoist players when leveling up and farming for treasure. Even if you're not fighting monsters, it's still very useful for exploring the map. An ordinary platinum ring and a green hat-shaped prayer helmet. After glancing at them, Lin Feng tossed them directly into the warehouse. Among the few ordinary pieces of equipment that dropped, there was an extremely rare skull ring. Skull ring. Attack power required, 30. Attack, 0 to 6, plus 3. Durability, 4/5. If we disregard the hidden attributes of the dragon ring, this skull ring's attack power is even slightly higher than that of a regular dragon ring. Not bad. It can be put on the auction soon. Lin Feng was delighted to see the skull ring in his hand. He glanced quickly at the time in the lower right corner, and his heart tightened. There were less than 20 minutes left before he logged off. The thrilling battle with the Corpse King just now lasted a full half hour. In comparison, his all-accounts combat efficiency was several times slower than that of the main mage. Time was of the essence, and Lin Feng dared not delay for a moment. He immediately threw himself into the fierce battle against the zombies. At this moment, he was less than 30,000 experience points away from level 20. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he was fully confident that he could reach level 20 before going offline. In order to achieve his goal as quickly as possible, Lin Feng made a decisive decision. He quickly replaced the paralysis ring with the dragon ring, and then charged straight at the monster group without hesitation, successfully attracting a large number of zombies. Immediately afterwards, he pressed himself firmly against the wall, bracing himself against the horde of zombies without flinching. In a desperate manner, He began a bloody battle of blood for blood, all in an effort to level up as quickly as possible. Minus 42. Minus 57. Lin Feng wielded the Lin Feng sword rapidly through the air, its attack speed plus 5 attribute making its attack frequency as fast as lightning. Each swing was accompanied by a sharp gust of wind, slashing fiercely at the zombies and splattering crimson blood. Lin Feng himself, amidst the fierce battle, would occasionally let out a roar, as if to release all the pressure in his heart. Lin Feng killed the zombies around him at a rate of 1 every 3 or 4 seconds, quickly slaying them amidst the siege. Aside from the time it takes to lure monsters each time, Lin Feng's leveling efficiency is now far superior to that of the vast majority of players. Gained 160 experience points. Gained 160 experience points. In this highly efficient, frantic mode, Lin Feng's experience points increased rapidly. With a golden dragon shadow emanating from his body, he finally reached level 20 with just over 3 minutes left before logging off. Chapter 73 Changes in Reality. After logging off, Lin Feng quickly went to the bathroom, turned on the shower, and let the warm water wash over his body. He fully enjoyed this moment of relaxation, feeling the refreshing sensation of the water droplets on his skin. After showering, Lin Feng wrapped himself in a soft bath towel and gently dried his wet hair. He slowly walked out of the bathroom, went to the sofa in the living room, and plopped down on it. Lin Feng, Xiao Ming, turn on the projector and play the latest news. Okay, playback has started for you. Lin Feng casually browsed the latest news through Xiao Ming. Various headlines flashed across the screen, some of which caught his special attention. The headline, Federal Academy of Social Sciences announces research results on enhancement effects of Legend of Mir, caught Lin Feng's attention, and he immediately clicked on a detailed report. The report mentioned that after a long period of research and experimentation, the Federal Academy of Social Sciences discovered that the body enhancement effects in the game Legend of Mir can effectively treat various known diseases. The news that the legendary Legend of Mir could enhance one's physical abilities in real life, effectively curing various known diseases, was undoubtedly a bombshell, instantly sparking heated discussions across all sectors of society. Public interest in the Legend of Mir has surged, with many speculating whether the game can truly bring unprecedented health benefits to humanity. The era of everyone being like a dragon has officially arrived. The legendary hero breaks the limits of the human body. Another news item is even more astonishing. The report states that physical enhancement in the game Legend of Mir can not only cure diseases, but also break through the limits of the human body, giving everyone extraordinary abilities. However, in stark contrast to this good news, the federal games were officially canceled. This decision left many sports fans disappointed and bewildered. The news that federal crime rate has increased by 30% in recent days. Investigations show all cases are related to the game Legend of Mir is worrying. It seems the popularity of Legend of Mir has not only brought benefits, but also some negative issues. Lin Feng sat on the sofa, carefully reading the news articles, his mind filled with a myriad of thoughts. He couldn't help but recall the speculation about Blue Star's elimination in his previous life. As for the Milky Way's favor and the evolution of his home planet, Lin Feng pondered for a long time, but still had no clue. These questions were like a fog, tightly enveloping him and making it difficult for him to see the truth. No matter how hard he racked his brains, he couldn't find a single clue. It was as if these questions were the deepest secrets of the universe, hiding huge mysteries that left people baffled. After a long while, Lin Feng sighed helplessly and decided to stop dwelling on these problems. He stood up, stretched, and prepared to go out for something to eat. After all, with some rare free time, there's no reason to lie in the energy tank receiving intravenous nutrition or eat dry food and canned goods. Lin Feng quickly changed into comfortable clothes, then opened the door and walked out of the room. He walked briskly through the corridor and arrived at the entrance of the residential complex. However, as soon as Lin Feng stepped out of the community gate, he suddenly noticed a group of people gathered together not far away, seemingly discussing something animatedly. Lin Feng walked closer out of curiosity, wanting to hear what they were saying. He overheard several young men boasting to each other about their achievements in a game called Legend of Mir. One of the young men excitedly rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular arms, and said with a smug look on his face, I just leveled up to 21 today and completed my second upgrade. I just tested it at the boxing gym, and I can deliver 213 kilograms of force with this punch. Wow, that's as good as a top boxer, another young man exclaimed in astonishment. A burly, muscular middle-aged man wearing a tight-fitting sports vest, revealing his strong arms and broad shoulders, appeared to be a gym instructor. Hearing people talking about the sports meet, he immediately interrupted, saying, "Hey, what's the point of talking about this now? We'll just cancel the sports meet altogether from now on." Another young man with striking blonde hair was clearly not convinced by the middle-aged man's words. He retorted, "Didn't you see it? It says that the better the equipment and the higher the level, the better the boost will be when you log off." Lin Feng happened to be passing by and overheard their conversation. He thought to himself, "This world has changed so much compared to my previous life." However, he didn't linger and continued towards his destination. This time, Raymond Lam didn't go too far. He went straight to a nearby Cantonese restaurant with an excellent reputation. This restaurant was famous for its exquisite dishes and unique flavors, and Raymond Lam had always wanted to try it. Today, he decided to try some dishes different from what he had eaten before. He had long heard about the characteristics of Cantonese cuisine, such as its wide selection of ingredients, emphasis on seasonality, numerous techniques, attention to cooking time and temperature, light flavor, and pursuit of original taste. Comparatively speaking, refined Cantonese cuisine is also more expensive, making it unaffordable for ordinary people. However, Raymond Lam is not short of money now, so he is eager to experience this legendary cuisine firsthand. Lin Feng walked into the Cantonese restaurant, Guanyue Restaurant, whose interior was elegantly decorated and where diners chatted quietly, creating a very pleasant atmosphere. He found a seat by the window, and a lifelike waiter warmly handed him the menu. Lin Feng browsed the menu carefully, drawn in by the descriptions of each exquisite dish. He ordered signature dishes such as poached chicken, steamed spare ribs with black bean sauce, and clay pot rice. While waiting for his food, Lin Feng watched the people on the street outside the window, excitedly discussing the game, Legend of Mir, and his thoughts drifted away. The game had brought about such profound changes. He wondered where it would lead in the future. Soon, the dishes were served one after another. Lin Feng took a bite of the poached chicken. The chicken was tender, the skin was smooth, and the meat was fragrant. The original flavor instantly blossomed on his taste buds. He then picked up a piece of steamed spare ribs with black bean sauce. The aroma of the black beans blended perfectly with the tender ribs. The clay pot rice was even more exceptional, with each grain of rice distinct and the crispy rice crust at the bottom. Lin Feng ate to his heart's content, thinking that he would have to come back to enjoy this delicious food again when he had time. After eating and drinking his fill, he paid the bill with satisfaction and strolled home. It was still early, and before going home, Lin Feng needed to pick up a package. A batch of snacks and other items he had ordered online had all arrived and were currently at the community service station, waiting for him to take them home. Back home, he unpacked all the snacks, sorted them, and piled them up on the coffee table. Then he collapsed onto the sofa again, eating snacks and asking Xiaoming to play some silly videos, waiting for midnight to arrive. Chapter 74, Unexpected News. Time ticked by, and as the clock hand approached midnight, Lin Feng sprang into action. He first tidied up the trash on the coffee table, then without hesitation walked into the energy chamber in the corner of the living room, quietly waiting for the game to begin. As his body suddenly sank, Lin Feng's vision went completely black. However, just a moment later, his vision cleared again, and the familiar mage and warrior characters reappeared before him. Seeing the petrified mage statue before him, Lin Feng switched back to his main account without hesitation and then pressed the Start Game button without hesitation. As the ancient gate opened, a white light shone through, and Lin Feng's character, Morningstar, successfully logged in and appeared in the Mengzhong safe zone. He paused briefly, carefully checking his equipment and potions to ensure everything was ready. Next, he opened the trading platform and checked the sales and auction status of the various equipment that had been listed previously. Despite having checked multiple times, Lin Feng was still somewhat unwilling to give up. He searched the trading platform again, hoping to find special equipment being sold by other players. However, after a careful search, he found nothing of interest. Lin Feng was not discouraged. He continued to check the levels of other players on the leaderboard. When he saw that the top 10 players had all reached level 23, he finally felt some joy. He quickly retrieved the various equipment he had acquired the previous day from the warehouse, as well as the level 20 class sets that he had been keeping but had not yet sold. These pieces of equipment were precious assets to him. Selling them all might be enough to cover the remaining payment for the energy capsule and the cost of the short-term credit line. He decided to put them all up for sale or auction. I was just about to head to the stone tomb to start my daily leveling routine when I suddenly overheard the conversation of the players next to me. Have you heard? The Eternal Guild is organizing a trip to the Woma Temple. Everyone who goes will receive 100,000 gold coins. A player holding the Lin Feng sword and wearing medium-sized armor said excitedly to the person next to him. No sooner had he finished speaking than a mage holding a sea soul chimed in. Yes, I've heard about it too. But to get to the Woma Temple, you'll have to go through the Woma Forest in Bitch City, which is really far. Behind the warrior stood a mage player wielding a crescent moon and wearing a magic robe. After hearing their conversation, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, and he interjected, "The Eternal Guild has set the time for 9 o'clock, but don't even think about it." Upon hearing this, the soldier became somewhat displeased and retorted without turning his head. "What do you mean we shouldn't even dream about it? We start at 9 o'clock. Even if it takes several hours to walk, do you think we can't reach Beach City?" However, the mage beside him seemed to sense something, and he quickly pulled the warrior aside and whispered, "Stop talking." Seeing this, the soldier, though still dissatisfied, kept quiet. At this moment, the mage player wielding the crescent moon continued. "The Eternal Guild has requirements. Only players who are level 22 or above and wearing a full set of level 20 class gear are eligible to participate in this event." The mage in the magic robes wasn't angry. Instead, he offered an explanation. "Wow, such high requirements. I was actually planning to join in the fun." A Taoist priest standing to the side couldn't contain his surprise upon hearing this and blurted out. He also held a demon-slaying sword in his hand, and a white skeleton followed closely beside him, making him look quite eerie. This Taoist player's level was obviously not low, at least level 20 or above, but judging from the name of a skeleton, he didn't seem to have seriously practiced the skill of summoning skeletons, which made the name of the skeleton seem somewhat pale and weak. "I'm a level 22 warrior, and they don't want me." At this moment, a warrior holding a horse-slaying sword and wearing medium-sized armor also complained indignantly. "Level 22? Then why aren't you wearing heavy armor?" Hearing the warrior's words, the Taoist priest with the skeleton looked at him with suspicion, seemingly puzzled by his choice. "I'd love to wear it, but the problem is I don't have any. The equipment in this lousy game is so hard to get. I've been grinding in the Centipede Cave until I'm about to throw up, and I still haven't gotten a single piece of heavy armor." The warrior got more and more agitated as he began to launch a fierce rant about the game's drop rate. The drop rate in this game is really low. Many players around who heard this also started to complain and criticize. "Holy crap, look at the trading platform. There are so many level 20 class equipment items." Suddenly, a player who was buying something on the trading platform exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing the voice, the warrior player immediately opened the trading platform, shouting, "Really? Don't fight over it. Let me buy a set of warrior gear first." His voice attracted the attention of other players around him, and then another player shouted, "I want a set of mage gear too." The players had been enthusiastically discussing the Woma Temple and the Eternal Guild, but these two unexpected sentences instantly brought their discussion to a halt. Everyone immediately opened the trading platform and began snapping up the equipment they needed and liked. Meanwhile, Lin Feng heard the notification sounds again. Clearly, most of the level 20 class equipment the players had mentioned were items he had listed on the trading platform. Lin Feng was somewhat surprised by this unexpected news, which dampened his enthusiasm for going to the Stone Tomb. After a moment's thought, he decided to temporarily abandon his plan to level up in the Stone Tomb. Lin Feng knew very well that the Eternal Guild had a purpose in organizing the attack on the Woma Temple, and that purpose was very likely to establish a guild. After all, to establish a guild, in addition to needing 1 million gold coins, the most important thing is to need the Woma Horn, which can only be dropped by the Woma Chief, as a certificate for establishing a guild. In fact, Lin Feng had not originally planned to go to the Woma Temple so quickly to challenge the Woma leader. There are two main reasons for this. Firstly, he has no urgent need to establish a guild. Secondly, he already possesses a Woma horn that dropped after successfully killing the true Woma leader in the unknown Dark Temple. Keep in mind, This is the very first Woma horn to appear in the game. If it were put up for auction on a trading platform, he could undoubtedly easily obtain a huge sum of money that would allow him to achieve financial freedom in real life. Chapter 75, Re-entering the Woma Temple. Faced with a huge sum of money that could very well allow someone to achieve financial freedom. However, Lin Feng had no intention of selling the precious Woma horn. The reason was that the quest the bookstore owner had given him required the Woma horn as a key item. Although the Zuma temple is not yet open and he cannot obtain the final quest item, the Zuma head, for the time being, he still decided to keep the Woma horn. Now that other guilds are preparing to go to the Woma temple in an attempt to win over the Woma leader, Lin Feng felt that he could no longer delay. After all, if he hesitates any longer, he might miss a golden opportunity and have little chance to challenge the Woma leader again. Lin Feng is now certain that the only guild that will go to the Woma temple to kill the Woma leader and win the Woma horn is eternal. Once the major guilds get involved and a chaotic battle ensues, it will be very difficult for a lone wolf like him to enter the Woma temple again. After all, the Woma temple is a place full of dangers and opportunities, and the involvement of various guilds will undoubtedly make it more chaotic and dangerous. Generally speaking, if a guild wants to explore a certain map, it will definitely take strict confidentiality measures in the early stages. This is because in any game, once an organized group wants to kill a wild boss, as long as the news leaks, it will inevitably attract a large number of casual players. These individual players may act alone or in small teams. They do not follow the organizer's instructions, but only consider how to gain some benefits from the event. This behavior will obviously bring a lot of trouble and unexpected events to the organizer's normal exploration activities, such as disrupting the original plan, stealing the ownership of the boss, etc. However, it's truly baffling that Eternal is making such a high-profile attempt to invade the Woma temple. Where does their confidence come from to act so blatantly? However, all of this was irrelevant to Lin Feng. He had already made up his mind to go to the Woma temple first, explore the map, and his target was the Woma leader and his underlings, the Woma guards. After thinking it through, Lin Feng used the Be Shown teleportation stone without hesitation. With a flash of light, his figure instantly disappeared from the spot, as if he had been teleported to another world. Lin Feng, needing no further resupply, appeared suddenly in the Be Shown city safe zone like a ghost. However, he didn't linger at all, seemingly having no attachment to this place. Without hesitation, he used random teleportation again, instantly disappearing from the spot. After several random teleportations, Lin Feng finally appeared at the edge of a cliff not far from the Woma forest. Standing at the foot of the cliff, he checked his location on the map and felt a surge of anticipation. Following the map's directions, Lin Feng headed right. Soon, he arrived at a fenced checkpoint guarded by 2 archers. The 2 guards vigilantly surveyed their surroundings, their bows poised to fire. Lin Feng paid little attention to the 2 guards. His steps were firm and swift as he crossed the barrier at the checkpoint. The instant he crossed, everything went dark, as if he had entered a dark passage. He was momentarily disoriented, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the Woma forest. At the entrance fence of the Woma forest, 2 archer guards stood ready. Their duty was to prevent monsters from the Woma forest from entering Be Shown City and to protect the city's safety. Lin Feng knew that if he wanted to reach the Woma temple quickly, he had no choice but to continue using random teleportation. After all, this forest was simply too vast. Traveling on foot would not only be slow, but also risk encountering more monster attacks. Recalling his last experience entering the Woma temple, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. Back then, due to an unexpected random teleportation, he had landed right next to a half-orc warrior. Before he could react, the ferocious half-orc warrior slammed his axe into him, startling him greatly. Fortunately, Lin Feng eventually succeeded in killing the orc warrior and obtained an extremely rare golden bracelet as a reward. This golden bracelet not only had excellent attributes, but also a magnificent appearance. Just recently, Lin Feng put this gold bracelet up for auction on a trading platform. The bidding price immediately exceeded 10 million gold coins. He was very much looking forward to the final price. While absent-mindedly daydreaming, Lin Feng casually compared the map and then used random teleportation. Soon he arrived at the edge of the forest, not far from the Woma temple. Putting away the random stone he was about to use again, Lin Feng began to move quickly toward the entrance of the Woma temple. The temple looked very ancient, solemn, and dignified, but also revealed a hint of decay and desolation. The entrance to the temple appeared somewhat dilapidated, as if it had withstood the test of time. Lin Feng stepped onto the entrance steps, and the moment his foot touched the ground, the scene suddenly shifted. A cacophony of sounds flooded his ears like a tidal wave. Players were shouting excitedly. There were explosive sounds when skills were released, the piercing cries of bats, and the disgusting sounds of maggots spitting out their saliva. However, there are significantly fewer players here compared to before. Lin Feng took a quick look around and found that most of the players here were around level 10, and there shouldn't be any above level 15. He secretly figured that these people were probably newcomers who had just turned 18 in the last couple of days and had just entered the game. Lin Feng ignored the novice players at the entrance and sped along the path leading to the underground level with firm and rapid steps. Along the way, he skillfully avoided the players who were fighting with bats, as if they didn't exist at all. Before long, Lin Feng arrived at the entrance to a downward staircase. The staircase was surrounded by a stone railing, giving it an ancient and solemn feel. Without hesitation, Lin Feng stepped down the stairs. In an instant, the scene changed, and he stepped into the first floor of the Woma temple again. However, unlike last time, Lin Feng did not feel any suppression from Woma. With a creak, Lin Feng skillfully switched to his main equipment. Immediately afterwards, he swiftly erected a gleaming magic shield around himself, providing a reliable layer of protection. Chapter 76. Someone is on the third floor of Woma. Having completed his preparations, Lin Feng used the invisibility ring's stealth effect to silently begin his ascent to the next level. He used the random teleportation carefully, lest he miss a potential opportunity with the Woma Guardian. This was a boss-level monster that appeared on every floor of the Woma temple. After some twists and turns, Lin Feng finally managed to enter the third level of the Woma temple. Standing on this level, Lin Feng felt a strong sense of oppression, but he did not back down. Using the invisibility ring as cover, he deliberately removed his Zuma and Woma equipment to confirm the suppression effect of this layer. Your attributes are suppressed by the Woma attribute, resulting in a 50% reduction in your attributes. The invisibility ring has reduced your Woma suppression by 10%. Your current attribute effect is 60%. Unsurprisingly, after removing other equipment that resisted Woma's suppression, the prompt reappeared. Just as I predicted, the suppression effect of the third layer is 50%. Under such suppression, can they really defeat the Woma leader? Lin Feng stared at the suppression effect of up to 50%, and a strong sense of doubt welled up in his heart. He thought to himself that with such immense suppressive power, it would be an impossible dream for other players to successfully enter the third level of Woma and kill the Woma leader. Fine, I'll take care of this boss for you guys first, Lin Feng muttered softly, as if talking to himself. That way you won't have to die in vain. Having said that, he quickly put his equipment back on, and then, under the cover of his invisibility ring, he moved like a ghost through the layers of Woma monsters. His movements were light and agile, as if he had become one with his surroundings. Lin Feng's eyes were wide open, sharp as a hawk's, not missing a single detail. His ears were also perked up, listening intently to the sound around him. Amidst the cacophony of monster roars, he struggled to discern a single, distinct sound, which was likely the location of the Woma cult leader. At the same time, Lin Feng kept referring to the map and carefully observing the surrounding terrain. His feet felt as if they were walking on cotton, and he walked lightly towards the Bagua platform in the middle of the third level. This Bagua platform is located in the very center of the third level of the Woma map, making it a crucial position. Based on past experience, the Woma leader will almost always appear on this Bagua platform. Just as Lin Feng was about to reach the Bagua platform, a sudden, extremely piercing roar came from his right. The roar was like a thunderclap, echoing in the empty cave and making Lin Feng's eardrums ache. With that roar, the previously calm horde of monsters instantly became agitated, like a swarm of bees disturbed. They began to charge at each other and hiss, creating a chaotic scene. Lin Feng's heart tightened. He immediately realized that this roar was no ordinary sound. Based on his years of gaming experience, he was almost certain that it was the voice of the Woma Guardian. However, What puzzled Lin Feng was why this large group of monsters was suddenly so agitated. Was it because of the appearance of the Woma Guardians? Or was there some other reason? Lin Feng decided to investigate himself. He carefully moved his feet toward the direction from which the sound came, each step as light as a cat's, as if afraid of attracting the attention of the monsters. As he got a little closer, a series of sounds completely different from the monster's voice suddenly reached his ears. Crash! That was the sound of bones breaking, crisp and piercing. Shi Lingling. This is the unique sound effect when a healing spell is cast, like a gentle wind chime. Boom! This was the soft explosion sound of the invisibility spell being activated. Although it wasn't loud, it was exceptionally clear in the silent cave. Lin Feng frowned deeply. He was all too familiar with these sounds. Skeleton shatter, healing spell, invisibility spell, all skills unique to Taoist players. Which Taoist priest ran in here? Lin Feng muttered under his breath. At this time, a Taoist player who could appear on the third floor of Woma was clearly not an ordinary character. A surge of curiosity welled up in Lin Feng's heart, and he decided to sneak over quietly to see which Taoist priest was so bold as to dare to venture into this dangerous place alone. In the distance, a mournful and soul-stirring voice seemed to pierce through layers of space, reaching Lin Feng's ears directly. The voice was like a candle flickering in the wind, faint yet impossible to ignore. Well, looks like she's dead, and she was a female player. Pretty impressive. Lin Feng's lips twitched slightly upon hearing the voice, revealing a half-smile. He thought to himself that this female player was indeed quite capable to have lasted so long under the siege of so many monsters. Lin Feng decided to move slightly closer in the direction from which the sound had come. After all, that Woma Guardian was one of his targets. Moreover, a new day has just begun, and there is still plenty of time. Perhaps the Woma leader is there too. With the help of the invisibility ring, Lin Feng moved through the monster horde with ease, like a ghost. Before long, he saw the Woma Guardians surrounded by a large group of monsters. The Woma Guardians were enormous, exuding a powerful aura that sent chills down one's spine. Through the gaps between the monsters, Lin Feng could vaguely see some faint lights flickering on the ground. Those were the equipment or potions dropped by the Taoist player after his death. Because of the distance, Lin Feng couldn't see what it was, but that didn't matter because the Taoist player had already been automatically teleported back to town and resurrected by the system after being dead for more than 10 seconds. Now that he had seen the Woma Guardians, Lin Feng naturally didn't hold back. He took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and prepared for this fierce battle. He waved the bone jade scepter in his hand repeatedly, first giving the opposing Woma Guardian a series of poison attacks, then dying it. Immediately afterward, Lin Feng continued to wave the bone jade scepter without putting it down. Instantly, a dazzling blue lightning bolt ripped through the pitch-black third layer of the Woma, illuminating a small area centered on the Woma Guardian. The streaks of blue lightning, like nimble snakes, darted through the darkness, illuminating everything in their path before quickly extinguishing, leaving only a brief flash of light and a deafening roar. Each bolt of lightning carried immense energy, striking the Woma Guardian hard and dealing nearly 300 points of damage. The Woma Guardian roared in anger at the sudden attack. Its body trembled under the impact of the lightning, and the once majestic creature now looked rather disheveled. Chapter 77, The Cult Leader on the Bagua Platform. The Woma Guardians, trapped among the monsters, were furious but powerless to fight back. The black snow blade and Yama's sword in its hand seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, and no matter how hard it tried, it could not lift them, and could only watch helplessly as its life points continued to decrease. Lin Feng stood at a distance, watching the Woma Guardian struggle in the lightning, but felt no pity in his heart. With no need to consider defense at all, he easily continued casting lightning spells, striking the Woma Guardians with blue lightning bolts time and time again. Before long, the Woma Guardian finally succumbed to Lin Feng's fierce attack, let out a scream, and collapsed to the ground. As it fell, an 88% drop rate zone appeared on the ground, with various equipment, potions, and gold coins scattered everywhere, shimmering with an alluring light at the feet of the group of monsters. Hey, this little boss was so easy to beat, Lin Feng said happily, a smug smile on his face. He strode briskly toward the loot dropped by the Woma Guardian, as if the glittering items were already his. Facing a dense horde of monsters, a loud sizzle rang out. A large circle of lightning exploded outwards from Lin Feng, centered on him, hellfire lightning. As the hellish lightning shone brightly, a large number of numbers appeared above the heads of the struck monsters. Immediately following was another explosion of lightning. The monsters, still stunned from being struck, collapsed to the ground in unison, like wheat swept by a scythe. Another layer of scattered equipment, potions, and gold coins lay on the ground, mixed among the fallen monsters as if carelessly discarded. Lin Feng stood amidst this mess, his gaze sharp as he quickly scanned his surroundings. His movements were swift and skillful. While picking up equipment from the ground, he skillfully used hellfire lightning to eliminate the various monsters that were occupying the positions. The power of hellfire lightning was immense. Wherever it struck, monsters fell with screams of agony. However, Lin Feng didn't hesitate at all when facing monsters with high resistance to hellfire, such as the Dark Warriors. He quickly switched skills, using lightning or explosive flames to deliver a fatal blow to these stubborn enemies. As time passed, the small cleared area gradually became empty. Lin Feng looked around and, after confirming that there was nothing left to cherish, he gripped the bone jade scepter in his hand and raised a new magic shield once again. Then he strode forward again, heading towards the manhwa platform. This time, Lin Feng's steps were firm and powerful, as if nothing could stop him. Throughout the journey, Lin Feng remained highly vigilant, but fortunately, he encountered no accidents or unexpected events. He successfully traversed the area and drew ever closer to the manhwa platform. Finally, he arrived at the manhwa platform. He stopped and gazed at the enormous platform from afar. The platform rose about a meter above the ground, appearing solemn and imposing. On the platform, the majestic Woma cult leader, with its two flapping wings, roamed about, occasionally letting out deafening roars. Below the stage, a bustling crowd of all sorts of Woma monsters gathered, as if listening to their cult leader preach doctrines that others couldn't understand. Now that the Woma leader has been discovered, Lin Feng must begin preparing for the battlefield. After all, although the last battle with the Woma leader in the unknown Dark Temple went exceptionally smoothly, no one could guarantee that the Woma leader wouldn't choose to fly away if he found himself in a disadvantageous position this time. Although the map of the third level of Woma is not as complex as that of the unknown Dark Temple, its space is still very large. If the Woma chieftain suddenly uses his teleportation skill to escape when victory is within reach, finding him in a short time will be no easy task. Lin Feng clearly didn't want this to happen, so he had to prepare countermeasures in advance. Lin Feng swiftly unleashed his explosive flames, launching a fierce attack on the various monsters along a route leading to him from the manhwa platform. His goal was clear, to pave a path so that he could smoothly ascend the manhwa platform. Because on that manhwa platform, which was at least 300 or 400 square meters in size, only the Woma cult leader stood there all alone. The other monsters seemed to be subject to some kind of restriction, confined to the area below the platform and unable to ascend. Lin Feng was very curious about this, wondering if there were any special reasons or limitations involved. As Lin Feng gradually approached the manhwa platform, his figure appeared and disappeared in the darkness. Standing on the platform, the Woma leader suddenly noticed the commotion below. Its sharp eyes quickly swept across the area and immediately spotted Lin Feng attacking its underlings. Suddenly, the Woma leader flapped his wings and rushed towards Lin Feng like a bolt of lightning. However, just as it was about to reach the edge of the manhwa platform, it seemed to be blocked by an invisible force, and no matter how hard it struggled, it could not take another step forward. The Woma leader was trapped on the edge of the manhwa platform. Its wings flapped wildly, making a series of ear-piercing sounds and creating small whirlwinds. It raised its head, opened its blood-red maw, and continuously emitted terrifying howls, as if venting its anger and helplessness. Lin Feng stood below the stage, calmly observing everything. When he saw that the Woma cult leader was unable to leave the manhwa platform, he felt somewhat relieved and was not in a hurry to immediately climb onto the platform. He first looked around and carefully observed the surrounding monsters, then slowly began to clear away the Woma monsters that were in the way of him. After clearing the area, Lin Feng decided to try attacking the Woma cult leader on the platform with lightning magic. He gripped the bone jade scepter tightly in his hand and with a slight lift of his right hand, a blue lightning bolt gathered at the top of the scepter. Lin Feng waved his arm, pointing his scepter at the Woma cult leader on the Bagua platform. The blue lightning bolt shot straight towards the Woma cult leader, who stood at the edge of the Bagua platform, like an arrow released from a bow. With a loud boom, the blue lightning bolt burst forth with dazzling light. However, the lightning bolt suddenly disappeared about a meter above the Woma leader's head, causing him no harm whatsoever. Okay, it seems that won't work. Lin Feng wasn't really surprised by this result. From any perspective, it's absolutely impossible for a game to design a scenario where players can attack a boss while the boss is completely unable to retaliate. Chapter 78 Battle on the Bagua platform. Lin Feng slowly climbed up the three-tiered staircase along the edge of the Bagua platform, one step at a time. The Woma leader, who had been staying on the edge and lagging slightly behind, did not wait for Lin Feng as Lin Feng expected when he saw him step onto the steps. Instead, he unexpectedly walked towards the center of the Bagua platform. This strange action surprised Lin Feng. After all, according to common sense, the Woma cult leader should have launched a fierce attack on Lin Feng the moment he stepped onto the Bagua platform. However, this was not the case, which made Lin Feng's tense nerves relax a little. However, Lin Feng did not let his guard down. He knew the power of the Woma cult leader. Even if it did not attack immediately, it did not mean it would not. Therefore, as he took the final step onto the Bagua platform, Lin Feng decisively refreshed his magic shield once more. This magic shield had been holding for quite some time, but to ensure absolute safety, Lin Feng decided to reapply it. Immediately afterward, Lin Feng quickly replaced his invisibility ring. Although this action would cause him to lose his invisibility, it would grant him greater attack power. After everything was ready, Lin Feng took a deep breath and resolutely stepped onto the Bagua platform. Standing in the center of the Bagua platform, the Woma cult leader was staring intently at Lin Feng, his fierce gaze seeming as if he wanted to devour Lin Feng alive. Behind the Woma leader, the pair of huge wings flapped intermittently, sometimes slowly and sometimes quickly, revealing its inner anxiety and unease. At the same time, its legs were slightly bent, clearly gathering strength in secret, ready to launch a fatal charge at Lin Feng at any moment. You have entered the Bagua platform. The Bagua platform is the challenge space for the Woma leader. A maximum of 55 players can exist on the Bagua platform at the same time. Players or monsters outside the Bagua platform cannot harm players or monsters on the platform. This is interesting, Lin Feng exclaimed as he looked at the system notification after stepping onto the Bagua platform. This is clearly meant to incite all the major guilds to fight to the death. At this moment, the distance between Lin Feng and the Woma cult leader had exceeded 10 meters. Although they could see each other clearly, the distance was too great for either of them to launch a direct attack. Lin Feng, who was standing below the stage, had already made full preparations. Without the slightest hesitation or delay, he approached the Woma leader without hesitation. The moment he entered the Woma cult leader's attack range, he swiftly swung his scepter and unhesitatingly used a poison technique on the Woma cult leader. A gray, poisonous mist appeared above the Woma leader's head. The mist had just landed on him and hadn't completely disappeared when another mist followed closely behind. The two wisps of poisonous mist intertwined, forming a bizarre color combination on the Woma cult leader's body, as if Lin Feng had meticulously prepared a poisoning technique package for him. Cult leader Woma was clearly caught off guard by Lin Feng's sudden attack. Its originally ferocious face was stained dark red after being hit by Lin Feng's poison technique, making it look even more distorted and ugly. Lin Feng's actions clearly angered the Woma leader. Just as Lin Feng's poison technique struck the Woma leader, the footsteps that had been poised to strike suddenly shot towards Lin Feng like a dark red lightning bolt across the night sky. As the Woma leader charged forward, its hands, which had been hanging at its sides, suddenly rose high above its head. Between its claws, faint lightning flickered, as if gathering powerful energy to deliver a fatal blow to Lin Feng. Faced with such a rapid charge, Lin Feng was not to be outdone. He began to lay down a wall of fire in the path of the Woma leader's charge. Minus 248. Wait, something's not right with this damage. Lin Feng watched in astonishment as the damage numbers above the Woma leader's head appeared after he stepped onto the wall of fire. He thought to himself that the damage was significantly less than that of the Woma leader he had killed in the unknown Dark Temple. However, at this moment, Lin Feng had no time to think. He saw the Woma cult leader on the Bagua platform charging towards him like a mad beast. In the blink of an eye, the Woma cult leader had already rushed in front of Lin Feng. A ball of lightning condensed between his claws. With a swing of the cult leader, this ball of lightning instantly transformed into a ball of lightning, which, with the force of a thunderbolt, slammed heavily into Lin Feng's body. The originally crystal clear and rock-solid magic shield on Lin Feng's body actually rippled under the violent impact of this bolt of lightning, as if it would shatter like a mirror in the next second. -17. Lin Feng was shocked by the astonishing damage. Keep in mind that he currently has a level 2 magic shield, 2 sets of defensive equipment, and 2 bone jade scepters further enhancing his magic shield. If any other mage were hit by this, they might be instantly killed. He acted decisively, slipping sharply to the side and swiftly creating distance between himself and the Woma leader like an eel. The wall of fire, which he had originally intended to unleash, was thus prevented from being released due to Lin Feng's choice. At this moment, only a lonely wall of fire remained on the Bagua platform, while Lin Feng and the Woma cult leader engaged in a thrilling chase on the platform. Lin Feng did not rush to retaliate, but calmly observed the Woma cult leader's every move, trying to find his weakness. The conclusion that can be drawn from the analysis is that the Woma leader on the Bagua platform is significantly stronger than the one from the unknown Dark Temple in terms of attack, speed, and defense. Having acquired this information, Lin Feng gradually gained a foothold. While dodging the attacks of the Woma cult leader, he also began to continuously build a wall of fire on the Bagua platform. As the number of firewalls on the stage gradually increased, Lin Feng moved through them with the agility of a swallow, his figure as elusive as a ghost. Meanwhile, the Woma cult leader, who was hot on his heels, was scorched by the raging wall of fire and was forced to slow down his pursuit, no longer able to easily catch up with Lin Feng. Lin Feng moved with ease within the wall of fire. He skillfully used the fire wall as cover and would suddenly turn around to release a dazzling lightning spell. The purple lightning bolts tore through the night sky like lightning and struck straight at the Woma cult leader. At times, it would unleash an ice roar, instantly spreading a chilling aura that condensed the surrounding air into ice shards, slowing down the Woma leader's movements. Not only that, Lin Feng would also occasionally unleash laser cinematic effects, the white beam of light shooting precisely at the Woma leader like a laser, causing it considerable damage. He would even occasionally unleash explosive flames, the sudden bursts of fire exploding on the Woma leader's body, causing it immense pain. Chapter 79, Teleportation Ring. Clearly, Lin Feng was now treating the Woma leader as an excellent sparring partner. This opponent not only had high damage and a lot of health, but also extremely fast attack and movement speed, making him very agile and perfect for testing Lin Feng's various skills. The two sides traded blows, neither willing to give an inch, and for a time it was difficult to determine a winner. Whenever Lin Feng skillfully creates distance between himself and the Woma leader, making him untouchable, the Woma leader will instantly activate its teleportation skill. Suddenly, it appears out of thin air behind Lin Feng, its claws raised high, exuding a fierce aura, attempting to deliver a fatal blow to Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng was not without a chance to fight back. In the fierce battle with the Woma cult leader, he gradually mastered the Woma cult leader's preparatory actions for teleportation. Whenever he sensed the opponent teleporting towards him, he could always react quickly, dodging to the side with astonishing speed, causing the Woma cult leader's attack to miss. Every time the poison on the Woma leader dissipated, Lin Feng would immediately reapply it twice. Under the scorching heat of the firewall, the Woma leader's health steadily decreased. As time went on, the battle intensified, and the scales of victory gradually tipped in Lin Feng's favor. However, Lin Feng dared not be complacent or slack in the slightest. He knew all too well the brutality of this battle, especially after the previous fights against the lowly warriors and the Corpse King, where the Corpse King had gone berserk, leaving a deep impression on him. The current Woma leader has already demonstrated extremely powerful strength. If it also goes berserk, then all of Lin Feng's current advantages may vanish in an instant. After a long period of hard work, He was absolutely unwilling to give up at the crucial moment when victory was just around the corner. Fortunately, things progressed relatively smoothly. Although the Woma leader in front of him was increasingly trying to approach and attack Lin Feng through teleportation, the berserk situation that he was most worried about did not occur. Lin Feng kept a close eye on the Woma cult leader's every move, not daring to be careless in the slightest. He skillfully used his skills and strategies to maneuver against the Woma cult leader. The continuous wall of fire, like an impenetrable defense, relentlessly scorched the Woma leader, gradually reducing his health. Finally, after a long and fierce battle, the hundreds of thousands of health points of the Woma leader were depleted. With a mournful cry of "Oh woo!" its massive body crashed to the ground with a loud bang, stirring up a wisp of wind. Gained 100,000 experience points. A region centered around the Woma leader, with a height of 1212, was filled with various equipment, potions, and gold coins, glittering everywhere. Amidst the shimmering golden light, a seven-colored ray stood out conspicuously. Lin Feng immediately disregarded the items scattered on the ground and took the first step to pick up the equipment that was flashing with seven-colored light. Teleportation ring. Level required, 12. Hidden attribute. 1. Activate command teleportation plus coordinates. If the target is reachable, teleport directly. Otherwise, teleport randomly. Cooldown, 10 seconds. 2. Skill casting speed plus 10%. Skill casting success rate plus 10%. 3. Ultimate crushing effect plus 10%. Crushing resistance plus 10%. Durability, 3/5. Holy crap, that's amazing. They actually dropped a teleportation ring. Lin Feng stared wide-eyed at the sparkling teleportation ring studded with diamonds in his backpack, his face full of disbelief. He was so excited that he almost jumped up on the gossip platform. It's worth noting that even in the PC version of the game, he had only ever been fortunate enough to obtain a teleportation ring like this on a private server. Now, he has actually managed to personally craft such an ultimate piece of equipment in this surreal game on Earth. How could he not be so excited that he forgot himself? This is completely different from the other rings that you get by opening special equipment chests or picking up bargains on trading platforms. After a while, Lin Feng finally calmed down a bit and then quickly began to pick up the other items that had fallen to the ground. He carefully counted the drops. Aside from the guaranteed drop of a Woma horn, the total loot included a skill book called Fiery Sword Technique, 3 pieces of Woma equipment, and 7 pieces of common equipment below level 25. However, none of these common items had particularly outstanding stats, which was somewhat disappointing. However, one piece of Woma equipment gave Lin Feng a small surprise. A ghost glove that added 2 extra points to his Taoist magic. After cleaning up the debris, Lin Feng, too lazy to search for the remaining Woma Guardian on the 3rd level of the Woma map, directly used the Mengzhong teleport stone to return to the Mengzhong safe zone. After quickly checking his supplies and equipment durability, Lin Feng didn't linger in the safe zone. He used his teleportation ring to teleport himself to the top of the towering altar outside the safe zone. A white light, as if using instantaneous teleportation, emanated from Lin Feng's body. With a flash of light, he felt the scene before him go black and his body lose weight. However, in just a moment, his eyes lit up and he stood still again, finding himself in front of a small door leading to the top of the altar of the stone tomb. Awesome, this feels amazing, Lin Feng exclaimed in a low voice, his voice revealing barely suppressed excitement. He gripped the bone jade scepter tightly, feeling the powerful force surging in his palm, and then stepped directly into the doorway. Passing through the narrow entrance, Lin Feng successfully entered the 1st level of the stone tomb. He quickly checked the prepared records and accurately located the coordinates. After waiting for the 10-second teleportation cooldown to pass, Lin Feng decisively activated the teleportation skill again. In an instant, his body seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, instantly traversing space and arriving at the entrance to the 2nd level. Following the same method, Lin Feng used the teleportation skill several times in succession. In less than a minute, he was standing on the 5th floor of the stone tomb as fast as lightning. Haha, having a teleportation ring really makes a difference. This makes traversing the map invincible. Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim once again. He looked down at the densely packed, colorful monsters below the stairs, a confident smile playing on his lips. Lin Feng waved the Bone Jade scepter in the air, and instantly a raging wall of fire appeared not far away, at the feet of the monsters. The sudden rise of the wall of fire caused large damage numbers to appear above the heads of the monsters engulfed by it, resulting in crackling explosions and painful howls. At the same time, Lin Feng also quickly used his first triple experience scroll of the day. Chapter 80: The Eve of the Storm. Unlike before, Lin Feng didn't immediately level up after logging in today. Instead, he chose to kill the Woma leader first. This didn't dampen his spirits. On the contrary, the rewards from the Woma leader excited him greatly. As time went by, Lin Feng's level remained unchanged. This caused a great deal of discussion among the countless players who were constantly monitoring the level rankings. Have you guys noticed? That guy hasn't leveled up yet today. Do you think his account got banned? What are you thinking? I guess it's because you need a lot of experience later on. Let's wait and see. Is it possible that this guy is fighting a boss? I also think it's because they're asking for too much experience. I need 250,000 experience points to go from level 21 to 22. Before, it only took 140,000 experience points to go from level 20 to 21. Indeed, it's getting harder and harder to gain experience these days. I don't know how this guy levels up so fast. How much experience do you think it takes to level up now? At least 1 million or more. A million? Are you kidding me? The second-ranked player on the leaderboard, Lord of the Underworld, is currently level 25. It will take 500,000 experience points to reach level 26. That's 100,000 more than before. Holy crap, that much experience? After level 35, it'll probably take millions of experience points per level. Who can argue with that? Hey, don't change the subject. Tell me how you leveled up. You should mind your own business. His level is so high. Even if he takes a few days off, no one can catch up with him. Exactly. Stop talking about him. Right now, a bottle of blessing oil is 20,000 yuan on the trading platform, and a lot of people are buying it, but nobody knows what it's for. It can add luck to weapons, which is said to increase damage. Really? I hit 2. Damn it. This damn blessing oil is ineffective. Clearly, this person was impatient and used the blessing oil directly. Don't waste it. Wouldn't it be better to keep it and sell it for money? On the western side of the first floor of the dungeon, several groups of players were gathered together, most of them wearing the prefix Aoshi. These players occupied the largest and most open area in the middle of the map, making them quite conspicuous. Longing as Rain stands in the middle of the group, wielding her demon-slaying weapon and continuously casting the Shi Ling Ling healing spell. This healing spell, like sweet rain, falls on the heads of each person in the group, replenishing their health. Aching, are we really not going to consider contacting Kaiming-sing? He directly secured the first kill on the Woma leader. He definitely has the Woma horn. Xin Yin Shiyu turned to Ao Shirtian and said, Ao Shirtian was recovering from a healing spell while simultaneously dealing with a ferocious jumping bee and a worm. He gripped his frost weave weapon tightly, relentlessly slashing at the worm, occasionally letting out a roar of "huh" as he unleashed a high-damage attack sword technique. If he wanted to sell, he would have contacted me or Xiaoxiami long ago. Even if he didn't contact us, he would have put the Woma horn on the trading platform for auction. But he neither contacted me nor put it up for auction, so he obviously didn't intend to sell. Oh, Shirtian replied, panting heavily. Seeing this, Miss Rain immediately unleashed a talisman, which accurately struck the jumping bee that kept attacking Ao Shirtian. With a loud boom, sparks flew everywhere. The jumping bee was stunned by the power of the spell and turned its gaze to Missing Rain. I think we still need to keep in touch with Kaiming-sing more. He clearly knows more about this game than we do. After the jumping bees were lured away by Missing Rain's soul fire talisman, Ao Shirtian's pressure was significantly reduced. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and expressed his strong approval of Missing Rain's actions. Indeed, Ao Shirtian exclaimed, his leveling speed is simply outrageous. And we've been in this centipede cave for so long, and we haven't even seen a single boss yet. By the way, how many levels are there in this map? Meanwhile, Miss Rain was engaged in a fierce battle with the jumping bees, leading her little skeleton. She skillfully maneuvered her little skeleton to dodge the jumping bees' attacks while responding to their attacks. That's right, that evil pincer beetle looks like the boss of the centipede cave. But if we don't use poison, Even ordinary pincer beetles are hard to deal with. If we really find the evil pincer beetle, it probably won't be so easy to kill it. While Ao Shirtian and Xinyin Shi were discussing, Xiao Xiaomi and his teammates were also having a heated discussion about Lin Feng and the possible Woma horn in Lin Feng's possession. Meanwhile, the World Society, taking advantage of their early start, concentrated their main members in the large open space in the middle of the east side of the first floor of the dungeon, leveling up by fighting monsters while keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. Standing in a corner, Tianxia Junlin stared blankly ahead, continuously casting spells. Walls of fire rapidly spread out in front of him, the raging flames covering the ground in front of him. Meanwhile, his teammates also performed their duties. The warriors, clad in dark green heavy armor and wielding broadswords and swords, stood firmly before the mage, forming a solid defensive line. The Taoists, on the other hand, cast various support spells to provide assistance and healing to their teammates. The Protector of the World said anxiously to the Ruler of the World, "Boss, I just got word that Eternal is planning to enter the Woma Temple at 9 o'clock. Are we just going to watch them go in like this?" Without turning his head, Tianxia Junlin coldly replied, "Ignore them. They have no chance." The strategist chimed in, "That's right. Without a few pieces of Woma equipment, anyone going into the temple is just going to their death." The Protector of the World asked with a puzzled look, "What does this mean?" It seems like Eternal is very confident. All the people in their organization are level 22 or above, and they all have a full set of class equipment. Tianxia Junlin's lips curled into a slight, disdainful smile as he explained, "You probably don't know, but the Woma Temple has a suppression effect. Without Woma equipment, your character's attributes will be reduced by 20% upon entering the map. This is much more difficult than our previous encounter with the Centipede Cave. And this is only the first level. There are several more to come. Who knows if the suppression effect will become stronger with each level. Do you think they have a chance of succeeding?" Upon hearing this, the Dharma Protectors of the World gasped in shock. "Hiss, what is Eternal planning?" The strategist frowned slightly and said thoughtfully, "I reckon those guys from Eternity have their eyes on this group of free-to-play players who have just reached level 22. His gaze fell on a spot not far ahead, where a warrior was carrying a centipede and wielding a saber, relentlessly hacking and slashing at the monster. Chapter 81 Calculation. The warrior, named Tianxia Guangdao, stopped what he was doing upon hearing the strategist's words, took a breath, and replied, "Hey, they probably don't lack manpower, right? I think they might be after the equipment of this group." There was a hint of doubt in his tone. Upon hearing Guangdao's words, Tianxia Junlin echoed, "It's not impossible." His gaze shifted between the strategist and the madman, as if he were pondering something. After saying this, Tianxia Junlin and Tianxia Junshi exchanged a glance, a tacit understanding flashing in their eyes. The strategist nodded knowingly, then quickly stopped his attack. He skillfully manipulated the skeletons around him, forming a barrier in front of him. Then, without hesitation, he retreated to the very back of the formation. After taking his position, the strategist began gesturing wildly with his hands, his mouth opening and closing without uttering a sound. Clearly, he was using the private chat function to contact someone or issue important orders. From the cunning glint in his eyes that flashed from time to time, it was clear that the message he sent out was anything but simple and was very likely aimed at Eternal's next move at the Woma Temple. Not only them, but teams of all sizes throughout the game were enthusiastically discussing the news of the Woma Horn and Eternity's preparation to enter the Woma Temple. This news swept through the entire gaming world like a whirlwind, attracting the attention and sparking heated discussions among countless players. However, Lin Feng had no time to care about any of that. He rushed into the 5th level of the stone tomb at an astonishing speed, with only one thought in his mind: how to level up even faster. As Lin Feng traversed the 5th level of the stone tomb, he kept muttering to himself, "Why didn't the stone tomb array activate? If it had, my level would have skyrocketed like a rocket." His tone was full of frustration and helplessness. Looking at the daunting experience bar before him, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Leveling from 36 to 37 required a whopping 4.8 million experience points. Without the dense hordes of monsters he encountered during the early stages of the game, this was undoubtedly a huge challenge for him. Although his current leveling speed far exceeds that of other players, he still feels somewhat overwhelmed by the enormous experience requirements. While mechanically casting walls of fire on the map, burning various monsters to ashes, Lin Feng silently pondered which other places he could go. He racked his brains for a while, but still couldn't come up with a good idea. Moreover, he has a very important task to complete. He must raise his little warrior Feng Lin to level 25 within the next 2 days. In this way, he could use the warrior to participate in some simple activities with the old thief and his crew, thus better concealing the connection between the Morning Star and himself. Time ticked by, and in the blink of an eye, the 3 triple experience vouchers were used up. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had returned from level 5 of the Stone Tomb to level 2. However, to his dismay, the number of monsters spawning here was far too low, making it impossible for him to maintain a sufficiently high leveling efficiency. Nevertheless, Lin Feng's efforts were not in vain. After a hard-fought battle, he finally managed to level up to level 37, 50%. However, this also means that the next upgrade will be more difficult, as the total experience required has increased significantly again, reaching an astonishing 5.6 million. Faced with such a huge demand for experience points, Lin Feng didn't have much time to hesitate or think. After quickly changing the equipment in his inventory, he flew back to the city without hesitation. As for the 2 precious Woma horns in his hands, he didn't have time to think about what to do with them. Instead, he immediately switched roles and became the little warrior Feng Lin. A warrior clad in luxurious gear appeared silently in the game with a flash of white light. The moment he appeared, he took out a teleportation ring from his inventory and teleported directly to the back door of the Shabak clothing store. Hidden here is a secret mechanism, the existence of which is currently unknown to anyone except Lin Feng. Lin Feng easily triggered the mechanism, and with a soft click-clack sound, a dark hole slowly appeared in the ground, revealing a gloomy secret passage. Upon entering the passage, Lin Feng first claimed a double experience voucher. This was a crucial item for leveling up, and he absolutely couldn't miss it. Immediately afterward, Lin Feng charged straight into the bustling, wandering horde of zombies in the passage. These zombies had ferocious faces and bared their teeth as they lunged at him, but he showed no fear. Lin Feng held a top-grade Lin Feng sword with +5 attack speed in his hand. It was his most powerful weapon. Every swing left deep wounds on the zombies. Not only that, he also equipped himself with a pair of top-quality knight bracelets and a green necklace, which made his attack power far exceed that of other players. With such powerful equipment, Lin Feng completely disregarded the zombies. He charged forward, facing them head-on, without even considering dodging. Every sword strike accurately hit the zombies' vital points, splattering green blood. During the 1-hour double experience period, Lin Feng was like a god of war, slaughtering the zombies and forcing them to retreat in defeat. His level also kept rising, finally soaring from level 20 to level 22. Seeing his level increase, Lin Feng smiled happily. He quickly changed into the heavy armor he had prepared in the warehouse, which had +1 defense and +4 attack. This dark green armor had been ridiculed by many players as toad armor. Lin Feng's heavy armor is now top-notch, providing not only better defense, but also a certain increase in attack power. Next, he replaced his Lin Feng sword with the Shura. Although this weapon was ordinary, it held special significance for the young warrior. Its attack power was higher, allowing him to better switch between other equipment. Lin Feng first replaced the Dragon Ring with the Power Ring, which significantly boosted his attack power. Then, full of anticipation, he picked up the War God armor, preparing to put it on. Your load is not heavy enough. Damn, I forgot this alt account is a normal one. Lin Feng looked at it and realized he couldn't put the War God armor on his backpack, so he had to regretfully put it back into the warehouse. A level 22 warrior has a carrying capacity of only 39 points, while the War God armor requires 45 points of carrying capacity. Chapter 82 Turbulent Times. After a simple calculation, Lin Feng had a clear answer in his mind. Without the support of the overload ring, plus the weight of other equipment, he would need to reach level 28 or 30 to wear the War God armor. This meant that in the short term, the War God armor was simply unattainable for his alt character. Lin Feng sighed helplessly, thinking, looks like I'll have to focus on leveling up first. After adjusting his mindset, Lin Feng took a deep breath, picked up the Lin Feng sword again, and charged towards the horde of zombies not far away without hesitation. With each swing of his sword, the zombies fell to the ground, and his attacks became increasingly sharp thanks to his better equipment. Meanwhile, although the zombies' claws continued to attack Lin Feng's heavy armor, they seemed somewhat powerless, only managing to leave a few scattered single-digit damages on the armor. This damage posed no threat to Lin Feng at this point. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was 8 p.m., the time when the game would force him to log off. Lin Feng reluctantly put down his Lin Feng sword and exited the game. After logging off, Lin Feng's first action was to have Xiao Ming order him a hearty breakfast delivery. Then, he went into the bathroom, turned on the shower, and let the warm water wash away the remaining nutrient solution from his body. After coming out, he threw the accumulated dirty clothes into the washing machine and started washing them. Lin Feng, now dressed in clean clothes, sat on the sofa in the living room, waiting for the takeout to arrive while directing Xiao Ming to collect the latest news. Equipment with powerful hidden attributes in Legend of Mir, extremely popular. When Raymond Lamb clicked on the news, the first thing that caught his eye was a picture of a shiny platinum ring. The ring appeared to have been heavily edited, making it stand out in the screenshot, but its displayed and hidden attributes clearly indicated that it was just an ordinary platinum ring. However, the comment section below was densely packed with various words of praise and envy. I really want it. It adds 4 points to Taoist magic, which is even better than my weapon, which is a top-tier Demon Slayer weapon. Wow, that's amazing. Those hidden attributes are making my mouth water. Hey, you guys found the second hidden attribute, Woma Crushing Effect and Woma Crushing Resistance. This equipment should be essential for entering the Woma Temple. Damn, all the good stuff goes to other people. Why can't I get it? Didn't you see what it says? This equipment is only dropped by bosses. Wait a minute. Why don't I have this equipment when I play against a superstar polymorph? The giant multi-horned beetle doesn't drop this equipment. I fought it several times, and the best I ever got was a level 15 8 Desolations weapon. Legend of Mir, the mysterious Woma Temple Guide hot. Lin Feng clicked on the news with great anticipation, but was very disappointed. It was practically clickbait, the entire article summed up in just one sentence. Woma Temple is terrifying. It has attribute suppression effects, and you must wear the corresponding Woma equipment to fight monsters normally. Eternal recruitment. Level 22 and above players from across the server are joining to conquer the Woma Temple. Hot topic. Let's look at this news article. The details are quite comprehensive. The Eternal Guild is offering a whopping 5,000 cash to recruit players level 22 and above with full gear and the corresponding skills to help them defeat the boss at the Woma Temple. The offer was very tempting, but the requirements really left Lin Feng a bit confused. Seeing these news articles, Lin Feng couldn't help but complain, "What the hell is this? They're all just clickbait headlines. But what is Eternal up to?" Ding dong. The doorbell rang. The moment the doorbell rang, Xiao Ming reminded Lin Feng, "The delivery guy has brought the food." As he spoke, he showed Lin Feng the scene outside the door. He could clearly see a deliver man in a yellow robe standing at the door, carrying a large, overflowing bag. Wisps of steam rose from the gaps in the bag. "Open the door," Lin Feng commanded Xiao Ming, then stood up from the sofa and walked briskly towards the door. As he walked, he imagined the delicious food in the bag, his mood growing increasingly cheerful. "Hello, your delivery. You can check it first. If there are no problems, please give it a 5-star review." The deliver man's voice came from outside the door, sounding a little tired, but his attitude was very sincere. Lin Feng opened the door and saw a middle-aged man in a yellow robe standing there. He looked to be about 40 or 50 years old, with a weathered face and deep wrinkles on his forehead. However, his smile was exceptionally warm and made people feel friendly. Lin Feng took the large bag from the deliver man and said with a smile, "Okay, no problem." The bag was quite heavy, and Lin Feng could feel that the food inside was plentiful. "Young man, do you live alone?" Just as Lin Feng was about to close the door, the middle-aged man suddenly asked. His gaze swept past Lin Feng, surveying the living room. Seemingly noticing something, he paused slightly. Lin Feng was visibly taken aback by the middle-aged man's sudden words. His gaze, which had been lowered as he prepared to unpack his takeout, instantly turned to the man in front of him. "Yes, I'm home alone. What's wrong?" Lin Feng looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with suspicion, wondering to himself why he would ask such a question. "Oh, it's nothing. Well, I just didn't expect you to order so much takeout when you're home alone. The middle-aged man's words revealed a hint of unease and anxiety, as if he had something he couldn't say. Seeing this, Lin Feng's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile, and he comforted him. Don't worry, I'll give you a 5-star review. After saying that, in front of the middle-aged man, he did not hesitate to ask Xiao Ming to start rating the takeout service. After the middle-aged man left, Lin Feng finally began to enjoy his sumptuous breakfast with satisfaction. However, just as he was eating heartily, with a ding-dong, the doorbell suddenly rang again. Who is it? Lin Feng was still chewing food, mumbling incoherently. 2 police officers have arrived outside. Xiao Ming's voice suddenly rang out in the room, startling Lin Feng. What the hell did you say? Lin Feng almost choked on the food in his mouth. He stared wide-eyed at Xiao Ming with a look of astonishment and disbelief. 2 police officers have arrived outside the door. Xiao Ming repeated it again, unhurriedly. Lin Feng calmed himself down a bit. Although he had some doubts in his heart, he still appeared quite composed. Chapter 83 Regulations on Online Registration Management. Hearing Xiao Ming confirm again, and seeing the real-time view outside the door display before him, it was clear that 2 police officers were indeed standing outside. However, Lin Feng couldn't figure out what these 2 police officers had to do with him, let alone that they would come to him because of his Morning Star identity in the game. He was quite certain of his secrecy in this regard. Open the door. Lin Feng, having finally swallowed the food in his mouth, asked Xiao Ming to open the door first. Hello, are you Mr. Lin Feng? A man who looked to be about 30 years old spoke first. His voice was deep and serious, revealing a professional authority. Lin Feng looked at the 2 men in front of him, slightly puzzled. He nodded and replied, Yes, I am Lin Feng. May I ask what brings you here? Immediately afterwards, another slightly younger man, about the same age as Lin Feng, said, These are our identification documents. He quickly pulled a black ID holder from his pocket, opened it, and showed Lin Feng the police officer's ID inside. Lin Feng carefully examined the documents and, after confirming they were correct, said, Okay, I understand. So what specific business do you have with me? The young man put away his identification, then took a document from the file bag tucked under his arm, handed it to Lin Feng, and explained, Mr. Lin, according to the latest federal cybersecurity management regulations, we need to register your ID and level in the Legend of Mir game. Lin Feng took the document, glanced at its contents, and couldn't help but be somewhat surprised. He had originally thought that this kind of registration might only take place after the game had been running for a while, but he didn't expect it to have started already. It's important to know that in the previous life, this registration management method was implemented a year after the start of Legend of Mir. Oh, do I need to register this too? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask, a hint of doubt in his voice. The young man nodded and replied, Yes, Mr. Lin. This is to better maintain online security and ensure a safe and stable gaming environment. All right then, my game ID is Feng Lin, level 22 warrior. Lin Feng replied, secretly rejoicing in his heart. Luckily, I made a second ID early on, and the level isn't low either. Thank you for your cooperation. The older officer smiled, his gaze fixed on his young apprentice. Seeing that the apprentice had successfully completed the registration process, he was clearly very satisfied with Lin Feng's cooperation. Seeing this, Lin Feng also showed a friendly smile and replied, Of course, it's police-civilian cooperation. His tone was relaxed and natural, suggesting a good communication and interaction with the police. After the registration was completed, the younger police officer handed Lin Feng a smart device and explained, This is the method for enhancing training and control after the Legend of Mir 2 has undergone physical enhancement, as well as the relevant reward and punishment regulations for disrupting or maintaining social order after the physical enhancement. Please accept this. Lin Feng nodded, took the smart device, and then instructed the AI assistant Xiao Ming beside him. Xiao Ming, receive the data. Yes, master. Xiao Ming's voice came from Lin Feng's smartwatch. I have received the Federal Social Security reward and punishment regulations. After confirming that the data had been received correctly, Lin Feng returned the smart device to the young police officer. If there's nothing else, we'll be going now. The older officer glanced at his apprentice, and seeing that everything had been taken care of, he took his leave. Okay, officers, please take care, Lin Feng said politely. He watched as the 2 officers turned and walked toward the next room, then quietly closed the door behind them. The registration process didn't take long, and Lin Feng sat back down on the sofa to enjoy his breakfast. He didn't dwell on the little incident that had just happened. It was almost 9 o'clock. Lin Feng, who had already prepared everything and was ready to enter the game, quickly stepped into the energy pod lying in the corner of the living room. As the transparent dome above the energy chamber closed, Lin Feng, immersed in the nutrient solution, closed his eyes and waited for the game to begin. Suddenly, Lin Feng's vision went black and his consciousness blurred. A warrior dressed in dark green heavy armor and wielding the Lin Feng sword appeared in the wilderness of Mengzhong province. Looking at the attributes of his warriors, 5 top-tier Zuma jewelry pieces. ID, Feng Lin. Class, Warrior. Level, 22. Health points, 258. Attack, 15 to 56. Defense, 7 to 14. I won't post all the attributes. It'll make things easier for everyone to see, and for me too. Lin Feng thought for a moment, then took off the green necklace and put on the bizarre white tiger tooth necklace again. Yes, he was going to the Centipede Cave to level up next. With his current defenses, he shouldn't face much risk inside the Centipede Cave as long as he's not surrounded by monsters. With the teleportation ring, he doesn't need to linger at the entrance. He can teleport directly to the depths of the Centipede Cave. In the unfortunate event of encountering the evil pincer bug, he could simply memorize the map coordinates and quickly switch to a mage character to deal with this powerful boss. The main purpose of wearing the white tiger tooth necklace was to prevent potential PvP encounters in case of an unexpected situation. While the possibility is extremely slim, the white tiger tooth necklace does indeed have 10% less crushing damage and resistance compared to the green necklace. However, given his current situation, this shouldn't have a significant impact on him. The entire process went smoothly without any unexpected incidents. With the help of the magical teleportation ring, Lin Feng effortlessly ventured deep into the Centipede Cave. Starting from that dark and gloomy region, he fought his way through countless obstacles, bravely advancing towards the brink of death and the narrowest point of despair. Along the way, he encountered a total of 4 vicious and evil pincers. Whenever he encountered this situation, he had to temporarily abandon his warrior identity, quickly switch to mage, and then spend some time killing these troublesome bosses. However, despite some twists and turns, after nearly 8 hours of arduous monster slaying, Lin Feng's little warrior finally managed to reach level 24, albeit unsteadily. Overall, the haul was decent, though I'm not sure if it's because the first kill drop rate bonus was gone. Even with Lin Feng's high drop rate bonus, I only got 284 book pages, 979 gold coins, 2 advanced skill books, for pieces of Zuma equipment, for pieces of Woma equipment, and some common equipment. He did have a few top-tier items among his equipment. However, he couldn't use the ordinary ones and could only sell them for money. But one of them was a demon robe with ridiculously skewed stats. Chapter 84, The Road Ahead. Looking at the demon robe in front of him, one could only be somewhat speechless. Demon robe, male. Requires 28 mana. Defense, 4 to 7. Magic control, 3 to 4. Magic, 1 to 4. Attack, 0 to 5 plus 5. Hidden attribute, 1. Magic defense, 3 to 3. Magic shield strength, plus 10%. 2. Zuma crushing effect, plus 10%. Zuma crushing resistance, plus 10%. Durability, 19/25. This garment weighs only 19, and its defense is slightly lower than the maximum of his top-grade heavy armor, but it has a little more attack and 1-to-1 magic resistance. After a moment's thought, Lin Feng began to scavenge some high-level magic equipment that his level 24 warrior could wear from the warehouse. First, grab a level 6 magic crescent blade, then equip a level 5 magic prayer ring, a level 4 magic gold ring, a pair of level 3 magic ebony bracelets, a level 5 magic robe, and a level 2 magic Taoist helmet. Without even using a necklace, you've already accumulated 28 points of magic. After changing back into the demon robe with attack power of 5, the young warrior in front of him wielded the wind blade, a combination that looked somewhat incongruous. When it was time to log off, Lin Feng, after leaving the energy chamber and taking a shower, declined the call from the old thief who was organizing a dinner party. Since the start of Legend of Mir, Lin Feng had never planned his path in detail. From the beginning, he simply wanted to develop his character peacefully and hide his true identity. His memory was filled with many disgusting news stories from his past life. Back then, the threat of firearms in the real world had not yet diminished to the point where they posed no threat to high-level players. This resulted in many players with considerable skill and luck being forced into trouble after their real identities were discovered in the early stages. These players originally had unlimited potential, but they were exploited by powerful families or forces such as the Federation and other large corporations. Forced to serve these factions, they were unable to freely utilize their gaming talents. This caused them to miss the optimal development period in the early game, ultimately leading to their gradual exploitation and elimination. This explains why Lin Feng aggressively pursued resources in the early stages. Upon reaching level 35, his first choice was to purchase the mysterious veil, and he also attempted to quickly level up his alt accounts. Even his contact with the old thief and others was merely a means for him to conceal his true identity. Today, the sudden arrival of 2 police officers to register his game ID made Lin Feng realize a great deal about the situation. He needed to calm down, summarize the gains and losses of the past few days, and think about what to do next. After ending the call with the thief, Lin Feng sat down to calmly reflect. His first thought was about the police officers who came to his door that morning to register his game ID. The reason he hadn't considered this issue before was entirely due to time constraints. He needed to focus his attention on the game first. Now that his game time for the day was up, he naturally started to think. What was the purpose of the Federation's sudden move? He absolutely did not believe that the Federation's action was simply to register players' game IDs and maintain social stability. To be honest, in my previous life, this whole thing dragged on for over a year before it was even implemented. Besides, if the goal was simply to get people to register, it could have been done entirely through a smart system. There is absolutely no need for police officers to come to our homes. This whole thing is just so abrupt. Drawing on his memories from his past life, Lin Feng pondered for a long time. He shifted from a sitting position back to a reclining one, letting out a helpless sigh. We have far too little information. He shook his head, deciding to put the problem aside for the time being and stop thinking about it. Lin Feng began to calmly consider his next move. He summarized the resources he currently possessed. Over 500 book pages, more than 2,000 gold coins, and a large amount of potent solar water that could be used in the real world at any time. These resources, while not abundant, were not scarce either. However, in terms of equipment, he could barely manage to acquire 1 piece of Woma sword armor or 2 pieces of Woma jewelry, and even a single piece of Woma sword armor or 2 pieces of Woma jewelry wouldn't be of much practical significance to him. As for skill books, he has already mastered all those up to level 25. Combined with potent solar water that can be used in reality, he now has the ability to protect himself in the real world, unless he is subjected to overwhelming attacks from artillery or submachine guns. Then, I need to get the skill books for level 25 and above. Magic Shield is a must. Lin Feng thought to himself, it seems I have no choice but to go to the Corpse King's Palace. Actually, the reason why Lin Feng didn't choose to go to the Corpse King's Palace was not only because he wanted to level up quickly in the early stages, but also because of another more important reason. That is, unlike the PC game Legend of Mir, all the bosses here have been strengthened. Their health has increased by at least 10 times, and those high-level bosses have not only had their health increased by more than 10 times, but their attack and defense attributes have also been improved to varying degrees. Before players complete their upgrades at level 35, all their actions within the game will be strictly limited by the game rules. This means that defeating high-level bosses at this stage is virtually impossible. However, once players reach level 35 and complete their upgrades, their in-game movement restrictions will gradually be lifted. Level 35 can be considered a significant turning point, marking a substantial increase in players' abilities and freedom within the game. Before level 35, the game is just a game. Aside from enhancing the real body, it has little connection to real life. But once players cross this threshold, the game is no longer just a game. It begins to connect with the player's real body. Specifically, the stronger the character in the game, the stronger the player's physical abilities will be in reality. Conversely, if the player's character dies multiple times in a short period of time, this effect will also affect their real-world physical health, causing them to become weak. Lin Feng finally managed to bring his scattered thoughts back and began to recall relevant information about the Corpse King's Palace. Where do we enter the Corpse King's Palace? It seems to be in the eastern part of the Bishon, abandoned mine, right? Lin Feng pondered the information about the Corpse King's palace. The coordinates are 140:110, but these coordinates seem to be from the PC version. Never mind, I'll take a closer look when I get to the map. The Corpse King's palace is the first target. I need to master all the level 35 standard skills first. Hopefully, no one is courting death. Lin Feng has always considered himself a gentle and kind person, so he doesn't want to get into conflict with other players too early. After all, once you reach level 35, your in-game status will directly affect your real-world physical condition. So harmonious coexistence is the most important thing when it's not necessary. Chapter 85, The Eternal Purpose. After careful consideration, Lin Feng set a series of short-term goals for himself. First, besides the Corpse King's palace goal, he planned to level up his alt account to level 25. This way, he would be able to meet Old Thief and his group in the game. However, Lin Feng didn't plan to team up with them. He just wanted to show his face and say hello. Next, Lin Feng planned to spend some time each day maintaining the level of his alt account, ensuring it didn't fall too far behind. After all, in the game, level differences often affect many aspects of the experience. Concealing one's identity also requires some effort. His final short-term goal is to reach level 40 as quickly as possible. Only at this level can he enter the VIP map, where more powerful bosses await his challenge. Moreover, when the game was updated to level 40, he was able to complete the tasks assigned by the bookstore owner. After setting these short-term goals for himself, Lin Feng clapped his hands in satisfaction, then stood up from the sofa, ready to go out and spend some money to relax. Yeah, I still can't stay home playing games all day. I went out for a simple meal, and there were far fewer people on the streets than before. Moreover, the vast majority of those people were talking about the game Legend of Mir 2. At a Sichuan restaurant that was doing very well, Lin Feng finished ordering and was drinking tea when a noisy chatter came from the next table. It was a group of 6 people, seemingly a gathering of colleagues. They were sitting together, laughing and joking, and probably got along well. Yeah, did you guys know? The Eternal Guild attacked the Woma Temple. One of the young men, who looked like a white-collar worker, spoke first, his voice revealing a hint of excitement. Eternity is just nonsense. Everyone's just going to their deaths. Another man, who was clearly his colleague, said with a disdainful tone, his voice full of contempt for the Eternal Guild. What do you mean? Isn't the Eternal Guild pretty powerful? One of the female colleagues was clearly not very knowledgeable about games, but she had heard of the Eternal Guild, so she asked with some doubt. No matter how powerful the Eternal Guild is, it can't outmaneuver the game mechanics. The white-collar man who spoke first smiled, seemingly quite confident in his point of view. At this point, he suddenly lowered his voice, glanced around, and appeared rather mysterious. Then he beckoned a few colleagues to come closer before whispering, Eternal has really gone all out this time, offering 5,000 yuan per person to recruit experts with full sets of equipment and at level 22 or above. You know that, right? Everyone knows that. The news about it has been all over the place. I just didn't meet the equipment requirements, otherwise I would have gone too. One of the men, who looked to be in his 30s, spoke with a hint of smugness in his eyes. Wow, Brother Wong, you're level 22 already. At this moment, a girl who looked like she had just graduated suddenly looked at the man in his 30s in surprise and said, Yeah, I'm almost level 23 already, but I still can't buy a magic robe, which is a bit of a hassle. The man's lips curled up slightly, seemingly quite satisfied with his rank, but when he mentioned the magic robe, he didn't show much regret. Instead, he exuded a sense of superiority. Congratulations, Brother Wong. But what I want to talk about isn't the well-known fact that Eternal spends money to hire people. Upon seeing this, the man who had spoken earlier quickly added, I have a very good brother of mine. He's Eternal. Guess what he told me they did at the Woma Temple today? Stop dawdling and get to the point. A man in his early 20s, dressed in casual clothes and sitting next to him, was clearly very close to him. The man suddenly swung his arm and grabbed his shoulder tightly like an iron clamp, urging him on without any politeness. The man with his arm around his shoulder smiled helplessly, seemingly used to this kind of urging. He gathered his thoughts for a moment, then said, all right, but you have to keep it a secret for me. After receiving everyone's assurances, he continued with peace of mind. The Eternal Human Guild is offering 5,000 yuan per person, not just for everyone to go to the Woma Temple, to fight the Woma Horn and build a guild. Hearing this, Brother Wong, who had been diverted from the topic earlier, was clearly unwilling to give up. He interrupted and asked, "If it's not about fighting the Woma Horn to build a guild, then what is it for?" The interrupted man glanced at Brother Wong with a hint of helplessness, but still patiently explained, "Brother Wong, don't be in such a hurry. I'm just talking." He paused for a moment. Then he chuckled, revealing a mysterious expression, and continued, "Hey, the Eternal Guild has big ambitions. At this time, there's no Woma equipment in the Woma Temple, and once you enter, you'll be suppressed by attributes, making it impossible to fight the boss inside. So, their real goal is actually the equipment on the players they recruit." "Lu Ming, are you saying that Eternal is luring other players in to kill them?" Upon hearing this, one of the girls whom Eternal had a slight liking for showed an expression of disbelief, and her voice unconsciously rose 8 octaves. "What? How is this possible? How could Eternal do such a thing?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but turn his gaze to the group of people at the table, especially the man called Lu Ming, who was clearly the focus of their attention. Lin Feng began to quietly wait for Lu Ming's explanation. Lu Ming quickly waved his hand, explaining urgently, "No, how could that be? Yongheng would never do such a thing. If they did, wouldn't they just be asking for trouble?" He paused, then continued, "Actually, Eternal will sign contracts with the recruits. In this operation, Eternal will not only provide these players with the 5,000 yuan, but also with resources such as potions. However, in return, these players need to follow Eternal's commands throughout the entire process. Moreover, if a player dies and loses equipment during the entire process, Eternal will also provide compensation." Lu Ming's explanation didn't seem to completely convince the girl, and she pressed on, "So you mean that Eternity is just directing those players to their deaths, constantly making them drop their equipment? And the people from Eternity are taking advantage of this to pick up the equipment, but instead of returning it to the players, they're just giving them some money as compensation." By this point, the others had pretty much figured out what Lu Ming was trying to say. Chapter 86, The Intricate Guilds. Holy crap, is Eternal really this insidious? The man in casual clothes stared at Lu Ming in astonishment, looking utterly incredulous. "This Eternal thing is really dark," Brother Wong sighed after figuring out the reason, feeling a bit scared at the same time. The girl next to her didn't seem to know much about the game. She asked with a puzzled look, "But can't we just buy the equipment directly? Why does Eternal need to spend so much money to do this?" Hearing the girl's question, Lu Ming smiled slightly and explained, "It's actually quite simple. Low-level equipment is relatively easy to obtain in the game now, but the drop rate for class sets around level 22 is much lower. Many players have reached the required level, but they can't wear the corresponding level of equipment." As he spoke, Lu Ming pointed at Brother Wong and continued, "Look at Brother Wong, he's almost level 23, but he's still wearing medium-sized armor. As for his level 22 mage robe, it's not that he can't afford it, it's that he simply can't buy it." Brother Wong nodded quickly, agreeing with Lu Ming's statement. "Yes, every time I return to the city, I immediately open the trading platform to see if there are any suitable equipment. But let alone a level 22 magic robe, even equipment above level 20 is hard to find. And as soon as such equipment appears on the trading platform, it is almost instantly bought by someone. Eternal is back to its old ways of ripping off free-to-play players," Lin Feng thought to himself. The Eternal Guild in its previous life was the same. As a top-tier gaming guild, its reputation in other games, while not particularly good, was still somewhat respectable. But when they entered the world of Legend of Mir, because they lagged behind other guilds in early development, they started resorting to all sorts of underhanded tactics, using various methods to swindle game resources from casual players. Lin Feng had previously been puzzled by the Eternal Guild's large-scale recruitment of casual players and announcement of their plan to conquer the Woma Temple at this particular time. However, he never expected that the guild would resort to such methods to seize high-level equipment from casual players. As he pondered, Lin Feng suddenly thought of the other guilds. Besides seeing these solo players, I'm afraid some members of other guilds might have been scammed this time, right? In various games, it's common for guilds to plant spies among each other. If the secrecy surrounding Eternal had been handled well this time, perhaps other guilds besides solo players would have also been caught in the trap. As one fragrant, glistening Sichuan dish after another was served, Lin Feng put aside his thoughts and began to eat and drink heartily. After a satisfying meal, Lin Feng paid the bill and walked out of the restaurant. He stretched and began to stroll back along the street. This was a rare moment of relaxation for him. It was already past 10 p.m. when Lin Feng got home, with more than an hour to go before midnight. With nothing to do, Lin Feng thought again about the eternal incident that the young man at the restaurant had mentioned earlier. Xiaoming, please report today's news. Uk. Legend of Mir. Eternal expansion. Woma Temple suffers heavy losses. Hot topic. I clicked to read the content. This is clearly a promotional article designed to whitewash Eternal. The entire article is filled with talk of how much money Eternal spent on this opening process. Then it was mentioned that Eternal provides recruited players with a recruitment fee of 5,000 yuan and also actively compensates them for losses due to equipment drops, etc. However, they make no mention of Eternity and do not return the equipment they find. This trending topic was obviously bought by Yongheng. Lin Feng shook his head as he looked at the article. Unveiling the mystery of the attributes in Legend of Mir, explosive popularity. This article roughly lists the functions of various basic attributes and the bonuses for each skill level. While it doesn't cover advanced skills due to level restrictions, it even offers a speculation on the effects of luck and blessing oil. This article is quite interesting. After Lin Feng opened and read it, he gave his approval. The conspiracy of the Woma Temple in Legend of Mir. The Eternal Guild, swindling and deceiving. Trending. This article is clearly about the news regarding the Eternal Guild's attempt to seize players' equipment. The content is quite detailed, outlining the purpose and conspiracy of the Eternal Guild in organizing the Woma Temple event. It even lists evidence that a significant number of players' dropped equipment was collected by Eternal Guild and not returned. TSK. Which company made this move? They've probably been tricked by Eternal too. Lin Feng chuckled coldly. He clearly disdained the open and covert struggles between these guilds. Time flew by, and it was almost midnight. Reminded by Xiaoming, Lin Feng stepped into the energy pod once more, waiting for the game to begin. A familiar figure appeared before Lin Feng. He also chose to enter the game as a mage, and used the teleportation ring to directly enter the stone tomb. He changed his equipment and erected a magic shield. He then stepped directly into the first level of the stone tomb. Surprisingly, at the entrance to the first level of the stone tomb, several players were gathered together, using the Taoist player's group invisibility spell for cover, and were slowly advancing through the monster horde. Lin Feng's sudden appearance clearly caught the attention of these players. However, Lin Feng didn't give them more time to observe and immediately used a random teleportation ability to fly away. Once the teleportation ring's cooldown was over, he began transferring to the second level of the stone tomb. Did you guys notice a guy called Morningstar just now? The Taoist priest, who was mainly responsible for stealth and healing his teammates, spoke first. I saw the weapon in his hand. It looked quite unusual. A soldier who happened to be facing the entrance spoke up. That eggshell-like shield on him is more attractive, I guess. It's probably a level 31 magic shield for us mages. One of the mage players, while using lightning to attack a black boar that was being blocked by a warrior in front of him, spoke up. Level 31? Then, wouldn't Morningstar be number 1 on the leaderboard? A warrior who hadn't seen the Morningstar man paused upon hearing this. He was then sprayed with a mouthful of powder by Qi in front of him and instantly petrified. This is big news. You wait here, I'll get in touch right away. The mage player immediately realized what was happening. After all, the second-ranked player on the level leaderboard was only level 27. If the transparent eggshell on Morningstar was indeed a mage's magic shield, then he must be the mysterious one. As soon as the mage player spoke, the others realized what was happening. Which organization did you contact? I'm familiar with Madblade from the World Society. Then I'll contact Eternal. I know their management. Chapter 87, Unexpected Exposure. Hey, you guys are no match for me. I have screenshots. I'll sell them directly to them for media. 5,000 yuan in hand. The Taoist priest who first discovered Lin Feng said excitedly. Holy crap, share the screenshot. We'll give you a cut of the profits if we sell it. The players clearly had a good relationship, and amidst their laughter, they spread the news that Lin Feng had appeared in the stone tomb. Lin Feng was clearly unaware at this moment. He had only appeared at the entrance of the stone tomb for less than a second. Yet information about him had already spread throughout the game and among the high-ranking members of various guilds. This is big news. Someone actually saw him in the stone tomb. His ID is Morningstar. A guild leader's eyes lit up when he saw the news. The management interface immediately appeared. We need to find a way to win him over. With him joining, our guild's strength will increase significantly. Moreover, he should have the Woma horn. Meanwhile, high-ranking members of another guild were also discussing the matter. Send someone to invite Morningstar to join our guild. If he dares to refuse, we'll join forces with other guilds to suppress him and make sure he doesn't get away with it. The speaker's eyes were full of ruthlessness. There's also a wealthy and powerful executive in the group. Go, contact Kaiming Singh and ask him how much the Woma horn costs. Lin Feng continued his relentless advance deeper into the stone tomb when suddenly, a series of beeping sounds came from his private chat channel. He stopped, opened the chat window, and was surprised to find several messages had been received. Without exception, all these messages invited him to join various guilds, and many even expressed interest in buying the Woma horn from him. Lin Feng frowned as he read these messages, a sense of doubt creeping into his heart. He had been hiding his identity all along, so why were so many people suddenly messaging him privately? And how did these people know he possessed the Woma horn? Lin Feng felt something was amiss, but he didn't immediately accept their invitation. Instead, he decided to find out more about the situation first. Just as Lin Feng was pondering, Xiao Xiaomi and Ao Shirtian sent him private messages one after the other. Lin Feng opened them and suddenly realized, oh, so that's how it is? Damn, I didn't expect to be discovered so quickly. Luckily, it was just my game character that was exposed. Lin Feng secretly rejoiced, then casually replied to Xiaoxiami and Aya Shishin's private messages. After confirming that he had only been seen in the stone tomb and that his identity as the Morningstar in the game had been exposed, Lin Feng was no longer in a hurry. When asked to buy the Woma horn, Lin Feng didn't immediately refuse like the others. Instead, he paused briefly and told them he needed to think about it. After all, it was a significant decision, and he needed time to weigh the pros and cons. After agreeing on a specific time with the two of them, Lin Feng plunged into the 3rd to 5th levels of the stone tomb, beginning his frantic leveling journey. He tightly gripped 3 triple experience vouchers in his hand, his secret weapon for leveling up. As time went by, the 3 triple experience tickets were gradually used up. However, Lin Feng's efforts were not in vain. His mage character, Morningstar, leveled up like a rocket, breaking through to level 38 with 35% experience. Moreover, in the fierce battle on the 5th floor of the stone tomb, Lin Feng demonstrated extraordinary strength and successfully killed all 4 powerful bosses there. This trip to the stone tomb was very fruitful. He not only obtained more than 300 pages of books, but also more than 1,000 gold ingots. Seeing that he had run out of experience scrolls and had defeated the boss, Lin Feng immediately used a return scroll to leave and return to Tu City as quickly as possible. Upon arriving in Tu City, he immediately put all his ordinary equipment into the trading platform. The reason for this is that recent news reports have been discussing the impact of in-game equipment attributes on real-world enhancements. As a result, the prices of various equipment above level 20 have increased to varying degrees. He also planned to sell the gold coins through the trading platform. Currently, Lin Feng has over 2 million in cash, which is more than enough for him to repay the remaining balance on his credit line and energy capsule. Looking at the time, there was still more than 3 hours until the time he agreed to meet with Xiaoxiami and the others. Lin Feng thought for a moment and realized that he had plenty of time. So, he once again switched his character to his alt warrior, Feng Lin. As soon as the warrior logged in, Lin Feng immediately took action. He took out the teleportation ring from his personal inventory. With such a powerful artifact that allowed him to quickly reach his destination, everything became much more convenient. Immediately afterwards, he used the teleportation ring, and in less than a minute, Lin Feng was teleported to the dark depths of the Centipede Cave. Upon arriving in the dark zone, Lin Feng did not delay at all and immediately threw himself into the intense battle to level up, still navigating the narrow path between life and death in the dark zone. Without the coffin of death and the allure of the first kill, Lin Feng had no intention of seeking out the Dragon God. He needs to level up his alt account as much as possible within these short 3 hours, ideally reaching level 25. That way, he can find Old Thief and the others and make a brief appearance in the game. First, Lin Feng claimed a double experience scroll for his alt account, a key item for quickly leveling up. Although a single double experience scroll only lasts for an hour, it's still quite good. After using the double experience scroll, Lin Feng fearlessly charged toward the centipede in front of him, engaging in a fierce battle with the centipede and other monsters. During the battle, Lin Feng demonstrated his skillful maneuvering and formidable combat prowess. He nimbly dodged the monster's attacks while launching relentless and fierce counterattacks. Whenever he spotted the boss, the evil pincer beetle, he would quickly memorize its coordinates, then switch to his mage character and use the teleportation ring to rush over at lightning speed and kill it as quickly as possible. Time passed by, and more than 3 hours flew by. However, Lin Feng's efforts were not in vain, and as all accounts, level continued to rise. With level 25 fast approaching, the time he had agreed upon with Xiaoxiami and the others was fast approaching. This forced Lin Feng to pause his leveling progress. Lin Feng, who had switched back to his main account, Morningstar, quickly arrived at the private room of Tuqing and based on the private message sent by Ao Shirtian. Upon seeing Lin Feng enter, Ao Shirtian and Xiao Xiaomi, who had arrived earlier, stood up and greeted him. Chapter 88, The Proposal for Alliance. Seeing how polite the two were, Lin Feng quickly stopped them, saying, "Don't be so polite. Let's sit down and talk about it slowly." Inside the private room, besides Lin Feng, there were only Xiao Xiaomi and Ao Shirtian. Neither of their female companions were there. After everyone took their seats, Ao Shirtian broke the silence first. He looked at Lin Feng with a smile and said slowly, "Morningstar, I think we can be considered friends." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng nodded slightly in agreement. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, Ao Shirtian's smile widened. He continued, "Then I'll be frank. It seems you have no intention of forming a guild. In that case, could you consider transferring the Woma horn to us?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng showed a hint of surprise on his face. He turned his gaze to Xiao Xiaomi, as if asking for the other's opinion. Seeing this, Xiao Xiaomi nodded quickly, indicating his agreement with Ao Shirtian's statement. Seeing this, Lin Feng understood. After a moment's thought, he replied, "Actually, I also have a suggestion." Upon hearing this, both of them focused their attention on Lin Feng, waiting for him to continue. Lin Feng took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "I do have the Woma horn right now, and I really don't have the time to manage the guild myself. So, I've considered forming a guild with you. I can provide the horn and give priority to supplying the guild with various equipment, while you can take full responsibility for the management." Upon hearing this, Ao Shirtian's eyes flashed with surprise, and he quickly replied, "That's a good proposal. We'll take charge of management, and you'll contribute your shares by providing horns and equipment. As for the shareholding ratio, we can discuss that further." Lin Feng raised his hand to interrupt Ao Shirtian, who was about to speak. He let out a soft breath to calm himself down before continuing. "Let me finish what I have to say. I know more about this game than you do, so I demand half of the shares." He paused, observing the reactions of the two people in front of him. Seeing that they didn't interrupt him but continued to watch him silently, Lin Feng felt slightly relieved and continued speaking. "And what I mean is, your two families, plus your girlfriend's two families, the four of you families are joining forces to run this guild. I'll own half the shares, but of those shares, I'll set aside 80% as management dividends. In other words, although I own half the shares, I only actually receive 10% of the dividends. How you distribute them among yourselves is your own business. I won't interfere too much." Lin Feng stopped again, giving the two time to think. After a while, seeing that they still hadn't offered any other opinions, he continued, feeling reassured. "There are many differences in this game, and you will gradually discover some of them after you reach level 35. To show my sincerity, in addition to providing the Woma horn free of charge and helping you establish a guild, I will also provide each of the 3 classes with a set of Woma-grade equipment, including a weapon and 5 pieces of jewelry." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Xiao Xiaomi and Ao Shirtian exchanged a glance, both with a hint of surprise in their eyes. Clearly, these two were familiar with the effects of the Woma-level equipment. Then, Shirtian spoke first. "We roughly understand what you mean, but I still don't quite understand why you said that all 4 of us need to participate. After all, in the end, we will definitely have to communicate and negotiate." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng nodded in affirmation without hesitation. After gathering his thoughts, he explained, The abilities this game possesses are completely beyond the Federation's control. And after I reached level 35, I obtained a crucial piece of information. This message clearly states that we are not the only intelligent life forms involved in the legend of Mir. As for the specific scope involved, I currently have no idea. At this point, Lin Feng paused slightly, seemingly giving the other person some time to process what he had just said. Seeing that neither of them intended to interrupt him, he continued. What I do know is that there are 2,500 rudimentary civilizations in the entire Virgo supercluster, and I am the first player to reach level 35. What does this make you think of? After Lin Feng finished speaking, the scene fell silent once again. Neither Ao, Shirtian, nor Xiao Xiaomi rushed to respond, but instead fell into deep thought. Clearly, they were all carefully pondering the deeper meaning of Lin Feng's words, and, at the same time, they were also exchanging and discussing them with others through private chat. Lin Feng didn't urge him, and just waited with his teacup in hand. Time passed by second, and it felt like an eternity. Little Shrimp finally broke the silence and slowly said, Morningstar, do you mean that this game could very well trigger a war between civilizations? Lin Feng did not directly answer Xiao Xiaomi's question. He neither confirmed nor denied it. On the contrary, his words seemed to have a deeper meaning, prompting people to ponder. I don't know, but I'm certain that backward civilizations will inevitably be eliminated. Lin Feng's voice was deep and firm, as if he had come to this conclusion after careful consideration. In fact, this was indeed the conclusion Lin Feng reached based on his memories from his previous life. During the 7 years of his previous life, he had never witnessed any war between civilizations. On the contrary, the game stopped updating early on, as if it had been abandoned. And 5 years later, all sorts of terrifying monsters began to appear on Earth, all of which filled Lin Feng with worry about the future of the game. What you're talking about is far too big for us to decide, Ao Shirtian said first, his brows furrowed, clearly shocked by Lin Feng's words. Little Shrimp chimed in, Yes, we need to discuss it with our families and let them make the decision. Lin Feng wasn't surprised by their reaction. He understood their position. After all, this matter involved the interests of the entire family and even the entire planet Blue Star, and it wasn't something they could easily decide. Of course, and you'll need to persuade your girlfriends and wise families yourselves. Lin Feng nodded in understanding, knowing that such matters required the joint efforts of all parties to resolve. All right, you guys can also discuss what the guild should be called later. Lin Feng wasn't worried at all that they would refuse his suggestion. Chapter 89 Eastern Beach Abandoned Mines. That concludes our discussion of the guild matters. However, the scope of what Lin Feng was talking about was obviously too broad, so much so that Ao Shirtian and Xiao Xiaomi completely forgot about asking Lin Feng to buy Woma-level equipment. At this very moment, the two of them were busy in the private room, engaging in intense communication with others through the private chat channel. Since they couldn't exit the game yet, they could only concentrate on communicating with important members of their clan, having no time to attend to anything else. Seeing this, Lin Feng didn't disturb them. Instead, he quietly watched the remaining online time displayed on the screen, which was only a few minutes left. After a moment's thought, he decided to reopen the level leaderboard to check the current levels of other players. When he opened the leaderboard, he found that the players ranked 2nd to 6th had all reached level 28. After that, all players were at level 27. However, judging from the current leveling speed, later players should also be able to quickly reach level 28 in a short period of time. The leveling process from level 28 to 35 requires approximately 17 million experience points. At this rate, even if the pace slows down later, it's highly likely that a second player will reach level 35 in less than a month. This speed is unbelievably fast compared to his previous life. Lin Feng vaguely remembered that in his previous life, the first player to reach level 35 didn't appear until half a year later. A few minutes passed quickly, and 8 o'clock arrived. Lin Feng's vision went dark for a moment, then brightened again, and he found himself inside the transparent energy capsule. After the energy capsule was activated, he ordered a hearty breakfast through Xiaoming, then washed up and changed into clean clothes. After waiting for his takeout to arrive, Lin Feng browsed the news while eating. Finding no new information, he turned his attention to the silly video Xiaoming was playing, waiting for the next time he could enter the game. He also chatted with the old thief, mentioning that he was about to reach level 25. This made the old thief quite envious and jealous, and he said he would definitely make a good beating out of him at the party that night. When Lin Feng logged back in, he used the teleportation ring to send the warrior back into the depths of the centipede cave. It took him an hour to level up to 25. Now that his alt account had reached level 25, Lin Feng naturally switched back to the mage class and prepared to head to the Corpse King's palace. First, use the Be Shown teleport stone to go to Be Shown City. Then, use the teleport ring to quickly reach the eastern part of the abandoned mine. Compare the map and find the empty space in the lower right corner where the PC version 140:110 is located. After landing, Lin Feng looked around and found many players busy mining nearby. Several zombie corpses were scattered on the ground, indicating that these players had just experienced a fierce battle. However, to Lin Feng's slight surprise, he did not see the legendary monk zombie, nor did he find any holes left by the monk zombie on the ground. It seems it's not time yet, Lin Feng thought to himself. Lin Feng's sudden appearance attracted the attention of the players who were mining nearby. They all stopped what they were doing and looked at the stranger in the magic robe with curious eyes. Lin Feng thought to himself that since his identity had already been spread, he no longer needed to hide it. Therefore, Lin Feng decided to stop hiding his true abilities. He quickly placed his best quality and special equipment into his secondary equipment slot, while his main equipment slot displayed a complete set of Zuma equipment. This set of equipment was considered high level in the game, enough to impress other players. After Lin Feng finished organizing his equipment, a thought suddenly struck him. With a soft squeak. Immediately afterwards, a radiant, transparent, oval-shaped light shield enveloped him from head to toe like a protective film. The magical light shield instantly attracted the attention of all the players around, who all exclaimed in surprise. "Holy crap, this is a magic shield!" One of the players stared wide-eyed, his face full of envy. He was a mage player, and clearly he had heard of the magic shield that Lin Feng had cast. "That really is the Morning Star!" exclaimed another Taoist priest, accompanied by a skeleton. His voice betrayed a hint of surprise and disbelief. After saying this, he slowly lowered the pickaxe in his hand, as if frozen in place by some force, remaining motionless. Judging from his actions and expressions, it seems that he's in some kind of contact with someone, perhaps communicating with his teammates, or reporting this amazing discovery to someone important. Just then, a cry of surprise rang out. "Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Look at his gear." This was clearly a player who was so shocked by Lin Feng's equipment that he didn't know how to express himself. His words were filled with envy and amazement at Lin Feng's gear that he could only vent his emotions with a string of profanities. Hearing his shout, the other players all turned their attention to Lin Feng, followed by a chorus of exclamations. "That's insane. His equipment is amazing. Except for the helmet. Everything else has hidden attributes. His hat may not have any hidden attributes, but it actually adds 3 points of magic power. Didn't you see that? These are top-tier items." The mages who saw Lin Feng's equipment all showed envious expressions, their eyes gleaming with greed. "Do you think if we could kill him, he might drop these pieces of equipment? If we could get just one piece, we'd be rich." Clearly, after seeing Lin Feng's enviable gear, some jealous people started to have ulterior motives and set their sights on getting their hands on it. However, someone quickly poured cold water on the idea, saying, "Go ahead. With his equipment, one lightning strike and you're gone." While this statement has a slightly sarcastic tone, it's not entirely without merit. After all, Lin Feng's equipment is so powerful that killing him easily would be no simple task. There's so many of us, what are we afraid of? Those who instigated it were clearly somewhat unwilling to accept defeat. You probably don't know that mages have area of effect attacks. Besides, his light shield is clearly a defensive skill. While some were tempted, others calmly analyzed Lin Feng's equipment and skill attributes. It's not like he can't fly. He definitely can't beat them if there are fewer people, but if there are more, he can just fly away with a random move. When he retaliates, who can stand it? After hearing this, most people calm down. Chapter 90, a small test of skill in a PK. Because it's uncertain when the monk zombie spawns. Lin Feng stood still, his heart unmoved. He paid no attention to the players around him, because he knew that even if someone did know how to enter the Corpse King's palace, given the current level of the players, they would definitely not be able to gain a foothold inside. Even if a Taoist player can become invisible, so what? To kill a Corpse King with more than 5,000 HP, using only a level 0 or 1 poisoning technique would require a lot of time and poison. Even after being poisoned to death, whether you can collect your loot while surrounded by a group of zombie kings is another question. And if you go through all that trouble only to kill a weak zombie king, well, you'd probably be furious on the spot. Moreover, all players are currently prioritizing leveling up. Therefore, this is a task that almost no player will attempt at the moment. Therefore, Lin Feng appeared unusually calm. Relying on his memory, he walked straight to the vicinity where the monk zombies would appear. Then, without hesitation, he raised his magic shield and stood there steadily, like a statue, motionless, as if he had been disconnected from the game. However, Lin Feng's actions attracted the attention of those with ill intentions. Seeing Lin Feng standing there so calmly, their greed grew even stronger. These people began to secretly use private chat to call on their friends, wanting to surround Lin Feng together. They thought they had concealed it well. But little did they know that Lin Feng had already prepared for a PvP battle the moment he discovered that a large number of players had gathered at this location. They changed their attack mode to an area of effect attack mode a long time ago. Soon, a group of players with ulterior motives surrounded Lin Feng. One of them, with a sly look on his face, said sarcastically, "Brother, you're such a high level. Why are you trying to steal our zombies? Isn't that a bit unfair?" Lin Feng sneered and glanced at everyone. "Don't cause trouble. I'm not here to fight monsters." As soon as he finished speaking, a warrior player charged forward, swinging his weapon at Lin Feng. Lin Feng stood still, waiting for the warrior player to strike him. -2. Above Lin Feng's head, a seemingly insignificant damage indicator suddenly appeared. However, this small damage had an astonishing effect. The warrior player's name instantly turned gray. This means that the warrior is the one who initiates the attack, and when other players attack and kill him, his name will not turn gray or red. Seeing this, Lin Feng raised his hand without hesitation and released a dazzling lightning spell, which struck the warrior swiftly and accurately like lightning. In an instant, the warrior's health points seemed to be drained away, instantly becoming empty. With a muffled ugh, the warrior's body fell straight to the floor like a puppet with its strings cut. Holy crap, instant kill. Several players who had been watching from a distance witnessed this scene and couldn't help but scream in surprise. They clearly hadn't expected Lin Feng to be so powerful, instantly killing the soldier with a single strike. Seeing this, the other players who had been besieging Lin Feng panicked. They already knew Lin Feng was a stronger player than them, but they never expected him to be this powerful. So the players swarmed forward, trying to defeat Lin Feng before he could react. However, Lin Feng remained unusually calm and composed. He unhurriedly and quickly placed several blazing walls of fire around himself. These walls of fire formed a natural barrier of death, effectively preventing warriors from attempting close-range attacks. Every player who stepped into the range of the firewalls would have a high damage number appear above their head. Each number is accompanied by a scream, and then you can see the player fall into the wall of fire, leaving only some loot on the ground. Then, Lin Feng began to unleash his magical skills. He continuously released powerful ice roars from his hands, which swept straight towards the group of mages and Taoists like roaring dragons. The battle began exceptionally quickly and ended even faster. In less than a minute, all the dozen or so players who had participated in the attack on Lin Feng were lying on the floor in the eastern part of the abandoned mine. Their bodies lay scattered haphazardly, their equipment, potions, and ores lying on the ground, creating a chaotic scene. Holy crap, that's insane. That warrior was wearing heavy armor, walked into his wall of fire, and was instantly burned to death. A junior warrior holding the 8 Desolations sword looked somewhat bewildered by what he saw. Holy crap, are mages this strong? Luckily I'm playing a mage. The player who spoke while holding a pickaxe was clearly a mage. Wow, mages are so powerful. Are the other classes still playable? Impossible. There must be something wrong with the attributes of this morning star. A level 22 warrior has more than 200 health points. If he steps on the firewall, he will be burned to death without even moving. Our guild leader is level 27, with 28 points of magic and a level 1 firewall. He can burn centipedes in the centipede cave for only 10 to 20 seconds at a time. His firewall must have lasted for 3 or 4 minutes. I can't afford to mess with him. I'd better just stick to mining. With this level of injury, he probably can't fight a group by himself. Of course, he's killed more bosses than we've ever seen. His equipment is really awesome, and its hidden attributes must be amazing. He's killed more bosses than I've ever seen. I haven't even seen a single boss yet. The players pointed and whispered among themselves at Lin Feng, who was wearing a shiny eggshell, but none of them tried to get closer to him. They were clearly frightened by Lin Feng's sharp and brutal wall of fire and ice roar. Lin Feng, his name shrouded in crimson, stood silently, a hint of helplessness in his expression. His only consolation was that after using his lightning spell to instantly kill the warrior, he realized his damage output was far beyond what most players could handle now. He immediately removed the bone jade staff from his main hand. This prevented the bone jade staff from being cursed. Lin Feng silently estimated how long it would take for the red name to be removed while waiting for the zombies to respawn. More than 20 minutes passed, and several waves of zombie monsters spawned nearby. Finally, a bald zombie wearing a cassock and prayer beads emerged from underground. With a casual lightning strike, Lin Feng instantly killed the monk zombie that had just emerged from the ground. He didn't even bother to pick up the loot that had fallen to the ground. Lin Feng then stepped onto the hole the monk zombie had just crawled out of. Chapter 91, The Corpse King's Palace. As Lin Feng stepped into the cave, everything went black and the scene shifted, and he found himself in a dark mine pit. As you can see, this mine pit is square and more than 10 meters deep. It is surrounded by wooden supports to enclose the mine shaft, and its area is about 500 to 600 square meters. Dozens of zombie kings were scattered throughout the mine. Because they were so densely packed, Lin Feng couldn't count exactly how many there were, but it was definitely more than the 30 in the PC game. Of course, none of that matters. At that moment, Lin Feng appeared out of nowhere, seemingly out of thin air, in the sight of the many zombie kings. His appearance was like a fuse being lit, and the previously relatively calm zombie kings instantly became restless. These corpse kings seemed to be driven by some force, dragging heavy iron chains as they rushed towards Lin Feng at an astonishing speed. Their movements were like surging waves, unstoppable. As the zombie kings gathered, a deafening roar echoed throughout the mine. The roar sounded like a raging inferno from hell, sending chills down everyone's spines. At the same time, the scraping sound of the chains dragging the zombie kings against the ground was incessant. The sizzle sound was like the whisper of a demon, echoing in the enclosed space, almost piercing one's eardrums. Lin Feng was positioned precisely in the center of the mine, making him an easy target. However, despite this perilous situation, Lin Feng remained remarkably calm. His sharp eyes instantly assessed the surrounding circumstances. Almost as soon as he understood the situation, Lin Feng unhesitatingly erected a blazing wall of fire beneath his feet. This wall of fire, like a series of beacon towers, quickly spread out, tightly protecting Lin Feng within it. However, Lin Feng didn't focus too much on defending against the approaching Corpse King, because the Corpse King posed no threat to him at the moment. His attention was completely focused on casting his spell. Around him, walls of fire were continuously erected, forming a tight defensive line. These walls of fire not only blocked the zombie king's attack, but also scorched them as they approached Lin Feng. But Lin Feng was not satisfied with that. He immediately unleashed the level 30 mage skill, Hellfire Lightning. Suddenly, a dazzling burst of lightning erupted from Lin Feng's hand. This lightning, like a bomb, exploded outwards from his own center. In an instant, the entire mine was illuminated by the lightning, the dazzling light almost blinding. As a lightning-based skill, Hellfire Lightning seemed to have an additional damage bonus when attacking the Corpse King. The Corpse King, when scorched by the wall of fire, will suffer a loss of more than 300 health points each time, and when it is hit by Hellfire Lightning, this damage will soar to more than 400 health points each time. Such terrifying damage output meant that even with the Corpse King's health exceeding 5,000, it couldn't withstand the onslaught for long. The constantly exploding Hellfire bolts sent the Corpse Kings, who were close to Lin Feng, reeling back and causing their health to plummet. In less than half a minute, the group of zombie kings that had been attacking Lin Feng suddenly stopped, their health points wiped out. Then, centered on Lin Feng, they fell in all directions like dominoes. Gained 5,000 experience points. Gained 5,000 experience points. In the bottom left corner, experience points scrolled by like a screen full of notifications. These notifications clearly demonstrated to Lin Feng that the corpse kings he had so casually slaughtered were actually bosses. In the blink of an eye, the ground was covered with all sorts of spoils, a dazzling array that made one's head spin. However, with even more zombies relentlessly attacking from behind, Lin Feng had no time to pay attention to what items had fallen to the ground. At this moment, Lin Feng's entire attention was focused on continuously using potent magic potions to replenish the rapidly depleted mana caused by the frequent release of landmines. Hellfire Lightning is extremely fast to cast and has a wide attack range, but correspondingly, the mana cost of each cast far exceeds that of other skills. The battle with the Zombie Kings was fleeting, lasting only 5 or 6 minutes. This speed was a world of difference compared to his first day in the game. After successfully defeating the Zombie Kings, Lin Feng was faced with a map filled with various equipment, potions, gold coins, and, most importantly, skill books. He actually spent a considerable amount of time collecting these loot items. It's quite troublesome to collect and recycle these things without automatic pickup. Lin Feng muttered to himself as he picked up the loot from the ground. First, Lin Feng used the ordinary red and blue potions without hesitation. As for the sun water and strong sun water, he conveniently stored them in his personal inventory. He also separately organized all the dropped equipment and skill books. As he stored the items in the warehouse, he checked the attributes of each piece of equipment, but didn't find anything particularly outstanding. Although there were some top-tier items, none of them piqued Lin Feng's interest. However, there are some noteworthy pieces of equipment, such as the memory helmet, the memory bracelet, and the prayer series equipment. Regarding the prayer series, Lin Feng discovered that he was only missing one bracelet to complete a full 7-piece prayer set. In terms of drop rates, this haul significantly exceeded that of the PC version. A total of 23 skill books, level 25 and above, just dropped. However, the number of book pages and gold ingots dropped was significantly less. In total, there were less than 300 book pages and a little over 1,700 gold ingots. This way, he no longer lacked the pages to learn real-world skills, and he already had over 5,000 gold coins, which was enough to exchange for Zuma-level equipment in the real world. Lin Feng opened the attribute panel again and checked his experience points. He discovered that he had gained a full 500,000 experience points in this last wave. Well, there are 100 Corpse Kings in this wave. The drop rate seems pretty good. After a moment's thought, Lin Feng realized that the Corpse King's palace was actually a pretty good place for him to level up. I wonder how often this Corpse King's palace refreshes, Lin Feng thought to himself, wondering whether he should stay here and wait for it to refresh. Chapter 92 Teleportation Back and Forth. After briefly recalling the respawn time of the Corpse King's palace, Lin Feng gave up on the idea. Unlike the PC version, the Corpse King's palace does not respawn every 30 to 40 minutes, and there is an interval of 1.5 hours between each respawn. The long 90-minute wait made Lin Feng decisively give up the idea of waiting in the Corpse King's palace. After all, deep down, there's always an indescribable sense of urgency that followed him, constantly urging him to level up to 40 as soon as possible. Before this, if it weren't for using a second ID and relying on friends to cover his tracks, Lin Feng would definitely have devoted all his energy to leveling up his main account, Morningstar. Now, his alt account has reached level 25. After showing up in front of the old thief and the others, he can devote himself to leveling up his main account without any worries. In the past few days, whenever Lin Feng logged off, the words spoken by the suddenly appearing ball of light when he reached level 35 would often float into his mind. Although deep down he had already accepted that the blue star in his previous life had been eliminated, leading to stagnation, he still desperately wanted a definite answer. Use the return stone to return to the Mengzhong safe zone. Holy crap, a top-tier red name. With this exclamation, Lin Feng, who had just landed, instantly became the focus of everyone's attention. The players nearby were quite frightened, and they took a step to the side as if they had been electrocuted, as if they would be infected by the bright red name on Lin Feng if they got any closer. Morningstar, isn't that the number 1 on the leaderboard? How did he become famous? Someone recognized Lin Feng and exclaimed in surprise. Although the player already knew Lin Feng's level, he still couldn't help but be surprised to see him with such a bright red name. Wow, look at his equipment. And that light shield on him. It's so beautiful. At this moment, A clear female voice suddenly rang out, clearly belonging to a female player. Her gaze was fixed on Lin Feng, especially on the shimmering magic shield on his body, and her eyes revealed undisguised envy. The Bone Jade Scepter, Demon Robe, and Demon Bell with Magic 2 to 7 should be better than the Walmart equipment, right? A mage player stared wide-eyed at Lin Feng's equipment, his face filled with disbelief. When he saw the stats of the equipment, he almost drooled with excitement. Lin Feng, whose name was prominently displayed in red, felt somewhat uncomfortable under the gaze of numerous players. He could feel the eager stares around him, like scorching flames, making his whole body feel hot. Amidst whispers, Lin Feng hurriedly used his teleportation ring to teleport to the entrance of the stone tomb. His movements were exceptionally swift, as if staying even a second longer would make him feel incredibly awkward. A flash of teleportation light appeared, and Lin Feng's figure vanished instantly. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng bought a red name removal scroll from his personal shop to remove his red name. He quickly crossed the small stone gate and rushed into the entrance to the first level of the stone tomb like lightning, disappearing from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. At this time, sporadic groups of players had begun entering the stone tomb to hunt for treasure and level up. It must be said that the Taoist player's invisibility skill is simply a god-tier skill for clearing new areas, especially the group invisibility skill, which is more powerful than you can imagine, and even other players can benefit from it. In the stone tomb, the monster experience points are much higher than in the centipede cave. Although the quality of the equipment dropped here isn't significantly improved, the drop rate for equipment level 20 and above is considerably higher than in the centipede cave. Lin Feng wouldn't waste too much time on the first floor. He kept an eye on the cooldown time of the teleportation ring, and as soon as the cooldown ended, he flew directly to the second floor without hesitation. However, when he entered the second level of the stone tomb, he found that there were already other players there. But Lin Feng was not discouraged. This was normal. As the number of players increased, the first few levels would eventually be occupied by a steady stream of players, who would then fly directly to the third level. Fortunately, after entering the third level of the stone tomb, Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief, as there were no other players around. However, he didn't intend to linger there, but continued flying downwards without stopping, his destination being the fifth level. The reason for doing this is that, according to the pattern that the bosses on the fifth floor of the stone tomb respawn every 6 hours, the 4 bosses on the fifth floor of the stone tomb should have respawned again by now. However, the situation on the fourth floor is somewhat special. Although a boss called the Evil Scorpion Serpent also exists here, its spawn pattern is quite different from the other bosses. In the past few days, Lin Feng has only encountered this Evil Scorpion Serpent twice. Time passed quietly, and it took Lin Feng more than an hour to completely clear the fifth level of the stone tomb. Without pausing for a moment, he immediately rushed towards the Corpse King's palace. The respawn time of the Corpse King's palace seemed to coincide perfectly with the time when the monk zombie in the eastern part of the abandoned mine emerged from the ground. Lin Feng had just arrived on the map and hadn't even waited a few minutes when the monk zombie spawned as expected. After casually killing the monk zombie, Lin Feng entered the Corpse King's palace again through the hole left by the zombie when it came out. The entire process went exceptionally smoothly, including fighting monsters and collecting loot. It took Lin Feng less than 20 minutes to successfully return from the Corpse King's palace to the Mengzhong safe zone. At this point, there was no need to go to the stone tomb again, but the boss deep within the centipede cave still awaited his challenge. Like a donkey being driven by a whip, Lin Feng continued his relentless march towards the centipede cave without complaint. He first teleported all the way to the dark zone before taking action, fighting his way through countless obstacles, braving life and death, and finally arriving at the narrow gorge. Every hour and 20 minutes, he would also visit the Corpse King's palace. With less than an hour left before logging off, Lin Feng, having emerged from the Corpse King's palace, chose to return to the Mengzhong safe zone. Then, I switched my account to my alt character, the warrior Feng Lin, and started privately messaging Lao Ze. Lao Ze is a Taoist in the game, with the ID, Dao Ze. Feng Lin, you old thief, I am Lin Feng. Taoist thief. Holy crap, you finally contacted me. I asked for your ID before, but you wouldn't tell me. How come you're level 25 already? Feng Lin. Yeah, I contacted you as soon as I reached level 25. Taoist thief. Wait for me at the inn. A few of us and Fatty and the others are here. Soon, in a private room at the Tuching Inn, Lin Feng and several friends met for the first time in the game. Chapter 93, Supporting a Friend. Divine Might. Wow, Brother Feng, your equipment is amazing. Upon meeting, the fat man exclaimed in astonishment, as if he had discovered a new continent. His exclamation was like a lightning bolt ripped through the night sky, instantly attracting the attention of Rat and Old Thief. The two exchanged a glance, then simultaneously turned their gaze to Lin Feng's all-account, beginning to carefully examine his equipment. Zidong also stepped forward and said in surprise, Fengzi, have you struck it rich? How did you get so much good equipment? Seeing the surprised expressions on everyone's faces, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little smug. He explained with a smile, Hey, these are all from completing quests. Otherwise, how could a warrior like me level up so quickly by soloing? The Old Thief looked at Lin Feng, suspiciously impressed. Show me the hidden attributes. This must be the legendary Woma level equipment. Lin Feng nodded and revealed the hidden attributes of the equipment. Everyone was even more amazed after seeing it. Wow, Feng, you're amazing. You got such awesome equipment from a hidden quest. Shenwei Haohin said enviously. Zitong said thoughtfully, Fengzi, this hidden quest of yours can't be that simple. Can it? Reaching level 25 solo in 7 days and getting a full set of Woma-grade equipment. After seeing the attributes of the complete set of Woma-level equipment that Lin Feng had shown, Haozi immediately raised a question. Lin Feng smiled slightly and replied casually, It was all right. The early stages were indeed quite troublesome, requiring the collection of a lot of items. But I was lucky and managed to complete everything smoothly in the end. However, Dao Zhe was very dissatisfied upon hearing this. He frowned and complained, Why didn't you contact me earlier? We could have helped you collect it. Lin Feng quickly waved his hand and explained, No. The things I need to collect will only drop if I fight them myself. Otherwise, I would definitely have asked you guys for help. Unlike the Old Thief, Zitong wasn't preoccupied with these matters. He was more concerned with the upcoming plan. So he interjected and asked, So, Fengzi, are you going to play with us next? Or do you have other plans? Shenwei Haohan chimed in. Yeah, Brother Feng, wouldn't it be great if the four of us played together from now on? We have 2 mages and 1 Taoist. We're just missing a warrior. Lin Feng was secretly delighted. The excuse he had prepared in advance had finally come in handy. He sighed helplessly and said, I'm afraid that won't work. There's a follow-up to the mission. I have to complete this mission first. Shenwei Haohin exclaimed in surprise. There's more? Brother Feng, are you going to go all the way and soar to the sky? When the fat man heard Lin Feng say that there was more to the mission, his eyes widened like saucers, and his face showed an extremely envious expression. His eyes were practically bulging with longing. Zitong watched Lin Feng quietly. His lips slightly parted as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately remained silent. He knew very well that Lin Feng had not told him the whole truth. Dao Zhe looked at Lin Feng thoughtfully and asked, Fengzi, is there something you need our help with that you contacted us this time? Lin Feng quickly waved his hand and explained with a smile, No way, I was just thinking that we haven't officially met in the game yet, and I don't know how you guys are doing in the game. Zitong seemed to suddenly realize something, a smile appearing on her lips as she teased. Oh ho, could it be that our Brother Feng has some good news to give us? Lin Feng laughed and readily replied, Nothing special, it's just that I have some equipment and skill books that I don't need, and I felt it would be a waste to just sell them, so I thought of you guys. Before he finished speaking, Lin Feng pulled out several pieces of top-quality equipment from his backpack that none of the others had. Just by looking at their unique designs, it was clear that these were not ordinary equipment. Shenwei Haohin stared in astonishment at the dozen or so pieces of equipment Lin Feng had laid out on the table, and exclaimed, Holy crap, Brother Feng, don't tell me these were also from a quest. The fat man's gaze was fixed on the equipment, as if it were priceless treasures. He simply couldn't believe that this equipment was a quest reward, because its attributes were just too high. There were even 4 pieces of Woma-grade jewelry among them. Hearing the fat man's words, Lin Feng's lips curled up slightly, revealing a smile. He chuckled and scolded. What are you thinking? These equipment weren't quest rewards. I got them by defeating monsters and bosses during the quest process. However, despite Lin Feng's clear explanation, the others still stared at him with disbelief. They were clearly skeptical of his words. Lin Feng sighed helplessly, thinking that if he didn't give a reasonable explanation, they probably wouldn't believe him. So he continued his fabrication, saying, "My hidden quest is no simple matter. There are several parts where I have to fight the boss alone. As you know, it's incredibly difficult to fight a boss alone, so these equipment items are the result of a lot of hard work." After listening to Lin Feng's words, the three exchanged glances, seemingly discussing their thoughts. After a while, it was the old thief who broke the silence first. The old thief directly refused, saying, "Fengzi, your equipment is too good. It could easily sell for tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of yuan on a trading platform. It's really not suitable for us to use this equipment. You should keep it or sell it." Zitong chimed in, "Yeah, Brother Feng, these items might be more useful to you. You should sell them." Shun Wei Haohan, "Brother Feng, all your equipment is too top-notch. If you accidentally lose even one piece, we'll be heartbroken. You should just sell it for money." Hearing his friend's rejections, Lin Feng felt a complex mix of emotions. He silently observed the three people before him, his gaze shifting between them, as if trying to see through their outward appearances to their inner thoughts. After some thought, Lin Feng organized his thoughts and slowly said, "I'm not giving you these equipment. I'm just lending them to you temporarily. Remember to return them to me when you get better equipment." He paused, then continued. "As you all know, the game Legend of Mir is gaining more and more attention and importance, and the value of equipment in the game is constantly rising. Selling these top-quality equipment with excellent attributes now would be a huge waste." Lin Feng smiled helplessly and continued, "Keeping this equipment will not only take up space in my backpack and storage, but it also won't be of much practical use to me. But if I lend it to you first, you'll have stronger attributes, making monster hunting much easier, and your leveling speed will naturally be faster. So, please take it and use it for now. Consider it as keeping it safe for me." After listening to Lin Feng's words, the old thief thought about it for a moment and felt that what he said made some sense. So he turned to look at Haozi and Fatty and said, "Since Fengzi has said so, let's not refuse anymore and let's divide up these equipment." Chapter 94. The Sprint Begins. Seeing his friends readily accept his kindness and quickly discuss the distribution of equipment, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. These pieces of equipment weren't particularly valuable to Lin Feng. After all, in his previous life, these friends had taken good care of him, especially after he fell in love with Lin Weiwei. They even tried to persuade him with earnest words. However, Lin Feng, who was deeply in love at the time, turned a deaf ear to their advice, which eventually led to their relationship gradually drifting apart. Looking back now, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Unfortunately, he was currently hiding too many secrets that he couldn't share with anyone. Therefore, he could only offer these pieces of equipment, which were unimportant to him, as a small compensation to his friends. In truth, Lin Feng wasn't incapable of providing more and better equipment. He simply couldn't do so. Leaving aside whether his friends would refuse, just explaining the origin of this equipment would be a huge problem. The equipment he's taking out now has already aroused Haozi's suspicion, but Haozi, out of trust in Lin Feng, hasn't said it directly. After the group distributed their equipment, Lin Feng once again discussed the benefits of equipment and skills for enhancing their real-world abilities. He also shared some game tips with his friends. Since he wouldn't be teaming up with them for leveling and looting, he could only offer assistance indirectly. They chatted for a while until it was time to log off. After agreeing to meet at Fatty's hotel, they logged off one after another. After logging off, Lin Feng felt exceptionally relaxed. He seemed to have accomplished something very important, and looked at the transparent protective shield in front of him with a sense of relief, a slight, almost imperceptible smile appearing on his lips. Only after the energy chamber slowly opened did Lin Feng slowly get up, walk into the bathroom, and begin to shower. He wanted to be in the best condition for the evening's gathering. Arriving at Fatty's restaurant, the atmosphere of the gathering was exceptionally lively. Everyone enjoyed the delicious food while chatting about their experiences and funny stories from the games. The entire gathering was very pleasant, and no unexpected incidents occurred. When the party ended, everyone dispersed and went home. Lin Feng was no exception. He dragged his slightly tired body home and collapsed onto the sofa. Lin Feng lay sprawled on the sofa at home. His expression was relaxed, a stark contrast to the tense state he had been in after his rebirth. Xiaoming, is there any breaking news? Let me start broadcasting the latest news for you. After a quick scan, Lin Feng didn't find anything particularly eye-catching. The vast majority of the content focused on speculation about the identity of the game's Morning Star, with various gossip media outlets fabricating outrageous news stories to attract attention. However, these so-called news reports were clearly baseless nonsense, and no one actually discovered Kai Mingxing's true identity. This made Lin Feng very satisfied with his secrecy, as he certainly didn't want his true identity to be exposed prematurely. Next, Lin Feng's goal is to level up as quickly as possible and reach level 40. Just before he logged off, his inventory was already overflowing with all sorts of skill books, especially high-level skill books for level 25 and above. He has already collected a total of 10 copies of the Warrior's Crescent Slash and the Mage's Holy Word. This means that he can transform these two skills into usable skills in the real world at any time, which will enhance his strength in reality. Moreover, with his frantic treasure hunting, the number of book pages he possessed far exceeded his needs for converting real-world skills. This gave him more options and opportunities to improve his strength, whether by learning new skills or enhancing existing ones. He already possessed over 10,000 gold ingots. This amount was enough for him to exchange for a Zuma-level sword and armor, or a full set of Woma-level equipment. Lin Feng had many considerations in mind when he didn't rush to use these resources. First, the real world is currently safe, and he doesn't need these resources to deal with any emergencies of the moment. Secondly, deep down, he harbored a small hope to raise his level to 40 and see if any new changes would occur compared to his previous life. Only then could he better determine the use of these resources. Time flies like an arrow, and it was already midnight. Lin Feng had already settled into the energy pod, and when he came to his senses, he found himself back on the character selection screen. Without pausing, Lin Feng immediately entered the game, his figure appearing instantly in the game world. Once online, he sprang into action, first using the Bishon teleport stone to reach Bishon City, then using the teleportation ring to quickly teleport towards the Corpse King's palace. This time was significant for Lin Feng, as it was very likely the daily respawn time for all monsters in the game. He rushed to the eastern part of the Bishon abandoned mine, at the entrance to the Corpse King's palace. The moment he arrived, a strange feeling welled up inside him. As if sensing someone approaching, the monk zombie, which had been hiding underground, eagerly emerged from the ground, as if it had caught the scent of prey. However, just as the zombie emerged from the hole, a dazzling bolt of lightning, like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, struck it directly. This bolt of lightning was Lin Feng's lightning spell, its power so great it seemed to tear the entire space apart. A shrill scream rang out, and the zombie, without even a moment to react, was instantly killed by the lightning spell, collapsing heavily to the ground. The skill book that had fallen to the ground surprised Lin Feng. He quickly stepped forward and picked it up. It was a warrior's assassination sword technique. This is actually a pretty good skill book. It could fetch a good price. Lin Feng put it in his backpack, then stepped into the hole the zombie had crawled out of without hesitation. With a flash, he arrived at the Corpse King's palace like a ghost. Upon entering the Corpse King's palace, Lin Feng immediately felt countless hostile gazes upon him. He looked closely and saw that the area was densely packed with Corpse Kings, all exuding an aura of decay that sent chills down his spine. Chapter 95, finally level 40. However, Lin Feng showed no fear whatsoever. A confident smile appeared on his lips. Before the Corpse Kings could surround him, he shot towards the very center of the Corpse King's palace like an arrow released from a bow. Lin Feng's action clearly caught the zombie kings off guard, leaving them momentarily at a loss. But they quickly recovered and roared as they charged towards Lin Feng. Seeing this, Lin Feng quickly took out a triple experience scroll from his backpack and used it without hesitation. As the experience scroll took effect, Lin Feng, as if possessed by a god, wielded his scepter, drawing graceful arcs in the air. Each swing unleashed a wall of fire or hellish lightning. Although the number of those zombie kings was large, they could only fall to the ground, powerless to fight back under Lin Feng's fierce attack. In just a few minutes, Lin Feng had completely wiped out the 100 zombie kings that had been there. The various items that fell to the ground piled up like a mountain, and Lin Feng quickly swept them all into his backpack and warehouse. The whole process was as smooth as flowing water, taking less than 10 minutes. Lin Feng's speed and efficiency were astonishing. With the triple experience bonus, Lin Feng was effortlessly clearing out the hideous Corpse Kings in the Corpse King's palace. As the last Corpse King screamed and fell, Lin Feng's level instantly soared to 38 with 99% experience. Watching the heart-pounding increase in experience points on the screen, Lin Feng couldn't help but curse himself inwardly. What an idiot. Why didn't I think of coming to the Corpse King's palace earlier to use landmines to blow up the Corpse King? You should know that in just 10 minutes, he actually gained a full 1.5 million experience points. However, Lin Feng did not dwell too much on his regrets. He quickly adjusted his mindset, and, after completing everything, he did not linger. He immediately took out the Mengzhong teleportation stone, activated it, and with a flash of light, his figure disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he appeared in Mengzhong, Earth City. However, Lin Feng's figure, shielded by a magic shield, only flashed by within the Mengzhong safe zone before quickly using his teleportation ring to travel to the stone tomb. In less than a minute, Lin Feng arrived at the 5th level of the stone tomb like a whirlwind. Upon entering, Lin Feng immediately displayed his formidable strength. A crystal-clear, shimmering magical shield adorned his head, and the bone jade staff in his hand gleamed with dazzling light. Without hesitation, Lin Feng unleashed 2 powerful magical skills, Fire Wall and Hellfire Lightning. Instantly, the entire 5th level of the stone tomb was engulfed in raging flames and violent lightning. The monsters that had been lurking in the darkness screamed and fell to the ground before Lin Feng's overwhelming firepower. Lin Feng was like a tireless killing machine, rampaging through the 5th level of the stone tomb. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Feng's level officially broke through to level 39. We're just 1 level away from reaching level 40, and the experience required for that level is even higher, reaching 9 million. If he enters the Corpse King's palace every hour and a half, and each of the 3 experience scrolls lasts for an hour, he can use them 3 times when entering the Corpse King's palace. Although he has already used one, he still has 2 left. In this way, the required 9 million experience points don't seem like that much anymore. Moreover, and more importantly, if he manages to time his trips to the Corpse King's palace every 1.5 hours well, the round trip can be completed in under 15 minutes. This way, he'll still have enough time to alternate between the Stone Tomb and the Centipede Cave maps to gain experience. Although the monster density in these 2 maps is not as high as when the map was first opened, resulting in a reduction in the number of monsters, even so, he can still gain about 300,000 experience points in an hour. After a quick mental calculation, Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised to find that if he could skillfully control the timing of each entry into the Corpse King's palace, he would have a good chance to enter the Corpse King's palace up to 10 times within 16 hours. Based on this calculation, he can easily gain a full 3 million experience points in the next 2 opportunities to use the triple experience points, and in the subsequent 7 entries into the Corpse King's palace, he can gain 3.5 million experience points. Thus, he only needs a mere 2.5 million experience points to level up. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's excitement became even more uncontrollable. He felt that he was fully capable of raising his level to 40 today. Even the bone jade scepter he was wielding seemed to have a fierce and powerful aura. After blocking out all external distractions, Lin Feng became completely immersed in the fervor of leveling up. At this moment, the various bosses he had once dreamed of defeating no longer seemed so important to him. This shift in mindset directly affected his actions on the 5th level of the Stone Tomb. In this map, Lin Feng encountered both the White Boar and the Evil Scorpion. However, he showed no fear in the face of these 2 powerful monsters and even completely ignored their existence. The White Boar and the Evil Scorpion Snake were hot on his heels, constantly pounding on his crystal-clear magic shield under the blazing wall of fire, creating ripples. However, Lin Feng paid no attention to this. He focused solely on using the Fire Wall skill, setting fires all over the map, and ruthlessly reaping the health of various monsters. He treated the various items scattered on the ground with extreme indifference. He completely ignored the gold coins, and only selectively picked up potions based on his own needs. As for the low-level equipment, he didn't even bother to glance at it. However, he would occasionally pick up some level 20 or so equipment and put it into his portable storage. And so, time flew by unnoticed. Midway through, when it reached 8 o'clock, Lin Feng was suddenly forced offline by the system. However, he did not interrupt his leveling plan because of this, but simply asked Xiao Ming to order takeout for him. Then I quickly went to the bathroom to shower, finished the takeout, leaned back on the sofa to rest for a while, and then lay back in the energy tank to wait for 9 o'clock to continue to immerse myself in the game and start leveling up like crazy. Finally, at 14:36, a golden dragon shadow rose into the air from Lin Feng's body. You have leveled up. Your current level is 40. Chapter 96 Level 40 Super Reward. To fix the time-related bug that wasn't explained earlier, the protagonist is on the Blue Star East 1 server. The game only has one region, but there are 8 servers. Congratulations to player Morningstar for reaching level 41st and receiving the system reward, plus 5 free attribute points and plus 1 special attribute point. The system will announce to the entire server in 5 seconds whether the player wants to hide their ID. After 5 seconds, the default is no. Don't hide it. Announcement for the entire region. Server-wide announcement. Player Morningstar has reached level 41st and received system rewards, plus 5 free attribute points and plus 1 special attribute point. 3. Announcement for the entire region. Server-wide announcement. Due to a player reaching level 40, the game will undergo an update in 1 hour, which will be completed at midnight the following day. All players are requested to log off in time to avoid any unexpected losses. 3. Holy crap, that really is the Morningstar. At least now, we don't have to hide our names anymore. How the hell did this thing level up? Can anyone tell me how it leveled up? I'm level 24 with 400,000 experience points, which would take me 16 hours a day. It would have taken him millions of experience points to reach level 40. How could it be so fast? Medial, what the hell are you thinking? It takes me 1 million experience points to go from level 27 to 28. A mage player, decked out in top-tier equipment, wielding a crescent moon sword, and wearing a magic robe, said angrily upon hearing this. Indeed, I estimate that his level is worth several million or even tens of millions. The more I think about it, the more desperate I feel. A middle-aged male player with a level 3 skeleton stopped there and cast a holy armor, defense, spell, looking somewhat depressed. Damn it. I'm not fighting anymore. Let's go back to town. A warrior player who had just run out of potions in his inventory chose to return to town. Across the various maps, everyone was somewhat numb after hearing the announcement. The leaders of major guilds even tried to contact Lin Feng, wanting to invite him to join their guilds. However, Lin Feng had no time to pay attention to any of that. The ball of light that had appeared when he was level 35 was right in front of him again, appearing just as abruptly and strangely. Everything around him seemed to freeze in place upon its appearance. Congratulations, player Morningstar. A gentle voice came from the ball of light. You have once again become the first player among the 2,500 selected early-stage intelligent races in the Virgo Supercluster to reach level 40. You will receive the rewards from the Virgo Supercluster. You have obtained a special equipment chest of your choice, Real World 1, Guardian of the Galaxy, and Virgo Supercluster Authority Fragment 1. Now I can answer a question for you within the current level limit of the game, Legend of Mir. If your question exceeds the limit, it will be automatically invalidated. You only have 10 seconds. The voice from the ball of light carried a hint of expectation, yet also revealed a touch of mockery. As the ball of light spoke, a countdown appeared before Lin Feng's eyes. 9, 8, 7. Time was too short. Lin Feng didn't have time to think it through carefully. He subconsciously asked, what did you mean by the Milky Way's favor and the benefits to the home planet? 3. The numbers before them stopped changing, and a surprised voice emanated from the ball of light. Is this your problem? Lin Feng affirmed yes. This little guy isn't so easily fooled. But you won't feel the favor of the Milky Way right now, while you'll soon feel the benefits of your home planet. Alright, you need to understand that this is beyond the scope of the question. Knowing it in advance won't do you any good. After saying that, the ball of light didn't wait for Lin Feng to say anything more. It suddenly withdrew its light and disappeared from the spot. Feeling mocked, Raymond Lamb stood there dumbfounded, but there was nothing he could do. Never mind. Let's see what the reward is. The selectable special equipment chest, Real World, is self-explanatory and requires no further explanation. He still needs to carefully consider what would be the most suitable option. Guardian of the Galaxy, special status. Damage reduction, plus 20%. Within the Milky Way galaxy, one will be protected by the will of the Milky Way and immune to all harm. This does not apply in-game. Duration of state requires the existence of the Milky Way. What is this? This thing is invincible, right? At the very least, it's invincible in the entire galaxy. Upon seeing this special status, the guardian of the Milky Way, Lin Feng was utterly dumbfounded. If he had known this thing existed, why would he have bothered creating a second ID and hiding his identity? He could have just focused on leveling up. Fragment of the Virgo Supercluster Authority, 1 out of 10. Special items. Accuracy, +1. Agility, +1. Attack, 1-1. Magic, 1-1. Taoist Arts, 1-1. Defense, 1-1. Demon Control, 1-1. Magic Evasion, +1%. Poison Avoidance, +1%. Critical Hit Chance, +1%. Attack Damage, +1%. Luck, +1. To be unlocked, level 45. Hidden Attributes, 1/10. What does this mean? Do I need to collect 10 fragments? Does this give me a +1 to all attributes? How do I use it? Where should I put it? After seeing that the Fragment of Authority in the backpack hadn't taken effect, Lin Feng tried using it, but there was no response. He then put it in his equipment slot, and as Lin Feng did so, the previously unmoved equipment slot suddenly flipped to the next page. Suddenly, an octagonal icon appeared. This fragment of the Virgo Supercluster's Authority, resembling a peculiar symbol, appeared in the very center of the icon. The 2 eyes of the yin-yang symbol and the 8 equally spaced trigram positions all presented empty slots, like an equipment inventory. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. He carefully tried putting the various pieces of equipment he was wearing and carrying into the yin-yang fish one by one. First, Lin Feng placed the skill necklace in one of the positions, and to everyone's surprise, it fit perfectly in the specific position of the yin-yang symbol. Next, he placed several special rings in the corresponding positions of the bagua, 8 trigrams, positions. These rings seemed to be tailor-made for this yin-yang bagua, and they were arranged in a staggered and orderly manner. In just a short while, the originally empty yin-yang bagua positions were instantly filled with 6 slots, and the special equipment corresponding to these 6 slots gave Lin Feng a clear idea of the remaining 4 slots. As far as he could think of, the only remaining special equipment items were the amulet ring, the defense ring, the overload ring, and the detection necklace. Undoubtedly, these 4 items will be placed in the remaining 4 slots. After Lin Feng placed all 6 special equipment items, an amazing change occurred. The attributes of the power fragments instantly increased from +1 to +7. Chapter 97 Game Update. This enormous improvement left Lin Feng speechless. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Isn't this making me invincible?" Lin Feng had initially harbored some doubts about the prop, which sounded somewhat exaggerated, as a fragment of the Virgo Super Galaxy Authority. But now his ego had completely swelled. After reviewing the level 40 rewards, Lin Feng felt it wasn't worthwhile to add more attribute points, since he had already gained 10 points for magic. Each additional point of magic would require 2 free attribute points to be consumed. After a brief moment of thought, he allocated the 5 free attribute points he could obtain to defense. He then added the newly acquired special attribute points to attack speed. His luck stat already reaches 17 points even without the necklace and weapon bonuses. Therefore, allocating special attributes to attack speed might bring even greater improvement. 9 + 1 + 7, I think. Lin Feng did not wait for the countdown in the system announcement to end like other players, nor did he even consider going to the Woma Temple to kill the Woma leader. Instead, after organizing and learning the various skill books obtained from the Corpse King's palace and acquiring new real-world skills, he quit the game early on. When he returned to reality from the virtual world, he suddenly felt a strange sense of confusion. Although he had perfectly completed a series of developmental plans in just 7 days, far exceeding the planned speed. At level 40, all standard skills for both warrior and mage classes up to level 35 are rendered in reality. They even created a secondary account with the same level as mainstream players, but far superior in other aspects, to conceal their real-world identity. But everything now makes him feel like a clown. After all, if he had just focused on leveling up without any regard for anything else, he wouldn't have needed to worry about any real threats. He slowly walked into the bathroom, letting the warm water wash over his body, trying to dispel the feeling of confusion. However, when he finished showering and leaned back on the sofa, that feeling of confusion still lingered in his mind, refusing to go away. Lin Feng was originally worried that his true identity in the game would be exposed, which would attract the attention and threats of various powerful forces. But as he reached level 40 and gained the Guardian of the Galaxy status, which made him completely invincible, he found that the problems he had worried about before no longer seemed to be problems. However, just when he thought everything was resolved, a new sense of confusion suddenly welled up inside him. He began to ponder, if even Earth, the planet of his previous life, could be eliminated, could the Milky Way also face the same fate? After all, the duration of his current special state is clearly marked as requiring the Milky Way to exist. Just as Lin Feng was lost in thought, the old thief called. He quickly put aside his confusion and answered the call. "Hey, you old thief, what's up?" Lin Feng tried to make his voice sound as relaxed as possible. "Nothing much, just wanted to chat with you. After all, you know more about this game than any of us do now. How about we get together?" Old Thief's voice came from the other end of the line. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, but did not refuse. After hanging up the call, Lin Feng quietly leaned back on the sofa, recalling his past experiences, and the confusion in his heart gradually dissipated. He took a deep breath and encouraged himself. No matter what the future holds, I will move forward and stand at the peak. After giving himself some psychological guidance, Lin Feng felt much better. He decided to stop letting those uncertainties affect him and instead focus on improving his skills to meet the challenges that might come in the future. Because of a game update, the party was moved up. Lin Feng and several friends played until 11:30 p.m. before returning home. After a quick wash, Lin Feng eagerly laid down in the energy pod, waiting for the midnight update to finish so he could immediately enter the game. The first thing Lin Feng saw upon entering the game was a huge update announcement. Update announcement. This update is unique. Future updates will be triggered by specific events. The update details are as follows. 1. Unlock the full map of Zuma Temple. 2. Unlock the full map of the 7th level of the Stone Tomb. 3. Open the Demon Ceiling Valley and its associated maps. 4. Open by Remin and its associated map. 5. Open the White Gate Heroes. 6. The game will no longer require players above level 35 to log in. 7. Item drop rules have been modified. Drops are no longer restricted by player level. 8. The rules for the death penalty in the game have been changed. Please cherish your life. 9. Added a combat state. During combat, teleportation consumables cannot be used, except for skill and equipment effects. 10. Special equipment repair. Click to view details for more information. Lin Feng looked at the update announcement before him. Such an update had never occurred in his previous life. In his previous life, Crimson Moon Canyon had never been opened, nor had the heroic version of White Gate. Even maps like Stone Tomb 7, Zuma, White Gate, and Sealed Demon Valley were opened quietly. It really is different now, Lin Feng thought to himself. I clicked on the update notifications again and started reviewing them one by one. The first 3 were straightforward, simply stating that these maps had been opened and the entry requirements were now in place, no longer in a closed state. However, there was no information about the maps or monsters. Of the 3 maps, the Stone Tomb Maze and the subsequent maps require a level of 25, while Zuma and Fuma Valley require a level of 30. The White Gate only has its wilderness map open, while the most important Red Moon Canyon is shown as temporarily closed. Furthermore, the entry requirement for the White Gate is level 35, and currently he is the only person on the entire server who can enter. The requirements for opening Red Moon Canyon are shown above. 1. Players level 40 and above have appeared on the server. Achieved. 2. The server must have 10,000 players level 35 or higher, or the star system must have 100,000 players level 35 or higher. Not achieved. Furthermore, a line of smaller text appeared below this. The Milky Way's qualifying spots, 0/30. Is this why you were eliminated in your past life? There are only 30 spots for advancement in the entire galaxy. After seeing this line of small print, Lin Feng let out a self-deprecating laugh. He was mocking how, in his previous life, the major conglomerates and companies were constantly fighting and crushing each other, and they never focused on improving their rankings. This directly led to missing the optimal development period in the early stages, ultimately resulting in elimination. No one even knows how they were eliminated. Such updates have naturally been seen by countless people at this moment. Everyone has different thoughts, but for the vast majority, no one wants to be one of those eliminated. With this update, the chaotic situation of the previous life should be about to change. Chapter 98, The Heavenly Venerable of Bai Men. It took Lin Feng a while to relax, and then he clicked on the 5th update, Heroes of Bai Men. Bai Men Hero. 1. Players must be level 35 or higher. 2. Master all the skills required for this profession. 3. Pass the test of the road of no return. After fulfilling all the above conditions, players can go to Bai Men in front of the hero statue and to the Hall of Heroes to obtain one hero of any of the 3 classes. Heroes can level up by fighting monsters alongside players, gaining experience and increasing their level. Heroes can learn the corresponding Bai Men skills. Once a hero reaches level 35, they can learn a special combo skill after passing the Celestial Venerables test. The skill varies depending on the player and hero. While Lin Feng was checking these updates, most other players were also checking the same updates immediately. After entering the game, Lin Feng, standing in the safe zone of Mengzhong, could clearly hear the various players around him discussing the update content. Holy crap, I didn't expect the Stone Tomb to have 7 levels. How much effort will it take to get in and fight the boss? One player complained. Shouldn't you have looked at the death penalty rules? You still want to fight the boss. Another player nearby chimed in after hearing this. Damn, I'm too scared to PK anymore, let alone fight bosses. Didn't you guys see the elimination rules at Bai Men? Where were the elimination rules? Don't listen to his nonsense. The one at Bai Men is the Milky Way Galaxy Advancement, one of the 30 spots. How can it not be elimination? If you can't advance, then the entire planet will definitely be eliminated. Holy crap. Let's hurry up and level up. Hey, did you guys even hear me? The rules for death have changed. Let them change the death rules. Can you really stop them? Besides, the biggest impact is on those above level 35. Right now, only Morningstar is affected. The so-called change to the death rules in this update is actually just a matter of imposing some restrictions on the rule that originally allowed unlimited deaths without being affected. It is divided into 2 parts. Part 1 is for players below level 35. Players below level 35 will always lose at least one piece of their equipped gear upon death in the game. Upon their 3rd death of the day, they will lose all their equipped gear and will be unable to effectively attack any monsters for the rest of the day. Resets daily at midnight. Part 2 is naturally for players level 35 and above. Players level 35 and above will always lose at least one piece of their equipped gear upon death in the game. The 3rd death of the day will guarantee the loss of all equipped gear. Players could die a maximum of 3 times per day. After 3 deaths, they will be forcibly logged off. The 1st death reduces real-world attributes by 20%. The 2nd death reduces real-world attributes by 50%. The 3rd death reduces real-world attributes by 90%. The player will also enter a weakened state for 24 to 72 hours, during which they will be unable to log into the game. The periods of weakness correspond to 20% plus 24 hours, 50% plus 48 hours, and 90% plus 72 hours. The more deaths on a given day, the more severe the punishment. Looking at the bustling crowd of players in front of him, Lin Feng thought for a moment and decided to go to Bai Men first. He had already returned to Bishon City via the Bishon teleport stone, and then used the teleportation ring to travel through the Woma forest. Due to the map's magnification, Lin Feng currently did not have the specific coordinates for the route from the Woma forest to the Bai Men pass. This undoubtedly caused him considerable trouble when using teleportation. They could only estimate the teleportation on the map. After several failed teleportations, they randomly appeared in the forest peaks deep in the Woma forest. Finally, they arrived accurately at an open space not far from the Bai Men pass. Referring to the location on the map, Lin Feng quickly ran towards the Bai Men pass. After noting the coordinates, Lin Feng successfully passed through the pass, which was also guarded by 2 archer guards. He then checked the location of Bai Gate on the map, estimated the coordinates again, and instantly teleported himself to the entrance of Bai Gate. As soon as Lin Feng landed, he saw 2 very dashing and handsome guards with swords standing guard at the main entrance, one on the left and one on the right. Unlike the two side gates, the main gate had the words Rihong Gate written on its lintel, while the two side gates had the words Ribeye Gate written on them. Tiger Guard Hall is located in the back hall of White Sun Gate, separated from the main gate by a courtyard. The Celestial Venerable usually sits cross-legged in the meditation hall in front of Tiger Guard Hall. There is still a certain distance to get there. After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng decided to abandon the idea of using the teleportation ring to fly there directly, and instead chose to go on foot. He quickly passed through the main gate and the main hall, stepping into the Bai Rimen dojo. As soon as he entered the dojo, Lin Feng felt a peaceful and tranquil atmosphere wash over him. Looking into the distance, he saw an old man dressed in a Taoist robe, wearing a Taoist helmet, and holding a carefree fan, sitting cross-legged on the ground. The old man's eyes were slightly closed, and he looked quite like a celestial being. Without a doubt, this old man was the Celestial Venerable. Lin Feng entered the temple and came before the Celestial Venerable. Just as he was about to bow and greet him, the Celestial Venerable, who had been keeping his eyes slightly closed, suddenly opened them and spoke first. "Young hero Morningstar, you've arrived." The Celestial Venerable's voice was gentle and deep, as if it contained boundless wisdom and power. Although his words were brief, they revealed a familiarity with and concern for Lin Feng. As he spoke, the Celestial Venerable did not get up, but instead looked Lin Feng up and down with his eyes that shone with divine light, as if observing his every move. Lin Feng quickly took 2 steps forward, bowed, and said, "This junior greets the Heavenly Venerable. There's no need for such formality. I already know why you've come. However, I can offer you 2 choices at this moment." The Celestial Venerable's words were unhurried, yet carried an irresistible majesty. He paused slightly, seemingly observing Lin Feng's reaction, before continuing. "Firstly, you can go directly to the Hall of Heroes without undergoing any trials, freely choose a hero, and activate them." The Celestial Venerable's gaze fell upon Lin Feng, who remained silent. Seeing this, the Celestial Venerable smiled slightly and continued. "Secondly, this choice will require you to pay a price. I observe that you possess a rather peculiar poisoning skill, but this skill does not seem to fit your own characteristics. If you're willing to give up this skill, then I can convert your second ID into an avatar." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng stared at the Celestial Venerable before him in shock, as if struck by lightning, yet he remained silent. Seeing Lin Feng's expression, the Celestial Venerable merely smiled slightly and continued. "A clone is different from a hero. A hero is formed from the remaining will of a heroic spirit, and without orders, he will act solely on instinct. In certain special circumstances, he may disrupt the original plan. The clone, on the other hand, is entirely controlled by your own will. Of course, if you want to control it perfectly, it will require more time and effort." Chapter 99 Alt Account becomes a clone. After listening to the Celestial Venerable's explanation, Lin Feng nodded in agreement. He asked, "Celestial Venerable, I am willing to choose to create a clone, but what does this have to do with what you said about stripping me of the universal poisoning technique? And why did you say that the universal poisoning technique is not compatible with me?" Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the Celestial Venerable waved his hand slightly. A futon appeared before him. After gesturing for Lin Feng to sit down, he continued, "To possess an avatar, besides having a second ID, you also need a skill different from your original class. You possess the strength of a mage and a warrior. As for the Taoist, you only have a unique poison technique. Do you understand what I'm saying?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng immediately nodded and said, "I understand. So what do I need to do?" No rush. Let me finish speaking before you make a decision." The Celestial Venerable clearly didn't finish his sentence. He continued, "Because you created this clone using a poison technique, its profession will be limited to a Taoist." "Yes, no problem." Lin Feng indicated that there was no problem. Seeing that Lin Feng had no objections, the Celestial Venerable continued, "I just told you about the price of obtaining an avatar. Naturally, an avatar must also have its advantages. First, the clone will be completely controlled by your own will. Once you're skilled, you will be able to control it as easily as if it were your own arm. Secondly, since the clone is based on your second ID, it will naturally inherit the characteristics of your second ID. Third, while your unique universal poisoning technique shares the same origin as that of Taoists, it is also different. Using this as a guide, your poisoning skills will be fused into a more powerful group poisoning technique. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng looked up, mouth agape, staring dumbfounded at the celestial venerable before him. Mass poisoning was a special skill, one that wasn't even available in every private server. The celestial venerable seemed somewhat pleased with Lin Feng's appearance. After stroking his beard, he said with a hint of regret, "This group poisoning technique is extraordinary. It's a legendary skill that has long been lost even in the Divine Dragon Empire." Coming to his senses, Lin Feng swallowed non-existent saliva and quickly nodded in agreement. However, the celestial venerable had not finished speaking. Looking up at the sky, he continued, "In fact, you players are different from us. You can use all kinds of powers without restraint in this world, but these powers will disappear when you return to your world. Yes, in our world, we can't use skills as freely as we can here." Lin Feng was clearly not surprised that the celestial venerable knew this. The celestial venerable then said mysteriously, "However, the clone's group poisoning technique is possible, but it requires mastering the poisoning technique at level 14. Lin Feng was shocked once again, his eyes wide as he stared at the celestial venerable before him. He asked, "Celestial venerable, do you mean I can use clones in the real world?" Upon hearing this, the celestial venerable neither admitted nor refuted it, but instead said, "Isn't this place the real world to us? Now, have you decided whether to choose the hero or the clone?" The celestial venerable's test. 1. You can directly choose to obtain one hero. You need to go to the hero statue, Hall of Heroes, to obtain it. 2. If you choose to create a clone, you will lose your second ID and the universal poisoning ability. You will gain a clone with the second ID trait and a mass poisoning ability. Seeing the prompt in front of him, Lin Feng chose to create a clone without hesitation. As he made his choice, a warrior figure, identical to the smaller version of Feng Lin, emerged from him and sat down cross-legged beside him. Immediately following, another obscure halo, composed of green and red, intertwined like a yin-yang symbol, emerged from his body. The ball of light that had appeared was right in front of him. At that moment, the celestial venerable waved his hand, and a ball of fire struck the ball of light with lightning speed. The previously obscure halo suddenly became dazzling, instantly transforming into a ball of light. With lightning speed, it darted directly towards the warrior's silhouette. After the dazzling light faded, the previously illusory clone solidified into a physical form. Clone, Feng Lin, to be revised. Teamwork level, 50%. Class, Taoist Warrior. Level, 25. Health points, 495. Mana, 284. Accuracy, 21. Agility, 33. Attack, 15 to 60. Magic, 0 to 4. Taoist Arts, 3 to 7. Defense, 6 to 16. Magic Control, 4 to 7. Magic Evasion, 20%. Poison Avoidance, 20%. Luck Value, 16. Experience Points, 46185/500000. These attributes are the original attributes of the second ID warrior, wearing a full set of equipment, plus the attributes of a naked Taoist. The Taoist equipment is not yet worn. Also, the clone's experience value template uses the second ID, not the hero template. System notification. Your secondary ID character has disappeared. VIP privileges have disappeared, and you have obtained the main character supreme VIP privileges. ID, Feng Lin. Related messages will be automatically merged into the clone. Your ID name is automatically locked. You can no longer create a new character. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly noticed an extremely magical change. He suddenly possessed two perspectives simultaneously. One perspective came from the Morning Star, while the other originated from the clone that his second ID had transformed into. This meant that he could observe completely different things from these two different viewpoints at the same time. This strange feeling left Lin Feng both intrigued and somewhat uncomfortable. As time went on, he began to feel dizzy and even lightheaded. Ultimately, he decided to cut off the clone's vision, which slightly alleviated the discomfort. Just as Lin Feng was gradually adapting to this new sensory experience, the celestial venerable opposite him noticed his condition. The Celestial Venerable was clearly quite satisfied with Lin Feng's performance, as he had personally experienced the wonders of creating clones. So, the Celestial Venerable smiled and taught Lin Feng some techniques and methods for controlling clones, helping him to better master this new ability. After finishing his instruction, the Celestial Venerable gently waved his hand, indicating that Lin Feng could leave. Lin Feng gratefully bowed to the Celestial Venerable and then turned to leave. In his previous life, because the heroes of Bai Men were not yet open to the public, Lin Feng had no way of knowing what other people's experiences were like after obtaining a hero. However, now that he has a clone, he feels a wonderful sensation that is almost as if it were his own arm. It felt like he had developed a tacit understanding with his clone. As long as he imagined what actions or skills his clone needed to perform, the clone could execute them quickly and accurately. This seamless coordination filled Lin Feng with confidence and anticipation for his new ability. He didn't need to issue any instructions through words or actions. He believes that as their teamwork improves, his operation will become increasingly smooth. Chapter 100 Reality Doppelganger. After bidding farewell to the Celestial Venerable, Lin Feng returned to the statue of the hero. Through telepathic communication, an exchange list appeared before Lin Feng's eyes. Bai Men Warrior Skill Book. Bai Men Mage Skill Book. Bai Men Taoist Skill Book. Internal Energy Cultivation Techniques. Internal Martial Arts Skill Book. After opening the Bai Men skill list, Lin Feng could clearly see the Bai Men skill books for the three professions. All of these skill books required pages and gold ingots to exchange for. Lin Feng first opened the Internal Energy Cultivation method. This is a skill usable by all three professions. It costs 1,000 book pages plus 5,000 gold coins. The basic skills for the three professions are relatively inexpensive. However, advanced skills have new requirements. Bai Men Basic Swordsmanship. Level 710 pages plus 550 gold coins. The Taoist Healing Technique costs the same. Learning other Bai Men skills only requires book pages and gold ingots. However, when it came to the Taoist skill book Bai Men Poisoning Technique, level 14, an unexpected situation arose. This skill book was not only more expensive than the warrior's level 25 Bai Men Assassination Sword Technique. Price: 100 book pages plus 5,000 gold coins plus 3 emerald fragments. A demand for emerald fragments has also appeared. Clearly, this is a completely new item. Lin Feng had only seen this item in the official server and some private servers before, and it was usually used to learn internal skill techniques. However, it's not a big problem. It's an item that drops for monsters in the Bai Men wilderness. After briefly browsing the Bai Men skills, Lin Feng purchased an internal energy cultivation manual and chose to learn it. He also selectively purchased other Bai Men skill books, excluding the poison technique, including the mental force combat technique, soul fire talisman, and invisibility technique. After learning the internal energy cultivation method and teaching his clone 3 new skills, Lin Feng surprisingly didn't choose to go out into the wild to kill monsters and collect emerald fragments. Instead, he directly chose to exit the game in front of the hero statue. After logging off, Lin Feng lay quietly in the energy pod, his thoughts flowing through his mind like a clear spring. Suddenly, his will stirred slightly, as if he had triggered some mysterious switch. In that instant, a white figure, like a ghost, passed through the energy chamber's protective shield and appeared outside. This figure was like a phantom, elusive and unpredictable, as if it did not actually exist. However, in just a moment, the white figure went from illusory to real, as if it were meant to exist in this world. A man whose build and appearance were exactly like Lin Feng's suddenly appeared before him. The man lowered his head and stared silently at Lin Feng lying in the energy pod, his eyes revealing a peculiar emotion, as if he had a deep understanding of Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the clone in front of him, a slight smile playing on his lips. The clone was completely naked, wearing nothing but a pair of shorts that couldn't be removed in the game. A soft bang sounded, as if breaking the calm surface of a lake. The clone outside the energy pod vanished without a trace in an instant, like smoke. However, Lin Feng could clearly sense that the clone had not truly left. It remained standing before him, completely still. Wow, this clone's invisibility technique is much better than the player's. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh, he was very surprised by the abilities of this clone. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng's body sank slightly, as if pulled by an invisible force, and he returned to the world of the game. Because Lin Feng's clone was created from a second ID, it also possesses the characteristics and bonuses of dual professions. The combination is Taoist Warrior. Among them, the original warrior skills were directly converted into by Riemann warrior skills. The group poisoning skill, converted from the main character's general poisoning skill, was grayed out and unusable because the poisoning skill had not yet been mastered. So Lin Feng decided to go to the wilderness to fight monsters, get some emerald fragments, and also look for the 4 types of bosses that would appear in the wilderness of by Riemann. These 4 bosses are Hook Cat King, Ray Cat King, Snowman King, and Orc Leader. They are all king-level monsters among the beginner monsters in the Bishon Wilderness. The Orc race is characterized by distinct class distinctions, which become more pronounced with each rank. The Orc Leader is particularly unique, possessing an exceptionally tall stature, far more robust than other orcs, exuding a formidable aura. Moreover, the Orc Leader wielded a massive axe in each hand. These axes could be used not only in close combat, but also for ranged throwing attacks, making them incredibly powerful. The remaining 3 bosses, judging from their appearance alone, are almost indistinguishable from ordinary hooked cats, ray cats, and forest yetis. If players rely solely on visual observation, they could easily mistake them for ordinary monsters and underestimate them. However, this seemingly ordinary appearance often conceals immense danger. For lower-level players, being caught off guard by such a boss could result in a fatal attack and ultimately death. Without the ability to use poison, it would be quite difficult for ordinary players to successfully defeat these bosses in by Riemann. After all, these bosses are not to be underestimated. Their attack and defense capabilities are both extremely strong, making them formidable opponents. Even more noteworthy is that 2 types of monsters, the Sky Wolf Spider and the Venomous Spider, which should only exist in the Red Moon map, will appear in the by Riemann map. Although the Sky Wolf Spider is not a boss, its attack and defense capabilities are in no way inferior to those of bosses like the Evil Pincer Bud, and may even be superior. This undoubtedly adds more challenges and uncertainties to players' adventures in by Riemann. However, this monster can be transformed into a fighter by mage players of level 35 or above using the Temptation Light. There is another monster that looks exactly like a poisonous spider, but it has a chilling name, Venomous Spider. Just from its name, you might have a glimpse into how dangerous it is. Although this highly venomous spider is not as outstanding as the Sirius Spider in terms of offense and defense, its venom is extremely potent. It's important to understand that while a player's level 3 poisoning skill is already quite powerful, it pales in comparison to the venom of a highly poisonous spider. Once a player is attacked by a venomous spider, and the venom hits and turns the player green, their health will rapidly decrease like a burst dam. Chapter 101, Creating a Guild. The venom of highly venomous spiders causes far more damage than that of poisonous spiders. Health is lost much faster and for a longer period, and the cumulative damage is considerable. If we only consider cumulative damage, the damage caused by a single hit from the venom of the venomous spider is equivalent to the combined damage caused by 2 or even 3 attacks from the Sirius Spider. However, for Lin Feng now, these were all trivial matters. His superior attributes, far exceeding those of other players, meant that even a simple skill like Firewall was enough to inflict devastating damage on all the monsters in by Riemann. Recalling the days before Legends Decline, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. Back then, all sorts of cheats ran rampant, turning the entire game world into a chaotic mess. In the Crimson Moon Canyon, Lin Feng and his friends cleverly utilized the increased damage from their cheat codes, employing skills like Firewall and Hellfire Lightning to launch a fierce attack on the once invincible Crimson Moon monsters. They rampaged through the canyon as if it were empty, leaving only the wails of monsters in their wake. To commemorate that unforgettable experience, Lin Feng decided to change his avatar's name from Feng Lin to Chong Gongxing. This name, like the Morning Star, has special significance, witnessing every moment Lin Feng and his friends shared in the game. After changing his name, Lin Feng began wandering aimlessly through the vast and boundless wilderness of by Riemann. Although this forest was enormous, the number of monsters was significantly less than in other maps. Before he knew it, half an hour had passed. In that half hour, Lin Feng had killed quite a few monsters, but disappointingly, he hadn't even seen a glimpse of the 4 bosses and had only gotten 1 emerald fragment. The drop rate was clearly too low, and just as Lin Feng was starting to get impatient, Ao, Shirtion, when will be a convenient time for us to discuss guild matters? Morningstar, now is fine. Ao, Shirtion, then I'll wait for you at the Bishonen. Morningstar, okay, I'll be right there. Upon arriving at the Bishon City Inn, they entered the private room that Ao Shirtion had mentioned. Surprisingly, besides Ao, Shirtion, and Xiao Xiaomi, there were several elderly people in the room who looked to be in their 50s or 60s. Although these elderly people are advanced in years, one can still sense a kind of dignified presence from their expressions and demeanor, a presence that has endured many hardships. Ao Shirtion first introduced the identities of these elderly people to Lin Feng. It turned out that these elderly people were the current leaders of their 4 families, namely the Qi, Rong, Mo, and Yang families. They gathered here because they had heard about the extraordinary performance of Morningstar in the game, as well as the game's enormous impact on the real world, even touching on the status of the entire planet Earth in the Milky Way. Throughout the introduction, the atmosphere was exceptionally harmonious, and the elderly people showed great interest and friendliness towards Lin Feng. Although they were unfamiliar with many aspects of the game, they expressed complete trust in the decision-making abilities of Lin Feng and the other young people, and said they would not interfere excessively with their actions. What's even more unexpected is that Lin Feng originally only planned to keep 10% of the profits, but at the suggestion of the elders, this percentage was changed to 20%. This means that Lin Feng will gain more economic benefits, and it also shows the high recognition and support that the Qi, Rong, Mo, and Yang families have for him. Moreover, Lin Feng holds absolute control over 51% of the equity. This arrangement undoubtedly further solidifies Lin Feng's core position in the project and fully demonstrates the trust and importance that the Qi, Rong, Mo, and Yang families place on him. Judging from these conditions, the support that the Qi, Rong, Mo, and Yang families have for Lin Feng far exceeds people's imagination. This support is not only reflected in economic interests, but also in their trust in him and their attitude of letting him develop his abilities freely. It can be said that with the full support of these 4 companies, Lin Feng has gained tremendous advantages and resources, and his future development prospects are very bright. After discussions among several guilds, the name of the guild was unanimously decided, Super Galaxy Alliance. This name was chosen entirely based on information Lin Feng obtained from the illusory light cluster at level 35. According to some of the older folks, once we leave Earth, we'll inevitably come into contact with players from other star systems in the universe. So, we need a name that sounds grand. Having made up his mind, Lin Feng led his group straight to the Bishon City Palace without hesitation. Inside the palace, there are officials specifically responsible for managing guilds. However, when Lin Feng proposed to establish a guild, the official stated that the authority to grant the first guild belonged to His Majesty the King, and Lin Feng needed to personally meet with the king and obtain his approval. Lin Feng and his group arrived at the Zichen Terrace in the main hall of the palace. Following the instructions of the guild leader, Lin Feng stood 3 steps away from the Zichen Terrace, clasped his hands together, bowed slightly, and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, I am Kai Mingxing, and I have come here to apply for the establishment of a guild." At this moment, the king, who was standing on the high platform, heard Lin Feng's words and couldn't help but laugh. Then he stepped towards the Zichen platform. After he walked up to Lin Feng, the king reached out and gently placed his hands on Lin Feng's shoulders, patted him, and said, "Morningstar, you are truly a young man of great talent. Not only have you displayed extraordinary divine power in our region, but your fame has also spread far and wide, and even the Milky Way has taken a liking to you. Since you want to establish a guild, you must naturally abide by some rules." Before he could finish speaking, a window suddenly popped up in front of Lin Feng, as if triggered by the king's words. Creating a guild requires 1 million gold coins and 1 Woma horn. Confirm guild creation. Confirm the creation of a guild. Enter your guild name. Super Galaxy Alliance. Select OK. System notification. Your guild, Super Galactic Alliance, has been successfully created. You can now customize your guild icon and begin managing it. At the same time, colorful fireworks burst forth in the sky outside Beach City. Everyone heard them simultaneously. System announcement. System announcement. Congratulations on the successful creation of the #1 guild in the entire region, Super Galaxy Alliance. Players of the #1 guild will receive an additional reward of 5% monster killing experience. The guild leader of the #1 guild will receive an additional attribute increase. 3. As Lin Feng confirmed this, another prompt appeared in his ear. Chapter 102 Super Galaxy Alliance. Congratulations to player Morningstar for creating the first guild and continuously bringing honor to the home planet. You have received the blessing of Blue Star. For the next 30 days, all players in the server will receive a 20% increase in monster killing experience. In 5 seconds, the system will announce to the entire server whether you want to hide your ID. After 5 seconds, the default will be no. Don't hide it. Announcement for the entire region. Server-wide announcement. Player Morningstar, who created the #1 guild and has consistently brought honor to the entire server, has received the blessing of Blue Star. For the next 30 days, all players in the server will receive a 20% bonus to monster killing experience. You have successfully created a guild and received the blessing of the Blue Star. Your attribute bonuses have been increased. The blessing of the Blue Star, the only one. Accuracy, +5. Agility, +5. Attack, 5-5. Magic, 5-5. Taoist Arts, 5-5. Defense, 5-5. Magic Control, 5-5. Magic Evasion, +5%. Poison Avoidance, +5%. Critical Hit Chance, +5%. Attack Damage, +5%. Luck, +5. This is a reward reserved exclusively for the planet's darlings, or you could call them chosen ones. Current status, Level 1 Guild Attribute. This is an extremely powerful attribute. Normally, the first reward would be +1 to all attributes. Then, after receiving the blessing of the Blue Star, these attributes would become +5. After Lin Feng created the guild, system announcements burst forth one after another in every corner of the game map, like fireworks being lit. This sudden series of announcements instantly ignited the players' enthusiasm, turning the originally peaceful game world into a lively and bustling place. Holy crap, this guy is awesome. There's a 5% experience bonus, and there are still 30 days left in the whole server, so it'll be a 20% experience bonus. An ordinary player exclaimed excitedly, as if he had won the lottery. The first guild is really amazing. Not only do they offer experience bonuses, but they also provide attribute bonuses, another player exclaimed, filled with envy for the newly formed guild. However, some players question the guild's name. This guild name looks a bit strange. Why is it called Super Galactic Alliance? This name has clearly piqued the curiosity of many people. However, most players are more concerned about the recruitment requirements of guilds. After all, joining a powerful guild will undoubtedly bring many benefits to their gaming experience. Unlike ordinary players who focus on specific aspects, high-level players place greater emphasis on the attribute bonuses provided by the guild. They understand the importance of these bonuses in enhancing their strength, and therefore have high expectations for this top-tier guild. The guild members, meanwhile, turned their attention to the guild's name. They began to ponder the meaning behind the name and whether it was related to Morningstar's personal style. Fortunately, players don't need to inquire too much. The system announcement clearly states that the first guild was founded by Morningstar. This information is undoubtedly an important signal for the leaders and administrators of all guilds. They began to consider the possibility of collaborating with Morningstar. After all, according to the intelligence they had, Morningstar had always been a lone wolf, rarely interacting with other players or guilds. Now that he had established a guild, he clearly needed someone to assist him in its management. Thus, a discussion about the possibility of cooperation quietly unfolded within the various guilds. However, Lin Feng had no time to pay attention to other information at this moment. He had enabled private chat friend verification and blocked all private messages from strangers while he was checking information related to the guild. Guild level, level 1. A guild with over 10,000 members, including over 1,000 members level 25 or higher and contributing 100 million experience points, can be upgraded to a level 2 guild. Membership capacity, 1/100th, 000. Recruiting guild members requires in-person interaction. The other party needs to enter. Join the guild. Guild permissions are currently divided into 4 levels. Level 1 Authority. Guild Leader, 2 members. Possesses all guild privileges, including the right to control guild profits. Level 2 authority, vice president, 4 positions. Possesses guild level 2 or lower authority. Accepts new members, removes members with guild level 3 or lower authority, and grants authority to promote guild elites. Level 3 authority, guild elite, 10,000 members. Possessing guild level 3 or lower privileges. Team voice channel. Level 4 access. Guild members, 100,000. Enjoy a 5% bonus to monster killing experience. After I had a pretty good understanding of it, as previously agreed, Lin Feng first recruited AO Shirtian into the guild and promoted him to guild leader. System prompt. After promoting someone to the position of president, you will not have the authority to directly cancel the position of another president. The other party must verify the information. After confirming his choice, AO Shirtian officially became the president. He then briefly explained the recruitment process. The two made a quick decision to bring everyone present into the guild. Following this, Lin Feng, AO Shirtian, and representatives from the other 3 guilds went to the guild administrator to discuss and clarify the ownership, shares, and profit distribution of the guild, and successfully completed the notarization process. After all matters were settled, Xiaoxiami, who held the dazzling title of Vice President of the Super Galaxy Alliance, offered a constructive suggestion. Currently, the number of players our guild can recruit is relatively limited. In my opinion, we might as well first include the elite members from each guild, and then select high-level players from the casual players. In this way, we can not only quickly improve the overall strength of the guild, but also accelerate the guild's level progression. In fact, these 4 companies have been actively recruiting members since the early stages of the game, and now their total number of members has far exceeded 100,000. The elite members defined by Xiaoxiami are all skilled players who are above level 25. The number of these elite players is also quite considerable, having already exceeded 10,000. AO Shirtian said thoughtfully, "Yes, that's true. We currently have a leading advantage, so we should make full use of it and maximize it. First, we should actively recruit high-level solo players into our guild, so that our advantage can be further consolidated and expanded." Missing Ray nodded in agreement. That's right. When other guilds start competing with us for talent, these independent players won't be so easy for us to recruit. So we need to hurry and act now. Dia looked at Xiaoxiami and then suggested, "Let's divide the work like this. Xiaoxiami and I will go to Mengzhong. You guys will stay in Bitch, and we'll also send someone else to Snake Valley. That way, we can cover all the areas and not miss any potential talent." Chapter 103 Sharing Map. Little Shrimp nodded in agreement and added, "Furthermore, we should prioritize recruiting players who are level 25 or above. After all, higher-level players have an advantage over lower-level players in the process of leveling up and gaining experience by fighting monsters, which will allow us to improve the overall strength of the guild more quickly." AO Shirtian then added, "All right, let's spread the word first and have all players above level 25 join our guild. Other players should wait a bit. Also, reassure them that we will never forget them. Once the guild level is raised, they will naturally have a place." Having made their decision, the group looked at Lin Feng again. AO Shirtian, "Brother, is there anything else you want to say?" "Morningstar, you'd better arrange a few more people to take over and recruit people. 100,000 people is no small number." After Lin Feng finished speaking, he paused briefly. Seeing the others nod in agreement, he continued, "Well then, I'm not involved in anything, but I can't just leave without doing anything. Coordinates of the corner of the wall, behind the Shabak clothing store on the Mengzhong map." As Lin Feng spoke, several people took careful notes. Kaiming Singh explained in detail. "There is a hidden map at this coordinate location. To unlock this hidden map, you need to find a slightly protruding tile in the corner behind the clothing store and kick it with your foot. This map is called the Secret Passage, and it connects to a place called the Fragrant Stone Tomb. This map has 4 levels, and the monsters on each level spawn very quickly, with a relatively high drop rate. More importantly, a powerful boss, the Corpse King, resides here. It's safe to say this is one of the best maps for leveling up right now." Morningstar paused briefly, then continued. "As for how to arrange personnel to enter this map, that's up to you. However, I suggest that it's best if all 3 professions can participate. After all, if you only level up your mages, they'll struggle when facing bosses and guild wars later on. You all know more about this than I do, so I won't elaborate further. Morningstar continued. With this map, our levels will definitely have a significant advantage. Moreover, this map eventually leads to the second level of the Stone Tomb, but it's important to note that you can only exit from there, not enter. As for how long this map can be kept secret, that depends on your capabilities. Oh, right, one more thing. If the guild gets any memory equipment, it's best to keep it, especially rings and bracelets. These memory items are very useful. A.O. Shirtion quickly replied. Okay, I understand about the memory equipment. We will definitely keep it safe. We'll arrange for someone to collect it from each map right away. Qi Mingxing waved his hand and said slowly, there's no need to rush. Among memory equipment, bracelets and rings are the most scarce, while the others are quite common. Moreover, a single piece of memory equipment is not very useful. You have to collect a complete set to unleash its true potential. At this moment, Little Shrimp chimed in. Hee hee. Last time a few of us were talking privately, saying that you must be hiding some kind of secret map or something, otherwise your leveling speed would be too fast. I didn't expect we were right. Lin Feng didn't mention the secret map, Woman Natural Cave, for any particular reason. It was simply because some strange behavior he did while using an alternate account had attracted the attention of other players, leading to the map being exposed. Moreover, that map was worlds apart from the secret passage. The difficulty of entry, monster spawn rate, equipment drop rate, and experience gain were all vastly different. Seeing that Lin Feng had nothing more to say, A.O. Shirtion said, now that everything has been said, let's split up and go our separate ways. I'll go. After saying that, everyone returned to the city and went about their own business. After Lin Feng and the others nodded, they returned directly to Bishon City, without immediately entering by Reman. Instead, after some consideration, they chose to go to Fengma Valley first. Without any other particular reason, various scenes and information about Fengma Valley suddenly appeared in Lin Feng's mind. This was a map that had never appeared in his previous life, which he had previously ignored, instead spending a lot of time in the wilderness of Baireman. Now, he clearly remembers that in the wilderness map of Fengma Valley, there are not only ordinary monsters such as skeleton spirits and orc leaders, but also a powerful, fixed boss, the 1,000-year tree demon. Furthermore, on the left side of the map, there is a mysterious demon sealing mine. It not only contains a large number of corpse kings, but also leads to the Flame Palace, the Netherworld Corridor, and even deeper areas. These places are home to numerous bosses. In addition to the Woma Guardians, White Boars, and Evil Scorpions, there are also brand new bosses. Rainbow Demon Boar Guardians, Rainbow Demon Scorpion Guardians, and their leader, the Rainbow Demon Cult Master. Lin Feng remembered this information so clearly because he had personally experienced it in the PC game. However, the place he most wanted to visit was still the pond guarded by the 1,000-year-old tree spirit. He wanted to know if the 1,000-year-old tree spirit still existed after this update. Unfortunately, this update didn't mention anything about level 40 heavy armor. Despite this disappointment, Lin Feng didn't give up his exploration. He carefully estimated the coordinates as he passed through the passes of the Woma Forest. After several teleportation attempts, he finally succeeded in crossing the Woma Forest and entering the territory of the Sealed Demon Valley. Opening the map of Fengma Valley reveals a detailed view. In the lower left corner, a small pond is faintly visible. Although it may seem inconspicuous, this pond is the location of the 1,000-year tree demon, a key point in Fengma Valley. Above the pond, a gigantic 1,000-year-old tree demon coils. This tree demon is the ultimate boss of the Sealed Demon Valley, possessing the ability to attack across the entire screen, making it a nightmare for all adventurers. The 1,000-year tree demon's attack method is exactly the same as the Crimson Moon demons. When it launches an attack, a row of sharp spikes will suddenly emerge from the ground. These spikes will extend at an extremely fast speed, attacking all enemies within the attack range at the same time. Lin Feng knew how powerful this 1,000-year-old tree demon was, so he didn't hesitate to target this powerful boss as his primary objective. He studied the map carefully and, based on its size and scale, made a detailed estimate of the distance between himself and the 1,000-year-old tree spirit. Chapter 1:0 for the Beast Commander. After completing the estimation, Lin Feng decisively used his teleportation ring to instantly teleport to the coordinates he had estimated. Upon landing, Lin Feng immediately checked his location on the map. Comparing it to the location of the pond, where the thousand-year tree demon was, he realized he was very close to his target. Therefore, Lin Feng decided to forego using the teleportation ring and instead run directly along the road to the pond. He believed that with his speed, he would soon reach his destination and engage in a thrilling battle with the thousand-year-old tree demon. As Lin Feng ran, he was clearly only focused on the distant, unseen pond and the presence of the thousand-year-old tree demon, ignoring his surroundings. Suddenly, a huge axe came hurtling from the side, as fast as lightning, with a sharp whooshing sound, as if it were about to tear the air apart. With a loud crash, the giant axe slammed down on Lin Feng's constantly activated magic shield. -11. Although the sudden attack did not cause much damage, it caused a ripple of light and color to appear on Lin Feng's magic shield, as if the entire magic shield was trembling slightly. At the same time, the impact of this attack caused Lin Feng to involuntarily stop in his tracks. Lin Feng looked closely and saw a huge half-beast leader standing in the distance, wearing thick armor, like a mobile fortress. The orc chieftain held a massive axe in each hand, each axe gleaming with a cold light, clearly meticulously crafted weapons, slightly modified to more clearly distinguish him from the orc warriors. The half-beast leader stood at a distance, glaring fiercely at Lin Feng, seemingly dissatisfied that the attack hadn't achieved its intended effect. It let out a low roar, then raised its axe again, preparing for another attack. Seeing this, Lin Feng's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. He thought to himself, my luck is really good today. It's rare to have such good luck, encountering a boss that has willingly delivered itself to his doorstep. Moreover, it's a type of boss that has never been killed before, so Lin Feng naturally won't hold back. He swiftly swung the bone jade scepter in his hand, and a bolt of blue lightning suddenly appeared out of nowhere, striking straight down at the head of the half-beast leader. With a deafening roar, the attack struck the orc leader with deadly accuracy. The force of the blow was astonishing, instantly reducing the orc leader's health by over 800 points. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, the half-beast leader shuddered violently and let out a painful roar. The axe that was originally thrown at Lin Feng also lost its original aim due to the sudden attack, grazing Lin Feng's body and disappearing into the distance. Hey, my stats have been boosted a lot after this update. As he spoke, Lin Feng summoned his clone. Under his control, the clone, which had been equipped with 2 sets of Taoist Zuma and Woma equipment, stood not far from him and began to use soul fire talismans, sending a series of protective talismans flying towards the distant half-beast leader with the help of fire. The Taoist soul fire talisman skill deals damage only slightly less than a mage's lightning bolt. Even with 2 sets of high-level Taoist equipment, a level 0 clone's soul fire talisman can still deal over 400 damage per hit to the orc leader. Without the extra damage bonus from high luck, this damage is already significantly higher than the damage of a level 3 soul fire talisman from a normal level 40 character with a full set of Woma equipment. The orc leader's attack could only cause extremely minor damage to Lin Feng. This led Lin Feng to choose to stand still, supported by his magic shield, without dodging, and take the flying axe head-on. When the half-orc leader switched to attacking his clone for the first time, Lin Feng was still thinking about checking the clone's strength and didn't control the clone to dodge. -37. Seeing the damage the half-beast leader had inflicted on his clone, Lin Feng abandoned his plan to have the clone dodge. Instead, he had the clone cast a healing spell to recover its health, and the 2 of them joined forces to attack the half-beast leader with all their might. Under the powerful firepower of Lin Feng and his clone, this robust and resilient half-beast commander could only hold out for less than a minute. His knees buckled, and he knelt on the ground. After releasing the 2 giant axes he was holding tightly, he lunged forward, performing a full prostration for Lin Feng. As the orc chieftain fell, a pile of loot, worth 99, covered the area around him. The ground was littered with equipment, potions, and gold coins, gleaming with golden light. Gained 25,000 experience points. Congratulations to player Morningstar for achieving the first kill of the boss half-beast chieftain and receiving the system reward of +1 free attribute point. The system will announce this to the entire server in 5 seconds. Players are asked whether they wish to hide their ID. After 5 seconds, the default is no. Don't hide it. Announcement for the entire region. Server-wide announcement. Player Morningstar has achieved the first kill of the boss Half-Beast Commander and received a system reward of +1 free attribute point. 3. With this kill, the various maps, already bustling with excitement due to the formation of the first guild, became even more agitated. Holy crap, Kaiming Singh is amazing. He just created the guild not long ago, and he's already killed a boss. The orc leader, this must be a big boss. I remember the orc warriors in the Woma Forest were quite powerful. Yes, the orc warriors of the Woma Forest. I feel they are comparable to the skeleton elves, except they have a little less health. The items dropped by orc warriors are pretty good too. My friend and I once got a level 25 weapon called Frostbite from an orc warrior. Even someone as powerful as the Morningstar is still working hard to level up. We shouldn't hold them back. We need to level up quickly. Yes, we also need to work harder so that we don't get eliminated because of our situation. But yeah, if elimination means being wiped out, then we're doomed. Don't you dare jinx it. What do you mean by erasure? You've been reading too many novels. That's right, don't talk nonsense. We have a 20% experience bonus for the next 30 days. If you join a guild, you get an additional 5% experience bonus. As long as you work hard at fighting monsters, you'll definitely be able to advance. The topic quickly veered off course, as everyone had clearly grown accustomed to Lin Feng's habit of posting system announcements. Lin Feng casually added his newly acquired free attribute point to defense. He and his clone then quickly collected the loot from the ground. This was one difference between clones and heroes. A player's hero cannot pick up dropped items, but a clone can. I received a notification that I can apply for a multi-book title experiment. I can request 5 book titles online. Chapter 105 The Rakshasa, the Half-Beast Commander. Perhaps due to the higher drop rate on the new map, or perhaps because of the first kill, the Orc Chieftain provided Lin Feng with 1 exclusive piece of equipment and 2 pieces of Woma equipment. There were also a few special equipment pieces and other common equipment, but no skill books dropped. Additionally, there were 40 to 50 skill book pages and a little over 200 to 300 gold ingots. Leaving aside other common equipment, as well as Zuma and Woma equipment, let's take a look at these special pieces of equipment separately. Dodging Bracelet. Required Taoist Magic, 12. Agility, +4, +1. Durability, 5 out of 8. This is an extremely rare necklace that increases agility, even though it's called a bracelet. The one he dropped is a top-tier item with an extra point of agility. While its monetary value isn't high, it's incredibly rare. Gale Necklace. Level required, 19. Attack 0 to 1. Attack speed, +2. Hidden attribute. Part of the Gale set. Equipping 3 pieces grants +1 attack speed. 1/3 pieces. Durability, 7 out of 8. This is one of the 3 pieces of the Gale set. Lin Feng had already obtained several Gale rings before, but this was the first time he had seen the Gale necklace. Rakshasa. Level required, 15. Attack, 15 to 0. Durability, 22/25. Rakshasa is an exclusive drop item for orc leaders. Looking at the Rakshasa before him, whose appearance resembled that of an Asura, but whose attributes were completely different, Lin Feng's thoughts drifted back to the early days of online games. The Rakshasa's attributes differ from other regular equipment, which have low minimum requirements and high maximum requirements. It is a demonic weapon with a high minimum requirement and 0 maximum requirement. Rakshasa is also the name of a demon in Buddhism. Thus, it is also a cursed divine weapon. In the game, luck affects the weapon's maximum damage, while curse affects the weapon's minimum damage. Therefore, although the Rakshasa's attributes are average, its power increases with the amount of curse applied, which is the opposite of other weapons. The maximum curse value for a typical weapon can reach is +10, and this attribute increases with the number of times you actively engage in PvP. Once the curse reaches +10, it can reliably reach its minimum attack power. Even during the PC version of the game, some people boasted that a +10 curse would increase the drop rate of equipment when killing others. However, after some testing, it was found that this was completely unfounded. Moreover, the so-called curse +10 that reliably increases the lower limit of Rakshasa's attack power was quickly abandoned by players as more high-level, high-potential equipment appeared. Of course, the Rakshasa isn't entirely useless. After defeating the Stone Tomb Corpse King on the 7th floor of the Stone Tomb, players can enter the Peach Garden Gate through the cave it emerged from. At the Peach Garden Gate, players simply need to find the synthesizer. By collecting 6 different types of divine water, along with 1 million gold coins and a Rakshasa, you can attempt to synthesize a Crimson Blood Demon Sword. From its appearance, the Crimson Blood Demon Sword looks like a peach-wood sword whose entire blade is stained red with blood. Moreover, its properties are also very unique. Crimson Blood Demon Sword. Level required, 0. Attack, 15 to 10. Magic, 4 to 3. Taoist Arts, 4 to 2. Accuracy, +1. Durability, 23/23. Among the many weapons, the Crimson Blood Demon Sword is highly sought after by players due to its unique design, powerful attributes, and a special feature that it is not restricted by level. However, the Crimson Blood Demon Sword's powerful attributes naturally come with limitations. Once equipped, a player cannot immediately remove the Crimson Blood Demon Sword. Furthermore, upon death, the Crimson Blood Demon Sword will also disappear along with the player. It is an extremely unique weapon. In addition to this equipment, the Orc Chieftain also provided Lin Feng with an emerald fragment. He looked at the 2 emerald fragments stacked together in his backpack. Lin Feng stood there, muttering to himself, it seems his boss also drops emerald shards. Is this a new feature added after the game update? Or are there some other special conditions? He pondered for a moment, deciding that there was no need to delve into this question for the time being. After all, the answer was likely just around the corner, waiting for him to discover it. Therefore, Lin Feng decided to put this question aside for now and continue towards his original goal. Before long, Lin Feng spotted the 1,000-year-old tree demon not far ahead. Its enormous canopy soared into the clouds, seemingly about to pierce the sky, giving the impression of blotting out the sun. As he drew closer, he was finally able to see the tree in its entirety. However, just as he was still some distance from the tree spirit, he suddenly sensed something stirring beneath his feet. Before he could react, thick tree roots suddenly emerged from the ground like thorns, heading straight for his feet. Faced with this sudden attack, Lin Feng reacted extremely quickly. He immediately quickened his pace, dodging the attack of the tree roots like a gust of wind. Moreover, he wasn't the type to just passively take a beating. With a flash, he charged towards the 1,000-year-old tree demon like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, he was already within the tree demon's attack range. Just then, Lin Feng suddenly swung the bone jade scepter in his hand, and a raging wall of fire appeared out of thin air, suddenly burning from under the stump of the 1,000-year-old tree demon, tightly enveloping the tree demon within it. Amidst the raging wall of fire, an astonishing damage number of just over 700 suddenly erupted from the 1,000-year-old tree demon, like a death knell. This caused the tree demon to let out a strange and piercing scream. This sudden fire damage was a nightmare for the 1,000-year-old tree spirit. It was as if it had encountered its natural enemy, and its entire trunk and crown began to tremble violently. However, that wasn't all. The dense branches of the tree made a crackling sound as they rubbed against each other, as if they were groaning in pain. Some leaves, as if startled by the commotion, fluttered down from the sky. Swirled by the air currents created by the burning fire, these leaves danced like snowflakes, forming a beautiful yet eerie scene. The clone following closely behind Lin Feng, upon entering his attack range, unhesitatingly began using soul fire talismans to launch a fierce attack on the 1,000-year tree demon. Unlike Lin Feng, who was protected by a magic shield, Lin Feng only suffered single-digit damage each time he was attacked by ground spikes. However, the clone lacked sufficient resources to learn all the skills, so it was somewhat overwhelmed when facing this attack. This forced him to use healing spells from time to time to restore his and Lin Feng's health in order to keep the battle going. I received a notification that I can apply for a multi-book title experiment. I can request 5 book titles online. Chapter 106: The First Kill of the 1,000-year-old Tree Demon. At the roots of the 1,000-year-old tree demon, Lin Feng had just unleashed a blazing wall of fire. However, he did not stop his attack. Instead, he swiftly unleashed a series of lightning spells, raining down upon the 1,000-year-old tree demon from the sky. Lin Feng's attacks were like a raging storm, giving the 1,000-year-old tree demon no chance to breathe. He himself seemed to be in complete control amidst this fierce onslaught, because he was still able to focus on controlling his clone. Lin Feng's clone was equally formidable. Under his mental control, the The soul fire talisman flew towards the 1,000-year tree demon like a raging storm. Moreover, Lin Feng can cleverly use the healing skills of his clones during the intervals between attacks to restore his and his clones' condition and maintain optimal combat readiness. Lin Feng secretly felt smug. This way of fighting, where he could focus on two things at once, made him feel extremely comfortable. While continuing his fierce attack on the 1,000-year-old tree demon, he began to look forward to the rewards to come. He thought to himself that if he could successfully kill this 1,000-year-old tree demon, he could obtain another precious emerald fragment. With this fragment, he could first go to Min and have his clone learn the crucial poisoning technique. In fact, Lin Feng currently has no shortage of the book pages needed for his clones to learn various Min skills. But his need for gold ingots is becoming increasingly urgent. After all, he had accumulated a lot of gold ingots over a long period of time. But after learning internal energy cultivation techniques and the skills of the 3 Min Taoists, he had very little left, only a few thousand gold ingots. This was specifically saved for learning poison techniques. Faced with Lin Feng and his equally extraordinary clones' fierce attacks, which are like a storm, the 1,000-year tree demon, despite having higher health than the half-beast commander, had a fatal weakness: its inability to move. Despite the 1,000-year-old tree demon's area of effect attacks, Lin Feng remained completely calm. He observed the tree demon's attack patterns and quickly ascertained its damage and attack frequency. Having grasped this crucial information, Lin Feng unleashed his full power without hesitation, pushing his abilities to the limit. Every attack he made was precise and powerful, giving the tree demon no chance to breathe. In just 2 or 3 minutes, Lin Feng's fierce attack overwhelmed the 1,000-year-old tree demon. With a crisp crack, the once tall and broad trunk finally gave way, and with its life force depleted, it crashed to the ground. With a loud crash, the broken trunk of the 1,000-year-old tree demon slammed into the pond, splashing water everywhere. The water droplets scattered like silver beads, shimmering dazzlingly in the sunlight. A massive explosion of 1111, accompanied by a shower of water droplets, was exceptionally dazzling. Gained 75,000 experience points. Congratulations to player Morningstar for achieving the first kill of the 1,000-year tree demon boss and receiving the system reward of +1 free attribute point. The system will announce to the entire server in 5 seconds. Players are asked whether they wish to hide their ID. After 5 seconds, the default is no. Don't hide it. Announcement for the entire region. Server-wide announcement. Player Morningstar has achieved the first kill of the boss Millennium Tree Demon and received a system reward of +1 free attribute point. Players across all maps were already numb to the news of the first kill of the boss, which came again in less than 10 minutes. Some people completely disregarded the news, regarding it as insignificant and ignoring it, continuing to focus intently on the monster before them. However, some people couldn't contain their curiosity and started a heated discussion among themselves. You guys are talking about the Morningstar. Which map is it on now? How come so many bosses have been killed by him? Inside the Centipede Cave, a Taoist priest standing in the group, responsible for casting healing spells on his teammates, spoke first. Who the hell would know that? Besides, even if we knew which map he was on, could you beat those bosses that you were sent to kill? The warrior was enduring a relentless barrage of attacks from a bouncy bee. His tone was somewhat irritated as he spoke. Why did this bouncy bee keep hopping around and attacking his groin? Hey, don't say that. It's just a chat. It won't hurt us. It's so boring for a group of us to fight monsters like a silent gourd. The Taoist priest's tone carried a hint of schadenfreude. As he spoke, he didn't forget to cast a Shi Ling Ling healing spell on the warrior. Actually, I think it would be great if we could have a boss to challenge. Aren't all the big guilds collecting Woma-level equipment right now? The speaker was a mage, leaning against the corner of the wall, protected by warriors and Taoists, and had not been attacked by the monster. Yeah, speaking of this Woma equipment, it doesn't seem much better than other equipment. Although its special attributes are indeed rare, why is the price so high? Upon hearing the mage's words, the warrior found it somewhat difficult to understand. Although Woma-level equipment is quite rare nowadays, the acquisition price of it by major guilds has been soaring. However, a Woma weapon usable by all 3 classes is now fetching over 10 million on trading platforms. This is an astronomical figure, leaving people speechless. Furthermore, Wolma-grade jewelry for each class is also priced in the millions, equally astonishing. In comparison, even the most expensive high-end equipment with top-tier attributes only costs tens of thousands of yuan. Moreover, if we don't consider the hidden attributes that come with Wolma equipment, these top-tier high-level equipment that can sell for tens of thousands of yuan actually far surpass Wolma equipment in terms of regular attributes by 1 or 2 points. While other players on various maps were discussing it, Lin Feng and his clone, without the slightest hesitation, swiftly gathered the various loot dropped on the ground. These loot included 2 skill books, a Zuma item, 2 Wolma items, and several other ordinary items. All the dropped items were unremarkable. Although there were 1 or 2 exceptional attributes, there was only one piece of Wolma equipment, the Silver Serpent, which was Lin Feng's clone and could be used. This curved Silver Serpent sword adds a bit more Taoist magic and strength. After replacing the ordinary Silver Serpent sword in the clone's secondary equipment slot, the clone's main and secondary equipment slots have also been upgraded to the Silver Serpent sword with better attributes, further enhancing its strength. Besides their basic attributes, the 2 Silver Serpent swords also offer a hidden attribute that provides the clone with Taoist magic, 0 to 2, Soul Fire Talisman damage plus 10%. While this boost isn't as significant as the Zuma level Dragon Pattern sword, it's still considerable. It's just not as visually appealing as the Limitless Staff. I received a notification that I can apply for a multi-book title experiment. I can request 5 book titles online. Chapter 107, Sharing the Corpse King's Palace. In other words, Lin Feng's clone hasn't learned any summoning skills yet. But as long as he can acquire more gold ingots, he will eventually learn the skills. Thinking of this, a sudden inspiration flashed through Lin Feng's mind, and a brand new decision gradually took shape in his mind. Now that there are so many new maps after the update, and Lin Feng is only one person, it's impossible for him to have all the bosses in each map all to himself. Having made his decision, Lin Feng immediately sent a private message to Ao Shirtian. Morningstar, Brother Chung, I have a really powerful treasure hunting map. Every 90 minutes, 100 Corpse Kings will spawn on this map. Meanwhile, far away in the fragrant stone tomb, Ao Shirtan, who was leveling up with his team, was completely focused on fighting a group of ferocious red boars. Just as he was in the midst of the fierce battle, he suddenly received a private message from Lin Feng. He opened the message and froze, as if time had stood still. His eyes widened as he stared intently at the private message he had received, completely oblivious to everything around him. The red boar, whose health was already nearly depleted, saw Ao Shirtan suddenly freeze and thought it had an opportunity. It immediately swung its spiked club and smashed it hard into Ao Shirtian's chest. Bang! 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 With several muffled thuds, Ao Shirtian's body was fiercely attacked by the red wild boar, and his health points plummeted instantly. Seeing this, Xinyan Shiryu was startled and quickly cast a healing spell to restore some of Ao Shirtian's health. Immediately afterwards, she swiftly threw out a Soul Fire Talisman, which landed accurately on the red boar, successfully drawing it away from Ao Shirtian. Once the danger was over, Xinyan Shiryu breathed a sigh of relief, turned to Ao Shirtian, and asked with concern, Brother Chung, what's wrong? Did something happen? Ao Shirtian suddenly realized what was happening. He hurriedly ran to the middle of the group, panting heavily, and quickly replied to Lin Feng, Okay, tell me, as long as we can get the supplies, I can give you half. After receiving the private message, Raymond Lam naturally didn't hold back. Morningstar, since that's the case, then don't blame me for being impolite. I won't participate in the distribution of the other items. However, I urgently need a large number of gold ingots, so please distribute as many of the gold ingots you obtain in the Corpse King's Palace as possible to me. Of course, if I have enough gold ingots, I can exchange them for other equipment. Also, you should keep the pages that drop in the Corpse King's Palace for now. They will be very useful after you reach level 35. Similarly, this matter needs to be kept absolutely secret and cannot be known by anyone else. At this moment, Ao Shirtan, who had already come to his senses, was unusually straightforward. He quickly replied, Of course. According to what you said, this Corpse King Palace is simply a treasure trove. As for gold ingots, if you need them, we will definitely prioritize meeting your needs. But don't you need book pages? At level 35, You can use book pages plus skill books to exchange for real-world skills. Lin Feng was quite satisfied with the private message and nodded subconsciously. Morningstar, I won't count the pages. I have enough for now. Let me tell you, the Corpse King's Palace is a hidden map, and there's a specific time limit to enter it. Its exact location is in the eastern part of the Bishon abandoned mine. The coordinates are roughly around. Every time the Corpse King's Palace opens, a monk zombie will appear near these coordinates. Once you defeat it, you can enter the Corpse King's Palace through the hole it emerged from. In addition, there should be a limit on the number of people allowed to enter. You'll have to experiment with that yourselves. It would be best to arrange for several trustworthy players to take turns occupying the area for as long as possible. Ao Shirtian replied confidently. Don't worry, I'll discuss with them directly and arrange for trusted elites from their respective families to go in shifts. This will not only ensure the safety of the personnel, but also make the most of the time. Qi Mingxing was satisfied with the arrangement and nodded, saying, Then let's do it this way. While they were discussing, Xin Yin Shuri was focused on fighting monsters, but her attention never left Ao Shirtian. She attacked the monsters while glancing at Ao Shirtian from time to time, appearing somewhat absent-minded. When Xin Yin Shuri saw that Ao Shirtian had finally ended the private chat and had a bright smile on his face, looking unusually excited, she couldn't help but ask, Brother Chung, who sent you a private chat? I was worried something had happened when you suddenly stopped moving. But now it seems like it's not a bad thing. Upon hearing Siyu's question, Ao Shirtian laughed heartily. Haha, Siyu. I'm sorry to have worried you. This is truly great news. The president has given me some important information. Just as he was speaking, Ao Shirtian suddenly realized something. He quickly switched what he was going to say in the public channel to a private message and sent it out. Immediately afterwards, he made full use of his guild privileges and deliberately created a small chat channel that required verification to enter. Without hesitation, Ao Shirtian pulled the members of Xiao Xiaomi into the new channel one by one. After everyone was in, he took a deep breath and said in the channel, The guild leader just sent me another hidden map. Xiao Xiaomi and the others had actually noticed Ao Shirtian's unusual behavior long ago, but they didn't ask him directly like Xin Yinshu did. However, when they heard Ao Shirtian say those words, everyone reacted differently, but without exception, they all showed expressions of excitement and surprise. The reason for their excitement was that the map they were currently on was provided by Morningstar. This map had an extremely high monster spawn rate, a considerable drop rate, and even contained powerful bosses. Now a new hidden map has appeared. Although they don't know exactly what this hidden map is like, it is certain that it will be no worse than the current map. Thinking of this, Xiaomi and the others unanimously withdrew from the front line of the battle and ran to a corner to start a heated discussion in the group channel. Little Shrimp couldn't wait and asked directly, Where's the new map that President Morningstar gave us? How should we plan our actions? Ao Shirtian replied calmly. This new map is a large boss map called the Corpse King's Palace. Every hour and a half, a total of 100 Corpse Kings will spawn inside. However, I must tell everyone first that the gold ingots obtained in this map should be given to the guild leader first. This is something that he and I discussed beforehand. I received a notification that I can apply for a multi-book title experiment. I can request 5 book titles online. Chapter 108, The Stimulation of Returning a Favor. Almost simultaneously, everyone in the channel agreed upon hearing Ao Shirtian's words. After all, Yuan Bao was a new currency introduced in this update, and it only dropped when defeating bosses, a fact they were all well aware of. Ia and several other senior managers within the channel also spoke up, indicating that there was absolutely no problem. One even offered, if Kai Mingxing needs the pages, we can prioritize providing them to him. Seeing everyone's enthusiastic response, Ao Shirtian was very pleased. He smiled and said, The guild leader has already said that he doesn't need book pages, just gold ingots. After all, he's been continuously killing bosses, and in just half an hour he's already gotten 2 first kills, so he shouldn't be short of book pages. Just then, an administrator suddenly made a suggestion. I'm not sure exactly how many gold coins the Kai Mingxing guild leader needs, but if their demand is large, we might be able to collect them from the guild first, or even consider purchasing them from the trading platform. After all, like book pages, gold ingots are resources needed by players level 35 and above. For now, aside from the guild leader, the Morningstar Guild, no other player should have any use for them. Upon hearing this suggestion, Yia immediately chimed in. That's a great idea. Brother Chung, you should contact the guild leader right away and find out what the gold ingots are for. We can arrange for someone to buy some gold ingots from the trading platform first. At the same time, we should collect all the gold ingots that our guild has obtained and not let them be scattered. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at Ao Shirtion. Clearly, everyone was concerned about this issue. Unlike the book pages which clearly state that gold ingots can be used to exchange for real-world skills, the description only states that they are trading currency used to purchase items in the in-game store. People are unclear about their specific uses. Ao Shirtion did not refuse and immediately sent another private message to Lin Feng. Ao Shirtion, guild leader, I'm currently discussing the Corpse King Palace matter with everyone. Everyone strongly supports prioritizing providing you with all the gold ingots. So could you tell us exactly how many gold ingots you need? This way, we can collect gold ingots from within the guild based on the actual situation and also purchase them directly from the trading platform. Additionally, we'd like to understand the specific uses of gold ingots so we can better determine the purchase price. Just as Lin Feng entered the Demon Ceiling City and finished selecting all the advanced skill books in the bookstore, he suddenly received a private message from Ao Shirtion, which surprised him. Lin Feng wasn't too surprised that the other party agreed to give him all the gold ingots obtained from the Corpse King Palace, since it was something they had agreed upon beforehand. However, what truly surprised and delighted him was that Ao Shirtion and his group were not only willing to collect all the guild's gold ingots, but also to purchase large quantities of gold ingots from the trading platform and would prioritize meeting his needs. Lin Feng secretly admired the generosity of the four great families. He immediately replied, Yuan Bao is always a good thing. It works similarly to gold coins, but after level 35, Yuan Bao becomes even more important than gold coins, and you'll need it in many situations. Then, Lin Feng explained in detail to Ao Shirtion in a private chat. He told him that after level 35, by Remin heroes needed not only a large number of skill pages, but also a large number of gold ingots to learn skills. Furthermore, he specifically mentioned that emerald fragments can be acquired simultaneously. This is because emerald fragments are also very important items when learning internal skills after level 35. Although Lin Feng couldn't be sure if emerald fragments would drop from bosses, informing them and letting them buy them wouldn't be a bad thing. Ao Shirtion seemed very interested in this information. He replied, Internal skill? Emerald fragment? Okay, I understand. Ao Shirtion shared the information he received from Lin Feng with the team channel. After learning about the prices of items in the mall and the information on how they could be converted into real-world currency from the information provided by Lin Feng, Xiao Xiaomi and the others immediately set the purchase price for the Yuan Bao, which was currently unsold, at an astonishing 10,000 yuan. This price was definitely high for Yuan Bao. Meanwhile, they also tried to find out about the emerald fragments through various channels. However, surprisingly, despite using all their connections and resources, not a single person was able to obtain any information about the emerald fragments. If only one or two people couldn't find out, it could perhaps be explained by the strict secrecy surrounding the information. But the fact that so many people are unable to obtain relevant information from various channels indicates that the origin of the emerald fragment is definitely extraordinary. Upon learning of the situation, Ao Shirtion immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. Without hesitation, he sent Lin Feng a private message, inquiring about the specific origin of the emerald fragments and stating that they could arrange for specialized personnel to collect these precious fragments. After receiving Ao Shirtion's message, Lin Feng quickly made a judgment. He was now certain that the emerald fragment was a special item that could only appear in the new map. So he told Ao Shirtion his guess and suggested that in addition to organizing people to hunt for treasure, he should also arrange for everyone to level up as soon as possible so that they could go to the new map sooner. Furthermore, to encourage them to level up more quickly, Lin Feng directly told Ao Shirtion that there were many high-level bosses in the sealed Demon Valley, which could be entered at level 30. Furthermore, these bosses can drop Zuma-level equipment, which is even better than Woma-level equipment. A screenshot of the stats for a level 30 Judgment Staff was also sent. The reason I didn't mention Zuma Temple, which is also accessible at level 30, is simply because the difficulty of Zuma Temple is on a completely different level from that of Foma Valley. Lin Feng didn't even consider the Stone Tomb maze or the 7 levels of the Stone Tomb that followed. Because with the map zoomed in and the game update, Lin Feng had no way of knowing how to get through the Stone Tomb maze, whether it was still the same as in the PC version. Meanwhile, Ao Shirtan, having received the news, completely abandoned his original plan to follow the team to the Corpse King's palace to fight the boss. As if injected with adrenaline, he began organizing a high-level mage squad from among his elite members to help him level up. Others who had originally intended to consider how to send more of their own members into the Corpse King's palace to gain more benefits. After seeing the message forwarded by Ao Shirtan, they quickly abandoned their original ulterior motives, negotiated the distribution rules at lightning speed, and began to organize their respective teams to find monsters and level up quickly. Chapter 109 VIP Map. Meanwhile, after buying all the high-level skill books for levels 25 to 35 at the Fuma Valley bookstore, Lin Feng, with a mix of nervousness and excitement, recorded the coordinates of Fuma City. He then chose to head to Bai Min first to exchange for the Bai Min poisoning technique skill for his clone. With the teleportation ring, he seemed to have mastered the mysteries of time and space. As long as he knew the key coordinates of each map, he would have the ability to teleport instantly and would no longer need to worry about traveling. Thinking of this, Lin Feng immediately thought of Ao Shirtan. So, he quickly sent Ao Shirtan a private message, asking him to arrange for someone to record the coordinates of all the map entrances in the guild's database. This would not only save him time exploring the maps, but also benefit other guild members. After sending the message, Lin Feng moved with lightning speed, arriving once again before the Bai Min hero statue in the blink of an eye. Standing before this solemn statue, a sense of reverence welled up within him. Upon entering the Hall of Heroes, Lin Feng effortlessly opened the Bai Min skill exchange list. His gaze, as if drawn by a magnet, landed squarely on the Bai Min poisoning technique he had longed for. This skill book was exceptionally expensive, but Lin Feng bought it without hesitation. After acquiring the skill book, Lin Feng immediately had his clone learn the White Sun Gate poisoning technique. As the skill was mastered, the previously grayed-out group poisoning technique in the skill bar became brighter, as if demonstrating its power to Lin Feng. However, to Lin Feng's slight disappointment, the skill didn't directly describe its specific power. This meant he would need to test the skill himself to truly understand its strength. Time was of the essence. Lin Feng checked the time. It was already 4 a.m. He decided not to waste any more time, as there were still many things waiting for him to do. Although he is no longer bound by mandatory online or offline status, as long as his physical energy is sufficient to keep him online in the game, this has not made him complacent in the slightest. On the contrary, it has strengthened his resolve to forge ahead. Lin Feng acted decisively, first using the Mengzhong teleportation stone to return to the two-city safe zone at lightning speed. Then, without stopping, he searched the lower edge of the safe zone and finally discovered the mysterious portal. Above the portal were the 4 large characters VIP map, shimmering with iridescent light that was dazzling and mesmerizing. To onlookers, the portal appeared non-existent, as if it didn't exist at all. Moreover, Lin Feng could occasionally witness players passing through it like ghosts without encountering any obstacles. Seeing this, Lin Feng didn't dare delay. He quickly moved to the edge of the safe zone, focused his mind, and activated the VIP map without hesitation. As Lin Feng channeled his thoughts into the portal, the gates slowly opened, emitting a dazzling light. VIP Privilege Map. Level required, 40. Current map status, refreshed. Current number of entries available, January 1st. Lin Feng took a deep breath and resolutely chose to enter. A beam of light flashed past Lin Feng like lightning, and his vision was instantly swallowed by darkness. His body seemed to lose its support and plummeted downwards. After a brief period of weightlessness, Lin Feng finally came to his senses and found himself in what appeared to be an endless stone palace. You have entered the first level of the VIP map. Gain experience buff, 60 minutes, obtained on the first login each day. Map drop rate, plus 100%. VIP privileges include an additional 500% drop rate and a 100% drop rate for rare items. Gain 12,500 experience points. The clone gains 12,500 experience points. The first impression this stone hall gives is one of darkness and profound mystery, seemingly without end. An aura of antiquity and decay permeates the surroundings, inspiring a sense of dread. Worse still, the stone hall was filled with the constant roars of terrifying monsters. These sounds echoed through the empty space, sounding particularly jarring, as if they came from hell itself. Gained 12,500 experience points. The clone gains 12,500 experience points. Awesome. This notification looks awesome. Lin Feng felt great watching the experience boost that appeared every 3 seconds and the multiply drop rate increase. Lin Feng composed himself and quickly opened the map in the upper right corner to check his current location. The information on the map was clearly displayed before his eyes. The words VIP Privilege Map Level 1 were clearly marked in the upper right corner, while a white representing Lin Feng's current location was located alone at the entrance in the lower left corner, flickering with a faint light. Furthermore, Lin Feng noticed that different red bullhead-shaped icons were marked at various locations on the map. These icons clearly represented different monsters, and below each icon was the name of the boss it represented. From the lowest level giant multi-horned worm to the highest level crimson moon demon, the names of these bosses were terrifying. However, what truly captivated Lin Feng were the bosses prefixed with dark. These bosses were not only incredibly powerful, but they also dropped level 40 heavy armor, an extremely attractive reward for any player. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Feng sped off like an arrow towards the coordinate closest to the entrance. As he moved quickly, Lin Feng suddenly realized that the stone hall was not as vast as he had initially imagined. The boundless expanse he felt upon entering was merely an illusion created by the environment. In fact, he had only walked less than 100 meters when he was able to clearly see the giant multi-horned beetle not far in front of him. The giant multi-horned beetle flapped its wings incessantly, emitting a distinctive hissing sound. In the vast stone hall, this sound was particularly jarring and noticeable. Seeing that the giant multi-horned beetle had entered his attack range, Lin Feng unleashed a lightning spell without hesitation. In an instant, a dazzling blue lightning bolt ripped through the darkness, accompanied by a deafening roar, illuminating a small area centered on the giant multi-horned worm, just like a bolt of lightning tearing through the night sky. -888. Chirp, the giant multi-horned beetle, struck by Lin Feng's lightning spell, let out a shrill scream, as if it had suffered great pain. However, before it could move towards Lin Feng's location, it was completely struck by the powerful lightning spell and rendered immobile. The clone beside Lin Feng, whose soul fire talisman followed closely behind, also exploded on its body. Chapter 1, 10 Mass Poisoning Technique. -419. After silently memorizing the 2 damage numbers, Lin Feng did not hesitate to quickly control his clone to launch 2 consecutive group poison spells on the giant multi-horned beetle in the distance. Judging from the skill's visual effects, this group poisoning spell appears no different from a regular poisoning spell. However, closer inspection reveals a significant difference. The area covered by the poisonous mist created by the spell has changed dramatically. Originally, the poison mist from the poison spell covered an area of only about 1 square meter, but now, that area has expanded to at least 10 square meters. Of course, the range of the poisonous mist released by the group poisoning technique is merely a superficial change. According to the Celestial Venerable's description of Lin Feng, the true power of the group poisoning technique goes far beyond this. More importantly, with the enhancement of Taoist magic, the group poisoning technique can exert an even more powerful effect. However, Lin Feng didn't have time to wait for the effects of the group poison spell to manifest. He immediately cast a lightning spell, and a blue bolt of lightning, accompanied by a deafening roar, struck the giant multi-horned beetle hard. Instantly, blue lightning flashed wildly across the giant multi-horned worm's body, as if trying to tear it apart. -1111. The clone, not to be outdone, exploded on its body. 642. Another towering damage number appeared above the giant multi-horned beetle's head. This damage value increased the clone's damage by more than 50% compared to before. However, at this moment, Lin Feng had no time to consider how much additional damage bonus the group poisoning technique brought him. Before he could even react, the giant multi-horned beetle that had been attacked repeatedly began to move. Its enormous body moved at an astonishing speed, each step accompanied by the rapid alternation of its numerous tiny, short legs. Although these short legs may seem insignificant, they are able to move at an astonishing frequency, making the giant multi-legged beetle's charging speed appear exceptionally swift. At the same time, the giant multi-horned beetle's thick carapace opened slightly, as if displaying its power and majesty. Beneath the carapace, its hidden wings began to flap wildly. Each flap of its wings emitted a piercing screech, as if proclaiming its anger and determination to Lin Feng. With the frantic flapping of its wings, small whirlwinds rose from the ground. Although these small whirlwinds were not large in scale, they did provide some assistance to the giant polypod's charge. However, despite this, the giant multi-horned beetle's enormous body still couldn't truly take flight. Its wings allowed its belly to lift slightly off the ground, but this only slightly increased its speed during charges. Unfortunately, despite the giant multi-horned beetle's best efforts, it all seemed insignificant in the face of Lin Feng and his clone's powerful attacks, which far surpassed the current version. The giant multi-horned beetle, which had just taken its first step and was preparing to charge, was killed before it could even get close to Lin Feng, accompanied by its final mournful cry as its health points were depleted. His body, which had been charging forward at breakneck speed, suddenly lost its balance, flipped over, and crashed heavily onto the thick floor tiles of the stone hall with a dull thud. Gained 3,000 experience points. Scattered pages of books and gold ingots, like petals scattered by the wind, lay quietly on the ground, intertwined with equipment of no more than level 15 scattered everywhere. Although the equipment was not high level, its quantity was considerable, as if it were a forgotten feast. Amidst this devastation, a few low-level potions and gold coins shimmered faintly in the sunlight, seemingly recounting a past glory. Standing amidst the chaotic scene, Lin Feng's gaze swept quickly across every corner, not missing a single potentially useful item. He skillfully controlled his clone, moving like an agile cheetah, swiftly traversing the ruins and picking up everything that had fallen to the ground. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's mind was racing. He had just mastered the group poisoning technique, and he was very interested in the damage increase it brought. Because this group poison spell is significantly different from the regular poison spell, the damage increase benefit of the group poison spell is not increased by a percentage. He began to calculate carefully. This skill was currently at level 0, which was its most primitive state, but even so, it had given him a damage increase of up to 223 points when attacking the giant multi-horned beetle. This damage increase was actually fixed. This number surprised Lin Feng. He had originally thought that a level 0 skill might not have much effect, but the reality was completely unexpected. The normal damage increase effect of a level 0 poisoning technique should be 5%, level 1 10%, and level 3 up to 20%. Moreover, the skill group poisoning increases the damage of his lightning bolt and his clone soulfire rune by the same amount, which means that his overall output capability has been significantly improved. To gain a deeper understanding of the skill's effects, Lin Feng opened the clone's attribute panel and carefully examined the current Taoist magic values. Clone, Venu. Taoist Arts, 24 to 93. Level 0, with a 2.4x bonus to Taoist skills. Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the data before him. He simply couldn't understand how a level 0 group poisoning spell could have such a high Taoist magic bonus. It was completely beyond his comprehension. He racked his brains, calculating repeatedly, trying to find the error. However, no matter how he tried to deduce it, the result was unbelievable. Even a level 3 group poisoning technique should not have such a high Taoist magic bonus effect. No, there must be something I've overlooked, Lin Feng muttered to himself, his brows furrowing tightly. He began to re-examine the entire calculation process, leaving no detail overlooked. It's important to understand that the original poisoning technique, regardless of your Taoist skill level, only increases the duration of the skill. The only way to improve the effectiveness of the poisoning technique is to upgrade its level. Even though the Celestial Venerable had told him before that the effect of group poisoning techniques would be significantly affected by Taoist magic, this bonus was still too outrageous. Just as Lin Feng was racking his brains suddenly, as if he had thought of something, his eyes lit up. Hee, I'm so stupid. I actually forgot to calculate the crushing effect bonus. He excitedly slapped his forehead, suddenly realizing the truth. So that's how it is. Because Lin Feng's clone is currently equipped with 2 sets of high-level Woma and Zuma equipment, it grants him an extra crushing effect bonus when using his group poison spell on low-level bosses like the giant multi-horned worm, which lacks crushing resistance. Chapter 1:11 Another battle with the Dragon God. The overwhelming effect of the equipment is the key factor that leads to such a high bonus to Taoist skills. The full set of equipment can provide a total of 140% overpowered effect at the Woma level or higher. After removing this additional damage increase, the level 0 group poison spell should be affected by the Taoist magic bonus at a 1-to-1 ratio. Holy crap, this group poisoning technique is amazing. It's practically invincible, Lin Feng exclaimed in amazement, deeply impressed by its power. Although after finding the problem, the effect of the group poison spell was not as exaggerated as the initially calculated 2.4 times bonus, and directly became a 1:1 damage increase. It still excited Lin Feng. The current group poisoning technique is only a level 0 skill. Moreover, even with such a boost, it is still quite considerable for anyone. Thinking about it carefully, with the enhancement of Lin Feng's avatar's high-level Taoist magic, releasing such a red poison now would allow even a newbie who has just entered the game and is unarmed to deal damage of over 223. Moreover, Lin Feng doesn't yet know how much health the green poison will cause the monster to lose each time, but the huge damage boost from the red poison alone is enough to make him invincible in battle. As Lin Feng was calculating, his clone had already swiftly picked up all the fallen items and returned to his side. Lin Feng carefully examined his clone, becoming increasingly satisfied with his appearance. Although his clone can't master all the skills, yet due to a lack of gold, it's not a big problem. As long as he diligently kills bosses, he believes he'll accumulate enough gold to allow his clone to learn all the skills in no time. With that in mind, Lin Feng immediately set his sights on the boss, the Dragon God, which was closest to the giant multi-horned worm on the map. Last time, Lin Feng went through countless hardships to barely defeat the Dragon God. He cleverly took advantage of the hidden event triggered by the World Society's exploration of the Centipede Cave, which caused the monsters to go berserk. Thanks to the hidden event, all the monsters in the Centipede Cave had their dual defenses reduced by 100%, which made it difficult to complete the first kill of the God-level boss in the game. Full of confidence, Lin Feng decided to challenge the Dragon God again to see if his strength had improved. He quickly removed all his mage equipment and donned a set of imposing warrior gear. This set of warrior equipment not only has amazing defensive capabilities, but also significantly enhances Lin Feng's attack power and attack speed, making him even more brave and fearless in battle. With everything prepared, Lin Feng led his clone without hesitation, rushing towards the location of the Dragon God like a whirlwind. Their steps were swift and powerful, as if the whole world was making way for them. When Lin Feng and his clone stepped into the domain of the Dragon God, a powerful pressure swept over them. Just then, the Dragon God, who had been hiding beneath the stone palace, suddenly let out a deafening roar. The sound was like that of a demon from hell, sending chills down everyone's spine. With this terrifying roar, the enormous and terrifying body of the Dragon God suddenly shot into the sky like a volcanic eruption. The Dragon God's body, which blotted out the sky, seemed capable of obscuring the entire heavens. Numerous thick, long, and sharp claws slashed wildly through the air with its flowing body, creating gusts of wind that seemed to tear everything apart. Its ghastly green eyes, even in the dim light, exuded a chilling aura, seemingly capable of instilling fear in any enemy. Its mandibles, like steel pincers, emitted a hissing roar. However, Lin Feng showed no sign of backing down. He gripped his weapon tightly, his eyes fixed on the figure of the Dragon God ahead, and launched a savage charge. The clone following behind Lin Feng, the moment it brought the Dragon God within its attack range, immediately began to wield the silver serpent sword, which shone with a mysterious light. In an instant, 2 hazy streaks of poisonous mist, like spray from an agricultural aircraft, whistled and scattered directly over the massive body of the Dragon God. The 2 streams of poisonous mist were incredibly fast, completely enveloping the originally yellowish-brown body of the Dragon God in the blink of an eye. The poisonous mist seemed to possess a life of its own, rapidly seeping into the Dragon God's body, first dyeing it an eerie green, and then instantly turning it dark red. At this moment, Lin Feng, taking advantage of the high-speed movement brought about by the savage collision, quickly approached the body of the touched dragon god that had emerged from the ground. His choice of landing point for the savage charge was very clever. He did not directly collide with the massive body of the dragon god, but instead sped past it from the side. Just as Lin Feng stepped over the massive body of the dragon god, he stood firmly behind its thick, scaled shell, like a ghost. At the same time, the staff of judgment in his hand was already filled with scorching flames, becoming scorching hot. The raging flames hidden within the weapon seemed ready to burst forth at any moment. With Lin Feng's fierce swing, the blazing flames that had been hidden within the staff of judgment suddenly erupted like a demon being released, instantly illuminating the small area in front of Lin Feng. With a sudden roar, Lin Feng unleashed the warrior's ultimate skill, the fiery sword technique. This strike was like a thunderbolt, slamming heavily onto the body of the dragon god, which had just been tainted by the mass poison spell. Minus 4,840. A damage of nearly 5,000 points, a 4-digit figure, followed. Even Lin Feng, the instigator, was startled by such a fierce fiery sword technique. Completely oblivious to why such astonishing damage had occurred, Lin Feng's hand, which had just swung the judgment staff, became blazing hot once more. In the blink of an eye, as if by reflex, he once again unleashed the incredibly powerful fiery sword technique, as fierce and sharp as before. The strike struck the dragon god like lightning, whose body was already trembling uncontrollably from the previous powerful attack. The mighty power of the fiery sword technique was once again on full display, and the dragon god's body suddenly stiffened under the impact of this immense force. Minus 2,967. However, this time the damage was significantly lower than before. This was unavoidable, as the damage of the warrior's fiery sword technique fluctuates greatly. A level 3 fiery sword technique can deal at least twice the damage to an enemy, but can also reach an astonishing 5 times or more. I received a notification that I can apply for a multi-book title experiment. I can request 5 book titles online. Chapter 112, The Strange Jade Judgment. Lin Feng secretly estimated in his mind that the first attack had probably triggered more than 5 times the normal damage, which was why it was so terrifying. And these 2 consecutive heavy blows were too much for the dragon god to bear. Enraged, it abandoned the clone that had been using a group poison spell to provoke it, and with lightning speed, it twisted its massive body. Clearly, the dragon god was enraged beyond measure. Its fury burned fiercely, and it only wanted to attack Lin Feng, who had ambushed it from behind and caused it such great damage. Minus 60. The moment the dragon god turned around, it spewed a large amount of poisonous gas toward Lin Feng's location. Lin Feng faced the dragon god head-on without fear, showing no intention of dodging or avoiding it. He resolutely confronted the dragon god's continuous spewing of poisonous mist and sharp claws, launching a fierce and intense attack. Just as the dragon god turned to attack Lin Feng, its clone, which was originally behind it, immediately seized this excellent opportunity. The clone acted swiftly, raising the silver serpent's sword without hesitation and casting a miraculous healing spell. With a soft, ringing sound, a gentle spiritual light gushed forth from the silver serpent sword, swirling around Lin Feng's head like a clear spring before slowly merging into his body, rapidly restoring his health. Minus 223, green poison. Immediately afterward, the clone did not stop what it was doing, but continued to swing the silver serpent sword, releasing soul fire talismans continuously. These soul fire talismans seemed to come alive, and as the talisman paper burned, they sped away like meteors, striking the thick back of the dragon god with unerring accuracy. Each soul fire talisman explodes the moment it touches the dragon god, bursting into a dazzling burst of fire, though it cannot cause any damage to it. However, the explosive effect caused by the soul fire rune still somewhat affects the attack frequency of the dragon god. It completely achieves the goal of disrupting the enemy without seeking damage. The clone constantly monitors Lin Feng's health, and if it drops, it will not hesitate to cast a healing spell on him. With the dual protection of potent wound medicine and the healing technique enhanced by the clone technique, Lin Feng's health points were rapidly restored, allowing him to unleash his powerful attack capabilities without restraint. With the help of the Virgo Supercluster Authority Fragment activating an extra special equipment slot, the Fiery Sword Technique, which originally required an 8-second cooldown, can now be released again in just 4 seconds. This means that Lin Feng can unleash the Fiery Sword Technique continuously in a shorter time, causing a more concentrated and fierce attack on the Dragon God. In that instant, the once majestic and invincible Dragon God became utterly vulnerable in front of Lin Feng, lasting less than 2 minutes before letting out a mournful and unwilling cry. That once colossal body, which blotted out the sky, seemed to have suddenly lost all its supporting power, collapsing to the ground like a toppled mountain, stirring up a slight breeze. Gained 125,000 experience points. As the Dragon God fell, various kinds of light began to flash in mid-air, colorful and dazzling. These lights intertwined to form a magnificent light curtain, as if the Dragon God was displaying his last brilliance in the final moments of his life. Within this light screen, various book pages, gold ingots, equipment, potions, and coins rained down from the sky, a scene completely different from the previous one where the boss would appear directly on the ground after being killed. Lin Feng's eyes widened, completely stunned by the scene before him. He didn't have time to think about the drop rate. Only one thought occupied his mind. All the items scattered on the ground were his. Amidst the vast expanse of golden light, a 7-colored ray stood out. Like the brightest star in the night sky, it shone with a unique brilliance and slowly drifted down to the ground. When Lin Feng saw the 7-colored light, his heart skipped a beat, and an uncontrollable excitement surged into his heart. He immediately realized that the 7-colored light represented the special equipment that countless players dreamed of. This special equipment had unique attributes and effects, and was one of the rarest treasures in the game. Lin Feng's breathing became rapid. He no longer cared about the value of the other dropped items on the ground. His eyes were only on that 7-colored light, which was the key to his path to the pinnacle of the game. Soon, Lin Feng picked up the equipment that was shimmering with 7-colored light. Jade Judgment Quest Item. Required level, 35. Property. This is a special item belonging exclusively to the God of War. You can take it to the Celestial Venerable of Bairi Min. You might know something. Lin Feng stared wide-eyed at the jade and glass ornament before him, which was entirely emerald green and resembled a scepter of judgment. It was small and exquisite, clearly a pendant. What the hell is this thing? Lin Feng muttered to himself. Jade Judgment? Isn't this a weapon from a private server? How did it become a pendant? As he spoke, he turned the Jade Judgment over and over, as if trying to find some clues from it. However, no matter how Lin Feng looked at it, the jade pendant was just an ordinary ornament, nothing special. His expression gradually changed from excitement to a somewhat bewildered look, as if he was quite confused by this discovery. While Lin Feng was lost in thought, his clone was still diligently picking up the scattered items. After a while, the sound of the clone's backpack filling up finally brought Lin Feng back to his senses. He quickly used up the potions he didn't need and then put the equipment into his personal inventory. After clearing the battlefield, Lin Feng carefully examined his loot. Given the extremely high drop rate, the drops from the Dragon God were exceptionally generous. In total, there were 3 skill books, 3 pieces of Zuma equipment, 2 pieces of Woma equipment, and several other common equipment items. The skill books also had over 100 pages and nearly 500 gold ingots. It was truly a great haul. Replace the Taoist's ordinary Woma and Zuma equipment with 2 Zuma equipment pieces that have better attributes. Lin Feng hurried along without stopping. He glanced at the map, which clearly marked the locations of each boss. Without hesitation, he headed towards the nearest marker, determined to eliminate these bosses one by one. Chapter 113, The Woma Cult Leader, is really good. Before long, Lin Feng found the bosses that didn't originally require a first kill, such as the White Boar and the Corpse King, just as he had expected. He wielded his weapon, unleashing various powerful skills, and quickly killed them one by one. However, in the VIP map, one boss caught Lin Feng's attention. This boss wasn't the evil scorpion serpent, but rather an evil venomous snake with an identical appearance. Lin Feng was puzzled upon seeing it, but still attacked the evil venomous snake without hesitation. After a fierce battle, Lin Feng finally managed to kill the evil venomous snake. However, to his surprise, he did not receive the first kill reward. Picking up the dropped items, Lin Feng thought to himself. It seems this evil venomous snake really is just an evil scorpion snake in disguise. Although he had suspected it for a long time, this only confirmed his suspicions. Lin Feng didn't dwell on it too much. He quickly directed his clones to pick up the fallen items. Time was of the essence, and he didn't want to waste time on this issue. With his high burst damage from his warrior attributes, Lin Feng killed multiple bosses in a short period of time, showcasing his strength and skill to the fullest. Soon, Lin Feng arrived in front of the Woma cult leader again. As soon as he stepped into the Woma cult leader's attack range, the Woma cult leader immediately let out an angry roar, its wings flapping rapidly, and it rushed towards Lin Feng like a bolt of lightning. Facing the rapidly approaching Woma cult leader, Lin Feng dared not relax his guard in the slightest. He gripped the judgment staff tightly in his hand, and the originally cold weapon seemed to sense its master's anger, suddenly becoming scorching hot, as if it had been given life. Lin Feng's clone followed closely behind, the silver serpent sword in his hand, radiating a burst of light as he swiftly pointed forward, instantly releasing a vast expanse of poisonous mist. This mist, like a dark brown curtain, appeared and disappeared in the already dimly lit stone hall, quickly covering the space in front and completely enveloping the figure of the Woma cult leader. This preemptive strike caught the Woma leader off guard, instantly turning him green. His entire body was enveloped in this eerie green, as if he had undergone a mutation. However, the clone did not stop his attack. Immediately afterwards, he swung his weapon down, unleashing another large-scale poisonous mist. This time, the mist dyed the Woma leader's original mutated green color into an even more eerie dark red. While launching this series of attacks with his clones, Lin Feng was not idle either. After gathering a burst of fiery sword technique, he charged fiercely towards the oncoming Woma cult leader. His speed was as fast as a galloping horse, and in the blink of an eye, he was facing the Woma cult leader head-on. In a close contest, the brave prevail. Lin Feng fearlessly engaged in a fierce confrontation with the Woma cult leader. The moment they made contact, the dark, thick club in Lin Feng's hand erupted like a volcano, blazing with flames, and with a fierce downward slash, it slammed hard into the Woma cult leader's stomach. The attack was like a thunderbolt, the immense force of which caused the Woma leader's body to stiffen, and his previously charging steps were forced back a small step. At the same time, a stench of flames burning suddenly appeared, filling the air and making people nauseous. With Lin Feng's attack, the entire scene instantly descended into chaos. The Woma cult leader, who had been charging forward with overwhelming force, had its powerful momentum easily interrupted by Lin Feng. Before it could even react, it suddenly felt a surge of intense heat rushing towards it. Immediately afterward, a soul fire talisman shot out from behind Lin Feng like a meteor, slamming into the Woma cult leader. The talisman instantly exploded, bursting forth with raging flames that enveloped the Woma cult leader. Before the Woma leader could recover from the sudden barrage of attacks, another fiery sword technique followed. This fiery sword technique, like a ghost, struck the Woma leader's abdomen, which had just been scorched, with lightning speed without any preparatory force, making the lingering stench even stronger. These successive blows enraged the Woma leader, who let out a deafening roar that echoed through the air as if it would pierce the clouds. At the same time, the Woma leader flapped its wings, raised its claws high, and wind and thunder surged between them, making a crackling sound. As the lightning continued to gather, the claws slammed down fiercely towards Lin Feng's head. In an instant, a dazzling barrage of lightning poured down like a torrential rain, completely engulfing Lin Feng's figure. Lin Feng's body appeared so small under the light, as if he might be swallowed up by this powerful force at any moment. In the flash of lightning, Lin Feng's figure vanished without a trace, leaving only a negligible damage number that flickered past in the lightning. Enveloped in lightning, Lin Feng did not stop his attack. He wielded the staff of judgment like a storm, constantly releasing streaks of silver-white sword energy. These sword energies were as swift as lightning, beautiful yet deadly, shooting straight towards the Woma leader. Each strike took nearly 1,000 points of health from him. This powerful Woma leader was unfathomably strong, but like the previously killed Touch Dragon God, It could not hold on for more than 2 minutes. Finally, it collapsed to the ground with a roar of anger and resentment. Gained 125,000 experience points. As the Woma leader collapsed, its massive body began to convulse, as if in its final struggle. During these convulsions, beams of multicolored light burst forth from its body, like shooting stars streaking across the night sky, dazzling and brilliant. These glowing lights represented various treasures, including gold ingots, book pages, equipment, potions, and coins. Perhaps because he was in a VIP map, Lin Feng's drop rate was exceptionally high today, resulting in a very bountiful harvest. Just then, a 7-colored light suddenly shot out from the Woma leader's body, as dazzling as a rainbow. Lin Feng reacted quickly and nimbly, rushing forward like lightning the instant the 7-colored light landed and picking it up. Immediately, Lin Feng eagerly opened his backpack, wanting to see what treasure the 7-colored light had brought him. When his gaze fell on the items in the backpack, his eyes lit up. Chapter 114, The Extraordinary Invisibility Ring. Inside his backpack was a silver ring set with an eye-shaped gemstone, radiating an unusual light that made it stand out from the crowd. This ring was none other than the legendary invisibility ring. Lin Feng was overjoyed. He already had an invisibility ring, and now he had obtained another one, which would undoubtedly enhance his strength to a new level. He immediately prepared to equip the invisibility ring on his clone to strengthen its abilities. However, just as he was about to equip the ring onto his clone, Lin Feng suddenly noticed something different about the invisibility ring, and his movements abruptly stopped. Invisibility ring, real world. Required level, 35. Hidden attribute, 1. After equipping, you will automatically gain an invisibility effect. The invisibility effect can be detected or broken. 2. While in stealth mode, damage taken is increased by 20%. 3. Ultimate crushing effect plus 10%. Crushing resistance plus 10%. Durability, 4/5. This is a stunning ring, unique in that it has a real-world suffix. Compared to ordinary invisibility rings, this ring has slightly different properties, but makes Lin Feng love it even more, and he even finds himself reluctant to part with it. In fact, Lin Feng had been racking his brains trying to figure out which equipment to choose from the special equipment chest that could be used in the real world. Now, the appearance of this invisibility ring that could be used in the real world has undoubtedly eliminated an option that Lin Feng was previously struggling with. After careful consideration, Lin Feng weighed the pros and cons of the invisibility ring. While it possessed special attributes for use in the real world, its practicality in the game was relatively limited. This wasn't to say the invisibility ring was bad, but rather that its attributes weren't particularly suited to the game environment. However, Lin Feng already possessed an invisibility ring more suitable for use in the game. If he didn't have this ring, then this real-world invisibility ring would undoubtedly be his first choice. But the reality is, Lin Feng already has a more suitable option. In the end, Lin Feng placed the invisibility ring into his personal inventory with a hint of regret. Although he was somewhat reluctant, he understood that in the game, the most suitable equipment was the most important thing. Continue. Lin Feng shouted excitedly, his voice echoing in the empty stone hall. Having just obtained the divine equipment, Lin Feng was extremely excited at this moment. This invisibility ring is not only powerful, but it is also a divine piece of equipment that can be used in the real world. Lin Feng couldn't wait to defeat all the bosses in the entire VIP map. He imagined himself roaming freely across the map, slaying powerful bosses one by one, and then reaping a mountain of divine gear, a feeling that intoxicated him. The low-level bosses posed no challenge to Lin Feng. He easily dispatched them like slicing vegetables. On his circuitous route, his next target was the long-awaited Zuma cult leader. It's important to know that Lin Feng possesses a hidden quest, the bookstore owner's treasure. This quest is extremely important because completing it will grant Lin Feng a special skill book, which will greatly enhance his strength. Before the game update, Lin Feng only lacked the Zuma head among the 3 required items for this quest. Now that the Zuma Lord was present in the VIP map, he certainly wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. The Zuma Cult Master, this mysterious and powerful being, was once the source and reliance of all evil on the continent of Marfa. Originally, the Celestial Venerable, the god of law, and the three heroes of the Holy War joined forces to defeat him and destroy his physical body. However, its evil power revived overnight, bringing a dark threat to the entire continent. When no one approaches, the Zuma Lord stands silently like a statue of a ferocious monster. Its hideous face and twisted body lines exude a chilling aura. However, whenever someone dares to approach the statue, a mysterious power hidden within it is instantly activated. This power is like a long-dormant beast being awakened, and the Zuma Master will also awaken in an instant. With a violent tremor, the originally hard stone sculpture began to crack, and the Zuma Lord broke free from it. Its massive body broke free of the stone sculpture's restraints, revealing its true power. The appearance of the Zuma leader is almost identical to that of the statue, except that its original crawling posture on all fours has been changed to standing on two legs. Its two forelimbs have become exceptionally thick, capable of releasing huge fireballs with astonishing power. Compared to the Woma cult leader, the Zuma cult leader's attacks were far more powerful, inspiring fear in all who beheld them. Yet, facing such a formidable enemy, Lin Feng remained remarkably composed. Undeterred, he led his clone step by step toward the stone sculpture of the ferocious monster that Zuma had transformed into. As he drew closer, the stone sculpture began to tremble violently, and with Zuma's terrifying howl, it was finally blasted into pieces. "Oh, oh, oh!" Zuma roared wildly, charging straight at Lin Feng as if he wanted to tear him to pieces. The moment Zuma was activated, Lin Feng and his clone unleashed their unique skills without hesitation, launching a fierce attack on Zuma like a storm. The Staff of Judgment that Lin Feng had been casually holding and letting hang low in his hand now seemed to have been given life, and as Lin Feng charged forward, he gripped it tightly in his hand. The power of the fiery sword technique flowed continuously into it, and the originally ordinary black iron rod seemed to be ignited instantly. As he ran, the tip rubbed against the ground, creating dazzling sparks and accompanied by a piercing sound, as if it were about to tear the entire space apart. His clone stood behind Lin Feng, like an unbreakable shield. In his hand, the silver-white, flowing silver snake sword was swung continuously, and streaks of gray poisonous mist and red flame-burning talismans shot out from his hand, mass poisoning spells and soul-fire talismans. These skills, like layers of spiderwebs, reduced Zuma's condition while also providing Lin Feng with powerful support. The clone hid behind Lin Feng, constantly attacking the Zuma cult master with poison and fire talismans, which made the Zuma cult master, who was blocked by Lin Feng, roar in anger. However, this didn't last long, because Lin Feng, who was rapidly approaching, unleashed two powerful fiery sword techniques in quick succession. This instantly shifted the Zuma cult leader's initial anger to him. Minus 7,460, critical hit. Minus 4,175. Chapter 1, 15 Zuma Head. Before this, Lin Feng mostly fought as a mage. However, it wasn't until today, after switching to warrior gear and engaging in a fierce battle with the Dragon God, that he was surprised to discover the incredible potential his warrior skills possessed in soloing bosses after activating the Virgo Supercluster Authority Fragment. In particular, his astonishing attack speed and the extremely powerful explosive fiery sword technique can provide him with a large amount of output in a very short time when fighting these powerful bosses one-on-one, which has significantly improved his combat power. Perhaps when facing large numbers of monsters, his warrior skills, lacking area of effect attacks, will be less efficient at killing monsters compared to a mage's area of effect attacks. However, when it comes to tackling powerful bosses, the mage is naturally not as ferocious as the warrior. Having been subjected to a series of ferocious attacks, the Zuma leader was clearly unwilling to be passively beaten. Suddenly, it paused, and the fireball that had been gathered in its palm instantly dissipated. Having abandoned its counterattack, the Zuma cult leader suddenly stood there majestically, withstanding the attacks from Lin Feng and his clone. It puffed out its chest, raised its head, and let out a heart-shaking roar. With this roar, hundreds of various Zuma monsters suddenly emerged around its body. These monsters included Zuma statues, Zuma guards, Zuma archers, and so on. They densely surrounded the Zuma leader, as if they were its loyal followers or its underlings. However, Lin Feng possessed an invisibility ring, This ring made him appear as if he didn't exist in the eyes of the Zuma monsters. Apart from a few Chi who had the ability to counter invisibility and began to attack Lin Feng, the other Zuma monsters completely ignored Lin Feng, who was right in front of them. Faced with this situation, Lin Feng did not choose to ignore these Zuma monsters. He quickly made a decision and instantly activated his warrior area of effect skill, Crescent Slash. In an instant, a dazzling blade of light shot out from the weapon in Lin Feng's hand. This blade of light, like a crescent moon, covered an area of about 120 degrees in front of Lin Feng. All monsters within this range, whether they were the Zuma Lord or ordinary Zuma monsters, were simultaneously damaged by this sweeping blade of light. With the added power of its attack, the crescent blade's light became exceptionally sharp. It not only inflicted massive damage on the Zuma Lord, but also rapidly decimated the health of ordinary monsters. Just as Lin Feng and his clones were launching a fierce attack on the Zuma cult leader, the Zuma cult leader had no time to summon his minions to help him again. Under such a powerful offensive, the once bronze skin of the Zuma leader gradually lost its luster, and his strong body began to sway precariously. Finally, as Zuma's life points were completely depleted, it let out an angry and unwilling howl, as if telling of its defeat and helplessness. Immediately afterwards, with a loud thud, the Zuma leader collapsed onto the floor of the stone hall like a mountain that had been overturned. Gained 125,000 experience points. Congratulations to player Morningstar for achieving the first kill of the boss Zuma Lord and receiving the system reward of +1 free attribute point. The system will announce this to the entire server in 5 seconds. Players are asked whether they wish to hide their ID. After 5 seconds, the default is no. Don't hide it. Announcement for the entire region. Server-wide announcement. Player Morningstar has achieved the first kill of boss Zuma Lord and received a system reward of +1 free attribute point. This announcement was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly creating ripples. Players across all maps began discussing it after seeing the announcement. Is the Morningstar boss really that powerful? This Zuma leader looks like the big boss of a new map. Holy crap, this is outrageous. How long has it been? He's already got another first kill? He's probably going to get all the first kills on all the bosses in our region. Who said that? He didn't get the first kill on the giant multi-horned beetle. Really? Someone actually managed to snatch the first kill of the boss from him? I don't believe it. I'd be a dog if I lied to you. My buddy killed the giant multi-horned beetle by himself. ID, longbow with sword. He even brought a girl with him to kill it. TCH, that giant multi-horned beetle is trash boss. It's probably because the big shots don't want it. That's why others get a chance. This Morningstar is definitely reborn. Believe me, otherwise how could he be so powerful? You've been reading too many novels. Rebirth? Why don't you just say he's a time traveler? That's right. I could also say I'm Qin Shi Huang. You give me 2,000 yuan, and when I revive my terracotta army, I'll appoint you as a general. I've made a bet. Anyone want to bet on how long it will be before the Morningstar Tycoon is back on TV? Like the previous Woma chief, the fallen Zuma chief began to convulse incessantly, and various colored lights continuously spewed out from his body, including gold ingots, book pages, equipment, potions, and those mouth-watering gold coins. Lin Feng, whose 7-colored light had already erupted from both the dragon god and the Woma leader, was now staring intently at the convulsing Zuma leader before him, his heart filled with anticipation. How he longed to see that 7-colored light, a symbol of a top-tier treasure, once again. Unfortunately, despite Lin Feng keeping a close eye on the Zuma Lord until it completely stopped convulsing and no longer spewing out various spoils, the long-awaited 7-colored light never appeared. A wave of disappointment and resentment washed over Lin Feng. He was unwilling to leave empty-handed. So, he quickly walked to Zuma's side, raised his foot, and kicked Zuma several times, seemingly trying to kick the 7-colored light out of Zuma's body. Only after confirming that Zuma Lord had indeed dropped nothing else did Lin Feng allocate the free attribute point he had gained from his first kill of Zuma Lord to his defense stat. He then casually opened his and his clone's inventory to check what items Zuma Lord had given them. Zuma Head. Special item. Guild leaders who possess the Zuma Head can go to the Bishon Palace to apply for the Shabak Siege War. The head of Zuma, the source of all evil on the continent of Marfa. Alright, I got the zoom ahead. It's okay if I didn't get a special ring. Although Lin Feng was a little disappointed, he quickly consoled himself. After all, the zoom ahead isn't a guaranteed drop, so getting it is already considered lucky. I received a notification that I can apply for a multi-book title experiment. I can request 5 book titles online. Chapter 116 Super Black Iron Helmet. Lin Feng took a deep breath to calm himself down, and then began to check the other dropped equipment. In fact, Lin Feng has already discovered that the drop rate in this VIP map is indeed much higher than in other maps. Especially in terms of book pages and gold ingots. The drop rate in this VIP map is at least twice that of the outside maps. Black Iron Helmet. Attack power required, 46. Defense, 4 to 8, plus 3. Magic control, 2 to 5, plus 2. Attack, 0 to 5, plus 5. Magic, 0 to 1, plus 1. Hidden attribute, 1. After being attacked, the stun time is reduced by 20%. 2. Zuma crushing effect, plus 10%. Zuma crushing resistance, plus 10%. Durability, 9 out of 10. This helmet's attributes actually exist in the official server, but it doesn't add magic. It adds Taoist magic. Holy crap, this helmet with that big black egg is really something else. Lin Feng blurted out an uncultured adjective the moment he saw the black iron helmet stats. However, it must be said that the attributes of this black iron helmet are simply amazing. It provides a total attribute boost of 11 points. This is a huge improvement for any player. Lin Feng was so excited that he could hardly contain his excitement. Without hesitation, he quickly put the sturdy black iron helmet into his secondary equipment slot. As for why it wasn't equipped in the main equipment slot, the reason is actually quite simple. This helmet is just too ugly. Not only that, it also has a rather unappealing nickname, Turtle Head. Nevertheless, Lin Feng was still very satisfied with its attributes. After checking the other dropped items, Lin Feng didn't find anything particularly outstanding. Besides the portrait and black iron helmet, the Zuma Lord also provided Lin Feng with 3 skill books, a soul necklace, for pieces of Wolmer equipment, and some other common equipment. Although some of the ordinary equipment is of the highest quality, for Lin Feng, these are merely resources that can be sold for money. After donning the newly acquired large black egg, referring to the black iron helmet, Lin Feng's confidence soared. He felt stronger, as if he were invincible. Without hesitation, he sped off towards the location of the next boss. The next location is not as simple as before. There's not just one boss here, but a boss team with several monsters gathered at the same time. This was undoubtedly a huge challenge, but Lin Feng was not afraid in the slightest. He was filled with anticipation and eager to show his true strength in this fierce battle. This was extremely rare anywhere. However, just as they approached the location marked on the map, a row of spikes emerged from the ground, heading straight for Lin Feng and his clone's feet. This is a 1,000-year-old tree spirit, possessing the same attack methods as the Crimson Moon Demon. It's a formidable boss. This 1,000-year-old tree spirit is located on this map, and compared to the one in the sealed Demon Valley Pond, it's significantly smaller. However, this doesn't diminish its attack power at all. It remains terrifyingly strong. However, Lin Feng and his clone were not to be trifled with. Having undergone several rounds of equipment upgrades, their strength was now vastly different. Facing the 1,000-year-old tree demon's earth spike attack, they did not suffer much damage and easily withstood the first wave of attacks. Undeterred, Lin Feng charged forward, heading straight for the 1,000-year tree demon. Just as he approached the demon, the judgment staff in his hand, already blazing hot, struck the tree demon's trunk like a thunderbolt, accompanied by a furious shout of "Ha!" In an instant, raging flames erupted, the fierce fire causing the 1,000-year-old tree demon to tremble uncontrollably. The rustling of its swaying leaves sounded like its painful howls. However, the 1,000-year-old tree spirit was not alone. Around it were 4 powerful bosses: the Hook Cat King, the Ray Cat King, the Snowman King, and the Beast King. They had been lurking around the 1,000-year-old tree demon, closely watching the slightest movement. As Lin Feng approached the tree demon, they also discovered the clone following behind him, which naturally became the primary target of these 4 bosses. The clone followed closely behind Lin Feng, and the moment Lin Feng approached the 1,000-year tree demon, it began to unleash a series of group poison spells, coloring all 5 bosses within range. After that, the clone ignored the other monsters and immediately began exchanging soul fire talismans with the orc leader. Meanwhile, the other 3 king-level bosses that approached were instantly gathered together by Lin Feng using his Crescent Moonblade. Because Lin Feng unleashed all his main skills on the Thousand-Year Tree Demon without reservation. After only about 60 to 70 seconds, the Thousand-Year Tree Demon, which originally looked very sharp and sturdy, suddenly made a crisp crack sound, and its thick trunk broke in half. With that crisp sound, a large amount of equipment rained down from the massive canopy of the 1,000-year-old tree demon, as if a golden rain of gear had fallen. Illuminated by the firelight on the stone walls, the equipment shimmered dazzlingly, a spectacle to behold. Gained 75,000 experience points. However, despite the tempting scene, Lin Feng didn't rush to check the dropped equipment on ground. The reason was simple. Beside him, 3 king-level bosses, their health also critically low, were eyeing him menacingly. The situation for these 3 bosses is also quite dire, as their health points are not as abundant as those of the 1,000-year tree demon. Of course, if you don't look closely at their names, these 3 bosses are incredibly ordinary in appearance. Their size and appearance are no different from ordinary monsters, completely lacking the imposing presence and majesty that a boss should have. If these creatures were thrown into a group of monsters, careless low-level players would likely be ambushed by these 3 seemingly ordinary monsters and meet their untimely demise. After killing the 1,000-year-old tree demon, Lin Feng immediately turned the judgment staff in his hand and slammed it hard against the Yeti King, which was desperately attacking Lin Feng with its large paws. The cooldown of the fiery sword technique had just ended when a loud shout of "Ha!" rang out. Suddenly, an astonishing number of over 4,000 damage appeared above the Snowman King's head like a death knell. Chapter 117 continuously flooded the screen. The fierce, fiery sword technique struck the Snowman King hard. The Snowman King, which had been attacking Lin Feng with all its might, instantly lost all its health points, its body stiffening abruptly as if it had lost its soul. Its frenzied attacks ceased instantly, and then, like a puppet that had lost its support, it prostrated itself at Lin Feng's feet. As the Snowman King crashed to the ground, a dazzling light erupted from its body like a fountain, forming a riot of multicolored rays. This light, mixed with various spoils of war, was so striking that it seemed to illuminate the entire stone palace. Gained 25,000 experience points. Beside the Snowman King, the Hooked Cat King and the Rake Cat King, who had attacked Lin Feng alongside it, also fell down one after another in less than 20 seconds. Gained 25,000 experience points. Gained 25,000 experience points. Their health points quickly dropped to 0 under Lin Feng's fierce attacks. As they fell, a large amount of equipment, mixed with various colored lights, sprayed out from their bodies. However, Lin Feng did not stop. His gaze was sharp, fixed on the half-beast leader who was 5 or 6 meters away from him. He turned around smoothly and launched the skill savage charge towards the half-beast leader. His figure shot towards the half-beast leader like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng came to a steady stop in front of the half-beast leader, like a speeding car suddenly slamming on the brakes. His movements were so swift and elegant, displaying exceptional confidence and composure. Immediately afterwards, the fiery sword technique, whose cooldown time had been reduced by 50% by the skill necklace, once again burst into dazzling flames on the judgment staff in Lin Feng's hand. The raging flames seemed to set the entire stone hall ablaze. Clang! With a crisp metallic clang, Lin Feng's attack landed heavily on the half-beast leader. The blow was so powerful that the half-beast leader's tall body was forced back half a step, letting out a painful roar. The hands that had been gripping the axe tightly suddenly fell limply to their sides, as if all their strength had been drained. With this movement, the massive axe struck the hard ground with a sharp crack, sending up a few tiny sparks. Compared to the berserk damage brought by Lin Feng's warrior, which has been enhanced with multiple attributes, the strength currently displayed by his clone is obviously slightly inferior. Despite the extra damage bonus from the group poison spell, each soul fire talisman released by the clone can only deal a little over 600 damage to the orc commander. Keep in mind that the half-orc leader has tens of thousands of health points. Facing such a huge amount of health, It is undoubtedly an extremely difficult task for the clone to kill it quickly in a short period of time, and it can even be said to be somewhat of a tall order. However, at this crucial moment, Lin Feng's arrival changed the entire battle. The half-beast leader, who had been able to fight the clone to a standstill, suddenly became unable to withstand Lin Feng's fierce attacks. Just 4 seconds later, Lin Feng once again swung his dark judgment staff high, and with a roar of "Ha!" a fierce and violent fiery sword technique struck the armor on the chest of the half-beast leader like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. Minus 10,003, critical hit. With a deafening bang, a staggering 5-digit critical damage number instantly appeared above the orc leader's head. This terrifying damage instantly killed the orc leader, who had been trying to put up a fight, leaving him no chance to retaliate. Clang, clang, thump. As the half-orc leader fell, the ground before Lin Feng once again began to spray a rain of light like fireworks. These various colored lights were composed of pages, ingots, equipment, potions, and gold coins. Gained 25,000 experience points. It was only at this moment that Lin Feng had time to notice the continuous stream of system announcements flashing across the screen. By this time, the system announcement had long passed the time limit for the default no confirmation. Announcement for the entire region. Server-wide announcement. Player Morningstar has achieved the first kill of the boss Snowman King and received a system reward of +1 free attribute point. Announcement for the entire region. Server-wide announcement. Player Morningstar has achieved the first kill of the boss Multi-Hook Cat King and received a system reward of +1 free attribute point. 3. Announcement for the entire region. Regional announcement. Player Morningstar has achieved the first kill of boss Nail Ray Cat King and received a system reward of +1 free attribute point. 3. In addition to the Orc Chieftain and the 1,000-Year Tree Demon, who had already secured the first kills, these 9 consecutive server-wide announcements once again caused a frenzy among players across all maps. The Morningstar boss is awesome. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. I can only blame myself for being uncultured. I can only call you boss with one holy crap. I'm so envious I could cry. The free attribute points that Qiming got from the first kill alone are more than my magic points. That's incredible. Were all 3 bosses killed at the same time? These bosses are from the beginner area. Is there any new one? That's right. Look at the bosses' names. These 3 bosses look like the leaders of the mobs in the starting village. Unlike the simple admiration and envy of ordinary players, the managers and senior executives of other major guilds and groups, while shocked, also began to have various different thoughts. There's definitely something wrong with this Morningstar, a senior executive of a large corporation complained indignantly. And the name of their guild is just too bizarre. What Super Galaxy Alliance? It's a completely nonsensical and terrible name. Nevertheless, he still had to issue the order, quickly send people to find out about this Super Galaxy Alliance, to see what their background and origins are. Also, focus on investigating their guilds to see if they possess any important resources, such as secret maps. Yes, contact the people we sent over earlier immediately and have them find out what's going on with that Morningstar as soon as possible. Report any information they find out immediately, another guild leader instructed. This Morningstar, well, let's have someone contact A.O. Shirtion first, another high-ranking official said thoughtfully. Let's see if there's any possibility of cooperation between us. Countless people continued to send out various messages through different channels, all trying to uncover the true identity of Kaimixing. Clearly, these people were all trying to gain real-world knowledge of Lin Feng through their own methods. Chapter 118 Rainbow Demon Scorpion Guard. Lin Feng has been making a first kill announcement every now and then, and this frequent exposure has obviously made everyone a little uneasy. Lin Feng had no time to pay attention to the reactions outside. He and his clone were quickly gathering the spoils scattered on the ground. Although these 5 bosses didn't drop any particularly good equipment, Lin Feng's clone still reaped a considerable reward. The few pieces of Woma equipment that the clone originally had have now been replaced with higher-level Zuma equipment. This also slightly strengthened the clone. In addition, the 5 bosses contributed more than 400 pages and nearly 2,000 gold ingots to Lin Feng. Lin Feng happily picked up the items that had fallen to the ground. However, he had only explored about half of the first level of the VIP map. He casually added all the free attribute points from his first kill to defense, increasing it by 10 points. To further improve defense, he would need 2 more free attribute points. However, Lin Feng didn't plan to do that. He intended to use the remaining free attribute points to increase magic defense and attack. Next, although the number of bosses he would face decreased, the quality of these bosses improved once again. Lin Feng's next target is the Rainbow Demon Scorpion Guard. This monster was originally a scorpion from the cave of Seal Demon Valley. After being demonized by the Rainbow Demon Lord, it became larger and more powerful. Moreover, the Rainbow Demon Scorpion Guard has a dark green body and can unleash blue electric arcs, creating a cool visual effect and a wide attack range, making it even more threatening in battle. The Rainbow Demon Lord named this demonized scorpion the Rainbow Demon Scorpion Guard and had it work alongside the Rainbow Demon Pig Guard to protect him. Among veteran players of the PC game, the Rainbow Demon Scorpion Guard has some interesting nicknames, such as Big Shrimp, Shrimp Girl, and some even call it Lobster, mainly because its appearance does resemble these creatures. The moment the Rainbow Demon Scorpion Guard suddenly appeared before him, Lin Feng's clone swung the Silver Serpent Sword, which shimmered with silver-white light, without hesitation, and unleashed 2 group poison spells in succession. A hazy, poisonous mist, like a spray, fell from above onto the Rainbow Demon Scorpion Guard. In the blink of an eye, the originally dark green Rainbow Demon Scorpion Guard was stained dark red. From a distance, this huge monster looked like a boiled, spicy crayfish, which was astonishing. However, the Rainbow Demon Scorpion Guard did not back down. Instead, it appeared exceptionally enraged. Its massive body writhed rapidly with its small tail, accompanied by a piercing screech. Like a speeding tank, it charged swiftly towards Lin Feng's clone. Faced with this fierce attack, Lin Feng was not afraid at all. With a slight flick of his wrist, the Staff of Judgment, which was originally held in his hand and slightly hanging on the ground, was instantly gripped tightly by him as if it had been given life, and he held it horizontally in front of his chest. At the same time, Lin Feng's fingers tightened slightly, and a powerful energy surged through his arm into the Staff of Judgment. In an instant, the Staff of Judgment in Lin Feng's hand became extremely hot, as if it were burning. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng and his clone took a step forward in perfect unison, their figures slightly overlapping. Lin Feng quickly shielded his clone behind him, forming an impregnable fortress facing the oncoming Rainbow Demon Scorpion Guard. With a roar, Lin Feng swung the Judgment Staff in his hand, and a raging flame, along with the dark shaft of the Judgment Staff, burst forth like a fire dragon, turning into a scorching beam of fire that rushed straight towards the Rainbow Demon Scorpion Guard. This fiery sword technique was incredibly powerful, like Mount Tai pressing down, delivering a devastating blow to the oncoming Rainbow Demon Scorpion Guard. Minus 4,344. The clone stood behind Lin Feng, wielding the Silver Serpent Sword like a nimble dragon, rapidly waving it through the air. With each swing, a soul fire talisman shot out like a meteor, flying straight towards the Rainbow Demon Scorpion Guard in front of Lin Feng. The burning talismans, seemingly flying slowly, were actually as fast as projectiles, leaving trails of fire. As if imbued with life, they struck the Rainbow Demon Scorpion Guard's enormous upper body, which was completely disproportionate to its lower body. Each talisman that touched the Rainbow Demon Scorpion Guardian's body emitted a loud bang, as if a small bomb had exploded on it. The talisman instantly burst into a burst of blazing flames that bloomed on the Rainbow Demon Scorpion Guardian's body. With the enhancement of the poison technique, the power of these soul fire talismans was amplified many times over. Each talisman could take away nearly 600 points of health from the Rainbow Demon Scorpion Guard, causing considerable damage. Lin Feng, who was blocking the clone, was also constantly wielding the Staff of Judgment. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, executed in one go. First, he used an assassination sword technique with a whoosh, followed immediately by an offensive sword technique with a shout. The two skills were used alternately, without any flaws. As soon as the cooldown of the fiery sword technique ended, Lin Feng would unleash this powerful skill without hesitation. With a loud "ha!" he shouted, the Judgment Staff drew a brilliant arc in the air, bringing with it a burst of blazing fire, and crashed down on the Rainbow Demon Scorpion Guard like a burning meteorite. This arc of fire contained immense power, dealing thousands of points of damage to the Rainbow Demon Scorpion Guard each time, causing its health to decrease rapidly. Soon, the rainbow demon scorpion guard let out a miserable scream, collapsed to the ground, and began to convulse, releasing various colors of light across the ground. Gained 75,000 experience points. Congratulations to player Morningstar for achieving the first kill of the boss rainbow demon scorpion guard and receiving the system reward of +1 free attribute point. The system will announce to the entire server in 5 seconds. Players are asked whether they wish to hide their ID. After 5 seconds, the default is no. Don't hide it. Announcement for the entire region. Server-wide announcement. Player Morningstar has achieved the first kill of the boss rainbow demon scorpion guard and received a system reward of +1 free attribute point. Another round of system announcements has begun to be broadcast across the entire region. Wow, you're awesome. Pay up, pay up. This was clearly the excited shout of a player who had won a bet on Lin Feng. Holy crap, it's happening again. Are you trying to kill me? I'm completely numb. One of the players who made the bet earlier looked at the announcements that were flooding the screen again, feeling like crying. The region-wide announcements, which occur every few minutes, have become somewhat tiresome for other players. Apart from a few players who are still betting, most players have been motivated and have started to level up by fighting monsters like crazy. Chapter 119, The Lucky Rainbow Demon Pig Guard. Judging from experience points alone, the Rainbow Demon Scorpion Guard should be on par with bosses like the 1,000-Year Tree Demon and the White Boar, which can drop Zuma equipment. After quickly counting the fallen Lin Feng, they rushed to the location of the next boss. This boss was also one of the Rainbow Demon Lord's guards, the Rainbow Demon Pig Guard. The Rainbow Demon Boar Guardian was even larger than the White Boar, looking more imposing. With its bronze skin, round, plump belly, and wielding a large battle axe, it resembled a sumo wrestler. Add to that the punk-style mane on its forehead, and this giant boar called the Rainbow Demon Boar Guardian appeared exceptionally fierce. In terms of overall strength, the Rainbow Demon Boar Guard is indeed stronger than the White Boar. However, compared to the Rainbow Demon Scorpion Guard that Lin Feng just successfully killed, the Rainbow Demon Boar Guard is slightly inferior. Therefore, Lin Feng did not spend too much time and effort to easily kill the Rainbow Demon Pig Guard. Gained 75,000 experience points. Congratulations to player Morningstar for achieving the first kill of the boss Rainbow Demon Pig Guard and receiving the system reward of +1 free attribute point. The system will announce to the entire server in 5 seconds. Players are asked whether they wish to hide their ID. After 5 seconds, the default is no. Don't hide it. Announcement for the entire region. Server-wide announcement. Player Morningstar has achieved the first kill of the boss Rainbow Demon Pig Guard and received a system reward of +1 free attribute point. As the system notifications sounded, the once majestic Rainbow Demon Pig Guardian lay on its back on the ground like a deflated balloon, completely lifeless. It's worth mentioning that, against the backdrop of the Rainbow Demon Pig Guard's round, chubby, and adorable belly, the small red cloth that was originally used to cover its vital parts between its two plump thighs now appears particularly eye-catching. What's even more surprising is that there's a very clear fu, meaning good fortune, character written on this small red cloth. Not only that, but the fu character is written upside down. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle, thinking to himself, I wonder which designer had this wicked joke? They deliberately designed this upside-down Fu character to only be revealed after Pig Wei dies. Such a small, delightful detail has actually been kept. Lin Feng bent down and picked up the loot scattered on the ground by the Rainbow Demon Pig Guard. He glanced at it briefly and found that the pile of equipment included not only common Zuma and Woma gear, but also some ordinary equipment. However, among these items, a few pieces stood out. The design and color of these pieces of equipment are quite unique compared to the others. 2 of them have a deep blue hue, as if they were dyed by the color of the deep sea. What's even more striking is that each of these 2 pieces of equipment is inlaid with a large, blood-red gem, which looks like congealed blood and forms a sharp contrast with a blue background. Another piece of equipment, if not examined closely, could easily be mistaken for a Miao embroidered belt. However, upon closer inspection, Lin Feng was surprised to find that it was actually a silver bracelet. The center of the bracelet is dyed a vibrant red, resembling a blooming flower. Within this red area, large, elongated gemstones of various colors are inlaid, intertwining like dazzling stars in the night sky. This bracelet, resembling Miao embroidery, is the Demon Blood Bracelet. Demon Blood Bracelet. Level required, 33. Attack, 0 to 3. Taoist skills, 0 to 1. One of the 3 pieces of the Demon Blood set. Hidden attributes. 1. When worn, it grants plus 25 HP and minus 25 MP. 2. Wearing 3 different pieces of Demon Blood equipment grants an additional 50 HP. Durability, for 7. This is an item that grants additional health when worn, and it comes in 3 slots: necklace, bracelet, and ring. It was previously more suitable for mages. Wearing 1 necklace, 1 bracelet, and 1 ring grants an additional 50 health points. If you wear all 5 pieces, you will gain a total of 175 health points. However, this was of no use to Lin Feng. Let's take a look at the other 2 pieces of equipment, which are blue and inlaid with rubies. Rainbow Demon Necklace. Level required, 33. Magic, 0 to 6, plus 2. One of the Rainbow Demon 3-piece set. Hidden attribute. 1. When attacking, restores 2 units of lost health. 2. Wearing 3 different Rainbow Demon equipment pieces grants plus 2 accuracy. Durability, 3/4. One of the 3 demonic artifacts forged by the evil Rainbow Demon cult master using ancient demonic magic. It exudes an evil aura, but if used properly, it is still very effective against demons. It's still a top-quality item, but it's a pity the necklace adds magic, so it's not very useful. Lin Feng lamented to himself. Rainbow Demon Ring. Level required, 33. Attack, 0 to 4. One of the Rainbow Demon 3-piece set. Hidden attribute. 1. When attacking, restores 2 units of lost health. 2. Wearing 3 different Rainbow Demon equipment pieces grants plus 2 accuracy. Durability, 2/4. One of the 3 demonic artifacts forged by the evil Rainbow Demon cult using ancient demonic techniques. Due to its bloodthirsty and demonic nature, it was once coveted by the Rainbow Demon cult, but for some reason, it ended up outside. The attributes are alright, but they're not really that useful, Lin Feng thought to himself as he carefully examined the attributes of the equipment. While these pieces of equipment have certain advantages in some aspects, they are still slightly inferior to the top-tier equipment he had hoped for. However, Lin Feng did not discard them like worn-out shoes. Instead, he decided to put them all into his personal storage and preserve them as collectibles. Lin Feng sighed with slight reluctance, then composed himself and prepared to continue. His target was the Rainbow Demon cult leader, the leader of those 2 bosses. In the game Legend of Mir, the Rainbow Demon Lord is undoubtedly one of the most iconic bosses. He was once a hero on the continent of Mir, but due to his excessive pursuit of power, he ultimately fell into darkness and became a demon, bringing endless terror to the entire continent. Moreover, the Rainbow Demon Lord founded the earliest dark cult, becoming a symbol of evil. In the Holy War 1,000 years ago, although the Rainbow Demon Lord was defeated, it did not completely disappear. Its remaining will gradually regain its power through the Rainbow Demon set, formed from fragments of Woma, Zuma, and itself, and eventually returned to the continent of Marfa. Lin Feng still held a sliver of hope for the Rainbow Demon Lord. After all, he had defeated so many bosses, but hadn't even gotten a single top-tier Zuma-level piece of equipment. Perhaps the Rainbow Demon cult master would bring him some surprises? With this thought in mind, Lin Feng, in a slightly better mood, rushed towards the Rainbow Demon cult master's location. Chapter 120 Rainbow Demon Cult Master. From a distance, illuminated by the torches on the stone wall, the Rainbow Demon Lord's crimson body, standing over 3 meters tall, appeared exceptionally enormous, and his hands, which were twice the size of those of the Zuma Lord, were truly astonishing. Its 2 long, slender horns on its head resembled pheasant feathers, while its neatly arranged white mane added to its majestic appearance. Coupled with its ferocious wolf mouth and mouthful of sharp teeth, it was practically a demon god descended to earth. The Rainbow Demon Lord's panting was like thunder, deafening. However, even before it let out a howl, its mere appearance was enough to terrify some timid players. Lin Feng, upon seeing the Rainbow Demon Lord, immediately assumed a fighting stance, ready for battle. Lin Feng and his clone approached the Rainbow Demon cult master with lightning speed. The moment they entered the attack range, the clone swiftly brandished the silver serpent sword, instantly unleashing 2 group poison spells. The hazy, poisonous mist appeared directly above the Rainbow Demon Cult Master's head. The Rainbow Demon Lord was clearly caught off guard by this sudden attack, and was instantly stained dark red. However, the clone's actions also alerted it to Lin Feng and his clone's presence. It immediately opened its terrifying maw and let out an angry howl that echoed throughout the stone hall, sending chills down everyone's spines. The chilling howl of the Rainbow Demon Lord still seemed to echo in their ears, yet its figure moved with lightning speed, its thick and powerful legs charging straight towards Lin Feng and the others like a mad beast. As the Rainbow Demon Lord charged forward, the blue-on-red demon, character on its crotch, resembling a loincloth, began to flutter in the wind with its movements. This scene, which should have been majestic and domineering, somehow felt somewhat comical and laughable. However, Lin Feng had no time to pay attention to any of this at the moment. His attention was completely drawn to the astonishing aura of the Rainbow Demon Cult Master. In a flash, he and his clone behind him moved swiftly, standing firmly with their feet in a T-stance, like an indestructible mountain. The Staff of Judgment, which had been loosely held in his right hand, was now gripped tightly by Lin Feng, his right hand like an iron clamp, firmly holding the handle. At the same time, a surge of scorching flames, like a raging wave, poured into the Staff of Judgment along Lin Feng's arm, instantly engulfing the entire staff in raging flames. Lin Feng's left hand formed a palm, firmly supporting the Staff of Judgment, creating a solid defensive barrier. He leaned slightly forward, his eyes fixed intently on the approaching Rainbow Demon Lord, clearly feeling considerable pressure from the Lord's aggressive advance. This pressure didn't stem from any elemental advantage, but rather from the overwhelming aura of the Rainbow Demon Lord. Faced with such a powerful enemy, Lin Feng dared not be careless in the slightest. He had to go all out to have any chance of withstanding the Rainbow Demon Lord's fierce attacks. The Rainbow Demon Cult leader charged forward menacingly, like a ferocious beast, baring its fangs and brandishing its furious eyes, sending chills down one's spine. However, Lin Feng stood fearlessly in front of his clone, like an impregnable fortress. Before the Rainbow Demon Lord could even get close, it opened its blood-red maw without hesitation and spewed out a ball of orange-red flames. This ball of flames, like the Samadhi true fire spewed from Red Boy's mouth, burned fiercely and was extremely hot. It spread out rapidly in a fan shape, instantly engulfing Lin Feng and his clone behind him. -14. -39. Faced with such a sudden attack, Lin Feng showed no sign of backing down. He took a step forward, gripping the already scorching judgment staff tightly in his hand, the staff gleaming with dazzling light, as if containing boundless power. As Lin Feng swung his staff, a burst of scorching flame erupted from its shaft like a volcanic eruption, colliding head-on with the Rainbow Demon Lord's flames. In an instant, the two flames intertwined, colliding and devouring each other, crackling and sputtering, as if the entire space had been ignited. However, Lin Feng's attack did not stop there. The judgment staff in his hand, like a fire dragon, slammed into the abdomen of the Rainbow Demon Lord with the force of a thunderbolt. This blow was like a bolt from the blue, with astonishing power. The Rainbow Demon Lord's sturdy and massive body was forced back half a step. -3,795. This fierce, fiery sword technique not only interrupted the Rainbow Demon Lord's continued spewing of flames, but also severely damaged it. Its open jaws snapped shut with a sharp crack after being attacked. The remaining flames shot out from the corners of its mouth like orange meteors streaking across the sky, disappearing in an instant, leaving a wisp of smoke rising from its mouth. Immediately afterwards, the Rainbow Demon Lord opened his mouth wide and let out a blood-curdling scream. The scream was deafening, echoing through the sky, and sending chills down everyone's spine. As for whether the scream was due to Lin Feng's overly fierce attack or the pain caused by the flames it hadn't finished spewing burning its mouth, only the Rainbow Demon Lord himself probably knows. Before Lin Feng could unleash his long-planned second strike of twin blazing fire, the clone standing behind him, wielding the silver serpent sword that shimmered with silvery white light, moved with lightning speed, sending the soul fire talisman flying straight over Lin Feng's head like a meteor. With a soft bang, the soul fire talisman exploded like a lit firecracker, instantly turning into a ball of orange-red light, like a burning firework that streaked across the sky and disappeared in a flash. However, this soul fire talisman, though brief, was incredibly powerful. Like a ferocious firebird, it charged straight at the Rainbow Demon Lord's chest. In an instant, the orange-red flames collided violently with the Rainbow Demon Lord's hard outer skin, producing a series of crackling and popping sounds. After the flames subsided, only a small patch of charred fur remained, emitting a pungent, burnt smell. Seeing this, Lin Feng pressed his advantage and unleashed a second burst of fire with his judgment staff. The raging fire, like a roaring fire dragon, lunged straight at the Rainbow Demon Lord's abdomen. Almost simultaneously, the fire dragon collided with the Rainbow Demon Lord's body with a deafening thud. Minus 7,888 critical hit. These successive and fierce attacks severely injured the Rainbow Demon Lord. Under the barrage of blows, its massive body involuntarily took a small step back, as if it had been forcibly pushed back by a powerful force. Chapter 121: The Raging Rainbow Demon Lord. However, the Rainbow Demon Lord did not give up so easily. It would never easily relinquish its chance to retaliate. Just as it leaned back and retreated, it suddenly swung its unusually large hand, like a ferocious beast, and delivered a powerful right hook straight at Lin Feng's head. This punch was powerful and heavy, carrying the anger and resentment of the Rainbow Demon Lord, and came hurtling towards us like a cannonball. Despite the ferocity of the Rainbow Demon cult leader's fist, Lin Feng remained fearless. He flashed forward like lightning, taking another step while slightly bending his body to skillfully evade the Rainbow Demon cult leader's attack. Lin Feng quickly ducked, nimbly dodging the fierce right hook from the Rainbow Demon cult leader, which was accompanied by blazing flames. He only felt a gust of wind sweep past his head like a whirlwind, as if a scorching heat stream had flashed past his scalp, bringing a burning sensation. However, Lin Feng was not intimidated by the sudden attack. He took a step forward, demonstrating his fearless courage and decisiveness. He gripped the judgment staff, which he had just swung but hadn't yet lowered, tightly in his hand. The steel staff in his hand was like an indestructible sword. Lin Feng thrust the staff of judgment forward with a swift and powerful motion, seemingly imbued with boundless strength. With a resounding thud, the staff of judgment pierced the Rainbow Demon cult master's hidden vital spot. Minus 1,011. Although this attack did not cause as much damage as the previous two fiery sword techniques, it accurately struck the Rainbow Demon Lord's vital point, causing it to feel unprecedented pain. This attack not only brought physical pain to the Rainbow Demon Lord, but also filled it with extreme anger and humiliation. It could not tolerate being so easily struck in a vital spot by Lin Feng, and the anger in its heart was instantly ignited. At this moment, the Rainbow Demon Lord could no longer care about his distant clone continuously wielding the silver serpent sword and unleashing skills, nor could he pay attention to the relentless barrage of soul fire runes. His aura grew increasingly ferocious, and his already grotesque face twisted into a chillingly grotesque expression. The Rainbow Demon Lord suddenly lowered its head and opened its mouth, unleashing a massive burst of orange-red flames like a volcanic eruption, hurtling straight towards Lin Feng. This flame, like a roaring fire dragon, lunged at Lin Feng with boundless killing intent and destructive power, engulfing him entirely. However, this was only the beginning. The Rainbow Demon Lord's attacks came one after another like a storm, his left and right hands moving with lightning speed, each strike like a seasoned boxer throwing left and right hooks. This series of movements was as fast as lightning, dazzling the eye, and the blazing flames, like shooting stars streaking across the night sky, kept attacking Lin Feng's entire body. Caught off guard by this sudden and extremely fast attack, Lin Feng had no choice but to immediately stop his offensive and switch to a defensive posture. He dodged and weaved through the fierce punches of the Rainbow Demon cult master, his agile figure weaving through the attacks. He wielded the judgment staff in his hand like a windmill, repeatedly blocking the Rainbow Demon cult master's attacks. However, despite Lin Feng's best efforts to defend, the Rainbow Demon cult master's attacks were simply too fierce. He was like a small boat in a storm, seemingly isolated and helpless on the verge of collapse. The Rainbow Demon Lord's extremely fast attack speed, amplified by critical hits, was exceptionally powerful. Although the damage wasn't particularly high, it left Lin Feng completely unable to retaliate. Just as Lin Feng was in trouble, the clone that was standing behind him suddenly made a move. The silver snake sword that the clone was wielding suddenly stopped, then quickly changed direction and pointed it directly at Lin Feng, accompanied by a soft, jingling sound. In an instant, a silvery white light, like the dawn's first rays, suddenly appeared above Lin Feng's head and began to swirl. This silvery white halo was the healing spell released by the clone, which could quickly restore Lin Feng's health, giving him a glimmer of hope in this thrilling battle. After quickly using a bottle of potent wound medicine, and with the help of the clone healing technique, Lin Feng quickly adapted to the Rainbow Demon Cult Master's sudden and ferocious attacks. Although he was still being beaten so badly that he couldn't fight back at all. As the saying goes, nothing lasts forever. Nothing can remain at its peak forever. This is a law of nature and a philosophy of life. In just 30 seconds, the once arrogant and domineering Rainbow Demon Cult leader suddenly became incredibly stiff, as if bound by an invisible force. At the same time, its aura suddenly plummeted like a flood bursting its banks. This change happened so quickly that Lin Feng barely had time to think about it. However, his keen combat intuition immediately told him that the Rainbow Demon Lord's berserk period was over. This was a golden opportunity, and Lin Feng certainly wouldn't let it slip by easily. He steadied himself, gripped the staff of judgment tightly, and channeled all his power into this single strike. With a furious slash, the staff of judgment, wreathed in raging flames, slammed into the Rainbow Demon Lord's body like a burning meteor. Minus 6,044 critical hit. The power of this strike was astonishing. As the fiery sword technique struck the Rainbow Demon Lord's body, a loud bang was heard. The Rainbow Demon Lord's originally crimson body seemed to have been drained of its life force, and suddenly turned into a rock-gray color. Moreover, at that instant, the Rainbow Demon Lord's body was frozen in place by a powerful force, completely unable to move. The paralysis effect of the paralysis ring is extremely rare in battles against bosses. Lin Feng and his clone naturally wouldn't miss this excellent opportunity, and they became even more unrestrained in their subsequent attacks. Lin Feng's attacks were like thunderbolts, carrying boundless power, and his clones were equally formidable, their coordination flawless. Under such a fierce onslaught, the Rainbow Demon Cult Master was utterly powerless to retaliate, only able to let out angry cries of agony. However, all of this was already in vain. As the berserk period ended, the Rainbow Demon Lord's strength rapidly declined, leaving him in a weakened state. Soon, it could no longer hold on, and after letting out a final, desperate howl, it collapsed in front of Lin Feng, completely losing its life. It sounds long-winded, but the whole process only takes 2 or 3 minutes. Chapter 122, The Stingy Rainbow Demon Cult Leader. Gained 187,500 experience points. As the Rainbow Demon Lord collapsed, his body began to convulse, and during these convulsions, rays of light of various colors continuously erupted from his body. These rays of light were all composed of various book pages, ingots, equipment, potions, and gold coins. Congratulations to player Morningstar for achieving the first kill of the boss Rainbow Demon Lord and receiving the system reward of +1 free attribute point. The system will announce to the entire server in 5 seconds. Players are asked whether they wish to hide their ID. After 5 seconds, the default is no. Don't hide it. Announcement for the entire region. Server-wide announcement. Player Morningstar has achieved the first kill of the boss Rainbow Demon Lord and received a system reward of +1 free attribute point. 3. Fuck. This guy is absolutely despicable. He actually stole the first kill. With such a difference in stats, how are we supposed to play from here on out? A tall man, at least level 28, wielding a well-moon weapon, stood angrily in front of Mage, wielding a wand and constantly casting firewalls, cursing incessantly. In front of the sorcerer stood a Taoist priest and his skeleton. The three of them stood close together, protecting the sorcerer as if they were an impenetrable wall. Before them stood a dense swarm of monsters of all shapes and sizes, including centipedes and giant worms, which darted back and forth through the wall of fire, scorched by the raging flames and emitting painful howls. Within the wall of fire, countless numbers appeared, representing the burning damage inflicted on the monsters. These numbers varied in size, indicating that the degree of damage suffered by each monster was different. Outside the firewall, even more people were busy. They continuously lured monsters into the firewall from a greater distance, providing more targets for their teammates inside. Hearing the warrior's complaint, the Taoist priest who was frequently casting invisibility and healing spells on his teammates couldn't help but speak up, saying, "Yeah, more than his many first kills, I'm curious about why his level has increased so quickly." He continued, sounding quite bewildered. "The three of us are all together, and there are 2 full squads of players constantly helping us attract all sorts of monsters, yet we're still below level 30. How come he's already level 40? The mage, who had been focusing solely on casting firewalls and seemingly doing nothing else, suddenly spoke up. "He's not level 40. He's level 41 now." As the mage finished speaking, the warriors who had been arguing and cursing and the Taoist priests who looked on with suspicion and confusion suddenly stopped what they were doing, as if they had been frozen in place. Their eyes met, and then, as if by telepathy, they simultaneously opened the ranking leaderboard. On the leaderboard, the name Morningstar at the top, followed by level 41, stood out starkly on the screen. This was a full 11 levels higher than the second place, level 30. Such a huge gap left both warriors and Taoists speechless with astonishment. They lost all interest in chatting or arguing. After silently closing the leaderboard, their anger erupted like a volcano. However, with nowhere to vent their rage, they could only unleash it all on the innocent monsters before them. However, while the warriors and Taoists were venting their frustrations on the monster, Lin Feng paid no attention to the commotion outside. His focus was entirely on the spoils dropped by the Rainbow Demon Lord. Lin Feng spent some time carefully collecting the items dropped by the Rainbow Demon Cult Master. When he finally finished, a sense of loss and frustration welled up inside him. Damn, no wonder it's known as the stingiest boss. Lin Feng couldn't help but curse inwardly. It doesn't even drop a single Zuma item. That's incredibly stingy. What a waste of such a large and powerful physique. While complaining about the stinginess of the Rainbow Demon Lord, he began to check the attributes of the other loot in his backpack, hoping to find some comfort in these items. The drop included 1 skill book, 2 pieces of Wolma equipment for exclusive equipment pieces, and several other common equipment pieces. The skill book is the Warrior's Crescent Blade, along with 2 pieces of Wolma equipment with mediocre stats. However, there are 4 exclusive equipment pieces, one of which is a duplicate. The other 3 pieces directly complete the set of 3 Rainbow Demon and Demon Blood sets dropped by the Rainbow Demon Pig Guard. Rainbow Demon Bracelet. Level required, 33. Taoist, 0 to 2. One of the Rainbow Demon 3-piece set. Hidden attribute. 1. When attacking, restores 2 units of lost health. 2. Wearing 3 different Rainbow Demon equipment pieces grants +2 accuracy. Durability, 3/4. One of the 3 demonic artifacts forged by the evil Rainbow Demon Cult Master using ancient demonic magic. Those with weak wills are easily seduced by it and become bloodthirsty. It is very helpful for Taoists to cultivate their Taoist heart. He casually stored the blue bracers inlaid with blood-red gems into his personal inventory. Lin Feng then checked the next piece of equipment. Demon Blood Necklace. Level required, 33. Attack, 2 to 2. Magic, 0 to 3. One of the 3 pieces of the Demon Blood set. Hidden attributes. 1. When worn, it grants +25 HP and -25 MP. 2. Wearing 3 different pieces of Demon Blood equipment grants an additional 50 HP. Durability, 6 out of 6. Demon Blood Ring. Level required, 33. Attack, 1 to 3. Magic, 1 to 0. One of the 3 pieces of the Demon Blood set. Hidden attributes. 1. When worn, it grants +25 HP and -25 MP. 2. Wearing 3 different pieces of Demon Blood equipment grants an additional 50 HP. Durability, 4/5. He put the 2 pieces of equipment into his personal storage. After calming himself down a bit, Lin Feng took a deep breath and continued towards the next coordinate, the location of the 2-headed King Kong. Before long, Lin Feng arrived near the coordinates. However, To his surprise, there was no trace of the two-headed King Kong. Moreover, the entire stone hall was unusually quiet, as if shrouded in an eerie atmosphere. The unusual silence filled Lin Feng with an ominous premonition. His brows furrowed, and his steps quickened. He rapidly scanned his surroundings, meticulously searching every corner, but still found nothing. After confirming that the two-headed King Kong wasn't there, Lin Feng turned around without hesitation and rushed towards the coordinates of the two-headed blood demon, which was not far away. However, when he arrived there, he also couldn't find the two-headed blood demon. Lin Feng's mood grew heavier, but he did not give up. Instead, he continued to follow the coordinates, heading towards the locations of the Crimson Moon Demon and the other 6 dark bosses in turn. However, each time the result was a huge disappointment to him. These places were all empty, with no trace of any boss. Chapter 123: The Gains from the VIP Map. With his experience buff dwindling to just over a minute, Lin Feng didn't rush to leave the map. He stopped and decided to check his clone's level and attributes first. An hour of experience buff would result in a significant level increase for his clone. After briefly checking the clone's current status and equipment, Lin Feng simply replaced the clone's clothes from the soul armor with the better ghost armor. The clone's only missing piece is its hat. It can't use the dragon pattern sword because its level is too low, and it's still using the silver serpent sword. The reason I didn't choose the Wuji staff, which has better attributes and a more attractive appearance, is entirely because the silver serpent sword can increase the damage of the soul fire talisman by 5%. Clone, venu. Teamwork level, 76.14%. Class, Taoist warrior. Level, 32. Health points, 730. Mana points, 418. Accuracy, 21. Agility, 30. Attack, 22 to 41. Magic, 0 to 6. Taoist arts, 21 to 101. Defense, 30 to 42. Demon control, 22 to 30. Magic evasion, 20%. Poison avoidance, 20%. Luck, 19. Both weapons were upgraded to +5 luck. The clone's current dual defensive capabilities are so powerful that most players feel helpless against it. Since the clones have hardly engaged in close-quarters combat, their accuracy attribute has not been effectively improved, so the mental force combat technique remains at level 0. However, the level of the Soul Fire rune has been significantly improved, reaching level 2, which makes the damage of the fire rune more considerable. At the same time, the group poisoning technique was successfully upgraded to level 1, and the amplification ratio from Taoist magic increased from 1 to 1 to 1 minute and 1.2 seconds. The damage increase effect of red poison was further enhanced, increasing from 242 points to 262 points. Moreover, as the clone's synergy value increased, when it reached 76, Lin Feng felt that the operation was significantly smoother and more natural, as if the coordination between him and the clone had reached a state of perfect understanding. However, after Lin Feng checked and replaced his clone's equipment, the brief experience buff lasted only a little over a minute. Lin Feng switched back to his mage equipment from his warrior gear, recalled his clone, and without hesitation activated a return scroll, quickly returning to Bishon City. Immediately afterwards, he used his teleportation ring and sped towards Bai Ri Min like lightning. Upon arriving at Bai Ri Min, Lin Feng went straight to the hero statue and stepped into the Hall of Heroes without stopping. As soon as he entered the Hall of Heroes, he couldn't wait to use the limited amount of gold he had to teach his clone various skills. After a brief hesitation, Lin Feng felt as if two little people were fighting in his mind. One little person told him that he should first learn the skills of Bai Ri Min Summon Skeleton and Bai Ri Min Group Invisibility, since both skills were very useful in battle. The other little figure reminded him that increasing his defenses was the most important thing right now, because only by ensuring his own safety could he better utilize his other skills. After a brief internal struggle, Lin Feng finally decided to temporarily abandon the two skills of Bai Ri Min, Summon Skeleton, and Bai Ri Min Collective Invisibility. He quickly chose to exchange for two other skills that could increase defense, Bai Ri Min Ghost Shield and Bai Ri Min Holy Armor. These two skills are also core skills for Taoists, which can increase the Taoist player and his teammates' defense and magic resistance respectively, allowing the player to be more at ease when facing enemies. However, after learning these two skills, Lin Feng had very few gold ingots left, not enough for him to learn any more. Moreover, it had only been a short time since he had told Ao Shirtian about the Corpse King's palace and the uses of gold ingots. The latter probably didn't have many gold ingots left either. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. Time was simply too short. There wasn't enough time to accumulate more gold ingots. But thinking about it now was pointless. He could only silently remind himself that he must plan his gold ingot usage more carefully and actively collect them in the future. After careful consideration, Lin Feng ultimately decided not to contact Ao Shirtian. After all, the guild had just been established, and Ao Shirtian was currently very busy. Asking him about the ingots in such a short time would undoubtedly put more pressure on him. Just as Lin Feng was about to get up and head to Mengzhong to submit his mission to the bookstore owner, his gaze was suddenly drawn to the celestial venerable sitting cross-legged in the Taoist temple not far away. The celestial venerable's solemn and dignified figure filled Lin Feng with a sense of awe. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind. He had previously obtained a strange green jade scepter from the dragon god in the VIP map, which seemed to have some connection with the celestial venerable. Thinking of this, Lin Feng immediately took out the ornament called the Jade Scepter from his personal storage. It was entirely emerald green, emitting a faint glow, and looked very mysterious. Holding the green jade scepter ornament, Lin Feng walked straight toward the celestial venerable, his heart filled with anticipation and curiosity. Lin Feng had just stepped into the Taoist temple and hadn't even settled in when the celestial venerable, not far away, suddenly raised his head as if by telepathy, his gaze piercing and fixed directly on Lin Feng. That gaze seemed to penetrate one's soul, inspiring awe in all who beheld it. However, this sharp gaze did not linger on Lin Feng's face for long. The celestial venerable's attention was quickly drawn to the green jade scepter held in Lin Feng's right hand. The green jade scepter was entirely emerald green, crystal clear, and emitted a faint light, clearly indicating that it was no ordinary item. As Lin Feng approached, the celestial venerable finally withdrew his scrutinizing gaze and slowly asked, "Morning Star, where did you obtain this green jade scepter?" His voice was deep and magnetic, carrying an irresistible air of authority. After asking the question, the celestial venerable turned his gaze to the clone beside Lin Feng, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. As he stroked his beard, he continued, "Your clone has grown quite fast. In just a few hours, it has already reached level 32. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng quickly stepped forward, bowed, and respectfully replied, "After parting ways with the celestial venerable, I had a slightly unusual encounter. Not only did my clone's level increase, but I also obtained this jade scepter by chance during this encounter." After saying that, Lin Feng carefully held the green jade scepter in his hands and presented it to the heavenly venerable. With a smile on his face, the celestial venerable slowly extended his right hand, as if welcoming a rare treasure, and carefully accepted the green jade scepter handed to him by Lin Feng. Chapter 124: The Legend of the Three Heroes. The celestial venerable gently held the jade scepter in his hand, playing with it and feeling its texture and aura, as if he could sense the aura of its former master, the god of war. The celestial venerable carefully examined the scepter. It was entirely emerald green, crystal clear, and emitted a faint, mysterious light. At the top of the exquisite scepter was a dazzling emerald, like a lively eye, revealing majesty and power. The celestial venerable gently toyed with the exquisite green jade scepter, his fingers tracing its surface as if reminiscing about bygone days. After a while, a smile appeared on his lips, and he said with emotion, "You've heard the story of the three heroes, haven't you?" Lin Feng nodded. Of course he knew this legend. The three heroes were legendary figures of the Divine Dragon Empire, and their heroic deeds were widely known throughout the Manhwa continent. The celestial venerable continued, "Back then, the god of war, the god of law, and I were all members of the three dragon guards of the Divine Dragon Empire. When the Divine Dragon Empire received King Bishon's letter of appeal, the three of us were ordered to go to the continent of Marfa. It was a journey full of hardships and dangers. Along the way, we encountered constant attacks from various demons. These demons were extremely ferocious and caused us a lot of suffering." The celestial venerable's voice gradually lowered, as if the scenes of those battles were replaying before his eyes. Not only that, but the road back to the Divine Dragon Empire has also been cut off by the demons. We were trapped in a helpless situation, but we did not give up. After years of fierce battles with various demons, we have finally ushered in the dawn of victory. A glint flashed in the Celestial Venerable's eyes. In the end, the three of us successfully sealed the Zuma Master in the Zuma Temple in Mengzhong Province. However, the cost of this battle was enormous. The god of war perished, the god of law disappeared, and I was seriously injured and had to stay in by Min to recuperate. At the same time, we also need to be on guard against attacks from the Crimson Moon Demon Cave at all times. The Celestial Venerable sighed softly, handed the Jade Scepter to Lin Feng, and said, "This Jade Scepter was the very object entrusted to the god of war. It witnessed a friendship between the three of us and that thrilling history. It is fate that you were able to obtain it." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng quickly asked the Celestial Venerable, "May I ask the Celestial Venerable, what is the purpose of this green Jade Scepter?" After a moment of contemplation, the Celestial Venerable said, "This Jade Scepter will greatly benefit your clone, but it will not be easy to use. When you can raise your clone to level 40 and increase its affinity to 100%, you can come back to me." "Speak," the Celestial Venerable said, somewhat reluctantly returning the green Jade Scepter he had been playing with to Lin Feng. He then closed his eyes and remained silent. The Celestial Venerable's expectations. "Please upgrade your clone to level 40 as soon as possible and cultivate its affinity to 100%. Task requirements. Level 40 clone, 100% synergy. Mission reward. Obtain the glory of the god of war. Unique mission. Accept yes/no. Accept." After completing his mission, Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the Celestial Venerable, only to find that the Celestial Venerable seemed to have lost interest in him and was no longer paying attention to his every move. Seeing this, Lin Feng felt slightly disappointed, but he did not dwell on it. Instead, he decisively took out the Mengzhong return stone from his pocket. He gripped the return stone tightly, silently chanting use. Instantly, a dazzling light erupted from the return stone, enveloping Lin Feng completely. With a flash of light, Lin Feng's figure appeared instantly within the Mengzhong safe zone, as if teleported. Lin Feng looked around and found that none of the other players had noticed his presence. He smiled slightly and quickly activated the teleportation ring. A faint light emanated from the ring, and then, enveloped in this light, Lin Feng's body vanished from the spot like a ghost. The next moment, Lin Feng appeared outside the academy gate. He walked lightly and swiftly into the academy, as if floating on water. "Knock, knock, knock." Lin Feng, who was standing outside the door, straightened his clothes a little, then raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. Squeak! With a slight sound, the door to the room where the bookstore owner had been was slowly opened inward. Lin Feng looked closely and saw the bookstore owner sitting at a low table, his figure somewhat blurred by the candlelight in the room. "Come in, and remember to close the door." The bookstore owner's voice was deep and resonant, as if it contained boundless wisdom and experience. Lin Feng dared not delay and quickly led his clone into the room. After entering the room, he first bowed to the bookstore owner, and then controlled his clone to gently close the door. "Greetings, sir," Lin Feng said respectfully. Looking at Lin Feng before him, the bookstore owner couldn't help but smile. This smile reflected both his recognition of Lin Feng's abilities and his satisfaction with the successful completion of the task. "Not bad. You actually managed to gain the Celestial Venerable's approval. You even have an avatar now. I suppose you've completed the task I gave you." The bookstore owner's voice revealed a hint of appreciation as he gestured for you to sit down. Seeing this, Lin Feng quickly sat down on the futon opposite the bookstore owner. After settling down, he swiftly took out the mission items he had prepared in advance from his backpack and carefully placed them on the low table in front of him. The mission items were laid out in a row, clearly indicating that Lin Feng had already organized them before arriving. The bookstore owner didn't touch the items on the table. He just glanced at them casually, as if they were nothing special to him. However, the moment he gently waved his left sleeve, something astonishing happened. The quest items that had been placed on the low table vanished without a trace, as if sucked away by an invisible force. Lin Feng stared wide-eyed at this amazing scene, and couldn't help but feel even more awe for the bookstore owner's abilities. Immediately afterwards, the bookstore owner took out 2 books and placed on the table, one on the left and one on the right. The book on the left had the word law, written on its cover, and the book on the right had the word war written on its cover. Then he spoke again, saying, "You've done a great job with your task. Now you can choose the profession from which you wish to obtain the special skill book." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was overjoyed. He had been worried that the bookstore owner would be dissatisfied with his task completion speed, and he was also somewhat concerned that the special skill book he obtained might randomly turn into a Taoist skill book that he couldn't use. To his surprise, the bookstore owner was so quick to let him choose for himself, which was quite unexpected. Unable to contain his excitement, Lin Feng quickly asked, "Can I choose which skill book to use?" The bookstore owner ruthlessly shattered Lin Feng's hopes. "It's just a job description, not a skills book." Chapter 125, The Real Blood Drinker? Upon hearing the bookstore owner's words, Lin Feng fell into deep thought. In his understanding, the skill systems for each class in PC games are quite complex due to the prevalence of private servers. Besides the 3 confirmed level 35 skills, Heaven Opening Slash, Lion's Roar, and Sun Chasing Sword Technique, warriors have many other skills whose existence is uncertain. For example, 10 Steps to Kill, Earth Piercing Nail, Dragon Shadow Sword Technique, and Gale Slash, etc. are all exceptionally powerful, but his existence is highly doubtful. Similarly, Lin Feng had similar confusion regarding the mage's skills. While the existence of skills like Frost Palm, Annihilation Fire, and Meteor Shower was confirmed, the situation with many other skills remained completely unknown. Did skills like Mass Lightning Bolt and Frost Rain truly exist? Lin Feng was equally clueless about this. However, if ranked solely based on the currently known skills, Meteor Shower would undoubtedly hold the top spot. This is not only because it's an incredibly powerful area of effect skill for mages, but also because Lin Feng harbors a special obsession with it. After all, it was a major goal of his after his rebirth. However, it's important to note that, like the Meteor Shower and the Sun Chasing Sword Technique, Meteor Shower is not a skill that can be learned immediately. They both require reaching level 45 to unlock, which will undoubtedly be a long process for Lin Feng. Lin Feng stared intently at the 2 special skill books before him, his brow furrowed, his mind undecided. These 2 books represented different skill systems, one for warrior skills and the other for mage skills. Lin Feng's gaze darted between the 2 books, his mind in turmoil. Warrior skills could further enhance his single target burst damage, making him even more lethal in battle, while mage skills might bring him entirely new combat styles or strategies. Lin Feng's hands trembled slightly. He didn't know what to do. In the end, he turned to the bookstore owner for help, hoping to get some advice from him. However, this time the bookstore owner was unusually silent. He just watched Lin Feng quietly, as if waiting for him to make his own decision. Lin Feng took a deep breath, steadied himself, and decided to listen to his inner voice. He recalled his current combat situation. A warrior's single target burst damage was already quite powerful, and while the skills Heaven Opening Slash and Sun Chasing Sword Technique were also very strong, they weren't exactly in urgent need. Before we know for sure if the warrior has area of effect skills, choosing mage skills might be a good option. After all, the 3 known skills each have their own unique features and can bring different advantages to his combat. After much deliberation, Lin Feng finally made up his mind. He slowly reached out and picked up the skill book with the word Law written on it. "You have obtained a special skill book, Law." Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that his choice had been correct. Just as he was about to examine the skill book closely, the bookstore owner spoke up. "Do you still have the blood drink imitation skill I taught you before?" Lin Feng's spirits lifted upon hearing the bookstore owner's words, and he thought to himself, "Is there another mission?" Lin Feng dared not relax for a moment. He quickly took out the weapon from his personal storage, then held it flat with both hands and handed it to the bookstore owner. Lin Feng's voice was slightly excited. "Yes, sir, please take a look." He felt that he had probably triggered a new mission. The bookstore owner didn't take the weapon immediately. Instead, he glanced at it casually and waved his hand, indicating that Lin Feng could put it away. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng quickly put the blood drinker imitation back into his backpack. The bookstore owner looked at Lin Feng and slowly said, "With your current strength, this weapon is no longer of much use to you. However, since it's still in your possession, it means that it still has some connection with you." Lin Feng's heart tightened, wondering what the bookstore owner would say next. The bookstore owner paused for a moment, then continued, "Do you know about the unknown Dark Palace?" Lin Feng nodded quickly and replied, "I know. I completed the mission of killing the giant multi-horned worm in the unknown Dark Palace. The bookstore owner nodded in satisfaction, seemingly pleased with Lin Feng's answer. He continued, in the unknown Dark Palace, there are special materials, Dark Palace chicken blood, deer blood, and straw. If you can retrieve these materials within 7 days, I can help you upgrade this weapon to the true blood drinker. The bookstore owner's treasured collection too. Head to the unknown Dark Palace, obtain the Dark Palace chicken blood, deer blood, and straw, and hand them over to the bookstore owner along with a blood drink imitation. Task time limit, 7 days. Quest reward, true blood drinker, unique. Accept yes/no. Accept. Lin Feng accepted the mission, but he was still somewhat confused by the description of the rewards. Before he could ask, the bookstore owner waved his hand and said, since you've accepted the mission, hurry up and go. Don't disturb me while I'm reading. Bang! Lin Feng, who was suddenly kicked out of the bookstore by the owner, stood outside the door, staring blankly at the closed door. After regaining his senses, Lin Feng took out the Be Shown teleportation stone, held it in his hand, and silently chanted use. With a flash of dazzling white light, Lin Feng's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. However, this was not because he did not want to go to the unknown Dark Palace to complete the task assigned by the bookstore owner, but because he was currently unable to enter that mysterious place. It had been less than 7 days since he last entered the unknown Dark Palace. According to the rules, he had to wait for a period of time before he could enter again. Lin Feng knew the importance of the unknown Dark Palace, so he decided to keep the secret of this map to himself for the time being and not share it with others. Because in the days to come, he planned to first monopolize the acquisition of the Woma Horn. Unlike the PC version, in this world, players around level 20 have the opportunity to challenge the Woma leader on the 3rd level of the Woma Temple. However, the Woma Temple here has a powerful Woma suppression effect, making the battle against the Woma leader extremely difficult for players. Even more problematic is that the battle against the Woma leader can only take place on the Bagua platform in the center of the 3rd level. The Woma leader on this platform is significantly enhanced, and his power far exceeds the capabilities of the other players currently capable of handling him. For other players, the only possible way to obtain the Woma Horn is to enter the unknown Dark Temple, find and defeat the true Woma chief within. Chapter 1, 26 Meteor Shower. However, before going to Woma Temple, Lin Feng planned to use his special skill book, Magic. Lin Feng first used his rarely used instant movement ability to leave the Be Shown safe zone. In the wilderness where there were no players nearby, Lin Feng took out a special skill book, Magic, from his backpack. After selecting to use it, the book in his hand flashed with light, and the word Magic that was originally written on the cover disappeared, replaced by the 4 words Meteor Shower that emitted a faint glow. Meteor Shower. Level required, 45. Mage Skill Book. Looking at the Meteor Shower skill book in front of him, Lin Feng was still very happy, even though it required level 45 to use. But it was exactly the skill book he wanted most at the moment. Lin Feng carefully stored the Meteor Shower into his personal storage. He then used his teleportation ring to select the coordinates of the Woma Forest Pass. His next destination was the Woma Temple. Before long, Lin Feng arrived at the Woma Temple with lightning speed via his teleportation ring. This time, when he arrived at the entrance to the 1st floor of the Woma Temple, he was surprised to find a few players forming a small team, struggling to fight a fierce battle against several Woma monsters. Lin Feng easily noticed that these players were clearly struggling in combat, and none of them were equipped with equipment of Woma level or higher. This made Lin Feng wonder, what are they trying to do? However, none of this mattered to Lin Feng. He had only one goal, the Woma cult leader on the 3rd floor. So, Lin Feng continued using the teleportation ring and soon arrived at the 3rd floor. Standing at the entrance to the 3rd floor, Lin Feng unhesitatingly chose the coordinates of the central Bagua platform and activated the teleportation ring. However, something unexpected happened. Current coordinates cannot be blocked. Teleportation failed. With the system notification sound, Lin Feng felt a blur before his eyes, and with a whoosh, he was randomly teleported to a secluded corner on the 3rd floor of the Woma Temple. Oh, what's going on? Can't I just teleport to the Bagua platform? Lin Feng muttered to himself. However, he didn't dwell on it too much, but quickly observed his surroundings. Beside him, monsters were densely packed together, their sheer number astonishing. Unfortunately, Lin Feng, who had just landed, was immediately petrified by a dung beetle beside him, and his invisibility was broken. The hidden dark warriors, upon discovering Lin Feng's sudden appearance, began unleashing a barrage of needles. These needles struck Lin Feng's magic shield, producing clanging sounds and creating ripples, while each needle also drained 1 or 2 points of Lin Feng's health. Fortunately, Lin Feng still had a clone beside him. The clone quickly cast a group invisibility spell on Lin Feng, putting him back in his stealth mode. After Lin Feng was freed from petrification, he immediately unleashed several ice roars towards the area where monsters were densely packed, instantly killing them on the spot. After doing all this, Lin Feng saw that nothing useful had fallen to the ground, so he stood quietly in place, waiting for the teleportation ring's cooldown to end. Lin Feng stood still, pondering to himself, calculating the coordinates of a location not far from the edge of the Bagua platform. He took a deep breath and decisively activated the teleportation ring again. With a faint flash of light, Lin Feng's figure vanished from his spot. The next moment, he appeared without hindrance on the steps at the edge of the Bagua platform. However, the moment Lin Feng regained his footing, the Woma cult leader on the Bagua platform immediately noticed his presence. The Woma cult leader's ferocious face turned towards Lin Feng, his eyes revealing a hint of wariness and hostility. Lin Feng was not intimidated by the Woma cult leader's imposing aura. He stood calmly in place, observing the Woma cult leader's every move. After a brief standoff, Lin Feng quickly removed his mage gear and put on a set of warrior gear more suitable for soloing the boss. Lin Feng did this because he clearly understood that while mages had a strong advantage in ranged area of effect attacks, warriors were obviously superior in single target attacks and burst damage. Especially when facing powerful bosses like the Woma leader, warriors could better utilize their close combat abilities. Furthermore, with the arrival of the level 40 update, Lin Feng's attributes were greatly enhanced and unlocked. This made him more adept in combat, and the unique characteristics of the two classes became even more apparent. After changing his equipment, Lin Feng summoned his clone. As soon as the clone appeared, it quickly swung the silver serpent sword and threw out 2 talismans. The 2 talismans flashed like lightning and appeared accurately above Lin Feng and his clone. In an instant, 2 large characters, defense and magic, appeared in the air, emitting a faint glow. These 2 talismans increased Lin Feng and his clone's defense and magic resistance, allowing them to better withstand the Woma cult leader's attacks in the upcoming battle. Having made all the preparations, Lin Feng then stepped onto the Bagua platform with his clone. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, Lin Feng unhesitatingly activated his savage charge skill, charging straight towards the Woma cult leader in the center of the Bagua platform like a raging bull. At the same time, his clone followed closely behind him. The moment the clone entered the attack range, he swung the silver snake sword in his hand like lightning, instantly unleashing a large cloud of gray poisonous mist. The poisonous fog, like smog, spread rapidly at an alarming speed, completely enveloping the central area of the Bagua platform, which was more than 10 square meters in size, with the Woma cult leader standing in the center bearing the brunt. Almost instantly, the Woma leader's original body color was stained a strange green by the poisonous fog, as if it had been corroded by the deadly poison. However, this was only the beginning. As the second cloud of poisonous mist emerged, the color of the Woma leader's body quickly changed from green to dark red, as if the blood in its body had been corroded by the poisonous mist and become filthy. This sudden change caused the Woma cult leader, who had been focusing all his attention on Lin Feng, to instantly shift his furious gaze to his clone. He was clearly extremely annoyed and resentful of the unexpected poisonous fog attack. However, the Woma cult leader's anger did not last long, because just as it was about to attack its clone, Lin Feng had already used the speed advantage of the savage charge to quickly approach it like a ghost. The judgment staff in Lin Feng's hand, already engulfed in scorching flames, was now slamming down on the Woma cult leader with tremendous force, accompanied by howling winds and flashing firelight. A deafening bang, like a thunderclap, resounded. The power of the strike was astonishing. The staff of judgment collided violently with the body of the Woma cult leader, sending sparks and dust flying, as if the entire Bagua platform trembled. Chapter 127, Detecting the Necklace. minus 8,764 critical hit. However, just as the Woma cult leader had not yet gained a foothold and was preparing to launch counterattack, the judgment staff in Lin Feng's hand seemed to be given life, and it was raised high once again. Accompanied by a sharp wind and raging flames, this strike was like a thunderbolt, crashing down on the Woma cult leader with overwhelming force. Minus 3,777. In an instant, sparks flew and energy surged. Under the powerful impact, the Woma cult leader's body was struck as if by a heavy blow, and he involuntarily staggered backward. However, Lin Feng's attack did not stop there. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, executed in one go. He raised the judgment staff in his hand again, and another fierce assassination sword technique was slashed out like lightning, landing directly on the Woma cult leader. Minus 1,026. These two consecutive, fierce fiery sword techniques, followed by an assassination strike, came like a storm, giving the Woma leader no chance to catch his breath. The powerful impact forced the Woma leader to take another half step back, finally freezing in place, as if he had lost control of his body. Just then, Lin Feng's clone's attack arrived. A talisman burning with raging flames shot out from behind Lin Feng like a meteor streaking across the night sky, striking the Woma cult leader's shoulder with unerring accuracy. Minus 621. These successive attacks, like a violent storm, left the Woma leader utterly defenseless. It roared furiously, its voice echoing throughout the space, as if venting all the pent-up frustration and rage within it. At the same time, its bat-like wings began to flap wildly, stirring up gusts of wind and creating small whirlwinds on the ground. However, despite the fierce attack, the Woma leader was not completely defeated. Its frozen body suddenly straightened, and a powerful aura erupted from it like a volcanic eruption. This aura, like a raging torrent, abruptly stopped Lin Feng's attempt to press his advantage and use his assassination sword technique. Lin Feng felt an irresistible force rushing towards him, and his body was involuntarily pushed backward by this powerful aura, as if the whole world was being shaken by this force at this moment. Lin Feng's clones continuously unleashed soul fire talismans at the Woma cult leader, but the Woma cult leader remained fearless, enduring the attacks and charging straight at Lin Feng. It raised its palms, their palms gleaming with dazzling lightning, and swiftly struck Lin Feng's body repeatedly like lightning. In an instant, lightning formed a thick curtain, enveloping Lin Feng's entire body. The flashes of lightning made it impossible to see what kind of attack Lin Feng was suffering. However, the single-digit values that kept appearing on the flashing lightning clearly showed the Woma leader effect. Lin Feng was now very different from before. Despite the Woma cult leader's ferocious attack, Lin Feng was not seriously injured. Once he recovered from a stunned state caused by the Woma cult leader's violent aura, he immediately and without hesitation swung the judgment staff in his hand, giving the Woma cult leader a powerful counterattack. Ah! Lin Feng roared, and with a shout, streams of sharp sword energy erupted from the Staff of Judgment. These sword energies, like a storm, fiercely attacked the Woma cult leader. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng's movements were as natural and fluid as flowing water. He quickly unleashed various exquisite sword techniques, such as offensive sword techniques and assassination sword techniques. Each move was incredibly powerful, leaving the Woma leader overwhelmed. What's even more astonishing is that once Lin Feng's skill cooldown (CD) is over, he will immediately and without hesitation unleash the fiery sword technique. This move, accompanied by scorching flames, is like a volcanic eruption, instantly igniting the surrounding air and putting immense pressure on the Woma leader. The battle was fierce, with flashing swords and constant shouts of killing. However, it didn't last long. From the moment Lin Feng stepped onto the manhwa platform, it only took about 2 minutes. With a furious and unwilling howl, the once tall and imposing body suddenly stiffened like a puppet that had lost its control, and then fell to the ground on the manhwa platform with a thud. The once majestic and arrogant Woma leader was killed on the spot by Lin Feng. As the Woma leader fell, a vast expanse of multicolored light, like fireworks suddenly bursting forth, scattered across the surrounding ground. Among this scattering of multicolored light, one 7-colored ray stood out conspicuously. This was a special piece of equipment. The moment Lin Feng saw the seven-colored light appear, he could no longer dwell on his battle with the Woma leader. His body reacted instinctively, rushing towards the location of the seven-colored light and picking it up immediately. The clone could pick up the other equipment, but Lin Feng immediately looked at the special equipment he had just picked up in the backpack. Detection necklace. Level required. 1. Hidden attribute. 1. Activate command detection plus character ID. As long as the current character ID is online, you can view the map and coordinates of that character ID in real time. If the character ID is offline or does not exist, the detection will fail. Cooldown time, 10 seconds. 2. Skill casting speed plus 10%. Skill casting success rate plus 10%. 3. Ultimate crushing effect plus 10%. Crushing resistance plus 10%. Durability, 6 out of 8. It's a detection necklace. That's fine, at least I don't have one. Lin Feng didn't mind and casually equipped the detection necklace into the fragment of authority, into the slot specifically for the detection necklace. The detection necklace is a thin chain with a huge, dazzling diamond hanging from it. If it appeared in the real world, it would surely drive every woman crazy. Even in the PC version, the detection necklace is a very special piece of equipment, not particularly useful on its own. However, when combined with the teleportation ring, it becomes the infamous hunting set. If, in addition to these two pieces of equipment, you also possess the memory set, then it's almost certain that no player will be able to escape your pursuit. Unfortunately, each of these pieces of equipment is rarer than the last. Owning even one of them is extremely difficult, and possessing them all is virtually impossible for most players, except for a few extremely wealthy individuals. After equipping the detection necklace, Lin Feng checked the other equipment his clone had picked up. Finding nothing particularly noteworthy, he stored it all in his personal inventory, changed his own equipment, and then used the Mengzhong teleportation stone to return to the city. Chapter 128 Re-entering the VIP map. Lin Feng stood in the safe zone of Mengzhong, his gaze fixed on the mysterious portal to the VIP area. His hesitation was fleeting. He resolutely stepped towards the portal, deciding to try again to see if he could re-enter the VIP map. Lin Feng knew that in many private servers, the number of times VIP maps could be accessed could be refreshed using in-game currency. As long as the price of in-game currency was reasonable, he was absolutely willing to pay that price. After all, there are many more bosses in the VIP map, and the equipment and items they drop are better and more plentiful than those from other WoW bosses. Furthermore, the monsters in the VIP map are all located near specific coordinates, making them relatively easy to find and saving a lot of time and effort. More importantly, Lin Feng had already made a detailed record of all the boss spawn points when he first entered the VIP map. If he could re-enter this map, he was absolutely confident he could clear out all the bosses in a shorter time and obtain more valuable loot. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's steps became even more resolute. He couldn't wait to push open that portal and explore the unknown world within the VIP map. VIP Privilege Map. Level required, 40. Current map status, not refreshed. Current number of entries, 0/1. Yes/no refresh count. Yes. This refresh will cost 1,000 gold coins. Yes/no. Yes. As soon as Lin Feng made his decision, the few gold ingots left in his backpack disappeared as if by magic, with another 1,000 disappearing in an instant. However, these gold coins weren't wasted, because the number of times the VIP map could be entered suddenly increased from 0 to 1, and the map status also changed from not refreshed to refreshed. This made Lin Feng extremely happy, and without even thinking, he clicked Enter Map. The feeling was exactly the same as when he first entered the map. However, when he actually stepped into this VIP map, he suddenly noticed a small change. This time, there was no longer an experience point buff. However, this did not affect Lin Feng's next move. Without hesitation, he quickly changed into warrior equipment and, like a veteran, skillfully used the teleportation ring, flying towards the locations of the bosses with a whoosh. The ensuing battle was incredibly swift and decisive, requiring absolutely no unnecessary movements. Lin Feng was like a precise killing machine, with bosses falling wherever he went. In just over half an hour, he had completely wiped out all the bosses on the entire map. This is quite a haul. At least, his ordinary Zuma equipment has been upgraded once again, replaced by top-tier Zuma equipment with even more extra attributes. If there's any regret, it's that no special equipment with the 7-colored glow dropped this time. Besides that equipment, Lin Feng also gained over 1,000 book pages and nearly 7,000 gold ingots. Such a gain naturally led Lin Feng, who had just returned to the Mengzhong safe zone, to once again choose to refresh the VIP map without hesitation. This refresh will cost 2,000 gold coins. Yes/no. Yes. The second refresh required a full 2,000 gold coins. That was quite a sum, double the amount from the first refresh. However, this did not deter Lin Feng. On the contrary, his desire to enter the VIP map again grew even stronger. Time ticked by, and after about half an hour, Lin Feng finally reappeared in the Mengzhong safe zone. This time, his haul was quite substantial, with a dazzling array of equipment. Moreover, the number of book pages and gold ingots he obtained was almost the same as before. However, Lin Feng wasn't satisfied with that. Without stopping or resting, he chose to refresh the VIP map for the third time. After all, the previous 2 refreshes had yielded decent results. But this time, the required gold ingots doubled again, consuming a full 4,000 gold ingots in one go. When Lin Feng emerged from the VIP map for the third time, he was somewhat distressed. He noticed that the rewards this time were significantly less than the previous 2. Both the quality of the equipment and the quantity of book pages and gold ingots had decreased. For example, the number of book pages had plummeted from over 1,000 each time to just over 800, and the number of gold ingots had dropped even further from around 7,000 to less than 5,000. Faced with this result, Lin Feng fell into deep thought. Going to the VIP map again would definitely be a loss in terms of in-game currency. After all, the 4th refresh requires 8,000 in-game currency, which is no small sum. Lin Feng is currently short of gold ingots, so he definitely wouldn't want to do this. Forget it. Let's call it a day. Lin Feng gave up on the idea of entering the VIP map again. Lin Feng first auctioned off most of the ordinary equipment in his personal inventory for cash at a price slightly below the average selling price, and then auctioned off a small number of equipment with average attributes for gold coins. He then put all of it on the trading platform and selected 1 hour for auction. Although these items are described as ordinary equipment, most of them are actually top-tier items with additional attribute bonuses. Moreover, there are a large number of these items, which, when combined, will definitely bring him considerable income. Surprisingly, Lin Feng possessed several hundred pieces of Woma level and Zuma level equipment. This was undoubtedly an astonishing number, but he was not in a hurry to sell these precious pieces of equipment. In Lin Feng's view, now is not the best time to sell Woma level equipment. This is not because Lin Feng thinks the price of the equipment is not high enough. In fact, the current price of Woma class equipment is already quite astonishing, with each piece costing over 10 million and weapons selling for over 30 million, and even then, they are often in short supply. So why did Raymond Lam choose to wait? There are 2 main reasons. First, he wanted to give his guild more time to develop. If he sold off a large amount of Woma level equipment now, other guilds might gain significant power, posing a threat to his guild. Lin Feng hopes that by preserving this equipment, his guild will have more time to grow and strengthen. Secondly, Lin Feng hoped to force other players to prioritize leveling up by restricting the sale of Woma level equipment. After all, if other guilds acquired a large amount of Woma level equipment, they would inevitably choose to go to the Woma temple to try and win over the Woma leader in order to create their own guild. Chapter 129, Stone Tomb Formation. Once the major guilds begin their campaigns against the Woma leader, the competition for the Woma temple will become exceptionally fierce. The momentum of rapid leveling up among players across the entire region will inevitably be disrupted by this competition. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't forget the requirements for opening the Crimson Moon Canyon, nor the strict limitation of only 30 promotion slots in the Milky Way. To unlock Crimson Moon Canyon, the entire server needs at least 1 player level 40 or higher, and also requires 10,000 players level 35 or higher. The reason why Earth was eliminated in its previous life was largely due to the infighting and crushing among the various guilds and corporations. This internal strife greatly affected everyone's level-up speed, ultimately limiting the overall strength of the planet to a relatively low level. At that time, even the top players could only reach level 55 at most, and they lacked sufficiently powerful skills and equipment. Meanwhile, as time went on, the monsters grew stronger, putting increasing pressure on the players on Blue Star. A pessimistic mood gripped the entire planet, as if no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't escape their fate of elimination. However, Lin Feng was well aware of the stakes involved. He understood that if Blue Star was eliminated, he himself would lose the opportunity to continue developing in this game, because he had already witnessed the limits of his previous life. Therefore, even if it wasn't for anyone else, but just for himself, Lin Feng absolutely did not want to see Blue Star eliminated. Having made his decision, Lin Feng quickly blocked all the notifications sound from the trading platform after putting all the ordinary equipment up for auction, so as not to interfere with his thoughts and actions. Immediately afterward, Lin Feng used his teleportation ring to vanish from his spot and sped towards the deepest part of the stone tomb. In his previous life, the stone tomb and the map beyond it were often dominated by various guilds, leading to extremely fierce PvP conflicts, so he had never been able to explore these places in depth. However, he still had a general understanding of how to navigate the stone tomb. Relying on his memory of the PC game, Lin Feng carefully compared each step and moved back and forth through the seemingly identical stone tomb array rooms. The stone tomb maze was teeming with monsters since no other players had visited yet. Seeing this, Lin Feng wasn't in a hurry to advance to the next level. Instead, he chose to use his first triple experience scroll of the day. With the use of the triple experience voucher, Lin Feng quickly waved the bone jade scepter in his hand, and walls of blazing fire immediately appeared in the room of the stone tomb array. With the support of various equipment and attributes, Lin Feng's firewall can now deal damage far exceeding the health of these ordinary monsters. In the lower right corner of his vision, a notification of gaining experience points has begun to scroll continuously. Gained 1080 experience points. Gained 1120 experience points. While clearing out the monsters in each room of the stone tomb array, Lin Feng combined his memory with the route to the 6th floor of the stone tomb array. Lin Feng slowly advanced through the firewall. Fortunately, he encountered no unexpected events along the way and successfully reached the 6th level of the stone tomb. This is the route to the 6th level from the entrance in the PC version. Upper right, lower left, upper right, lower left, upper right, lower left. The 6th level of the stone tomb is an extremely spacious burial chamber with an entrance leading to the 7th level in the center. However, the room is densely packed with all sorts of monsters, inspiring fear in those who enter. Among these monsters, Lin Feng even discovered a white boar and an evil venomous snake. Both of these monsters were extremely powerful, and ordinary players would likely find them difficult to deal with. However, now that he had seen them, Lin Feng naturally wouldn't let this opportunity slip by easily. Without hesitation, he unleashed a continuous wall of fire, which instantly blazed throughout the entire room. As Lin Feng continued to wave his bone jade staff, the wall of fire rapidly spread, trapping the monsters within and preventing their escape. The scorching flames, like a ferocious beast, instantly disturbed the monsters on the 6th level of the stone tomb, causing them to become restless. Those monsters trapped within the wall of fire didn't even have time to react before they cried out in agony within Lin Feng's incredibly powerful flames, collapsing to the ground and dying one after another. In an instant, light flickered within the wall of fire, and various pieces of equipment, potions and gold coins, as if enchanted, began to shimmer faintly within it. These lights intertwined, creating a magnificent and colorful scene. At the same time, the experience point indicator in the lower left corner seemed to be ignited, constantly flashing as if cheering for Lin Feng's victory. Meanwhile, the clone beside Lin Feng wielded the silver serpent sword, unleashing several group poison spells in succession towards the direction of the white boar and the evil venomous snake. However, Lin Feng seemed completely oblivious to all of this. His attention was entirely focused on how to fill the entire room with walls of fire. His movements were swift and decisive, as if he wouldn't stop until the entire room was engulfed in flames. Meanwhile, the white boar and the evil venomous snake, ignored by Lin Feng, struggled desperately within the wall of fire. They tried various methods to attack Lin Feng, some charging and pouncing, others striking with their spike clubs, but Lin Feng completely disregarded them. With his powerful defenses, various strong equipment, skills, and level 3 magic shield, Lin Feng completely ignored their attacks, making their seemingly fierce attacks only cause slight ripples on Lin Feng's level 3 magic shield. -2. -1. The clone following Lin Feng acted like a caring little nurse, occasionally casting a healing spell on him. The effect of this healing spell was miraculous, accompanied by a ringing sound. A refreshing light circled above his head, quickly restoring the little bit of health he had painstakingly lost. Lin Feng was completely focused on casting his firewall spell, aiming to cover the entire 6th floor with a blazing wall of fire. However, before he could achieve this ambitious goal, something unexpected happened. The white boars and evil venomous snakes that had been closely following him suddenly fell one after another to his powerful firewall. These once ferocious monsters were now struggling in agony under the scorching heat of the firewall, ultimately turning into spoils scattered across the ground, shimmering with a faint light. Lin Feng was overjoyed at the sight, but he didn't stop what he was doing. Chapter 130, the 7th level of the Stone Tomb. He quickly manipulated his clone, ordering it to prioritize picking up the equipment dropped by the two bosses. Then, he continued wielding the bone jade scepter, like a tireless machine, rapidly covering the entire 6th floor with walls of fire. As Lin Feng continued his efforts, the 6th floor, which had been bustling and densely packed with monsters, began to empty out at an astonishing speed. The monsters, burning under the walls of fire, screamed and collapsed to their deaths, creating a spectacular scene. Soon, Lin Feng had covered almost the entire 6th floor with walls of fire, and the monsters on the 6th floor were completely wiped out by his fierce attack. Without the threat of monsters, Lin Feng naturally wouldn't linger on the 6th floor. He quickly activated his teleportation ring and flew towards the entrance to the 7th level of the Stone Tomb, which he had already marked. With a single step after landing, the scene before his eyes shifted, and Lin Feng had already entered the 7th level of the Stone Tomb. Roar! As soon as Lin Feng stepped into the 7th level of the Stone Tomb, his eardrums felt as if they had been struck by a heavy hammer. A deafening roar of monsters suddenly filled his ears. He looked closely and saw that the stairs beneath his feet were densely packed with all sorts of monsters, which filled him with fear. These monsters are diverse, including chi, scorpion snakes, red and black wild boars, and a particularly large and conspicuous white wild boar. The entire 7th level of the Stone Tomb seems to have become a paradise for these monsters, and the white wild boars seem to be the rulers here, standing out among the monsters. Lin Feng glanced around briefly. Just within his field of vision, not counting the smaller monsters, there were at least 4 or 5 white boars, and that was only what he could see. As for the more distant areas beyond his sight, he had no idea how many white boars existed there. If you include the entire 7th level of this enormous stone tomb, the number of white wild boars here would probably be staggering. Lin Feng quickly realized the importance of this place. In his previous life, this map was a fiercely contested area by various guilds, where intense battles were fought year-round, from the Stone Tomb formation all the way up to the 7th level of the Stone Tomb. However, Lin Feng didn't dwell on these things. He quickly regained his composure and focused his attention on the monster in front of him. Standing at the top of the stairs, he swiftly cast his magic skill, Firewall. A burst of blazing flames erupted from his hand, forming a wall of fire that spread rapidly like a beacon tower. As he continued to wave his bone jade scepter, the walls of fire quickly covered everything within his reach. After doing all this, Lin Feng took a deep breath and slowly walked down the stairs. His steps were relaxed and easy, even though he knew the road ahead would not be smooth. Following the path paved with firewalls, Lin Feng advanced step by step. The firewalls burned fiercely beneath his feet, seemingly guiding his progress. His clone, following beside him, continuously wielded his silver serpent sword, turning all the white boars within his attack range a dark red. Enraged by Lin Feng and his clone's attacks, the white boars roared and charged at Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng remained remarkably calm, moving through the wall of fire as leisurely as if strolling in his own garden. Besides the numerous white boars, an evil venomous snake also appears intermittently throughout the 7th level. This snake attacks with incredible speed and power. Once it coils around you, the consequences are unimaginable. But this doesn't apply to Lin Feng. Faced with this situation, Lin Feng and his clone had a clear division of labor. Lin Feng released firewalls as he walked, burning the ordinary monsters, blocking his way into experience points, while also using the powerful attack of the fire walls to continuously burn the bosses chasing after him. Meanwhile, the clone focused intently on following Lin Feng, using a group poison spell to stain all the bosses within its attack range, and occasionally casting a healing spell to restore the health lost by Lin Feng and itself after being attacked by the bosses. The 7th level of the Stone Tomb is extremely large, and the number of monsters is astonishing. However, under Lin Feng's powerful firewall, the various bosses chasing behind him began to fall one after another. This forced Lin Feng to control his clone to stop and follow behind the fallen bosses, picking up the equipment they dropped. The dropped equipment covered the ground like raindrops. With each step Lin Feng took, he could step on various kinds of loot, sometimes equipment, sometimes potions, and sometimes gold coins. As the map progressed, Lin Feng noticed that more and more things were falling, forcing him to frequently stop and work with his clone to pick up the items on ground. After a long 2 hours, Lin Feng finally finished clearing all 7 levels of the Stone Tomb. He let out a long sigh, wiped non-existent sweat from his forehead, and thought to himself, clearing this land was really hard work. My hands are sore from picking up all the stuff. However, if it weren't for the system update that changed the rules for logging in and out of players level 35 and above, Lin Feng probably wouldn't have been able to clear the entire 7th floor of the Stone Tomb in such a short time. It's already close to 9 p.m. According to the previous rules, he should have been forced offline long ago. Using a return scroll, Lin Feng returned to the Mengzhong safe zone. He looked around and found the safe zone deserted, without a single player in sight. This made Lin Feng feel somewhat uneasy, as he was used to the bustling safe zone, listening to other players chatting, interacting, and boasting. Lin Feng understood that currently, apart from him, who is no longer subject to the forced login restriction, all other players in the game were forced to log in at midnight and were forcibly logged off as early as 8 a.m. To see other players re-enter the game, he would have to wait a while longer until 9 a.m. when they would gradually log back in. After a moment's thought, Lin Feng decided to put all the ordinary equipment he had just acquired into the trading platform and select a 3-hour auction. This way, he could use the time to do other things while also getting a better price for the equipment at the auction. He also checked the auction results of the equipment he had previously put up for auction. Presumably because the trading platform now supports direct cash purchases, the tens of thousands of ordinary equipment items of various minor rare qualities that had been traded previously still brought Lin Feng over 40 million in cash, even after deducting the trading platform's fees. In addition, he received 360 million gold coins. Chapter 131, The Military's Request. Lin Feng stared intently at the balance displayed on the trading platform, pondering to himself. After a brief moment of thought, he decisively decided to withdraw all of the more than 40 million yuan to his credit account. After completing the withdrawal, Lin Feng logged off without hesitation. As the protective shield of the energy pod slowly opened, Lin Feng stepped out and headed straight for the bathroom. In the bathroom, Lin Feng thoroughly rinsed off the remaining nutrient solution, enjoying the refreshing and comfortable feeling of the water. After showering, he quickly changed into clean and tidy clothes, instantly feeling refreshed and invigorated. Back in the living room, Lin Feng plopped down on the sofa and gave the command to the smart assistant, Xiaoming. I'm here. Xiaoming's voice immediately came from the smartwatch on the coffee table. Order me breakfast, Lin Feng instructed. Okay. Breakfast should be delivered in about 15 minutes, Xiaoming replied. Lin Feng nodded, then said, Xiaoming, please settle the remaining balance for my credit limit and energy capsule with them. Okay, I'll process it for you right away, Xiaoming replied quickly. Not long after, Xiaoming completed all the operations and reported to Lin Feng. Your short-term credit limit has been returned, and the final payment for the energy capsule has been successfully made. Currently, your account balance is 4,237.5324 yuan. Very good. Lin Feng responded with satisfaction, then continued to ask Xiaoming, what is the current selling price of this property of mine? Xiaoming answered quickly. The apartment you currently live in is a luxury apartment in Xinping, downtown, with an area of 89 square meters. The average price of a similar apartment in this complex is 650,000 yuan, and the price of yours is 600,000 yuan. However, according to the policy of Jiangnan City, you have a welfare subsidy from Jiangnan University, which entitles you to a 10% discount. So, if you decide to buy it, the price is only 540,000 yuan. Lin Feng was pleased to hear the price. He was very satisfied with it, and, without hesitation, immediately instructed Xiao Ming to buy the house. Actually, Lin Feng had always liked this house, but he couldn't afford to buy it due to financial constraints, so he chose to rent it for 1,500 yuan a month. Now that he has plenty of money, he can buy the house without hesitation. As for why he didn't consider buying a more luxurious, larger house, or even a villa, the reason is simple. Lin Feng has already gotten used to living here and is very comfortable with the environment and lifestyle. Moreover, a 98 square meter fully furnished apartment in the city center is already a fairly spacious and comfortable living space for one person. Buying a bigger house, or even a villa, is not something he can't afford, but rather something completely unnecessary. After all, living in a house that's too big for one person would feel empty and meaningless. While waiting for breakfast to arrive, Lin Feng strolled around the room in a cheerful mood, imagining how he could renovate the house to better suit his taste when he had time. Breakfast was delivered shortly after. Lin Feng quickly finished his breakfast and then eagerly lay back down in the energy pod, logged into the game, and continued his adventure on the continent of Manhwa. Lin Feng had just logged on when he received a private message from A.O. Shirtian. A.O. Shirtian, President, contact me after you see this message. Lin Feng didn't know what had happened, but that didn't stop him from contacting A.O. Shirtian to find out. Morning Star, what happened? I just logged on. A.O. Shirtian, if you have time, come to the Bishon City Inn. The Federation military wants to communicate with you, most likely hoping to obtain the Woma horn from you. Morning Star, okay, let's meet at the Biki City Inn and talk. Soon, Lin Feng arrived at a private room in the Bishon City Inn. A.O. Shirtian was already waiting inside, and upon seeing Lin Feng enter, he immediately stood up. Two other middle-aged men, dressed in level 22 professional attire and exuding an air of martial prowess, also stood up along with A.O. Shirtian. A.O. Shirtian, let me introduce you all. This is Colonel Li, ID, Blue Shield. This is Committee Member Justin, ID, Bauhinia KD. And this is Morningstar, the founder of our Super Galaxy Alliance. Blue Shield cut to the chase. Hello, Morningstar. I've been sent by the federal military to communicate with you, hoping to obtain a Woma horn from you to create a guild. If you have any requests, please feel free to state them. This soldier from the Blue Shield ID group was very straightforward. He got straight to the point and stated their needs. Morningstar, may I ask why your military believes I still possess the Woma horn? Blue Shield was clearly prepared. We have sent elite troops into the Woma Temple before. Not long ago, a team of members saw you entering the Woma Temple. We believe that with your abilities, you must have entered the Woma Temple with the Woma leader in mind. As Blue Shield spoke, he fixed his gaze on Lin Feng's face, paused briefly, and then continued. According to the intelligence we've gathered, the Woma horn is an exclusive drop of the Woma chieftain, and it's guaranteed to drop upon defeat. When you entered the Woma Temple, as long as you killed the Woma chieftain, you should now have the Woma horn in your possession. Seeing this, Lin Feng did not deny it, nodded, and then spoke. Morningstar, I do have a Woma horn right now, but I definitely won't give it away for free. At this point, Bauhinia KD spoke up. We can offer 50 million to buy it directly. Hearing this, A.O. Shirtian opened his mouth as if to speak, but in the end he held back. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng immediately laughed. Morningstar, Commissioner Justin, are you kidding me? 50 million may be a lot, but look at my gear. You should know I'm not short of money. Lin Feng's words, though boastful, were not entirely wrong. With the Woma-level equipment currently in his personal storage, if he were to put it all on a trading platform, even if the price dropped due to the large-scale sale, he could easily fetch billions. Upon hearing this, Bauhinia KD's voice faltered. He couldn't help but start examining Lin Feng's equipment through the inventory. Blue Shield, standing nearby, quickly tried to smooth things over, saying, Comrade Morningstar, if you have any requests, you can make them. If it's something we can do, we can discuss it, right? Chapter 132, Insider Trading. Lin Feng never intended to make things difficult for the military. Morningstar, I don't need the money. I only have 2 requests. As he spoke, Lin Feng extended his index and middle fingers to make a V sign. Blue Shield nodded, signaling Lin Feng to continue. Morningstar. The first request is very simple. I can give your military a Woma horn directly. The condition is that before any other guild is established in your military, the guild created by this horn can only recruit personnel from within your military. Without hesitation, Blue Shield replied, "That's no problem. You can state your second condition now." Morningstar. The second condition is also very simple. I need your military to do everything possible to level up, and if possible, also to encourage more people to prioritize leveling up. As you should know, after this update, the second condition for opening Crimson Moon Canyon is that there must be more than 10,000 players of level 35 or above in the entire region. After hearing Lin Feng's two conditions, Blue Shield looked at Lin Feng with great surprise and said very seriously, "The two conditions you mentioned are precisely the reason why we want to obtain the Woma horn. So I can agree to them now." Morningstar. Then it's a pleasure to work together. As they spoke, Lin Feng stood directly in front of Colonel Li, extending his right hand and holding a Woma horn. He initiated a trade request to Colonel Li. After the transaction was completed, Colonel Li and Commissioner Justin quickly left, as if afraid that staying even a moment longer might lead to some unforeseen event. In the blink of an eye, only Lin Feng and A.O. Shirtian remained in the room, and the atmosphere became somewhat strange. A.O. Shirtian stared at Lin Feng and asked curiously, "Why didn't you ask for money just now? With a Woma horn in your hand, I dare say that even if you asked for 100 million, they would definitely agree without hesitation." Lin Feng smiled slightly and replied casually, "There's no need. Judging from the current equipment prices on the trading platform, I can easily sell a set of Woma equipment for over 100 million. Upon hearing this, A.O. Shirtian's eyes widened in surprise. "That's true. You do have a lot of good stuff. But since that's the case, how about this? You can sell your extra equipment to our own people first, and the price will be based on the trading platform. What do you think?" Lin Feng thought for a moment, then said, "How about this? The equipment prices on the trading platform are clearly abnormally high right now. So I suggest we calculate the prices in gold coins, which would be more reasonable. Woma jewelry costs 10 gold coins per piece in the store, while swords and armor are 5 times more expensive, costing 50 gold coins per piece. Zuma jewelry costs 50 gold coins per piece in the shop, and swords and armor are 5 times more expensive, costing 250 gold coins per piece. I'll calculate the price based on that. You can have as many as you want." After Lin Feng finished speaking, he thought about it for a moment and organized his thoughts. Qi Mingxing continued, "Besides that, I have some stock on hand, and I can give you a 20% discount. Not only that, I can also sell you 8 sets of +1 Woma level equipment and 8 sets of +1 Zuma level equipment at the original price from the store. That means each of the 4 of you will get 2 sets. This is an internal benefit for our own people." In fact, Lin Feng wasn't unwilling to raise the price of these equipment on the trading platform. He knew perfectly well that once other players reached level 35, the value of real-world currency would depreciate significantly. Moreover, when the catastrophe actually occurs, real-world currency will become completely useless and worthless. Lin Feng currently has over 40 million in cash on hand, which, without engaging in large-scale high-end consumption, is enough for anyone to achieve financial freedom. After hearing what Qi Mingxing said, Aishishin immediately messaged Xiaoxiami and the others privately without hesitation, and quickly created a voice chat for the team, adding everyone, including Lin Feng, to the voice channel. He then briefly relayed what Qi Mingxing had just said to everyone. In the team voice chat, Yi had cheerfully introduced the guild's current situation. "Everyone, so far we've successfully acquired 5,000 gold coins through the trading platform. Furthermore, the Corpse King's Palace is doing quite well. It's refreshed 3 times already, yielding a substantial harvest. Specifically, we've obtained 784 book pages for 1,631 gold coins, various skill books, Woma equipment, and other resources. Furthermore, the reason we were able to receive so many gold coins on the trading platform in such a short time is because after this update, the spawn rate of monsters on various maps has significantly increased, and many maps that previously did not have bosses have now started to have bosses. The number of bosses on maps that already spawned has noticeably increased." After listening quietly to Ye's report, everyone remained silent for a moment. Sitting next to Lin Feng, A.O. Shirtian's gaze fell on Lin Feng as he secretly calculated in his mind. After a while, he finally spoke. "The profits from the Corpse King Palace provided by guild leader Qi Mingxing are indeed very considerable. However, considering that the guild leader urgently needs gold ingots, while the rest of us urgently need various equipment and skill books, if we calculate based on a 50-50 its value split, this batch of equipment and skill books is worth approximately 4,000 gold ingots. As for the price of the book pages, it is currently difficult to determine. Ao Shirtian paused briefly, then continued. So, my suggestion is to distribute all the gold ingots obtained from the Corpse King Palace to the guild leader. Also, the 5,000 gold ingots we've already collected can be exchanged for equipment at their value. This way, we can satisfy the guild leader's need for gold ingots while also ensuring everyone gets the equipment and skill books they need. What do you think? Agree 8. Everyone in the voice message agreed. The words of everyone in the team's voice chat were like a clear spring, making Lin Feng feel very comfortable. Since everyone is so agreeable, I won't waste any more time. Qi Mingxing's voice echoed in the voice channel. I can now give the 8 sets of +1 Woma level equipment and the 8 sets of Zuma level equipment that I just mentioned to Ao Shirtian. If there aren't enough gold ingots, we can make up for it later. Upon hearing this, everyone expressed their gratitude for the generosity of the Morning Star. In addition, there are some +2 and +3 Woma and Zuma equipment, Qi Mingxing continued. These equipment are priced according to the gold ingots, with +2 equipment costing 5 times the price and +3 costing 10 times the price. I can give them to everyone first to help you improve your strength. Of course, the gold ingots can be paid later. Before he could finish speaking, Gufeng suddenly exclaimed in the team voice chat, "Guild leader, you're awesome." This exclamation of praise was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples. Everyone in the voice channel was amused by his words, and laughter rose and fell, instantly lightening the previously tense atmosphere. Chapter 133, Revisiting the Sealed Demon Valley. After agreeing on the plan, Lin Feng quickly launched a series of actions, using the warehouse function of the inn's private room as cover. He first quickly traded all his equipment to Ao Shirtian, who would then distribute it to the others. Immediately afterward, Lin Feng opened the guild warehouse and retrieved all the gold ingots Yaya had previously stored there. He already knew what was missing, and Yaya had already noted it down. After completing this series of operations, Lin Feng gave a brief greeting to everyone via the team voice chat, and then left the inn directly. After leaving the inn, Lin Feng used his teleportation ring at the inn's entrance and arrived at the hero statue of Bai Ri Min in no time. At this moment, he held over 75,000 gold ingots in his hand, which was undoubtedly a considerable fortune. Upon landing, Lin Feng headed straight for the Hall of Heroes in front of the hero statue. Here, he could purchase various Bai Ri Min skills for his clone. Without much hesitation, Lin Feng immediately bought the 2 crucial skills for his clone, Bai Ri Min Summon Skeleton and Bai Ri Min Mass Invisibility. With this, his clone successfully learned all Bai Ri Min skills from level 7 to 25. After purchasing the skills, Lin Feng used the remaining gold ingots and emerald fragments to buy another White Sun Gate Crescent Blade skill book. His remaining gold ingots and emerald fragments were no longer enough to buy other White Sun Gate skill books for his clone. Since that's the case, Lin Feng felt there was no need for him to linger at Bai Ri Min any longer. Although there should normally be Tiger Guards in the Tiger Guard Hall behind the dojo, he had never seriously practiced the Temptation Light skill since entering the game. Successfully recruiting Tiger Guards would probably not be an easy task. Moreover, given his current powerful attributes, Lin Feng didn't believe that bringing another Tiger Guard would offer him much practical help. Therefore, he decisively used his teleportation ring, instantly disappearing from Bai Ri Min and heading towards Feng and Mo Valley. Upon arriving at Fengma Valley, Lin Feng went straight to the pond outside Fengma City. He was worried about the 1,000-year-old tree demon and wondered if it had respawned. However, when he reached the pond, he found no sign of the tree demon. Slightly disappointed, Lin Feng was not discouraged. He quickly estimated the coordinates and headed towards the sealed demon mine. Along the way, he tried various coordinates, hoping to find the coordinates leading to the entrance of the mine. After nearly 10 minutes of trying, Lin Feng finally found the connecting passage at the end of a rugged fork in the road after passing through the demon sealing mine. This connecting passage is a spacious, huge cave, but at this moment, the passage that should have been empty and spacious is now densely packed with all kinds of zombies, and among these zombies, there are also several zombie kings. Behind the connecting passage, out of Lin Feng's sight, lies an entrance that leads to the Gale Hall, a massive map that leads to the deepest part of the Demon Ceiling Hall, where the Rainbow Demon Lord resides. Within this enormous map reside a vast and diverse array of bosses. However, this time Lin Feng did not rush to try using the teleportation ring as usual, but stopped in his tracks. Lin Feng still has a precious triple experience voucher in use today. This voucher is extremely valuable to any player because it grants triple experience points for a certain period. However, Lin Feng hasn't chosen to use it here. The reason is simple. Lin Feng, at level 41, had noticed that his experience points were starting to decrease while killing zombies. This meant that the experience points gained from continuing to kill zombies would become less and less, and the efficiency would be greatly reduced. The reason he stopped at this moment was entirely because Lin Feng's attention was drawn to the Zombie King in the connecting passage. Although the drop rate of the Corpse King is relatively low, Lin Feng urgently needs a large number of gold ingots and emerald fragments. As the saying goes, even a mosquito is still meat. After careful consideration, he decided not to miss this opportunity and try to obtain emerald fragments from the Corpse King. Lin Feng also became very interested in the boss drop mechanics of the new map, Sealed Demon Valley. You want to know if all bosses in this map would drop emerald shards, or if only the newly added bosses after this update would drop them. After all, in his previous VIP maps, only the bosses in the new map dropped emerald shards. If all bosses in the Sealed Demon Valley map could drop emerald fragments, the map's value would increase dramatically. This would not only mean players would have more opportunities to obtain this rare resource, but it would also make Sealed Demon Valley a highly sought-after and popular map. Emerald shards are a precious material indispensable for learning advanced skills and internal energy techniques in by Riemann. However, if only a few newly appearing powerful bosses drop these rare emerald shards, then for the vast majority of ordinary players, obtaining enough emerald shards to upgrade their hero skills is simply a pipe dream. The map of the Demon Ceiling Hall was enormous, a fact Lin Feng was well aware of, so he decisively changed his strategy. He no longer used the firewall skill as frequently as before, because although the skill was extremely powerful, its casting speed was relatively slow. Instead, he chose the exploding flame skill, which had a much faster casting speed. Each burst of flame shot out from Lin Feng's hand like a meteor streaking across the night sky, instantly igniting a raging inferno within its radius. This ball of flame resembled a ferocious beast, its gaping maw devouring everything around it. Those zombies unfortunate enough to be struck by the exploding flames had their health points instantly depleted, as if their souls had been ripped out, emitting a nauseating stench of burning flesh, before collapsing listlessly to the ground. As Lin Feng continued to unleash the exploding flames, more and more zombies turned to ashes in the flames, and the entire connecting passage was filled with a burnt smell. However, as a large number of zombies fell, faint lights began to flicker in the passageway. These lights came from lower-level equipment, potions, and coins. Although these items had mediocre stats, they still held some value for other players. However, for Lin Feng, who already possessed formidable strength, these ordinary items no longer held any interest. His gaze had long since transcended these petty gains. He had only one goal in mind: to see if the Corpse King here would drop any emerald fragments. Chapter 134: Roasted Pig in the Gale Palace. Lin Feng desperately wanted to make his clone stronger, as it would be an indispensable main combat force for him. Lin Feng ignored the various items scattered on the ground, his attention completely focused on unleashing his skills to eliminate the monsters in the connecting passage. The bursts of flame left the zombies with no chance to fight back, and they fell one after another. The clone following behind him kept a close eye on the Corpse King's location in the distance, occasionally unleashing a couple of area of effect poison spells. These poison spells were also quite powerful. Although not as direct as the damage from Lin Feng's skills, they provided continuous damage and prevented the Corpse King from regenerating health. After unleashing the skill, the clone's gaze quickly shifts to the ground, scanning the fallen items. It carefully examines each item, attempting to discover high-level equipment hidden among them, such as the prayer helmet. Because Lin Feng didn't bother picking up any dropped items, his map-clearing efficiency improved significantly. Soon, apart from a few zombies scattered along the edges, only the 20 or 30 zombie kings remained, still closely following him through the connecting passage. Seeing this, Lin Feng quickly turned around and charged directly into the encirclement of the corpse kings. Driven by the savage impact, his body moved as fast as lightning, instantly closing in on the corpse kings. Just as he approached the corpse king, a massive burst of lightning erupted from his body. This was hellish lightning, and with its powerful flashes, the entire space was illuminated. The zombie kings were struck by the sudden lightning, their bodies stiffening abruptly, and they involuntarily let out mournful and terrifying screams. Their bodies trembled violently under the scorching light, clearly suffering great damage. In just a few seconds, the corpse king, already tormented by the poisonous attacks of its clones and with its health nearly halved, suddenly collapsed rapidly in a radial pattern centered on Lin Feng, as if struck by a powerful force. Like wheat struck by a scythe, they offered no resistance and fell to the ground. After finishing all this, Lin Feng stood still, his gaze falling on the piles of loot around him. Although the drop rate of these zombie kings was average, there was still quite a lot to be gained. Lin Feng and his clone began to carefully examine the dropped items. The first thing that catches the eye is the several hundred pages of books and more than 2,000 gold ingots. Although the quantity is not too large, it is still a worthwhile gain. Looking at the skill books, there were only 6 skill books above level 25, which disappointed Lin Feng slightly. Fortunately, there were some other decent pieces of equipment, such as a memory necklace and 2 prayer equipment pieces. Although the attributes of these items were average, they still had some value. However, what pleased Lin Feng the most were the emerald fragments, which, like gold ingots, were exactly what he needed right now. Although not every zombie king dropped emerald fragments, these nearly 30 zombie kings still provided him with 7 emerald fragments thanks to his high drop rate. This discovery made Lin Feng very happy, because it not only proved that the boss in the new map would drop emerald fragments, but also meant that he would have more opportunities to obtain this precious material and thus quickly improve the strength of his clone. After collecting the dropped items, Lin Feng took the lead and stepped through the hole leading to the Gale Hall. Suddenly, everything went black and the scene changed. Lin Feng and his clone appeared in the Gale Hall. At each end of the Gale Palace is a small room, with a relatively narrow passage in the middle leading to the large and magnificent stone palace in the very center. Inside the stone hall, monsters thronged together like a tidal wave, so densely packed that it was suffocating. Lin Feng and his clone had just stepped into the hall when they were pushed against the door by the surging tide of monsters, unable to move. Beside them, the red and black wild boars, unable to contain themselves any longer, raised their thick spiked clubs and struck Lin Feng's clone with lightning speed. Lin Feng, however, remained unaffected by the invisibility ring. Faced with this sudden attack, Lin Feng and his clone certainly wouldn't sit idly by. They quickly unleashed their respective group attack spells, and in an instant, raging walls of fire and smog-like poisonous fog, like a powerful torrent, enveloped the various monsters before them. However, the raging wall of fire did not stop the onslaught of the densely packed monsters as Lin Feng had hoped. On the contrary, the monsters, like moths to a flame, fearlessly charged towards the wall of fire. Every time a monster stepped into the wall of fire, it was instantly engulfed by its scorching flames. Its health was instantly reduced to 0, as if cut in half, and it collapsed to the ground. Only scattered, faintly glowing debris remained, as if telling the story of its past existence. Lin Feng decisively used his last triple experience scroll for the day. Holding the bone jade scepter, he waved it in the air, and walls of raging fire instantly appeared. These walls of fire, like fiery demons, rose from the ground with menacing bared fangs and claws, mercilessly devouring the health of monsters within their range. In this raging inferno, no monster could escape its fate. Their lives were swiftly taken away by the flames. Among them were some red and black boars, which possessed higher health and attack power than other monsters. These red and black boars were considered top-tier monsters, but even they could not escape the fate of being consumed by the flames. These top-tier red and black wild boars not only have high health, but also powerful attacks, making them highly sought-after prey for ordinary players. Their drop rate is relatively higher than other monsters, making them more likely to drop equipment, and even potentially rare items like Wolma equipment that were originally only dropped by boss-level monsters or even level 35 skill books. Thinking of this, the clone that had been following Lin Feng, casting group poison spells, immediately changed its strategy and began searching for the loot dropped on the ground within the firewall. Its target was clear: the Wolma equipment and various high-level skill books hidden within the firewall. Although these top-tier monsters are few in number and have a low drop rate for high-level equipment and items, the sheer number of monsters on the map eventually leads to a qualitative change. As long as you persist in killing monsters, you'll always have a chance to obtain these valuable items. Soon, Lin Feng and his clone enter the main hall through the narrow passage at the entrance. In this vast and empty stone hall, Lin Feng, like a diligent cleaner, began to clear out the monsters throughout the Gale Hall. Among these densely packed monsters, Lin Feng could always spot those enormous, conspicuous white boars. Chapter 135: The Corridor of Light Without a Boss. Lin Feng didn't rush to pay attention to the white boar in the distance. His attention was entirely focused on continuously releasing firewalls. He skillfully controlled his skill, allowing the firewalls to spread along his chosen path, forming a blazing barrier of flames. Lin Feng, along with his clone, methodically cleared the entire map along the space created by the firewall. Whenever a white boar entered the attack range, his clone would quickly release 2 group poison spells, staining the white boar and the surrounding monsters with an eerie dark red color. As time went on, the white boars that had been dyed and were trying to attack the clones turned their angry gazes toward Lin Feng the moment they stepped into the wall of fire. However, Lin Feng ignored the presence of these white boars. His movements remained mechanical and steady, like a robot, as he continued to release walls of fire. Lin Feng wandered through the entire stone hall, followed closely by a group of white boars. The boars, scorched by the fire walls, suffered immense damage, preventing them from quickly catching up with Lin Feng and surrounding him. Yet they remained constantly burned by the flames. Every now and then, one or several white boars would fall to the ground with a thud as their health was burned away by the firewall. Each time a white boar crashes to the ground, a gust of wind rises, accompanied by a dull thud, and a deluge of loot falls like raindrops. The drop rate of these white boars is astonishing. Almost every one drops at least one piece of Zuma-level equipment, while Wolma equipment is as commonplace as eating, always dropping, sometimes even several pieces at once. However, compared to the high drop rates of Zuma and Wolma equipment, the drops of book pages, gold ingots, and emerald fragments were rather ordinary. On average, it would take about 3 or 4 white boars to drop one emerald fragment. Nevertheless, Lin Feng was quite satisfied with his haul. After all, at this moment, he was the only player in the entire sealed Demon Valley. He firmly believed that if he could thoroughly clear the entire map of the sealed Demon Hall, the various items he collected would definitely allow him to exchange for several valuable by remin skill books. Moreover, there might even be more resources available for him to learn internal energy skills. After clearing the map of the entire Gale Hall, more than an hour had passed. Crossing the gate at the end of the Gale Hall, Lin Feng stepped into the next level. This new map is called the Corridor of Light. It is a stone palace that is even larger than the Gale Palace. Apart from slight differences in terrain, it is still a palace-like map. In addition to the heavy and ancient style of previous stone palace-shaped maps, the huge pale bones embedded in the walls and the dark red mottled bloodstains on the ground make the environment of the map full of a strong, bloody atmosphere, which is particularly evil and ferocious. In addition, the Corridor of Light is located in the very center of this huge stone hall, with 2 T-shaped stone walls standing opposite each other on the left and right, like a mirror image, dividing the entire hall into 2 parts. These 2 T-shaped stone walls did not fit flush with the main hall walls, but instead formed 2 narrow corridors with the stone walls at both ends, creating a passageway. Unlike the Gale Hall, which still had white boars, the entire Radiant Corridor, apart from a small number of rare red and black boars, was filled with ordinary monsters. This kind of map is an absolute leveling paradise for mages, especially since it hasn't been explored yet and is teeming with monsters. Lin Feng chose to quickly traverse the map without killing monsters, planning to return the next day after collecting the triple experience scroll. After his clone used invisibility to evade monster aggro, Lin Feng repeatedly tried using the teleportation ring to fly to the entrance to the next level. Having gained experience from frequently using the teleportation ring, Lin Feng now has a completely new understanding of the size and coordinates of various maps in the game. After only 2 attempts, he had already arrived at the other end of the corridor of light, less than 10 meters away from the heavy stone gate. Seeing this, Lin Feng quickly released several bursts of flame, opening a path to the next level, and then rushed forward. The next map after the corridor of light is the Hall of Blazing Flames. The Hall of Blazing Flames is the 3rd level of the entire Demon Ceiling Hall, and also the first death level. As the scene before Lin Feng shifted, he and his clone, who had just entered the gate, were immediately surrounded by a dense swarm of monsters. 4 or 5 white boars stood in front of them, completely obscuring their view. The white boars were fiercely swinging their meteor hammers at the clone that had suddenly appeared before them. Even with the defensive enhancements of 2 sets of equipment, Lin Feng's clone began to lose health bit by bit under the onslaught. Faced with this situation, Lin Feng and his clone naturally dared not be negligent. In an instant, they unleashed a barrage of skills, including Firewall, Mass Poisoning, Ice Roar, and Healing. Lin Feng's actions naturally stirred up the other monsters in their line of sight. The already densely packed monsters, like sardines in a can, continued their assault on the area where Lin Feng's wall of fire had been laid. These ordinary and elite monsters would often have a huge damage number appear above their heads as soon as they entered the wall of fire, their health points depleted, and they would scream as they collapsed into the firewall, turning to ashes. Vast quantities of various items instantly filled the entire entrance. Among these items were numerous potions and gold coins, as well as a large amount of common equipment needed by mainstream players. Occasionally, one could even spot a piece of Woma equipment radiating a different kind of light. These Woma equipment items were clearly dropped by elite red and black boars, which possess higher health and attack power. Within sight, Lin Feng was covered in a wall of fire, surrounded by 2 or 3 layers of white boars. He could only continuously unleash Ice Roar. These white boars, each with over 100,000 health points, took Lin Feng considerable effort to eliminate. With the fire wall constantly burning away the boar's health, Lin Feng continuously unleashed his howling Ice Roar. It took him almost a minute to clear out all the white boars surrounding him. The ground was now covered in various colored lights, and the clone that had been standing with Lin Feng was now constantly moving through the wall of fire, picking up the various spoils that had fallen to the ground. I'll selectively create a few character IDs. Everyone is welcome to contribute their favorite IDs and class information. Chapter 136, The Hall of Blazing Flames. It must be said that the number of monsters and the drop rate in this new map during its initial exploration were truly astonishing. Just this small room at the entrance to the Flame Palace was crammed with hundreds of white boars, along with thousands of other various monsters, densely packed and dazzling to the eye. The existence of these hundreds of white wild boars was a godsend for Lin Feng, as they directly contributed more than 30 emerald fragments to him. Not only that, the drop of book pages and gold ingots was also considerable, instantly giving Lin Feng over 6,000 book pages and over 20,000 gold ingots. This sudden influx made Lin Feng feel as if he were in a dream, everything seeming so unreal. Before the update, Lin Feng had put in a tremendous amount of effort and spent several days, and the gold ingots he finally received were only this much. Not to mention that these white boars also provided him with hundreds of Woma level and Zuma level equipment. And now, just in this small room, he has acquired so many precious supplies, a stark contrast that he finds hard to believe. Passing through the narrow passage, Lin Feng finally stepped into the main hall of the Blazing Flame Palace. The entire hall exuded an extremely heavy and ancient feel. However, the bloodstains and corpses stained the walls and floor gave the hall a bloody and oppressive atmosphere. Under this aura, the already gloomy and terrifying hall became even more chilling. Inside the entire hall, countless monsters roared incessantly, their voices echoing through the empty space and adding to the terrifying atmosphere. Lin Feng gripped the bone jade scepter tightly in his right hand, waving his arm in the air, each swing generating a gust of wind. With his movements, walls of fire erupted from the bone jade scepter, like burning beacon towers, rapidly spreading outwards. These walls of fire seemed to possess a life of their own, automatically scorching any monsters that dare to step within them. Lin Feng continuously waved his bone jade scepter, unleashing more firewalls in an attempt to engulf the entire hall in raging flames. The flames licked at the walls and floor, crackling and popping as if in celebration. Beside Lin Feng, his clone followed closely. Clad in a gleaming silver ghost suit, the clone moved with light, elegant steps. In its hand, it held a silver serpent sword that shimmered with silver light, and with each swing, it continuously unleashed a group poison spell towards the white boars within its attack range. The hazy, poisonous fog spread like puffs of smoke, staining the white boars and the numerous monsters around them with a green hue that then turned dark red. The fog seemed to possess a peculiar corrosive effect, making the white boars more vulnerable and causing their health to steadily decline. The monsters, already roaring incessantly, now let out an even louder roar. Their cries echoed throughout the hall, mingling with the crackling sounds of Lin Feng unleashing his wall of fire, creating a deafening noise. The noise not only caused eardrum pain, but also instilled a deep sense of fear. However, Lin Feng and his clone ignored the terrifying noise and continued forward, followed closely by a group of white boars suffering terribly from the flames and poisonous fog. These white wild boars were numerous, densely packed together, forming a massive torrent. They followed closely behind Lin Feng and his clone, as if driven by some force, showing no sign of retreat. Despite enduring the scorching flames and corrosive poisonous mist, the white boars stubbornly charged forward. However, the walls of fire made their progress extremely difficult, and every step came at a great cost. As time went on, more and more white boars collapsed into the wall of fire because their health points were depleted. Their bodies were instantly engulfed by the flames, turning to ashes, leaving only a wisp of black smoke lingering in the air. Only the objects that shimmered with various colors within the wall of fire indicated their former existence. As a large amount of loot fell, Lin Feng and his clone regrouped and began to coordinate their tasks. One was responsible for unleashing powerful walls of fire to eliminate various monsters along the way, while the other focused on scanning the loot on the ground and collecting any useful items. This smooth and coordinated action far surpassed that of the heroes of Bairi men. Compared to the previous two levels, the ground conditions on the entire blazing map are significantly more complex. Various obstacles constantly appear, causing some minor trouble for Lin Feng's clones searching for and collecting dropped items. However, this didn't have a major impact on Lin Feng himself. His firewalls were still effectively clearing monsters. After Lin Feng finished clearing out the entire Blazing Flame Palace, more than an hour had quietly passed. He glanced at his online time and was surprised to find that it was almost 1 p.m. This meant that he only had less than 4 hours left before the daily limit of 16 hours of online time was reached. This discovery prompted Lin Feng to recall his past life. He tried to remember when the online time limit was completely removed. Because of the cataclysm that struck Earth in his previous life, even after the online time limit was lifted, no one could stay in the game indefinitely. This question lingered in his mind, causing his memories of the past to become somewhat hazy. Forget it, I'll stop thinking about this for now, Lin Feng thought to himself. He shook his head vigorously, as if trying to shake off all the distracting thoughts in his mind. Then, he took a deep breath and focused his attention back on the task at hand, cleaning up the map. Lin Feng and his clone worked in perfect harmony, quickly sweeping up the various spoils on the ground. Their movements were swift and precise, leaving no potentially valuable item untouched. Soon, all the spoils were collected, but Lin Feng didn't stop to count them. He let out a long breath, seemingly releasing the tension he had just felt. Then, he opened the level leaderboard. At a glance, the information on the leaderboard was clearly displayed before his eyes. The top 10 players had all reached level 30. It seems someone might reach level 31 tomorrow, Lin Feng thought to himself. I need to step up my game and clear out the entire demon ceiling hall before the other players arrive. Lin Feng roused himself. He needed to act quickly. After all, the drop rate during the initial exploration phase was significantly different from the drop rate later on. Chapter 137, The Road to Thunder. With this determination, Lin Feng and his clone quickly passed through the gate leading to the next level of the Blazing Flame Palace. Behind this gate lay the Path of Thunder. This map had 4 branching paths, resembling an outstretched hand with the thumb hidden. arousing curiosity about its mysteries. The path of thunder, this winding road, is like a crack struck by lightning, deeply embedded in the ground. Although it appears to have 4 narrow forks, it actually leads only to 2 completely different maps. Counting from the top right to the bottom left of the map, the second fork in the road is somewhat special. It leads to the Hall of the Overlord, a crucial map within the entire Demon Ceiling Palace. The other 3 forks, however, all point to a mysterious secret passage. In this narrow, thunderous path, monsters roam freely. Besides the common monsters, there's a new boss monster, the Rainbow Demon Pigguard. This monster is a new face in the Demon Ceiling Hall, and its appearance brings both challenges and opportunities to this area. The Rainbow Demon Boar Guard not only drops Woma and Zuma level equipment like the White Boar, but also 2 sets of equipment exclusive to the Rainbow Demon monster, the Demon Blood set and the Rainbow Demon set. These sets have unique attributes and attractive designs, but overall, their stats are somewhat mediocre. However, at this moment, the Path of Thunder seemed somewhat unusual. No one had ever set foot here before, as if it were a forgotten corner. Throughout the passage, all sorts of monsters were densely packed together, roaring, howling, or wandering, creating a chilling scene. Among this large group of ordinary monsters, the white boars stood out conspicuously. They were robust, with bulging muscles, exuding a powerful aura. These white boars stood out among the monster horde, as if they were the overlords of this area. However, the true overlord of the Thunder Path, the Rainbow Demon Pigguard, did not appear in Lin Feng's field of vision. But Lin Feng was not anxious about this, because he had already thought things through before entering the map. His goal for today was very clear, to completely clear the Thunder Path and the secret passages behind it. Unlike other maps, the secret passage behind Thunder Path is a place that can only be entered but not left. To leave, you can only use items or skills that can directly leave the current map, such as dungeon teleport scrolls or return scrolls. Having made up his mind, Lin Feng naturally intended to clear out the entire Thunder Path. In this way, as long as the Rainbow Demon Pig Guards still existed on this map, they would inevitably meet sooner or later. Similarly, Lin Feng employed his preferred and most suitable tactic, a firewall combined with his clone's group poison spell. This combination proved highly effective in quickly clearing and eliminating the various monsters throughout the passage. However, compared to his previous leisurely release of firewalls in open maps, the increased difficulty of Lin Feng's operation in this narrow passage due to the denser monsters significantly increased his skill level. Each time they cleared a short distance, Lin Feng and his clone would be completely blocked by the dense swarms of white boars. These white boars were numerous, packed together so tightly that they seemed to form an insurmountable wall. Lin Feng and his clone had to stop, facing this wall of wild boars. They knew they couldn't advance without killing all the white boars. So, Lin Feng quickly switched his skills to the more lethal mage's signature skill, Ice Roar. Ice Roar is a powerful magical attack skill that can deal massive damage to enemies within its range. Lin Feng silently counted down the timer, and the bone jade staff in his hand shimmered with white light. With a wave of his right hand, a surge of cold energy erupted from the staff, forming a massive ice storm that appeared directly within the white boar herd. An ice storm, carrying strong winds and shards of ice, swept through the white boar herd, instantly enveloping the surrounding boars in a vast blizzard. As the ice storm raged, the shards of ice within it continuously eroded the life points of the boars within its reach. However, this did not completely solve the problem, as more and more white wild boars continued to arrive. Meanwhile, the clone following Lin Feng was also busy. In addition to replenishing the defensive skills Magic and Defense, the clone also used healing spells on Lin Feng from time to time to restore the health points he lost due to the attack from the white boar. Furthermore, the clone would seize any rare opportunity to replace the skill necklace that Lin Feng had temporarily removed. The skill necklace could help the clone quickly unleash the newly learned but unpracticed summon skeletons. Although the level 0 skeletons were frail and extremely vulnerable to the attacks of the ferocious white boars, they could attract some of the white boars' attention, thus sharing some of the damage with Lin Feng. However, the little skeleton would often emerge from a wisp of smoke only to be instantly smashed to pieces by the surrounding white boars. Despite this, the clone was undeterred, tirelessly summoning the little skeleton again and again to create a better attacking environment for Lin Feng. This was a method Lin Feng came up with on a whim to practice summoning skeletons. After all, if Lin Feng were to actually take his clone to find the greatsword guards to practice summoning skeletons, it would not only waste a lot of time, but also be a thankless task. However, when surrounded by white boars, the skeletons could be summoned at will, yet were instantly shattered by the boars' attacks. This undoubtedly provided Lin Feng with an excellent opportunity to quickly practice his skills. With a triple proficiency boost from the skill necklace, Lin Feng's summon skeleton skill improved rapidly. When Lin Feng finished clearing the entire thunder path, he was pleasantly surprised to find that his summon skeleton skill had reached level 2. Looking at the small, light blue skull that was noticeably more sturdy than before, Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a hint of pride. He was extremely pleased with his sudden inspiration and ingenious move. At this moment, Lin Feng had successfully reached the end of the fork in the road to the lower left. Once he passed through the small door in front of him, he could enter the secret passage, the legendary location of secret map that supposedly led to a one-way trip. This was his ultimate destination. Without waiting, Lin Feng stepped straight into the small doorway with 2 stone steps. Chapter 138, The Sealed Demon Path. One way in, one way out. The secret passage behind the Path of Thunder has a unique U-shaped structure, resembling a winding caterpillar, giving it a peculiar and mysterious feel. Compared to the previous Demon Sealing Hall, the terrain here is completely different. It is a huge cavern rather than a continuation of the heavy and ancient stone palace architecture. This map is teeming with various stone tomb monsters, including black maggots, scorpion snakes, and red and black wild boars. In addition, numerous white wild boars and rainbow demon boar guards lurk within, making the entire scene fraught with danger and challenge. Once Lin Feng stepped into this map, he finally escaped the cramped feeling of the Thunder Road. This map was much more open than the Thunder Road. Although the ground was uneven and obstacles appeared from time to time, there was enough space for Lin Feng to move around freely. Lin Feng gripped the bone jade scepter tightly and continued to cast his usual firewall spell without hesitation. The raging flames spread in front of him, forming a scorching defensive line that burned any stone tomb monsters that dared to step into it to ashes. At the same time, his clone beside him also acted quickly, wielding the silver serpent sword and accurately attacking the location of the white boar, while continuously casting group poison spells, making the monsters extremely excited under the shroud of poisonous mist. Within the fiery domain formed by walls of raging flames, Lin Feng strolled leisurely, as if a god of fire had descended. Wherever he passed, flames swept across like surging waves, engulfing everything in his path in blazing inferno. Everywhere the eye could see, whether it was a hideous monster or a hard rock, it was instantly burned into a sea of fire by Lin Feng's flames. The various monsters that originally tried to rush into the sea of fire to attack Lin Feng were swallowed up by Lin Feng's flames the moment they stepped into the wall of fire. They turned into specks of starlight, twinkling like stars in the night sky. These were the various spoils of war that they dropped after being defeated. The clone that had been closely following Lin Feng now had to slow down and struggle through the wall of fire. It needed to carefully search for and collect the various items scattered throughout the sea of fire, lest it miss any precious treasures. Lin Feng proceeded from left to right, leaving no corner untouched. His wall of fire was like a ruthless harvesting machine, mercilessly devouring countless monsters. As these monsters were burned to ashes, they also provided Lin Feng with a massive amount of experience points, becoming solid nourishment for his journey to higher levels. If we're talking about the value of the loot drops, then without a doubt, it's the numerous white boars that serve as bosses. During the clearing of the secret passage, over 200 white boars directly contributed more than 500 pieces of Woma and Zuma level equipment to Lin Feng, along with tens of thousands of book pages and over 50,000 gold ingots. Even rare items like emerald fragments yielded a considerable harvest for Lin Feng. At the upper right end of the secret passage, a doorway is faintly visible, as if beckoning Lin Feng to explore the secrets hidden within. However, when Lin Feng approached the doorway, he naturally discovered that it was a fake and impossible to enter. This discovery did not surprise Lin Feng. He clearly already knew this. However, this did not deter Lin Feng from exploring the hidden map. Back in the PC version, Lin Feng knew the method to enter the demon ceiling path. It wasn't through this doorway, but at a coordinate point not far away, around 70:20 in the PC version. Now, Lin Feng needed to carefully observe the environment around the doorway, trying to find some clues. At the same time, he opened the map in the upper right corner and compared it with his current location. Soon, based on the comparison between the map and the environment around the doorway, Lin Feng found the coordinates of a possible hidden teleportation point. Lin Feng smiled slightly and excitedly walked to the coordinate point. Sure enough, when he stepped on it, he felt a powerful force pull him in. Instantly, the scene before him changed, and he found himself teleported to a completely new map. This map is called the Path of Sealed Demons. Its design style is very similar to the Path of Thunder, but it consists of only one narrow path. Towering stone walls line both sides of the path, making one feel as if they are in a closed space. What surprised Lin Feng even more was that there were no bosses on this map. Instead, there were stone tomb monsters everywhere. These monsters didn't look powerful, but Lin Feng knew that there were quite a few top-tier red and black boars among them. These top-tier red and black wild boars not only possess higher attack and defense, but they can also drop Woma and Zuma-level equipment. However, their drop rate is much lower than that of white wild boars, and they don't drop any pages, gold ingots, or extremely valuable emerald fragments. However, Lin Feng, who had just come all this way, did not have enough online time left to clear the entire map with a large number of bosses. This map, which only had an unusually long and narrow passage and no bosses, was obviously more suitable for his current needs. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Feng unleashed a series of explosive flames. Unlike firewalls, explosive flames, while unable to burn continuously and cause sustained damage, were released at an extremely fast speed. There are no bosses in this map. The narrow passages, despite the roars of various monsters, are unusually quiet, creating a somewhat strange atmosphere. However, Lin Feng's appearance shattered this tranquility. He moved swiftly through the passage like a ghost, each step accompanied by the whooshing sound of exploding flames. These exploding flames, like meteors streaking across the night sky, scorched with intense heat and possessed astonishing power, relentlessly bombarding the non-boss level monsters. Neither the rare red and black boars nor any other ordinary monsters could withstand this sudden and powerful attack. Lin Feng's magical attacks, amplified by various attributes, grew increasingly powerful. Each burst of flame was like a thunderbolt, instantly wiping out the monster's health. The struck monsters didn't even have time to utter a scream before collapsing to the ground dead. As the exploding flames continued to be released, specks of various colors flashed across the ground from time to time. These lights seemed to be the last rays of the monsters' lives, their faint glow illuminating the dark passage. These were the spoils left behind by the monsters after their deaths, including various equipment, potions, and gold coins. Chapter 139, A Day Full of Harvests. The clone following Lin Feng completely abandoned any thought of helping him, focusing all his attention on examining and collecting the spoils on the ground. Since there was only one narrow passage, Lin Feng's journey was remarkably smooth, encountering few obstacles. Fierce, exploding flames rained down from head to tail, leaving devastation in their wake. Lin Feng pressed on relentlessly until he reached the end of the demon ceiling path. At this point, he had less than 20 minutes left of his 16-hour online time limit. At the same time, Lin Feng's experience points also increased significantly, reaching 94% of level 44. He was only about 5 million experience points away from leveling up to 45. However, it was clear that there wasn't enough time left for him to successfully level up. Despite this, Lin Feng felt no dissatisfaction. After all, his clone had gained 35% more experience points, having leveled up from 32 to 42 after a full day of intense battle. This meant that even if he hadn't yet mastered the level 3 Summon Skeleton skill, he could already learn the powerful Summon Divine Beast skill. Lin Feng stood at the end of the demon ceiling path and used a return scroll to quickly return to Bai Rimen. Standing in Hall of Heroes in front of the hero statue, Lin Feng quickly opened the exchange interface. According to the requirements of the exchange skills, he combined the emerald fragments in his hand into emeralds and higher-level flawless emeralds. With a total of more than 180,000 gold ingots, he began to exchange for the remaining by Min skill books that he had not yet mastered for his clone. Based on the resources at his disposal, Lin Feng, after a brief consideration, first exchanged 4 by Min skill books for his clone. These 4 skill books were by Min Mind Revelation, by Min Group Healing Spell, by Min Summon Divine Beast, and by Min Blazing Sword Technique. The reason he didn't learn the remaining 2 skills, by Min's Binding Spell and by Min Savage Charge, was simply because he didn't have enough money in his pocket. You see, just learning these 4 skill books had already depleted Lin Feng's more than 180,000 gold coins, leaving him with only a little over 20,000. Not to mention the even lower drop rate and fewer quantities of emerald fragments. After exchanging for the skills, Lin Feng, who was about to leave, inexplicably opened the exchange interface again and selected a White Sun Gate healing technique and a White Sun Gate poisoning technique. He immediately used up all the gold ingots he had left, leaving him with only a little over 15,000. However, Lin Feng was confident that his clone would be able to master all of Min's skills by tomorrow. After exchanging and learning the skills, Lin Feng didn't waste the remaining online time. Instead, he went to the main entrance of Min, put the skill necklace on his clone, and began to continuously summon divine beasts. The skill necklace is truly a godsend for practicing skills. Not only does it provide a triple proficiency bonus, but it also has a hidden attribute that reduces skill cooldowns by 50%. With the blessing of these 2 hidden attributes, Lin Feng's clone stood on the steps of the entrance of Min and began frantically summoning divine beasts. A level 0 divine beast is still very fragile when it is first summoned. At least in front of a guard with a sword, it cannot withstand a single attack. Using a potent magic potion combined with regular sun water, he restored his mana. With the help of 4 armed guards at the main entrance, Lin Feng's clone successfully leveled up his summoned beast to level 2 while offline. Lin Feng knew that time was precious, so while practicing his summoning skills with his clone, he also quickly used this short online time to carefully select some equipment from his personal inventory that could be used in the real world. However, the range of options is actually quite limited. After all, given Lin Feng's extremely high drop rate and efficient monster-killing frequency, so far, only a handful of items have dropped that can be used in the real world. Among them, healing potions and magic potions are relatively common, with a total quantity of less than 200 bottles in medium and strong doses combined. As for ordinary equipment, although there's 7 pieces, their quality is generally mediocre, which is somewhat disappointing. Woma level and Zuma level equipment require conversion to be used in the real world. Faced with this situation, Lin Feng thought for a moment and then converted the Min healing technique and Min poisoning technique into Min skill books with real-world suffixes, turning these 2 skills of his clone into skills that could be used in reality. This was a skill he had acquired at a high price and was extremely important to Lin Feng. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng used the remaining gold ingots to exchange for 2 sets of top-quality Woma jewelry that he had carefully selected. He even thoughtfully omitted 1 ring from his exchange. These pieces of jewelry had excellent attributes, and each one was a rare treasure. Finally, Lin Feng carefully selected 2 level 22 top-quality soul armors and chose to convert them. These 2 armors were top-notch in both defense and other attributes, and they also looked very good on him. Lin Feng prepared these equipment with such care because he was planning something big. To ensure the smooth implementation of the plan, he had to make thorough preparations in advance and could not afford to be careless in the slightest. With a blur before his eyes, Lin Feng regained his senses and found himself back in the real world, waiting for the transparent protective shield of the energy pod above his head to slowly open. After leaving the energy capsule, Lin Feng went straight into the bathroom to wash off the nutrient solution. After rinsing off, Lin Feng didn't leave immediately. Instead, he summoned his clone again at the sink outside the bathroom. He also summoned the game backpack, which could only be summoned in the real world after reaching level 35 in the game, and took out the invisibility ring with the real-world suffix. Lin Feng first tried it on himself, and a terrifying scene unfolded. The instant he put on the invisibility ring, his figure disappeared directly from a mirror in front of the wash basin. Lin Feng became invisible, yet he could still be touched. He could also touch various items in the bathroom. The mouthwash cup he picked up also disappeared, but the toothpaste and toothbrush inside were strangely floating in midair. Clearly, this invisibility effect had a significant flaw. Lin Feng secretly wondered, perhaps it's because these things aren't items from a game. That's why they seem so strange when you pick them up. After a moment's thought, Lin Feng took off the invisibility ring and gave it to his clone. Instantly, the clone, who had been standing next to Lin Feng in shorts, disappeared. He then used the Woma jewelry and soul armor, which he had obtained by spending a lot of gold ingots in his backpack, to fully equip his clone. Chapter 140 Teleportation Ring, Real World. Like Lin Feng, his clone, the Real World, can also wear 2 sets of equipment. Lin Feng currently has no worries about encountering any danger in the real world, so the equipment he chose is all prepared for his clone. While the clone's current equipment in reality is lacking a weapon and 2 hats, every piece of equipment it possesses is an exceptionally rare item. The clone's attribute panel clearly shows that its Taoist magic has been increased to the maximum of 71 points. Furthermore, the skill list, which should have been grayed out, now includes healing, poisoning, and group poisoning spells. After dealing with everything related to his clone, Lin Feng took out the reward he received when he reached level 40 from his backpack, a special equipment selection chest, Real World. Choose to exchange for a teleportation ring. Teleportation ring, Real World. Required level, 35. Hidden attribute, 1. When equipped, it allows teleportation to a location within a 100-meter radius of the current map coordinates, latitude and longitude, or line of sight. Cooldown, 10 seconds. 2. Skill casting speed plus 10%. Skill casting success rate plus 10%. 3. Ultimate crushing effect plus 10%. Crushing resistance plus 10%. Durability, 5/5. He hadn't rushed to use the treasure chest because he hadn't decided which special equipment he wanted to exchange for. There were quite a few options, including the teleportation ring, the resurrection ring, and even the invisibility ring he just tried. In addition, there are defensive rings and protective rings that he has never obtained before, which can also be considered good choices. However, after the level 40 game update, he gained the ability to create clones far more powerful than heroes. Moreover, his clones possessed various Taoist skills, providing him with immense assistance in the real world. His previously numerous choices suddenly became much fewer. For him now, only the teleportation ring and the resurrection ring can provide the greatest help in reality. The teleportation ring allows him to teleport in reality using latitude and longitude or within his line of sight. The resurrection ring, on the other hand, allows him to revive on the spot with full health after being killed in reality. Not long ago, while learning skills for his clone-in by Remin and synthesizing an emerald using emerald fragments, he received a system notification. Using 1 million gold coins and a perfect emerald, a special piece of equipment can be transformed into a special piece of equipment with a real-world suffix. Therefore, he can temporarily forego the resurrection ring. He possesses a special status effect, galactic protection. As long as the galaxy exists, and as long as he remains within its boundaries, he is immune to all harm from the real world. After equipping the teleportation ring and several other usable items in his inventory, and selecting not to display their effects, Lin Feng finally stepped out of the bathroom. Because his offline time was very short, less than half an hour, it was only 5 p.m. when he emerged from the bathroom. Not only that, but Lin Feng now had an additional clone beside him. After this clone put on the invisibility ring, only Lin Feng himself could clearly sense its presence. No one else could detect it with the naked eye. Lin Feng sat leisurely on the sofa, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. He then gave an order to his smart assistant, Xiao Ming, book me a professional instruction course at the shooting range from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. tonight. Xiao Ming quickly replied, okay, is it still the same Jiangnan Hui shooting range as last time? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, his pupils contracted, and he said in a slightly low voice, that's right, it's that one. After receiving a positive reply, Xiaoming quickly completed the reservation and said, okay, I have successfully booked your professional guidance course at Hui shooting range from 20 to 2200 hours. Seeing that Xiaoming had already arranged a time for him, a cold glint flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He composed himself, then stood up from the sofa, preparing to go out for something to eat. After all, it was only evening, and there was still some time before his archery lesson that night. In July, The weather in Jiangnan City was exceptionally hot, so Lin Feng naturally didn't dress too formally when he went out. He wore a simple short-sleeved t-shirt and shorts, with a pair of large flip-flops on his feet. This outfit was both comfortable and cool, perfect for going out in the hot summer. This was also a common attire in the hot evenings of southern China. In this kind of weather, the sun blazes fiercely and the heat wave is intense, as if the whole world is being baked to a crisp. In such sweltering heat, everyone longs to find a cool and comfortable place to escape the summer's onslaught. And for Lin Feng, the best place, of course, is to find a hot pot restaurant with its air conditioning blasting. With plenty of time to spare, Lin Feng wasn't in a hurry. He strolled leisurely through the streets, enjoying the heat wave. His body, strengthened multiple times, didn't cause him much discomfort in such weather. His steps were light and languid, as if the sweltering heat had no effect on him whatsoever. Lin Feng strolled leisurely in his slippers toward the shooting range. As he walked, he recalled his last visit to the range. Back then, he had passed a hot pot restaurant and could clearly see the bustling scene inside through the large floor-to-ceiling windows. The Shuangqing hot pot restaurant was extremely popular, with every seat filled. Lin Feng could hear the lively and bustling sounds from inside through the window, and he could also see many people sitting around the steaming hot pot, enjoying their meal with satisfied expressions. As Lin Feng walked through the doorway, he could even smell the fiery, spicy aroma wafting out through the curtain. The enticing fragrance instantly tantalized his taste buds, and his mouth watered involuntarily. Thinking of this, Lin Feng unconsciously quickened his pace, as if attracted by the aroma and eager to taste the delicious hot pot. It's important to know that Lin Feng's life wasn't very comfortable before. Most of his meager welfare allowance went to rent, and he only had extra money to treat himself when he occasionally found a part-time job. Moreover, he usually only chooses relatively inexpensive self-service hot pot restaurants, eating various kinds of processed beef and mutton rolls and meatballs, and doesn't have the means to dine at authentic hot pot restaurants with real ingredients. Chapter 141, Tracking Zhang Tao. Lin Feng quickly arrived at Shuangqing hot pot restaurant. It was still early, and there weren't many customers yet. He quickly ordered the broth and various ingredients, and soon the waiter brought out the steaming, fragrant broth. The broth was topped with a thick layer of red oil, emitting an enticing aroma of fresh, spicy, and numbing flavors that made his mouth water. While the staff lit the fire to heat the broth, other staff members brought over the various ingredients Lin Feng had ordered. Lin Feng's body had undergone multiple enhancements, making his digestion and absorption exceptionally strong. Therefore, the ingredients he ordered were enough for 3 or 4 people. While waiting for the hot pot broth to heat up, Lin Feng's smartwatch suddenly rang. It was a video call from Lao Zhe, inviting Lin Feng to a gathering at Fatty's Hotel. Lin Feng showed off the environment of the hot pot restaurant he was in and explained that he had a pre-booked workout class later and couldn't attend the gathering. Although eating hot pot alone can be a bit lonely, Lin Feng thoroughly enjoyed his meal. After all, the beef and mutton in this hot pot were all genuine, and the taste was worlds apart from those artificially prepared ones. Lin Feng savored the delicious hot pot to the fullest, eating with great relish. They ate hot pot until 7:30 p.m., and after a satisfying meal, Lin Feng went to the front desk to pay the bill. "Hello, sir. Your total bill is 547. Let me round it down to 540. Despite being surrounded by a fortune, Raymond Lam remained remarkably calm in the face of an expense that would normally cost him half a month's living expenses. "Xiao Ming, please pay." "Okay, 540 yuan has been paid." After leaving the hot pot restaurant, Lin Feng arrived at the Hui shooting range with ease. Liang Lin, the beautiful manager at the front desk, clearly remembered Lin Feng and greeted him warmly upon seeing him. "Hello, Mr. Lin. You booked a class from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m., right?" Lin Feng nodded. "Yes, I booked a professional instruction course from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. It's the same as last time, an archery course." After hearing Lin Feng's words, Liang Lin nodded to indicate that she understood. Then, she took out the CNC board and explained to Lin Feng with a slight apology. "Mr. Lin, because Coach Zhang Tao is currently teaching other students, you may need to choose another coach. Is that all right?" This was exactly the result Lin Feng wanted. He had noticed it during his last visit to the shooting range. Zhang Tao's evening instruction sessions were from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. The reason he booked the 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. session was to ensure that his departure time coincided with Zhang Tao's departure time. Whether Zhang Tao was giving him lessons or not was irrelevant to him. He would have already grasped most of what he needed to know and master after just one more lesson. Therefore, Lin Feng naturally wouldn't refuse. Well, you can introduce me to someone. I trust you. Seeing that Raymond Lam didn't seem to care much about the choice of coach, Liang Lin still patiently selected a suitable coach for him. Soon, a coach who was over 1.8 meters tall, with a strong physique and bulging, well-defined muscles visible through a sports vest walked over. As soon as the coach came over, he took the initiative to greet Lin Feng and extended his right hand to shake his hand. Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm the archery coach of Hui Shooting Hall. My name is Lin. Lin Feng shook hands with the coach very politely and said, then I'll leave the rest to Coach Lin. Although the Hui Shooting Hall has 3 floors and is quite large, the archery range is concentrated on the 2nd floor. So Lin Feng's clone found Zhang Tao without much effort. For the next 2 hours, Lin Feng focused more on the clone who was invisible. Under the guidance of Coach Lin, he appeared serious but was actually quite casual in his learning of archery knowledge and archery practice. Time ticked by, and finally it was 10 p.m., the class was over. Lin Feng put down his bow and arrow with a sigh of relief, quickly packed up, and left the shooting range. At the entrance, he hailed a driverless taxi, had Xiao Ming confirm his home address, then leaned back in his seat, closed his eyes, and began to think about his next plan. Although Lin Feng had left the shooting range, his mind was far from on his way home. Zhang Tao's image kept flashing through his mind, along with his relationship with Lin Weiwei. The more Lin Feng thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. That hurdle remained firmly in his heart, preventing him from letting go. Sitting in the car, Lin Feng thought to himself, since it's inconvenient for me to confront Zhang Tao directly, I'll send my clone to track him down and find out where he lives. Lin Feng's clone is like a real, independent individual, possessing its own thoughts and abilities. In the game, Lin Feng once controlled his clone to pick up dropped items, and he was surprised to find that the clone was more powerful than the hero and that it could move freely at a great distance from Lin Feng, unlike the hero who would be forcibly recalled once it strayed a certain distance from the character. With this in mind, Lin Feng's plan became increasingly clear. He decided to have his clone stay close to Zhang Tao to first locate Zhang Tao's residence. If they were lucky, they might even be able to follow the clues and find Lin Weiwei's whereabouts. This was an important decision Lin Feng made after obtaining his clone, and a crucial step he took to settle his past life's grudges. The Hui shooting range was very close to Lin Feng's residential area. The taxi took him to the entrance of the complex in just 2 minutes. As soon as he got out of the car, Lin Feng sped off towards home, each step filled with a sense of urgency and anxiety. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's clone was closely following Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao was about to leave the shooting range, and Lin Feng's clone, like a ghost, silently followed behind. Lin Feng's brain was like a sophisticated computer capable of multitasking. While rushing home, he focused intently on his clone, making sure it didn't lose track of Zhang Tao. However, when Lin Feng saw Zhang Tao leave the shooting range and not head in the expected direction, but instead go straight to the parking lot next door, he couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it, I miscalculated. After venting his anger, Lin Feng quickly calmed down. He knew this wasn't the time to complain. He had to take immediate action. With lightning speed, he removed the precious teleportation ring from his character's equipment slot, then used the game mechanics to open his clone's inventory and place the ring inside, all in an instant. Chapter 142, Settling the Situation Between the Adulterous Couple. Just as Zhang Tao was about to drive away, Lin Feng's clone decisively used the newly acquired teleportation ring. Without any noise or special effects, the clone teleported directly to the back seat of Zhang Tao's car, as if traversing time and space. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, back home, had no interest in anything else. He collapsed onto the sofa like a lump of mud, then closed his eyes tightly, focusing all his attention on his clone. Sitting in the driver's seat, Zhang Tao was completely unaware of the invisible presence in the back seat. He was in a particularly pleasant mood, humming a light tune as he leisurely started the car. However, instead of driving away immediately, he used his smart assistant to make a video call. Soon, a youthful and beautiful face appeared on the projection screen of the smart device, like a pure white lotus, catching the eye immediately. The owner of this face was none other than Lin Weiwei. Lin Weiwei's appearance caused Lin Feng, who was lying on the sofa, to shudder violently. Although his eyes were tightly closed, the expression on his face revealed a hint of ferocity, as if he were experiencing intense turmoil. In the picture, Lin Weiwei has a pure and beautiful appearance, like a naive young girl. Her big, watery eyes and innocent expression are like a hook, firmly capturing Lin Feng from his past life. Whether in the game or in real life, Lin Feng would eagerly present any good things he had to Lin Weiwei, as if she were his princess. The clone sitting in the back seat could clearly hear the conversation between Zhang Tao and Lin Weiwei. Lin Weiwei greeted him with a charming smile. "Brother Tao, you're off work." Zhang Tao, "Weiwei, do you have a goal?" Lin Weiwei sighed. "Don't even mention it. The loser I found today took on a hidden mission and was immediately recruited by the Dongmu group." Upon hearing about the hidden quest, Zhang Tao's eyes lit up, and he eagerly asked, "A hidden quest? Didn't you try to find out how he answered?" Speaking of this, Lin Weiwei got even angrier. "That bastard blocked me after Dongmu group recruited him. I didn't even have a chance to get any information out of him." Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but recall that in his previous life, he had only come into contact with Lin Weiwei after receiving a hidden mission. Afterwards, he spent more than a year making many attempts and efforts before successfully completing the mission and obtaining the book that would cost him his life, Meteor Shower. Lin Feng's thoughts raced like wild horses, and he couldn't help but recall his experiences in the game from his previous life. The NPC who gave him the quest would only appear 5 years later, after the cataclysm. But at this moment, this NPC hadn't even been created yet, seemingly a distant existence. However, Lin Feng's clone remained unaffected by his thoughts, listening intently to Zhang Tao and Lin Weiwei's conversation. As their discussion deepened, Lin Feng finally learned the name of the player recruited by the Dongmu group, Feng Jiu. Feng Jiu was an unlucky fellow in his past life. Shortly after being recruited by the Dongmu group, he encountered a nightmare. Whether it was intentional on the part of the Dongmu group or Feng Jiu's own negligence, he inadvertently revealed all the details of how to accept the hidden mission. Once this information was leaked, the consequences would be unimaginable. As expected, Feng Jiu's hidden mission ended in failure, and he was ruthlessly kicked out of the Dongmu group as a result. Even more regrettable is that not long after, Feng Jiu suffered an accident in real life and tragically passed away. And what about the Eastwood group? They didn't benefit from this turmoil either. Although they learned of the existence of the hidden mission, they couldn't accept it again using the same method. It was this incident that made everyone realize that hidden quests cannot be copied at will. Each quest has its unique triggering conditions and completion methods. Once triggered, it is impossible to trigger it again in the same way. Of course, Lin Feng wasn't in the mood to play the savior at this moment, nor did he believe he could easily gain the trust of others. He just wanted to wait for the two of them to get together and then deal with them. Lying on the sofa at home, Lin Feng was extremely agitated, cursing inwardly. "These two scoundrels, I never thought they'd hook up so early, and they're always thinking about swindling people." As Zhang Tao hung up the video call, he started the car. From the call, Lin Feng knew that Zhang Tao was going to pick up Lin Weiwei. The clone in the back seat remained motionless, as if it didn't exist. Lin Feng suppressed his inner rage, his eyes fixed like a hawk's as he stared intently at the scene transmitted through his clone's vision. In the scene, Zhang Tao was driving a car, weaving through the bustling traffic. Zhang Tao seemed to sense Lin Feng's gaze. He suddenly raised his right hand, which was gripping the steering wheel, and touched the back of his head and neck, muttering to himself, "Why does my neck feel so cold?" After saying that, he turned down the air conditioning in the car. Time ticked by, and finally, Zhang Tao picked up Lin Weiwei outside a yoga studio a few kilometers away. By then, it was already 10:30 p.m. The two were clearly in a hurry to get home. As soon as they got in the car, Zhang Tao quickly started the vehicle and sped off towards the east of the city, following the flow of traffic. As the car drove on, Lin Feng was surprised to discover how well off Zhang Tao's family was. His car was heading towards the east of the city, which was a high-end residential area. However, to Lin Feng's surprise, he underestimated Zhang Tao's strength. Zhang Tao's car turned into a villa area in the east of the city and came to a smooth stop in front of a small but exquisite villa. As soon as the car stopped, Zhang Tao and Lin Weiwei walked hand in hand into the villa. Everything before him was completely different from what Lin Feng knew in his previous life. In Lin Weiwei's introduction in his previous life, Zhang Tao was his distant cousin, and his family's financial situation was very average. Like him, he also relied on the social welfare benefits provided by the university to rent a place to live. As Zhang Tao and Lin Weiwei left, the clone that was originally sitting in the back of the car used the teleportation ring to leave the vehicle without touching the car door. After Zhang Tao opened the door, his clone, who was right behind him, entered the house using a teleportation ring. After quickly surveying the villa and confirming that only Zhang Tao and Lin Weiwei were inside, Lin Feng's killing intent surged. His clone, currently invisible, stood outside the door and unleashed a group poison spell on the two figures writhing on the bed. Chapter 143, Blue Star Dragon Shadow. A piercing scream shattered the initial passion, but it was just a scream. With Lin Feng's clone possessing 71 points of Taoist magic, plus a group poison spell that had been upgraded to level 1 and received a 1.2x bonus from Taoist magic, and further enhanced by the overwhelming attributes of 9 pieces of Woma-grade equipment and the invisibility ring. The resulting 156 points of green poison damage instantly killed Zhang Tao. Lin Weiwei, who was pinned down by Zhang Tao, only managed to let out a piercing scream before dying instantly as the green poison damage flared up for the second time. Both of them were at a fairly high level, and based on the clone's observations, they should have already completed their third enhancement. However, currently, apart from Lin Feng, no other player in the entire game has reached the level 35 threshold. This means that in reality, they're unable to wear any equipment, let alone master those powerful skills. Although their strength has been enhanced by the game's attributes, this enhancement is negligible compared to the group poisoning technique cast by Lin Feng's clone. After confirming the two men's deaths, Lin Feng decisively summoned his clone. The instant he gave the command, the clone, which had been several kilometers away, teleported back to his side in the blink of an eye. The entire process was exceptionally swift. Apart from the slight breeze created when the clone appeared, there were no other signs to prove its existence. Lin Feng quickly retrieved the teleportation ring from his clone's backpack, put it on, and then stood up, preparing to go to the bathroom to wash up. After all, having just finished eating hot pot and then trained at the shooting range, he was currently reeking of hot pot and sweat, which was truly unbearable. After coming out of the bathroom, Lin Feng checked the time and found that there was still a lot of time before midnight. So he decided to use this time to check today's news and shouted into the air, "Xiao Ming, open today's news." Okay, I've displayed today's latest news for you. Legend of Mir 30 level 30 new map unveiled hot. The terrifying Zuma Temple, a new level 30 map in Legend of Mir, is trending. Legend of Mir 30, new map and city, Sealed Demon Valley, extremely popular. The second guild in the Legend of Mir series, Blue Star Dragon Shadow, has been established. This is extremely popular. Legend of Mir unveiled. The 7th level of the Stone Tomb, exploding in popularity. Lin Feng first browsed the 3 news items about the new level 30 map that were pinned to the top. These 3 news stories seem similar at first glance, but closer inspection reveals subtle differences. The first story, despite its headline decoded, provides very limited information. It simply marks the location of the Zuma Temple on a map of Mengzhong Province and includes a picture of the entrance. Regarding the existence of Fengma Valley, it merely indicates that it is located deep within the Woma Forest and marks the entrance on the map. In contrast, the other 2 news articles provided some basic information about the corresponding maps. However, this information was also quite brief and lacks substantial details. It's worth noting that in the news about the Zuma Temple, there was a striking black and white image. This image was densely packed with all sorts of monsters, inspiring fear in the viewer. Among them were not only large rats and chemo, but also numerous hornflies. One can imagine that if a player accidentally wandered into this place, they would likely encounter a fierce battle. However, the most detailed information comes from a section on Sealed Demon Valley. Although it only provides basic information about Sealed Demon City and the monsters in the wild, it is the most detailed of the 3 news items. Unfortunately, the existence of the Sealed Demon Mine remains undiscovered, or even if someone has discovered it, they haven't announced it. As for the second guild, Blue Star Dragon Shadow, It was created by the federal military. Its birth is also inextricably linked to Lin Feng. It all started with the Woma horn that Lin Feng gave away not long ago. It was this Woma horn that gave the federal military the opportunity to create this guild. The news about this guild was merely a propaganda tactic by the federal military. Their purpose was quite clear: to use this news to stabilize the series of problems currently facing the real world. As players level up in the game, their real-world bodies also undergo multiple enhancements. However, this sudden surge in physical abilities has an unexpected consequence. Conflicts between players are becoming increasingly frequent. Often, they would readily resort to violence over trivial matters, causing the situation, which the Federation had painstakingly managed to control, to show signs of deterioration. As for the news article that followed, claiming to reveal the 7 levels of the Stone Tomb, it was nothing short of clickbait. The entire article was empty of substance, merely repeatedly emphasizing the complexity of the Stone Tomb map. Although it provides a detailed analysis of the monster information and map entrances or exits in the first 3 levels of the Stone Tomb map, it makes no mention of the entrance to the 4th level, let alone the existence of the maps that follow. When Lin Feng saw the news, his heart skipped a beat, thinking that someone in this life had successfully entered the 7th level of the Stone Tomb. However, after carefully reading the news, he realized that it was a completely misleading gimmick. Lin Feng cursed the clickbait headline with a speechless expression and abruptly closed the news article that had startled him. Then, he casually browsed other news articles, but found nothing particularly interesting. Sighing somewhat bored, Lin Feng decided not to waste any more time. He lay down in the energy capsule ahead of time and quietly waited for midnight to arrive. He was completely immersed in the nutrient solution, feeling his body gradually relax, as if all his fatigue was being carried away by the warm liquid. Time ticked by, and finally, the clock struck midnight. Suddenly, everything went black before Lin Feng's eyes, and his consciousness was instantly sucked into the game world. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in by Remen. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Feng activated his teleportation ring and instantly arrived at the pass leading to the Woma Forest. He hurriedly crossed the pass and entered the Woma Forest, as if some important matter awaited him. Before long, Lin Feng arrived at the location of the sealed Demon Valley. After waiting for the teleportation cooldown to end, he used the teleportation ring again to teleport directly to the location of the 1,000-year tree demon. Chapter 144: Re-equipped for battle. Standing before the 1,000-year-old tree demon, Lin Feng swiftly summoned his clone. Then, with astonishing speed, he switched his equipment to warrior gear, instantly transforming into a valiant warrior. In less than a minute, Lin Feng, as swift as lightning, cut the 1,000-year-old tree demon in half. The tree demon's massive body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Without pausing, Lin Feng quickly bent down to pick up the various items that had fallen to the ground, then turned and left, leaving behind the 1,000-year-old tree demon that had already been killed. With the help of the teleportation ring and using the coordinates he had already mastered, Lin Feng returned to the connecting passage in less than a minute. Seeing that the zombie horde was significantly sparser than when they were first clearing the land, Lin Feng didn't linger and directly crossed the connecting passage into the Gale Palace. The map of the Demon Sealing Hall truly lives up to its reputation as a legendary treasure trove. As soon as Lin Feng entered the Gale Hall, the dense array of monsters appeared before him once again, and it was not much less sparse than when he was exploring the area yesterday. After a brief hesitation, Lin Feng decided against using the triple experience scroll here. There were several maps he hadn't yet explored. He planned to use the triple experience scrolls on those unexplored maps. Waving the Bone Jade Scepter in his hand, he released walls of fire, while the clone beside Lin Feng began to continuously cast group poison spells on the location of the White Boar. Lin Feng initially planned to clear the entire map in the same manner as yesterday, but he abandoned his original plan after only clearing a portion of the Gale Hall. This was because a new system announcement suddenly appeared as Lin Feng's level increased to 45. You've leveled up. Current level 45. Congratulations to player Morningstar for reaching level 45 first and receiving the system reward. Plus 5 free attribute points and plus 1 special attribute point. The system will announce to the entire server in 5 seconds whether the player wants to hide their ID. After 5 seconds, the default is no. Don't hide it. Announcement for the entire region. Regional announcement. Player Morningstar has reached level 45 first and received system rewards. Plus 5 free attribute points and plus 1 special attribute point. 3. Announcement for the entire region. Regional announcement. Due to a player reaching level 45, the game has been updated with new content. Re-equip battle. See system messages for details. All the major maps outside are going crazy for it. Holy crap. Sing is already level 45. I just checked the level leaderboard. And the second place is only level 31. And the third place is only level 30. The difference is too big. It's outrageous. After seeing the announcement, a Taoist player couldn't wait to open the level leaderboard. He was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth and kept muttering to himself. Your information is way behind schedule. Morningstar was already level 44 yesterday. He logged in today and immediately leveled up to 45. Isn't that normal? The warrior player who was leveling up with him in the Centipede Cave said calmly, seemingly already used to Morningstar's leveling speed. Meanwhile, a high-ranking member of a certain group was leveling up in the Stone Tomb with his team. When he saw the message that Morningstar had reached level 45, his first reaction was, "Has anyone found out anything about Morningstar?" A female Taoist priest, possibly his secretary, quickly replied, "Not yet. It seems that Morningstar has turned off the private chat channel, making it difficult for us to contact him directly. However, according to some players' feedback, he is occasionally seen in the Mengzhong or Bishon safe zones." The man dressed in warrior's attire was silent for a moment, then asked, "Is that all? Is there any other information?" The female Taoist priest, who appeared to be the secretary, hesitated for a moment, seemingly unsure, but continued, "According to the information reported from below, the Morningstar appeared in the Mengzhong safe zone and the Bitch safe zone at almost the same time, which is a bit strange. How is it possible to appear in two safe zones at the same time?" A mage-dressed manager immediately retorted upon hearing this. "I also find it hard to understand, but according to the feedback from below, it is indeed the case. And I have also verified it with someone." Another manager, also dressed as a mage, said with certainty that he was the one who reported the news. As Lin Feng reached level 45, a system update was triggered. Moreover, the update included the level 40 heavy armor robe that Lin Feng had been eagerly anticipating. This sudden update made Lin Feng unable to contain himself, and he immediately canceled his planned journey to the Demon Sealing Hall. I was even secretly glad that I hadn't used the triple experience scroll too early. Otherwise, I would have been torn between using the 1-hour experience scroll first and wasting some time or wasting a wave of experience. After clearing out the monsters and collecting their loot, Lin Feng stood inside the wall of fire and began checking the update details. Re-equipped and ready to go. This update will be triggered after player Morningstar reaches level 45 first. The system features 6 heavily armored maps, each dropping different gender-specific heavy armor robes for the 3 classes. Players must reach level 40 to enter. These maps are accessed via a hidden trigger mechanism. Players must discover their exact locations themselves. In addition to the above, the appearance of each of the 6 heavy armor pieces is shown. These 6 heavy armor pieces depart from the dark color scheme of previous legendary items, and instead feature bright, flamboyant, and exaggerated designs. The male warrior's heavenly demon armor is, in appearance, a heavy golden armor with dark black accents, giving it a solemn and majestic look. A pair of wing-shaped battle flags are stuck on his back, spread out in a V shape, swaying arrogantly in the wind. The female warrior's holy war armor is a deep green suit of armor, adorned with various accents. Behind her, a pair of wing-shaped battle banners are spread out in a V shape, swaying arrogantly in the wind, as if proclaiming the warrior's strength and confidence to the world. The Taoist priests maintain their usual luxurious attire, wearing colorful silk robes. The male Taoist priest's heavenly venerable robe is a light blue battle robe paired with a purple breastplate and wrist guards, with green accents between the boots and belt. Finally, it is matched with an overall blue cloak with flowing gold thread patterns. Every gesture of his exudes a majestic and imposing demeanor. The female Taoist priest's robe is predominantly dark green, from the cape and waist to the hem. The waist is accented with bright green, while the cape features a gradient from light to dark, also adorned with bright green in the center, and is embroidered with intricate gold thread patterns, exuding a sense of understated luxury. Chapter 145, The Dark Lord of the Underworld. However, the most eye-catching outfit is undoubtedly the mage's set. In stark contrast to the previous simple, dark-colored robes, this new set features an extremely dazzling fiery red as its main color, rendering the entire body as fiery as flames. From afar, it looks as magnificent and eye-catching as a wedding dress. Of course, this mainly refers to women's clothing. The female mage's rainbow robe is hailed as the most beautiful of the 6 heavy armor pieces. This fiery red battle robe is designed as an evening gown-style crop top, cleverly revealing 2 smooth, pink thighs and adding a touch of sexiness and cuteness. However, the design of the male mage's divine cloak is somewhat astonishing. Although the cloak is still majestic, the style of the female version exposes the 2 thick thighs of the male version, which is really too avant-garde and provocative. Perhaps to avoid scaring players with hairy legs, the designer even went so far as to dress the male character in a pair of sexy black stockings. This combination really makes the designer seem like a pervert. The thought of having to wear such a bizarre, godlike cloak in a moment made Lin Feng feel somewhat uneasy. After checking the updated information, Lin Feng didn't rush to leave. Instead, he took out the meteor shower manual he had kept for a long time from his personal storage. Looking at the meteor shower manual in his hand, Lin Feng felt a little emotional. But he quickly chose to use it, and as the meteor shower skill book disappeared from his hand, a brand new skill icon appeared in Lin Feng's skill bar. After doing all this, Lin Feng used the Mengzhong return stone to quickly return to the Mengzhong safe zone. Without further delay, he headed directly to the VIP map below the safe zone. This was the fastest way he could think of to find and kill the 6 heavily armored bosses. As for searching the various maps to find the hidden locations of the 6 heavily armed units, Lin Feng didn't need to do that. Although he couldn't know the exact coordinates of the entry point due to changes in the game map, he was still quite clear about the general location. Even if the update mentions that level 40 is required to enter the 6 heavily armored maps, Lin Feng doesn't believe that, currently, besides himself, any other player could defeat the 6 major bosses of the Dark series. As Lin Feng arrived at the edge of the Mengzhong safe zone, he passed through the VIP map portal and chose to enter. In an instant, Lin Feng's figure seemed to be swallowed up by a powerful force, disappearing without a trace from the Mengzhong safe zone. When he regained his senses, he found himself in a dark and secluded stone hall. The stone hall exuded a gloomy and terrifying aura, with cold air emanating from the surrounding walls and floor. However, Lin Feng was not intimidated by this environment, as this was not his first time entering such a place, and he had naturally made thorough preparations. He took a deep breath, calmed himself down, switched his mage gear to warrior gear, and then added the 5 free attribute points and 1 special attribute point he had just obtained a magic defense and attack speed, respectively. He then quickly activated the teleportation ring. A faint light flashed, and Lin Feng's figure appeared like lightning in another part of the stone hall. Upon landing, Lin Feng immediately surveyed his surroundings and quickly spotted the tall and imposing Dark Netherworld Lord not far ahead of him, his first target. The Dark Netherworld Lord was known to drop the level 40 male mage's robe, the God of War cloak. The Dark Lord of the Underworld before them was chilling. His flesh and blood had vanished completely in the underworld, leaving only a skeleton, yet he still appeared majestic and imposing. The Lord of the Dark Underworld held a massive scepter of death, which gleamed with a chilling light in the dim glow. Clearly, if Lin Feng wanted to obtain the legendary god of magic cloak, he must first confront this formidable enemy. Perhaps it was because he was standing high and could see far, or perhaps it was because he smelled the presence of a stranger, but the Dark Netherworld Lord, who was originally standing quietly in the stone hall with his back to Lin Feng, wearing a wide, dark red cloak embroidered with gold patterns but somewhat tattered, suddenly turned around without warning. The stark white bones exuded a chilling aura, like demons from the depths of hell, sending shivers down one's spine. The facial features had vanished from the empty skull, leaving only 2 dark eye sockets emitting a ghostly green light, like eerie flames flickering in the darkness. Such a terrifying appearance would be enough to make timid players scream in terror, or even faint from fright. However, even players like Lin Feng, who were mentally prepared, couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines when facing the Dark Lord of the Underworld head-on. Lin Feng gripped the scorching judgment staff tightly in his hand, his most trusted weapon. He held it horizontally in front of his chest, as if it were an unbreakable defensive line capable of withstanding any enemy's attack. At the same time, he swiftly summoned his clone, the source of his unwavering confidence in facing any powerful foe. Seeing that the Lord of the Dark Underworld did not immediately attack him, Lin Feng breathed a slight sigh of relief, but he did not let his guard down. He suppressed his excitement and quickly had his clone summon the divine beast that looked like a small Pekingese dog with dyed red fur, except that this red-furred Pekingese dog had 3 tails. Of course, this is only the divine beast's leisure state. Once the divine beast enters its attack mode, its body will rapidly expand, and it will stand upright, becoming like a red-brown bear. Moreover, the divine beast in its attack mode does not use physical attacks like summoning skeletons, but rather stretches its neck like an alpaca spitting saliva. However, what comes out of the divine beast's mouth is a burning flame. After successfully summoning the divine beast clone, he also used the magic and defense skills to increase the team's defense and magic resistance. While his clone unleashed its skills, Lin Feng himself was not idle. He concentrated his energy, continuously channeling the scorching power within his body into the judgment staff, causing the black iron rod to emit a blazing red light, as if it had just been taken from a furnace burning with raging flames. With everything prepared, Lin Feng's clone launched the first attack. He brandished his newly acquired dragon-patterned sword, and a sharp sword light flashed. Immediately afterward, a large cloud of gray poisonous mist appeared out of thin air at the location of the dark underworld cult master, like a surging tide of poison under the cover of the dim light of the stone hall. Chapter 146, A Difficult Battle. The appearance of this vast expanse of poisonous fog instantly turned a previously skeletal dark netherworld lord into a ghastly green. But this wasn't the end. With another swing of the dragon-patterned sword from his clone, another layer of grayish, poisonous fog, identical to the previous one, enveloped the dark netherworld lord once more. As the second cloud of poisonous mist spread, the dark lord of the underworld was no longer recognizable. His pale bones, stained a dark red, appeared even more eerie, but no longer inspired the same fear as before. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. As the clone launched its attack first, this action immediately caught the attention of the dark underworld lord. Its eyes, already fixed on Lin Feng, now emitted a chilling light. As the clone attacked, the dark underworld lord's enormous body suddenly moved, its mountain-like footsteps making a creak-creak sound, as if the entire earth was trembling. In the blink of an eye, the dark netherworld cult master charged towards Lin Feng's clone with astonishing speed, like lightning. Its speed was as fast as the wind, like a cannonball, and it arrived beside Lin Feng's clone in an instant. At the same time, the dark underworld cult master swung his death scepter, which resembled a long-handled hammer, in an instant. This strike was like a thunderbolt, carrying unparalleled power, and slammed heavily towards Lin Feng's clone. With a loud bang, Lin Feng's clone was sent flying by the fierce blow, staggering back 2 steps and nearly falling to the ground. -36. A bright red number flashed before Lin Feng's eyes. This was the damage inflicted on his clone. Upon seeing this number, Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy crap, that's insane." The power of the Dark Underworld Lord was clearly beyond Lin Feng's expectations. He had originally thought that while the Dark Underworld Lord's attacks were powerful, they wouldn't be this terrifying. However, what truly shocked him was not the Dark Underworld Lord's attack power, but its unimaginable speed of movement. Faced with such a formidable enemy, Lin Feng had no time to hesitate. He and his clone were already standing together, and now that the Dark Lord of the Underworld was so close, Lin Feng almost instinctively swung the judgment staff in his hand. With a fierce and powerful strike of his fiery sword technique, the sudden burst of flames illuminated the dim stone hall. -3748. After being struck in the abdomen by Lin Feng's fiery sword technique, the Dark Underworld Lord immediately halted its pursuit of the clone and swiftly twisted its body with astonishing speed. The death scepter it gripped tightly in its hand, in that instant of turn, moved like a white lightning bolt, carrying a sharp gust of wind and accompanied by a nauseating stench, sweeping towards Lin Feng's head like a raging inferno. This series of movements flowed naturally and smoothly, and the dark netherworld cult master's reaction speed was astonishing. Clearly, its agility was unlike any other boss Lin Feng had ever encountered before. Faced with the dark underworld cult master's extraordinary reaction speed, Lin Feng had no time to consider the reasons behind it. Faced with the dark underworld cult master's swift attack, he could only react instinctively. Lin Feng's second fiery sword technique was originally aimed at the waist of the dark underworld cult master, but because he had to bend down to avoid the oncoming death scepter, the movement of the strike was deformed, and it ended up hitting the dark underworld cult master's knee. Lin Feng's staff of judgment, wreathed in blazing flames, slashed fiercely at the knee of the dark underworld cult leader. Minus 4012. This strike was clearly more powerful than the first fiery sword technique, and its effects were more pronounced. It was clear that after the dark underworld cult leader's knee was attacked, his previously fluid turning motion suddenly stiffened, as if he had been frozen in place by an invisible force. His attacked knee bent sharply as if it had suddenly lost its support, causing his once tall and upright figure to sway precariously. This change was so abrupt that it could not be simply explained by the higher damage of the second fiery sword technique. However, regardless of the circumstances, this could at least be considered an unexpected gain for Lin Feng. He had inadvertently stumbled upon a weakness in the dark underworld cult leader. In the ensuing fierce battle, due to the vast difference in size between the two, Lin Feng found it difficult to fully concentrate on every move of the dark underworld cult leader. Left with no other choice, he had to compromise and shift more of his attention to the enormous death scepter in the dark underworld cult leader's hand. At the same time, Lin Feng's clone quickly retreated a few steps, skillfully avoiding the area of intense battle between Lin Feng and the dark underworld cult leader. Standing at the edge of a safe attack range, the clone began to continuously cast soul fire talismans and healing spells, providing support to Lin Feng from a distance. Lin Feng, on the other hand, made full use of his clones and his own dual perspectives to observe and analyze the dark underworld cult leader's every move in an unprecedented way. At first, Lin Feng felt very unfamiliar and uncomfortable with this ability to use clones and his own vision at the same time. However, as he fought fiercely against the dark underworld cult master, he gradually figured out some of the tricks. Despite being repeatedly struck by the dark lord of the underworld, Lin Feng did not lose heart. Instead, he focused even more intently on observing the opponent's attack patterns and habits. He discovered that although he could not see the Dark Lord of the Underworld's entire appearance in close combat, the opponent also had certain blind spots in his field of vision due to his height and size. Especially during attacks, the Dark Lord of the Underworld often uses the Death Scepter more frequently for sweeping attacks due to loss of vision. Faced with such sweeping attacks, Lin Feng keenly realized that as long as he could lower his body in time, he could effectively avoid this attack. However, the situation became complicated when Lin Feng revealed himself during the attack. The dark underworld cult leader would quickly detect his location and suddenly change his attack during a sweeping strike, launching a downward hammer blow. This unexpected change of move made it much more difficult for Lin Feng to dodge. However, Lin Feng was not deterred by this predicament. He began to move nimbly, cleverly utilizing the blind spots in the dark underworld cult master's vision, and launch continuous attacks. His movements were as elusive as a ghost, making it difficult for the dark underworld cult master to track his whereabouts. As the fierce battle with the Lord of the Dark Underworld continued, Lin Feng's fighting skills were constantly honed and improved in actual combat. The judgment staff in his hand seemed to be given life, wielding it nimbly, and various sword techniques were used alternately under his control. Chapter 147: The Cloak of the God of Magic. The assassination sword technique is as swift as a ghost, with tricky angles, each strike aimed directly at the vital points of the Dark Underworld Lord. The offensive sword technique is majestic and powerful, each swing carrying the force of thunder, and the fiery sword technique, which occasionally flashes with fire, is as scorching as flames, leaving a trail of burning fire wherever it goes. Meanwhile, the clone in the distance was not idle either. The dragon-patterned sword in its hand danced in the air like a silver dragon, each swing unleashing talismans that shimmered with fire. These talismans streaked across the sky like shooting stars, flying straight towards the dark underworld cult master. Unlike Lin Feng's precise close-range attacks, the soul fire runes from the distant clones primarily targeted the towering and conspicuous figure of the dark underworld lord. Although these fire runes were not as directly powerful as Lin Feng's swordsmanship, their sheer number and relentless raindrops inflicted continuous damage on the dark underworld lord. As time went on, this thrilling battle entered its most intense phase. The dark underworld cult leader's staggering 500,000 health points steadily dwindled under the combined attacks of Lin Feng and his clone. This figure was revealed by the clone after repeatedly using the White Gate mind revelation technique. This skill, known as the Demon Revealing Mirror, was first used on a powerful boss like the Dark Lord of the Underworld, directly displaying his total and remaining health points to Lin Feng without reservation. Finally, under the combined attack of Lin Feng's fierce and powerful fiery sword technique and the soul fire talisman of his clone, the once arrogant and domineering dark netherworld cult leader was instantly reduced to a pile of broken bones, just like gold and jade that had been overturned. Gained 312,500 experience points. Congratulations to player Morningstar for achieving the first kill of the boss Dark Netherworld Lord and receiving the system reward of +1 free attribute point. The system will announce to the entire server in 5 seconds. Players are asked whether they wish to hide their ID. After 5 seconds, the default is no. Don't hide it. Announcement for the entire region. Server-wide announcement. Player Morningstar has achieved the first kill of the boss Dark Netherworld Cult Master and received a system reward of +1 free attribute point. As the Lord of the Dark Underworld fell, a vast expanse of multicolored light burst forth like fireworks, instantly catching Lin Feng's eye. These lights intertwined, forming a dazzling and mesmerizing scene. However, amidst this vast array of colorful lights, a tiny purple beam stood out strikingly. Like the brightest star in the night sky, it emitted a mysterious and alluring glow, impossible to ignore. Lin Feng's gaze was naturally drawn to the purple beam of light. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that beneath the thin beam of light was a neatly folded cloak of a magic god. The color of the cloak echoed the purple beam of light, as if it had been specially prepared for Lin Feng. Faced with such an obvious clue, Lin Feng didn't hesitate at all. He quickly took off, rushing towards the purple pillar of light like a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the god of magic cloak, bent down, and picked it up. Magic god cloak. Level required, 40. Defense, 4-9. Magic control, 4-6. Magic, 2-5. Hidden attributes, 1. Magic defense plus 10%. Magic shield strength plus 15%. 2. Crimson Moon Crush effect plus 10%. Crimson Moon Crush resistance plus 10%. Durability, 21/26. This was a normal stat mage cloak. Lin Feng put it into his personal storage with a hint of disdain. Meanwhile, the map outside was also bustling with activity due to Lin Feng's continuous actions, especially among the players who had just spotted him in the Mengzhong safe zone. Holy crap, this Kaiming is amazing. He was just in the Mengzhong safe zone a few minutes ago, and he's already done the first kill on another boss whose name alone sounds incredibly powerful. A player who was buying equipment in the safe zone exclaimed in disbelief. Isn't the Morning Star a mage? I'm a mage too, but I can't even beat a Corpse King. He beats bosses like they're nothing, and you can tell from the boss's name that it must be incredibly powerful. Another female mage, dressed in a magic robe and completely covered up, had envy in her eyes, as if the Morning Star was her idol. Morning Star is starting to snowball like crazy. This game is probably hopeless. Forget about getting the first kill on future bosses. He'll definitely steal them all. It's infuriating. I play a pathetic warrior. All I do is stupidly hack and slash. Not only is my leveling speed as slow as a tortoise, but I also use up a ton of potions. When there are a lot of monsters, I can't hold on at all, let alone fight bosses. A warrior who had just returned to town to rest muttered to himself, his face full of resentment, envy, and jealousy. As Lin Feng stopped trying to conceal his in-game identity, he became increasingly famous, attracting the attention of many observant players wherever he appeared. Upon learning that Lin Feng had appeared in the Mengzhong safe zone and achieved the first kill within minutes, all the major guilds became extremely tense, as if facing a formidable enemy. They knew what such strength meant, and thus began devising countermeasures. Suddenly, numerous messages appeared on various maps offering huge sums of money to buy the real identity of Kaimixing. These people hoped to find Lin Feng's true identity through this method, so they could target him or win him over. However, Lin Feng was completely oblivious to all of this. He was immersed in his own world, continuing to enjoy the thrill of challenging the boss. Even if he knew about this, he probably wouldn't care too much. After all, in his eyes, these people's actions were nothing more than petty tricks. In fact, since successfully killing Zhang Tao and Lin Weiwei in reality using his clone before going online, Lin Feng's state of mind had undergone a complete transformation. At that time, he was unusually calm, as if he had accomplished something completely ordinary. This change in mindset signified that he had completed a significant metamorphosis. Lin Feng is no longer the weakling who was bullied by everyone. If anyone dares to provoke him or pose a threat to his life, he will definitely fight back without hesitation and make them pay the price. At that very moment, Lin Feng stood firmly behind a colossal, crimson ape, like a statue. The beast's body was as imposing as a mountain, inspiring awe and fear. Chapter 148, The Dark Two-Headed Blood Demon. The ape's crimson fur gleamed eerily in the dim torchlight illuminating the stone walls, as if burning with endless fury. Even more astonishingly, this ape possessed two heads, each grotesque and terrifying, with gaping maws revealing sharp fangs, seemingly ready to tear a person apart at any moment. Moreover, the beast's body was covered with numerous festering wounds, constantly oozing pus and blood, emitting a foul stench. In those festering areas, enormous tumors were starkly exposed, swollen, and covered with blood vessels and veins, looking utterly repulsive. Without a doubt, this terrifying behemoth is the legendary boss, the Dark Two-Headed Blood Demon. Its existence presents both a tremendous challenge and an alluring reward for many players. Defeating it offers a chance to obtain the level 40 male warrior armor, the Heavenly Demon Armor, a top-tier piece of equipment coveted by countless players. However, Lin Feng was not blinded by this enormous temptation. Having learned from his previous harrowing battle and painful lessons against the dark underworld cult leader, he knew that he could not afford to underestimate or be careless when facing such a powerful enemy. Lin Feng quickly adjusted his state, becoming exceptionally cautious. He first had his clone cast two buff spells, Magic and Defense, providing additional defense and magic resistance to his forces. This undoubtedly enhanced their overall survivability, giving them more options to resist the attacks of the dark twin-headed blood demon. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng held the Judgment Staff, a symbol of power and authority, firmly blocking in front of his clone, like an indestructible fortress. He stood with his left foot forward in a T-stance, holding the Judgment Staff horizontally in front of his chest, his hands gripping the handle tightly, and a powerful force like surging waves continuously gathered into the Judgment Staff. Once everything was ready, Lin Feng's clone suddenly swung the dragon pattern sword rapidly, creating a sharp gust of wind. The sword drew dazzling arcs in the air, as if demonstrating its power against the dark two-headed blood demon. With each swing of the sword, two hazy, gray, poisonous mists instantly enveloped the dark two-headed blood demon in front of it. Suddenly, the poisonous mist enveloped the originally crimson two-headed blood demon. It rapidly seeped into the demon's body, deepening its color, as if it had been stained with an eerie dark red hue. Against the dark red backdrop, the already ferocious and terrifying appearance of the dark two-headed blood demon became even more repulsive. Its festering wounds, already oozing disgusting pus and blood, appeared even more glaringly conspicuous against the dark red, as if the pus and blood were writhing and emitting a foul stench. Caught off guard, the dark two-headed blood demon was ambushed by Lin Feng's clone's group poison spell. It abruptly turned its two heads and body, instantly locking its gaze on Lin Feng and the clone behind him. The dark two-headed blood demon's body appeared clumsy, but its movements were exceptionally swift when it twisted its body. Lin Feng could even clearly see that as it turned, blood and maggot-like creatures gushed from its festering wounds, swirling in the air and splashing onto the surrounding ground, forming nauseating scum. Such a disgusting scene was undoubtedly a huge shock to Lin Feng. He endured the discomfort in his body, gripped the staff of judgment tightly in his hand, and raised the staff, which had been blocking his way, high. Immediately afterward, Lin Feng pushed off the ground his right leg, which had been positioned back, springing forward like a spring, propelling him forward a powerful step. His movement was like lightning, instantly closing the distance between him and the dark two-headed blood demon. Just as the dark twin-headed blood demon charged forward, Lin Feng fearlessly stepped forward to meet it. The judgment staff in his hand was like a burning flame, carrying raging fire, and he slashed down hard at the head of the dark twin-headed blood demon with the force of thunder. This move was the ultimate skill of the level 35 warrior, the fiery sword technique. Minus 6,780 critical hit. Pfft. Like the dull thud of an iron bar striking leather. Mixed with a burnt stench, it damaged the dark two-headed blood demon while also halting its charge. Before the dark two-headed blood demon could swing its massive arms, which were almost dragging on the ground, Lin Feng swung the judgment staff in his hand down again, using the recoil from the blow it had just delivered to the dark two-headed blood demon's body. This strike was also a fiery sword technique. As Lin Feng swung the judgment staff again, a burst of fire appeared, and the dragon-patterned sword wielded by his clone behind him, along with a soul fire talisman, struck one of the heads of the dark twin-headed blood demon. With a muffled bang, the soul-stimulating fire talisman dealt over 500 points of damage to the dark two-headed blood demon, and the burst of fire further obscured its vision. This slowed the dark two-headed blood demon's attack on Lin Feng, and it was then struck squarely on the knee by Lin Feng's heavy blow. This was an attack position that Lin Feng had deliberately chosen, but he miscalculated. Unlike the dark netherworld cult leader, who was devoid of flesh and blood and consisted only of a skeleton, this creature actually possessed armor protection and would deform its movements when its vital points were attacked. The dark two-headed blood demon is a long-armed gorilla with flesh and blood and thick fur for protection. Even when Lin Feng attacked its vital knee joint, it did not lose its balance. The two-headed blood demon of darkness used its long arm, which was near the knee that had been attacked, to brace itself against the stone floor and regain its balance. Its other arm, with its palm outstretched, reeked of blood and the acrid stench of rotting flesh, and slammed down towards Lin Feng. Faced with such an attack, Lin Feng dared not take it head-on. He sprinted towards the arm of the dark two-headed blood demon that was bracing itself on the ground, using it as cover to circle around to its side, his judgment staff flashing rapidly. Swish! A deadly sword strike was aimed directly at the back of the dark twin-headed blood demon's knee. Although the damage was not as sharp as the fiery sword technique, the choice of the target area was quite subtle. This attack choice temporarily prevented the dark two-headed blood demon from launching an effective attack on Lin Feng with its arm that was already braced against the ground. Furthermore, it allowed the dark two-headed blood demon to use the arm as a shield, partially blocking its line of sight. Chapter 149, The Explosive Attribute Heavenly Demon Armor. Using the dark two-headed blood demon's arms as cover, Lin Feng moved like a nimble ghost, skillfully weaving around the demon's massive body. He would sometimes move quickly, and sometimes remain still, playing a thrilling game of hide-and-seek with the dark two-headed blood demon. Time slipped by quietly in the tense atmosphere. It seemed to pass quickly, yet it was only a short 4 or 5 minutes. However, in that brief time, Lin Feng and his clone worked in perfect harmony, swiftly depleting the life points of the dark two-headed blood demon they were fighting. As its last bit of life force vanished, the once towering and imposing body of the dark two-headed blood demon suddenly lost its support, collapsing backward like a toppled mountain. The fall seemed to shake the entire stone hall. Lin Feng, who had been constantly attacking from the side of the dark two-headed blood demon, reacted with lightning speed when he saw the dark two-headed blood demon fall. He dodged to the side like lightning, barely avoiding the huge impact that the dark two-headed blood demon might bring when it fell. With a deafening crash, the dark two-headed blood demon collapsed, stirring up a powerful gust of wind. This wind swept past, carrying with it a dazzling array of colorful lights that burst forth from the dark two-headed blood demon's body like fireworks, mesmerizing all who beheld them. Among the countless pieces of equipment, a thin purple beam of light stood out. Like the brightest star in the night sky, it radiated a mysterious and alluring glow. The moment Lin Feng saw this beam of light, an overwhelming excitement surged within him, for he knew perfectly well that this thin purple beam represented an extremely precious piece of equipment, the heavenly demon armor. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Feng immediately rushed towards the purple pillar of light like an arrow, as if afraid it would suddenly disappear. He moved with lightning speed, arriving in front of the pillar of light in the blink of an eye, and quickly putting it into his backpack. Gained 312,500 experience points. Congratulations to player Morningstar for achieving the first kill of the boss Dark Twin-Headed Blood Demon and receiving the system reward of +1 free attribute point. The system will announce this to the entire server in 5 seconds. Players are asked whether they wish to hide their ID. After 5 seconds, the default is no. Don't hide it. Announcement for the entire region. Server-wide announcement. Player Morningstar has achieved the first kill of the boss Dark Twin-Headed Blood Demon and received a system reward of +1 free attribute point. Just as Lin Feng added the newly acquired free attribute point to magic defense, raising it to level 10, and began checking the attributes of the heavenly demon armor, the outside world once again erupted in excitement. Holy crap, it's here again. Where did this Morningstar find a boss? I've only seen the giant pincer bug twice so far, from afar, in the Centipede Cave. And those Tianxia Guild members even booked the whole place. I didn't even get a good look at the boss's name before they chased me away. A warrior player wearing heavy armor and wielding a horse-slaying sword had just returned to the city when he heard the system announcement. He couldn't contain his excitement and blurted out. Sure enough, this Morningstar is too freakish. How could he find a boss so quickly? Another player next to him chimed in. Hee, don't rush. There will be at least 4 more times later. The person who spoke had a sly smile on their face, as if they knew exactly what was going to happen. Standing next to him was another player also dressed as a warrior. Upon hearing this, he immediately adopted a friendly and overly familiar demeanor, saying enthusiastically, How do you know there are at least 4 more times? Are you perhaps quite familiar with Morningstar? This question attracted the attention of other players around. One player dressed as a Taoist priest, whose name had the prefix Dragon City, and who seemed to be a member of a guild or clan, curiously interjected, Yeah, how can you be so sure? Do you really know Morningstar? The warrior player's lips curled into a confident smile as he explained, I wish I knew him. But this was just an update, and the official announcement said there would be 6 heavy armor classes, right? Look at these 2 bosses. They both have the dark prefix. A little thought tells you they're definitely bosses that drop heavy armor. If each boss drops 1 piece, then there would have to be at least 6 bosses, wouldn't there? His words seemed reasonable, and many people nodded thoughtfully. However, at that moment, a player with the prefix Kina, Tianxia, meaning all under heaven, suddenly spoke up in dissatisfaction. How can you be so sure that Kaiming-Sing will get all the first kills? Maybe other players will get 1 too. Before the warrior could even refute the words, other players spoke up. Didn't you see the announcement? That heavy armor map requires level 40 to enter. Who can get it now except for Morningstar? Exactly. In my opinion, all the bosses from now on will be taken care of by Morningstar. We should just focus on leveling up and cheering from behind. At this moment, Lin Feng was staring blankly at the attributes of the heavenly demon armor in his backpack. Heavenly demon armor. Level required, 40. Defense, 5 to 15, plus 3. Magic control, 4 to 8, plus 1. Attack, 1 to 5, plus 3. Hidden attributes, 1. Defense plus 10%. Magic defense plus 10%. 2. Crimson Moon Crush effect plus 10%. Crimson Moon Crush resistance plus 10%. Durability, 31/35. This is awesome. These high-level equipment either don't come in top-tier quality, or they come in this amazing one. After looking at it, Lin Feng happily put on the heavenly demon armor. The entire heavenly demon armor is jet black, like nightfall, giving it a mysterious and majestic feel. The surface of the armor is meticulously detailed with gold thread, the lines flowing smoothly and naturally, as if drawn stroke by ancient artisans. This gold thread not only adds a touch of magnificence to the heavenly demon armor, but also makes its overall design even more exquisite. Behind the heavenly demon armor, 2 banners spread out in a V shape. These banners fluttered in the wind, rustling as if displaying Lin Feng's majesty and domineering presence to the world. Lin Feng walked slowly, each step appearing steady and powerful. With his steps, The two flags fluttered gracefully, giving him a dashing and heroic air. Lin Feng admired the heavenly demon armor for a while, a surge of heroic spirit welling up within him. However, he didn't indulge in self-admiration too much, but quickly activated his teleportation ring and headed to the location of the next boss, the dark, twin-headed King Kong. Chapter 150, Heavenly Venerable's Robe. The dark two-headed King Kong and the dark two-headed blood demon are extremely similar, almost identical. The only difference between them is their skin color. The dark two-headed blood demon's skin is crimson red, while the dark two-headed King Kong skin is more like that of a giant gray ape, with a bluish-gray body and a powerful physique that exudes a chilling aura of ferocity. Throughout the ensuing battle, the similarities between these two bosses became increasingly apparent. From their appearance and attack methods to their movement patterns, they were almost identical. Both possessed enormous bodies and immense strength, and each attack was like a thunderbolt, making them virtually unstoppable. However, the dark two-headed King Kong and the dark two-headed blood demon are not entirely the same. Compared to the dark two-headed blood demon's high defense and low magic resistance, the dark two-headed King Kong has slightly lower defense but higher magic resistance. This means that the dark two-headed King Kong is more vulnerable to physical attacks than the dark two-headed blood demon, but is also more difficult to defeat with magical attacks. The ensuing battle was exceptionally intense and thrilling. However, in terms of the details, this battle was almost identical to the previous fight against the dark two-headed blood demon. Moreover, the entire process was even smoother and much shorter. In just about 4 minutes, the dark two-headed King Kong succumbed to the strain and collapsed to the ground. With a deafening roar, the entire corpse of the dark two-headed King Kong crashed to the ground like a destroyed mountain. Then, with a loud bang, its chest exploded open, as if torn apart by a powerful force. In an instant, a gushing stream of nauseating, rotting flesh gushed out, splattering across the ground and emitting a stench. However, unlike other bosses, when the dark twin-headed King Kong fell, it did not burst into a burst of colorful light like fireworks, scattering across the ground. Instead, it acted like a fake boss, dropping no items whatsoever. This situation was quite surprising, and an unsuspecting player would probably curse their bad luck and turn away without hesitation. Fortunately, Lin Feng was well aware that the dark twin-headed King Kong boss was quite different from other bosses. After being killed, it wouldn't drop items like ordinary bosses. Instead, players would have to extract the loot from its body, much like digging out meat. Gained 312,500 experience points. Congratulations to player Morningstar for achieving the first kill of the boss dark twin-headed King Kong and receiving the system reward of +1 free attribute point. The system will announce to the entire server in 5 seconds. Players are asked whether they wish to hide their ID. After 5 seconds, the default is no. Don't hide it. Announcement for the entire region. Server-wide announcement. Player Morningstar has achieved the first kill of the boss dark twin-headed King Kong and received a system reward of +1 free attribute point. Beside the dark two-headed King Kong, Lin Feng quickly bent down and roughly extended the judgment staff in his hand towards the massive corpse of the dark two-headed King Kong. His movements seemed hasty, without considering whether the corpse might rise from the dead. As Lin Feng continued to stab the corpse with the Staff of Judgment, a burst of light flashed, and a flood of item notifications appeared, densely covering Lin Feng's vision. Lin Feng stared intently at the notification messages, pondering to himself. He didn't know if these drops were related to the first kill reward, or if it was due to the high drop rate bonus he enjoyed as a VIP player. But whatever the reason, Lin Feng wouldn't be at ease until he saw the message he wanted to see. Among the numerous notifications, Lin Feng's gaze was quickly drawn to a particularly striking one. He has obtained the Heavenly Venerable Robe. This notification stood out among the many item notifications, as if it were announcing Lin Feng's good fortune. Including this dark two-headed King Kong, this marks the third consecutive dark boss to drop a unique piece of heavy armor. This doesn't happen every time in the PC version. Normally, these bosses don't always drop heavy armor. However, Lin Feng didn't dwell on the question. For him, this was undoubtedly a good thing. After all, acquiring such valuable equipment consecutively was truly exhilarating. Holding the Staff of Judgment, Lin Feng continued to poke and stab at the corpse of the two-headed King Kong, seemingly trying to dig out more treasures from it. His movements were somewhat hurried, as if he was afraid of missing any item that might fall. Lin Feng poked at the corpse for a while until no more item notifications appeared. Only then did he straighten up and check the dropped items in his backpack with satisfaction. Heavenly Venerable Robe. Level required, 40. Defense, 4 to 9. Magic Control, 4 to 6. Taoist Arts, 2 to 6, plus 1. Hidden Attributes, 1. Defense and Magic Defense, plus 5%. Ghost Shield and Holy Armor effects, plus 15%. 2. Crimson Moon Crush effect, plus 10%. Crimson Moon Crush resistance, plus 10%. Durability, 22/30ths. Not bad. Another top-quality item, with a bit more Taoist magic added. After checking the attributes, Lin Feng was quite satisfied and equipped the Celestial Venerable Taoist Robe in the secondary equipment slot of his clone. Lin Feng didn't waste any time and continued on to the other bosses. The Dark Skeleton Spirit. This is no ordinary monster. Although its appearance is extremely similar to the skeleton spirit in the Skeleton Cave, the difference in their strength is worlds apart. Let's talk about the skeleton spirit in the Skeleton Cave first. In the PC version, it's a minor character that a level 10 or so player can easily defeat. Even in the enhanced version on Earth, it's still just a small boss that level 10 or so new players can beat by sheer numbers. However, the Dark Skeleton Spirit is completely different. Not only does it have health points that the Skeleton Spirit cannot match, but it also has much stronger attack power. Furthermore, it has extremely high magic defense, which is enough to make countless mage players hesitate. Only those warriors with strong attacks, and a few Taoists have even the slightest possibility of challenging it. At this moment, the Dark Skeleton Spirit that Lin Feng was facing was even more terrifying. Its health points reached a staggering 500,000. What does that mean? Not to mention its base attack power of over 100, which means that most players below level 20 probably wouldn't even be able to withstand one of its attacks, and would be instantly killed. Even warriors with high health would probably find it difficult to withstand more than a few hits from its attacks. Chapter 151 Dark Skeleton Spirit. As is customary, the clone first buffed itself with magic and defense to increase its defensive capabilities. Then, it used a group poison spell to stain the distant Dark Skeleton Spirits with 2 vibrant colors. At the same time, Lin Feng, standing in front of his clone, swiftly channeled a scorching power into the Judgment Staff he gripped tightly. This powerful force flowed through the staff, causing it to radiate a chillingly high temperature. With everything prepared, Lin Feng fearlessly charged towards the oncoming Dark Skeleton Elf. His Judgment Staff, like a burning flame, slashed down with overwhelming force towards the Dark Skeleton Elf. However, the Dark Skeleton Spirit before him displayed extraordinary agility. It wielded a trident-like bone spike in each hand, like a martial arts master, skillfully using its weapons to either parry Lin Feng's attacks or swiftly thrust out to strike at Lin Feng's vitals. Facing such a powerful Dark Skeleton Sprite, Lin Feng felt unprecedented pressure. Unlike the 3 towering dark bosses before, the Dark Skeleton Sprite before him wasn't much taller than Lin Feng, which prevented him from using his dual vision advantage to flexibly choose when to attack and dodge, as he had before. The battle was exceptionally fierce, with both sides fighting with all their might and neither giving an inch. The Dark Skeleton Spirit possessed extremely high magical defense, posing a significant challenge to Lin Feng. In the past, Lin Feng's clones would provide support from afar using Soulfire runes, but now, this method was no longer effective in damaging the Dark Skeleton Spirit. The clone's current Soulfire talisman only manages to deplete the Dark Skeleton Spirit's health by a little over 300 points. Of that, 262 points of damage are due to the additional damage boost from the group poisoning spell. Lin Feng realized he had to change tactics, so he decisively sent his clone to follow him, approaching the Dark Skeleton Spirit together to launch a close-quarters attack. In the fierce battle, Lin Feng not only had to deal with the Dark Skeleton Spirit's relentless attacks, but also had to constantly pay attention to his own defense. To enhance the clone's attack power, Lin Feng quickly manipulated it through his personal inventory, replacing its original Taoist equipment with more offensive warrior gear. This significantly improved the clone's melee capabilities. Immediately afterward, Lin Feng and his clone worked in close coordination, launching a pincer attack on the Dark Skeleton Spirit. Their attacks came like a storm, leaving the Dark Skeleton Spirit overwhelmed. However, during the fierce battle with the Dark Skeleton Spirit, Lin Feng made a startling discovery. When the Dark Skeleton Spirit successfully blocked Lin Feng's or his clone's attacks with its bone fork, the damage it received was significantly reduced. Similarly, when Lin Feng skillfully uses the Judgment Staff to accurately block the Dark Skeleton Spirit's attacks, the damage he suffers will be greatly reduced. This discovery gave Lin Feng a new understanding of combat. He began to pay more attention to the techniques and timing of his attacks in order to minimize the damage he and his clone suffered, while also trying to find weaknesses in the Dark Skeleton Spirit's defenses and continuously inflict greater damage on it. The battle with the Dark Skeleton Spirit was exceptionally intense, lasting longer than the previous bosses. It took Lin Feng a full 6 or 7 minutes to defeat it. Right before Lin Feng's eyes, the Dark Skeleton Spirit suddenly seemed to have its life force drained, instantly scattering into a pile of bone fragments. Immediately afterward, a large amount of multicolored light burst forth from its body like fireworks, dazzling the eye. Amidst the dazzling light, a slender purple beam of light stood out. Lin Feng looked closely and realized it was actually a warrior's heavy armor. Moreover, this armor belonged to the same series as the one Lin Feng was currently wearing. However, this outfit is clearly meant for female warriors. It's called the Holy War Armor. Unlike the dark base of the Heavenly Demon Armor, the Holy War Armor uses a dark green base, giving it a more profound look. Similarly, it features exquisite patterns and edges outlined in gold lines, adding a touch of glamour to the entire garment. Moreover, compared to the rigid and formal Heavenly Demon Armor, the Holy War Armor better accentuates the female warrior's graceful figure. Its design cleverly highlights the beauty of the female form, as if it were tailor-made for her. However, aside from the difference in appearance, the Holy War Armor and the Heavenly Demon Armor are completely identical in terms of attributes. Gained 312,500 experience points. Congratulations to player Morningstar for achieving the first kill of the boss Dark Skeleton Spirit and receiving the system reward of +1 free attribute point. The system will announce to the entire server in 5 seconds. Players are asked whether they wish to hide their ID. After 5 seconds, the default is no. Don't hide it. Announcement for the entire region. Server-wide announcement. Player Morningstar has achieved the first kill of the boss Dark Skeleton Spirit and received a system reward of +1 free attribute point. In this thrilling battle, Lin Feng gained a completely new understanding of the group poison technique used by his clone. The group poison technique is a skill directly influenced by Taoist magic. Its effect is to increase damage dealt to enemies or reduce their health. This is what fundamentally distinguishes group poisoning from ordinary poisoning. Ordinary poisoning increases the damage dealt to the poison target by a percentage based on the skill level, while Taoist magic here only affects the duration of the skill. In past battles against various bosses, Lin Feng had used group poisoning techniques, but the damage increase effect in battle was not significantly better than that of ordinary poisoning techniques. However, in the fierce battle with the Dark Skeleton Spirit just now, Lin Feng truly experienced the power of the group poison spell. He was surprised to find that the damage increase effect of the group poison spell was not reduced because the boss blocked Lin Feng's attack. This meant that as long as Lin Feng successfully applied the group poison spell to the boss, even if his damage was insufficient to break through the boss's defense, he could still deal damage to it thanks to the damage increase effect of the group poison spell. Such skill characteristics are undoubtedly extremely important for a guild. Even a group of lower-level players, as long as they can make good use of the group poison spell, are fully capable of challenging the high-level and powerful bosses in the game. In some ways, the group poison spell is simply a powerful weapon against bosses. Chapter 152, The Dark Woma, Cult Leader. Having just slain the Dark Skeleton Spirit, Lin Feng's speculations about this game update deepened. He began to realize that this major update was far more complex than simply adding a few level 40 battle robes. Lin Feng was filled with anticipation for the Dark Woma Lord he was about to face. This Dark Woma Lord's appearance was identical to that of a regular Woma Lord. It was also a bull-headed humanoid with a pair of bluish-gray wings. Its sharp claws could unleash a burst of lightning when it attacked, a method of attack that dealt both physical and magical damage. giving it a powerful and terrifying aura. This Dark Woma leader was over 2 meters tall, and its size was not much different from the dark skeleton spirit that had been killed earlier. Moreover, it had empty claws, was unarmed, and its arms were not long. This made Lin Feng feel that he could use his weapon advantage to launch an effective kiting tactic against it. However, when the moment of true confrontation arrived, Lin Feng realized that even with the advantage of weaponry, not everyone was qualified to compete with the Dark Woma cult leader. Lin Feng stared wide-eyed at the Dark Woma leader before him, attempting to exploit the monster's short reach to create distance. However, while the monster's claws couldn't directly touch his body, the lightning gathered between them moved with lightning speed, extending its attack range far beyond Lin Feng's expectations. Even more surprisingly, the Dark Woma Lord's attack speed is much faster than other bosses, like a bolt of lightning, making it difficult to defend against. Moreover, the lightning unleashed from those claws was not an ordinary physical attack, but a powerful magical attack. Lin Feng's judgment staff was completely ineffective against this magical attack, unable to provide any effective defense. Each time Lin Feng was struck by lightning, his body would tremble involuntarily, as if he had been electrocuted. This trembling not only affected Lin Feng's attack movements, but also made his originally precise attacks less accurate. His attacks, which had previously been able to accurately hit the boss in front of him, were now frequently missing their target. Lin Feng quickly realized that if this continued, he would be unable to inflict any substantial damage on the Dark Woma leader. Although the Dark Woma leader's attacks wouldn't cause Lin Feng much harm, he absolutely didn't want to see this continue. Since the level 40 update, these bosses that constantly deviate from their established attack patterns clearly have some special meaning, but the bosses with the prefix Dark are more prominent in this regard. It was with this in mind that Lin Feng began to think about changing his fighting style. He quickly took his clone and used the teleportation ring to leave the battlefield. After mentally reviewing and summarizing his battle with the Dark Woma leader, he decided to replace his original warrior gear with mage gear. His clone then rebuffed his allies with magic and defense and restored them to full health. He then returned to the location of the Dark Woma leader. Lin Feng quickly separated himself from his clones, placing them to the left and right. Lin Feng first set up layers of firewalls around himself and the Dark Woma leader. After doing all this, Lin Feng took the lead and waved his bone jade scepter, using the newly learned skill Meteor Shower, which only mages at level 45 can master. Minus 1,122. Minus 1,122. A magic circle suddenly rose from beneath the feet of the Dark Woma Lord, and burning meteors, like shooting stars, rained down upon him. As the Dark Woma leader suddenly launched his attack on Lin Feng, his clone on the other side also began to attack the Dark Woma leader from afar using soul fire talismans. Following beside its clone, the divine beast, resembling a small red-haired Pekingese, roared. It instantly stood upright, its body rapidly expanding. In the blink of an eye, it transformed from a small red-haired Pekingese into a colossal beast the size of a red-brown bear. Then, the enlarged divine beast began to stride arrogantly toward the Dark Woma leader in the distance. After unleashing another meteor shower, Lin Feng faced a close-range attack from the Dark Woma leader. However, he remained calm and quickly stopped casting spells with his bone jade scepter. With his body slightly crouched, assuming a running start posture, Lin Feng unleashed a savage charge, pushing off the ground with both legs. Utilizing the extreme speed of the warrior's savage charge, Lin Feng charged towards the other side of the wall of fire like a speeding truck. After quickly creating distance between himself and the Dark Woma leader, Lin Feng did not rush to use Meteor Shower to continue his attack. Instead, he continued to lay down walls of fire around the area where the leader had stopped. Meanwhile, after Lin Feng stopped attacking, the Dark Woma Lord turned its attention back to its clone, which had been continuously unleashing soul fire talismans to attack it. Before the Dark Woma Lord could even launch an attack on its clone, the divine beast, guided by the clone's attacks, had already positioned itself in front of it, opening its mouth and spewing a burst of burning flames at it. Minus 271. The level 2 summoned beast, if we deduct the 260-point damage bonus from the group poison spell, then this attack actually only deals 11 points of damage to the Dark Woma Lord. Such damage can only be said to barely break through the defense. Next, Lin Feng and his clone began to use ranged attacks to launch a tug-of-war attack on the Dark Woma family. Every time the Dark Woma Lord attacks Lin Feng quickly uses Savage Charge to create distance as it gets close. When the Dark Woma Lord attempts to attack its clone, the clone immediately stops attacking. At this point, Lin Feng will unleash Meteor Shower with unrestrained frenzy, using high damage to draw its aggro and completely outmaneuver the Dark Woma Lord. Of course, the Dark Woma Lord was not to be trifled with, and wouldn't keep running back and forth in vain as Lin Feng had planned. As the Dark Woma Lord's health was halved, it began to use teleportation more frequently. The Dark Woma Lord's teleportation ability allows it to instantly appear behind Lin Feng or his clone, launching a fierce attack. During this process, Lin Feng's clone was once directly targeted by the Dark Woma Lord and utterly helpless. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, despite continuously using the high-damage Meteor Shower, still couldn't attract the Dark Woma Lord's aggro. Seeing his clone's health halved, Lin Feng had no choice but to have it use the teleportation ring to escape the Dark Woma Lord's attack range. Chapter 153, Guild Level 2. Lin Feng now possesses 2 teleportation rings, one of which has a suffix indicating its connection to the real world. After using the teleportation ring to quickly escape the Dark Woma Lord's attack range, the clone's health rapidly recovered thanks to potent healing potions and healing spells. The subsequent battle proceeded without further incident. Soon, the Dark Woma Lord let out a deafening roar and collapsed to the ground, unleashing a torrent of multicolored light from its body. Gained 312,500 experience points. Congratulations to player Morningstar for achieving the first kill of the boss Dark Woma leader and receiving the system reward of +1 free attribute point. The system will announce to the entire server in 5 seconds. Players are asked whether they wish to hide their ID. After 5 seconds, the default is no. Don't hide it. Announcement for the entire region. Server-wide announcement. Player Morningstar has achieved the first kill of the boss Dark Woma leader and received a system reward of +1 free attribute point. The female Taoist's level 40 battle robe, the Celestial Master's robe, shone brightly like the most dazzling star in the night sky. Accompanied by a slender purple beam of light, the robe instantly caught Lin Feng's eye like a bolt of lightning. Lin Feng's eyes were drawn to the purple beam of light. He quickly picked it up and saw that the Celestial Master's robe was like a fine work of art, embroidered with mysterious runes and patterns, as if it contained endless power. Lin Feng picked it up and glanced at its attributes. It was just an ordinary Celestial Master's robe, without any top-tier attributes. He then put it into his personal inventory and began collecting other dropped items with his clone. Next, he added all of his newly acquired free attribute points to his attack power. After some maneuvering, Lin Feng's attributes underwent significant changes. So far, he has increased his magic by 10 points, defense by 10 points, and magic resistance by 10 points using his free attribute points. At the very end, his attack is increased by a whopping 3 points. Such an attribute boost will definitely make other players green with envy. Next, it's time to challenge the strength of the last dark boss, the Dark Rainbow Demon Lord. Lin Feng took a deep breath, had his clone buff his forces, and then resolutely used the teleportation ring to head towards the location of the Dark Rainbow Demon Lord. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng arrived before the Dark Rainbow Demon Lord. This Dark Rainbow Demon Lord was enormous, its appearance identical to the Rainbow Demon Lord he had previously slain. It exuded a dark aura that sent chills down one's spine. Its overall attack style was also identical to the Rainbow Demon Lord, but its damage and speed were significantly enhanced. From the very start of the battle, the Dark Rainbow Demon Lord displayed its formidable power. Its attacks came like a storm, leaving Lin Feng somewhat overwhelmed. Moreover, this Dark Rainbow Demon Lord could use Fire Breath to cover its left and right hook punches, making it even more difficult for Lin Feng to dodge its attacks. However, Lin Feng was not deterred by these difficulties. Drawing on his previous experience fighting the Dark Boss, he quickly adapted to the Dark Rainbow Demon Lord's attack rhythm and found a way to counter it. He skillfully used his positioning and skills to constantly dodge the Dark Rainbow Demon Lord's attacks, while looking for opportunities to counterattack. With the tacit cooperation between Lin Feng and his clone, they gradually gained the upper hand. Soon, Lin Feng seized an opening in the Dark Rainbow Demon Lord's defenses and unleashed the warrior's level 35 ultimate skill, Fiery Sword Technique. The Judgment Staff, covered in scorching flames, instantly inflicted massive damage on the Dark Rainbow Demon Lord. Minus 6,744 critical hit. After a fierce battle, Lin Feng finally succeeded in killing the Dark Rainbow Demon Lord on the spot. As the Dark Rainbow Demon Lord fell, a powerful energy surged from its body, and with this surge of energy, various colored lights scattered like fireworks. Gained 312,500 experience points. Congratulations to player Morningstar for achieving the first kill of the boss Dark Rainbow Demon Lord, and receiving the system reward of +1 free attribute point. The system will announce to the entire server in 5 seconds. Players are asked whether they wish to hide their ID. After 5 seconds, the default is no. Don't hide it. Announcement for the entire region. Server-wide announcement. Player Morningstar has achieved the first kill of the boss Dark Rainbow Demon Lord and received a system reward of +1 free attribute point. Amidst the various rays of light, a tiny purple beam provided Lin Feng with another level 40 battle robe, the Rainbow Feather Robe, suitable for all 3 classes. Its vibrant red color, combined with a gown-like openwork design, revealing both the navel and legs, perfectly showcased the female mage's beautiful figure while also exuding a touch of playfulness. This is widely considered the most beautiful level 40 battle robe among the 3 professions. It is also the 6th level 40 battle robe that Lin Feng has obtained today. After defeating all 6 dark bosses and achieving 6 first kills, Lin Feng finally had a moment to check the guild channel, which was constantly flashing with notifications. System message. Your guild, the Supergalactic Alliance, has been upgraded to level 2. Lin Feng then opened the guild interface and looked at the changes in the level 2 guilds. Overall, the changes between level 2 and level 1 guilds were not significant. The only difference was that the number of guild members had increased from 100,000 to 500,000, and the requirements for advancing to level 3 had been raised to over 100,000 players level 28 or higher and 1 billion guild contribution points. The experience bonus for guild members had increased from 5% to 6%. However, Lin Feng himself didn't get involved in the guild affairs, so he just observed these changes. His energy remained focused on improving himself. On the contrary, the attribute bonus he had previously received from the Blue Star's Blessing, Unique, was increased again from 5 points to 7 points in all attributes. Defeating the Dark Boss doesn't mean his VIP map adventure is over. There are still many more bosses lurking within this map. For example, the 7th level of the Stone Tomb contains the Evil Centipede and the Stone Tomb Corpse King, which leads to the Peach Garden Gate. Since the game has now been updated to the reloaded version, logically speaking, the Stone Tomb Corpse King will definitely appear, and even the Evil Centipede might show up at the same time. After all, these 2 bosses are undoubtedly the overlord monsters of the 7th level of the Stone Tomb. Lin Feng completely ignored everything else. He activated his teleportation ring and flew straight towards the coordinates he had already explored, which was the location of the Stone Tomb Corpse King. Sure enough, when he arrived at his destination, a monk zombie wearing a cassock and carrying prayer beads appeared before him. This zombie's physique is exactly the same as that of an ordinary zombie. If you don't pay special attention, you might mistake it for just another ordinary monk zombie that you can find anywhere in a mine. However, if you observe it closely, you will be surprised to find that although the Stone Tomb Zombie King is also dressed in a kasaya and wears prayer beads, its prayer beads are not hung around its neck like those of an ordinary monk zombie, but are slung across its body like a shoulder bag. Chapter 154: The Corpse King of the Stone Tomb. The Stone Tomb Corpse King was clearly surprised by Lin Feng and his clone's sudden appearance. However, this did not prevent it from launching an attack on the player who had suddenly intruded into its territory. The Stone Tomb Corpse King stiffly opened its rotten, unrecognizable mouth, as if to let out a silent roar, but no sound came out. Its body trembled slightly, and suddenly it took a step forward, charging towards Lin Feng stiffly like a zombie. Lin Feng stood still, calmly observing the Stone Tomb Corpse King's every move. His sharp eyes revealed a sense of confidence and decisiveness. It turned out that before arriving here, Lin Feng had already instructed his clone to make various preparations and enhance its abilities to deal with any possible situations. As the Stone Tomb Corpse King entered its attack range, Lin Feng's clone reacted swiftly. Wielding its dragon-patterned sword, it pointed it at the Stone Tomb Corpse King with incredible speed. The blade flashed through the air, unleashing two large swaths of poisonous mist that enveloped the Stone Tomb Corpse King and Lin Feng's group. The poisonous mist, as if possessing a spirit, automatically avoided Lin Feng's own forces, accurately striking the Stone Tomb Corpse King's body. This attack didn't cause much damage to the Stone Tomb Corpse King, only leaving two streaks of green followed by red on its body. However, Lin Feng showed no dissatisfaction. The judgment staff in his hand was already brimming with scorching flames, radiating a chillingly high temperature. Just as the Stone Tomb Corpse King was about to launch another attack, Lin Feng suddenly swung the judgment staff forward. In an instant, a raging flame, like a fire dragon, roared and enveloped the judgment staff, carrying a sharp gust of wind, and slashed straight towards the Stone Tomb Corpse King's head. Minus 3,640. A deafening clang, like the resounding toll of a great bell, echoed through the air. The flames collided with the Stone Tomb Corpse King's body, producing a metallic clang. Surprisingly, however, the Stone Tomb Corpse King didn't have its head explode like in movies and TV shows. Instead, it merely shook its head, still slightly dazed from the blow, and continued its charge towards Lin Feng. Minus 3,778. However, Lin Feng's attack did not end there. Another loud clang rang out as Lin Feng, using the recoil from his previous attack, swung his judgment staff with astonishing speed, as if imbued with life. Again, it was the fiery sword technique. The raging flames, with the force of a thunderbolt, struck directly at the Stone Tomb Corpse King's head. Two consecutive fiery sword techniques struck the Stone Tomb Corpse King's head with unerring accuracy. The terrifying power caused it to lose its balance instantly, staggering as if it might collapse at any moment. Just then, Lin Feng's clone followed closely behind like a ghost, swiftly throwing out a soul fire talisman. This soul fire talisman streaked across the night sky like a shooting star, flying straight towards the Stone Tomb Corpse King. Upon seeing this, the Stone Tomb Corpse King was enraged to the extreme. Its body trembled violently, and a powerful aura suddenly erupted. This aura was like a raging storm, carrying wisps of black energy, like a black whirlwind, sweeping out from its body. Lin Feng, his clone, and the divine beast that had just approached and hadn't even had a chance to breathe fire were all pushed back several steps by the powerful shockwave. Their bodies swayed precariously under the impact of the shockwave, as if they might be overturned to the ground at any moment. Along with the wisps of black energy, Lin Feng suddenly heard a terrifying howl of a vengeful ghost. The sound, like that of a demon from hell, was particularly sinister and terrifying in the dim, yellowish firelight of the stone hall, sending chills down one's spine. The moment this aura surged forth, the Stone Tomb Corpse King rapidly approached Lin Feng in an illogical, stiff posture. Its rigid, straight arms like wild, unyielding fists swung like two giant windmills, relentlessly grabbing at Lin Feng. Minus 19. Minus 20. Dash 23. Although the Stone Tomb Corpse King's palm did not touch Lin Feng, the sharp claw winds that appeared after it swung its arm continuously attacked Lin Feng. A series of attacks dealing around 20 damage appeared above Lin Feng's head. In just a second or two, over 100 points of Lin Feng's health were whittled away. But Lin Feng was not one to be trifled with either. The moment he recovered from his stiff state, he quickly used a bottle of potent wound medicine to restore his health. At the same time, he began to swiftly slash, chop, and stab with the Staff of Judgment in his hand. The battle between the two sides instantly became intense. Although the Stone Tomb Corpse King possessed a staggering 500,000 health points, Lin Feng's side had a 3-on-1 numerical advantage. While the Stone Tomb Corpse King's damage output was considerable, Lin Feng and his clone were equally formidable. It was only their level 2 summoned beast that seemed somewhat overwhelmed in the face of the Stone Tomb Corpse King. The entire battle was much easier than the Dark Series bosses. In just 5 or 6 minutes, the Stone Tomb Corpse King was wiped out of its last bit of health by Lin Feng's assassination sword technique. Gained 315,000 experience points. Congratulations to Player Morningstar for achieving the first kill of the boss Stone Tomb Corpse King and receiving the system reward, a +1 free attribute point. The system will announce to the entire server in 5 seconds. Players are asked whether they wish to hide their ID. After 5 seconds, the default is no. Don't hide it. Announcement for the entire region. Server-wide announcement. Player Morningstar has achieved the first kill of the boss Stone Tomb Corpse King and received a system reward of +1 free attribute point. Unlike the Stone Tomb Corpse King on the 7th floor of the Stone Tomb, this Stone Tomb Corpse King in the VIP map did not leave an entrance to the Peach Garden Gate at the location of its corpse after it died. As the Stone Tomb Corpse King collapsed, a large cloud of white and black smoke emerged from its body, then quickly dissipated. At the same time, various colored lights suddenly appeared before Lin Feng's eyes. The drop rate of the Stone Tomb Corpse King is comparable to that of other bosses. Aside from not dropping special rings, it has an extremely high drop rate for Woma equipment, Zuma equipment, and various high-level skill books. Overall, this is a very popular boss among players. In total, there is only 1 Zuma piece of equipment, 3 Woma pieces of equipment, and a Summon Divine Beast book. After collecting all the loot from the Stone Tomb Corpse King, Lin Feng checked it briefly and found that none of them had particularly good attributes, so he stored them all in his warehouse. At this moment, Lin Feng was more than 80% certain that the evil centipede had appeared. However, until he actually got close and saw it with his own eyes, everything was just speculation. Chapter 155, The Dragon Slaying Sword. This evil centipede looks exactly like the Touch Dragon God. Both are enormous bosses. But unexpectedly, it possesses characteristics completely opposite to the Touch Dragon God. It is a boss that is extremely afraid of magical attacks, but fearless of physical attacks. Lin Feng knew this well, so he first had his clone reapply various status skills to his own combatants to ensure they could perform at their best in the upcoming battle. At the same time, he also used this time to replace his original full set of warrior equipment with mage equipment. After all, when facing a boss that fears magic, the mage's magic attack power would undoubtedly be more advantageous. Once everything was ready, Lin Feng activated his teleportation ring on the spot and was instantly transported to the vicinity of the evil centipede's location. When he landed and looked around, he was met with an empty scene, as if there were no monsters at all. If it were any other player, they would probably be suspicious at this moment, or even start to wonder if they had come to the wrong place. But Lin Feng was not surprised at all, because he knew the habits of the evil centipede like the back of his hand. Like the dragon god, this evil centipede usually hides underground, only emerging suddenly when someone invades its territory, delivering a fatal blow to the intruder. Lin Feng was ready for battle. He had his clone follow closely behind and took the lead, quickly approaching the location of the evil centipede marked on the map. As Lin Feng advanced rapidly, suddenly, as if the sky had collapsed and rocks had burst forth, a gigantic centipede abruptly emerged from the ground. Its towering body, as if blotting out the sun, looked down upon the small figure that had intruded into its territory. Lin Feng stopped advancing the moment the evil centipede appeared. He swung his bone jade scepter rapidly, and a wall of fire appeared directly beneath the evil centipede's feet. -778. A damage value of nearly 800 suddenly appeared on the evil centipede's body. The clone that followed quickly brandished its dragon-patterned sword, unleashing 2 plumes of gray, poisonous mist that completely enveloped the centipede's towering form. The mist rapidly dyed the area around the evil centipede green, then dark red. After poisoning the evil centipede, the clone didn't stay in place but quickly retreated. Meanwhile, Lin Feng once again waved his bone jade staff, unleashing a new spell. A red magic circle, glowing with flames, suddenly appeared on the ground where the evil centipede was. As this fiery magic circle appeared, meteorites mixed with flames began to appear out of thin air above the evil centipede's head, like rifts in the void, and rain down on it. This is Lin Feng's newly mastered level 45 ultimate magic skill, Meteor Shower. As Meteor Shower appeared, a spell that dealt significantly more damage than the previous firewall appeared above the evil centipede's head. -874. -874. Yes, Meteor Shower is not only an area of effect magic skill, but it also has a double magical attack effect. Unleashing double damage at once makes it an incredibly powerful combat skill for mage players who already excel in magical damage. The evil centipede, having suffered such a series of fierce attacks, finally came to its senses. It abandoned its original plan to emerge from the ground and unleash a ferocious roar to intimidate the tiny ant-like creature before it. Without following the proper procedure, the evil centipede's eerie green eyes stared intently at Lin Feng, and beneath those gleaming green eyes, its ferocious mandibles began to spew out large plumes of poisonous mist. Lin Feng could see the evil centipede's anger, but he didn't care. He simply kept waving the bone jade scepter in his hand, frequently unleashing meteor fire rain. Soon, the poisonous mist spewed by the evil centipede turned Lin Feng's entire body green. -27. A high amount of poison damage appeared above Lin Feng's head, which deducted a fixed amount of health points per second. It seems the evil centipede's poison damage is the same as that of the touched dragon god. Lin Feng concluded easily. The last time Lin Feng killed the dragon god, it was because he hadn't practiced his advanced warrior skills much. Instead, he relied on a hidden event where the monster went berserk, using magic to withstand double the poison damage and forcefully kill it. This time, the evil centipede is in its normal state, and Lin Feng also has a resurrection ring. Among the hidden attributes of the composite ring, the second one can reduce the settlement damage by 10%. Faced with such damage, Lin Feng no longer held back and unleashed his full power, continuously releasing meteor showers and walls of fire. In the distance, the clone that had applied the poison spell to the evil centipede and immediately retreated from its attack range stood at the edge of the centipede's attack range, as if watching a show, using its newly mastered group healing spell to help Lin Feng recover his health. The reason why the healing spell, which could restore more health, was not used was simply because the casting range of the healing spell could not reach Lin Feng. Just as the evil centipede stood still, Lin Feng also chose to stand still and fight it head-on. The frequent barrage of meteor showers, coupled with a constantly burning wall of fire, caused the evil centipede's health to steadily decline. In just 6 or 7 minutes, the evil centipede, with a life value of up to 500,000, lost all its life value, and its tall body instantly collapsed like a building. Gained 315,000 experience points. Congratulations to player Morningstar for achieving the first kill of the boss evil centipede and receiving the system reward of +1 free attribute point. The system will announce this to the entire server in 5 seconds. Players are asked whether they wish to hide their ID. After 5 seconds, the default is no. Don't hide it. Announcement for the entire region. Server-wide announcement. Player Morningstar has achieved the first kill of the boss evil centipede and received a system reward of +1 free attribute point. As the evil centipede fell, a meteor shower of various colored lights began to fall from the sky. Among this light, a golden beam was particularly dazzling, immediately attracting Lin Feng's attention. Lin Feng quickly ran towards the spot where the golden light had fallen. He could already see it clearly while it was still in the air and hadn't landed yet. It was a massive sword, the Dragon Slayer, made entirely of black iron, with a simple and unadorned appearance, as wide and heavy as a door panel, and a red tassel wrapped around the blade hole. Does anyone know how to design a cover? Tomato is planning to do multiple cover recommendations for this book. I don't have a computer and can't manage it all. Please help. Chapter 156, Enhancing Guild Strength. Dragon Slayer. Level required, 34. Attack, 5 to 35. Hidden attribute, 1. Accuracy, +1, warrior attack skill damage +10%. 2. When attacking, there's a 1/15th chance to trigger a 5-second defense ignoring effect. 3. Ultimate crushing effect +10%. Crushing resistance +10%. Durability, 2733. A legendary sword said to possess the power to slay dragons. Holding the dragon-slaying saber in his hand, Lin Feng condensed a blazing fire sword technique, feeling the surging power brought by the thick blade. After his clone finished collecting the remaining loot, Lin Feng composed himself. He changed back into warrior gear, grabbed the sturdy Dragon Slayer blade, and prepared to start looking for other bosses. However, Lin Feng began to selectively abandon some low-level bosses, such as the White Boar. He started clearing out the bosses from the high-level ones down to the low-level ones. After clearing out the high-level bosses, the 1-hour map experience buff had expired, so Lin Feng chose to return to town. He then used in-game currency to refresh the VIP map and once again defeat high-level bosses, including the Dark Boss. Lin Feng used ingots to refresh the VIP map, 3 times before ending his exploration of it for the day. With the combined benefits of the VIP map and the high drop rate of Lin Feng privileges, each time he entered the map, the 6 dark bosses would provide him with a unique battle robe corresponding to his gender across the 3 classes. After 4 rounds, Lin Feng acquired a total of 2 top-quality mage cloaks, 1 top-quality heavenly demon armor, 2 top-quality heavenly venerable battle robes, and 1 top-quality holy war armor. Although, apart from the ridiculously high-quality heavenly demon armor, the other top-tier battle robes only added 1 or 2 points to defense or their primary attribute. Such a high probability of obtaining such items is still quite rare for top-tier equipment. After leaving the VIP map, Lin Feng headed straight for the 7th level of the Stone Tomb. Passing by the 6th level, he glanced at the densely packed monsters on the map and couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. However, compared to his first exploration, the number of white boars and evil snakes here was significantly reduced. Lin Feng didn't linger on the 6th level of the Stone Tomb. His only goal was the 7th level. As soon as he stepped into the entrance to the 7th level and stood on the stone steps, deafening roars of monsters assaulted him like a tidal wave. The cries of the white boars were particularly piercing, indicating that their numbers were definitely not small. After switching back into his mage gear, Lin Feng swiftly brandished his bone jade staff and began casting a wall of fire. The raging flames spread out before him like countless burning beacon towers. These walls of fire not only cleared a safe, unobstructed path for him, but also incinerated all the monsters he encountered along the way. His clone, following closely behind, was equally efficient, quickly applying 2 coats of paint to the surviving white boars and evil venomous snakes, turning them a dark red. While clearing the entire 7th level of the Stone Tomb, Lin Feng's mind raced, trying to figure out how to best utilize the map. After all, he hadn't even fully explored the Demon Ceiling Hall yet. Facing such a vast map resource, it would be a huge waste not to make full use of it. Lin Feng's level was significantly lower than the other players, a gap that persisted. Although the other players couldn't offer him any substantial assistance at the moment, he knew that during the early days of the PC version of Legend of Mir, there was a crucial slogan: "No brothers, no legend." This phrase perfectly illustrated that the legend wasn't just a solitary battle, but required teamwork and brotherhood. More importantly, even disregarding other factors, the 30 advancement slots for the Milky Way galaxy alone clearly stipulated that the entire region must have 10,000 players at level 35 or above. This requirement undoubtedly put enormous pressure on Lin Feng, and also made him realize that to achieve better results in the game, he could not rely solely on his own strength. In addition, Lin Feng also thought about the issue of expanding the number of players after the guild was upgraded to level 2. With the increase in the number of players, they would need more maps to accommodate them, so that they could level up and increase their strength more quickly. Thinking about this, Lin Feng began to realize the seriousness of the problem. While mechanically releasing the firewall skill, setting fires in various places on the 7th floor of the Stone Tomb, and creating a raging sea of fire, he quickly communicated with Ao Shirtian through private chat. Kaiming Singh. Brother Chung, how many members are there at level 28 or above? We need trustworthy elites. At this very moment, Ao Shirtian and his small team were quietly occupying a corner of the 4th level of the Stone Tomb. After the level 40 game update, the monster spawn rate had become much higher than before. In this corner, a mage was casting a blazing wall of fire, leading everyone in leveling up. Standing in the corner, blocking the path of the mage in the group, Ao Shirtian immediately stopped attacking the monsters in front of him the moment he received Lin Feng's private message. The monsters were naturally drawn to the continuously burning wall of fire. Ao Shirtian then turned his attention to replying to Lin Feng's message. He replied clearly and precisely. Guild leader, our guild currently has over 110,000 players level 25 and above, with over 50,000 of them being level 28 and above. However, our main problem right now is the significant difference in guild contribution levels. Otherwise, the guild's leveling speed could be even faster. Upon seeing Ao Shirtian's reply, Lin Feng immediately said, "Okay, then quickly organize the personnel. Regarding the Corpse King's Palace, as long as there are no leaks and no accidents, mobilize all the high-level elite players. I will use the memory set to pull you to the 7th level of the Stone Tomb. This map not only has a large number of ordinary monsters, but also a lot of white boars and evil serpents. And right now, the drop rate for these two bosses is extremely high. They basically drop a Woma level piece of equipment every time, and there's even a chance to get higher level Zoomer equipment. By the way, did you guys receive the memory set I mentioned before? Upon receiving Lin Feng's message, Ao Shirtian's eyes lit up. It's important to understand that while the price of Woma level equipment has slightly decreased due to the increased drop rate of monsters and bosses across various maps, it's still extremely rare, let alone Zuma level equipment. Chapter 157, The Memory Set's Highlight Moment. Ao Shirtian responded with unusual excitement. We received quite a few helmets and necklaces from the memory set, more than 10 pieces in total. As for the memory bracelet, including the one we got in the Corpse King's Palace, we now have 3. However, rings are quite rare. We've only received 1. Guildmaster, is this enough? When Lin Feng heard Ao Shirtian mention receiving a memory ring, he couldn't help but feel a surge of surprise. In his memory rings usually only drop from the Woma cult leader. However, since Ao Shirtian had actually received one, it was undoubtedly a cause for celebration. Lin Feng had even prepared to lend his memory shield to Ao Shirtian and the others. Upon arriving here, Lin Feng quickly changed his strategy. After calmly considering the situation for a moment, he gave instructions. Morning Star, here's what we'll do. First, organize the relevant personnel as soon as possible. Once everything is ready, put the memory shield in your backpack and take it with you. When the time comes, I'll use the memory shield to pull your team over. Once you're here, you can use the memory shield's team teleportation function to continuously pull over all the organized personnel as well. Ao Shirtian didn't hesitate at all. Even though Lin Feng wasn't in front of him, he still stood tall and patted his chest, agreeing confidently. Okay, I'll go discuss the personnel list with them right away. Don't worry, it'll only take half an hour at most. Ao Shirtian knew that Lin Feng's time was precious, so in order not to make him wait too long, he simply stated the time required. Lin Feng didn't refuse, as he was indeed very busy. He needed to clear the entire 7th level of the stone tomb from beginning to end, which would take considerable time. Not to mention that new monsters would spawn in the areas he cleared over time. Morningstar, you can arrange it as you see fit. Just message me privately when you're ready. Also, just a heads up, this map refreshes with a couple hundred bosses every time. Ao Shirtian, President, don't worry, I will arrange it. After ending the private chat, Lin Feng continued casting firewalls on the 7th level of the stone tomb, advancing deeper into the monster-infested area. Various loot items scattered across the ground as monsters fell. After Lin Feng cleared more than half of the map of the entire 7th level of the stone tomb, he received a private message from Ao Shirtian. Ao Shirtian, President, I have already organized the personnel on my side. Morningstar, okay, then you start the group and add me to the team. After saying that, Lin Feng turned on the team-up mode that had been closed for most of the time. You have joined Ao Shishin's team. Lin Feng spoke first in the team chat. Morningstar, all of you, enter the command to allow the unity of heaven and earth. If you're done, type 1 in the team channel. 110. The task was completed by 11 people. Except for Lin Feng, the other 10 people quickly completed the task and replied with 1. Lin Feng then went directly to a corner engulfed in flames and began changing into the memory suit. He then typed, Unity of Heaven and Earth. At Lin Feng's command, a dazzling white light suddenly flashed past him like lightning. This white light, like a ray from another world, instantly illuminated the surrounding space. Immediately afterwards, a 10-person team led by Ao Shirtian and Xiao Xiaomi appeared beside Lin Feng in the blink of an eye, as if summoned by the white light. Their figures were clearly visible, and each of them looked energetic, excited, and well-equipped. Seeing that the others had successfully teleported over, Lin Feng immediately left the team. His movements were swift and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. Then, Lin Feng quickly instructed Ao Shirtian to disband the team and continue using the same method to teleport the elite members who had already been identified outside to the 7th floor of the stone tomb in groups. However, Lin Feng soon discovered a problem. The memory had a 1-minute cooldown, meaning that each time someone was recruited, a 1-minute wait was required. This was far too inefficient, and obviously a huge waste of time. After some thought, Lin Feng finally decided to take off his memory suit and trade it to Xiao Xiaomi. Morningstar, little shrimp, you two should revive people together. Reviving people with one set of equipment is too slow. Xiao Xiaomi naturally wouldn't refuse Lin Feng's suggestion, replying, "Okay, then we'll use this set of equipment for now, so as not to take up too much of your time. Morningstar, you two shouldn't just focus on recruiting people, but also keep up with your levels. The new maps after level 30 are even better than here. You can take turns using trustworthy people, as long as there are always people on the map. You can also send people up to the 6th floor here." The others watching this all gasped in amazement and wonder. They hadn't expected the memory suit to be used in such a way. It was truly incredible. Wow, this memory set is amazing. I used to carry a whole bag of potions with me, and I'd run out of them before I even got to the 5th floor. The mage who had just been pulled over said excitedly, his eyes fixed on the dense horde of monsters in the distance, a joyful smile on his face. "Haha, this is so awesome." Whoosh, in the blink of an eye, we flew directly from the safe zone to the 7th level of the stone tomb. I guess we should be among the first people to reach this map. The warrior player, gripping the purgatory weapon tightly, couldn't hide his excitement, swinging his large battle axe and shouting joyfully. "All right, stop chatting." The guild leader said there are a lot of bosses in this map. A Taoist with an elite title, who seemed to be the team leader, shouted loudly when he saw everyone still discussing enthusiastically, urging the team members to get moving and start fighting monsters. "That's right, everyone stop dawdling here. Let's quickly find a place to form a human wall, with the mage standing in the corner inside, using the skeletons to block the monsters. Leave one Taoist to protect the mage, and the rest of the warriors and Taoists. Everyone go out together to lure the monsters." Another mage, who also had an elite title, chimed in. A group of elite players, averaging level 28 or higher, chatted excitedly, their faces beaming with joy. They enthusiastically discussed various strategies and techniques in the game, sharing their experiences and insights. However, after a brief exchange, they scattered like birds into the forest, quickly dispersing to various corners of the vast stone tomb level 7 map. Ao Shirtian and Xiao Xiaomi were no exception. After successfully forming 2 teams, they finally couldn't suppress their impulses and handed over their memory sets to the people they trusted most after receiving a voice invitation from Lin Feng. These 2 memory sets possessed powerful effects, making them the most useful strategic equipment they found in the game. Entrusting them to reliable individuals would not only ensure the set's safety, but also allow more elite members to benefit. Chapter 158 Solution to Guild Contribution Value. As the memory set was passed around, the portal to the 7th level of the stone tomb kept flashing, and elite members flooded into this previously unexplored map like a tidal wave. Ao Shirtian and Xiao Xiaomi also joined a team, ready to enjoy the fun of leveling up and finding treasures in the 7th level of the stone tomb. In this monster-infested map, the mage's firewall skill becomes crucial. The blazing firewall forms a barrier of flames, trapping the monsters within. The continuously burning firewall releases intense heat, dealing sustained high damage to the large number of monsters within its area. The monsters struggle painfully in the inferno, their health steadily decreasing. Meanwhile, the Taoist players in the team also played an important role. They skillfully used poisoning techniques, applying green and red poisons to the tall, conspicuous white boars, and evil venomous snakes in the monster group. Green poison causes monsters to continuously lose health without being able to regenerate it. Red poison increases the damage monsters take. This significantly reduces the monster's survivability, making them easier to kill. From the shadowy corners of the 7th level of the stone tomb, deafening cheers would occasionally erupt. The sounds rose and fell, as if the entire tomb was enveloped in this fervent atmosphere. Without even seeing it, one could guess that such cheers inevitably accompanied the crashing down of a powerful boss. After all, only when a boss is defeated is there a chance to obtain high-level equipment like Woma or even Zuma, as well as valuable skill books. For these elite players, these high-level equipment and skill books are simply treasures they dream of. These items not only enhance a player's strength, but also allow them to stand out in the game and become the focus of everyone's attention. However, the allure of the 7th level of the stone tomb goes far beyond that. Besides the numerous bosses, there is an even larger horde of ordinary monsters. While these monsters are relatively weaker, they provide a continuous stream of experience points to all players who enter the 7th level of the Stone Tomb. This greatly increases the experience gain rate for all members entering the map, as if they're on a rocket. Perhaps before long, many of them will be able to quickly catch up with the top players who are at level 30 and stand alongside them at the pinnacle of the game. Meanwhile, after handing the memory set to Xiao Xiaomi, Lin Feng didn't turn and leave as people expected. Instead, he stood quietly in place, thoughtfully looking at the guild interface. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something important, his fingers quickly began to move across the guild channel. He created a separate, encrypted subchannel and sent invitations to Aya Shishin, Xiaoxiami, and others. Soon, Ao Shirtian, Xiao Xiaomi, and the others received Lin Feng's invitation and entered the encrypted subchannel. As soon as he entered the channel, Lin Feng got straight to the point. Morningstar, the white boars on the 7th floor of the Stone Tomb have an exceptionally high drop rate, which is a great opportunity for us to widen the gap with other players. However, we must also be careful to control the ownership of the equipment and prevent it from being widely distributed. We must prioritize equipping our own members to ensure that our guild remains at the forefront of strength. Upon hearing this, Ao, Shirtan, and the others quickly agreed and assured him, "Don't worry, President. These are all core members we've recruited from our respective families. Their loyalty and discipline are extremely high, so there will be absolutely no problem." Missing Rain continued, "That's right. We made thorough preparations before bringing them in. We broke up the original teams, making sure each team had members from various families. This way, even if someone wanted to leak equipment privately, they would be supervised and restrained by other family members, making a large-scale leak unlikely." Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. He approved the arrangements made by Ao, Shirtian, Xinyin Shiyu, and the others, and then continued. "Morningstar, very good. In that case, proceed according to your plan. However, remain vigilant throughout the process, and take immediate action should any unusual circumstances be discovered." After a brief pause, he continued, "I still have a large amount of Woma and Zuma-level equipment. My idea is that I will store all of these equipment in the guild warehouse, but no one can take them directly. You can announce you're joining our guild in the guild, or even when recruiting. As long as your contribution points meet the requirements, you can directly obtain these equipment. I believe this will speed up the guild's leveling up." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Ao, Shirtian, and the others instantly perked up. Xiaoxiami said, "In this way, everyone's enthusiasm for completing guild contribution tasks will be greatly stimulated. This will not only help enhance the cohesion within the guild, but also attract more like-minded people to join our ranks. However, how to accurately identify the contribution value of each person is a problem that urgently needs to be solved." Lin Feng didn't take this issue seriously at all. "Morningstar, don't worry about distributing equipment. You can set a clear standard first. Then, inform everyone that when the guild upgrades to level 3, they can directly exchange the equipment or items they need from the warehouse based on their previous contribution points. This is the contribution point exchange function for level 3 guilds. After the exchange is completed, the corresponding contribution points will be deducted naturally." During their conversation, Lin Feng inadvertently revealed a key feature of the Tier 3 guilds from his previous life: the contribution point exchange system. This system undoubtedly provided guild members with a fair and transparent reward mechanism, while also effectively motivating everyone to actively participate in guild affairs. As the guild's main financial officer, Ye wholeheartedly agreed with Lin Feng's proposal. She immediately said, "Guild leader, don't worry. I will complete the relevant data statistics as soon as possible to ensure the smooth progress of the exchange process. However, there is still one issue to consider. The equipment you provided is quite valuable. Once it is distributed, how will we recoup our costs?" With a determined look, Morningstar said, "Don't think about breaking even yet. Our top priority right now is to quickly improve the guild's strength and raise the levels of our members as soon as possible. Everyone should have noticed the update. We need to have 10,000 players level 35 or higher across the entire server as soon as possible. This is not only about the development of our guild, but also has a crucial impact on the future of the entire Blue Star. I may not be able to control others, but I will do my best to help our guild." Chapter 159 Hall of the Overlord. Lin Feng's words filled everyone present with admiration, especially Ye, who was in charge of the guild's finances. Her original plans changed instantly upon hearing Lin Feng's statement. She immediately contacted her other assistants, requesting them to fulfill Lin Feng's demands as soon as possible. Unlike the initial stages of a game, Lin Feng doesn't need to worry about exposing any secrets he possesses within the game by doing so. After stating his requirements, Lin Feng didn't hesitate for a moment. He immediately opened his personal inventory, which contained a large number of various equipment. After some selection, he kept a portion of the equipment with particularly outstanding attributes and unique characteristics for his own use. He threw all the other relatively ordinary equipment into the guild warehouse without reservation, setting it to a state where everyone could view it but could not take it out. After doing all this, Lin Feng chatted briefly with everyone present before using the Be Shown teleportation stone to leave the 7th level of the stone tomb. Lin Feng stood at the entrance to the Gale Palace through the connecting passage, a surge of anticipation and excitement welling up within him. His exploration here yesterday had been forced to a halt due to time constraints, but today he was determined to continue exploring this mysterious place. He quickly crossed the entrance and entered the Gale Palace. It was eerily quiet. Apart from Lin Feng and the overwhelming horde of monsters, there were no other players. However, Lin Feng didn't linger in the Gale Palace to clear out the dense horde of monsters. Instead, he waited for his teleportation ring to cool down, and once that was over, he eagerly followed the coordinates he had discovered the day before, continuously pushing deeper into the area. Beyond the Gale Hall lies the Corridor of Light. Also within the Corridor of Light, it's teeming with various stone tomb monsters. Aside from the absence of a boss, the density of ordinary monsters is even higher than in the Gale Hall. Lin Feng, with steady steps and aided by his invisibility and teleportation rings, quickly traversed the Corridor of Light and arrived at the Flame Hall. After quickly passing through the blazing Flame Palace, Lin Feng finally arrived at the Path of Thunder. On the Thunder Road, a fork in a road that seemed to have been struck by lightning, Lin Feng chose the second fork on the upper right. Through the small door at the end of the fork, he successfully entered the Hall of the Overlord. This was a completely new area. Lin Feng hadn't arrived here yesterday. He looked around and noticed that the map of the entire Overlord's Hall had a very peculiar shape. Viewed from above, it resembled a human head made of pixels. Walking through the entrance, you'll see 2 thick, symmetrical stone walls, one on the left and one on the right. These 2 walls resemble the eyes of the pixelated human head, giving off a mysterious and majestic feeling. In the PC version, there was an invisible wall next to the stone wall in the lower left corner. This was a bug in the game, but Lin Feng believed that this bug-like invisible wall would not exist in the current version of the game. The Hall of Conquerors is truly a treasure trove. Its spacious layout, almost entirely free of obstacles, allows players to roam freely. Monster spawn rates are extremely high, and bosses appear frequently, providing players with a constant stream of challenges and rewards. The most surprising thing is that there is a supply NPC, the Demon Repairman here. This NPC can not only buy and sell items, but also perform various operations such as storage, retrieval, and repair. He is a fully functional NPC. Although the prices for buying, selling, and repairing items here are slightly more expensive than in the city, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. For players who wish to venture deeper into the Demon Sealing Palace and challenge the Rainbow Demon Lord, the Hall of Conquerors is undoubtedly an ideal transit and supply station. Here, they can replenish their equipment and resources, adjust their status, and make full preparations for the arduous battles to come. Even for players who don't intend to venture deep into the Demon Sealing Hall to challenge the Rainbow Demon Lord, the Hall of Conquerors still holds immense appeal. They can simply stay by the NPC's side, leveling up by fighting monsters and collecting and selling dropped items, easily earning a considerable amount of money. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a risk-free business? What's even more noteworthy is that in the Demon Sealing Valley of the previous life, the Hall of the Overlord had a unique advantage. It was a map where you could choose to log off without being teleported out. This was one of only 2 places, along with the area near the old medicine-selling NPC in the choice grounds of Crimson Moon Canyon, where you could choose to log off without being teleported out of the map. This means players can confidently use this place as a base and stay for extended periods without worrying about being teleported out upon logging off and having to endure a difficult journey to reach the Demon Ceiling Hall. For this reason, a significant number of players choose to stay in the Hall of Conquerors in the mid to late game, making it their base. Putting aside the digression, at the moment, Lin Feng is the only player in the entire massive Hall of Conquerors. Lin Feng is accompanied by his clone and the divine beast that has already grown to a large size and is standing with various monsters at the entrance. After entering, they began to use various methods to continuously clear and kill all the monsters in the Overlord Hall. Lin Feng kept waving the bone jade scepter in his hand, and walls of fire rose up suddenly like beacon towers, constantly devouring the life points of various monsters that entered their range. Faced with Lin Feng's high magical damage, apart from boss-level monsters such as White Boar and Rainbow Demon Boar Guard, all other monsters fell to the ground the moment they entered the wall of fire, leaving only scattered specks of various colors to prove their existence. Lin Feng's clone was even busier, constantly using group poison spells to coat various bosses within his attack range with layers of color. In addition, he had to continuously move through the walls of fire, gathering various valuable loot from the scattered points of light. The divine beast, which had been spitting fire to attack various monsters with its humph, was rendered powerless against Lin Feng's full-force firewall. It could only relentlessly chase after Lin Feng, attacking the White Boar and Rainbow Demon Boar Guards who were pursuing him. Unfortunately, the enlarged divine beast, with its short legs, was no match for the bosses. It could only relentlessly pursue them, albeit in vain. Lin Feng, walking ahead, continuously unleashed walls of fire, while numerous bosses of various kinds chased after him from both sides and behind. Dear Godfathers, does anyone know how to design a cover? Tomato is planning to do multiple cover recommendations for this book. I don't have a computer, so I really can't come up with a suitable cover. I'm begging for help. Chapter 160: The Way of the Vertical and Horizontal. This surging torrent was like a marathon race, constantly moving back and forth throughout the Hall of Conquerors, chasing after areas densely packed with monsters. In this chase, which was always within the walls of fire, one or more bosses would occasionally fall as their health was licked away by the firewalls. Each time these bosses fall, they release a large burst of multicolored light. Within this light lies a large amount of potent sun water, as well as Woma equipment. Occasionally, Zuma equipment and high-level skill books can also be found among them. Lin Feng quickly cleared the entire Overlord's Hall from beginning to end. Ignoring the other monsters that kept respawning, Lin Feng went straight through the large door behind the Demon Repairman. Behind the Hall of Conquerors lies a netherworld corridor, identical in size and shape to the Corridor of Light, like twin brothers. This corridor is composed of 2 square areas and 2 connecting passageways, its overall layout resembling a skewer of grilled meat, creating a unique visual experience. Due to the unique structure of the Netherworld corridor, random teleportation scrolls are completely useless here, and players who come to adventure can only rely on their own 2 feet to explore this mysterious area. Lin Feng knew this well. As soon as he entered the map, he waved the bone jade scepter in his hand and skillfully unleashed a series of firewalls. One after another, the firewalls, which were like beacon towers and were burning with raging flames, began to appear in the entire Netherworld corridor. Lin Feng started along the left side of the corridor, advancing step by step. Wherever the wall of fire passed, the originally ferocious monsters were instantly burned to ashes. His movements were skilled and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. In this way, he cleared the entire Netherworld corridor from left to right. In the Netherworld corridor, besides the numerous top-quality red and black wild boars, there are 2 other notable boss-level monsters. One is the most common white wild boar, which is enormous and has astonishing attack power. The other is the relatively rare evil venomous snake, a monster that not only possesses a pair of large pincers, but also has considerable intelligence, making it an extremely troublesome opponent. However, these monsters posed no challenge to Lin Feng. With his skillful movement and high-damage firewalls, he easily dealt with their attacks and successfully defeated them one by one. These monsters not only dropped Woma and Zuma-level equipment, but also had a chance to drop high-level skill books, which would be a considerable fortune for any player. The process of cleaning the map was not much different from before. Although it was somewhat tedious, Lin Feng did not let his guard down. He remained highly focused, not missing a single corner. Just as Lin Feng was about to finish clearing the entire map, an unexpected surprise filled him with excitement. Among the loot of an evil venomous snake that had just been burned to death by the wall of fire, there was a green necklace with extremely excellent attributes. This necklace emitted a faint light, like a jade crescent moon. Green necklace. Attack power required, 39. Attack, 2 to 9, plus 4. Accuracy, plus 2, plus 2. Hidden attribute, 1, luck, plus 1. Fire sword technique damage, plus 5%. 2. Zuma crushing effect, plus 10%. Zuma crushing resistance, plus 10%. Durability, 7 out of 8. This necklace is really powerful. It's even stronger than the Holy War necklace with its attributes. I wonder how effective the Holy War necklace's hidden attributes are. Having obtained such a high-quality green necklace, Lin Feng was naturally delighted and put it into his personal storage. After passing through the Netherworld corridor and through the gate, Lin Feng found himself in front of a long, narrow passageway. The map's design is extremely simple and clear, as if meticulously crafted by a minimalist. The entire map is mainly composed of narrow, straight passageways. These passages, though winding and circuitous at the beginning, consist of only one path, forming a complex network only at the end. There are almost no branching or complicated forks between the passages, making it easy for players to find their way and greatly reducing the possibility of getting lost. At the end of the crisscrossing path are 4 different forks, each with a different entrance. The second entrance from the top, left, leads directly to the Demon Soul Palace. The Path of Crossroads is also a challenging place, spawning popular monsters beloved by players, such as the Rainbow Scorpion Guard and the White Boar. These monsters are not only powerful, but also drop rare items like the 3 divine weapons and level 35 skill books, attracting many adventurers to come and challenge them. The other 3 entrances all lead to the same mysterious place, the Secret Passage. This is a hidden map with an unusually high density of monsters, and it also hides the same boss as the Demon Soul Palace. For players who want to quickly grind monsters and level up, this is undoubtedly an excellent choice. This secret passage is different from the one at the end of the Thunder Path. At the bottom of this passage, there's an opening leading directly to the Hall of Conquerors. This exit provides players with a shortcut, allowing them to return to their resting state more quickly. However, at this moment, the passageway was completely occupied by all kinds of stone tomb monsters, which crowded the passageway so densely that it was almost impossible to pass through. However, even amidst these terrifying maneuvers that would send shivers down the spines of other players, Lin Feng displayed remarkable agility. He decisively abandoned his previous strategy of using firewalls to pave the way, instead employing the more suitable explosive flame skill, forcefully unleashing bursts of blazing flames directly into the dense horde of monsters. Whenever a dozen or 20 white boars gather around Lin Feng, along with the occasional rainbow demon scorpion guard, he immediately stops advancing. Then he first has his clone apply 2 layers of color to these powerful bosses, and then releases several walls of fire, completely engulfing the bosses in their flames. After completing this series of actions, Lin Feng quickly switched to his level 45 ultimate skill, Meteor Shower. One after another, burning meteors streaked across the sky like shooting stars, crashing down with fierce force onto the group of bosses trapped by the firewall. All of this was made possible by the magical teleportation ring in Lin Feng's possession. It was with its help that Lin Feng was able to navigate the entire path of crossing like a fish in water, sweeping across the entire map in far less time than when he passed through the Netherworld corridor. Chapter 161, The Last Line of Defense of the Demon Sealing Hall. After navigating the crisscrossing paths, Lin Feng stepped through the small door before him and finally appeared inside the Demon Soul Palace. The maps of the Demon Soul Palace and the Blazing Flame Palace were exactly the same. Whether it was due to laziness on the part of the designers or some other reason, all the maps in the entire Demon Sealing map were almost identical, like copies of each other. The Demon Soul Palace before us is hailed as the last line of defense on the way to the Demon Sealing Palace, and random teleportation is not available on this map. Furthermore, the map is teeming with white boars, as well as 3 types of bosses: Rainbow Demon Boar Guards, Rainbow Demon Scorpion Guards, and evil poisonous serpents. Among the regular monsters, There are also rare red and black wild boars. It can be described as a treasure map that can drive countless players crazy. The Demon Soul Hall also contains a unique area, standing out from the other maps we pass through directly. In this map, a type of stone tomb monster called Chi appears, one that has never been encountered before. These monsters have a distinctive appearance. They possess wings, can fly, and will flap their wings to charge directly at the player in front of them. When the Chi approach the player, they will not only attack with their wings, but also spray their own scales onto the player. These scales have magical properties, which can not only cause direct damage to the player, but more terrifyingly, there's a certain chance that they will petrify the player, just like being hit by a paralysis ring, and the petrification time will last for up to 5 seconds. Furthermore, the Chi has another troublesome characteristic. They are immune to invisibility. The invisibility spells possessed by Taoist players are completely useless against the Chi, as if they were non-existent. Therefore, in the Demon Soul Palace where random scrolls cannot be used, Taoist players should never attempt to use invisibility spells to escape pursuit from the Chi. This will only put them in a more dangerous situation. However, fortunately, the Chi are not without weaknesses. Their defense and special defense stats are very low, and their health is relatively low. Compared to other monsters, the Chi are clearly more fragile, which provides players with some methods and strategies to deal with them. Like all other Stone Tomb monsters, these Chi before him harbored a deep fear of fire damage. Therefore, Lin Feng only needed to easily wave his bone jade staff, continuously constructing walls of fire within the Demon Soul Palace. With Lin Feng's astonishingly powerful magical damage, these Chi couldn't even get close, let alone pose any threat to him. Within the entire Demon Soul Palace, aside from the numerous white boars, only 3 other boss-level monsters, with their inherent advantages of high defense and high health, had even a slight chance of following closely behind Lin Feng, attempting to attack him using various insidious methods. As for the other ordinary monsters, they didn't even have the right to take a second step through the wall of fire. They could only scream in agony under its scorching heat before quickly turning to ashes. As the various monsters fell one after another, layers of multicolored light began to fill the Demon Soul Hall. These lights intertwined and shimmered brightly within the walls of fire, resembling a dazzling fireworks display. If other players saw this, they would likely scream with excitement. However, for Lin Feng, such a sight was already commonplace, even somewhat numb to it. Ignoring the various lights in front of him, Lin Feng simply continued to lay down walls of fire along the direction he had decided to take from the beginning. His clones, following behind him, could only pick up some of the falling items within the walls of fire, based on the different flashing lights. The divine beast following the clone not only couldn't help at all during the process, but even seemed to get in the way. Lin Feng quickly cleared out the entire Demon Soul Palace once again, and then swiftly passed through the gate at the back of the Demon Soul Palace to the next map, Purgatory Corridor. The Infernal Corridor, like the previous 2 corridor-type maps, is practically a copy-and-paste job done by the designers when they were being lazy. However, the Infernal Corridor does differ from the original Corridor of Light in some ways, the most significant being that it lacks the random teleportation function. This is the second to last map in the entire Demon Ceiling Palace map. When players enter this area, they will immediately notice a significant change in the monsters. The various red and black wild boars that were abundant in other maps have completely disappeared here, replaced by various Zuma-type monsters. These Zuma-type monsters include Zuma archers, Zuma statues, and Zuma guardians. In addition, a large number of black evil maggots roam this map. Compared to the stone tomb-type monsters, these 3 types of Zuma-type monsters possess greater attack power and higher defense. It's worth noting that these Zuma-type monsters differ significantly from the previous Stone Tomb-type monsters in that they are not afraid of fire magic. On the contrary, they are extremely averse to fire magic and will even actively avoid the presence of firewalls. If you're looking for a magic attack method to quickly clear out Zuma-type monsters, then Hellfire Lightning is undoubtedly the top choice. Hellfire Lightning is an extremely powerful lightning-based area of effect skill that mages can only learn at level 30. This skill releases a powerful laser current in a 360-degree radius around the mage, creating a dazzling lightning zone. However, in previous maps, mage players rarely use this skill. There are 2 main reasons. First, Hellfire Lightning consumes a lot of mana, which means mages need to constantly replenish their mana. Otherwise, they will soon face the predicament of mana depletion. Second, because mages are relatively fragile, if they are surrounded by monsters while using Hellfire Lightning, they will have a hard time escaping and are easily put in danger. To address these issues, mage players who master Hellfire Lightning typically pair it with another equally important skill, Magic Shield. Magic Shield is a defensive skill that mages learn at level 31. It provides some protection and reduces the damage they receive. When a mage uses Hellfire Lightning, Magic Shield offers additional protection, minimizing the likelihood of injury. In the PC version of the game, when mage players are bombing Zuma or bombing landmines in Zuma Temple, the combined use of Hellfire Lightning and Magic Shield is particularly crucial. Moreover, it often requires 2 to 3 mages who have mastered the Hellfire Lightning skill to cooperate with each other, mastering the attack interval and the frequency of using mana-restoring potions. Only in this way can the power of Hellfire Lightning be fully utilized to quickly and effectively clear out Zuma monsters. Chapter 162 Meteor Shower clears the area. Knowing full well the weaknesses of Zuma-type monsters, Lin Feng, upon entering the Purgatory Corridor, did not abandon his familiar fire skills and switch to Hellfire Lightning to attack the monsters, unlike other adventurers. Instead, he resolutely continued to use his familiar fire skills and charged into the monster horde without hesitation. At this moment, no one has set foot in the Purgatory Corridor. It is densely packed with all kinds of Zuma-type monsters. These monsters vary in shape. Some are tall and mighty, and some are small and agile, but they all exude a fearsome aura. Among these monsters, the Zuma Guardians and Zuma statues, which had originally turned to stone, seemed to be awakened by a mysterious force the moment Lin Feng and his clone appeared. They began to break free from their petrified state from head to toe. Moreover, this force was not limited to the monsters around Lin Feng and his companions. Further away, the petrified monsters seemed to be infected as well, breaking free from their petrified state whenever the interval between them was less than a certain range. Before the area had been cleared, the map was teeming with monsters. This phenomenon spread like waves from near to far until all the statues on the map were activated and brought back to life. Besides the 2 Zuma monsters that were originally petrified, the other 2 types of Zuma archers and black maggots, which were already active, also noticed Lin Feng and his group's arrival. They quickly changed direction and, like hungry wolves pouncing on their prey, launched a rapid attack on Lin Feng and his companions. The black evil maggot monster is not afraid of Hellfire Lightning, while the Zuma monsters hate Firewall. Therefore, Lin Feng resolutely abandoned his Firewall skill, which he had always been good at, and Hellfire Lightning, which was more suitable for attacking Zuma monsters in groups, and instead chose the more powerful Meteor Shower. He stood still, focused his mind, and continuously gathered the magic power within his body into the bone jade scepter in his hand, then suddenly released it. Suddenly, streaks of blazing fire meteors rained down from the sky, crashing into the horde of monsters around him. Within the area affected by these meteors, the magic circle formed by flames on the ground rapidly expanded, creating a sea of fire that engulfed the monsters. Lin Feng continuously unleashed Meteor Shower, which started from his side and gradually extended into the distance, covering the entire Purgatory Corridor. In this infernal corridor, besides the black maggots, there are 3 other types of Zuma monsters. These Zuma monsters are not only numerous, but some are also exceptional. These exceptional Zuma monsters have higher health and attack power, and they may drop Woma and Zuma-level equipment, with a drop rate even higher than the previously obtained exceptional red and black boars. However, even these top-tier monsters couldn't escape the high-damage Meteor Shower from Lin Feng. Normally, they would be instantly killed the moment they were hit, completely powerless to retaliate. As Lin Feng continuously unleashed Meteor Shower, the entire map was quickly covered with various loot, as if a colorful carpet had been laid out. The light emitted by these loot items intertwined, adorning the ground with a dazzling and breathtaking beauty. Among them were various Woma and Zuma-level equipment, radiating an alluring glow that captivated all who beheld them. Lin Feng ignored the dazzling array of loot on the ground, his gaze fixed on the area densely packed with monsters ahead. He stepped on the carpet, made up of various loot items, as if the powerful Mage King was on the road to victory. In the Purgatory Corridor, besides the top-tier Zuma monsters, there are naturally many powerful bosses. In addition to the white boars that can be found throughout the demon ceiling hall, there are also formidable enemies like the evil serpent lurking within. The presence of these bosses undoubtedly hinders Lin Feng's progress in clearing the entire map. Due to the sheer number of Woma and Zuma level equipment drops, Lin Feng's clone was left far behind. Faced with this situation, Lin Feng decisively decided to temporarily ignore the bosses in front of him and instead focus on continuously using Meteor Shower to advance. He streaked across the darkness like a burning meteor, leaving a trail of flames in his wake. Each shower of fire was accompanied by the screams and deaths of the monsters. Lin Feng pressed on relentlessly until he had cleared a safe distance before finally stopping. At this moment, the army of bosses behind him followed closely like shadows. Lin Feng's lips curled into a confident smile. He turned around and led the army of bosses back from the side. With the powerful boost from his clone's group poisoning technique, Lin Feng was in his element. He placed several blazing walls of fire in front of him, and then began to unleash a continuous barrage of meteor fire rain, the dense fire rain pelting down on the boss army in front of him like raindrops. Right before Lin Feng's eyes, the once incredibly powerful boss, after being tainted by the group poison spell, suddenly seemed to lose its life force. Not only did its ability to quickly recover health after being injured vanish instantly, but when Lin Feng attacked it, it would also inflict even more damage. Lin Feng immediately seized the opportunity and launched a relentless attack on the bosses. His bone jade staff flashed through the air, each swing creating walls of fire like beacon towers in the densest areas of monsters, mingling with massive fire magic arrays and showering down meteors of fireballs. All of this inflicted massive damage on the boss group before him, who were completely unable to withstand Lin Feng's onslaught, only able to scream in agony under his attacks. Before long, Lin Feng had slain all of the dozens of bosses, their bodies crashing to the ground and kicking up clouds of dust. At that moment, the ground was once again covered with a dense array of colorful equipment, gleaming with dazzling light, a sight to behold. Lin Feng looked at the equipment scattered on the ground, his heart filled with joy. However, he didn't immediately pick it up, but left the clone there to sort through it. After all, there was too much equipment, and he needed some time to sift through the most valuable pieces. After arranging everything, Lin Feng continued toward the other areas he hadn't yet ventured into. He cleared out the monsters he encountered along the way while waiting for his clones to collect their loot. Although this clearing process was slower than before, the rewards were substantial. Chapter 163, The Last Demon Ceiling Hall. Throughout the Purgatory Corridor, Lin Feng acquired at least 200 pieces of Zuma-level equipment and over 500 pieces of Woma-level equipment. The quality and quantity of this equipment were considerable. While not of great use to Lin Feng personally, it significantly enhanced his guild's strength. Besides these, countless pages of books and gold ingots were scattered everywhere, which Lin Feng collected one by one. Even the extremely rare emerald fragments had dropped more than 100 times in this map. Such a harvest made Lin Feng overjoyed. After traversing the Purgatory Corridor, Lin Feng fought his way through the thorns and brambles, finally arriving at the Demon Ceiling Hall, the deepest part of the entire map. Unlike the previous monotonous maps that seemed to be copied and pasted, the Demon Ceiling Hall was clearly designed with more care. Upon entering the Demon Ceiling Hall, the first thing that catches the eye is a small room, which acts as a transitional zone, separating Lin Feng from the actual Demon Ceiling Hall. However, this small room is also crammed with a dense array of various Zuma-type monsters. These monsters were originally stone statues, silently guarding the Demon Ceiling Hall. However, as Lin Feng and his group broke in, they seemed to be awakened by some kind of power, and they all broke free from their petrified state and regained their vitality. After awakening, these Zuma monsters did not immediately attack, but instead spread among themselves, as if transmitting some kind of signal. This contagion spread rapidly, and in no time, all the statues on the entire map were awakened, and the once silent Demon Ceiling Hall instantly became bustling with activity. Despite facing such a large number of monsters, Lin Feng showed no fear. He swiftly waved his bone jade scepter, and a dazzling light flashed, revealing a massive magic circle beneath the monster's feet. This magic circle radiated powerful magical energy, emanating an overwhelming pressure. Immediately afterwards, burning meteorites rained down from the sky, each one engulfed in flames, crashing heavily to the ground. This was Lin Feng's powerful magical skill, Meteor Shower. This skill was incredibly powerful. The explosion and flames caused by the meteorite hitting the ground instantly engulfed the surrounding monsters. Lin Feng's attacks were like a raging storm, giving the monsters no chance to breathe. With the help of his clone, Lin Feng swiftly and decisively eliminated all the monsters in the small room at the entrance. He and his clone worked in perfect harmony, effortlessly picking up the spoils that had fallen to the ground. After completing all this, Lin Feng and his clone stepped into the narrow passage before them. Although the passage seemed small, it was only relative to the entire map. The passage was also crowded with all sorts of monsters, but this was no problem for Lin Feng, as his meteor shower could easily cover the entire passage. As they traversed the passage, their speed was astonishing, as if they were moving at lightning speed. Although the passage was not short, it was but a fleeting moment in the face of Lin Feng's powerful magic. However, as Lin Feng stepped out of the passage, a vast space suddenly appeared before him. This space was teeming with all sorts of monsters, their sheer number utterly astonishing. These monsters were packed tightly together, completely obscuring Lin Feng's view, making it impossible for him to see the entire space or even determine its size. Faced with so many monsters, Lin Feng felt no fear whatsoever. He understood the principle of, since you're here, make the best of it. And since he was already here, there was no need to worry too much about the size of the map. Before the horde of monsters, already activated and charging towards him, could get any closer, Lin Feng unhesitatingly swung his bone jade staff, continuously unleashing a powerful rain of meteors. This place, known as the Demon Sealing Hall, is not only the lair of the Rainbow Demon Lord, but also a place rife with countless dangers and challenges. However, unlike before, the once numerous white boars have vanished without a trace, as if driven away by some mysterious force. In their place, a vast array of astonishingly powerful Zuma monsters lurk in the darkness, emanating a terrifying aura. Unlike the PC version, where the Crimson Demon Lord randomly appears in various locations on the map, here the Rainbow Demon Lord himself sits atop the altar in the very center of the map. His majestic figure is like an unshakable mountain, inspiring awe and fear. Within my Demon Sealing Hall, his guardians, the Rainbow Demon Scorpion Guard and the Rainbow Demon Pig Guard, are everywhere. These two guardians also exude a powerful aura, as if they were the Rainbow Demon Lord's capable arms, and there are many of them. Besides these, several evil venomous snakes roam the map, their origins unknown. Despite the perilous environment, Lin Feng remained unfazed. He cleverly bypassed the altar in the center of the map where the Rainbow Demon Lord resided, deciding to begin by eliminating the other monsters. Without the interference of numerous white boars, Lin Feng proceeded with ease in the ensuing operation. He continuously unleashed Meteor Shower, this powerful magical skill displaying astonishing might in his hands. Each meteor's fall was accompanied by the monster's screams of agony. Lin Feng's clearing efficiency was nothing short of miraculous. Before long, only 20 or 30 bosses remained around Lin Feng, excluding the Rainbow Demon Lord. As he passed by his clones collecting loot, Lin Feng had a sudden thought, and his clones unleashed 2 group poison spells. Instantly, a hazy gray mist spread out, turning all the bosses before him a dark red color in the blink of an eye. After doing all this, Lin Feng unleashed his full power, his magic pouring down like a storm, engaging in a thrilling battle with the bosses corrupted by the poisonous mist. He first laid down a wall of fire on the ground, enveloping all the bosses in front of him. Then, Lin Feng continued to wield the Bone Jade Scepter, unleashing a powerful meteor shower that rained down on the bosses. After quickly eliminating the boss, Lin Feng didn't rush to cause trouble for the Rainbow Demon Lord. Instead, he and his clone prioritized collecting the various loot dropped on the ground. Among these loot items, besides the Woma-level equipment that almost always drops from bosses and a small amount of Zuma-level equipment, there was also a large amount of exclusive equipment from Rainbow Demon-type bosses. These items, originally intended exclusively for the Rainbow Demon Lord, have unfortunately been lost due to a designer's oversight or other reasons. This has resulted in a significant drop of the Rainbow Demon Lord's left and right guardians, making the Rainbow Demon Lord appear quite inferior among the various Lord-level bosses. Chapter 164, The Altar of the Demon Sealing Hall. After picking up all the dropped items with his clone, Lin Feng quickly removed his original mage equipment and put on a brand new set of warrior gear. This set of gear not only had extremely high defense, but the two large banners behind him also made Lin Feng look like an invincible general on a stage. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's clones silently cast various spells, buffing his allies with magic and defense, increasing their physical and magical defense. He also used healing spells to restore their lost health, allowing Lin Feng and his clone to unleash even greater power in the upcoming battle. With everything ready, Lin Feng decisively led his clone and the divine beasts summoned by the clone, marching with firm steps toward the altar located in the center of the map. Before long, Lin Feng arrived at the altar. There, he finally saw the gigantic Rainbow Demon Lord. This Rainbow Demon Lord's appearance was quite similar to the Zuma Lord, but closer inspection revealed differences. The Rainbow Demon Lord was larger and more robust than the Zuma Lord, and its appearance was more rugged. It had long white hair like a cowboy, and its greenish-blue skin gave it a somewhat wild and untamed look, quite different in style from the bronze-colored, sculpted Zuma Lord. Although Lin Feng had successfully defeated the Rainbow Demon Lord multiple times in VIP maps and even fought against the Dark Rainbow Demon Lord, he knew very well that no one could guarantee that the Rainbow Demon Lord in the Sealed Demon Hall wouldn't have any special abilities. After all, the Woma Lord in the Unknown Dark Hall was clearly different from the Woma Lord on level 3. However, regardless of whether the Rainbow Demon Cult Master would undergo further changes, Lin Feng felt no fear. He was full of confidence in his strength and firmly believed that he could slay the Rainbow Demon Cult Master with his sword. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Feng brought the dragon-slaying saber to life, dragging it diagonally across the ground. He took a deep breath, channeling his scorching power into the door-like blade. Simultaneously, without hesitation, Lin Feng activated the warrior's savage charge skill, charging straight towards the Rainbow Demon Lord like a cannonball. As Lin Feng charged forward, the dragon-slaying saber, which had been dragging diagonally across the ground, scraped against the earth, producing a series of dazzling sparks. These sparks seemed to symbolize Lin Feng's anger, foreshadowing the fatal blow he was about to deliver to the Rainbow Demon Cult leader. Just as Lin Feng drew closer to the Rainbow Demon Lord, the Rainbow Demon Lord clearly sensed his approach. It immediately puffed out its chest and raised its head, letting out a deafening roar, seemingly warning Lin Feng not to approach the altar lightly. However, Lin Feng remained unmoved. His speed did not decrease in the slightest, and he continued to sweep towards the altar like a whirlwind. Just as the Rainbow Demon Cult leader was about to attack Lin Feng, the clone standing behind Lin Feng suddenly appeared like a ghost. This clone quickly landed, and the dragon-patterned sword in its hand swung around like lightning. In an instant, a large cloud of gray, poisonous mist surged out, enveloping the entire altar. The poisonous fog arrived with overwhelming force, like a ferocious beast, bearing its fangs and claws as it pounced on the Rainbow Demon Lord. Caught off guard, the Rainbow Demon Lord was directly enveloped by the fog. In the blink of an eye, two strange colors appeared on its body, clearly indicating that it had been poisoned by the fog. Ultimately, the Rainbow Demon Lord, whose skin was originally bluish-green, was stained dark red. As the Rainbow Demon Lord turned dark red, Lin Feng, who had activated Savage Charge, rapidly closed in. At the same time, the weapon in his hand began to gleam with a cold light, and sharp attacks came one after another like a storm. The heavy dragon-slaying saber, which had been dragged on the ground behind Lin Feng, now seemed to come alive. With a swing of Lin Feng's arm, the saber was suddenly swung up, drawing a huge arc in the air like a windmill. Accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, a dazzling flash of fire followed closely behind, tearing through the air. That's right, this is the warrior's level 35 ultimate skill, the fiery sword technique. Lin Feng clearly already knew this move by heart, and was ready to unleash it. He unleashed the fiery sword technique fiercely, his target being the chest of the Rainbow Demon Lord, who was roaring to the sky, covered with thick muscles and fur. Minus 3,798. With a muffled thud, like a thunderclap, The broad, heavy dragon-slaying blade slammed solidly into the Rainbow Demon Lord's body. The power of this blow was astonishing. It not only shattered the Rainbow Demon Lord's furious roar, but also caused its body to jerk backward slightly. However, this was only the beginning. Just as the Rainbow Demon cult leader was struck by Lin Feng's dragon-slaying saber and leaned back slightly, the clone that had already completed its poisoning task did not stop its actions. It continued to wield its dragon-patterned sword, its movements swift and elegant. Immediately afterward, a burning talisman, like a shooting star, followed the guidance of the dragon-patterned sword and flew straight towards the Rainbow Demon cult master. This talisman clearly contained powerful energy. As it flew, it whistled through the air like the roar of a ferocious beast. Almost simultaneously with Lin Feng's second fiery sword technique, it struck the Rainbow Demon cult master's towering figure. -456. -4,414. In a very short period of time, the Rainbow Demon Lord suffered several heavy blows, which inevitably caused some minor gaps in his originally high health points of 300,000. The enraged Rainbow Demon Lord, its eyes burning with fury, could not tolerate being defeated so easily. Thus, it unleashed its rage on Lin Feng, and a thrilling and intense battle ensued. The Rainbow Demon Lord opened its gaping maw and spewed forth scorching flames. These flames, like fiery dragons, lunged at Lin Feng with menacing bared teeth and claws. At the same time, it cleverly used the flames as cover to continuously unleash its equally fiery claws, its movements as swift and fierce as those of a highly skilled boxer. Each attack from the Rainbow Demon cult master was like a thunderbolt, with left hooks, right hooks, and straight punches raining down on Lin Feng like a storm. Yet, under this fierce onslaught, Lin Feng moved like a peerless swordsman, his figure nimbly weaving through the firelight. Relying on his keen hearing and precise judgment of wind direction, he constantly made various daring dodges. However, despite Lin Feng's agility, his martial arts skills were clearly not yet at their peak. While his various dodging maneuvers could barely evade some of the Rainbow Demon cult master's attacks, they could not completely guarantee his safety. Chapter 165 Defense Ring. Fortunately, although the Rainbow Demon cult master's attacks were originally incredibly powerful, they proved somewhat ineffective against Lin Feng's exceptional defensive abilities. The relentless barrage of attacks failed to inflict any substantial damage on Lin Feng. -6, -3, -5. Faced with such negligible damage, Lin Feng didn't even need his clone to cast a healing spell to restore his health. He simply used a potent wound medicine on himself occasionally, which was enough to recover the health he had lost. Meanwhile, his clone continued to release streams of soul fire talismans from afar, bombarding the Rainbow Demon cult master like raindrops. At the same time, the red three-tailed Pekingese that had been closely following the clone underwent a stunning transformation the moment the battle began. Its originally small and cute body suddenly swelled, instantly transforming into a gigantic, ferocious red behemoth. This behemoth strode forward with short but firm steps, fearlessly heading straight towards the Rainbow Demon Lord. As the divine beast drew nearer, the Rainbow Demon Lord, who was fiercely battling Lin Feng, had already lost nearly 10% of his health. Once the beast got close, it immediately opened its massive maw and began spewing forth a torrent of raging flames. Compared to the Rainbow Demon Lord's own flames, the flames spewed by the divine beast appeared much thinner and more solid, seemingly containing boundless power. -279. Okay, while the flames spewed by this divine beast may appear imposing and incredibly powerful, they are actually quite weak. If we exclude the extra 270 points of damage boost from the group poison spell, the damage this divine beast inflicts on the Rainbow Demon Lord is negligible, possibly even a single-digit amount. Fortunately, Lin Feng didn't have high expectations for this divine beast. So when he saw that, with the support of the group poisoning technique, the divine beast, which could only deal single-digit damage to the Rainbow Demon Lord, could deal more damage than other players, he gained a deeper understanding of the powerful force of the group poisoning technique. The battle proceeded exceptionally quickly. Faced with Lin Feng's sharp and fierce attacks and the encirclement of his numerous clones, the Rainbow Demon cult master was soon unable to withstand them. In the end, he let out an angry and unwilling roar, and then collapsed to the ground like a mountain. As the rainbow demon lord fell, a gentle breeze swept across the ground, as if it were his final sigh. Within this breeze, countless rays of light of various colors suddenly burst forth like fireworks, instantly adorning the area around where Lin Feng and the rainbow demon lord had fought, making it vibrant, dazzling, and colorful. Amidst this dazzling array of light, a seven-colored ray stood out brilliantly, like a radiant pearl in a sea of light, drawing Lin Feng's attention. This was a unique light that only special equipment could emit. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng was overjoyed and rushed towards the direction of the seven-colored light. When he arrived, he discovered that the source of the light was a silver ring. The ring's face was set with 8 exquisite prongs, tightly holding a large gemstone that emitted a blue-purple light, making it exceptionally dazzling. Without needing to study it carefully, Lin Feng recognized the origin of the ring at a glance. It was a defensive ring, and a very rare one at that, allowing mages and warriors to master the Taoist exclusive healing spell. If a Taoist wears this ring, its effects will be even more significant. It will not only enhance the Taoist's existing healing and group healing skills, but also make the healing effects of these 2 skills even better. Defense Ring. Level required, 16. Taoist Arts, 1 to 2. Hidden Attributes, 1. Non-Taoist classes automatically learn level 1 healing spell. Taoist classes gain +1 to all healing skills. 2. Healing skills recovery effect increased by 20% and damage taken during the final settlement reduced by 10%. 3. Ultimate crushing effect +10%. Crushing resistance +10%. Durability, 5/5. Lin Feng was captivated by the beautiful defensive ring, holding in his hand and playing with it for a long time. However, after careful consideration, he ultimately did not choose to give the ring to his clone. Instead, he made a not-so-surprising decision. He embedded the ring into the empty equipment slot of the Virgo Supercluster Authority fragment. As the ring was inserted into one of the empty positions of the Bagua, all the attributes of the Virgo Supercluster Authority fragment were boosted again, reaching a total of +9. This means that Lin Feng's strength has been significantly enhanced once again. It was only then that Lin Feng noticed that the Virgo Supercluster Authority fragment had unlocked another level 45 attribute. Fragments of the Virgo Supercluster Authority. War Zone. When activated, grants a 10% boost to all attributes of all friendly forces within a 90-meter radius centered on your own side. Duration, 1 hour. Cooldown, 24 hours. Level 45. Looking at the 2 empty slots left on the equipment interface for the Fragments of Authority, Lin Feng was filled with anticipation. These 2 slots represented the Overload Ring and the Protective Ring, respectively. He believed that as long as he could find these 2 rings, his strength would definitely reach a new level. After closing the equipment interface, Lin Feng began to observe the altar in front of him. In a past life, a rumor once swept the nation. The ultimate warrior skill, Heaven-Slaying Slash, wielded by the Federation's war god, was obtained in the Demon Sealing Hall. This rumor was widespread and accepted by most. One of the most striking interpretations pointed directly to the altar at the deepest part of the Demon Sealing Hall. Based on the details shown in the screenshots posted on the forum at the time, this altar seemed to be hiding some kind of secret. Lin Feng slowly circled the altar before him, carefully examining it. His gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, not missing a single detail. Soon, Lin Feng discovered the various details shown in the screenshots from his previous life's forum. These details perfectly matched the altar before him, further confirming his suspicions. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng took out a rainbow demon set and a demon blood set from his personal storage. He held the 2 sets of equipment in his hands, comparing them with the indentations and patterns on the altar, and carefully inlaid them into the corresponding positions. After Lin Feng finished setting up the 2 pieces of the set, the entire altar suddenly began to shake violently. This sudden change caught Lin Feng off guard, but he did not panic. Instead, he stared intently at the altar, observing its reaction. Chapter 166, Former Hero. Just then, a dazzling light suddenly rose up, like lightning, and directly enveloped the corpse of the rainbow demon lord who was lying on the ground and had not yet disappeared. As the light enveloped him, a white phantom appeared on the body of the Rainbow Demon Lord, who had already fallen to the ground. This phantom was a tall and burly warrior, wielding the Staff of Judgment and clad in thick armor of a war god. The moment Lin Feng saw the warrior's phantom before him, his heart trembled. He stared wide-eyed at the figure, and the name God of War immediately came to mind. However, after only a moment of shock, Lin Feng's mind quickly cleared. He carefully observed the warrior's illusory figure, comparing it to the image of the Celestial Venerable he had seen at Bairemen. The Celestial Venerable wore a Celestial Venerable robe and a Celestial Venerable helmet, and held a divine weapon like the free and easy fan. The warrior phantom before them held only the Staff of Judgment, and although the specific color of the armor he wore was indiscernible due to its phantom nature, it was clearly not the same heavenly demon armor he was wearing. Just as Lin Feng was pondering these details, virtual words entered his ears, as if confirming his guess. The white, illusory figure sized up Lin Feng, then remarked with a sigh, "Truly, new talents emerge in every generation. I never imagined that a young man like you would have the strength to penetrate so deeply into the demon sealing hall. That's the war god's heavenly demon armor you're wearing, isn't it?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's wandering thoughts were abruptly interrupted. He quickly gathered his thoughts and replied, "In response to your question, Senior, what I am wearing is indeed the heavenly demon armor. May I ask how you should address me, Senior?" The white phantom paused for a moment after hearing Lin Feng's reply, seemingly recalling something. After a long while, it slowly continued, "I am nothing but a sinner from the continent of Manhwa, and there is no need to mention my name anymore. However, judging from your attire, you're clearly a warrior. I have a legacy here that I can pass on to you, but you need to pass a test first." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's spirits lifted, and he immediately realized that this was a task. He quickly nodded, indicating his willingness to accept the test, and said, "I will do my utmost to fulfill this challenge, Senior." Upon seeing Lin Feng's agreement, the white phantom seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and continued, "Next, you need to stand in front of the altar. I will use a special teleportation spell to send you to the deepest part of the demon sealing hall. It is a place filled with dark power, which is condensed into evil spirits. They have been sealed for 10,000 years, but now they have awakened again. If you successfully defeat them and complete the seal, I will teach you a warrior's ultimate skill, the heaven-slaying slash, which has long been lost to the continent of Manhwa." Hearing the illusory figure's words, Lin Feng felt a surge of tension and anticipation. He knew this would be an extremely difficult challenge, but also a rare opportunity. If he could successfully defeat the evil spirit and complete the seal, he would obtain a legendary warrior's ultimate skill, the heaven-slaying slash. It really is the heaven-opening slash, Lin Feng thought to himself with excitement. The discovery that the Federation's war god had indeed obtained the heaven-opening slash from the demon sealing hall filled Lin Feng with excitement. In the real world, the Federation's war god had unleashed this ultimate technique during a fierce battle with the tyrant beast. The massive sword energy, as if splitting the heavens and earth, directly cleaved a huge crack in an area nearly 20 meters in front of him. Its terrifying power was astonishing. Lin Feng coveted the powerful heaven-opening slash and was determined to obtain this powerful skill. Lin Feng quickly followed the white phantom's instructions, walking to the altar and standing firmly. To his right, his clone stood beside him, gripping the dragon-patterned sword tightly and gently swinging it, casting the defensive skills magic and defense on Lin Feng and himself respectively. After doing all this, Lin Feng took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and then nodded toward the location of the illusory figure, indicating that he was fully prepared. Just then, he noticed that the white phantom beside him did not move at all, but a faint light suddenly flashed beneath Lin Feng and his clone's feet. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng, his clone, and the divine beast it carried seemed to be sucked away by a mysterious force, instantly disappearing from their original spot. A flash of light, and Lin Feng felt a blur before his eyes. When he came to his senses, he found himself in a dark cave. Using the dim light from the pebbles on the walls, which resembled both minerals and gemstones, Lin Feng quickly surveyed his surroundings. It was a small, abandoned mine filled with an old, weathered atmosphere. In the very center of the mine, a pale purple crystal, almost completely dulled, stands quietly. Around this crystal are countless fine lines, like spider silk, as if telling the story of its former glory. A mysterious and eerie atmosphere permeated the surrounding pale, purple crystals. A faint purple light emanated from within the crystals, stubbornly attempting to illuminate the surrounding darkness. However, even more striking were the ethereal, drifting black auras emanating from them. These ghostly figures resembled wisps of black smoke. Their upper bodies were humanoid, but their faces constantly shifted, making it impossible to discern their original appearance. Their lower bodies were entirely composed of smoke, as if they had no substance. If it weren't for their eerie color, their shapes would indeed resemble legendary ghosts or phantoms. These spirits seemed completely unaware of Lin Feng and his companion's sudden intrusion. They continued to circle the crystal, hovering or floating as if performing some kind of ritual. Some spirits appeared to be absorbing the crystal's energy, while others seemed to be silently praying. Lin Feng quietly observed the ghosts, not in a hurry to attack. After confirming that the ghosts did not intend to attack for the time being, he began to carefully count the number of ghosts in front of him. After counting, he found that there were a total of 12 ghosts. Lin Feng secretly planned and made thorough preparations. He first gathered a scorching power and continuously poured it into the dragon-slaying saber in his hand. As time passed, the heavy dragon-slaying saber gradually emitted a blazing red light, as if it had been ignited by Lin Feng's power. After waiting for 3 seconds, the clone made the first move. He swung his dragon-patterned sword, and 2 consecutive plumes of poisonous mist completely enveloped the already small mine pit, staining all the wraiths within its range with its color. Chapter 167 Heaven Opening / Real World. Lin Feng seized the opportunity and swiftly swung his Dragon Slayer blade, launching an attack on the nearest ghost. In an instant, a scorching flame appeared on the Dragon Slayer blade. With Lin Feng's swing, the flame arced through the air, suddenly illuminating the already small and dimly lit mine pit. -276. Lin Feng stared wide-eyed at the 3-digit damage displayed above the ghost's head in disbelief. His mind went blank, and his planned series of attacks froze instantly. Damn it! How is this possible? Lin Feng cursed angrily. Is this piece of junk immune to damage? Then how did the Federation's war god defeat them back then? He was filled with doubt and confusion. However, despite his many questions, Lin Feng did not immediately switch to magic skills to attack the wraiths before him. He calmly observed the wraiths' health points and found that they did not seem to be very high. Although the attack had only dealt less than 300 damage, Lin Feng noticed that the ghost's health had decreased by nearly 1/10. This discovery relieved him slightly. Next, Lin Feng began to deal with the attacks of the group of ghosts in front of him. These ghosts had very limited damage. When they scratched at Lin Feng's body, they could only cause some involuntary damage. -1, -2, -1. Meanwhile, he quickly directed his clone to use the mind revelation skill repeatedly, placing a beacon above the heads of all the wraiths. In this way, he could clearly see the health status of each wraith. After some observation, Lin Feng was surprised to find that the health points of these wraiths were not uniform. The lowest was only 3,000, while the highest was exactly 5,000. Moreover, with the continuous damage from the clone's green poison, the health points of these wraiths were decreasing rapidly at an alarming rate. Lin Feng realized that time was of the essence, and he couldn't delay any longer. He hurriedly wielded the Dragon Slayer blade and began to unleash all the warrior skills he had mastered, attacking the ghosts with all his might. Offensive swordsmanship, assassination swordsmanship, and even the rarely used crescent-shaped scimitar were all unleashed in his hands. Lin Feng then realized that only the spaced-out sword energy of the assassination sword technique could inflict significant damage on these ghostly monsters. Each spaced-out assassination sword energy could directly take away thousands of points of health from these ghosts. With the continuous poison filtering from his clone, Lin Feng swiftly harvested the life points of the 12 wraiths before him, turning them all into wisps of black smoke that dissipated into the mine. After the wraiths vanished, none of them dropped anything. Even the experience points that should have appeared after killing the monster did not appear. Just as Lin Feng thought there would be further changes and secretly became more vigilant, A burst of light suddenly erupted from the pale purple crystal in the center of the mine. After being touched by the light wave, Lin Feng and his clone suddenly flashed with light. He then felt a lightness in his body and vanished from the mine. When Lin Feng regained his senses, he found himself once again before the altar of the demon sealing hall. The illusory figure waiting before the altar looked at Lin Feng, who had disappeared for less than half a minute and then suddenly reappeared before him. Although his expression was unclear, his tone was clearly full of surprise. How? How is this possible? You've sealed those evil spirits so quickly. Hearing the phantom's surprised tone, Lin Feng felt secretly pleased, but he still humbly replied, "Yes, there were a total of 12 ghosts, and I've already dispersed them all." After listening to Lin Feng's words, the phantom remained silent for a moment before saying, "A hero who can gain the recognition of the heavenly demon armor is indeed remarkable. So you should also know how our warriors should deal with these incorporeal ghosts." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng quickly nodded and said, "Yes, against such incorporeal ghosts, the warrior's powerful physical attacks are difficult to be effective. However, the assassination sword technique, with its sword energy thrusting from a distance, is still effective against such incorporeal monsters." Well, now that you understand the existence of the assassination sword technique's remote sword energy, I imagine you'll soon be able to master the heaven-opening slash as well. As he spoke, the illusory figure in front of him suddenly vanished from Lin Feng's sight, and as the illusory figure disappeared, a beam of light shot out from the illusory figure and rapidly entered Lin Feng's brow. System notification: you have completed the hidden quest of the Demon Sealing Hall. You have successfully defeated the Dark Ghost, the source of the Rainbow Demon Lord's power, and successfully sealed it once again. They received a gift from the Nameless Warrior, the founder of the former Dark Cult. You have mastered the warrior's skill, Heaven Slaying Slash. Upon hearing the notification, Lin Feng quickly opened his skill bar to check the Heaven Opening Slash he had just mastered. He saw a new skill appear below the Fiery Sword technique in the warrior skill bar. Its similar icon was radiating a different kind of light. Heaven Opening Slash, Real World. Upon seeing the Heaven Opening Slash skill with a Real World suffix in the skill list, Lin Feng could no longer contain his excitement and burst into laughter. You see, Lin Feng had gone through a series of complicated tasks long ago to obtain the skill book Meteor Shower from the bookstore owner. However, this ultimate skill for mages could only be used in the game at present. As for how to extract it for use in reality, he had no clue. Now, he has only completed the entire Demon Sealing Hall and activated the mechanism hidden in the altar using 2 special sets of equipment. He obtained such a powerful warrior ultimate skill, Heaven Opening Slash, after completing a task that was quite easy for him. This in itself is a reward worth celebrating, especially since the Heaven Opening Slash that Lin Feng obtained is a skill that can be used in reality. Lin Feng left the altar and headed towards the area where monsters were beginning to spawn again. As he activated the Heaven Opening Slash, a new power began to flow into the dragon-slaying blade in his hand. As Lin Feng approached, a newly spawned Zuma Guardian began to break free of its petrification state. Behind the Zuma Guardian were 2 Zuma archers. Upon spotting Lin Feng, the 2 Zuma archers immediately drew their bows and launched an attack. Boom, tilde, boom, tilde. Ignoring the minor damage caused by the 2 Zuma archers, Lin Feng adjusted his direction and swung his Dragon Slayer blade directly at the Zuma Guardian who had just been freed from petrification and had not yet launched an attack. A loud bang. An extremely wide, silvery white sword aura suddenly appeared in the stone hall as Lin Feng swung his sword. It fiercely slashed toward the Zuma guard in front of him and the 2 Zuma archers behind him. Chapter 168 Special Skills Make a Difference. Gained 480 experience points. Gained 370 experience points. Gained 370 experience points. The 3 Zuma monsters before him were instantly killed by Lin Feng's ferocious Heaven Opening Slash. As the 3 monsters fell, a dark, gleaming staff of judgment suddenly appeared on the ground. Clearly, among the 3 monsters that were just instantly killed, at least one was a top-tier Zuma monster. The Heaven Opening Slash displayed extraordinary power in Lin Feng's hands, as if it were tailor-made for him. Moreover, Lin Feng was surprised to find that this Heaven Opening Slash was significantly different from the one he used in the PC game. In the PC version, the fixed attack range of the Heaven Slaying Slash is 4 squares. However, The Heaven-Slaying Slash skill in Lin Feng's hands is different. Although the initial attack range at level 0 is only 4 meters, the good news is that this distance will gradually increase as Lin Feng's skill level increases. This means that with the passage of time and the accumulation of effort, the Heaven-Slaying Slash in Lin Feng's hands will become more and more powerful, and its attack range will continue to expand. Even more exciting was that, just now when using the Heaven-Slaying Slash, Lin Feng vaguely sensed that this skill seemed to hide some kind of potential. If he could upgrade this skill to level 3, then entirely new changes and effects were likely to occur. However, at this moment, Lin Feng simply didn't have the extra time to further explore this newly mastered Heaven-Slaying Slash skill. The reason is simple. With the gradual opening of various maps, the tasks Lin Feng needed to handle became increasingly complex. Although he had the support of many members of his guild, it was difficult for him to invite them to help, as their levels were not yet high enough. After all, everyone had their own path to level up, and Lin Feng couldn't drag others down with him. Lin Feng didn't even glance at the large door behind the demon ceiling hall, as if it didn't exist at all. However, the door did exist, and it wasn't a map leading deeper inside, but rather a place similar to a teleportation array. Once a player entered, they would be directly sent back to the Overlord's Hall. This kind of teleportation portal was clearly prepared for powerful teams with the strength to permanently reside in the Demon Ceiling Hall. Lin Feng did not choose to return through that door, but instead used his instant teleportation skill on the spot. This decision was not accidental, but a conclusion he drew from the vague experience he had just gained when using the Heaven-Opening Slash. He began to realize that each skill in the game might have some special meaning and effect, but in order to truly unleash the power of these skills, in addition to upgrading the skill level to level 3, some additional opportunities might be needed. This may be the difference between special skills and regular skills. While regular skills also have their uses, they often simply perform actions according to a preset procedure, while special skills may contain more potential and possibilities. However, regardless of the circumstances, Lin Feng had already made a decision in his heart. He would upgrade all the skills he possessed to level 3, so that if there was ever a chance for these skills to undergo a transformation in the future, he wouldn't miss the opportunity because his skill level was too low. As for why the Meteor Shower skill he had previously mastered hadn't given him this experience, Lin Feng secretly guessed that it might be because Meteor Shower currently lacked the ability to be used in reality. This meant that although the skill could cause powerful damage in the game, its true potential might not have been fully explored. Lin Feng used instant movement, disappearing from the Demon Ceiling Hall in an instant like lightning. Appearing in the wilderness of Bishon Province, Lin Feng used his teleportation ring again, which carried him at breakneck speed through layers of space, directly to the 3rd level of Woma. When Lin Feng appeared on the manhwa platform, he was confronted by the Woma cult leader. The battle wasn't as intense as he had imagined, because after equipping the teleportation ring with the suffix real world, Lin Feng discovered that he could easily teleport within his line of sight, just like the Woma cult leader. Lin Feng's lips curled into a slightly mocking smile. He began to toy with the Woma leader, constantly flashing around him using his teleportation ring, keeping the Woma leader constantly on the defensive. The Woma leader was clearly helpless against Lin Feng's tactics and could only passively defend. In this back-and-forth battle, Lin Feng became increasingly proficient with the newly mastered Heaven-Opening Slash. Whenever the Woma cult leader teleported behind him, Lin Feng could always use his teleportation ring to move a few meters away immediately and then swiftly unleash the Heaven-Opening Slash. A massive sword aura roared out, carrying unparalleled power, and slashed fiercely towards the fallen Woma cult leader. Under Lin Feng's relentless onslaught, the Woma Lord gradually found itself at a disadvantage. Its health points steadily declined, and finally, unable to withstand the strain, it collapsed to the ground. However, to Lin Feng's disappointment, the loot dropped by the Woma Lord was not as plentiful as he had hoped. The Woma leader in front of us only has a couple of Woma equipment pieces, apart from the guaranteed drop of the Woma horn and no other top-tier items. Including the horn he used when he created his guild and the horn he gave to the military, Lin Feng now has a full 10 Woma horns left. Under the current circumstances, this is definitely a considerable fortune. Lin Feng toyed with the Woma horn in his hand, pondering how to deal with it. After all, keeping so many horns was somewhat wasteful. Perhaps I should consider getting rid of these horns, Lin Feng thought to himself. After all, these horns are no longer of much use to me. However, just as he was about to put this idea into practice, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Forget it, I'll leave it for now. Lin Feng thought. Even if I have to deal with these horns, I'll wait until the guild reaches level 3. After all, the higher my guild's level, the easier it will be to gather high-level elite players. It will also be more difficult for other guilds to catch up. With that in mind, Lin Feng decided to put the horns aside for the time being. However, he felt it was still necessary to inform Ao, Shirtian, and the others, letting them know that he possessed so many Woma horns. So, Lin Feng stood on the manhwa platform and took the initiative to contact Ao, Shirtian. Brother Chung, I have 10 Woma horns right now, Kaiming said in a private chat. You guys can discuss what to do with these horns. Chapter 169, An Unexpected Encounter with the World's Ruler. At this very moment, Ao, Shirtian was huddled in a corner on the 7th floor of the stone tomb, shamelessly leeching experience points from the other players in his team. His attention wasn't entirely focused on the game. He was simultaneously maintaining close contact and communication with other administrators, handling various complex matters. Suddenly, Ao, Shirtian received a message from Lin Feng, which stunned him completely, as if struck by lightning. His eyes widened, and he repeated Lin Feng's message in disbelief, inwardly cursing. What kind of nonsense is this? It turned out that Lin Feng had told him he had 10 Woma horns and that they should figure out what to do with them. What the hell am I supposed to do with them? Ao sure was so angry that he stomped his feet, his frustration erupting like a volcano. He frantically grabbed at his hair, muttering indignantly. But unfortunately, the Taoist helmet blocked his hands, preventing him from grabbing his hair at all. However, despite his reluctance, Ao, Shirtian still had to reply to Lin Feng with a message. Okay, I'll discuss it with him first. Do you have any specific requirements regarding the handling of these Woma horns? Lin Feng quickly replied. Morningstar, there are no special requirements. You can handle it as you see fit. But it will be best to make a decision when our guild reaches level 3 or is about to level up. According to the current progress of the game, if other guilds unite, they should be able to organize people to enter the Woma temple to attack the Woma leader. After receiving Lin Feng's message again, Ao Shirtian immediately expressed his understanding and then began contacting others to tell them what Lin Feng had just said. Immediately, everyone got busy again. After sending the message, Lin Feng immediately used the Mengzhong return stone on the spot. With a flash of light, he was instantly teleported to the Mengzhong safe zone. Upon landing, Lin Feng immediately began using his teleportation skill. His figure moved like lightning, swiftly traversing Mengzhong province. However, after only a few minutes, Lin Feng suddenly stopped. He realized that wasting time aimlessly was not a wise choice. After all, his priority now was to explore different maps and defeat those powerful bosses, not waste time at this moment. Teleported directly to the Zuma temple according to the accurate coordinates that others had found earlier. When he stepped through the small door of the Zuma temple and entered the first floor, the scene before him surprised him. There were already other player teams on the map, and these players seemed to be engaged in a fierce battle with the monsters in the map. You have been suppressed by Zuma's attributes. Your attributes have been reduced by 10%. You have completely neutralized the Woma suppression. Your current attribute is at 100%. Ignoring the system notification, Lin Feng glanced around while waiting for the teleportation ring to cool down. It was a 5-person team. The players were crouching in a corner not far from the entrance, forming a tight human wall. In the innermost part of the map, a mage was continuously casting firewall spells, launching a fierce attack against the endless stream of giant rats and chi. Meanwhile, the warriors and Taoists blocking his path were casting attack or healing spells. Lin Feng had already noticed that, apart from himself, all the other players on the level leaderboard had reached level 31. This meant that these players, who had reached level 30 or above, were clearly among the top-tier experts. However, Lin Feng did not extend any invitations to them, because he had already seen the names of these players. The mage inside the human wall was none other than Tianxia Junlin, the leader of the Tianxia Guild. However, when Lin Feng suddenly appeared before them, his fiery red divine cloak was exceptionally vibrant, causing the group to gasp in surprise. Especially after they recognized Lin Feng's name as Morningstar, Tianxia Junlin in the crowd could no longer contain his excitement. Tianxia Junlin shouted loudly, "Morningstar, you should still have the Woma horn, right? On behalf of Tianlong Group, I formally extend a cooperation invitation to you." His voice revealed an eagerness and desire, as if this cooperation opportunity was of paramount importance to him. Perhaps fearing Lin Feng would directly refuse, Tianxia Junlin quickly added, "Although our Tianlong Group's influence in the capital is not as strong as Aoshi and the other three, our Tianlong Group is a giant spanning the entire Eastern District's construction industry. We have a large number of people, all of whom are brave and daring. Judging from the current situation of this game, there will definitely be fierce guild wars, even district-wide wars, later on. If we can form an alliance, we will definitely be invincible." Upon hearing Tianxia Junlin mention an alliance, Lin Feng hesitated slightly, as he had initially intended to turn and leave. He began to consider the possibility and potential advantages and disadvantages of the proposal. After a moment's thought, Lin Feng slowly spoke. "Morningstar, you can contact A.O. Shirtian directly about this matter. I will hand over the Woma horn to him for arrangements from now on." Lin Feng's voice was completely calm, as if he had already carefully considered this decision. His words were concise and clear, leaving no room for Tianxia Junlin to object. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng activated his teleportation ring and instantly disappeared from the spot. Tianxia Junlin was clearly not prepared for Lin Feng's decisive action. He had originally wanted to continue exchanging a few more words with Lin Feng, but Lin Feng's sudden departure caught him off guard, and he could only watch helplessly as Lin Feng's figure flashed past his eyes. Lin Feng knew the layout of Zuma Temple like the back of his hand. Even without precise coordinates, he could quickly calculate the coordinates of the next teleportation point by referring to a map. The teleportation ring flashed continuously, and Lin Feng moved between the different levels of Zuma Temple like a traveler traversing time and space. Lin Feng didn't linger on the first two levels. He continued deeper into the Zuma Temple, silently recalling the markings on the map. In earlier versions of the PC game, there was a special altar on the third level of the Zuma Temple where a Zuma Lord would spawn. However, this Zuma Lord differed from those on other levels. It only dropped Zuma icons, not Zuma-level equipment. The reason this altar existed was that in the early days, players were low-level and weak, making it virtually impossible for them to reach the Zuma Lord's house. However, when attacking a city, they needed to submit Zuma portraits. So this Zuma Lord was created specifically to drop Zuma portraits. This Zuma Lord was set up to facilitate players' city attacks, and was removed in later updates. Chapter 170 Captain Zuma. Lin Feng remembered this information vividly, so he specifically followed the map's directions and teleported to the location of the altar on the third level. However, when he arrived, he found that the Zuma Lord was not there. He looked around, carefully searching every corner, but still couldn't find the Zuma Lord. It seemed the Zuma Lord on the third level had been removed, so Lin Feng simply gave up the search and continued forward on the map. The maps of the 4 levels in front of the Zuma Temple are largely similar in structure. The entrance is a huge hall, flanked by various supporting pillars, some of which are even broken and lying on the ground, making the entire hall appear somewhat dilapidated. At the far end of the hall, several exits connect to a network of passageways. Along the passageways were numerous small rooms, furnished with beds, tables, chairs, and other items, all covered in dust and in a state of disrepair. Maps on the first and second floors even included a library, all testifying to the former glory of the Zuma Temple. After a period of effort, Lin Feng finally arrived at the 5th floor of the Zuma Temple. It was a huge U-shaped corridor, and the environment here was even more gloomy and terrifying than before. The Zuma reliefs on the walls seemed to be staring at him. At the bottom right corner of the outermost edge of this U-shaped corridor, there is an inconspicuous passageway. This entrance looks quite ordinary, but it leads to a rather large hall. This hall holds a special place among many players and is affectionately known as the Ultimate Hall or Ultimate Room. It gets its name from a fixed coordinate point within the main hall. Every so often, a formidable monster, the Zuma Guardian, spawns at that point. Don't be fooled by the fact that this Zuma Guardian looks exactly like any other Zuma Guardian you see throughout the Zuma Temple, both in appearance and name. In reality, this Zuma Guardian boasts a whopping 1400 HP, making it practically a boss-level monster compared to other Zuma monsters. Moreover, this top-tier Zuma Guardian possesses attack power and speed far exceeding other Zuma monsters. If players rashly approach, even warriors with high defense and health are highly likely to be instantly killed. Among other top-tier Zuma monsters, the Zuma Archer has only 800 HP, the Zuma Statue has 900, and even the top-tier Zuma Guardian only has 1000 HP. However, this top-tier Zuma Guardian, which spawns here regularly, has become known as the Zuma Captain among many players due to its astonishing HP and powerful strength. Every time this Zuma Captain is defeated, it will definitely drop a large amount of loot. Although it cannot guarantee that every drop will be Zuma-level equipment or high-level skill books, it is undoubtedly more efficient and attractive than other top-tier Zuma monsters. Therefore, many players flock to this elite haul, hoping to obtain valuable equipment and skill books. After all, not everyone has the strength and qualifications to venture into the deepest part of the Zuma Lord's house and challenge the ultimate boss of the Zuma Temple, the Zuma Lord. The spacious yet dimly lit hall on the 5th floor of the Zuma Temple exudes a mysterious atmosphere. This is one of Lin Feng's destinations on this trip, and he is filled with anticipation for it. From a strength perspective, the top-tier Zuma Guardian that spawns regularly in this hall is a formidable boss-level monster. Although Lin Feng had previously killed countless top-tier Zuma monsters in the Demon Ceiling Hall, none of them had brought him the first kill reward. However, this top-tier Zuma Guardian is clearly different from the many other top-tier Zuma monsters. Lin Feng swiftly stepped into the 5th floor hall. He wore a magic god's cloak, wielded a bone jade scepter, and was protected by a transparent, pale yellow, eggshell-like magic shield. As he entered, the countless Zuma statues in the hall seemed to awaken, one after another beginning to break free of their petrification and come back to life. These resurrected Zuma statues came in various shapes and sizes. Some held halberds, while others wielded large hammers. They emitted low growls, as if taunting Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng was not intimidated by the monster's imposing presence. He calmly observed his surroundings, searching for the unique and exceptional Zuma Guardian. However, facing so many monsters, accurately identifying which one was a top-tier Zuma Guardian in a short time was no easy task. After a moment's thought, Lin Feng decided to stop wasting time trying to distinguish them and instead opted for a more direct approach. Unleash his full power. He brandished the bone jade scepter in his hand, and his clones flanked him, each unleashing various powerful skills. Lin Feng used the powerful magic skill he had mastered, Meteor Shower, and countless flaming meteors rained down from the sky, striking all the monsters within his attack range like a storm. In an instant, flames soared into the sky, and waves of heat rolled through the hall. Caught off guard by this sudden attack, the monsters let out painful howls. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's clone continuously unleashed a series of group poison spells, turning all the monsters within the poison mist range green or dark red. Time flew by, and in just over 20 minutes, Lin Feng and his clone had wiped out all the monsters in the hall. When Lin Feng reunited with his clone, he didn't hear the familiar server-wide announcement. Lin Feng was absolutely certain that he had cleared out all the monsters in the entire 5th floor hall. However, the long-awaited announcement of the first kill across the entire region still hadn't sounded. This made Lin Feng wonder if something had gone wrong. After a brief moment of recollection, Lin Feng finally realized. He understood that the Zuma captain present here wasn't recognized by the system as a boss-level monster. After all, if this Zuma Guardian were truly a boss, its health would certainly be considerable, and it wouldn't have been so easily killed. Although Lin Feng was quite confident in his current strength, he also knew that with his current abilities, it would be extremely difficult to instantly kill a powerful boss-level monster. Now that there were no more monsters in the 5th floor hall, Lin Feng and his clone began to collect the scattered Woma and Zuma-level equipment dropped by the slain top-tier Zuma monsters. After a quick look at the equipment in front of him, Lin Feng found that there weren't any particularly good items. Occasionally, there was a piece of top-tier equipment with extra stat boosts, but the stat points were all allocated incorrectly. Chapter 171, Zuma's 7th level. These pieces of equipment didn't have any top-tier attributes. They were all among the best equipment available to players. However, they weren't particularly noteworthy to Lin Feng. Nevertheless, it was still a considerable gain. At least Lin Feng could put them in the guild warehouse as rewards for high contribution members of the guild. After collecting all the Woma and Zuma level equipment, Lin Feng activated the teleportation ring again and chose to continue forward to explore the deeper secrets of the Zuma temple before him. After entering through the small door leading from the 5th floor of Zuma to the next floor, Lin Feng's figure, as if under a spell, did not appear on the 6th floor of Zuma, as people usually expected. Instead, he suddenly appeared in a peculiar little room. This small room wasn't large, but had 4 doorways up, down, left, and right, making it seem like the intersection of a maze. Even more surprisingly, there were over a dozen Zuma monsters inside this small room. Several of the Zuma statues were originally sealed inside the stone, motionless. However, when Lin Feng and his clone appeared in the room, they seemed to sense a fluctuation of some kind of power and immediately began to break free from their petrified state from head to toe. Just then, the divine beast that had been following behind the clone finally had a chance to prove its worth. With its small, short legs, it quickly rushed forward and took the lead, spewing out a raging flame from its mouth to attack the Zuma archers who were close at hand and had not yet turned into stone statues. Seeing this, Lin Feng didn't wait for his clone to unleash a group poison spell, but instead decisively cast a meteor shower. In an instant, the entire room was enveloped by a magic circle composed of flames, and burning meteors began to fall from the ceiling. The Zuma statues, having just escaped their petrified state, had no time to react before being struck by the sudden attack. 2 large damage numbers immediately appeared above their heads, and they collapsed to the ground without a doubt. But these monsters were quite stingy. They dropped nothing. Lin Feng didn't pay any attention, nor did he linger. He quickly followed the movement pattern he remembered from passing through Zuma Pavilion. Left, up, right, and traversed the small room at an extremely fast speed, continuing his journey deeper into Zuma Temple. After successfully passing through Zuma Pavilion, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. He found himself standing in the center of the 6th floor hall of Zuma Temple. Like the entrance to Zuma Temple, this hall was deserted, with no monsters lurking around, making it exceptionally spacious. However, unlike the entrance to the Zuma Temple, this map is much larger. Nevertheless, this seemingly empty hall is one of the most popular and bustling maps in the entire game. This is because behind the main hall on the 6th floor of the Zuma Temple, there's a stone door that connects to the 7th floor of Zuma, which leads to the Zuma Lord's house. The corridor-shaped map of the 7th floor of Zuma is considered by many players to be one of the most important treasure hunting maps. In the 7th level of Zuma, numerous top-tier Zuma monsters not only provide players with Zuma-level equipment for all 3 classes, but also have the potential to drop legendary weapons for all 3 classes, such as the Judgment Staff. Therefore, all teams eager to enter the 7th level of Zuma to hunt for treasure usually choose to stop in this hall for a while to rest and prepare by forming a team. After all, once they step into the 7th level of Zuma, they will face a massive number of exceptionally ferocious Zuma monsters. Especially since items like random scrolls cannot be used in a map like the 7th level, players could be wiped out with the slightest mistake. Therefore, thorough preparation and teamwork are especially important before entering the 7th level of Zuma. Using the teleportation ring again, Lin Feng swiftly traversed the empty rest hall after estimating the coordinates. His steps were steady and decisive as he stepped directly into the 7th floor, level 1 of the Zuma Temple. The 7th floor of Zuma Temple is divided into 3 sections, each with unique terrain and monster distribution. Furthermore, in this floor, teleportation items such as random scrolls are completely ineffective and unusable. As Lin Feng stepped into the 1st level of Zuma 7, a sudden, loud and chaotic sound filled his ears. It was the buzzing of a large number of moths flapping their wings, the bleating of Zuma archers, and the twang of their bows as they released their arrows. These sounds intertwined, creating an extremely noisy cacophony that instantly irritated him. However, this wasn't the worst of it. As Lin Feng and his clone entered with the divine beast, the Zuma guards and Zuma statues that had been near the entrance, turned to stone, seemed to sense the attraction of the unfamiliar aura and began to awaken from their petrified state. Their movements were slow and stiff, as if they had been asleep for a long time, but their ferocious faces and the weapons in their hands revealed a trace of coldness. Faced with this scene, Lin Feng felt no panic whatsoever. He had anticipated this situation. After all, this was pioneering a new area. In a new map, the density of monsters is usually much higher than usual. Lin Feng took a deep breath, steadied himself, and then swiftly raised the bone jade scepter in his hand. He then rapidly swung the scepter, instantly unleashing the powerful spell, Meteor Shower. As fiery magic circles suddenly appeared in the sky and on the ground, dazzling streaks of fire rained down from the heavens, striking the awakened Zuma guardians and Zuma statues like a meteor shower. The flames raged across them, instantly igniting a raging inferno that engulfed the monsters. Some of the newly revived Zuma monsters were killed on the spot by Lin Feng's meteor shower before they could even make a move. However, the Chi-E and Zuma archers further away were not deterred. The Chi-E swarmed towards Lin Feng at the entrance, their wings flapping rapidly. Meanwhile, the Zuma archers, capable of ranged attacks, continuously drew their bows, unleashing a barrage of arrows at Lin Feng and his clone from afar. The sudden thud of the bowstrings, accompanied by the buzzing of penguins flapping their wings, blended together like a chaotic symphony of death. This unexpected barrage of arrows, with its dense barrage of damage, would likely have instantly killed any player other than Lin Feng. Even someone as strong as Lin Feng, with his high defense and minimal damage, suddenly lost over 100 points of health in such a concentrated attack. Lin Feng's clone swiftly cast a group healing spell, restoring health to himself and Lin Feng. The previously menacing divine beast in front of him was instantly frozen in place, repeatedly arching backward in a stiff motion. Chapter 172, quickly passing through Zuma 7. Lin Feng observed the direction from which the arrows had come and finally pinpointed the exact location of the Zuma archers. He quickly swung his bone jade staff, instantly turning it towards the area where the Zuma archers were most concentrated. Immediately afterward, he unleashed the powerful magic skill, Meteor Shower. A meteor, engulfed in flames, plummeted from the sky like a shooting star, striking the Zuma archers with deadly accuracy. In an instant, flames erupted, and the explosion echoed throughout the 7th floor of the Zuma temple. The Zuma archers, along with the other monsters around them, fell to the ground screaming and dying under the fierce attack. After dealing with some of the Zuma archers, Lin Feng did not stay in one place. Instead, he led his clone forward to continue clearing out the monsters on the 7th floor of the Zuma temple. However, to Lin Feng's surprise, the map, which was not very large in the original PC game, has now been enlarged by more than 10 times. The width of the entire passageway has become unusually wide. In the original PC game, the widest part of the passageway was only about 10 steps. Now, Lin Feng looked around and couldn't see the end of the square. It was as if the place had become a huge and empty square. Lin Feng secretly guessed that the widest part of the square might be more than 1,000 meters. Such a map size undoubtedly posed a huge challenge to Lin Feng's clearing work. Originally, he could control the overall situation relatively easily in a smaller map. But now, facing such a huge space, he needed to spend more time and energy to explore and clear every corner. Considering there are still 2 more maps to go before reaching the Zuma Lord's house, and he's already been online for almost 14 hours straight today, his physical and mental state is still good, but the game doesn't currently offer unlimited playtime. If he continues to clear out all the monsters in the remaining maps, he'll likely have a hard time entering the Zuma Lord's house today. Ultimately, when faced with the vast, plaza-like 7-story Zuma temple, Lin Feng weighed the pros and cons and made a compromise. He simply cut through this level. Lin Feng led the way, wielding the bone jade scepter that perfectly complemented his magic cloak, like a terrifying demon king. No monster within his attack range could escape his indiscriminate assault. The dazzling meteor shower, like fireworks, raged wildly across the entire map. Each burning meteor seemed to come alive, striking the monsters with unerring accuracy, instantly annihilating them in swathes. The clones following closely behind scanned the occasional drops of Woma and Zuma-level equipment from the numerous top-tier Zuma monsters that had been defeated. Once a target was spotted, the clones would dash over like lightning and pick it up. As for the other monsters attracted by Lin Feng's clone at a greater distance, the clone unleashed a group poison spell, turning them green. This green, poisonous mist seemed like a curse from hell, tightly binding the monsters and preventing them from escaping. The green poison, which pulsates every 3 seconds, deals nearly 300 points of damage to the affected monster. For ordinary monsters, this damage only requires 2 hits to kill them. Even for top-tier monsters, it takes a maximum of 4 such attacks before they perish. And so, thanks to the terrifying power of the green poison, those who had slipped through the net fell one by one, and were eventually all killed. With Lin Feng and his clone working in perfect unison, they traversed the entire 7th level of the Zuma Temple at breakneck speed, as if on a forced march. Their speed was so great that it seemed the Zuma Master had prepared a generous gift and was eagerly awaiting their arrival. As they passed through the small door at the end, the 7th level, 2nd floor of the Zuma Temple came into view. However, they did not stop, but instead, with equally astonishing speed, unleashed various spells to kill all the monsters in their path, cutting directly through the entire map. And so, layer after layer, they passed through the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd maps of the 7th level without the slightest pause or hesitation. Finally, as they stepped through the stone gate at the end of the 3rd level of the Zuma Temple, an indescribable excitement welled up in Lin Feng's heart. However, when he actually stepped into the House of Zuma, he discovered that it was far more complex than he had imagined. Although the map was called the House of Zuma, it contained far more than just the Zuma Lord as a boss. The entire house of a Zuma cultist resembles a massive square stone chamber, and in the very center of this chamber stands a square stone pillar. The Zuma cultist usually transforms into a stone statue, crouching on this pillar in the form of a colossal beast on all fours, like a sleeping monster, exuding a chilling aura. What's even more astonishing is that the entire Zuma Lord's house, centered around the central pillar, is teeming with all sorts of monsters. These monsters come in various forms, including ferocious Zuma statues, strong Zuma guards, and Zuma archers exuding an eerie aura. Besides these, there were numerous fluttering wings of the chi and bats. These bats were spewed from clumps of yellow dung flies. They seemed to have some kind of tacit understanding, tightly guarding the Zuma leader in the center. The once tranquil Zuma cult master's residence resembled a sleeping ancient palace, serene and solemn. However, when Lin Feng and his group stepped into this mysterious place, it was as if they had triggered some hidden mechanism, instantly shattering the silence of the entire space. Bats let out piercing screams, tearing through the air as they darted about like ghosts, sending chills down one's spine. Chi flapped her wings frantically, creating gusts of wind as she swept in. Meanwhile, the goat-headed archer Zuma, who seemed to have taken human form, relentlessly drew her bow, raining arrows down on Lin Feng and his companions. At the same time, the Zuma guardians and Zuma statues, which had been frozen in stone like the Zuma Lord, awoke from their petrified state as Lin Feng and his group entered. These previously still monsters now seemed to have been given life, quickly moving and joining the chaotic battle. In the blink of an eye, the entire Zuma Lord's house became incredibly noisy, with various sounds intertwining to form a chaotic symphony. The roars and attacks of the monsters, along with the shouts of Lin Feng and his companions, blended into a cacophony of noise. Happy May Day! Wishing all you big shots a joyful and happy holiday. Chapter 173, The House of Zuma. However, Lin Feng had anticipated this situation before even entering. As soon as he entered, he swiftly brandished his bone jade staff, unleashing a powerful meteor shower with immense damage and wide-range attack. Fiery meteors rained down from the sky like shooting stars, crashing into the frenzied monsters. Instantly, together with the fire-based magic circle on the ground, they enveloped a large swath of monsters. Lin Feng's initiative caused the monsters' offensive to slow down slightly, but they did not retreat. Instead, they pounced on Lin Feng and his group even more fiercely, determined to tear them apart. Facing the surging, frenzied monsters, Lin Feng remained unfazed. He continuously wielded his bone jade staff, unleashing dazzling magical light around him. After slightly repelling the monsters and clearing some space, Lin Feng unhesitatingly sped towards the stone platform in the center of the room where the Zuma master crouched. Lin Feng's action was like stirring up a hornet's nest. The monsters in the room instantly became even more agitated and frenzied. They roared and lunged at Lin Feng, baring their fangs and claws, clearly extremely angry that he dared to approach their leader. However, Lin Feng's strength was far beyond what these ordinary monsters could withstand. His meteor shower descended from the sky like burning meteors, slamming into the monsters. The monsters struggled and collapsed in agony amidst the fire rain. But aside from using their bodies and life force to withstand this terrifying magical attack, they couldn't pose any real obstacle to Lin Feng's advance. Lin Feng's steps were firm and swift, his figure like a small boat in a raging storm, weaving through the monster horde. Although the monsters were incredibly frenzied, apart from a few Zuma archers with ranged attacks who could inflict damage on Lin Feng, the others couldn't even get close. Soon, with a sharp whistling sound, Lin Feng, his fiery red cloak gleaming, approached the stone pillar in the center of the room like a red phantom. Just as Lin Feng was only a few steps away from the stone pillar, the Zuma cult master, who had been turned into a stone statue, suddenly moved. Its tightly closed eyes snapped open, a crimson light flashing within them. With its movement, the thick layer of stone covering its body seemed to be torn apart by a powerful force, instantly shattering. The Zuma cult leader leaped down from the stone pillar, landing steadily on the ground. Its body was tall and imposing. With a wave of its hands, powerful fireballs shot out like cannonballs, carrying scorching flames and terrifying energy, hurtling straight towards Lin Feng, beginning its attack on Lin Feng, who dared to disturb its rest. Faced with Zuma Lord's sudden attack, Lin Feng had no time to consider whether to switch back to warrior gear from his mage equipment, as Zuma Lord's attack speed was extremely fast, leaving him no room for hesitation. Therefore, Lin Feng made a decisive decision to engage Zuma Lord in a fierce life-or-death struggle right there in Zuma Lord's house, using his mage equipment. Lin Feng gripped the bone jade scepter tightly, fearlessly meeting the attack of the Zuma cult leader. He skillfully wielded the scepter, cleverly using its tip to deflect the fireballs launched by the Zuma cult leader. Each successful parry caused Lin Feng's body to involuntarily lean back slightly, but he quickly regained his balance and continued to contend with the Zuma cult leader. Although Lin Feng knew that even if he didn't resist, the Zuma Lord attacks wouldn't cause him much damage, he didn't choose to sit and wait for death. Instead, while desperately blocking the Zuma Lord's attacks with his bone jade scepter, he continuously unleashed powerful meteor showers at the Zuma Lord and the various Zuma monsters that had gathered around it. A rain of fire, like burning meteors, fell from the sky, crashing down on the Zuma Lord and his monsters, instantly igniting a sea of flames. The Zuma Lord and his minions were engulfed by this sudden burst of fire, howling in agony. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's clone wasn't idle either. He continuously unleashed a group poison spell, indiscriminately attacking all monsters that entered his attack range, causing the Zuma monsters to gradually lose their fighting ability under the corrosive effects of the poisonous mist, falling one by one. Lin Feng's clone was like a ruthless assassin, traversing the battlefield and sprinkling poisonous mist on every enemy. Soon, the entire Zuma Lord's house, except for the Zuma Lord himself, was completely slaughtered by Lin Feng and his clone. Before that, the divine beast, like a headless fly, followed closely behind the clone with its short legs, trying to keep up with the clone's pace and make its targets its own. However, at this very moment, the divine beast finally had a clear target. The beast was no longer the adorable little red Pekingese it once was. Its swollen body had grown to resemble that of a large, imposing red-brown bear. Standing firmly on the ground, it took a few strides on its short legs and launched a fierce charge straight towards the location of the Zuma leader. Although the clone's steps were small, its pace was exceptionally rapid. Soon, it had already approached the battlefield between Lin Feng and the Zuma cult master. When it was still 2 meters away from the Zuma cult master, the divine beast impatiently opened its wide mouth and eagerly spewed a blazing flame at the Zuma cult master. Unfortunately, the divine beast's attack power was far too weak. The flame was utterly insignificant to the Zuma Lord, and it couldn't even attract his attention. Meanwhile, the clone had silently changed its Taoist equipment into warrior gear. Cleverly using the divine beast's massive body as cover, it rapidly approached the Zuma cult master's back at astonishing speed. At this moment, the judgment staff in its hand emitted a scorching aura, as if foreshadowing a breathtaking battle about to erupt. Just then, the clone suddenly unleashed a fierce and extraordinary fiery sword technique, like a raging flame, which struck Zuma cult leader's unsuspecting back with overwhelming force. This sudden attack, like a bolt from the blue, caught Zuma Lord completely off guard. Its body felt as if it had been struck by a tremendous force, and it involuntarily staggered forward a step. The Zuma leader was completely unprepared for such an attack. It had been focused intently on confronting Lin Feng, unleashing one large fireball after another with its claws in a fierce battle. However, this sudden burst of fiery swordplay caused it to lose its balance instantly, rendering it unable to pay attention to Lin Feng. Wishing all you big shots a happy and joyful May Day holiday. Chapter 174 Zuma Cult Leader's Big Explosion. The Zuma Lord whirled around, trying to see what was happening behind him. However, before he could see clearly, the judgment staff in the clone's hand flashed with dazzling firelight once more, rushing towards the Zuma Lord like a fire dragon, heading straight for his eyes. Minus 2,166. Minus 2,478. With another deafening bang, the flames slammed into the Zuma leader, creating a thunderous explosion. It was still that fearsome fiery sword technique, and this time it was an extremely rare double fiery technique. This dual fire technique, invented by an unknown person, possesses power beyond imagination. And now, in the hands of the clone, this technique is being displayed to its fullest extent, unleashing its maximum power. After suffering such a heavy blow, the Zuma leader could no longer maintain his balance and staggered back 2 steps. Taking advantage of this, Lin Feng quickly retreated several steps and, at lightning speed, changed his mage equipment into warrior equipment. Then, Lin Feng's feet suddenly pushed off the ground as if propelled by springs, instantly stopping his backward momentum. At the same time, the dragon-slaying saber he had just acquired seemed to sense its master's determination, instantly emitting a scorching aura. Lin Feng wielded the heavy, dragon-slaying blade with resolute force, unleashing a lightning-fast strike towards the staggering Zuma master. This attack was none other than the fiery sword technique. The perfect combination of the fiery sword technique and the dragon-slaying saber generated immense power. A raging flame, like a fire dragon, roared and charged towards the Zuma cult leader. Minus 8,114, critical hit. Caught off guard by this sudden attack, the Zuma leader staggered forward, nearly falling to the ground. However, these relentless blows did not subdue the Zuma leader. Instead, they fueled its inner rage and ferocity. Just as Lin Feng was about to press his advantage, something unexpected happened. The Zuma cult master, who had been swaying slightly, miraculously regained his footing in that instant. His feet seemed rooted to the ground, standing firmly in place. Immediately afterwards, a powerful aura erupted from the body of the Zuma cult master, sweeping over like a raging storm. This aura was so powerful that Lin Feng and his clone, and even the divine beast some distance away, could not withstand its impact. Lin Feng and his clone were forced to retreat repeatedly by this powerful aura, their footsteps leaving trails on the ground. The divine beast, unable to withstand the force, was thrown to the ground and rolled a great distance backward. In the end, Lin Feng, his clone, and the divine beast were forced to stay more than 5 meters away by this powerful aura before they could barely stop. At this moment, the Zuma Lord appeared to have grown even larger than before. Black energy occasionally surged from its body, seemingly a symbol of its rage. The Zuma cult master let out a deafening roar, a sound like thunder that echoed throughout his house for a long time. In the blink of an eye, just as the Zuma leader roared, a large group of various Zuma monsters suddenly emerged from the previously empty room. These monsters had ferocious faces and bared their fangs and claws as they pounced on Lin Feng and his clone. Faced with the sudden appearance of the monster horde, Lin Feng and his clone displayed astonishing reaction speed. They simultaneously activated the warrior skill Savage Charge, rushing towards the nearby Zuma Lord like arrows released from a bow. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng and his clone rushed towards the Zuma cult leader like 2 bolts of lightning. The simple, unadorned dragon-slaying blade in Lin Feng's hand emitted a dazzling light at this moment, as if containing boundless power. He mercilessly thrust this sharp sword energy towards the Zuma cult leader, unstoppable and unstoppable. However, Lin Feng's fiery sword technique had not yet cooled down, so he used an assassination sword technique instead. This sword strike was as fast as lightning, carrying a sharp sword aura as it aimed straight for the Zuma cult leader's vital point. At the same time, the clone that approached the Zuma cult master at the same moment as Lin Feng did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, he swiftly threw out a group invisibility talisman. The talisman flew rapidly through the air and exploded beside Lin Feng and the clone in the blink of an eye, turning into a cloud of white smoke. The white smoke, like a giant net, quickly enveloped Lin Feng and his clone. In the blink of an eye, they vanished into the smoke as if they had never existed. Outside, the divine beast, which hadn't been made invisible, attracted all the Zuma monsters that lacked the ability to react. Drawn by the beast's roar, these monsters turned and pounced towards it, completely ignoring Lin Feng and his clone. Lin Feng and his clone, who had settled down beside the Zuma cult leader, had no time to pay attention to the divine beasts outside that were entangled with various monsters. Once they had established their footing, they began to unleash a barrage of assassination sword techniques and fiery swordplay upon the Zuma leader. At the same time, they ceased all attempts to defend themselves against the Zuma leader's attacks. Their sole aim was to eliminate the enraged leader as quickly as possible. Although the Zuma Lord's damage output increased significantly after going berserk, he couldn't withstand the relentless attacks of Lin Feng, who offered no resistance, and his now powerful clones. Already weakened by more than half his health, the Zuma Lord didn't last long. As Lin Feng's clone drew Zuma's attention with an assassination sword technique, Lin Feng, whose Dragon Slayer blade was already poised to strike, used a fierce fiery sword technique to finish off Zuma's remaining health. Accompanied by the Zuma Lord's resentful and unwilling roar, a vast array of multicolored lights, like fireworks, suddenly burst forth from its body. Among these lights, a particularly dazzling 7-colored radiance immediately caught Lin Feng's attention. This was the first time Lin Feng had obtained special equipment from the Zuma Lord after killing it more than 10 times. Lin Feng quickly pocketed the special equipment that had fallen beside him and was radiating a 7-colored light. Protective Ring. Level required, 16. Defense, 0 to 1. Hidden attribute, 1. When equipped, prioritizes using mana instead of health to mitigate damage. Current mitigation efficiency, 1.5 MP equals 1 HP. 2. Absolute evasion rate plus 10%. Damage taken minus 10%. 3. Ultimate crushing effect plus 10%. Crushing resistance plus 10%. Durability, 4/5. Happy Labor Day. Have a wonderful day. Chapter 175, Protective Ring. In Lin Feng's hand lay a platinum ring with a double ring design, its surface set with a square, deep blue gemstone, like a star in the deep night sky, radiating a mysterious and captivating light. Although seemingly understated, the ring exuded an air of luxury in its subtle details, like a meticulously crafted work of art. This ring is the legendary ultimate artifact for mages, the Protective Ring. Its existence is a godsend for mages, as it possesses an astonishing ability. The wearer can use 1.5 times their mana to replace 1 point of health, thus mitigating damage. For mages who are fragile but possess abundant mana, this is undoubtedly a divine artifact. Lin Feng gently played with the Protective Ring, feeling its texture and weight, and an indescribable excitement welled up in his heart. However, he did not indulge in this joy for too long, but decisively put the ring into the Fragment of Authority. The Virgo Supercluster Authority Fragment was an extremely precious and unique item that could provide Lin Feng with additional special equipment slots. Lin Feng currently only had 2 empty slots left. He easily embedded his Protective Ring into one of the empty slots. With a faint flash of light, the Authority Fragment's attributes instantly increased, granting a +10 to all attributes and expanding his war domain to 100 meters, elevating Lin Feng's strength to a new level. At this point, Lin Feng already possessed 9 out of 10 special equipment pieces, with only the Overload Ring remaining. However, he didn't dwell on this matter too much, but quickly shifted his attention to the online time display in the lower right corner. Time was running out. He only had less than half an hour left online today. Lin Feng took a deep breath and decided not to waste any more time, but to make the most of this last precious moment, to continue gaining experience and farming for loot. Lin Feng quickly removed his warrior gear and then swiftly donned mage gear. His movements were agile, as if he were already accustomed to this. After changing his clothes, he walked straight towards the entrance of the Zuma cult master's house, without lingering or stopping. Upon entering the 3rd level of the 7th floor of Zuma, Lin Feng immediately displayed his formidable strength. He wielded the Bone Jade Scepter, unleashing the powerful magic skill, Meteor Shower. Meteor Shower had an extremely wide attack range and immense power. Wherever it went, neither ordinary Zuma monsters nor rare, top-tier Zuma monsters could withstand this terrifying magical attack. Faced with Lin Feng's powerful magical damage, all the monsters were instantly and indiscriminately killed. They didn't even have time to let out a scream before they were reduced to ashes. Lin Feng, like a ruthless reaper, continuously unleashed meteor showers, wiping out all the monsters on the entire map one by one. Meanwhile, the clone following closely behind Lin Feng was not idle either. It began aimlessly searching through all the monster drops for Woma and Zuma-level equipment with unusual colors. The clone completely ignored the other ordinary drops, as if they didn't exist. Time ticked by, and Lin Feng's time in the game continued to accumulate. Soon, he had 16 hours of real-world time. Just before he was about to be forcibly logged off by the game, he suddenly noticed that his level had increased to 46.37%. This discovery filled him with a sense of accomplishment, as it was the result of his hard work. It's worth noting that leveling from 45 to 46 requires a whopping 120 million experience points, and from 46 to 47 requires a staggering 480 million. This is an incredibly demanding requirement. To put this in perspective, in a legendary game, the total experience points required for a player to level up from level 1 to 35 are only around 24 million. However, the experience points Lin Feng needs to gain to level 1 are enough to instantly level 20 players from level 1 to 35. Comparing these figures, it's easy to imagine just how incredible his leveling speed is. Of course, such astonishing leveling efficiency was no accident. One important reason was that Lin Feng received 3 precious triple experience scrolls every day. Each of these scrolls contained powerful energy, granting him a full hour of triple experience. Furthermore, with the game level update to 40, the monster density and spawn rate in all maps have been significantly increased. This means players have more opportunities to encounter monsters, kill more monsters per unit of time, and naturally gain more experience points accordingly. This change not only benefited Lin Feng, but also further accelerated the leveling speed of other players. Not long ago, AO Shirtian specifically sent a message to Lin Feng mentioning that, with the help of the astonishing number of monsters and white boars on the 7th floor of the Stone Tomb, and without interference from other players, more than 200 of the first batch of elite players had successfully leveled up to 30 and begun their journey to the sealed Demon Valley. Moreover, other players' levels are also climbing at an astonishing rate. Based on the current trend, it's expected that a large team of over 1,000 people will be able to be organized tomorrow to enter the sealed Demon Valley for exploration. Meanwhile, the 7th level of the Stone Tomb is continuously attracting qualified guild members to join. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Zuma Temple, Lin Feng's team, whom he had encountered earlier at the 1st floor entrance, displayed formidable strength. Despite the overwhelming power of the monsters in the Zuma Temple, they successfully withstood the attack thanks to their combined Woma set equipment and individual Zuma gear, establishing a foothold in this undeveloped area. With the help of the constantly spawning monsters, the Tianxia Junlin team's level increased rapidly. Tianxia Junlin's ranking had previously fallen out of the top 10, but now it has climbed back up, reaching 3rd place on the level leaderboard. Moreover, judging from the current trend, he is very likely to dethrone the player who was previously ranked 2nd from the leaderboard in a short period of time. Not only that, even AO, Shirtian, and others who were no longer on the leaderboard benefited from the continuous monster spawns on the 7th floor of the Stone Tomb. Their levels rose rapidly, directly occupying all positions from 6th to 10th on the leaderboard. It is foreseeable that as time goes on, their rankings will continue to rise rapidly, and perhaps by tomorrow, players from the entire Super Galaxy Alliance Guild will dominate the leaderboard. Wishing everyone a happy May Day holiday and lots of fun. This is the 4th update. Chapter 176, A Calm Day. Because as soon as he logs in tomorrow, Lin Feng plans to use the memory set to directly pull all players in the guild who are level 30 or above into the Overlord's Hall of the Sealed Demon Palace. When Lin Feng logged off, it was just past 4 p.m. This time of day is usually busy with work or study for most people. Even professional Legend of Mir players are mostly still in the game. But for Lin Feng, it was a rare moment of leisure. Lin Feng first went to the bathroom to shower, letting the warm water wash away the fatigue and grime from his body. Feeling the gentle caress of the water, it was as if all his troubles were being washed away. After showering, he dried himself with a towel, put on loose pajamas, and walked out of the bathroom. After emerging from the room, Lin Feng suddenly felt somewhat aimless. He looked around. The empty room contained only him, with no other voices and nothing else for him to attend to. So, he lay down on the sofa, closed his eyes, and began to recall his past life. Those memories flashed through his mind like a movie. Laughter, tears, success, and failure. He carefully sorted through these memories, trying to find some information or insights that would be useful to him now. Combining the fragmented memories from his past life, some of which he wasn't even sure were still useful, Lin Feng began to formulate his plans. He pondered his future and how to better survive in this world. As for Zhang Tao and Lin Weiwei, who died in the real world last night, they haven't likely attracted anyone's attention yet. Perhaps someone in the game noticed they couldn't be contacted but didn't take it seriously. After all, in the current game, it's common for players to disable all communication methods and focus entirely on leveling up, and nobody knows what happened to them in the real world. In any case, the deaths of these two people have not attracted any attention so far, nor have they had any impact on Lin Feng. He continued to be immersed in his thoughts, and time passed by unnoticed. When Lin Feng sat up from the sofa again, he glanced at the clock and realized it was almost 6 p.m. He stretched, changed into clean clothes, and prepared to go out to the nearby mall to find something to eat. Walking to the mall, Lin Feng felt the evening breeze and was in a particularly pleasant mood. He decided that he would not only have dinner at the mall, but also buy some furniture to redecorate the house that now belonged to him. In a corner of the mall, a sign for an all-you-can-eat seafood buffet restaurant caught the eye, prominently displaying a price of 698 yuan. For Lin Feng, who had always lived in an inland city, this price was not cheap, but when he saw the dazzling array of seafood, he stopped in his tracks from heading to a Huaiyang cuisine restaurant. Lin Feng turned and walked into the seafood buffet restaurant, as if entering a seafood paradise. The restaurant had a dazzling array of seafood. There was plump salmon, tender lobster, plump oysters, fresh crabs, and more, each exuding an enticing aroma. Lin Feng began to sample the seafood dishes one by one. He started with some sashimi and sushi, savoring their original freshness. However, for Lin Feng, who was used to cooked food, these raw dishes were not his favorite. After trying a variety of options, Lin Feng finally gave up on raw foods, such as sashimi and sushi, opting instead for cooked seafood products that better suited his taste. Holding a huge plate, he made no attempt to hide his astonishment at having never tasted so much seafood before, continuously piling various steamed or boiled crabs, scallops, and other seafood onto the plate. Lin Feng placed a full plate of seafood on the table, then went to get a large plate of seafood fried rice. Only then did he sit down contentedly and begin to feast. He ate with great relish, completely oblivious to the stares of the other diners. Lin Feng's enormous appetite drew astonished glances from the surrounding diners. However, despite his somewhat unrestrained eating habits, no one bothered him. Everyone seemed infected by his love of food, simply watching him silently enjoy this sumptuous seafood feast. Finally, Lin Feng's hearty meal caught the attention of the waiters and manager who had been patrolling the restaurant. They approached, looking at the mountain of plates piled up in front of him with surprised expressions. Surrounded by onlookers, Lin Feng even took the time to ask other customers how to distinguish the quality of the food and how to eat it. As Lin Feng slowly walked out of the seafood buffet restaurant, he already had several elegant business cards in his hand. These business cards seemed like passports to different worlds, representing various media companies and self-media firms. Although Lin Feng behaved very politely, smiling as he accepted each card, deep down he had no interest in the companies these cards represented. In Lin Feng's eyes, these media companies and self-media firms were like frogs at the bottom of a well with narrow visions, utterly incomparable to the grand blueprint in his mind. He had already made up his mind to leverage the advantages of Supreme VIP and the Prophet to lead the entire Blue Star, and even the entire Milky Way, toward a broader goal. After leaving the restaurant, Raymond Lamb strolled through the other floors of the mall, thoroughly enjoying the shopping experience. He wandered among the dazzling array of furniture and decorations, carefully selecting each item that caught his eye. After arranging a delivery time with the merchant for the next day, Raymond Lamb continued his shopping spree with satisfaction. Finally, he arrived at the supermarket on the first floor. The shelves were filled with all sorts of snacks, drinks, and other items, a dazzling array. Lin Feng, like a nouveau riche, placed items he would normally skip over because of their high prices into his shopping cart, as if these items had suddenly become inexpensive. Time slipped by unnoticed, and it wasn't until 11 p.m. that Lin Feng returned home, satisfied, with 2 large bags full of groceries. He casually placed the 2 bags of groceries under the coffee table in the living room, and then browsed the latest news through Xiaoming. The security situation in the real world was somewhat improved and restricted again as the military created the second guild, Blue Hard Dragon Shadow, in the game. But most of the news is focused on the ups and downs of today's ranking list, with countless posts discussing top players like Tianxia Junlin, Shishin, Xiaoxiami, and even the high-level players of the entire Super Galaxy Alliance. Chapter 177, Occupying the Hall of Conquerors. Surprisingly, on the current ranking list, apart from Tianxia Junlin, who is ranked second, the other positions in the top 10 are all occupied by players who belong to the Super Galaxy Alliance Guild. These players are all at the same level, all above level 32. Lin Feng wasn't too surprised that his guild's players were dominating the leaderboards. After all, they could use the memory set to constantly revive members in the 7th level of the Stone Tomb, and players aiming for the leaderboards didn't need to worry about potions. However, Lin Feng had not anticipated that Tianxia Junlin could so firmly maintain its second-place position on the ranking list. It's important to remember that Lin Feng himself was still on the 7th level of the Stone Tomb, possessing a considerable advantage. Recalling the 5-person team of Tianxia Junlin that he saw on the first floor of Zuma Temple, Lin Feng noticed that only Tianxia Junlin firmly occupied the second position on the level leaderboard, while the other 4 players were not on the list. After a moment's thought, Lin Feng had a general idea of what was going on. He guessed that the strategy the other party was using was probably to make the other players act as free laborers, while all the experience points would go to Tianxia Junlin alone. However, Lin Feng didn't show much surprise at all. After all, similar situations were commonplace in the game Legend. Back in the day, when the mentor-apprentice reputation system was first introduced in the PC version, scenes of mentors leading apprentices and apprentices fighting monsters while mentors helped kill monsters were everywhere. The purpose was simply to help apprentices graduate as quickly as possible and gain reputation to exchange for medals. Now, all Tianxia Junlin is doing is fighting monsters, while other players help him fend off attacks and lure monsters away. There might even be someone specifically tasked with delivering potions to him. As a result, Lin Feng couldn't help but realize that Tianxia Junlin might very well become the second player in the entire Legend of Mir server to reach level 35. After browsing other related news, Lin Feng suddenly realized that it was almost midnight. He immediately abandoned thinking about other issues, tidied himself up briefly, and went straight into the energy pod, quietly waiting for the moment he would enter the game. Finally, as the clock struck midnight, Lin Feng's vision went black for a moment, then brightened again. The familiar and ancient gate appeared before him once more, just as always. Pushing open the door, Lin Feng immediately entered the game. In the game, Lin Feng's character flashed and appeared directly in the forest outside Mengzhong province. I wonder if the setting of logging off in the secret realm map and logging back and will teleport you to the open world of the main map will change later. Lin Feng muttered to himself, finding this setting quite amusing. However, he didn't dwell on it too much, since he now had a teleportation ring, and traversing the map wasn't a big problem for him. Lin Feng decided to contact Ao Shirtian first to find out about the guild situation. He opened a private chat window and sent Ao Shirtian a message. Brother Chung, how many players in our guild are above level 30 now? Almost at the same time, Ao Shirtian, who had just been forced to log in, saw Lin Feng's private message. He quickly replied, Our guild currently has 487 players above level 30, and we expect more than 1,000 players to reach level 30 in 1 to 2 hours. Lin Feng felt a little more at ease after seeing Ao Shirtian's reply. He knew that level 30 was an important threshold for players, and those who reached this level usually possessed a certain level of strength and experience. After some deliberation, Lin Feng decided to have Ao Shirtian immediately begin organizing players level 30 and above. He believed that the strength and experience of these players would play a crucial role in the guild's development. Kaiming, Brother Chung, here's the thing. You start organizing these players who have reached level 30 now. Also, arrange for someone to bring me a set of memory armor back to town. Without the slightest hesitation, Shirtian quickly replied, Okay, I'll bring it to you personally right away. He knew very well that Lin Feng's request must be for players above level 30, as he had a better plan in mind. After all, Lin Feng was the most powerful player in the game, and his decisions usually had profound implications. At this moment, Ao Shirtian had reached level 31 and was equipped with a full set of Zuma gear, making him a powerful warrior. In the current game world, he was definitely one of the top players. Not long after, Ao Shirtian arrived at the Mengzhong safe zone and successfully met up with Lin Feng. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Ao Shirtian handed over a memory set to Lin Feng through a trade. Lin Feng received the set and, without any delay, immediately used his teleportation ring to rush to the Overlord's Hall of the Demon's Sealing Palace like lightning. Upon entering the Hall of Overlords, Lin Feng immediately displayed his formidable strength. Wielding the Bone Jade Scepter and wearing the God of Magic cloak, he moved like a red phantom through the horde of monsters near the Demon Repairman. Wherever his meteor shower passed, monsters fell, leaving behind a trail of scattered items shimmering with various colors. In no time, the monsters surrounding the Demon Repairman were completely slaughtered. Lin Feng didn't bother picking up the loot on the ground. Instead, he stood still, quickly opened the team selection menu, and sent a request to Ao Shirtian to join the team. Ao Shirtian naturally didn't refuse and quickly agreed. Lin Feng then joined the team that had already been formed with 10 people. Immediately afterward, Lin Feng used the Unity of Heaven and Earth command from the memory set. Instantly, a white light flashed, and 10 important guild members and elites, including Ao Shirtian, who had reached level 30 or above, were all pulled into the Hall of Overlords as if by magic. Lin Feng quickly removed the memory suit he was wearing and handed it back to Ao Shirtian. After seeing Ao Shirtian transfer the captaincy to him, he left the team. Ao Shirtian joined another team that was already waiting in the Mengzhong safe zone, preparing to pull over another team of players as soon as the cooldown of the memory set was over. Lin Feng didn't leave immediately. Instead, he paused briefly and began to explain the map of the entire Demon Sealing Palace to Ao Shirtian and the other team members in detail. His voice was deep and firm, and every word was filled with his understanding and familiarity with this mysterious area. During his explanation, Lin Feng emphasized the crucial location of the Overlord's Hall. He told everyone that the Overlord's Hall not only provided an offline function, but also served as a rest area. This news was undoubtedly a bombshell, instantly causing a huge stir among the crowd. Chapter 178, leading the team to level up. Upon hearing the news, everyone's faces lit up with barely suppressed excitement. They clearly understood what a map with logout and recovery functions meant to them. In this dangerous and challenging game world, having a safe place to rest and recuperate was undoubtedly crucial. Moreover, the map connects multiple areas at both ends, containing not only numerous ordinary monsters, but also elite boss monsters waiting to be conquered. This means they can level up and farm for loot simultaneously, truly achieving the perfect balance of both. Such a map is undoubtedly a strategically important resource. Currently, this map has not been discovered by other players and is entirely under the control of their Super Galaxy Alliance. This undoubtedly gives their guild a huge advantage, allowing them to further enhance their strength. As team members level up, the guild's overall strength will also increase. This will not only solidify their position in the game, but also attract more players to join their guild, further expanding its size and influence. It's fair to say that the benefits this map brings are immeasurable. It not only concerns individual growth and development, but also the future and fate of the entire guild. Ao Shirtan said with a serious expression, "This map is of utmost importance to us, and it must be kept strictly confidential. It will definitely become the focus of contention among major powers in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone nodded in agreement. Just then, the leader of Huagua Mountain suddenly interjected, "Anyone who dares to spread rumors about this map will not be let off easily." The speaker was a family retainer of the Rong family, a man with an exceptionally fiery temper. The Rong family is the same family to which Ao Shirtian's wife, Xin Yin Shiyu, belongs. This family is renowned worldwide for its construction and mining, and is an exceptionally powerful clan. In these two industries, the importance of martial prowess is self-evident. Although this family's elder is over 50 years old, before the arrival of the legendary figure, according to the underworld, he was still a ruthless character possessing the martial arts skills of the Red Flower Double Staff. Seeing this, Qi Mingxing quickly waved his hand and said, "Everyone, don't worry about this for now. Once a large number of other players reach level 30, this map will be leaked sooner or later. So, what's most important for us now is to take advantage of this map and get as many benefits as possible before the other players arrive." Seeing that Ao Shirtian had already brought 2 more teams, Lin Feng directly instructed him to hand over the memory set to others so that it could continue to be used to teleport new members. At the same time, Lin Feng used his captain's authority to send a team invitation to Ao Shirtian. After leaving his previous team, Ao Shirtian readily accepted Lin Feng's invitation and successfully joined. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng led the rest of the team, preparing aggressively for a full-scale raid on the Hall of Conquerors. Just then, an astonishing scene unfolded. A dazzling light suddenly flashed across Lin Feng's body, and then a player equipped with Taoist gear named Chang Gengxing appeared beside him like a ghost. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone present, as they had never seen Lin Feng use such a skill before. For a moment, everyone tensed up, and some even secretly gripped their weapons, preparing for battle. However, when Lin Feng casually mentioned that this was a hero skill he learned at by Rimin when he was level 35, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed a little. Then, something even more unexpected happened. Lin Feng's clone summoned another majestic divine beast. The appearance of this beast undoubtedly added a powerful boost to the entire team's combat strength. Following this, the clone cast the defensive skills Magic and Defense on all members of the team. Then, Lin Feng and his clones unleashed their full power, and in an instant, raging walls of fire and highly toxic group poison spells swept through the entire Overlord Hall like a storm. Then, the group following Lin Feng and his clones stared in astonishment at the constantly scrolling experience points and rapidly increasing experience bar in the lower left corner. They were speechless with surprise. Then, seeing the various dropped equipment and items scattered across the ground, some of them began to swallow hard. Holy crap, so that's how the guild leader levels up. No wonder he levels up so fast. That's too powerful, too insane. At this moment, a warrior player named Chun Tangwan Red Flower Double Sticks couldn't help but shout. "What nonsense are you spouting? It's good that the guild leader is powerful." A female Taoist priest from Qinyu immediately objected upon hearing this. Just as the two were about to start arguing, Lin Feng spoke up. "Morning Star, don't just stare. Pick up the useful things on the ground." "Yes, Chairman." "Okay, I'll pick them up right away." "President, you've worked hard." "President, you've worked hard." In an instant, everyone realized what was happening and began to frantically flatter Lin Feng. Indeed, the firewall damage from Lin Feng is a nightmare for monsters. It can instantly kill all normal and rare monsters except for bosses. Its power is truly astonishing. Using such a skill to level up would be incredibly fast. Even though the team had 11 people, and because Lin Feng's level was much higher than the others, he would take away more experience points. The speed at which everyone gained experience still far exceeded any method they had used before, thanks to the high efficiency of the instant kills and the almost endless number of monsters on the map. In terms of leveling speed, even the mage class, with its inherent advantage of a powerful firewall skill that can continuously provide damage, still cannot match the leveling speed under Lin Feng's guidance. As for the Taoists and warriors, who lack area of effect attacks, They don't even dare to dream of leveling up with experience points constantly scrolling like a scrolling screen. Lin Feng was like an invincible leader, guiding the entire team through the Hall of Conquerors. They had only just begun, yet they had already gained a massive amount of experience points, which thrilled everyone. In the Netherworld corridor that followed, they only cleared the map once, and all the players in the team had already reached level 35. After seeing that everyone in the team had reached level 35, Lin Feng transferred the team leader position to Ao Shirtian and then left the team. I'm not feeling well. I'm too sleepy. I'm going to take a nap first. There will be another chapter this afternoon or evening. Chapter 179, The Turmoil of Dominating the Charts. Alright, now that you've all reached level 35, you'll have to level up on your own from now on, Lin Feng said calmly to everyone after disbanding the team. However, none of them anticipated the enormous impact and shock that Lin Feng's sudden decision to lead the guild's high-ranking members in leveling up would have on other players in the game. Just then, in a corner of Bishon City, a novice player wearing light armor and wielding an ebony sword suddenly went berserk, incoherently shouting, "Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit!" His voice echoed through the streets of Bishon City, attracting the attention of many players nearby. Standing before him was a beautiful young woman dressed in a soul armor. She was clearly very displeased with the novice player's behavior. Gripping her demon-slaying sword tightly, she unceremoniously slashed at the novice player with a smack. "I'm your sister. Try swearing at me again. I'll beat you to a pulp when I log off," the girl yelled angrily at the newbie player. Faced with the girl's threat, the novice player finally regained some of his composure. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and then stammered to the girl, "Sis, look at the level rankings." The other players who were originally watching the commotion also curiously opened the level leaderboard after hearing what the new player said. Number 1 under heaven. The Super Galaxy Alliance, a guild belonging to the Star of Dawn, level 46. Second in the world, level 35, Aashifa, belonging to the Super Galaxy Alliance Guild. Third in the world, Aashishan, level 35, belonging to the Super Galaxy Alliance Guild. Fourth, the guild Little Shrimp belongs to at level 35, is the Super Galaxy Alliance. Fifth, Yea's Guild, Super Galaxy Alliance, at level 35. Sixth, Longing is Rain, level 35, Guild, Super Galaxy Alliance. Seventh, Chuntang Pass Red Flower Double Sticks, level 35, belongs to the Super Galaxy Alliance Guild. Eighth, Rabbit Run, level 35, belongs to the Super Galaxy Alliance Guild. Ninth, the Fence Gang, level 35, belongs to the Super Galaxy Alliance Guild. 10th, Mint Cat, level 35, belongs to the Super Galaxy Alliance Guild. Holy crap. Holy crap. What the hell is going on? After the ranking leaderboard was opened, shouts of "holy crap" echoed throughout the safe zone. Damn it. Has the Super Galactic Alliance gone mad? How did everyone suddenly reach level 35? A warrior player wielding the 8 Desolations sword cursed incessantly, his face contorted with rage. His voice echoed through the safe zone, attracting the attention of other players nearby. Hey, do you guys think the Super Galactic Alliance has some kind of bug? Otherwise, how could their levels suddenly rise so high? One of the players said thoughtfully, his words revealing his suspicion and dissatisfaction with the sudden rise of these people on the leaderboard. It's not impossible. I remember yesterday, the top 10 on the leaderboard were only level 32, and none of them even exist. Another player chimed in, his brow furrowed, clearly also puzzled by the situation. What are you all saying? Yesterday, apart from Tianxia Junlin, who was second on the ranking list, all the other players were already from the Super Galaxy Alliance. At this moment, a player stood up and retorted, his tone firm, as if he was very familiar with the situation. I'm talking about the people on the leaderboard right now. Apart from the number 1 player, Morningstar, none of the others were on the leaderboard yesterday. The player who raised the question explained, his eyes fixed on the unfamiliar names on the leaderboard, his doubts growing stronger. Hey, now that you mention it, I remember now. These people weren't on the ranking list yesterday, someone chimed in. Indeed, those weren't the names on yesterday's leaderboard at all, another person added. Yes, Ao, Shirtan, Xiao Xiaomi, and Yia, and the like. These people are all high-ranking members of the Super Galaxy Alliance. I suspect they might really have some kind of bug that allows for rapid leveling up, someone else analyzed. Hey, you've all said so much. Isn't it possible that the Morning Star is helping them level up? Suddenly, someone raised a different opinion. Morningstar helps them level up? Huh. Morningstar's level is abnormal. A player said disdainfully upon hearing this. Exactly. That Morningstar's level is ridiculous. Yesterday, that guy from the World Domination Guild helped fight monsters and deliver medicine, while he was all alone in the Zuma Temple burning monsters with firewalls, and he only reached level 32. He's only been here a few days, and he's already level 46. If you don't think there's something fishy going on, who would believe it? Another player, who was clearly aware of World Domination's leveling up yesterday, said indignantly. Exactly. The others echoed, their voices growing louder and louder, as if they wanted to question the speed of Morningstar's upgrade to the very end. Let's file a complaint and get the federal government to demand they disclose the bug. This shout acted as a fuse, instantly igniting everyone's emotions. Faced with this situation, some people with ulterior motives began to stir up trouble in the crowd. They shouted loudly or whispered among themselves, constantly provoking people's dissatisfaction and anger. Yes, let the federal government demand that they disclose the bug. Yes, why should they enjoy such benefits all to themselves? They should be made public so that everyone can benefit from them. Indeed, we should get them to announce it immediately. It's related to the advancement spot for that galaxy. Fueled by these individuals with ulterior motives, the entire Legend of Mir map was abuzz with excitement. Players began heatedly discussing whether the Morningstar and Super Galaxy Alliance truly possessed a bug for rapid leveling, and whether they should expose this bug to the public. The discussion spread like wildfire, rapidly gaining momentum and creating immense public pressure. People demanded that the Federation intervene, forcing the Morningstar and the Super Galactic Alliance to disclose the bug in order to maintain the fairness and impartiality of the game. However, Lin Feng was completely unaware of this at that moment. He was probably still immersed in the joy of defeating the boss, completely unaware that a conspiracy against him and the Super Galaxy Alliance was quietly unfolding. Meanwhile, Ao, Shirtian, and his group on the other end quickly received the relevant information. Their joy at reaching level 35 was instantly dampened, as if doused with cold water. After arranging for their clan members to maintain secrecy and upgrade their loot in the 7th level of the Stone Tomb and the Hall of Conquerors, the group swiftly used return scrolls to return to the Mengzhong safe zone. Chapter 180 Tense Atmosphere. However, the Mengzhong safe zone was already packed with players. The moment they appeared, they were spotted by others. A large group of players surrounded them, demanding they reveal the bug that allowed for rapid leveling. Faced with this situation, Ao, Shirtan, and the others turned ashen-faced and remained silent. They then formed a team and quickly discussed the matter in the team chat. Ao Shirtian then spoke up. This game has no bugs. Use your own brains to think about it. How could a game that can enhance your physical body in real life have bugs? After saying this, he didn't wait for the other players to refute him. He continued, we all know that this game is related to the safety of the entire planet Earth, and even the entire Milky Way. If there really is such a bug, we will definitely not keep it to ourselves. After all, it concerns the interests of everyone on Earth, so don't let some people with ulterior motives take advantage of us. Then how did you level up so fast? You must have found a bug. At this moment, a shrill voice came from the crowd, so subtle that it was hard to tell where it came from. Yeah, how did you guys level up so fast? This immediately drew a lot of agreement. Faced with such doubts, Ao Shirtian remained calm. I will answer this question later. Once the surroundings quieted down and everyone's attention was focused on him again, Ao Shirtian continued. As you all know, this game update has introduced a large number of new maps, and the frequency of monster spawns has also been greatly increased. The reason our guild members level up so quickly is simply because we've discovered maps others haven't yet found and ventured into depths others haven't explored. I believe guild leader Tianxia Junlin understands this deeply. As he spoke, Ao Shirtian turned his gaze to Tianxia Junlin in the crowd. Around Tianxia Junlin were representatives of many other major forces. Seeing the countless eyes on him in the safe zone, Tianxia Junlin calmly said, Guild leader Aoshi is right. But even if there are no new maps that have been explored or discovered, it cannot explain why you're leveling up so quickly. As everyone knows, the reason I was able to quickly level up to 32 yesterday was entirely due to the concerted efforts of our guild members. Many people worked tirelessly, transporting potions from Mengzhong to Zuma Temple for us. The other members of my team didn't team up with me. Instead, they helped me hold off and attract massive hordes of monsters so I could level up. But guild leader Aoshi, it's clear your entire team leveled up simultaneously. Upon hearing this, Ao Shirtian smiled calmly. That only shows that President Mingtiangxia and your members are of noble character. But our Super Galaxy Alliance is different. We value the unity and cooperation among our members. At this moment, the Phantom Mage, who had been impatiently standing by, spoke up. Guild leader Aoshi, please don't change the subject. So many people here are waiting for your explanation. His tone was threatening. This player, whose ID was Phantom Mage, was once ranked second on the level leaderboard, and was also the president of the East China region of the Sapphire family, one of the 12 great families of the Federation, as well as the legal heir of the next generation. His real name was George Patton. Please, Aoshi-san, provide a reasonable explanation for your method of rapidly leveling up. Hey, this was said with a distinctly stilted, almost manic tone. Love you forever. This is Higashimoto Mu, the legal heir of the Higashimoto group and the leader of the third generation of the Higashimoto family. Although the Higashimoto family is not one of the 12 major families of the Federation, the strength of the family and its subsidiaries should not be underestimated. Faced with such a threat, Ao Shirtian's face darkened, and he said directly, everyone knows that boss-level monsters in the game can provide far more experience than ordinary monsters. Our levels were all increased by the guild leader, leading us to clear out groups of monsters and bosses. Alright, I've finished explaining. A horde of bosses. Do you think you can beat them? The method Morningstar supposedly uses to defeat bosses is probably the real bug. The speaker was again the Phantom Mage. George Barton, the legal heir of the Sapphire family, had always been arrogant. Since entering the world of Legend of Mir, he had been constantly suppressed by Lin Feng, with no hope of surpassing him. Upon hearing these slanderous remarks about Lin Feng, Chen Tongguan Red Flower Double Sticks, who already greatly admired Lin Feng, was furious. He immediately cursed. You damn George, you can't even beat our guild leader in playing a mage. So you're slandering him, huh? Let's have a one-on-one fight outside the safe zone. My guild leader won't even need to show up. I can beat you until your face is covered in bruises. The moment Chen Tongguan uttered those words about the Red Flower Double Sticks, the Phantom Mage's expression changed drastically. He thought, I may not be as good as the Morning Star, but do you think you, some nobody from the wrong family, can bully me? He immediately disregarded his own status and retorted, who do you think you are? And who do I am? How dare you insult me? Do you really think my Sapphire family is afraid of your own family? Wrong see you. If you don't give me an explanation today, don't blame my Sapphire family for being impolite. Upon hearing this, Xin Yin Shiryu, who had been standing quietly to the side, also shouted defiantly, how dare you slander our guild leader? With the Sapphire family support, how can we be so impolite? If you're not convinced, let's have a go. At this moment, Ao, Shirtian, and the others stood behind Xin Yin Shiryu and said together, if you want to cause trouble for our Super Galaxy Alliance, then step forward and let's have a go. Tianxia Junlin quickly stepped in to smooth things over. No, let's not fight amongst ourselves. George, the Morning Star Guild Master's strength is indeed remarkable. I actually saw the Morning Star Guild Master before when I was in the Zuma Temple. The Morning Star Guild Master can deal hundreds or even thousands of damage with a single skill. The monsters in the Zuma Temple don't even have enough health points to withstand one of his skills. So George, you can't just say things like that. Meanwhile, the second guild, Blue Heart Dragon Shadow, with its federal military background, arrived late, surrounded by dozens of members, including their guild leader, Drunken Breeze. This was the military commissioner of the East 1st District, one of the 21 military regions of the Federation. His game ID was Drunken Breeze, and his real name was Wang Qifeng. In the game, he was a level 29 warrior. Seeing the tense atmosphere on the scene and quickly understanding the specific situation, Zue Qingfeng said, everyone, please calm down. Guild leader Kai Mingxing is a player with a great sense of the big picture. If there really is a bug that can be shared with everyone, I believe he would definitely not keep it to himself. I accidentally fell asleep, so this is late. Chapter 181, Preparing to Win Over Allies. Seeing that the atmosphere had eased slightly, Zue Qingfeng continued. Our goal should be the same. to reach level 35 as soon as possible and secure a spot for advancement in the Milky Way. President Kaiming has already taken the lead in this regard and is doing a great job. So the rest of us cannot slack off, and we certainly cannot hold back at this crucial moment. The military statement, in a sense, directly represented the will of the Federation. Even the leaders of the various factions who were observing the situation harbored some dissatisfaction, but dared not show it. After Zue Qingfeng led his team away, Ao, Shitian, and the others breathed a sigh of relief. They immediately contacted the personnel in charge of using the memory set in the Overlord's Hall, and with the help of the memory set, they were instantly teleported back to the Overlord's Hall. For Ao, Shitian, and his companions, the Hall of Overlords is no longer just a simple guild stronghold, but a place of hope. It will become a crucial foundation for the guild's future development, as guild members who reach level 30 will be continuously teleported there. However, this doesn't mean that the 7th floor of the Stone Tomb has been abandoned. On the contrary, it remains the main gathering place for players between level 25 and 30 within the guild. This place has witnessed the growth and struggles of countless players, carrying their memories and dreams. As Ao, Shitian, and his group departed, the once lively scene instantly became deserted. The members of the other families and factions present exchanged glances, each with their own plans. Ultimately, they too led their groups away, leaving behind only an empty space. However, everyone knew clearly that a new competition was about to begin. Next, they needed to deploy a large number of people to explore various unknown new maps. Among the currently known level 30 new maps, Zuma Temple and Fengma Valley were undoubtedly the two most eye-catching locations. All the major factions have begun their preparations in earnest, equipping their guilds with level 30 players and preparing to send them to explore these two mysterious maps. A fierce competition seems to have quietly begun. Whoever discovers the treasure first on this exploration will stand out in the ensuing battle. Back in the Hall of Overlords, Ao Shitian sat down with several family stewards and advisors to discuss the events that had occurred in the Mengzhong safe zone. They felt it necessary to relay these findings to Lin Feng, so he could prepare accordingly. Just as they were discussing, Ao Shitian suddenly received a private message from Tianxia Junlin. Tianxia Junlin got straight to the point. Guild leader Ao Shitian, I met guild leader Kaiming at Azuma Temple and wanted to buy a Woma horn from him. However, guild leader Kaiming told me that he has already entrusted the Woma horn to you. So I would like to ask guild leader Ao Shitian, what are your plans for this Woma horn? Upon seeing this message, Ao Shitian immediately understood. Clearly, Lin Feng hadn't revealed the exact number of Woma horns he possessed to Tianxia Junlin. This relieved Ao Shitian slightly, as it gave him more time and space to consider how to handle the situation. After careful consideration, Ao Shitian decided to respond in a tactful and cautious manner. He quickly replied in the private chat channel, I haven't had a chance to thank Guild Leader Tianxia for speaking up for me yet. Guild Leader Kaiming did indeed entrust the Woma horn to me, but for such an important decision, I need to discuss it with my fellow members first. After all, it concerns the interests of our entire team. I will contact you later when we have a result. Is that all right? Faced with Ao Shitian's reply, Tianxia Junlin was extremely anxious, but had no choice but to agree. After all, Ao Shitian was not only the president of the first guild, the Superstar Alliance, but also represented the interests of 4 major families, holding a very important position. It was already quite remarkable that he had made such a statement. However, Lin Feng had already given some hints about how to handle the Woma horns. The true value of these Woma horns lay not in how much practical benefit they could be exchanged for, but in their ability to be used to win over more reliable allies. In fact, even earlier, some members of the major families had proposed the idea of establishing an affiliated guild within their respective families. This would not only strengthen internal cohesion, but also allow for better utilization of family resources. However, this proposal was quickly rejected by Ao Shitian and his group. Their thinking was very simple and direct. They wanted to cling tightly to Lin Feng. In their view, Lin Feng was the core figure of the team, and only by following in his footsteps could they obtain the greatest benefits. In contrast, the elders of the major families consider the issue from a much deeper perspective. Through their interactions and observations of Lin Feng, They discovered that this surreal game clearly represented the direction of human evolution. And Lin Feng, as a pioneer in this field, had already moved ahead of everyone else. More importantly, Lin Feng also occasionally revealed all sorts of unbelievable things and operations, which made the family elders look at his abilities and insights with new respect. Therefore, they had already made up their minds to stick closely together with Lin Feng and advance and retreat together. Subsequently, Ao, Shirtian, and the others, in the Hall of Overlords, near the Demon Repairer, began an in-depth discussion about the handling of the Woma Horn and the targets for recruitment through an encrypted guild voice channel. This discussion was comprehensive, taking into account not only the other parties' past behavior and characteristics, but also the intertwined interests of all parties. The scope of the discussion was so broad that it covered almost all factors that could influence the decision. After much deliberation and careful consideration, they finally drafted a list. However, this was just the beginning. Ao Shirtian then conducted a detailed assessment and brief introduction of the resources, past practices, and even reputation of each representative force on the list. Once all this was complete, Ao Shirtian sent the detailed list directly to Lin Feng. However, when Lin Feng saw the list, his head instantly throbbed. What Ao Shirtian had sent wasn't a simple voice message, but rather a dense, seemingly endless string of text. Chapter 182, The Spiritual Symbol of the Guild. Faced with such a lengthy message, Lin Feng felt somewhat at a loss. He skimmed through it and found that it contained a great deal of detail and analysis, requiring a considerable amount of time and effort to understand and digest. In the end, Lin Feng replied with a helpless sigh. "Morningstar, you guys figure out yourselves." Clearly, Lin Feng felt somewhat helpless about the complexity of the list. After all, he had always been just an ordinary person, and these kinds of things were not his forte. Moreover, Lin Feng knew perfectly well that no matter how vigorously the guild developed and grew stronger, it was far less important than the enhancement of his own strength. It's no exaggeration to say that the guild's current survival and progress are entirely due to his personal strength. If it weren't for the bonuses from guild attributes and the requirements and limitations that future large-scale wars might impose on the guild, he probably wouldn't have bothered to even consider establishing one. Moreover, Lin Feng had already made up his mind to entrust the entire guild to the 4 major families, led by Ao Shirtian, for management. The reason he appointed Ao Shirtian as the guild leader, instead of making them all vice leaders as he had done with the others, was mainly because Lin Feng hoped that Ao Shirtian could become his representative, or rather, the leader of the 4 major families. After all, if these 4 families were truly placed on equal footing, they would likely argue amongst themselves on many matters, ultimately forcing Lin Feng to make the final decisions. This was clearly not the situation Lin Feng desired. Now, with Ao Shirtian as the mediator, each family would relay their concerns to Lin Feng through him first. So what were Lin Feng's thoughts? He could have easily conveyed his ideas directly to the other members of the guild without going through Ao Shirtian as an intermediary. After all, Lin Feng himself still held a certain degree of influence and power within the guild. As for the concern that Ao Shirtian might use this opportunity to sideline Lin Feng, the possibility is extremely slim. Even if the other 3 families were to ignore this, and even if all 4 joined forces to try and undermine Lin Feng, what could they possibly do? Lin Feng isn't particularly interested in the guild's specific affairs anyway, so even if he's sidelined, he won't suffer much. After all, his share of the guild's benefits is something no one can take away. Not to mention, his current ID, Morningstar, is a complete symbol of the guild's spirit. Moreover, the formidable strength Lin Feng displayed today, while leading everyone to level up, was enough to inspire awe in many and dispel any unrealistic ambitions. Furthermore, once these people redeem the skills in the real world and log off to test them, they will more profoundly understand the enormous gap in strength between Lin Feng and themselves. Therefore, when Ao Shirtian received Lin Feng's reply telling them to handle it as they see fit, he wasn't surprised at all. He could clearly sense that Lin Feng wasn't particularly concerned about guild matters. So, Ao Shirtian sent Lin Feng another private message. "Guild leader, there's something else I need to report to you. When you're leading us through the leveling up earlier in the Mengzhong safe zone, other guilds, A.O. Shirtian reported in the simplest terms the conflict that had just occurred in the Mengzhong safe zone and the rumors circulating about them. Qi Mingxing said firmly, "Ignore them and just remove them from the list of potential allies." As Lin Feng's strength continued to grow, his approach to handling matters became increasingly direct and decisive. He ruthlessly excluded the Sapphire family, represented by the Phantom Mage and Love You Forever, and the Dongbin group from his list of potential allies. With Lin Feng's explicit instructions, A.O. Shirtian and the others quickly took action. After some discussion, they soon drafted a list. This list, carefully selected, included representatives from numerous forces, including heads of major families such as Qianxia Junlin, Fengwan Qingyun, and Dalong Tianwei, as well as forces belonging to the Federation's super-large corporation. After receiving Lin Feng's affirmative reply, A.O. Shirtian and the others immediately split up and began sending private messages to the leaders of the various forces on the list. These messages detailed Lin Feng's decision and the relevant matters of cooperation, ensuring that all parties were clearly informed. In addition, they also sent an invitation to the Federal Council through Wang Qifeng, inviting its members to a meeting in the real world tomorrow night. The time and place have been set, and everything is proceeding smoothly. Lin Feng didn't need to worry about any of these things. At this moment, he was on the Bagua platform on the 3rd floor of the Woma Temple, facing the powerful Woma leader. The unadorned blade of the Dragon Slayer saber in Lin Feng's hand gleamed with a cold light, making each of his attacks incredibly precise and sharp. After a fierce battle, Lin Feng finally slew the Woma leader once again. However, when he saw that the expected 7-colored light did not appear on the ground, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. But he didn't linger, and quickly gathered up the valuable items such as Woma equipment and skill books that had fallen to the ground with his clone. Lin Feng moved swiftly, as if time itself slowed down in his hands. He put all the items into his backpack, then instantly used teleportation to leave the dangerous place that was full of danger to the other players. In the following time, Lin Feng's figure moved between the various maps like a ghost. He first entered the VIP map 4 times in a row, ruthlessly eliminating the various bosses within the map, making them part of his experience points. Immediately afterward, Lin Feng rushed to the Zuma cult master's house. There, he encountered the Zuma cult master, who was even more powerful than the Woma cult master. But Lin Feng's strength was now vastly different. After a fierce battle, as expected, the Zuma cult master was ultimately defeated by his blade. This series of frantic boss raids once again yielded Lin Feng a large amount of book pages, gold ingots, and Woma and Zuma-level equipment. The only thing that frustrated Lin Feng was that he didn't acquire any more special equipment. The overload ring he was currently missing for special equipment seemed to be a long way off. For the remainder of the time, Lin Feng was completely immersed in the maps of the 5th to 7th floors of the Zuma Temple. Like a tireless warrior, he slaughtered all the monsters in these maps, leaving no corner untouched. Not only that, Lin Feng ventured deep into the Demon Sealing Hall to places inaccessible to other guild members. He rampaged through the depths of the Demon Sealing Hall, relentlessly reaping the life points of various ordinary monsters and bosses. Chapter 183, 4 Families Gather. After Lin Feng completed this series of adventures, his level had quietly broken through to more than halfway, to level 46. Anyone who has ever looked at the experience bar in the game will be surprised to find that level 46 seems to be a huge hurdle, where many players stagnate for a long time. However, Lin Feng, through his own efforts and strength, successfully overcame this difficulty in a very short time. It only takes 120 million experience points to level up from level 45 to 46. Leveling from 46 to 47 requires a 4-fold increase, needing 480 million experience points. However, after reaching level 47, the experience points required to level up actually decrease to 360 million. Therefore, many players consider level 46 as another threshold after level 35 in the game. Time ticked by, and finally, his 16 hours of online time for the day were up. Lin Feng slowly logged out of the game world. His level had reached an impressive 46, and his experience points had reached 76%. Compared to when he was exploring the Demon Sealing Hall, Lin Feng no longer faces those dense groups of monsters and bosses, so his leveling speed has naturally slowed down. However, even so, his leveling speed is still unattainable for other players. Stepping out of the energy chamber, Lin Feng stretched, feeling his body relax. He decided to take a shower first to cleanse his body of any remaining nutrient solution. Turning on the shower head, the warm water cascaded over him, and Lin Feng thoroughly enjoyed the moment of comfort. Rubbing his long, messy hair with a towel, Lin Feng thought to himself that he would have to go out and get a haircut later. With that in mind, he quickly finished showering, changed into clean clothes, and headed out to the barber shop. As Lin Feng passed by the Hoi shooting range, a sudden idea struck him. He stopped and left behind his clone, who wore an invisibility ring, to quietly infiltrate the range and gather information. He himself, however, continued walking nonchalantly toward the nearby shopping mall, intending to get a haircut and do some shopping. Inside the mall, Lin Feng found a barber shop, sat comfortably in a chair, and let the barber trim his hair. Meanwhile, his clone was also exploring the shooting range. Not long after, the clone sent a message. Zhang Tao and Lin Weiwei's deaths had been discovered, but the police were still unable to determine the cause of death. This news made Lin Feng's lips curl into a slight smile, and he seemed quite pleased. Lin Feng felt exceptionally relaxed after leaving the barber shop. He strolled through the mall, soaking in the lively atmosphere and enjoying the pleasure of shopping. Lin Feng first went to a restaurant and ordered a sumptuous dinner. While enjoying the food, he also browsed the surrounding shops and bought some daily necessities, such as toothpaste, towels, shampoo, and so on. After finishing his shopping, Lin Feng returned home satisfied, carrying large bags and small packages. As soon as he entered, he eagerly called out to Xiao Ming and began checking out the day's news. There weren't many trending news items. Most were about Morningstar and the Super Galaxy Alliance Guild. People were speculating about what kind of fast-leveling tricks or secret maps Morningstar and the Super Galaxy Alliance he founded possessed. Some said they had found hidden quest lines. Others said they had discovered mysterious dungeon entrances. Various theories abounded. Besides this topic, many people are also discussing whether there are bugs in Legend of Mir that allow players to level up quickly. After all, leveling up is crucial for players in this game. Some players have also claimed to have encountered strange phenomena, such as a sudden surge in experience points or unusually good equipment drops for monsters. Lin Feng found these absurd rumors and attempts to muddy the waters somewhat amusing. He recognized the prevalence of similar gossip during his previous life's online gaming era. The key was that many people consistently believed this kind of information. In addition, numerous news reports have mentioned the conflict between various factions and the four major families, primarily the Super Galaxy Alliance, within the Alliance's safe zone. This conflict has attracted widespread attention, with people filled with curiosity about the strength and motives of both sides. Finally, Lin Feng saw a news article about the federal military. After the military intervened, they made an important request. All players must unite and strive to reach level 35 to secure a galaxy advancement spot for Blue Star. This request received a strong response, with many expressing their willingness to work for Blue Star's honor. After browsing through all this information, Lin Feng felt a bit bored, so he asked Xiao Ming to help him watch some silly short videos and dramas. He comfortably lay on the sofa, laughing uncontrollably at the funny content. However, Lin Feng, who was sitting on the sofa laughing so hard he was doubled over, was completely unaware of what was happening in the real world. It turned out that because he had previously helped the 10 absolute high-ranking members of the Qi, Rong, Mo, and Yang families reach level 35, their strength had suddenly increased dramatically after completing 4 evolutions in the real world. Because of Lin Feng, these 4 families had recently moved their residences to a safer area closer to each other. Just recently, when members of these 4 families who had reached level 35 logged off and triggered the energy pod alarm, the incident immediately attracted the attention of all the important members of the families. Moreover, thanks to Lin Feng's previous equipment support and the enhancement of high-level equipment like Woma and Zuma, their strength had already surpassed their previous life's limits. According to Lin Feng's numerical model, each person's strength had received a significant boost of 60 to 70 points. Even more surprisingly, they cleverly utilized the skill books and pages produced by the Corpse King's Palace that day, successfully exchanging the relatively low-level skills for skills that could be used in reality. Furthermore, after the game update, potions and ordinary equipment that could be used in the real world appeared with an extremely low drop rate. This was truly an unexpected surprise. However, due to some tacit agreement between the various factions, the prices of these items and potions did not skyrocket as expected. On the contrary, their prices were kept under control to a certain extent. Although each piece of equipment still costs over $1 million, it's not an unbearable burden for any of the factions. In fact, they've already collected quite a bit of such equipment and potions just in case. Just then, the 10 key personnel at level 35, having completed their physical cleaning and examinations, quickly headed to the Qi family's martial arts arena and assembled. Inside the arena, the atmosphere was tense and enthusiastic, with everyone's attention focused on an elderly man in his 50s. Chapter 184 Warrior Skill Test. The old man was burly and imposing, game ID. Chen Tangguan Red Flower Double Sticks. He gripped a legendary sword from the game, Legend of Mir, its blade gleaming coldly, sending chills down one's spine. He wore a medium-sized blue and white armor and various low-level accessories. While these items weren't particularly high-end, they were still usable in real life and were enough to demonstrate his strength and status. After nodding to the others, the old man stepped into the center of the training ground without hesitation and began to demonstrate his swordsmanship and fighting skills. These weren't skills from a game, but genuine martial arts abilities that the old man himself possessed. The old man moved with lightning speed, each strike carrying a sharp, forceful aura, as if to tear the air apart. His footwork was agile and varied, sometimes like a raging storm, sometimes like a leisurely stroll, dazzling the onlookers. In the training ground, the old man's figure moved like a dragon, weaving through the flashing swords and shadows. Every movement was precise and powerful, without the slightest hesitation or delay. His performance not only showcased his superb martial arts skills, but also revealed a profound understanding and comprehension of martial arts. Upon seeing the old man's demonstration, the people around him quickly began to assess and analyze his strength. One of them, who was about the same age as the old man in the training ground, said in a calm and professional tone, "Judging from Liao Jing's current performance, his strength has increased at least 3 times compared to before entering the game. However, we still cannot know for sure how much his equipment has improved him." The speaker's tone and posture indicated that he held a high position in the group, clearly a knowledgeable person. His words attracted the attention and discussion of those around him, who nodded in agreement. Just then, the old man in the training ground seemed to have heard the discussion. He stopped what he was doing and glanced over. Immediately afterwards, someone pushed several sets of training and testing equipment made of fine steel from the edge of the training ground. Upon seeing this, the elderly man, known as Liao Jing, first removed all his equipment and put it into his game backpack. Then, he began testing the equipment with his bare hands, demonstrating his martial arts skills and physical abilities. After completing the unarmed test, Liao Jing picked up various weapons that were already placed in the training ground, such as knives, guns, swords, and halberds, and tested them one by one, demonstrating his proficiency and ability to use different weapons. Finally, Liao Jing equipped himself with the game gear again and conducted a third test. This time, his strength was displayed more comprehensively. His attack, defense, and speed were all impressive. At this point, no further explanation was needed. Everyone had a clear understanding of Liao Jing's strength. Everyone present could clearly see that, while the effects of using game skills were significantly improved compared to before entering the game, whether testing with bare hands or with existing real-world melee weapons, the results were not drastically different. However, once equipped with in-game gear, the damage and destructive power of the game skills were greatly amplified. Especially after Liao Jing donned a full set of equipment, the offensive sword technique he triggered during the test was utterly astonishing. This offensive sword technique shot out like lightning, instantly cleaving a steel pillar in two. The broken section of the pillar was as smooth as a mirror, as if it had been laser cut. This terrifying effect left everyone present utterly astonished. Seeing this, Mo fan, Game ID, Little Shrimp, who had been itching to try it out, finally couldn't contain his excitement and eagerly stepped into the training ground. As he entered, it was clear that he was holding the same horse-slaying saber as the old man Liao Jing. However, unlike Liao Jing, Mo fan wasn't wearing medium-sized blue and white armor, but rather a dark green heavy armor, its material appearing exceptionally sturdy, as if it could withstand any attack. Moreover, The various ornaments worn by Mo Fan were more exquisite and gorgeous than those worn by Liao Jing. These ornaments shimmered faintly under the light, making Mo Fan look majestic and imposing. Unlike Liao Jing's comprehensive demonstration, Mo Fan walked straight to a perfectly intact iron pillar after entering the training ground. He stood in front of the pillar, looked around, and then gestured to the people around him, instructing them to place several equally intact iron pillars every half-meter behind this one. Mo Fan's purpose was clear. He wanted to demonstrate the warrior's level 25 skill, assassination sword technique. He had obtained this skill in the Corpse King's palace, and the skill book he acquired was immediately distributed to the guild's elite members. Only after everyone reached level 35 were the skill books from the Corpse King's palace retained. Currently, only Mo Fan and Chi Chung among the 4 warriors possessed the level 25 assassination sword technique. Everyone had witnessed the immense power of the offensive sword technique just now, so they were naturally filled with great anticipation for the assassination sword technique that Mo Fan was about to demonstrate. Mo Fan stood firmly before the iron pillar forged from refined steel, his figure as solid as a mountain. He gripped the horse-slaying saber tightly in his right hand, the hilt trembling slightly in his grasp, as if echoing the power within him. Suddenly, Mo Fan swung his right hand forward like lightning across the night sky. In an instant, the saber in his hand swept across the iron pillar with astonishing speed, and with a crisp clang, a deep scratch appeared on the iron pillar. The scratch was deep and long, as if it had been cut by an incredibly sharp blade. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the scratch, their faces filled with astonishment, as if they could glean some clue from this shallow mark. Although they had heard of the power of assassination techniques, what they saw before them was clearly far from their expectations. Everyone's gaze turned in unison to the other iron pillars behind this one, as if trying to find some clues to explain the phenomenon. When their eyes fell on the few iron pillars behind, a wave of amazement washed over them. The 3 closest iron pillars behind appeared to have been cleaved in two by an invisible sword aura, their surfaces smooth and flat, without the slightest roughness or protrusion. The cuts on these 3 iron pillars were neat and uniform, as if they had been cut with the most precise tools. Chapter 185: The Power of Real-World Skills. Unable to contain their curiosity any longer, the crowd stepped into the training ground, eager to observe this wondrous scene up close. They surrounded the iron pillar, whispering and discussing amongst themselves, marveling at the incredible sword energy. Liao Jing, the old man who had demonstrated his martial arts earlier, stared dumbfounded at the scene before him, his mouth agape, almost big enough to fit an egg. After a long while, he finally came to his senses and, his face filled with shock, shouted to another old man, "Elder Chung, wasn't that sword energy that young Master Mo Fan just unleashed?" The old man known as Master Chung, Game ID, Wabushengang Batsi, was equally astonished. He stared at the 3 split iron pillars, slowly nodded, and said, "That's right, this is the legendary peak martial arts sword energy. Moreover, he can actually unleash a 2-meter-long sword energy with a casual strike. This is simply unheard of." Old Cheng's voice was filled with disbelief as he exclaimed, "The world is about to change." After the warriors finished demonstrating their skills, 3 mages from the Chi family, Game ID, Aashifa, the Mo family, Game ID, Libabang, and the Yang family, Game ID, Bahima took the stage. They showcased the mage's signature skills, such as Fireball and Lightning Bolt. The fireball streaked across the sky like a meteor, crashing into the distant wooden frame with raging flames, instantly triggering an explosion that blasted a large hole in the frame. An even more powerful fireball pierced through a thick iron plate, creating a large hole in it as well. The lightning spell, like a bolt from the blue, struck without warning, a silvery bolt of lightning suddenly cleaving down from mid-air, melting a section of the top of the iron pillars in the training ground with a deafening roar. The laser beam shot out lightning 5 or 6 meters forward, turning a row of iron pillars in front of it red-hot, and even melting off a layer of their surface. These offensive skills are all extremely powerful, leaving people in awe. However, when it comes to other non-offensive skills, some unexpected situations arise. First was the fire repellent ring, a skill that pushes back surrounding enemies. However, since everyone present was level 35 or higher, the skill completely failed. This caught everyone off guard, as the fire repellent ring is a very useful skill in the game. Left with no other option, they had to temporarily call upon a family member of lower seniority and level below 35 to conduct the test. When this family member tested the resistance to the fire ring, a red flame ring burst forth from Chi Yuan's game ID. AO shirt FA body. The moment it touched the family member's body, the family member was struck as if by a powerful shockwave, sending him flying. This scene stunned everyone present. They watched helplessly as the family member was thrown far away like a cannonball, flying a full 10 meters. Fortunately, the family member landed unharmed, only managing to get up somewhat disheveled. This result left everyone present looking at each other in bewilderment, unsure how to explain it. Some speculated that perhaps the fire resistance ring itself possessed such immense power in reality, causing this to occur. Others believe that it might be because the family member's level was below 35, leading to a deviation in the skill's effect. The subsequent temptation light test was even more astonishing. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the hunting dog, which had been firmly bound by chains, suddenly went berserk as if struck by some terrifying force. Its eyes instantly turned bloodshot, filled with violence and madness. Its face twisted and grotesque with extreme anger, and it let out a series of chilling howls. The hound struggled desperately, trying to break free of its chains. With each strike of the alluring light, its madness intensified, as if controlled by an uncontrollable force. Finally, in a fierce struggle, the seemingly unbreakable chain was snapped. Freed from its restraints, the hound, like a mad beast, charged straight at the crowd. Fortunately, this group was no ordinary people. Their strength had increased dramatically compared to before, and they were prepared for this situation. Just as the hound pounced, a dazzling fireball shot out from the crowd like lightning, striking the hound's body with astonishing speed. With a loud bang and a strong smell of burning flesh, the ferocious hunting dog was sent flying through the air as if struck by a heavy hammer, crashing heavily to the ground not far from the group, unable to move again. However, the subsequent test of the teleportation skill left everyone greatly disappointed. Although 3 mages took turns trying to use the skill, no matter how hard they tried, it seemed completely ineffective in the real world. Immediately afterwards, everyone was eager to test the various skills of the Taoist profession. However, the results of the tests were both gratifying and frustrating. First, the Taoist's basic healing skill demonstrated astonishing effects, leaving everyone in awe. To test the skill's power, they brought over an old sheep and, with precise control of their strength, severed its hind leg with a single stroke. Surprisingly, although the sheep's leg was broken, the skin and flesh remained attached to its body. Then, Rong Siu, game ID, Missing Rain, and Yang Yu, game ID, Yeah, took turns using healing spells. As they cast them, the deliberately severed hind leg began to regenerate at an astonishing speed. In just over 10 seconds, the old sheep's hind leg was completely healed, as if nothing had happened. If it weren't for the bloodstains still remaining on the sheep's skin, probably no one would believe that the sheep had just suffered such a serious injury. Everyone was amazed by the powerful effects of the healing spell, praising its miraculous nature. Amidst the exclamations, Rong Siu and Yang Yu didn't stop, but continued trying to use other Taoist skills. Aside from the passive skill, mental combat technique, which made them feel refreshed and clear-headed, all their other Taoist skills were unusable due to the lack of protective talismans. Although everyone felt somewhat disappointed with the result, the power of the healing magic made them realize the value of the Taoist priests. After this test, the connections between the 4 families became even closer. Chapter 1: 86 Daughters Red Wine and Brewing Skills. Several families who had been testing and perfecting the effects and power of their professional skills were all invited by the Chi family to a highly confidential meeting room within the family compound. What exactly the 4 families discussed in that meeting room remains unknown to outsiders. All that is known is that the entire process lasted until 11:30 p.m., when members of each family gradually left the meeting room. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, still scrolling through various silly short videos, didn't notice the time ticking away. Before he knew it, the clock had quietly struck midnight. Just then, Xiao Ming suddenly reminded him, "It's 11:55 p.m. now." Upon hearing Xiao Ming's voice, Lin Feng sprang up from the sofa, as if electrocuted. He quickly tidied himself up, then rushed to the energy pod in the corner of the living room and quickly lay down inside. As Lin Feng entered the energy chamber, his body suddenly sank, and a dazzling white light flashed before his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in front of an ancient, simple door. The door looked somewhat old, but it exuded a mysterious aura. Lin Feng immediately chose to start the game. In an instant, the gate opened with a bang. Lin Feng felt a blur before his eyes, and when he came to his senses, he found himself in a vast desert in the wilderness of Mengzhong province. Today, Lin Feng has something very important to do. 7 days have passed since he last entered the unknown Dark Palace, and the entry restrictions have been lifted. He can now enter the unknown Dark Palace again. To prevent any accidents, Lin Feng first equipped the Blood Drinker replica from his personal storage in his equipment slot. Then he activated his teleportation ring and headed towards Death Valley. After several teleportations, Lin Feng once again appeared in the two mine shaft-like rooms in the secret passage. Lin Feng's sudden appearance startled the mysterious old man who had been dozing in the room. Looking up abruptly, the old man saw Lin Feng standing before him. The old man said with considerable displeasure, "You brat, so what if you have a teleportation ring? You scared the hell out of me." Lin Feng chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head somewhat embarrassedly, and then continued, "The unknown Dark Palace under your jurisdiction is just too attractive. As soon as the 7-day entry restriction expired, I couldn't wait to come and find you. This jar of daughter's red wine is my way of apologizing to you." As Lin Feng spoke, he quickly pulled a jar of daughter's red wine from his backpack, holding it carefully in his hands as if it were a rare treasure. This jar of daughter's red wine was no ordinary wine. It was a special wine that suddenly appeared in a tavern not far from the city of Mengzhong after the game's update. While the various drinks sold in this tavern don't offer any tangible attribute boost to players and may even inflict a drunken stigma, this hasn't dampened players' enthusiasm for the beverages. Inside the tavern, players can also learn brewing skills from the innkeeper by spending gold or ingots. Once players master the brewing skill, they can obtain various brewing materials by battling different monsters in the game. By cleverly combining these different brewing materials, they can also brew a variety of fine wines of varying quality. These drinks can provide players with various temporary boosts or debuffs to certain attributes. These two completely different states, as well as the duration and effect of the boost or debuff, depend entirely on the player's brewing skill level and the appropriateness of the material combination. In addition to these, there is also a drunkenness level setting, which limits the possibility for wealthy players to use these alcoholic beverages to increase or decrease certain attributes of themselves without restraint based on their economic strength. Moreover, the jar of daughter's red wine that Lin Feng is holding in his hands is the finest of its kind. Its quality is an astonishing 91 points, and Lin Feng spent a full 100 gold coins to obtain it. This was one of only 3 jars of wine with a quality score exceeding 90 points that Lin Feng had seen in the tavern. The other 2 jars were Highland barley wine with a quality score of 93 and Zhuangyuanhong wine with a quality score of 96. The moment Lin Feng saw these 3 jars of wine, his eyes lit up, and he bought them all on the spot. Lin Feng had originally planned to keep the jar of daughter's red wine and share it with his friends when the opportunity arose. After all, it would be a waste to drink such fine wine all by himself. However, now, seeing the mysterious old man's displeased expression, Lin Feng inexplicably pulled out the jar of daughter's red wine, intending to use it as an apology to appease the old man's anger. When a mysterious old man saw the jar of daughter's red wine that Lin Feng handed him, his tense face suddenly relaxed, and he twitched his nose slightly, as if he had smelled the strong aroma of the wine. Immediately afterwards, a smile appeared on the mysterious old man's face. He slowly reached out and took the jar of daughter's red wine, then said to Lin Feng with a smile, "You're a smart kid." Having said that, the mysterious old man impatiently ripped off the seal on the daughter's red wine, and like a drunkard, he brought the wine jar to his lips and took a large gulp. As the wine slid down his throat, he let out a satisfied sigh. "Wow, good wine." After setting down the wine jar, the mysterious old man didn't immediately continue speaking. Instead, he looked Lin Feng up and down, seemingly deep in thought. Seeing this, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he secretly wondered if he had triggered another hidden quest. After all, in this world full of adventures and the unknown, anything could happen. However, before Lin Feng could think too much about it, the mysterious old man's words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing his illusions. The mysterious old man slowly took out a broken jade pendant from his pocket and said, "Old man, I won't drink your wine for nothing. This is for you." Lin Feng took a closer look and saw that the pendant was dull and lacked luster, with many tiny cracks on its surface, making it look unremarkable. He casually reached out and took it, thinking it was just an ordinary pendant. But as he examined the pendant closely, he suddenly noticed something unusual. Although the pendant was broken, it seemed to contain some kind of mysterious power. Chapter 187, The Broken Guide to the Underworld, Fragment. A tattered guide to the underworld, fragmented. Usage requirements, none. Special attribute, guidance to the underworld. Guide to the underworld. Within the current map, consuming 100,000 gold coins will reveal the exact location of a specific monster's true form. May 5th, uses are replenished once every 24 hours. This was once a jade pendant given by the Lord of the Underworld to Xiaoye, a girl from the Baiyue tribe, as a token of their love. Later, during the invasion of the Bull Demon King, it was broken and lost when Xiaoye died. Lin Feng was startled and quickly looked at the mysterious old man with a surprised expression, hoping to get some explanation from him. However, the mysterious old man didn't say anything more. He simply waved his hand and said to Lin Feng indifferently, "If you want to enter the unknown Dark Palace, then produce your credentials." Although Lin Feng was still somewhat surprised, he did not insist any further. After putting the incomplete Yellow Springs guide into his backpack, he took out 2 pieces of wood and handed them to the mysterious old man. The mysterious old man took the wood Lin Feng handed him, nodded, and made no move. Suddenly, a beam of white light enveloped Lin Feng from head to toe, and he vanished from the spot in an instant. As if weightless, when he finally landed on solid ground again, Lin Feng found himself in the unknown Dark Palace, surrounded by countless Woma cult leaders. Faced with such a terrifying scene, Lin Feng calmly released a bolt of hellish lightning from his spot. In an instant, the Woma cult leaders who had been densely surrounding Lin Feng fell like wheat swept by a scythe, forming a neat circular pattern. However, this pattern was quickly overtaken by other monsters further away. Lin Feng was not surprised at all and did not rush to summon his clone. He first used the broken Yellow Spring guide he had just obtained to locate the Dark Palace chicken. After obtaining the exact coordinates of the Dark Palace chicken, Lin Feng summoned his clone, who then summoned a divine beast. By the time the clone had buffed his forces with magic and defense, Lin Feng had already replaced his mage gear with warrior gear. After completing all the preparations, Lin Feng ignored the divine beast that was spitting fire and attacking the fake Woma leader nearby. He activated his teleportation ring and flew towards the coordinates of the Dark Palace chicken. As soon as he landed, Lin Feng could see the Dark Palace chicken constantly pecking at grains of rice and small insects that weren't even on the ground. The Dark Palace chicken didn't make any move or take any action against Lin Feng, who had suddenly appeared beside it and continued to stubbornly peck at the non-existent food on the ground. Seeing this, Lin Feng showed no mercy. The dragon-slaying saber, which had already been brimming with scorching flames, was unleashed by his clone as he wielded the dragon-patterned sword and released a group poison technique. At the same time, he aimed a fierce fiery sword technique at the Dark Palace chicken, which was not even as big as the blade of the dragon-slaying saber. Minus 3,666. A damage far less than that dealt to other boss-level monsters appeared above the Dark Palace chicken's head. Before Lin Feng could unleash his second fiery sword technique, the Dark Palace chicken, which had been leisurely foraging on the ground, flapped its wings and leaped into the air with lightning speed, pecking at Lin Feng in front of it. Unable to change his move in time, Lin Feng could only slightly turn his head and use his body to block the Dark Palace chicken's sharp beak, choosing to meet it head-on. Minus 33. Even though Lin Feng was wearing 2 pieces of heavenly demon armor and had a level 3 magic shield, possessing superhuman defensive power and various damage reduction attributes, he still suffered such enormous damage. This undoubtedly proved just how terrifying the Dark Palace chicken's attack power was. However, Lin Feng had no time to ponder these things at this moment, because he knew that now was not the time for idle thoughts. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng swiftly swung his massive, door-like, dragon-slaying saber, seizing the moment when the Dark Palace chicken lost its balance as it fell back to the ground after its attack, and launched a second, dazzling counterattack with overwhelming force. With this strike, Lin Feng unleashed his full power, making it exceptionally formidable. The raging flames, propelled by the dragon-slaying saber, roared like a fiery dragon, baring its fangs and claws as it hurtled towards the Dark Palace chicken. After successfully unleashing his second fiery sword technique, Lin Feng didn't stop. With a sudden flick of his wrist, just as the Dark Palace chicken leaped into the air again, preparing to launch a new attack, he used the Dragon Slayer blade as a sturdy shield, blocking the Dark Palace chicken's steel-hard beak without hesitation. A crisp clang rang out, a clear and resonant sound that seemed to shake the entire space. Lin Feng's dragon-slaying saber collided violently with the Dark Palace chicken's sharp beak, sparks flying everywhere. Despite the Dark Palace chicken's formidable attack power, Lin Feng's Dragon Slayer saber was no ordinary weapon. Its broad blade, like an impenetrable fortress, successfully withstood the Dark Palace chicken's powerful assault. However, although Lin Feng successfully blocked the Dark Palace chicken's attack, his body involuntarily took half a step back due to the powerful impact. This really caught Lin Feng off guard. He originally thought that even if this Dark Palace chicken was powerful, it should be on par with the Dark Series bosses, but he didn't expect it to be so ferocious. Although Lin Feng managed to block the Dark Palace chicken's attack with the broad blade of his dragon-slaying saber, the Dark Palace chicken was incredibly fast. Its sharp beak moved like lightning, constantly pecking at Lin Feng's dragon-slaying saber, producing a series of crisp, clanging sounds. Although Lin Feng successfully blocked all of these attacks, he was also put in a stalemate. Because the Dark Palace chicken's attacks were too fierce, Lin Feng had no time to counterattack and could only passively take the hits. However, Lin Feng was not fighting alone. The moment he got into trouble, his clone and divine beast, who were not far away, immediately sensed the urgency of the situation and quickly joined the battle. The divine beast stood about 2 meters away from the Dark Palace chicken, opened its mouth, and began to spew forth raging flames. The flames, like a red torrent, rushed straight towards the Dark Palace chicken, engulfing it in a sea of fire. Meanwhile, the clone quickly changed out of the Taoist equipment he was wearing, which was originally used to cast group poison spells, and put on warrior equipment with high attack power. Then, like a ghost, he teleported to the opposite side of Lin Feng, and together with Lin Feng, they surrounded the Dark Palace chicken, forming a tight encirclement. At this moment, the clone did not use the more powerful fiery sword technique, but instead used the Judgment Staff to unleash a series of sword energies from a distance to assassinate the sword technique. Chapter 188, Dark Palace Chicken Blood. The sword energy unleashed by the assassination sword technique, slashing through the air like a silver streak tearing through the void, carried boundless power and killing intent, piercing straight towards the Dark Palace chicken. This sword energy was as fast as lightning, making it impossible to dodge, and it possessed the terrifying effect of ignoring defenses. No matter how sturdy the armor worn by the target, it could not withstand the onslaught of this sword energy. Just as the sword energy struck the Dark Palace chicken, Lin Feng's clone swiftly swung the Judgment Staff like a ghost. The Dark Staff drew a dazzling arc in the air, and another sword energy perfectly connected with the previous one. However, what was even more surprising was that the Judgment Staff never actually touched the Dark Palace chicken's body, yet damage values of over 500 points continuously floated up from the Dark Palace chicken's head like snowflakes. The Dark Palace chicken, which had been enthusiastically attacking Lin Feng's dragon-slaying blade, suddenly felt waves of excruciating pain coming from its back. It angrily turned around, letting out a deafening clucking sound, as if warning Lin Feng and his clone. The Dark Palace chicken spread its wings and pounced on the clone that was attacking from behind like a cannonball. Its speed was as fast as the wind, and it reached the clone in the blink of an eye. However, Lin Feng's clone neither dodged nor evaded, continuing to use the Judgment Staff in its hand to unleash a series of deadly sword strikes at the Dark Palace chicken. At the same time, Lin Feng, recovering from the stalemate, swiftly swung his dragon-slaying saber without hesitation, unleashing his own assassination sword technique. The blade flashed, like a meteor streaking across the night sky, instantly striking the Dark Palace chicken, whose back was turned to him. However, unlike his usual use of assassination sword techniques, he only occasionally used the fiery sword technique's clone form when the Dark Palace chicken got close. Besides assassination swordsmanship and the fiery sword technique, Lin Feng would also occasionally incorporate a heaven-opening slash as a long-range attack. The vast sword energy of the heaven-opening slash would always encompass the clone standing opposite him. Lin Feng had personally witnessed the impact from his clone's perspective. The shock and powerlessness he felt when facing such a broadsword aura as the heaven-splitting slash were indescribable. Fortunately, it was his own sword aura that caused the attack, and it wouldn't harm his clone. This undoubtedly greatly alleviated that feeling of insignificance. Caught between two attacks, the Dark Palace chicken was thrown into chaos. It was caught in a pincer movement by Lin Feng and his clone, and was in a flurry of activity. It pecked at Lin Feng one moment, and then at his clone the next. Although its attacks were extremely fast, and each one could cause considerable damage, its attacks were completely unpredictable, making it difficult to pose a fatal threat to Lin Feng and his clone. As for the divine beast standing to the side, constantly breathing fire, it was completely ignored by the Dark Palace chicken. Although this divine beast was majestic in the Dark Palace chicken's eyes, it seemed to be an insignificant existence. When Lin Feng and his clones gained their footing and assumed their assassination stance, the once menacing Dark Palace chicken instantly seemed to have all its strength drained away, its entire body becoming listless and dispirited. This process didn't last long. In just a minute or two, the Dark Palace chicken was already beyond saving. With a mournful cry of resentment and anger, its health points were completely depleted. Its body, which had been soaring into the air, crashed heavily onto the ground of the Dark Palace with a dull thud, as if it had lost its support. As the Dark Palace chicken fell, a shower of multicolored light rained down on the ground before them. These lights intertwined, creating a dazzling and colorful spectacle. Gained 126,000 experience points. Congratulations to player Morningstar for the first kill of the boss chicken. You have received a system reward of +1 free attribute point. The system will announce this to the entire server in 5 seconds. Players are asked whether they wish to hide their ID. After 5 seconds, the default is no. Don't hide it. Announcement for the entire region. Regional announcement. Player Morningstar has achieved the first kill of the boss chicken and received a system reward of +1 free attribute point. Amidst the vast expanse of light, a golden red radiance stood out. This light shone brilliantly like a pearl in a sea of light. Lin Feng's gaze was immediately drawn to this golden red radiance, and he thought to himself, "This is the first time I've ever seen such a light. Clearly, some special item or prop has appeared." Thinking of this, Lin Feng took a step forward, quickly walked to the light, and picked it up. Chicken blood. Effect. Main attribute 3. Duration. 5 seconds. UCD. 1 second. Other. The effects of continuous use of chicken blood can be stacked, and can be stacked with the burning blood effect, but cannot be stacked with the effects of other buff potions. The heart's blood of the Dark Palace Chicken King, corrupted by evil forces, possesses an extremely powerful explosive effect. Lin Feng toyed with the chicken blood, which had completely solidified into a blood-red gem, and clicked his tongue in amazement, saying, "Tisk tisk," instantly tripling the main attribute. What is this? A 5-second real man. In the game Legend of Mir, the so-called main attributes refer to attack, magic, and Taoist skills, which represent the main attributes of 3 different professions. The effect was simply beyond imagination, astonishing. Although its duration was relatively short, this brief moment was enough to demonstrate its immense power. However, while Lin Feng marveled at the power of the chicken blood, he didn't intend to use it. The reason was simple. It was closely related to the blood-drinking mission he had received from the bookstore owner. Lin Feng had extremely high expectations for the task issued by the bookstore owner. You see, in the original PC game, Blood Drinker was already an extremely powerful weapon, and the task he had just received also had a unique identifier. This forced him to carefully store the jewel-like chicken blood in his possession into his personal inventory. As Lin Feng examined the chicken blood attribute in front of him, the discussion about him escalated once again. At that very moment, the player finally managed to break into the Stone Tomb maze map. A mage was cautiously standing behind one of the lampposts in the corner of the Stone Tomb maze, with a warrior and a Taoist skeleton blocking his view. However, when he saw the news of Lin Feng's first kill, his movements, which had been continuously waving his wand and smoothly casting firewall, suddenly stopped. Chapter 189, Dark Temple, Divine Water. The mage hiding behind the lamppost stared wide-eyed in astonishment, uttering a string of questions. No way. What's going on? Now, even chickens can be considered bosses. When I first entered the game, I killed hundreds of chickens to level up, so why didn't I get the first kill reward? This kid, Morningstar, can now get the first kill reward just by killing a chicken, and it's on the announcement board. That's shameless. How can he do that? Meanwhile, protected by the group invisibility spell, the warrior blocking the mage's path had long been getting bored. Hearing the mage's complaint, he immediately chimed in. I bet Morningstar has discovered some new bug. This guy is practically a god. It feels like he's monopolizing all the advantages of this game. Just then, a Taoist priest who was being chased by a large group of ferocious, fang-bearing monsters in the distance heard this and immediately became displeased, his dissatisfaction erupting like a volcano. You see, the Morningstar is his idol. His worship of the Morningstar can only be described as absolute. How could he possibly tolerate hearing someone question the Morningstar's abilities? The Taoist priest retorted without hesitation. What do you know? This game is obviously not something an ordinary game company can make. It must have been created by some powerful, bored deity. How could there be bugs? I bet this chicken is a monster from some hidden map, like the previous Hook Cat King and Ray Cat King. Maybe this chicken is even the king of all the chickens in the newbie village. The Taoist's words made the somewhat dejected mage feel a little better. He felt that what the Taoist said made sense. After all, Morningstar was a mage like him and also his idol. Compared to his idol using bugs to surpass everyone, this way of discovering hidden maps and defeating bosses through strength was obviously more acceptable to him. The mage nodded, agreeing, now that you mention it, it does make some sense. Morningstar truly lives up to his reputation as a master. Even his boss fighting is so extraordinary. The soldier clearly realized that his words had displeased his two teammates. He inwardly cursed and quickly tried to salvage the situation, saying, in that case, we might get the first kill of monsters like deer and scarecrows later. At this moment, the Taoist, who was leading the large group of monsters behind him into the mage's firewall, heard the warrior's words, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. He quickly moved closer to the corner where the team was located, allowing the monsters behind him to enter the firewall set up by the mage. After the monsters shifted their aggro, he quickly cast a group invisibility spell on himself and his teammates. This group invisibility spell, like a hazy wisp of smoke, enveloped the Taoist and his teammates, making them appear and disappear among the monsters. The mage, seeing this, flashed a hint of appreciation in his eyes. He too seemed excited, clearly sharing the Taoist's anticipation of the possible system announcement. After storing the chicken blood, Lin Feng checked the other items dropped by the Dark Palace chicken. Among them were 2 mysterious belts and a mysterious ring. Most importantly, it also dropped a bottle of divine water. Divine water. Wait, this divine water comes in a ceramic bottle with red patterns on its surface. However, it is extremely mysterious, offering no explanation or description other than its name and weight. Most players would likely be completely bewildered upon receiving it, having no idea what its purpose is. However, Lin Feng was different from the other players. He already knew the purpose of this divine water perfectly. In fact, this divine water was specifically used to remove curses from mysterious equipment and items like the Crimson Blood Demon Sword that could not be removed once worn. You see, Lin Feng had a very fruitful time when he entered the unknown Dark Palace last time, obtaining several pieces of mysterious equipment. However, worried that he wouldn't be able to remove them after equipping them, he ultimately gave up on wearing these mysterious equipment and instead placed them in his personal storage, letting them lie there quietly. But who would have thought that this Dark Palace chicken would drop him a bottle of divine water and even thoughtfully provide him with several pieces of mysterious equipment? It was like a godsend. However, now is clearly not a good time to wear the mysterious equipment to check its attributes. After all, Lin Feng has more important things to do. He took out the tattered guide to the underworld once more. He gazed at the mysterious object, a surge of anticipation rising within him. For he would soon use this guide to the underworld to explore the existence of the deer within the unknown Dark Palace. Like the Dark Palace chicken he had just killed, this Dark Palace deer was also one of his main targets for entering the unknown Dark Palace. With the broken yellow spring guide bestowed by the mysterious old man, Lin Feng's adventure became undoubtedly much smoother. Using the tattered yellow springs guide, Lin Feng located the coordinates of the Dark Palace deer. He then activated the teleportation ring on his hand, and in an instant, a dazzling light flashed. The light disappeared in a flash, and Lin Feng's figure vanished from the spot. The next moment, when the light dissipated, Lin Feng was already standing beside the Dark Palace deer. All of this happened so quickly and smoothly that it far exceeded Lin Feng's expectations. The Dark Palace deer, however, seemed completely unaware of Lin Feng's sudden appearance. Just like the Dark Palace chicken before it, it was completely absorbed in its own world, mindlessly munching on food that wasn't even there, oblivious to Lin Feng's arrival. Seeing this, Lin Feng naturally didn't hold back. He first had his clone cast the defensive skills magic and defense on his side. Unlike the previous battle with the Dark Palace chicken, this time Lin Feng had his clone use the Taoist level 26 skill, Mind Revelation. After a few more skills, a red health bar appeared above the Dark Palace deer's head. Deer. Health points 100,000/100,000. This 100,000 health points, although far less than the Dark Series bosses he had killed before, led Lin Feng to conclude, after estimating the health of the Dark Palace chicken he had just killed, that the Dark Palace deer in front of him was likely of the same caliber as the previous Dark Palace chicken. Having learned from the earlier frenzied attacks by the Dark Palace chicken, which left him paralyzed and helpless whenever he tried to block, Lin Feng moved with lightning speed and ghostly agility this time. He and his clone formed a pincer movement, tightly trapping the Dark Palace deer in the middle. Chapter 1, 90 Dark Palace Deer. The clone, dressed in Taoist attire, launched the first attack. His movements were as natural and fluid as flowing water, and he lightly swung the dragon-patterned sword that shimmered with mysterious light. Instantly, he unleashed a mass poisoning spell, and a vast expanse of gray poisonous mist, like locusts swarming across the land, completely enveloped the figures of Dark Palace deer and Lin Feng. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, standing opposite the clone, remained motionless like a steady mountain. His eyes were fixed on the Dark Palace deer, his hand tightly gripping the dragon-slaying blade, which was already imbued with scorching power, as if waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The Dark Palace deer, suddenly turning green, was drawn by the clone's group poison spell. It abruptly turned around, preparing to deal with the unexpected attack. However, in that instant, Lin Feng moved. He moved with lightning speed, instantly closing in without waiting for his clone to unleash a second group poison spell. The Dragon Slayer blade in his hand drew a dazzling arc in the air, engulfed in raging flames, and slashed straight at the Dark Palace deer's rump. In an instant, sparks flew, accompanied by a dull thud like a knife scraping through leather, and the Dark Palace deer let out a shrill cry of yo-yo. Its rump had been struck hard by Lin Feng's fiery sword technique, instantly tearing open its skin and emitting a foul, scorching stench. The Dark Palace deer, in pain, landed on its front legs and simultaneously kicked backward with both hind legs, as if trying to send Lin Feng flying. However, Lin Feng was prepared for this. After unleashing a fiery sword technique, he didn't try to achieve the explosive effect of two fiery sword techniques. Instead, he quickly retreated half a step, skillfully avoiding the Dark Palace deer's counterattack. Immediately afterward, Lin Feng took a deep breath, and a mysterious and powerful force surged into the Dragon Slayer saber like a raging tide. In an instant, the Dragon Slayer saber shone brightly, and a massive, majestic sword aura suddenly appeared, as awe-inspiring as if the heavens and earth were being cleaved apart. Lin Feng roared, gripped the hilt of the Dragon Slayer's saber tightly with both hands, and swung it forward. A huge sword aura, as if splitting the heavens and earth, burst forth instantly, carrying unparalleled momentum and power, and slammed into the back of the Dark Palace deer like a falling meteor. Minus 2,648. A loud bang. The energy contained in this sword aura was extremely terrifying, as if it could tear apart the void and cleave the heavens and earth. The moment it made contact with the body of the Dark Palace deer, it unleashed a tremendous slashing force. This force, like a raging torrent, directly and violently pressed down on the Dark Palace deer's body, causing its limbs to involuntarily spread apart, as if it would be crushed into a split by this enormous force at any moment. The Dark Palace deer clearly hadn't anticipated Lin Feng's attack would be so ferocious. Its already massive body swayed precariously under the force of the blow. Suffering such relentless attacks, the Dark Palace deer could no longer endure it. Its eyes instantly turned bloodshot, filled with rage and pain. After its back kick failed to hit Lin Feng and instead inflicted an even stronger blow, the Dark Palace deer's rage was completely ignited. Now, like an enraged bull, it had completely lost its reason and only wanted to retaliate against Lin Feng with the most ferocious attack. The Dark Palace deer leaped into the air, its entire body spinning 180 degrees like an arrow released from a bow, before twisting back in an extremely bizarre posture. It first abruptly lowered its head, then like a raging beast, violently thrust its head forward, its antlers, resembling strange weapons, gleaming coldly in the sunlight, aiming straight for Lin Feng's body, as if to pierce him through. However, Lin Feng was not flustered. He had just unleashed the heaven-slaying slash, and the broad, heavy blade of the dragon-slaying saber thrust forward, directly hitting the deer's antlers. Another sword aura followed the forward thrust of the dragon-slaying saber, piercing through the body of the Dark Palace deer. Almost simultaneously, two vastly different damages appeared above the heads of Lin Feng and the Dark Palace deer. -19. -1022. The first instance of damage was inflicted on Lin Feng. Compared to Lin Feng's current health of over 1,000, this damage was clearly not fatal. The second instance of damage was inflicted on Dark Palace deer by Lin Feng's assassination sword technique. Although it was also not fatal, the visual effect of the contrast was exceptionally shocking. While Lin Feng and the Dark Palace deer were locked in a fierce battle, the divine beast that had been following behind the clone couldn't wait to join the fight by spewing flames. Unfortunately, no matter how hard the enormous divine beast tried, it couldn't attract the Dark Palace deer's attention. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Feng's clone quickly replaced his Taoist equipment with warrior equipment that offered higher attack power. The clone, having just changed equipment, channeled a scorching power into the Judgment Staff, then slashed the staff, now imbued with intense heat and raging flames, at the Dark Palace deer's already severely injured rump. -1366. Without the boost from multiple attacks, and with his fiery sword technique only at level 1, the clone's damage was clearly incomparable to Lin Feng's. This attack failed to attract the Dark Palace deer's attention. The deer continued to neigh and cry. From the Dark Temple deer's roar, one could tell just how furious it was. The Dark Temple deer relentlessly tried to pierce Lin Feng's body with its sharp antlers, hoping to inflict a fatal wound. Unfortunately, Lin Feng, clad in the heavenly demon armor and protected by a magic shield resembling an eggshell, was completely oblivious to the Dark Palace deer's frenzied attacks due to his thick armor and sturdy defense. He simply continued to unleash a series of long-range sword energies, employing assassination techniques that could ignore defenses while still protecting himself from the Dark Palace deer's antlers. Although the battle between the Dark Palace deer and Lin Feng was close-quarters combat, the sword energy from a distance didn't completely ignore defenses. However, Lin Feng's powerful attack and the Dragon Slayer Saber's inherent ability to penetrate defenses still inflicted significant damage on the Dark Palace deer. In addition, Lin Feng would occasionally unleash powerful attacks like the fiery sword technique and the heaven-opening slash, both in terms of momentum and damage. Meanwhile, the clone that remained behind the Dark Palace deer was constantly releasing assassination sword techniques that ignored defenses, each sword aura that pierced the Dark Palace deer's body from a distance, taking away hundreds of points of its health with each strike. Soon, the Dark Palace deer let out a mournful cry. Its body went limp, and it collapsed to the ground. A large burst of multicolored light erupted from its body, appearing on the nearby ground. Among these multicolored lights, two golden-red beams stood out conspicuously. Chapter 191, Deer Blood and Deer Antlers. Gained 126,000 experience points. Congratulations to player Morningstar for achieving the first kill of the boss deer and receiving the system reward of +1 free attribute point. The system will announce this to the entire server in 5 seconds. Players are asked whether they wish to hide their ID. After 5 seconds, the default is no. Don't hide it. Announcement for the entire region. Server-wide announcement. Player Morningstar has achieved the first kill of the boss deer and received a system reward of +1 free attribute point. Ignoring the announcement from the entire district, Lin Feng quickly picked up the fallen item that was emitting a golden red glow. Deer blood. +20 horsepower. Adozich Mipe. Instant recovery potion. Lin Feng played with the deer blood he had just acquired. It was fresh deer blood contained in a transparent, gourd-shaped glass bottle, and it was still warm to the touch. Through the bottle, the deer blood inside was clearly visible. It was bright in color and even faintly glowed with a spiritual light, making it seem quite mysterious. Then Lin Feng took out another item, which was also the one that had been flashing with golden red light. Deer antler. +100 horsepower. Suta Mipe. Instant recovery potion. This is a small, slender antler, shaped like a naturally growing branch, curved and delicate. The surface of the antler is covered with a layer of soft, fluffy down, giving it a warm touch. When you hold the antler, you can feel a faint warmth emanating from your palm, as if the antler still retains the warmth of life. Judging from their descriptions alone, both items are simply medicines that provide instant healing. Deer blood is even less effective than the most common and readily available sun water, while deer antler is only slightly better than potent sun water, comparable to the yet-to-be-released Eternal Snow Frost. However, the value of these two items cannot be judged solely from their descriptions. In Lin Feng's eyes, both items were extremely rare. The deer blood, in particular, was closely related to the blood drink quest he had accepted from the bookstore owner. This quest was crucial to Lin Feng. Obtaining the deer blood would directly impact its progress and final outcome. The even rarer deer antler is a crucial quest item. Based on memories from my previous PC game experience, deer antler plays a key role in the game. It can be used to craft a series of precious equipment, such as the ghost gloves, a Woma level item. Such equipment is often extremely valuable and practical in the game. Thus, the rarity and importance of deer antler are self-evident. However, for Lin Feng, the ghost gloves, a Woma-level piece of equipment, held far less appeal than another seemingly ordinary, attribute-less elf helmet. This elf helmet's design was identical to the Star King helmet, resembling an exquisite golden crown. The crown is inlaid with large gemstones that shimmer with a captivating light, while the silvery claw-like supports cleverly secure the crown to the head, making it both beautiful and practical. Of course, for someone like Lin Feng, with a strong collecting hobby, the elf helmet attracted him not only with its beautiful appearance. More importantly, this elf helmet possessed a very special effect. When a player used the divine water of the unknown dark temple on it, the originally attributeless elf helmet would randomly acquire various attributes. It's like an adventure full of surprises. Each elf helmet, after being used with the divine water, may bring completely different attribute bonuses, making it something to look forward to. Unfortunately, the elf helmet's durability is only a few points, which limits its effectiveness in actual combat. Nevertheless, it remains a very interesting collectible because the random attribute changes it brings always offer unexpected surprises and enjoyment. However, Lin Feng had no time to consider these issues at this moment. Regardless of whether those missions that claim to offer the highest reward, Woma-level equipment, actually existed, just imagining the complex and lengthy mission process made Lin Feng choose to give up without hesitation. In contrast, he preferred to improve his strength by fighting monsters and leveling up. After all, in the process of fierce battles with monsters, he could not only gain experience points, but also unexpectedly obtain some special items that could be used to trigger certain hidden quests, which was undoubtedly a win-win situation. Thinking this, Lin Feng quickly gathered his thoughts and refocused on the task at hand. He took out the tattered Yellow Springs guide from his pack again and checked the scarecrow's coordinates. After confirming it was correct, Lin Feng didn't rush to use the teleportation ring to teleport directly to the destination. Instead, he first had his clone equip a set of Taoist gear. Then, the clone used Taoist skills to buff his team with magic and defensive statuses to enhance the team's overall defensive capabilities. Meanwhile, Lin Feng wasn't idle either. He gripped the dragon-slaying saber tightly, continuously channeling a surge of intense power into it. As this power flowed in, the blade gradually glowed with a dazzling red light, as if it had been ignited. Lin Feng then concentrated this powerful force on the blade, preparing to unleash a fierce fiery sword technique to strike the aggressive scarecrow in the blink of an eye. With everything ready, Lin Feng took a deep breath to calm himself, then instantly activated the teleportation ring. With a whoosh, his figure appeared beside the scarecrow like lightning. Lin Feng and his clone plummeted like meteors, landing steadily on the ground. This sudden turn of events caught the previously complacent scarecrow off guard. However, Lin Feng had no time to consider whether the scarecrow was stunned. His fiery sword technique was already poised to strike. With a flash of sword light, dazzling flames roared like a fire dragon as it slashed towards the scarecrow. Minus 6,464 critical hit. With a deafening roar, flames exploded instantly, as if the entire world had been ignited. The fiery sword technique struck the scarecrow with overwhelming force, sending it sliding backward from the powerful impact. Surprisingly, the raging flames came and went quickly. In the blink of an eye, they vanished without a trace, as if swallowed by a mysterious force. Only a black mark remained on the scarecrow's body, as if it had been scorched by fire. Suddenly enraged by such a fierce attack, the scarecrow began to spin rapidly like a top, its speed dazzling. As it spun, its outstretched arms like two high-speed spinning blades lashed out at Lin Feng with a sharp whooshing sound. Thanks to Xingxiang from Xianhua Palace for the bonus update. Chapter 192, The Scarecrow. Faced with the scarecrow's fierce counterattack, Lin Feng remained calm. He pushed off with his feet, his figure retreating like lightning, instantly creating distance between himself and the scarecrow. Immediately afterward, his aura surged like a volcanic eruption, the powerful presence causing the surrounding air to tremble. Lin Feng held the dragon-slaying saber high, its blade gleaming with a cold light, as if containing boundless power. His every movement was filled with strength and determination, and the enormous sword energy, as if splitting the heavens and earth, roared out under his swing, like a world-destroying torrent, sweeping straight towards the scarecrow. Bang! Minus 2,896. The heaven-splitting strike was incredibly powerful. Its massive sword energy, like a thunderbolt, carried unparalleled momentum and slashed directly at the scarecrow spinning towards Lin Feng. With a crisp crack, the scarecrow was sent flying by the powerful force, flying through the air like a kite with a broken string before crashing heavily to the ground, sliding 3 or 4 steps away. At the same time, the clone who landed alongside Lin Feng was equally formidable. His movements were lightning fast. The dragon-patterned sword in his hand, shimmering with a mysterious light, drew graceful arcs in the air, like a young nobleman dancing. Puffs of poisonous mist landed precisely on the scarecrow, coating it with layer upon layer of color. In the blink of an eye, the scarecrow was stained dark red, as if soaked in blood. After Lin Feng cleaved the scarecrow away with his heaven-slaying slash, he didn't pause. His feet, as if springy, pushed off the ground, propelling him forward like an arrow. Immediately following, he thrust his dragon-slaying saber, which had just been cleaving down, in a horizontal thrust, employing an assassination technique. In an instant, a silver-white sword aura streaked across the night sky like a meteor, shooting out in the direction the dragon-slaying saber had thrust forward, its speed as fast as lightning, leaving no time for anyone to react. This sword energy, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, mercilessly reaped the scarecrow's life. With a thud, the sword energy struck the scarecrow's body accurately, before it could recover from its stunned retreat. The scarecrow seemed to have been struck by an invisible force. Its body trembled violently, but it did not retreat any further. The moment the scarecrow was knocked away, Lin Feng's clone also moved swiftly. His movements were as fast as the wind, and in the blink of an eye, he switched from Taoist equipment to warrior equipment, replacing the gleaming dragon-patterned sword in his hand with the Dark Judgment Staff. Once equipped, the clone, like a ferocious beast, charged towards the scarecrow's back at astonishing speed, like a burning meteor streaking across the night sky. Its figure moved with lightning speed, passing the scarecrow in the blink of an eye and landing steadily behind it. Once he had a firm footing, the staff of judgment in the clone's hand suddenly emitted a blazing power, as if it had been set ablaze. Without hesitation, he swung the staff of judgment, and a raging fire sword technique was unleashed, striking the Scarecrow's back with boundless force. Minus 1,112. The Scarecrow shuddered violently from the blow, staggered forward, and nearly fell to the ground. At that moment, the sharp dragon-slaying blade stabbed at it again like a venomous snake. The Scarecrow had no choice but to brace itself and lunge at the blade. Minus 1,038. Only at this moment did the short-legged mythical beast approach the battlefield. Seeing the Scarecrow in trouble, it immediately changed its strategy. It abandoned its attempt to get close to the Scarecrow and instead stood behind Lin Feng, opening its mouth and spewing out a blazing flame. This flame, like a fire dragon, passed straight through Lin Feng's body and struck the Scarecrow accurately. The moment the flames touched the Scarecrow, they made a whoosh sound, as if the flames had just been lit and then instantly extinguished. Minus 296. In just a few seconds from the moment they landed to the moment they launched their attack, Lin Feng and his clone had already inflicted considerable damage on the Scarecrow, causing its health to drop by more than 1/10 in an instant. In the ensuing battle, the Scarecrow repeatedly attempted to retaliate, but was repeatedly interrupted by Lin Feng and his clone's swift fiery sword technique and heaven-opening slash. Soon, the Scarecrow before Lin Feng seemed to be set ablaze, transforming into a ball of flame. Gained 126,000 experience points. Congratulations to player Morningstar for achieving the first kill of the boss Scarecrow and receiving the system reward of +1 free attribute point. The system will announce to the entire server in 5 seconds. Players are asked whether they wish to hide their ID. After 5 seconds, the default is no. Don't hide it. Announcement for the entire region. Server-wide announcement. Player Morningstar has achieved the first kill of the boss Scarecrow and received a system reward of +1 free attribute point. The fire came quickly, but went even faster. In the blink of an eye, the Scarecrow turned into a pile of black ashes. As the ashes appeared, a burst of multicolored light erupted, and within the ashes, a dark golden light shone exceptionally brightly. Lin Feng picked up the dark golden light that had fallen to his feet. Unburnable straw, the only one. Wait, one. A bundle of straw tainted by evil magic, containing some kind of magical power. Lin Feng examined the small handful of straw he held in his hand. This straw was different from the straw commonly seen in rural areas. It wasn't golden yellow, but rather a dark brown, and it exuded a repulsive, sinister aura. After quickly storing the straw in his personal storage, Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that the blood-drinking quest he'd learned about from the bookstore owner had a 7-day time limit, and the entry requirements for the unknown Dark Palace also had a 7-day interval limit. If he fails to obtain the required quest items this time, he will have to try to complete the quest with the help of the guild. However, using the guild's power will instantly expose the existence of the unknown Dark Temple. This could very well attract the attention of other forces, and once they discover the unique nature of the unknown Dark Palace, a fierce conflict could very likely erupt between them. This was something Lin Feng didn't want to see, but fortunately, whether it was because the quest guaranteed to drop the items, or because he was just lucky, he managed to get all the quest items smoothly. He added all the free attribute points from the first kill of the 3 bosses in the unknown Dark Palace to his attack, and his attack attribute was only 1 point away from reaching 10. Lin Feng still had 2 more uses of the Yellow Springs Guide in his hand, which he didn't waste. He directly located the only remaining true Woma leader among countless fake Woma leaders in the unknown Dark Palace. Chapter 193, The Retired Legendary Blacksmith. After quickly approaching using the teleportation ring, and with the help of the clone, the true Woma leader, whose health had been reduced, was killed on the spot at an extremely fast speed. Unexpectedly, the Woma leader in front of him was so generous as to give Lin Feng another memory ring. This was the second memory ring that Lin Feng had obtained from the true Woma leader of the unknown Dark Palace. Lin Feng was secretly relieved. He quickly searched his personal storage space, and, as he expected, the other 3 parts of the memory set were easily found. Overjoyed, Lin Feng quickly assembled the 4 parts into a complete memory set and carefully placed it in a specially reserved spot in his personal storage space. However, As Lin Feng looked around, he suddenly realized that there seemed to be no more bosses in the unknown Dark Palace worth his time. The monsters here were no longer a challenge for him, given his current strength. Therefore, Lin Feng felt there was no need to wait another 3 hours to leave. After a brief moment of thought, Lin Feng decisively decided to leave this place. He acted quickly, first replacing his warrior equipment with mage equipment. Lin Feng then immediately used a return scroll. Instantly, his figure was enveloped in a faint light and then quickly disappeared from the spot. In the blink of an eye, he was back in Mengzhong's safe zone. Upon reaching the safe zone, Lin Feng didn't hesitate for a moment. He immediately used the teleportation ring to teleport directly to the main gate of the academy outside Tu City. His goal was clear: to find the bookstore owner and complete the quest. After all, he had already collected all the materials needed to upgrade Blood Drink after spending a few days there. Lin Feng strode lightly through the academy's gates and headed straight for the bookstore owner's room. Standing outside the door, he calmed his excitement, tidied himself up, and then gently knocked on the door. Knock! 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 Lin Feng's knocking was rhythmic, and the 3 crisp sounds echoed in the quiet academy. With 3 knocks, the door creaked open as if by magic. At the same time, the bookstore owner's familiar voice came from inside. Come in. As Lin Feng stepped into the room, the previously opened door slammed shut with a loud bang, as if propelled by an invisible force. The sudden sound was jarring in the quiet room, sending a chill down one's spine. If Lin Feng hadn't been used to the bookstore owner's habit of closing the door, he might have been startled himself. Lin Feng was not affected by this sudden scene. His gaze followed the dim light in the room and landed on the bookstore owner, sitting at the low table. The bookstore owner was thin, his long robe was slightly worn, and his face was marked by the passage of time. But his eyes were exceptionally bright, revealing a kind of wisdom that came from experiencing the vicissitudes of life. Lin Feng felt a deep respect for the bookstore owner. He bowed slightly and said, Sir, I have collected all the materials needed to upgrade Blood Drink. His voice was deep and firm, as if he had completed a difficult task. As he spoke, Lin Feng quickly took out the Blood Drink imitation and the chicken blood, deer blood, and straw he had obtained from the mysterious unknown Dark Palace from his backpack. He arranged these items neatly, like a carefully prepared gift, and quietly displayed them in front of the low table, waiting for the bookstore owner to examine them. The bookstore owner glanced casually at the items, seemingly unsurprised by their presence. His attention quickly focused on Lin Feng, his sharp eyes fixed on him as if trying to see through his appearance to the depths of his soul. Lin Feng calmly met the bookstore owner's gaze, his expression serene and confident. After a while, the bookstore owner slowly raised his hand and pointed to the cushion in front of the low table, gesturing for Lin Feng to sit down and talk. Lin Feng sat down as instructed, his movements elegant and natural, without the slightest awkwardness or unease. After he was settled, the bookstore owner spoke up. The items are all correct, but upgrading this weapon is beyond my capabilities. Lin Feng was slightly surprised by these words, but his face didn't show any obvious emotional fluctuation. He merely frowned slightly, seemingly pondering the deeper meaning behind the bookstore owner's words. He then said, Please enlighten me, sir. The bookstore owner smiled and pointed to the items on the low table, saying softly, Put these things away for now. Then, he picked up the teapot and skillfully poured Lin Feng a cup of fragrant tea. After setting down the teapot, the bookstore owner slowly began to tell Lin Feng about that long-forgotten story. A long time ago, when the 3 heroes were still active on the continent of Manhwa, there was an extremely outstanding legendary blacksmith here. Using the equipment of the 3 heroes' holy war, magic god, and celestial venerable as models, he successfully forged divine weapons that could rival them with his extraordinary skills and creativity. Lin Feng listened intently, a hint of amazement flashing in his eyes. However, the bookstore owner did not stop there. He paused briefly and continued. Unfortunately, with the disappearance of the 3 heroes, this legendary blacksmith also vanished, as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth, and has been lost without a trace ever since. Lin Feng frowned slightly and asked thoughtfully, If I want to forge the real blood drinker, do I have to find this legendary blacksmith and get his assistance? The bookstore owner nodded slightly in agreement. That's right, the help of this legendary blacksmith is indispensable if we want to forge a true blood drinker. Lin Feng pondered to himself, and he seemed to have some vague guesses about the identity of this legendary blacksmith. However, he was in no hurry to reveal them, because even if he had some guesses, if he went there rashly, the other party might not be willing to lend hand. After a moment's thought, Lin Feng decided to try and get some clues from the bookstore owner. So he politely asked, "Does the old gentleman have any clues that can help me find that legendary blacksmith?" The bookstore owner smiled, slowly reaching out to gently stroke his long beard, as if deep in thought. After a while, he spoke unhurriedly. "I truly know nothing about the whereabouts of that legendary blacksmith. However, I do know a place that might offer a clue." Chapter 194, The Value of the Top Scholar's Red Dress. Upon hearing the bookstore owner's words, Lin Feng's eyes lit up immediately, and he quickly asked, "Oh, where is it? Please enlighten me, sir." The bookstore owner smiled slightly and continued, "You might find some useful clues in the weapon shop in Beach City. The owner of that weapon shop was once a close friend of the legendary blacksmith's apprentice." Lin Feng was overjoyed. He thought to himself, "Just as I expected, it seems that this mission is closely related to the Blade of Destiny in the PC game." Thinking of this, a smile involuntarily appeared on Lin Feng's lips. He picked up the teacup in front of him, preparing to toast the bookstore owner with tea instead of wine. However, just as his hand touched the cup, he suddenly stopped, as if remembering something important. Lin Feng frowned slightly, quickly raised his right hand, and slapped his forehead hard, as if blaming himself for forgetting such an important matter. Then, he opened his personal storage compartment and took out a jar of fine wine that had been prepared beforehand. This jar of wine is no ordinary wine. Its quality score is as high as 96 points, making it the best of the 3 jars of fine wine with a quality score exceeding 90 points that Lin Feng purchased, the Zhuang Yuan Hong. From the moment he entered the game, the bookstore owner provided Lin Feng with a great deal of assistance. Upon the appearance of the tavern, Lin Feng felt as if he had discovered a treasure. His gaze was immediately drawn to the 3 jars of fine wine displayed inside, each with a quality rating of 90 or higher. After some deliberation, he directly spent a large amount of in-game currency to purchase the 3 jars. Lin Feng had already decided to give the best of the 3 jars of wine, Zhuang Yuan Hong, as a gift to the bookstore owner who had always taken good care of him. However, after Lin Feng emerged from that mysterious, unknown dark palace, he became so excited that he completely forgot about the precious Zhuang Yuan Hong wine. It wasn't until he was about to drink tea instead of wine that he suddenly remembered he had such an important gift to give. Lin Feng hurriedly retrieved the forgotten jar of Zhuang Yuan Hong wine from his personal storage. He held it with both hands, then gently placed the jar on the low table and slowly pushed it toward the bookstore owner. At the same time, he kept apologizing. "Sir, I'm so sorry. I saw this jar of wine in the tavern earlier and really liked it, so I bought it on impulse. I originally intended to give it to you as a token of my gratitude for your continued patronage. But who would have thought that I would be so happy when I came here that I completely forgot about it? I'm so sorry." The bookstore owner's eyes lit up with surprise as he looked at the exquisite jar of Zhuang Yuan Hong wine on the table. He burst into laughter, his voice loud and clear, as if it could pierce the roof and echo throughout the entire courtyard. Then he said, "Haha, I see. I heard before that when the Central Plains Tavern opened outside the city, a young man spent a fortune to buy all the tavern's best wines. I never imagined that young man was you. All right, I'll take this jar." The bookstore owner, accepting the top scholar's red envelope, acted somewhat casually, even carelessly. With a flick of his arm, his wide sleeve swept across the table like a whirlwind, swirling up the teapot and teacups that had been on the low table. This incredible feat of concealing one's presence within one's sleeve was executed with effortless grace and in one fluid motion. In the blink of an eye, the teapot and teacups that had been on the low table vanished without a trace, as if by magic. In their place appeared 2 exquisite ceramic wine bowls for delicate snacks and 2 pairs of chopsticks. Immediately afterward, the bookstore owner's hand moved with lightning speed, lightly swiping above the wine jar. The tightly sealed yellow mud and red paper vanished without a trace, as if by magic. In an instant, a rich aroma of wine gushed forth from the wine jar like a clear spring. This aroma was so intense and mellow that it seemed to penetrate the very soul, captivating and irresistible. The once spacious and bright study was instantly enveloped in this intense fragrance. The aroma of the wine was so enticing that even Lin Feng, who wasn't usually a big fan of alcohol, couldn't help but feel a little itchy. He involuntarily swallowed, the aroma seeming to travel down his throat and into his heart. Seeing this, the bookstore owner burst into laughter. He generously picked up the wine jar and poured more than half a bowl of wine into the bowl in front of Lin Feng. The wine rippled in the bowl, radiating a captivating luster. Then, the bookstore owner poured himself a similar amount of wine. He held the bowl with both hands, smiled broadly at Lin Feng, and said, "Come on, let's have a drink." Before the words were finished, a crisp ding was heard as the two ceramic wine bowls gently touched, producing a clear and pleasant sound. Lin Feng, who also held his wine bowl with both hands, showed a hint of anticipation on his face. When he gently tapped his bowl against the bookstore owner's, producing a crisp sound, Lin Feng and the bookstore owner then drank most of their bowls of wine in one gulp. The liquor slid down my throat, offering a unique taste. The mellow flavor spread across my tongue, accompanied by a gentle spiciness, yet it felt exceptionally smooth. It was like a feast of the taste buds, intoxicating and delightful. In an instant, Lin Feng felt a warm sensation in his stomach, as if enveloped by a warm force, which was very comfortable. He couldn't help but admire the taste of this top-grade Zhuangyuan red wine, and even felt that it was well worth the price, even though the wine did not provide any attribute bonuses and its price was as high as 800 gold coins. For the next 2 hours, Lin Feng and the bookstore owner drank and chatted, sharing anecdotes and stories from their respective games and real lives. Their laughter filled the air, creating a very harmonious atmosphere. Although those 2 hours seemed like a waste, Lin Feng didn't spend them leveling up, farming for loot, or doing anything else as usual. However, during his conversation with the bookstore owner, he actually gained a lot of previously unknown hidden information about the game. This information may not bring him direct benefits or help now, but who can say what the future holds? Perhaps at some crucial moment, this information will become his lifeline or open a door to success for him. Lin Feng secretly rejoiced at his acquaintance with the bookstore owner. Today's exchange not only deepened their friendship, but also yielded valuable game information. This was undoubtedly an unexpected gain, filling him with even greater anticipation for the future. Chapter 195 Gold Mine Prices Soar. After leaving the academy, Lin Feng felt a mix of emotions. He strolled through the streets of Mengzhong, experiencing the city's hustle and bustle and tranquility. Finally, he booked a private room at the Mengzhong Inn. As soon as he entered the room, feeling somewhat exhausted, Lin Feng logged off. Lin Feng slowly stepped out of the energy pod, a strange sense of weariness washing over him. He went into the bathroom, turned on the tap, and let the warm water wash over his body, as if trying to wash away all his fatigue and worries. After washing up, he changed into clean clothes and stood quietly by the window. Looking out the window, Lin Feng gazed at the brightly lit streets in the distance. However, unlike the bustling scene he had imagined, the streets were sparsely populated with people and vehicles. This reminded Lin Feng of the days before the advent of the legend of Mir, a time when society had become numb and people's lives were monotonous and dull. The emergence of Legend of Mir was like a lightning bolt piercing the dark night sky, bringing new life and vitality to the world. It completely changed people's lifestyles, immersing countless people in it, and allowing them to experience unprecedented adventure and excitement. Memories flooded Lin Feng's mind, the days he fought alongside his friends, the joys and sorrows they experienced in the game, all played out before his eyes like a movie. If it weren't for the later catastrophe in real society, perhaps many people's lives would have been better because of Legend of Mir. Lin Feng, who had been standing by the window in a daze for a while, composed himself, entered the energy pod, and chose to re-enter the game. As the door opened, Lin Feng appeared directly in a private room at the Mengzhong Inn. Without pausing, he activated the Bishon Return Stone and was instantly teleported to Bishon City. Upon arriving in Beach City, Lin Feng went straight to the weapon shop. He was extremely anxious, determined to find out the whereabouts of the legendary blacksmith from the shop owner. As soon as he entered the shop, Lin Feng went straight to the owner and asked bluntly, "Boss, do you know anything about that legendary blacksmith?" However, the weapon shop owner seemed completely absorbed in his work, replying without even looking up, "Oh dear, business has been so good lately. All kinds of weapons are in short supply. My stock is almost sold out. I don't have time to inquire about any legendary blacksmiths. Lin Feng was somewhat disappointed, but he didn't give up and continued to ask. Then could you give me directions and tell me where I can find him? The weapon shop owner was still busy, muttering to himself, "Oh dear, business has been so good lately. All kinds of weapons are sold out, and we simply don't have enough raw materials to forge them." Lin Feng sighed helplessly, thinking that this boss was like a broken record, only saying the same few sentences. However, he was still unwilling to give up and spoke again. "Then, may I ask what raw materials you need, boss? Perhaps I can provide you with some assistance." This finally caught the attention of the weapon shop owner. He stopped what he was doing, looked up at Lin Feng, and said, "Oh, you could provide raw materials? Other ores are still in relatively good supply lately, but high-quality gold ore is always scarce. If you can find me 10 pieces of gold or with a quality of 15 or higher, then I can introduce you to my best friend. He used to be the apprentice of that legendary blacksmith you mentioned." Hearing this, Lin Feng felt a surge of joy. The information he wanted was finally right in front of him, which made him incredibly excited. He immediately agreed to the weapon shop owner's request, knowing it was a rare opportunity. Fortunately, Lin Feng was prepared. He simply stood still and opened his personal storage. Inside were various items he had purchased from the blacksmith shop in Mengzhong after leaving the bookstore. He skillfully rummaged through them and quickly found 10 pieces of gold or with a quality of 15 or higher. The gold ore shimmered faintly, as if whispering of its preciousness, and Lin Feng took it out without much anticipation. In fact, besides the gold ore, Lin Feng also swept away all the black iron ore in the Mengzhong blacksmith shop. Although this black iron ore wasn't as dazzling as the gold ore, it was an important material for upgrading weapons. After Lin Feng handed over 10 pieces of gold or with a quality of 15 or higher to the weapon shop owner, the owner nodded in satisfaction. Taking the gold ore, the weapon shop owner casually handed Lin Feng a large package containing refined metal ingots. These ingots emitted a faint glow, clearly indicating they had been carefully refined and most of the impurities had been removed. At the same time, the shopkeeper handed Lin Feng an envelope with some words written on it. The shopkeeper instructed Lin Feng, "This is a letter of introduction. Take it to the blacksmith shop at the North Gate to find my friend. Also, bring him this package of refined metal ingots and tell him that the next batch of goods is urgent, so tell him to hurry up." Lin Feng accepted the envelope and package, his heart filled with anticipation. He knew he had found the right direction and was now quite confident in obtaining the true blood drinker. After putting the envelope and package into his backpack, Lin Feng thanked the weapon shop owner, then turned and left the shop, heading towards the blacksmith shop at the North Gate. Lin Feng completely ignored the other players who witnessed him accepting the quest, as if they didn't exist. However, shortly after he turned and left the weapon shop, astonishing news spread like wildfire across all the maps. The news is that Morningstar has received a hidden quest at the Bishon weapon shop. This news is like a bombshell, causing a huge uproar in the game world, and countless players have started discussing it. Soon, people discovered that the price of gold ore associated with this hidden quest had skyrocketed. Gold ore with a quality of 15 or higher was already quite expensive, but now it was soaring even higher with an astonishing increase. Faced with such tempting profits, countless players were eager to try their luck. They left their original leveling maps and rushed back to the city to buy pickaxes, then hurried to the mines, hoping to dig up enough high-quality gold or to become rich overnight or replicate the magical experience of accepting the hidden quest from the Morningstar. Suddenly, the price of pickaxes, which were previously plentiful, skyrocketed, and scalpers even started reselling them. The already overcrowded mines became even more congested. Players of all levels were crammed together, shoulder to shoulder, making it difficult to even turn around. The mine echoed with the sounds of pickaxes striking ore, along with the excited shouts and arguments of the players. Chapter 196 Blacksmith Wu Tai. However, some astute players did not follow the crowd. They quickly realized that since the price of gold ore at the Bishon weapon shop had skyrocketed, gold or prices elsewhere would surely be affected. Therefore, they acted decisively, immediately heading to the weapon shops in Snake Valley in Mengzhong, launching a frenzied raid on the gold ore there. These players didn't care about the quality of the gold ore, as long as it was gold, or they would buy it all without hesitation, afraid that if they were even a second too slow, someone else would snatch it away. Some players even spent a lot of gold coins, stuffing their backpacks to the brim, afraid of missing out on any piece of gold or, even more surprisingly, some high-level players who had reached level 30 and were eligible to enter the sealed Demon Valley also carried a pickaxe in their inventory. Clearly, they didn't want to miss this opportunity to potentially become rich overnight, even if it was just a chance. They were trying to mine for a while when they were tired of leveling up in the sealed demon mine or preparing to return to increase their income. After leaving the weapon shop, Lin Feng used his teleportation ring to teleport directly to the blacksmith shop at the north gate. Even without precise coordinates, Lin Feng successfully appeared on a street not far from the blacksmith shop at the north gate. Upon meeting the blacksmith, Lin Feng quickly pulled out a large, heavy bag of metal ingots and a letter of introduction from his backpack. He neatly placed these two items on the blacksmith's workbench and then directly stated his purpose. The blacksmith first carefully examined the metal ingot Lin Feng handed him, weighing in his rough but strong hands to feel the texture and purity of the metal. Then, he opened the letter of introduction and began to read it carefully. After confirming Lin Feng's identity and purpose, the blacksmith raised his head, his gaze falling on Lin Feng, and slowly said, "Since you were introduced by my friend, the blacksmith shop owner, then I won't hide it from you. The legendary blacksmith you're looking for is indeed my master." Lin Feng suppressed his excitement and asked eagerly, "Then how can I see your master?" The blacksmith paused for a moment, seemingly recalling something, before continuing, "Back then, after studying the weapons of the three heroes, my master and two other blacksmiths resolved to create a peerless divine weapon that could rival them. They poured countless efforts into it, and finally forged a weapon that could be considered perfect." Lin Feng listened intently and couldn't help but ask, "So what happened to this weapon later?" A hint of regret crossed the blacksmith's face. He sighed and said, "What a pity. Although this weapon is incredibly powerful, it contains an uncontrollable, mysterious force. When it is used, that force will erupt instantly, causing not only the weapon to shatter, but also the death of its wielder." Lin Feng was shocked. So it really was the Blade of Destiny? He never expected that this legendary weapon would have such terrible consequences. The blacksmith continued, "To make amends for this disaster, my master decided to reforge that broken, useless knife. He used all his skills and energy, even sacrificing his own left arm, and finally forged that useless knife and his left arm together into a brand new weapon." Lin Feng stared wide-eyed at the blacksmith in disbelief. Clearly, this was the first time he had heard of such a story, and he couldn't help but ask, "What's the name of this new weapon?" The blacksmith slowly said, "This weapon is named Blade of Destiny because its creation was full of twists and turns, as if it were the arrangement of fate." Lin Feng took a deep breath, gaining a clearer understanding of the winding story of the birth of this Blade of Destiny. The blacksmith concluded, "My master, having lost his left arm, was disheartened and, after expelling all his apprentices from the sect, chose to retire from the martial world. I only know that he is now living in seclusion in the forests of Bichon province, but I have no idea of his exact location." Lin Feng thought to himself, "You don't know where your master is, but I know perfectly well." Despite these thoughts, Lin Feng said something untrue. "Next, I plan to go to the wilderness to search for your master. I just wonder if I am fortunate enough to meet your master. Is there anything you would like me to convey to him?" Upon hearing this, the blacksmith looked up in astonishment, staring at Lin Feng, seemingly quite surprised by his words. After a moment's hesitation, the blacksmith slowly untied a piece of black iron from his belt. The piece looked heavy, clearly a treasured possession of the blacksmith. The blacksmith, holding the iron plaque with a hint of reluctance, handed it to Lin Feng and said softly, "This iron plaque is the identity token I received when I became my master's disciple. If you're able to see my master, please convey my message that Wu Tai misses him very much." Lin Feng solemnly accepted the iron plaque with both hands and examined it carefully. The plaque had been meticulously preserved by the blacksmith, its surface polished to an exceptionally smooth finish, like a mirror. On the bright, silvery front of the plaque was a powerful, sharp character, seemingly telling the story of the blacksmith's background and his connection with his master. Lin Feng put the iron plate into his backpack, and then solemnly promised the blacksmith named Wu Tai, "Don't worry, I will definitely pass on your words to your master." After saying goodbye to the blacksmith, Lin Feng couldn't wait to use his teleportation ring to fly towards the high-ranking warrior's house in the northeastern part of the wilderness of Bichon province. Although there were no specific coordinates, with the help of a map, Lin Feng quickly arrived at the location of the high-ranking warrior's house. Standing outside the door, Lin Feng once again followed the same actions he had taken when visiting the bookstore owner, gently knocking on the door. When the door opened, Lin Feng easily saw the high-ranking martial artist inside, whose left sleeve was empty. Upon seeing Lin Feng wearing the cloak of a mage, even though he wasn't carrying a weapon, the high-ranking warrior before him was quite surprised and said directly, "Young man, with your strength, there's nothing I can teach you." Lin Feng quickly said, "Old sir, I learned of your existence as a legendary blacksmith from the owner of Mengzhong bookstore. I also found out from your apprentice Wu Tai in Bitch City that you were living in seclusion in the forests outside Bitch province. It took a lot of effort to find you." Upon hearing Lin Feng mention his disciple Wu Tai, the senior martial artist became very excited. He began to talk at length about how their stubbornness had led to the disaster, and how he had expelled them all from the sect out of fear of implicating them. Chapter 197. The Forging of Blood Drinker finally begins. Then he asked Lin Feng how Wu Tai was doing. Lin Feng gave a brief answer. His apprentice Wu Tai was currently running an open-air stall at the north gate of Bichon City, making a living by blacksmithing, and his life wasn't very good. However, before he came, Wu Tai had asked him to tell him that Wu Tai missed his master very much. After the high-ranking samurai calmed down, he said to him, "Since you found my way here, you must be here for the Blade of Destiny. But if you want to obtain the Blade of Destiny, you'll need to undergo a test." Lin Feng quickly interrupted upon hearing this, swiftly pulling out a blood drink imitation from his backpack, and said, "No, I didn't come for the Blade of Destiny. I obtained this weapon from the owner of the Mengzhong bookstore. Under the bookstore owner's instructions, I collected chicken blood, deer blood, and straw from the unknown Dark Temple. However, the bookstore owner said that if I want this weapon to become the true blood drink, it needs to be forged by you." As he spoke, Lin Feng took out all the relevant materials he had collected from the unknown Dark Palace. He thought to himself, "This quest almost gave me a major setback. But since the Blade of Destiny quest exists, maybe I can let the guild members give it a try later." The high-ranking warrior looked at the blood drink imitation and several materials that Lin Feng had placed in front of him, and couldn't help but pick them up and begin to study them. He then regretfully told Lin Feng that he had lost his left arm, and that he was afraid he would not be able to perfectly fuse them together to create the real blood drink. Just as Lin Feng was hearing this terrible news and was somewhat at a loss, the senior warrior continued, "However, if my apprentice Wu Tai's blacksmithing skills haven't fallen behind, I can guide him to complete the forging of this blood drinker." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng immediately understood that the high-ranking warrior wanted to see his disciple. He promptly offered to return to Bichon City and bring his disciple to him. Then, without delay, he used a return scroll to return to the Bichon safe zone and find Wu Tai, who was forging iron at the north gate. After some twists and turns, the master and apprentice finally reunited at the residence of a high-ranking warrior. The high-ranking warrior then informed Lin Feng that the forging of the blood drinker would take 7 days, and asked Lin Feng to return in 7 days. "True blood drink. Thanks to your meticulous efforts, you have successfully reunited the High Samurai and his apprentice, Taketsu. The High Samurai has decided to spend the next 7 days with his apprentice, Taketsu, reforging your blood drinker, imitation, to make it the true blood drinker. Please return to the High Samurai's house in 7 days to collect your weapon. Countdown, 168 hours. Upon seeing the mission notification, Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. All he had to do now was wait. However, with only 7 days remaining, Lin Feng obviously couldn't stay at the high-ranking warrior's house indefinitely. After receiving a definite answer, Lin Feng left the high-ranking warrior's house. Lin Feng, without lingering after stepping out of the room, immediately activated his teleportation ring, heading straight for the Lotus Pond in the wilderness outside Bichon City. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng's figure vanished like lightning, quickly appearing near the Lotus Pond. Upon landing, Lin Feng did not immediately choose to enter the hellfire that concealed the dark skeleton spirit. Lin Feng stood by the Lotus Pond in the wilderness of Bichon and sent a message to Ao Shirtion. The message was concise and clear, instructing Ao Shurtian to notify the players on the 7th floor of the stone tomb that if they discover the evil centipede, they should immediately note its location and avoid that spot for the time being, as he would go and eliminate it shortly. After sending the message, Lin Feng didn't even wait for Ao Shurtian's reply before turning around and returning to the hidden teleportation entrance beside the lotus pond. His actions were swift and decisive, clearly showing his confidence in the upcoming battle. Lin Feng stood before the teleportation entrance and quickly changed into his imposing warrior gear. The Dragon Slayer blade gleamed coldly in his hand, and the black and gold heavenly demon armor seemed to blend seamlessly with him, making him look even more formidable. With everything ready, Lin Feng charged straight into the Hellfire. Don't be intimidated by the name Hellfire. In fact, this map is almost identical to the Zuma Lord's house. The only difference is that this map only has one monster, the Dark Skeleton Spirit, and doesn't contain the Zuma Lord or any other monsters. Upon entering the Hellfire, Lin Feng's gaze immediately locked onto the Dark Skeleton Spirit. The Dark Skeleton Spirit remained as agile as ever, wielding its 2 bone forks in the air like a top martial arts master, each move brimming with threat. However, Lin Feng has now mastered a powerful warrior skill, and he appears to be handling the Dark Skeleton Spirit with ease. He grips the broad Dragon Slayer blade tightly in both hands, each swing carrying unparalleled power. In addition to his powerful offensive swordsmanship and assassination techniques that could inflict high damage on the Dark Skeleton Spirits from a distance, Lin Feng also occasionally unleashed his fiery sword technique, which was engulfed in raging flames. The raging flames seemed to erupt from hell, instantly engulfing the Dark Skeleton Spirits. When Lin Feng unleashed the colossal sword Shadow, the heaven-splitting slash, with its earth-shattering power, it was truly astonishing. The enormous sword Shadow seemed to tear through the sky, slashing fiercely at the Dark Skeleton Elf with boundless might. Faced with Lin Feng's powerful attack, the Dark Skeleton Spirit was clearly unable to withstand it. Its originally sturdy red bones appeared so fragile under Lin Feng's attacks, and its once agile figure became disheveled under Lin Feng's fierce onslaught. Soon, the Dark Skeleton Spirit could no longer withstand Lin Feng's fierce attacks and was killed on the ground. Throughout the entire process, the clone did not participate at all, and did not even use a group poison spell. After killing the Dark Skeleton Spirit, Lin Feng finally had time to check his private messages. Ao Shurtian had already sent him the exact location of the evil centipede on the 7th floor of the stone tomb. This clearly meant that Ao Shurtian had already received the report from the players on the 7th floor of the stone tomb. Not only that, but along with the location of the evil centipede, the coordinates of the Stone Tomb Corpse King were also sent. Clearly, other players on the 7th level of the Stone Tomb must have suffered losses before, otherwise how could they know the locations of these monsters so well? It's important to understand that while the players in the guild on the 7th floor of the Stone Tomb are all elites, their levels are all below 30. This is because once their party members reach level 30, they can apply to the guild to enter the Hall of Conquerors. This Hall of Conquerors is a powerful stronghold with repair capabilities, and it even has a fully featured NPC like the Demon Repairman. It can provide players who enter with super strong endurance. Chapter 198, The Pioneering Teams of Various Organizations. While Lin Feng was stirring up trouble in the mining area of Bishon City, according to information gathered by guild members, many large groups had already organized large numbers of people to begin their assault on the deeper levels of the Stone Tomb. This Stone Tomb map is different from the Woma Temple and Zuma Temple. It doesn't have attribute suppression effects. Therefore, the monster strength here is clearly more suitable for the mainstream members of the major guilds who currently lack top-tier equipment. Prior to this, the Zuma Temple, which had been fully exposed by the world's rulers, did not attract a large number of player teams as expected. Instead, only a few scattered high-level player teams slowly and painstakingly explored the temple from the first floor entrance. After all, the entire first floor of the Zuma Temple hadn't been cleared by Lin Feng yet, and the monster density here was practically at the level of pioneering. Even though the entire first floor of the Zuma Temple only had 2 types of monsters, the giant rats and the chi, it was already making it extremely difficult for all the small teams whose equipment was barely up to par. These 2 types of monsters don't actually have very high defense, but the giant rat, besides its terrifying appearance that's about the size of a human, also has higher health than the red and black boars, and it moves quickly and has much stronger attack power. Let alone the physically fragile mage. Even warriors with higher health and defense would inevitably feel terrified when facing such a large group of monsters. If a warrior were to be petrified by the scales sprayed by the chi among them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Keep in mind that without the cover of a Taoist player's group invisibility and healing spells, just 5 seconds would be enough for a warrior player to be overwhelmed and killed by the massive horde of monsters. Fortunately, all the teams that entered were of decent strength and had made thorough preparations. Each team had at least one mage equipped with high-level magic gear. With the close cooperation and cover of the warriors and Taoists, these mages displayed formidable power. They swiftly cast spells, creating a dense wall of fire in front of them. The raging flames burned continuously, forming an insurmountable barrier that kept all kinds of monsters trying to rush in at bay. Large numbers of damage in the teens and 20s kept appearing above the firewall, demonstrating its immense power. The monsters suffered terribly under the scorching heat of the firewall, becoming increasingly agitated because they couldn't directly attack the mages who were surrounded and protected by the crowd. The monsters darted back and forth within the wall of fire, trying to find an opening. However, their efforts were in vain, as the wall's inherent properties determined its damage efficiency. If the monsters remained stationary within the wall, the damage would only tick once every 3 seconds, but the slightest movement would immediately inflict continuous burning damage, with each step taken adding another instance of damage. Seeing the damage numbers constantly appearing, all the players were bursting with excitement. Although these damage numbers were slightly less than those of Lightning Bolt, their density and frequency were astonishing. This meant that every second, these monsters were enduring extremely terrifying damage. Sure enough, not long after, a steady stream of monsters fell from the wall of fire before them. The entire squad was pleasantly surprised to find experience points scrolling rapidly in the lower left corner of their vision. Moreover, these experience points were respawning much faster than they had done in the Centipede Cave and Stone Tomb maps before. It's important to know that the first few levels of the Centipede Cave are already overflowing with players, packed with them. Aside from a few areas like the Death Coffin, where the map is too deep and complex, the rest of the area is teeming with people. The reason these areas haven't been completely overrun by players is entirely due to their limited inventory capacity. They can't carry large amounts of potions and random scrolls, making their endurance in these areas significantly insufficient. Compared to the complexity of the Centipede Cave, the Stone Tomb map's entrance is located directly next to the Mengzhong safe zone, making it significantly more popular among high-level players. Although the monsters in the Stone Tomb map have higher attack and defense, resupply is very convenient. While the entire map is vast, the routes to deeper areas are clear and easy to follow. In this map, the player base is equally large, but their roles are clearly defined. Players without a fixed team or of lower level usually choose to operate in the first 2 levels. They often choose to kill the various monsters one by one, as these 2 levels do not pose much danger to them, even if there's a large-scale monster respawn. For teams with established groups, the focus shifts to venturing deeper to acquire more and better monster resources. After all, boss-level monsters begin to appear from the 4th level of the Stone Tomb. While each boss appearance sparks fierce competition among players, teams confident in their abilities continue to relentlessly push towards the 4th and 5th levels. It was precisely because of this large group of solo players that their clearing of the earlier maps went exceptionally smoothly, like an autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, encountering few obstacles. This allowed organized guild groups to enter the Stone Tomb formation effortlessly. When they stepped into the Stone Tomb array, the sight before them left everyone speechless. In that not-so-large, empty room, monsters were densely packed together, resembling a small mountain, which was both astonishing and shocking. Faced with so many monsters, the guild members paid a heavy price. After a fierce battle, they barely managed to gain a foothold on the map at the entrance of the Stone Tomb maze. However, new problems arose one after another. There were 4 doorways in the Stone Tomb maze room, and these 4 doorways caused everyone a lot of headaches. According to the reports from the vanguards they sent into the caves, the rooms behind these entrances were still referred to as the Stone Tomb maze, and the map didn't seem much different from the entrance map. However, the density of monsters was even greater. As for more detailed information, since the vanguard who unfortunately fell as soon as they crossed the entrances were clearly unable to provide any, everyone remained completely unaware of what lay beyond these doorways. Although the guild was willing to offer very generous compensation to encourage players to act as pioneers in exploring these doorways, not all players were willing to accept such a task. After all, no one wanted to be the unlucky one who died the moment they stepped into a doorway. Chapter 199, the Stone Tomb Array, is discovered. This means that these players are currently below level 35, so the death penalty they face is relatively light. Otherwise, aside from the core members of each guild, even if other players receive sufficient compensation, it's unlikely that anyone would be willing to be the vanguard who would inevitably be sacrificed. However, the various groups that have finally managed to enter the Stone Tomb formation clearly had no intention of easily giving up this map that they had finally managed to establish a foothold on. After some communication, these large groups decided to merge into 4 larger teams. To avoid friendly fire during the attack, they all switched to peaceful mode. Then, starting from the 4 doorways at the entrance, each team chose one doorway and began their fierce assault on the map behind. Furthermore, they also had to leave some people to guard the entrance. This would prevent the entrance to the Stone Tomb maze from being blocked again by the monsters that kept spawning, and it would also keep them alert to other potentially attacking teams. Nowadays, only large guilds or groups can venture into the Stone Tomb maze. This is not because individual groups do not want to enter the Stone Tomb maze, but because the entrance from the 5th level is already heavily guarded by members of these large organizations. The members of these large organizations are clearly organized and disciplined, a world apart from casual players. Even those players among them who are not high-level or well-equipped, like industrious ants, continuously carry large quantities of various potions from Mengzhong to the Stone Tomb formation. The lower-level players in various organizations have a very clear mission: to provide logistical support for the raiding teams. With limited inventory space, they forego random teleportation scrolls. Although their carrying capacity is relatively lower than that of higher-level players, they are able to safely deliver large quantities of various potions to the raiding teams as supplies. Faced with such a large-scale operation by major guilds and groups, solo players were quite surprised, but none of them dared to cause trouble at this time. After all, compared to these large organizations, the power of solo players was too insignificant, and to cause trouble at this moment would undoubtedly be like throwing an egg against a rock. Some players, not wanting to miss out on the excitement, even loitered along the path leading to the Stone Tomb maze. Their purpose wasn't to enter the Stone Tomb maze, but rather to clear out the constantly spawning monsters. These players seemed to lack any organization. They simply fought individually, attacking any monster they saw. Surprisingly, however, the organized guild leaders didn't seem to mind their behavior at all, and even seemed to welcome it. It turns out that while these onlookers didn't have a specific goal, their actions of clearing monsters along the way actually provided a certain level of safety for the players transporting potions. Because the monsters were gone, the players transporting the potions could pass through the road more smoothly, reducing the risk of being attacked. Compared to the ordinary onlookers, a special group hidden in the crowd attracted even more attention: various journalists and self-media personalities. These individuals clearly had a more specific purpose: to conduct a detailed analysis of the continuous stream of transport vehicles along the route. These players meticulously observed each passing group, carefully analyzing their affiliation, the composition of their personnel entering the Stone Tomb formation, and other information. Their eyes were sharp as eagles, not missing a single detail. For a moment, a peculiar sight appeared in the crowd. Many players' mouths opened and closed repeatedly, but no sound came out. It turned out they were exchanging their observations with others via private messages, and various analyses and discussions were taking place intensely in the chat. Furthermore, a significant number of players are actively contacting other players in various organizations via private messages, attempting to obtain more detailed information. After all, keeping such a large-scale team attack on the Stone Tomb formation completely secret is simply a pipe dream. Sure enough, not long after, the leaders of other major organizations who had not yet entered the Stone Tomb map received the news. Behind the 5th level of the Stone Tomb, there was a Stone Tomb array map series filled with a massive number of monsters, which seemed to be endless. The map of this Stone Tomb mausoleum is clear, concise, and easy to understand, with an exceptionally dense distribution of monsters, making it undoubtedly an excellent place for leveling up and farming. Whether other maps are hidden behind the stone tomb mausoleum remains unknown. However, this excellent map for leveling up and farming alone is enough to have these people in charge urgently convene an emergency action meeting. The reason is simple. As players' levels increase, the leveling efficiency of each map gradually decreases. Everyone is eagerly anticipating the appearance of a new map with higher levels and denser monsters to meet their ever-growing leveling needs. Originally, both the Sapphire family and the Dongbin group planned to take advantage of the gap when the high-level players of the World Society left the Centipede Cave to organize personnel to forcibly break into the depths of the cave. However, after receiving information about the Stone Tomb map, both factions immediately changed their minds. After all, compared to the Centipede Cave, which is far away, has complex terrain, and is difficult to resupply, the Stone Tomb map, standing next to the Mengzhong safe zone, has obvious advantages. Especially after someone discovered the existence of the Stone Tomb formation behind the 5th level of the Stone Tomb. This place has an irresistible attraction for all organizations and players. The Stone Tomb maze is like an endless, simplified terrain, teeming with not only a vast number of monsters, but also potentially concealing even more unknown maps. For any organization or player, such a place is extremely challenging and offers immense value for exploration. If the Sapphire family and the Dongbin group don't hurry to the Stone Tomb maze, and other organizations establish themselves there and divide up their territories, they will lose the opportunity to spy on the Stone Tomb maze and any potential subsequent maps. This is absolutely unacceptable to them, so they have no choice but to act hastily. Suddenly, the situation in the game became turbulent, and a fierce conflict surrounding the Stone Tomb formation was about to unfold. Not long after, Lin Feng, who had just successfully defeated 2 different dark bosses in the Woma Forest and obtained 2 more pieces of level 40 heavy armor, received a message from Ao Shirtian. Unlike Ao Shirtian's concern that various guilds and organizations might cross the 6th level of the Stone Tomb, or even enter the 7th level in a short period of time, Lin Feng was quite relaxed after receiving the message. Chapter 200: The Demon Sealing Well and the Gate of Peach Garden. Lin Feng knew very well that the Stone Tomb formation was not an ordinary map. Without mastering the correct entry and exit methods, reaching the 6th level of the Stone Tomb would be extremely difficult, requiring exceptionally rare luck. Therefore, Lin Feng had no need to worry about anyone else being able to enter in the short term. Once the various guilds and organizations have figured out the entry and exit patterns of the Stone Tomb formation, Lin Feng and his group might be able to consider abandoning the 7th level of the Stone Tomb altogether. After all, for Lin Feng's guild at present, the 7th level of the Stone Tomb is more of a map for players below level 25 to 30 to level up quickly. With a memory set as a reserve for recruiting members, Lin Feng possessed a universal key, easily unlocking doors for guild members to various leveling and treasure hunting maps inaccessible to other players. These maps were usually hidden deep within the game world, filled with unknown dangers and treasures. The reason why a large number of players are currently being placed on the 7th level of the Stone Tomb is actually quite simple. There are numerous white boars there. These white boars are not only powerful, but the high-end equipment they drop is extremely valuable to guild members. In contrast, while maps like the Between Life and Death, the Narrow Pass, and the Coffin of Death Deep within the Centipede Cave can provide a large number of monsters for guild members to level up, the equipment they drop is of relatively low level and cannot meet the members' demand for high-level equipment. After briefly explaining the situation to Ao Shirtian, Lin Feng headed straight for the 3rd floor of the Woma Temple. This was his usual spot. He knew the terrain and monster distribution there like the back of his hand. Returning to this familiar place, Lin Feng had only one goal: to kill the Woma leader. This wasn't the first time Lin Feng had fought this Woma lord. In fact, he had killed it multiple times. However, aside from the first time it provided Lin Feng with a valuable teleportation ring, each subsequent kill had yielded no special equipment. Despite this, Lin Feng wasn't discouraged. He remained convinced that this Woma lord would one day bring him a surprise. After Lin Feng finally killed the Woma leader, he quickly collected the horn and several pieces of Woma equipment dropped by the leader. Although he didn't get any special equipment this time, these ordinary Woma items were still very useful to the guild members. Lin Feng quickly traveled from Woma Temple to Fengma City in Fengma Valley, where there was a Fengma well. The Fengma well was easy to find, so Lin Feng's steps were exceptionally light. He walked directly along the lower left corner of the safe zone towards the city gate exit, and soon arrived at the location of the Fengma well. The demon sealing well was indeed quite different from ordinary wells. Its opening was about 1 meter above the ground, surrounded by a thick rim, and a small shed was built on top to shield it from sunlight and rain. Around the well rim were various water-drawing tools of different shapes, including wooden buckets, water ladles, and some strange implements that Lin Feng couldn't name. Lin Feng approached the well and peered down. However, the well was pitch black, bottomless like an endless black hole. Clearly, the well opening was too large for Lin Feng to enter directly, and he frowned. Lin Feng recalled his experience in the PC game, so he began walking back and forth near the well, trying different ways to trigger the mechanism to enter. He first walked around the well several times clockwise, then several times counterclockwise, testing in this way repeatedly. Just as Lin Feng was feeling somewhat discouraged, thinking that the method of entering the PC game might have been changed, he suddenly felt something beneath his feet being triggered. He felt his body sway violently. His vision went completely black, and then a strong feeling of falling washed over him. Lin Feng's heart was pounding in his chest, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. However, before he could even think, his body had already crashed heavily onto a hard surface. After he regained his senses and opened his eyes, he found himself in a small room. The walls were made of stone, there were no windows, and only a faint ray of light shone through from above. In the center of the room, the dark rainbow demon lord roared fiercely at Lin Feng, who had suddenly appeared before him. The roar echoed throughout the small room, making Lin Feng's ears ring and his head buzz. However, Lin Feng did not wait for the dark rainbow demon lord's roar to end. With his head buzzing, he directly unleashed a massive sword aura, the heaven-opening slash, which seemed to split the heavens and earth towards the dark rainbow demon lord. The instant the heaven-opening slash was unleashed, Lin Feng's clone brandished the dragon-pattern sword, using a group poison technique to turn the dark rainbow demon lord green. Following behind the clone, the divine beast, which had transformed back into a 3-tailed Pekingese, roared and suddenly grew larger, transforming into a giant red-brown bear. The battle began swiftly and ended just as abruptly. The dark rainbow demon lord, who had been first stained green by a group poison spell and then dark red, did not last long under the relentless attacks of Lin Feng and his clone before collapsing with a thud onto the floor of the small room in front of him. As the dark rainbow demon lord fell, another dark red beam of light appeared before Lin Feng's eyes. Before he could even pick it up, Lin Feng knew it was a level 40 mage's battle robe, the rainbow feather robe. Emerging from the demon sealing well, Lin Feng swiftly slew the 1,000-year-old tree demon in the pond outside demon sealing valley once more. He then found a hidden pincer insect nest near the pagoda forest in the wilderness of Bairi Min, from which he obtained another female Taoist celestial master robe. Only then did he notify Ao Shi Tian again, instructing him to contact the player responsible for teleportation on the 7th floor of the stone tomb and have him pulled into the 7th floor. Since a large number of members from other guilds had already entered the stone tomb formation, Lin Feng decided not to travel to the 7th level of the stone tomb on his own. This would prevent his method of quickly passing through the stone tomb formation from being exposed and give the guild players more time to stay on the 7th level of the stone tomb. Surrounded by guild members, Lin Feng used his mage equipment to quickly kill the evil centipede and the stone tomb corpse king, then stepped into the peach blossom spring gate through the hole left by the stone tomb corpse king's death. The gate to paradise is a hidden map that can only be entered through the hole left by the corpse king of the stone tomb. Just as the stone tomb map is called Pig Cave by players, the gate to paradise is also called Pig 8 by many players.